Let me tell you, that's a new esterly unforgettable. A flock of sieg, gulls gathered in Thesky. Soaring gans, whooping gas if they were throwing a party, filling the air with jubilant cries. Their call seemed to celebrate their survival after a disaster, each note brimming with unrestrained excitement. As I looked down at these beneath my feet, I was struck by its unnatural calmness. It lay serenely, like a quiet maiden, so tranquil that it was easy to forget a fierce storm had just turned through this place. Who could have imagined the tall terror from before would vanish with Ototris, as if it had only been a terrible dream. And there he was, clutching a piece of broken plank, drifting along with the waves, just like he message in a bottle. My eyes were filled with exhaustion and despair, not different from someone new who had just managed to escape, battered and bruised, from the depths of the sea. In that moment, a massive wave iridu, put of nowhere and swept me away, dragging me toward realm, unknown, in a heartbeat. I lost consciousness, and the world slipped into darkness. I have no idea how. Much time passed before I vaguely felt myself being tossed ashore by the relentless waves, left on the beck of a strange, desert Tethys land. Thesa, as if satisfied with its mission, washed me upon the sand and quiet treated. Indifferent. When a slow layer gained my senses, the reality of what had and finally dawned on me. He had somehow crossed to another world, and now found myself in that body of a boy named Louis. Looking around, a cold seaworth endless ocean, Thabuleski, the sandy shore, and wall of forest. No civilization anywhere in sight. A crushing sense of loneliness overwhelmed me. Asify. Deep plummet at an emotional roller coaster. Still, on second thought, the mere fact to survive felt like his mom or sigh amid so much misfortune. A glimmer of comfort in the darkness. As memories from this body, sprevia sonar flooded in, I realized his predicament was even worse than mine. 14 years old. An orphan. A boy who scrappy each day by catching fish. His last repaudo saw had ended in disaster when a storm destroyed it in the little boat. Desperate survive. He, DCLung to drifting plankton till exhaustion overtook him. That, when it took over. Now, my greatest challenge was this body, star lack of water and food. Already battered by the soft wind and drain. Feeling like he could collapse at any moment. Arn. Transmigrators usually granted some kind of system to help them. Echoed out. Is there any system out there? Please, give me in. I am begging you. A soft chime is sounded. Ding hose, spottily functions approaching collapse. Commencing system unbinding. What? Shappening. This is an Tau transmigration sare suppose etigo. Another series of beeps. Beep fast. Sentence desire detected. Awarding a special gift. Husband and wife, airbirds off the semi forest. When disastrous, they fly their separate ways. Perhaps fate willitus metagen. Afinal digital to neko adam ears. He was dumbfounded. What was all this? Beauty was far too exhausted to complain. He sat helplessly on the beach, thinking to myself, let see what these so-called gift is. It might just come in handy. I opened the boxes and by the system and was instantly taken aback. Whoa, Skolden, he murmured, surprised. Inside the box were only 3 small bottles filled with liquid, along with a peculiar fruit that looked suspiciously like some sort of genetic mutation. What to near these things? He was a parched that felt like he was in third year of dying of thirst, so I didn't care much about anything else. I grabbed a double at random and dexam indelible. Constitution. Tilting me head back. He drank down the whole bottle line ago. Still feeling unsatisfied? I simply finished the other 2 bottles in a single breath. Right after drinking them, I immediately felt me whole by relax. A comforting warmth spreading through me. It was a wonderful sensation. I glanced at the 12 tea bottles in my hand. One was labeled strength. The other agility. I guess this must be some kind of beginner. Spotions. Pretty good. Eve, Venefidin. TK, now exactly how they worked yet. To test them out. Ace to Dupan found a large rock on the beach, mimicking a pose. Xenon action movies, I declared. Let's go with you. And focus at my strength. Punching straight at the center off the stone. With resounding crash, the rock actually split apart, staring at the Pelios shattered stone before me and then at my own hand. It was genuinely stunned. It was unbelievable. Beautifully accepted the reality of me newfound strength. Returning to the box, I fixed me xanth remaining. Genetic mutation. Fruit. It looked strangely familiar. Suddenly smacked me forehead. Wait a minute. Could this be devil fruit? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, somehow landed in the world of pirates. So something like a this wasn't tall the impossible. I picked up the devil fruit, examining it closely. But there was no way to tell which kind it was. He had watched Don Piece in me previous life and was familiar with the story. But there wasn't plenty way to identify a devil fruit just by its appearance. Now he was faced with an important decision should he edit or not. Holding the devil fruit, I found myself caught in what seemed like a simple choice. Butone, that cardamom's meaning. Becoming ghetto fruituser. Honestly, there was no reason to hesitate. This was the devil fruit. Back when he watched Don Piece, I often fantasized about Igani and becoming Thestery's protagonist. Now that the chance was right in front of me, if not no, when. But then I remembered it, SSA'd, that devil fruit stashed truly awful. That thought maddened me waver. Still, maybe this is just the price you pay to become stronger. Stealing meself, it took a big body of the fruit, juice immediately sprang on me face. Each chewed, thoughtfully, and to me surprise, I tactually tasted good, like a blend of tropical fruit juices. Maybe the system had improved a tablet. Aftertaste engine. It didn't. Thicitate. I devoured the rest of the fruit in a nego. Only teary. Finished to start to wonder what kind of devil fruit this actually was. It tree patting my arms. But there was no special reaction. It didn't look like ability. I walked over to the seashore, gazing at my reflection in the water, searching for an estranging organ surf features. But nothing seemed different, so it probably wasn't Tazoan fruit either. That Jusself, that the Paramecia type. But what exactly was this fruit? Spower. I felt a bit lost, unsure how we was supposed to test it. Then I remembered the story Saftree and devil fruit. If you focus inward, the power reveals itself. So I sat down cross legged on the sand, close my eyes, and concentrate on any changes within me. It didn't. TT Kong before a sense, the new strength awakening. And Thena off my ability Beckameclear. Toba continued Paramecia type shatter fruit. Shatter. The sensation was overwhelming. Simple. Direct. Brimming with raw power. Luis was thoroughly satisfied. Ace expected from a gift bestowed by the system. His body had undergone transformation. With the my tofa power fell devil fruit. Louis brimming with confidence. If you could still fail with this Gandalf power, then you might as well go back and become a potato farmer. Once she calmed down, Louis began to consider Eve critical questions. Where exactly am I? How do I get back to human civilization? And how will he handle food and water? Well, at least Thelis' problem didn't seem urgent. Just beyond the beach was a forest, promising more than an to eat. First things first, fill his stomach. There scan wait. By no. Louis. SS stomach was already protesting. Basic need shadow come first before anything else. He stepped into the forest. Instantly, the light around him dimmed. Looking up at the towering trees, he couldn't help but be amazed. My God. These trees are enormous. He measured them with his arms, unable to hold back a gasp of surprise. Wait. Why is it jet even darker? Something wasn't trite. All of a sudden, a sense of danger crept up behind him. Turning rigidly, he caught sight of an enormous threat looming at his back and couldn't stop himself from crying out evens. That Igor. Ice enormous. Thediger wasn't about to back down, either. It led to near shaking roar. Startled birds shot out from the forest canopy, and the force off their arse snap Eloise back to his senses. Survival instincts kicked in, adrenaline surged, and headed. Hesitate for a second he bolted at full speed. He shot off like a blur. The huge tiger. Expecting Ganius snack. Never imagined its spray would suddenly make Ian scapitempt. Unthinkable. There. Snowayo. Rejetting away Tode. The furious tiger roared danga vesitaluis with all its might. Louis had underestimated his on speed. And the Griatiger was just surprised who could imagine that tat will legged human could run so quickly. No matter how hard the eager treed, it's imply cotton. T catch up. Puzzled. It wondered to itself what kind of strange a creature is this. At last, exhausted and at its limit, Thediger collapsed onto the ground, letting Louis leap away. Louis, on the other hand, was overjoyed for had never imagined a could run that fast. It seems that agility potion related that trick. Thank you. System. Now then, this tiger before me. Perhaps it can help us solve me most pressing need for survival. Thinking off this, Louis Galden, Thelbuff, Vila Georgieff excitement. So much so that ears welled, due pat the corner of his mouth. He wiped them away on resolve, Tokietly approached from the tree, planning to catch the gar off guard with Asherprezi attack. As for why had chosen to flee earlier. But now there Todak, the initiative. There was in fact a good reason before leaving the system. The agility potion here Steve made him faster than even the mighty tiger. Now, Noten Liddy possess a body enhanced by agility, but he also had a special power granted by the devil fruit. With this new strength, how could he possibly lose a tager? Impossible. Their retreat before was nothing more than an instinctive, physiologic reaction. He prided himself on being pragmatic Huazan. Tonatobos for the sake of it. When all said and done, it was Timito fight back. Thediger still sprawled in the ground. It was clear the earlier chase had left it exhausted. Louis crouched down in a tree branch above, his gaze fixed intently in his spray. Fresh tiger meat was right within his grasp. Hebenthes knees, coiling power in his legs, every muscle drawn tight. In the next instant, he sprang forward with such force that the branch snapped beneath him. Louis focused his power into his fist, a shimmering blue, violet energy shield forming around it. And he brought it crashing down toward Thediger, said, sensing a disturbance. Thediger turned at its head, just in time to see fist the size of full boulder hurtling toward it. That finalamage Beckham its last memory. A heavy Thudeco edis the punchland did with a force. The Tunlishi this ability, first skill achievement unlock. Haggis spat for breath. The strong metallic scent of blood in the air making his stomach churn. In all his life, Poston present. Louis had never been confronted with such a brutal sight. He lowered his head, staring at his own hands, deeply moved by the awe-inspiring power he now commanded. This world, a plus a myriad lives struggling to survive, where the law of the jungle is in brutal display. Sometimes, just clinging to life is already a luxury. Once in a while, I suppose it's alright to get a little sentimental. Yes, that's more like me. He walked back toward Thediger, Scorps, with a hint of reflection. Grabbed its tail, and dragged at the beast toward the beach. Staying here is dangerous, thus and tough blood could easily attract even more lethal predators. And the consequences would be dire feckin'. T fight back. If he lost that fight, it would all be over. On the beach, Louis built a campfire, using sheer strength. Head toward Thediger. Scarcus into manageable chunks. Skewered the meat onto sticks, and carefully set it over the flames to roast. Soon, the golden roasted meat began to release an irresistible aroma, making his hunger surge. Time to digin. Without a moment, hesitation. He grabbed the meat with both hands and tore into thinner chunks, savoring every bite. A satisfied burp chode. Louis had finally enjoyed a first real meal since he arrived in the strange world. He patted his no full, round belly, a profound sense of contentment washing over him like never before. Sigh. At this rate, anyone with special abilities can forget about a king Kingadipinthesi. Muttering a half-hearted complaint, Louis turned his attention to a second. More pressing question: how could they return to him in society? He couldn't. T.S. Nor did Dek know how to build a boat, and he pathetosaving himself was utterly blocked. For no. Theon Lithing Hackle to wait for the guiding hand of fate. Simply put, it all came down to luck. Resolved. Louis made doofus men to light off every day and send up columns soft smoke, hoping to catch the eye of passing ships. As for who might actually show up, it was as unpredictable as opening a mystery box. Anything could happen. If Pirates appeared, Heckled flaunt this ability Sansees that the Chinsi to join them, adapting to whatever came his way. If Emathenavi, he declare his wish to fight for justice, showcase his power, and try to win their attention. Ideally, he hoped to turn and tune off the some memorable Navy officers from the original story. Why, you ask? Well, alliances matter. And dealing with familiar faces always has its advantages. Still, dwelling in it was pointless when he was nowhere a close to Toby Ingrescued. 1 month already. Big brother, why hasn't Tazingle ship past be out in the wilds? Louis was virgin gone madness. If had been a full month since she dare in this world. Notably had he not seen a ship. He hadn't seen Emaf. Utterly exasperated, Louis wandered demurely destined Edeleth Etheli find Robinson Crusoe. Heaven above. Are you perhaps overestimating me? His stomach let out loud growl. Even through his makeshift clothing of animal hide, heckled feel just how painfully hungry he was. Better fill me belly first, he thought. After all, daydreaming took an urge too. Turning, gone he shield. He headed back into the forest in search of Tode. Spray. Report engine. Rear Admiral Borsalino. Major Strawberry. What is it? We spotted Anna's land ahead, sir. According to our accords back in Navy headquarters. It saw uninhabited land. Butit. Shrichen resources. Perfect for supplying the ship. Understood. Give the L-Ank, land philanthrosis land. Yes, sir. All hands. Preparato, go ashore. Aye, sir. Dragging Thecorp sofa massa Black Bear toward the shore, Louis. SS stomach growled with hunger. Though he had never tasted bear paw before, rumor had it that it was delicious. Today, he would finally have a concentrate it. It looked like he was in for a good meal. In high spirits, Lewisham, Edelit Latoon, making his way through the sand toward the sea, gazing out at thinless expanse of deep blue. He couldn't, fell butsai. Ship. When will you come to rescue? No matter how tasty wild game might be, it's imply call. Tea comparatorial, home, cooked meal. He could barely remember the taste anymore. Suddenly, he spotted a black speck in the horizon. Louis squinted, rubbing his eyes to make sure it wasn't just this imagination. When he was certain, a look of wild joy burst onto his face, and clutching the black bear, he broke into a run toward the sea. Hey, over here. There, Simone here. He shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping the ship would notice and head his way. It was the first ship he had seen in a month. His heart surged with excitement and overwhelming joy. Feeling snowward sculpturally capture. Major Strawberry, we found something unusual on Theus land. A scout hurried over, giving Strawberry aquaport, taking the telescope from him. Strawberry focused in the indicated direction. And there he saw a teenage boy dressed in refinement he stood on the shore. Visibly ecstatic, but what was most shocking? The boy was holding a gigantic black bear aloft with one hand, waving it through the air. Strawberry froze in amazement, inwardly marveling that snordinary kid, without delay. He sought out Borsalino to relay his findings. Oh, young people these days. Simply incredible. Borsalino pursed his lips, his face picture of astonishment. Shortly after, the warship slowly drew up to the shore. The storyson. Tova riot. More to come. Watching the warship sail ever closer, Louis finally felt the tension in his heart begin to ease. In a situation like this, running into Thenavi was certainly far safer than bumping into Toporits. At the very least. For no. His life was in safe hands. Could this be sign from fate, guiding him toward the life of failure? Thinking it over, joining Thenavi didn't seem so bad after all. That flowing cloak, shining as a symbol of justice, was attractiana on its own. It really was impressively cool. Once the ship docked, a wooden plank was lowered from the deck, and the sailors disembarked in orderly fashion, picking out spots to set up a temporary camp. Watching their practiced, skillful movements, Louis Golden felt but start looking forward to what the future might hold. When it came to looks, he was always confident. Whether it was in his previous life or no, he had always been universal acknowledged as a handsome man. As for just how handsome he was, dear readers, you may judge for yourselves based on your own standards of beauty. Oh hello, young men. Hearing that unmistakable voice, Louis was startled. He hadn't expected Methman himself soon. All things considered, running into him could be counted as a stroke of luck. He turned to look. The man wore a yellow-striped suit, ape cap bearing Thenavi insignia, and a grand cape emblazoned with the word justice he draped over his shoulders. But most striking of all, His features were so finely sculpted that they verged on unreal, truly unforgettable. It was Borsellino, still in his youthful prime. Good day, sir. Louis greeted him, a little nervously, silently. He cheered himself phony. Themistansum. I. Themistansum. With his signature languid smile, Borsellino gave along, a praising look before he skinging his low drawl. So, young man have you been stranded on this deserted island? Themament Louis heard this. A flood of grievances well city him. Awful loneliness sandhard sheafy, dengered over the past month poured out in sea shalt history. Borsellino listened in mild astonishment. And even Strawberry, standing near by, looked thoroughly surprised. So, sirs, could you take me with you when ye leave? I can help atont the ship. Doing God jobs, it may be young. Beauty, strong, and besides, have a superpower. His voice was earnest and full of hope. Borsellino raised an eyebrow. Not so much his claim of strength. Bew intrigued by the mention of a superpower. A brief aside come, from an isolated place. Louis had never heard of devil fruits before. Soul Hekodoas describe his ability sa superpower. Superpower? Did you, by any chance, add a strange-looking fruit? Strawberry asked from the side. When Louise nodded, he and Borsellino exchanged glances at this disadival fruiticer. That Louis called his ability a superpower didn't surprise them. After all, a country boy like him would have a way of knowing about evil fruits. It was in la natural. Still, Borsellino nodded. To immediately ask Louis to demonstrate this powers. Instead, he agreed to let him follow alongst he left the island, telling him to stick close before no. Louis gladly accepted this arrangement, asked the sailors, under their officers' orders, headed into the forest to gather supplies. Louis watched them bustling about and felt unusually cheerful. It had been such a long time since he seen so many people. Their turn of a familiar bustle and noise filled his heart with joy. At this moment, Borsellino spoke. You pay, little honest Dilden. TK, know your name. Ah, my name is Louis. What about Al, sir? Oh, I am Borsellino. This is my adjutant, Strawberry. Hello, Louis. After these brief introductions, Borsellino got straight to the point. So, let alone, what exactly is your superpower? Louis didn't say much. He began to demonstrate his ability right away. He casually picked up a stone from the beach, hold Engitin his leften, while his right hand slowly lifted, in his palm. A violet blue shimmer appeared, forming a glowing shield. Ash brought the stone into contact with the glowing shield. Both officers watched with surprise. Them meant the stone methalite. It began to disintegrate in tiny fragments within moments. The entire stone had crumbled away. Witnessing the effect, Borsellino judged inward Lithis' ability has tremendous potential. No tattle inferior to my own glint fruit. With time and proper training, Theosaurus attained to become immensely powerful. My, what a frightening ability Thetis. Meanwhile, Strawberry called. Thel but mutter inwardly if you want frightening. Sir, your power eyes have been scarier. Louis scratched his head. Looking a little embarrassed, a thought flashed through Borsellino. Smindir, Sonorphan, gifted with sucan exceptional devil fruit power, wound, the perfect for Thenavi. As for instilling a sense of justice, well, that can be nurtured over time, people might say. Borsellino. Am always slow finger round. Or me way tullowave. But when it comes to the next generation of neighbor recruits, he honestly care quatialut. He quietly felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, the fleet admiral would reward him handsomely for this catch. Yes, not bad at all. So I ask Welthin, Louis, do you have any interest in joining Gornivy? Strawberry stood quietly by and didn't interrupt. Hender stood his superior. Intentions well enough. Truth be told, ever since Borsellino had taken the helm off the neutral faction, becoming Jits de facto leader, his word was pretty much law at Marine headquarters. Even Strawberry himself was just a bit short of qualifying for an aerial influence yet. After all, Hewison Leon Major Forno, his reach was still limited. What are the benefits of joining Thenavi? Louise asked, with curiosity. Hewison, playing dumb but genuinely had no idea what Thenavi called for. By his reckoning, it didn't seem too bad. Borsellino laughed at that. wrinkles bunching up all over his face, making Quithium insight. Louise nearly burst out laughing himself. Butha managed to keep his straight face, his professionalism intact. Otherwise, did you want to find out firsthand about the weight of flight? A kick the speed of flight is no joke. Well, Louis, you're Lidon, TB tar around the bush with your questions. As for salary and benefits, let me tell you, they re-excellent. You jetful insurance secfridge, and on Siome Kitito the rank of officer. You have Yauron Placitoste and Marineford. When you re-promoted to the rank of admiral. That, when you re-upgraded to prevent a village just for yourself, anytime you go out on a mission, say, capturing pirates and such. The headquarters gives so traditional bonuses. And the cafeteria. It's all free. Eat as much as you like. Whenever you want. Listening to Borsellino. Introduction. Louis Golden. Thelpo feel the perks of being a marine were truly tempting. Apart from not being assigned a daspouse. Then if he covered nearly every aspect on Cold Wish for, in his heart. Hesithus resolved he would dedicate everything he had to pull justice antitheses. Seeing the eager, longing on Louis' face. Borsellino smiled with genuine satisfaction. At long last. His efforts at persuasion had paid off. Good. That, swatil I could see. The three of them stood aside, chatting away, though in truth, it was mostly Borsellino and Strawberry talking. Louis listened. Hepic de all sorts of new information, suches. The great rivalries among the three major operatic crews, the Soaring Pirates, the White-Beard Pirates, and Therager Pirates. Right now, these as were in an era of domination by these legendary pirate factions. Hearing those of familiar names, Louis Golden, Thelba feel his heart racing with excitement. Deep down, he thanked fate for granting him this chance yet a whole new adventure. While they were making small talk, the merriness and tout for supplies a retinue to another. Once every new was present and accounted for, it was to meant to prepare for the journey back to Marineford. Naturally, Louis was brought along as well. Many Marines glanced over, surprised to see Louis faithfully sticking to the rear admiral. Sighed, still. Nobody sighed a word. Therefore Sarah Manister and disciplined to stay waited for orders. Ahem, right, said back. Then, yes, sir. With that, everyone fouled in orderly fashion onto the battleship, ready to follow the planned course back to Marineford. Toba continued. Louis rested his hands in the railing, gazing out over the vast expanse of the ocean. His heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement for the future. In the blink of an eye, they had already spent 3 days at sea. But this time, Louis was no longer that wild youth in animal skins. He was no clad in ochre-span spotless naval sailor's uniform. After thoroughly cleaning, and freshening himself on board, Louis finally fast a flexion in the mirror. He realized just how striking his appearance had become: jet black hair, clear blue eyes, deep features, a straight nose bridge, and thin lips. At just 14, he was already over 6 feet tall, thanks to the elixir earned from the system. His body had transformed, muscle sharply defined, lines sleek, radiating strength and confidence. If not for a hint of youthful naivete lingering in his face, anyone would have mistaken him for a seasoned naval officer. Oh, Louis. Sothesis, where you are. Themament heard that familiar voice. Louis immediately knew what was coming. There was an lion person with suka distinctive Tony and the entire Grand Line, Rear Admiral Borsellino. Louis turned around smartly and stood at attention to salute. Although, to officially reported 40 yet, the mementa put on thin of uniform. He had already become Appert of the Marines. When faced with a superior, the proper courtesies were still necessary. Borsellino had 2 bananas in his hand. He handed down over to Louise with an offhand gesture, and slowly peeled Theothar himself, speaking in his usual languid manner. Well, there's nothing too important. We already reported your situation to Admiral Sengoku. Oh, he's my superior. If nothing unexpected happens, he just might be the next fleet admiral. Louis inwardly rolled his eyes. Of course, he'd already heard about the famous tactician Sengoku. But he also understood Borsellino. Sunderlying message. That man would soon be their direct superior. Once they got back to headquarters, he would probably have a taw through a feudus. If he performed well, there might be chance for him to stand out as Oni of the Navy. Star member sent the future. Well, none at Toba too nervous. Borsellino added lazily. After all, you, Restillon, and you, Haven, received any formal training yet. So, that wasn't the truth. Even so, Lewis remained confident in his own potential, as long as she wasn't. Toop against the Cetrala monstrous powerhouses. He felt the cold handle, whatever came his way. These thoughts ran through his dash peel his banana. Gazing out at the vast, azure sea before him, suddenly. An idea crossed his mind. Cole he perhaps taketh this chance to ask the future Admiral Kizaru for some advice about evil fruits. After all, Kizaru was a true master when it came to town locking, the powers of fatal fruit. This world was no longer just the backdrop of some simple anime. For Louis, if that become a reality, Eventha had watched Don Pisang knew plenty about that story. There was still countless details and bits of knowledge beyond this understanding. He had to face that fact. Suffering gave human or setbacks wasn't a thing. Beautiful his life ended upon the line. That would be no laughing matter. He nods, sire for rain nearly grave. Soloist turned out of Borsellino and asked, by the way, Rear Admiral Borsellino, are you at Evil Fruitizer? After posing the question, he looked at Borsellino with genuine curiosity. Favor a picturio fan newcomer with no knowledge of this world. He really seemed not to understand what Towser was at all. Of course, he couldn't. Just blurt out. I like to see the power off the glint for myself. Wouldn't that beasking for trouble. He probably suspected right away. Anthen. Bam. Get a tasty of that blindingly fast kick. Yeah, best keep things simple, or ha. DB headed back home merely. Borsellino smiled. Asmal smirk at the corner of his lips. Oh, Sergeant Louis, you, pretty sharp. Arn, too. Louis replied. Actually, sir, haven't. To be neasing your powers these cepas few days already. It was true. Borsellino would often use his ability to zip between the deck and his cabin in the blink of an eye. Classic Borsellino. Always finding new ways to slack off. Borsellino scratched his head lazily and said, Oh, you have a point. So, Louis, what do you want to talk no? All right. Do you know about the classifications of devil fruits? Louis shook his head, still feigning complete ignorance. Well, devil fruits fall into three main categories: Thelegiape. Like me, glint fruit. They Parameciape. Like your shatter fruit. And the Zoan type. You, Algetic Notho scene time. At this point, Borsellino pulled out another banana and, big eating with contentment. Hirali does love bananas. Alla too much, almost like a monkey. After a bite of banana, Borsellino continued. Well, no need to go into tale about Legior Zon types. They won. Thel much forno. As fourth a Paramecia type. Your power actually reminds me of a certain infamous spirit, Louis. You, know Hoimian in due time. And as for developing your powers, that's all about our imagination. Among Paramecia types, imagination is everything. Imagination. Louis found himself agreeing with the idea. There was a perfect example: Bartholomew Kuma, a future warlord of Thesi, and Don Quiso Teta Flamingo. They were both Parameciazers who developed their devil fruit ability as astounding gulvels. When it comes down to it, imagination is just another word for creativity, a limitless mind. His smash fruit ability is already extremely straightforward and powerful. By constantly increasing the destructive force of his abilities, coupled with his own growth and strength, Hycertain to become incredibly formidable. Louis Scaldary see this coming. Just in a punch. And anything in its path will reduce at dust. It could be said that, in terms of single target tactics, his power was nearly flawless. But at the same time, there was a drawback: a lack and a large area attack skills. What people often refer to as AoE. This was an aspect that clearly needed improvement. Yet, how could he make such improvements? Louis rubbed his chin, sinking deep into thought. Observe, Bing Louis' reaction. Borsellino gave a note of approval. Though the smash fruit was incredibly destructive, its weaknesses were obvious. Too, still, that was something Louis needed to figure out for himself. Offering him some advice was already going the extra mile. Report engine. Rear Admiral Borsellino, Sergeant Louis. We about to at the gates of justice. At that moment, Anavi soldier Kamatomi Kishaport, the gates of justice, hearing the name, Luis was filled with curiosity. In the world of pirates, this gate was nothing short of a marvel. A short while later, heavens, confronted with that gigantic, mysterious portal. Its material unknown. Luis Golden Legaspino. There was in plenuther wordstowed scribe shock. Sometimes, a single exclamation is an auto-capture your entire mood. The control room for the gates of justice had already received a request from Borsalino. Battleship tow passed through, slowly. An enormous crack opened in the doors. Just wet enough for the battleship to slip inside. As the ship glided through this colossal gateway, Louis. Excitement and grew. Navy headquarters. Marineford. I am finally on my way. Toba continued. After passing through the gates of justice and sailing for several horse along the world government, Sexclusi Ocean Current, the battleship finally arrived at Marineford. Along the way, Borsalino shared with Louis many stories and insights about life in Thenavi. Truthfully, if Floishadden, T peaked upon Borsalino, Sintention Bino, Hirali Wooden, T deserve a toast. It was clear that Borsalino wanted to recruit this promising new recruit into the neutral faction, better known as the easygoing faction. Louis didn't minded at all. He actually felt that the neutral camp suited him perfectly. Capture parrots when assigned. Taikatizi went off duty. A rather pleasant arrangement. The battleship gradually drew closer to the harbor. Everyone disembarked at Interna and completed the handover with the port authorities. Borsalino say to Louis, head over to the new recruit Scampandra Porton. Once you checked in, I'll take you to me Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What? I just arrived and you already have a to meet with an admiral. Can have you a little more time to get ready? Catching the fleeting look of uncertainty in Louis' face, Borsalino nodded. TSA much more. Hesemply handed over the role of Guy to Strawberry himself. Then, with a flash, he uses the power of his glint fruit shot off toward the main headquarters building. Even force you cash short distance. Hughes's devil fruit. That, just so typical of him. Grumbling to himself. Louis followed Strawberry on the way to the new recruits' barracks. It was in Lethan the Trelai began to take this classic known as the stronghold of justice. For its centuries, this fortress had stood upon the sea, serving as the heart and symbol of Thenavi. Navy headquarters, Marineford, majestic and solemn. That was Louis' very first impression. When Strawberry caught the look of awe and Demaz men on Louis' face, he smiled faintly. Recalling how head look exactly Thesame when Heifer set foot in Marineford Althos years ago. Together, they wound through corridors and turned past several corners. Finally arriving at the new recruits' barracks. From the entryway, Louis could see the training ground bustling with energy. Dozens of new recruits were pushing themselves shard. While instructors sent the sideline shouted out sharp commands. Louis' heart beat quickened with excitement. It was sure, the Thistram of becoming a soldier will begin its next chapter. Passing through the doors, they came to a room with a sign that read Chief Instructor's office. That title Chief Instructor wasonly befitting going former Admiral, Zepha. Though perhaps, for now, has still held the rank of Admiral. Their weary on lit Morelson Thenavi, after all. Antheother was an Neother than Sengoku. If not for a certain defiant officer refusing promotion, their ranks would have been filled Lungago. Strawberry, knock on the door. And Daverbrant, voice called, doubt from within. Kumeen, Higavaluzak knowing look, said nothing further. And pushy dopened the door. Inside was a powerfully built, broad-shouldered man with violet hair. Seated behind a desk, head bowed, scribbling away, not bothering to look up. Strawberry and Louis quietly stood aside, waiting patiently for Zepha to finish his work. After a while, Zepha finally set down his pen and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Weariness in his movements. Seeing this, Strawberry stepped forward, poured acupuffed, and handed Dito Zepha. Professor Zepha, you've worked hard. Please, have some tea. Zepha glanced, dupe at him, as smile spreading across his face. He took the cup and sip at it light before speaking. Ah, Strawberry, how have you been lately? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Over a year, I reckon. What brings you here today? Asha spoke. He glanced at Louis. In truth, Zephyr already had a good idea of what was going on. After all, had encountered situations like this far too many times. Strawberry nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern. Teacher Zephyr, there is son where hereth this." Hethan proceeded to recount Lewis' story from beginning to end. When Zephyr heard the name of Borsellino, a flicker of displeasure unmistakably crossed his face. Louis nodded said it, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Heck knew from the original story that Zephyr wasn't fond of Borsellino. Butha hadn't expected such an immediate reaction. Louis called dental Butte worry, that's for my takeout, the ten in him. And a philosopher can set a be tutor be a future admiral. What a terrible waste that would be. After all, Zephyr's students were a legendary lineup. Countless future admirals and vice admirals had trained under him. The very brilliance of the Navy's golden age was testamento his unparalleled teaching. Butzifer, despite his issues with Borsellino, didn't allow that dissatisfaction to spill over onto Louis. Instead, when he learned of Louis' radical fruit abilities, his instant lila toop with interest, Zephyr understood at once. The boy before him was a rising star with remarkable potential. With the right guidance, Hugh ascertained soon, they become a pillar of the Navy, and perhaps might even rise to the rank of admiral. Of these were no more than possibilities for no. Louis' ultimate prospects would depend on various factors, such as his physical condition and overall development. Yet, at the very least, his devil fruit power had given him a solid foothold for the future. However, Zephyr knew all too well. A devil fruit alone could never make Simone a top-tier fighter. Having heard Strawberry's introduction, Zephyr looked over at Louis, feeling truly satisfied. He spoke headless. You see, here's what we'll do. First, take him for a physical assessment. Once we have a their results, let's meet with Sengoku together. With that, Zephyr stood and gestured for Thatwood to follow, leading the way out of the room. The three of them made their way to a distinct chamber filled with all manner of equipment. These side off so many specialized devices fill Louis with a mix of curiosity and excitement. He might not have understood their specific uses. Even from their appearance, their precision and professionalism were undeniable. Soon enough, Zephyr directed the technicians to give Louis a thorough assessment of his physical capabilities. Zephyr watched, with growing satisfaction as the numbers appeared, one by only. On the monitors, he hadn't expected Louis' physical fitness to be so impressive. The boy early did seem born for battle. Their revelation brought a genuine thrill to Zephyr's heart. And to think, Louis was only 14 years old. If he could continue to train, persist through hardship, and make the Mustafizanata gifts, there was no doubt he could become an of the Navy's central pillars. In other words, this child had the potential to become an admiral. At this moment, Louis, who was undergoing a resoft test, had no idea that Zephyr already held sushi hopes for him. Having expectations for the future can sometimes be a double-edged sword, leaving Gatra C4 linger in Janon's heart. Let's show Zephyr's expectations don't turn into regret. Looking at the test results in his hands, Louis felt just as satisfied. Without the strengthening potion awarded by his system, his Bodicin Adelant would likely have been rather mediocre. Hesitantly offer his thanks to the system on some more for itself. Standing to the side, Strawberry, although silent, felt a deep sense of joy and contentment. Their assault was simple. Borsellino was about to rise to the rank of admiral. Yet the neutral factions still a key daily enter among the next generation. While Strawberry himself had the necessary credentials, his strength was just not quite there. He understood very well that, at best, he could enlarge the level of an Elephas admiral. Such power supply was not to shoulder the responsibilities of a leader. More than, it wasn't just the neutral camp facing this dilemma. That of Van Hawk factions all shared the same problem, a shortage of worthy successors. Now, the neutral group advently found their future heir. And, what's more, he was a young man bursting with potential. How could Strawberry not feel both satisfied and proud? Pride welled you concede him. And Heckenenthal Butsackly congratulate himself. Our neutral faction no has a powerful young cornerstone for a future. What about out, Theo Thurkamps? Aren't you the least bit envious? At that thought, Strawberry nearly burst out laughing. But his professionalism prevailed. And Heckwick Lyre restrained his expression. Though the three men each held their own private thoughts, all of them were regularly pleased with the test report. After leaving the testing room, Strawberry took his leave. A sother matter so wide his attention. Louise made a point to thank Strawberry sincerely. Strawberry needn't have delivered him to Zephyr to fulfill his task. Either had accompanied him all the way, showing great consideration. Louis understood that the seasoned veteran's purposeful is seeking to build a connection with him. Regardless. Word soft thanks Raymust. A basic courtesy that should never be neglected. Soon after, Zephyr said no more. He picked up the stack of reports and Alduus Doward Sengoku's office. Toba continued. Ash walked alongside Zephyr. Louis drew a number of astonished looks. Noon, there had ever seen him before, and it was even rare to witness someone walking at Zephyr's side. Once the two entered the main building, the murmurs that had been building out on the plaza finally erupted. Hey, who, Sagwai? Admiral Saphir is actually escorting him himself. He looks like a new recruit. He must have some serious potential. Otherwise, why would Admiral Saphir go out of his way for him? Wow, that guy's really handsome. Listening to all these comments, Louis Golden fell but laugh hand cry at the same time, though deep down he felt a warm sense of reassurance. Zephyr. Saction swear. Without doubt. A public declaration, Petroli believe in Louis' potential. After all, having Zephyr personal out of the way was already a form of high recognition. The truth was, if I knewish to become an admiral, strength alone was far from enough. One needed reputation, leadership, competence in handling affairs, and the ability to work well with colleagues. Qualities that went far beyond mere combat power. In Thenavi, powerful strength be itself simply wasn't. Tadikato promotion. This was Thenavi, not the world of pirates. Pirates called force their way to the top through sheer strength. Butin Thenavi, such method shelled nose way. The rules of that world were entirely different. Once inside the building, everyone who saw Zephyr paused in their hurried tracks and snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Although curiosity flickered in their yes to word Louis, they all had work to do. So beyond a fois praising glances, Nuna lingered in introductions. When Thet with them reached Theodore to Sengoku's office, Zephyr Azishan talk knock. Only to freeze on the loud, voice argue interrupted from within. Sengoku. You really know how to keep secrets. Hiding, you're a scrack. Person here. But no, they real mean. Carp, put those reseckers down. That, smice Kretstash. Me favorite kind. No to chance. These Sarah's cracker Saramino. No 25 yielder skull prythem from. You're a skell. You. Louis glance, awkward at Zephyr. Zephyr look, kidikly embarrassed. His weathered fasaturning gashadurder. He coughed loudly a few times. But to disguise his discomfort and to warrant the troublemaker since it a fooling around. With the sound off those cows. Therum fell instantly silent. Only then did Zephyr lead Louis through the door. Inside, Louis was met beside Toff. Two men acting as if nothing unusual had happened and in calmly sipping tea. Theo thurbusying himself with paperwork. The whole lesson irradiated harmony. Leaving no trace of theory or liar squabble. Their acting skills were truly top-notch, setting aside the amusement for no. Louis' heart was overflowing with excitement. After all, standing before him were with Thenavi's most famous figures. One was Visadmiral Carp. Revi, that's the hero of Thenavi. Theo Thurwa Sengoku. Now an admiral and destined to become a fleet admiral in the future. Thinking back, Louis realized. Drescent Lemequatif influential people. Borsellino, Zephyr, Carp, Sengoku, Hikiden. Thel Butadmito himself he was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Standing tall before the set high-ranking officers, Louis straightened his back, raised his hand in acris pollute, and declared, Sergeant Louis. Reporting is ordered, awaiting your instructions. Sengoku gaze, dat Louis. His filled with contentment. A summon about to become the next fleet admiral. Advancing the growth of Thenavi had always been his greatest concern. Welcoming promising new recruits was a key part of his grand plan, from the very moment he received Borsellino. Skull. His heart was already brimming with delight. And upon coming recruit with such limitless potential, his future prospects were indeed bright. Just then, Garp, drawn by the commotion, burst into hearty laughter. Hetern, Edisefa hauled out. Zifa. What brings you here today? Zifa scoffed good-naturedly in reply. Unlike you, I don't spend me days low fing about and wandering gamelessly like some old stray. Only news about Roger ever seems to get you. Move it, Garp. Smooth Suradathis. And he was about to argue back when Sengoku hastily stepped in to interrupt. With stern authority, Sengoku chided. Garp, must you always fool around? We, Vegetain a recruit here. Try to maintain some decorum. Of course. Warnings like that really made an impression on Garp. Without a care in the world. He continued lip-picking his nose and slouched back into his seat, leaving Sengoku shaking his head in helpless frustration. All Sengoku could was gulp down his tea and large noises, trying to tamp down his simmering anger. At last, Sengoku took up the ports of Fahad submitted and began to pour over it with a discern enjoy. The more he read, the more pleased he became. It was no exaggeration to say that this boy was destined to Pobathina V-spiller. As long as misfortune didn't befall him, such natural talent truly seemed heaven sent. With a gentle smile, Sengoku turned to Louis Sandes Cadena warm voice. Very good. You've done exceptionally well. Now, can you tell my wish to join the Navy? Louis immediately understood the implication. This was a political examination. But what would be the right answer? Should I say he was sure because Borsellino invited him? Or perhaps claim it was for the sake of justice? To be honest, neither answer rang true. After a brief pause for thought, Louis replied. Admiral Sengoku, I've been an orphan since he was little. Life has always been hard. I want to join the Navy partly to feed myself, but also because he hoped for a better life. The answer was practical. But compare it to Thelifty, rhetoric considered earlier. If it much better. Too blunt an answer would seem frivolous, while if the ideals would sound insincere. For a 14-year-old boy from the countryside, he couldn't possibly grasp the full meaning of justice. If each claimed his motive was justice, it wouldn't sound unconvincing. Sengoku nodded, showing no particular emotion. In fact, he hadn't expected the boy to deliver some earth-shattering speech. And Louis' response was perfectly in line with what it anticipated. Instead, after hearing Louis' swords, Garp pulled back a booming laugh. Ha ha! What an interesting kid. Hey, Louis. How about treeing your luck in me ship? At this, Sengoku finalized this composure. He hurled this cup straight at Garp. Garp, shooty Yormouth. Ow. Sengoku. Did you seriously just throw something at me? I haven't started hitting you yet. Get ready to take a slap. You're going the far. Then take a punch in return. In an instant, the office sent it into chaos. A brawl erupting right before Aloysius. As subjects flew past him, Louis called then that twitch at the corner of his mouth. Dodging missiles, Willa glancing pleadingly at Zephyr. How was calmly sipping tea on the couch. Admiral Zephyr. Is this? Zephyr took another leisurely sip, utterly unfazed by the mayhems whirling around him. He responded, carelessly, don't worry. All this chaos is perfectly normal here. Honestly, I'd start to worry if they went a single day without fighting. So, that's showitis. Louis could hardly believe it. He never imagined Thito petulance of Thenavi got along like this. Is this really how the daily lives of Thenavi's greatest legends look? I see truly okay for rookie like me to witness all of this. What if they decided to silence me for what I've seen? Before long, the fight was over. Neither of them adduced their real abilities. No hockey, no martial arts techniques, no fruit powers. It was all just a back and forth of raw strength. Had they seriously thrown their weight around, the building might have collapsed along Timiego. Both had mastered hard off knowing just how far to go. Still, watching the Setwobig shots look so battered and disheveled, like street brawlers, Louis almost burst out laughing. Busok knew I've laughed out loud here and no. He'd really been trouble. Once every yon had it themselves up, Sengoku signed the making Louis an official recruit at the new training camp, and, formally, Zephyr's student. Holding those papers, Louis was thrilled. It meant he would receive the best possible training. And hope he bubbled deep in his heart. Just then, Garp spoke Yage. Hey, Louis, how about sparring with me? Can I say no? Doesn't seem like he have a choice. Could you, maybe not hit me face? Garp paid no heed to his pitiful plea. He grabbed Louis B's scruff of his neck and hauled him straight at that training grounds. Neither Zephyr nor Sengoku intervened. They exchanged knowing glance and followed along to watch that show.
To be continued. On their way, they bumped into Tsuru, Chief of Staff of the Navy. When she saw Garp and the unfamiliar Louis beside him, a puzzled look crossed her face. Sengoku and Zephyr stepped forward to briefly explain the situation to her. After hearing the story, the chief of staff also became intrigued by Lewis. After all, the last time someone managed to draw the attention of these three high-ranking officers at once was back when Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan, those monster rookies, joined the Navy. But that had been more than a decade ago. Now, with the emergence of another noteworthy figure, it was only natural for our esteemed chief of staff to take an interest. And it wasn't just Tsuru. Passers-by who saw several top naval officers gathering together couldn't help but wonder if something major was happening. Yet, the absence of alarms from headquarters left everyone puzzled. That confusion only cleared when they saw Garp leading Lewis to the dueling grounds, with the other high-ranking officers following close behind. In that instant, everyone suddenly understood what was going on. Word of this spread like wildfire through Navy headquarters, sparking widespread discussion. The main message was, "Big news, come see for yourself." Before long, those without urgent duties hurried toward the dueling grounds, while those with work to do picked up their pace, just to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Interestingly, curiosity itself became a driving force for higher efficiency. And that wasn't all. Recruits and instructors from the training camp also rushed over. It could be said that as soon as word got out that something worth seeing was happening, people from every direction poured into the arena. Ahem, but we're getting a little sidetracked. Let's return our focus to Lewis. At this moment, as the crowd gathered around him, Lewis naturally understood their intentions. Even before the match began, he already wore a bitter, indescribable expression, on the verge of tears. To think that my first appearance at Navy headquarters would end in such an embarrassing fashion. Lewis bitterly regretted his luck, and couldn't help but wish he could go back and pick a different world to cross into. Maybe a ninja village next door wouldn't have been so bad. Of course, it was all just his fantasy. By this point, his initial panic was gradually giving way to a strange sense of serenity. It wasn't some newfound sense of enlightenment, more like a complete, resigned acceptance of fate. What's that old saying? If you can't change reality, just embrace it. Besides, there's no shame in losing to a Navy hero. Hardly unusual at all. To be honest, that was absolutely true. Throughout the Navy's history, Vice Admiral Garp had scarcely ever been defeated. Soon, the dueling grounds and surrounding walkways were packed. Some were even perched atop the walls to get a better view. At that moment, it felt less like Navy headquarters and more like a gossip headquarters. At this moment, several senior officers were reminding Garp to exercise restraint, telling him not to injure promising young recruits, among other things. Garp, growing a little impatient, waved his hand repeatedly, assuring them that he understood and wouldn't go overboard. Even so, Sengoku and the others remained extremely wary, deciding to keep a close watch on Garp's every move. Should he get carried away in the heat of the moment, they were prepared to intervene immediately. Otherwise, the safety of this young man, Lewis, would be in real jeopardy. When Garp took off his coat, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned his shirt, the crisp sound of his knuckles cracking echoed as he flexed his hands. Lewis couldn't help but swallow hard. Watching Garp's intimidating preparation, Lewis waved his hand casually and said, "Relax, kid. I won't go too rough on you." But can you really guarantee that? No, even if you could, it wouldn't mean much now. With things at this point, there was no option left. Lewis had to bite the bullet and go through with it. He desperately tried to recall fighting stances from movies he'd seen in his previous life, mimicking the posture as best he could. Oddly enough, his stance actually looked rather imposing. Unfortunately, that didn't have any real effect. Garp paid it no mind, offering a single reminder. "Ready, boy." The instant the words left his mouth, Garp's figure blurred. He closed the distance in a heartbeat. His fist, as big as a sandbag, rocketed straight for Lewis's face. In that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. The massive fist closed in, filling Lewis's pupils, and the tremendous pressure crashed over him, making his mind race at lightning speed. Though fear gripped him, Lewis had no choice but to focus on the battle before him. If he let himself get scared by this, what right would he have to set sail and hunt pirates in the future? So he didn't shrink back. He met the attack head-on. Under tremendous pressure, Lewis somehow managed to tilt his head, narrowly dodging Garp's punch. This scene drew gasps of astonishment from those watching. Even the distinguished figures observing from outside the ring showed surprise and a hint of approval. After all, physical strength alone isn't enough to make someone truly formidable. Willpower, adaptability, and fighting instincts are just as vital. With this, Lewis had already proven his composure under pressure. At first, Garp had doubted himself when he told Sengoku and the others, "This kid has great potential." But seeing Lewis dodge his punch with his own eyes, even though Garp hadn't gone all out, he knew not just anyone could manage that. He understood just how rare Lewis's response was, and his interest was thoroughly piqued. To put it simply, now he was taking this seriously. But Lewis didn't stop either. The moment after dodging, he counterattacked, throwing a straight punch at Garp. Because of the difference in their heights, the blow could only land around Garp's upper chest. At that same time, thanks to the tension coursing through his body, Lewis subconsciously triggered his own ability. A shimmering blue-violet aura bloomed around his fist as he struck. When the senior officers and veteran vice admirals in the audience caught sight of this light, their eyes all widened sharply. That power, it called to mind a legendary figure from the past. Garp noticed it too. As Lewis's fist neared, he immediately gathered a protective coating of armament Haki over his chest to defend himself. Is my armament Haki being broken down? Garp could clearly feel that even his armament Haki, the Navy's strongest defensive power, had been breached, a crack forming where Lewis's shatter fruit ability struck. This time, Garp was truly shaken to the core. This ability, wasn't it simply too overwhelming? It seems that among Paramecia-type Devil Fruit users, those with extraordinary abilities are nothing new, like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the like. Yet, bringing his thoughts back to the present, although Lewis's recent attack laced with his ability had piqued Garp's interest, that was about all. Apart from that, Lewis still had plenty of shortcomings in his performance. And so, Garp made up his mind to personally coach Lewis. However, every punch he threw was packed with enough force to launch Lewis straight out of the arena. Just then, a lively voice rang out from near Sengoku and the others. All eyes turned toward the source, where countless specks of light rapidly converged, gradually taking the shape of a man. It was none other than Borsellino. It turned out Borsellino had gone for a stroll after his nap and found the plaza completely deserted. Curiosity aroused, he unleashed his observation Haki and soon realized what was taking place. With no hesitation, he zipped over to the group at the speed of his glint fruit. Sengoku greeted him with a smile. You've really earned yourself a great merit this time, Borsellino. Once this business is settled, I'll personally speak to Fleet Admiral Kong on your behalf. Borsellino replied with humble thanks, then quietly stepped aside to watch the action in the arena. Meanwhile, Lewis gradually shook off his nerves from earlier, understanding now that Garp was intentionally guiding him. His heart brimmed with gratitude, and he threw himself wholeheartedly into learning Garp's fighting techniques. What Lewis failed to consider, however, was whether his stamina could keep up with it all. It wasn't long before fatigue set in, his strength draining away little by little. At last, Garp scoffed and threw out a casual remark. Why are you giving out so soon? Lewis grumbled inwardly. I've already given it everything I've got, and you're still mocking me. Seeing this, the senior officers on the sidelines stepped forward, bringing an end to the duel. To be continued. Overexerted and worn out from tension, Lewis finally collapsed on the ground, losing consciousness. With the confrontation over, discussion broke out among the crowd as everyone turned to their neighbors, eager to learn who Lewis was. Just on cue, the sailors from Borsellino's old ship provided the answers, and Lewis's name began to ripple through the masses. A mix of astonishment, envy, jealousy, all sorts of emotions tangled together in the hearts of those present. Zeph, however, paid these reactions no mind. Back in Sengoku's office, Lewis had already come under his tutelage. He immediately ordered someone to escort Lewis back to the new recruit's dormitory. The female soldiers were all eager to volunteer, but were ultimately scolded by Staff Officer Tsuru. In the end, a few male officers were assigned to handle the task. As for how Lewis would feel when he woke up, no one knew for the time being. At that moment, Sengoku smiled and said to Garp, So Garp, how are you feeling about all this? But Garp simply dug into his nose carelessly and replied offhandedly, That kid is way too weak. His casual attitude left the other officers both helpless and a little infuriated. Isn't that obvious? Compared to you, of course he seems weak. Honestly, aside from his physical attributes and devil fruit powers, what else could anyone praise about Lewis right now? Besides, he officially joined the Navy today and hadn't even started proper training yet, so how strong could he possibly be? After those words, Garp tossed on his cloak once more, waved to Sengoku and the others, then turned swiftly and strode away, disappearing within moments. As for the rest, they didn't dwell on it for long. Yet Sengoku suddenly seemed to realize something. He paused, thought for a second, and then reacted in a rush. My rice crackers! My rice crackers! Damn you, Garp, at least say some for me. He shouted angrily and immediately dashed back to his office. Tsuru and Zephyr were left exchanging amused glances. After all these decades, some things never change. With that, they each went their separate ways, returning to their own work. Still, word of today's events spread quickly throughout Navy headquarters. As for our protagonist, Sergeant Lewis, he remained blissfully unaware. He was still quietly sleeping in the newly assigned dormitory. Soon, it was early the next morning. After nearly a day and a half in a deep sleep, Lewis slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, not only did he not feel tired at all, but his mind was left just a bit hazy. As he sat up and tried to shake off the lingering grogginess, a voice suddenly spoke from his left. "You're awake?" It was then he saw that two men were sitting beside his bed, both smiling warmly at him. Lewis blinked uncertainly. "Who are you guys?" Noticing the confusion on his face, the two quickly introduced themselves. "Bastille. Caesar. Starting today, the three of us are roommates. Let's get along." Lewis echoed a polite, "Let's get along," on reflex before realizing what they'd just said. Wait, roommates? So, Caesar and Bastille gave a simple explanation that this was the new recruits camp, and the three of them had been assigned to share a dormitory. Finally, Lewis understood. He had officially entered the recruits camp, and now had two brand new roommates. He glanced at Bastille, who wore a mini-hold horn mask, then at Caesar, whose features were handsome, though, in his own estimation, still a shade inferior to his own. Somehow, both faces seemed oddly familiar. But, for now, all those thoughts were secondary. What mattered most at that very moment? His stomach gave a loud, plaintive growl. He was absolutely starving. All three heard the sound, and couldn't help but break into laughter, a wave of warmth melting away the last remnants of unease among them. "Hungry, huh? Come on, let's take you to the mess hall and get you properly fed." Bastille was downright enthusiastic. He grasped Lewis by the arm and briskly pulled him off the bed, intent on leading him straight to dinner. Caesar let out a helpless chuckle at the sight, but then made a sensible suggestion. Perhaps Lewis should at least wash up and change his clothes first. The food wasn't about to run away, after all. Bastille, the masked man, scratched his head in embarrassment and quickly apologized to Lewis. Lewis, however, didn't mind in the slightest. He just waved it off and hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. Once all three were tidied and ready, they headed out together toward the mess hall. Along the way, they came across several fellow recruits, each one taking the initiative to greet them as they passed. Lewis found this a little puzzling and couldn't help but wonder. How do they all know my name? Caesar, walking beside him, explained that his name had already spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Lewis managed to keep a straight face, but inside, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. "See, I've only just arrived here, and already everyone knows who I am. Just wait. Once I get stronger, I'll be able to defeat Whitebeard, stand atop Golden Lion's head, maybe even take Roger's throne. Now that's what I call reaching the pinnacle of life." A goofy grin crept across his face, leaving his two companions a bit bewildered. What's with this guy? Is there something wrong with his head? Yet, when they finally reached the mess hall, Bastille and Caesar witnessed an even more astonishing sight. They watched as Lewis devoured his food with astonishing speed, as if he hadn't eaten for days. Both Bastille and Caesar were left staring in shock. This appetite, was he the reincarnation of a ravenous ghost? They were so taken aback that they nearly forgot to eat themselves. When Lewis finally finished, he let out a contented burp, looking entirely satisfied. "This mess hall is incredible. I'm pretty much 80% full." His companions glanced at the mountain of empty plates piled in front of him, then at Lewis's slightly rounded belly, falling silent in disbelief. "All that, and you're only 80% full? What in the world are you? Are you even human? Have you given up on being human so soon?" Questions whirled through their minds, but none of them could find words to express their astonishment. After dinner, the three of them headed together to the assembly square, greeting the others as they arrived. It had to be said, the atmosphere here was truly remarkable. After all, anyone who made it this far represented the future of the Navy, and maintaining good relationships was essential. These connections were invaluable. Yet, among everyone present, Lewis stood out the most. He could feel the occasional glance settle upon him, making him a little uneasy. Though he knew he'd made a name for himself the day before, he had not expected so many people to pay attention to him now. Before he could dwell on it any longer, the supervising instructors arrived, led by Zephyr himself. Everyone immediately fell into line, forming neat ranks, and focused their attention for the next set of instructions. Lewis, for a moment, was unsure of where to stand. "Where's my place?" Thankfully, his two roommates were reliable, each reaching out to guide him into his rightful spot in the lineup. He shot them a grateful look and quickly steadied his thoughts, preparing to listen carefully to the instructor. Zephyr stood with his arms crossed, surveying the crowd. His gaze rested briefly on Lewis before he began roll call to confirm everyone was present. Once satisfied, he announced without delay, "We won't waste time. Physical training starts now. Everyone 100 laps around the field. Anyone who doesn't finish today will make up the remainder tomorrow. Starting with you." Without further explanation, training commenced immediately. Zephyr's decisive and commanding style felt perfectly suited for the occasion in Lewis's eyes. However, it wasn't long before his confidence evaporated. Huffing and panting, Lewis pressed on around the track, his breaths coming hard and fast, sweat soaking through every inch of his clothing. Now, he was the only one left who hadn't finished. Truth be told, this wasn't entirely fair to him. Many others here, like Bastille and the rest, had already spent considerable time training as recruits. Running 100 laps was rough on them too, but they could manage. Some even had energy to spare. But for Lewis, it was different. Even though the medicine had enhanced his physique, it hadn't boosted his stamina accordingly. As a result, he soon found himself nearing his limit, every step heavier than the last. Additionally, Zephyr had noticed that gleam of pride and overconfidence in Lewis's eyes earlier. So he had chosen this training specifically to help Lewis see himself more clearly. You're still far from truly strong, kid. Yet Lewis wasn't unreasonable. He actively reflected on his own situation as he ran. He understood he was more lucky than anything else, having been favored by the system. Without it, he likely would have perished back on that deserted island, and never gotten the chance to come to Navy headquarters. Only by facing oneself honestly, recognizing one's own weaknesses, and striving to improve can one truly do what is needed at this moment. It's not about being dazzled by so-called fame or the opinions of others, losing sight of who you are. Once he understood this, Lewis gritted his teeth, feeling a fresh surge of strength well up inside him, and finally managed to complete the remaining laps. Much of the restlessness in his heart had faded away. Dragging his exhausted body back to the team, Zephyr nodded approvingly to himself. It seemed this approach had worked. The others were somewhat surprised as well. What had happened to Lewis yesterday had already spread among them, and they hadn't expected him to push through, let alone come back with such determination. Some even found new respect for him. The past dismissiveness vanished, and they began to truly accept him as one of the recruits. Zephyr gave a faint smile, though there was a hint of challenge in his eyes. How far can you go, Lewis? And so, at just 14 years old, Lewis began the most grueling training of his young life. To be continued. From that point on, Lewis entered the toughest period he had ever faced across both of his lifetimes. Every day brought not only intense physical training, but also lessons in a range of military subjects: oceanography, meteorology, warfare tactics, diplomacy, and more. The recruit camp could easily be called the Marine Ford Military Academy, for it offered a curriculum built upon invaluable experience distilled by generations of the world government and Navy veterans. For a Marine, personal strength alone was far from enough. Comprehensive military knowledge was essential as well. Moral character, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, every aspect was developed to the fullest. Ahem, perhaps that's a bit off topic. In any case, Lewis persevered. He understood just how rare this opportunity was. To be chosen out of countless candidates, whether from regional branches or the Central Command, to train alongside other elites was a stroke of great fortune. If he could see it through, perhaps promotion would not be immediate, but it would certainly not be beyond reach. Throughout these 3 years, every bit of training and every wound spurred Lewis to rapid growth. Beyond the varied expert knowledge he gained from all those courses, he also mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, growing more and more proficient in their use. Yet, the greatest rewards were not just those foundational skills, but the combat techniques he learned from Zephyr, as well as his initial awakening to both forms of armament hockey. As for his Devil Fruit abilities, Lewis did not make a special effort to develop them in depth. He simply spent some time, each day, consolidating the basic techniques. In fact, this was exactly what Zephyr had instructed him to do. At first, Lewis found this puzzling. Why not focus on enhancing the powers of the fruit itself? Zephyr explained that the strength of a Devil Fruit ability ultimately depends on a user's own foundation. Without solid fundamentals, no matter how formidable the power seems, it is nothing but an empty shell, incapable of withstanding true trials. Lewis wholeheartedly agreed with this, and so he dedicated himself even more to honing his fundamental strength. He felt no rush to push the limits of his fruit's abilities, especially since he was only 17. There would be plenty of time ahead to delve into advanced techniques and refinements. Of course, Lewis never forgot one essential truth. Only action puts theory to the test. One who has never weathered the storms of life and death battles cannot be called a true Navy man. On every field assignment outside the recruit camp, Lewis was always among the first to volunteer, facing danger head-on and completing mission after mission with distinction. More than a few pirates with bounties in the millions fell to his hand. He even defeated one whose bounty surpassed 100 million. Towards his comrades, Lewis was gentle and generous, but toward his enemies, he was resolute and merciless. This combination won him deep respect within the recruit camp, and he gradually rose as a natural leader. Even among different factions, be they neutral, dovish, or hawkish, he was spoken of with admiration. Among his admirers, Sakazuki was especially vocal, praising Lewis's iron resolve and swift decisiveness in public on numerous occasions. In private, he would often speak to Borsellino, trying to bring Lewis into his own hawkish circle. Yet Borsellino, ever perceptive, would politely decline each time. He knew better than to send their best to another camp. The Hawks could certainly train new talent themselves, without having to poach from others. As it was, the neutral faction had already come to view Lewis as their sole successor. In short, Lewis enjoyed popularity across all three of the major camps. Though he was only 17, barely considered an adult, in the recruit training camp, strength is the only true currency. Bolstered by the veneration of his peers and the cultivation of his superiors, Lewis's reputation at headquarters soared, and he became the paragon of the new generation. However, the world does not pause simply because of one person's growth. While Lewis devoted himself quietly to building his strength, momentous events were unfolding elsewhere, shifting the tides of history. The most sensational news among the pirates was that Golden Lion Shiki had defeated former companions such as Silver Axe and Wang Ji, thereby unifying the new world and establishing himself as the new overlord of the seas. Before the rise of Pirate King Roger, Golden Lion stood uncontested at the very pinnacle of the pirate world. Meanwhile, within the Navy, three extraordinary talents, hailed as monster rookies, have now been promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral, each receiving their own code name. Borsellino, known as Kizaru, Sakazuki, named Akainu, and Kuzan, called Akiji. There is little doubt that these new Vice Admirals are top contenders for the next Admiral positions. It is only a matter of time. This progression requires more than just the accumulation of strength. It also demands careful consideration of the balance between the Navy's different factions. Navy versus pirates, justice against chaos. Both worlds are now experiencing tremendous upheaval within. The three great pirate crews jointly rule the new world. This is the age of legendary pirates. Among them, however, Golden Lion Shiki's ambitions have never wavered. He will surely stir up a new storm soon. At the same time, the future roster of Navy admirals is almost in place, awaiting the right moment to assemble. The day the three admirals stand together, the Navy's prestige will reach new heights. The Navy's 800-year legacy is not to be underestimated. A new generation of naval youth are just as eager, ready to prove their worth upon this vast sea. The tides are rising, and a revolution in the era is quietly brewing. No one can truly foresee what changes the future will bring. No one, except for Lewis. He senses a faint premonition, but wonders at the same time whether he is truly ready to confront this new epic. What transformations await both Navy and pirates as the tides of change roll in? Will Roger's ascent follow the same legendary path as his journey thus far? For now, all remains uncertain. But now, let us slow the pace of life for a moment. Let us prepare ourselves and patiently await the coming storm. The scene shifts to the graduation ceremony at the Naval Academy. After 3 years of rigorous training, Lewis finally faces this moment, about to step onto this ever-changing stage as a true member of the Navy. What role will he play in the drama to come? Let's wait and see. To be continued. At the Academy's graduation ceremony, a number of journalists stand in the section set aside for the media, focused and diligent as they record every detail of the ceremony. From the podium, high-ranking officials watch each graduate come forward to receive their commissions, their eyes full of pride and expectation. Ever since the tradition of a triennial academy class was established during Kizaru's time, the Navy has continually produced a wealth of outstanding talent. Some have fallen in service. Others, undone by corruption, have ended up and impelled down, but the Academy's contributions to the Navy's strength have been undeniable. The final graduate, Lewis. As the Master of Ceremonies calls out his name with clear, ringing authority, Lewis steps onto the stage with steady, resolute strides. He was dressed in a deep navy blue suit, paired with a wine-red shirt. Around his neck was a white tie, meticulously embroidered with the word Marines, a symbol of pride and honor for the Navy. Lewis had short, jet-black hair, piercing sea-blue eyes, strikingly handsome features, and stood well over 2 meters tall. Coupled with an air of sharp confidence, he was so impressive that everyone present couldn't help but marvel. What an extraordinary young man. Soldiers graduating from the recruit camp were commissioned as majors upon graduation, which explained why he wore this uniform reserved for field officers. A formal suit, accompanied by the mantle of justice, was the standard attire for all officers of major rank and above. Zephyr gazed at the uniform he had personally presented to Lewis, and in his eyes, the emotion long surpassed that of a teacher's ordinary care for a student. What shone through was the deep affection of an elder toward a cherished junior. Ever since his wife and child had been murdered, Zephyr had sunk into a prolonged period of despair. What eventually allowed him to regain his strength was his unwavering love for the Navy and his steadfast belief in justice. To Zephyr, every student was like his own child. Among them, four stood out as truly special. The trio now known as the Three Monster Vice Admirals, and Lewis himself. These four were, in every sense, his most cherished protégés. His dissatisfaction with Kizaru was much like a parent's anger when a child made a mistake, an upset born of love, not true bias. Though Lewis had been introduced by Kizaru, unlike Kizaru, who joined the Navy at 26, Lewis, at just 14, was still a mere boy in Zephyr's eyes. Perhaps Lewis's talent stirred a protective instinct in him, or maybe, within this young man, Zephyr saw traces of the child he had lost. Regardless of whether he was strict or nurturing, Zephyr gave his all, holding nothing back. That was why Lewis addressed him with genuine affection as Master Zephyr, a title spoken with true sincerity. At this thought, Zephyr's eyes grew moist, and he quietly wiped the corners of his eyes. Standing at his side, Admiral Kong gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and said gently, "Zephyr, let's have you confer Lewis's rank this time. I believe it'll make him very happy." Yes, at such a pivotal moment in life, receiving one's commission directly from the mentor who had guided you. This was a singular honor, impossible to replace. What a wonderful thing this is. Hearing those words, Zephyr made no objection. He rose to his feet and, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, took the rank insignia from the hand of the Master of Ceremonies. On the other side of the podium, Borsellino looked slightly dejected, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I'm the one who brought him in. This honor of awarding the rank should have been mine." Kazan, meanwhile, joked, "If they let you do it, I bet the atmosphere here would get a little awkward, don't you think?" Sakazuki stood nearby and, for once, offered no retort. He simply gave a silent nod. Let's set aside the discouraged Kizaru for now. Up on the stage, Lewis gazed at Zephyr, his heart awash with emotion. All the hardships and experience had shaped him, forging him into the person he was now. Since his arrival in this world, 3 years had come and gone, and he had long since let go of lingering attachments to his former life. Now, on the verge of becoming a Marine Headquarters Lieutenant, this was the sum of all he possessed. May you always hold fast to your first sense of justice in this turbulent world. Congratulations, Lewis. You've graduated. Draping the cloak that symbolized justice over his shoulders, Lewis snapped a formal salute, his eyes shining with gratitude and bittersweet reluctance, emotions that did not escape Zephyr's notice. Zephyr, too, could not help but return the gesture, a wordless understanding passing between men. No elaborate speeches were necessary. A single gesture said it all. Afterward, Lewis descended the stage and joined his fellow newly promoted companions, with Bastille and Keisha standing to his left and right. 3, 2, 1, say cheese. With the click of the camera shutter, Lewis's days at the academy officially came to a close. And now, it was time to see whether Lewis could make his mark in this new era and write a legend of his own. In the month following graduation, Lewis took on no missions, choosing instead to remain at headquarters, devoting himself to personal training, especially honing his devil fruit powers. He maintained an unusually low profile. At this very moment, he was deep in training, but it wouldn't be long before he faced his very first real-world assignment. Lewis, shirtless and drenched in sweat, rested his hands on his knees, gulping air. The training room around him was already in disarray. After a brief pause, he looked down at his hands and murmured, "My fruit's abilities, perhaps there are only 2 things I really need to focus on: the range of my attacks and the intensity of the damage I can deal." Indeed, the Shatter fruit wasn't like other Paramecia fruits with their endless variety. It resembled Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, both noted for their overwhelming offensive power. Still, there were differences. The Tremor fruit excelled at wide-area attacks, its destructive capabilities nothing to sneeze at. The Shattering fruit doesn't allow for widespread attacks, but its true strength reveals itself in close combat. Whenever someone takes a hit from Lewis, the damage is devastatingly severe. Even if an opponent shields themselves with armament hockey, once that crushing power targets the body, especially the internal organs, the consequences are dire. The scene is nothing short of astonishing. To grow stronger is always a slow climb, one step at a time, demanding time, effort, and accumulation. But when it came to area of effect attacks, he hadn't found any openings, no hint of inspiration whatsoever. Just then, as he was lost in thought, Keisha came in, eyes wide at the devastated training room. "Wow, are you planning to tear down and rebuild the whole place from scratch?" Lewis rolled his eyes, choosing not to rise to Keisha's teasing. But then his attention landed on the sword at Keisha's waist, and, all at once, an idea sparked in his mind. Swordsmanship. Of course, he could give swordsmanship a try. After all, the sweeping power of a master swordsman's attack could be just as tremendous. And whether or not he had any real talent for the way of the sword, it didn't faze Lewis in the slightest. All he needed was to hone his skills to the level of a sword hero, able to launch those distant slicing bursts. Everything else, he could simply rely on his devil fruit ability and sheer strength to overwhelm any opponent. With brute force as his answer to clever tricks, he would bulldoze through enemies. Let's see who could stand in his way then. No sooner had Lewis made up his mind and turned to find a weapon than Keisha quickly stepped in to block him. Hold up, not so fast. I've got real business with you. Lewis looked at her, puzzled, and asked what was going on. Someone told me to find you here. The fleet admiral needs to see you, and it's urgent. Lewis's expression sobered at once. He thanked Keisha, promising to treat everyone to a meal and drinks once things were settled. With that, he hurried off to wash up and dressed in the suit Zephyr had given him. Perhaps this time the mission would truly be important. As this thought crossed his mind, he made his way toward headquarters, greeting familiar faces along the way. Before long, he arrived at the top-floor office of the Fleet Admiral, gave a polite knock, and entered only when called in. Inside, apart from Admiral Kong, there was someone else entirely unexpected. Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Kuzan. Lewis snapped to attention with a crisp salute, composure serious as ever. Oh, well, if it isn't young Lewis. Kazan greeted him with an amiable grin. He'd always had a good relationship with this promising junior officer. Lewis returned the smile, just about to say something in return, when Fleet Admiral Kong cleared his throat, reminding them both to focus. Seeing the two turn their attention towards him, Marshal Kong spoke up. I've called you here because there's an assignment I need to give you. At his words, both of them immediately composed themselves, putting away any stray emotions and listening intently. Marshal Kong wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. This time, I want you two to accompany me on an inspection trip. But don't worry or rush to decline. This is a political assignment. For both of you, it's an excellent opportunity to advance your careers. Lewis was instantly taken aback, visibly startled. He knew all too well that so-called political assignments amounted to little more than accompanying a superior and putting on a good show. But he was just a major. Why would the marshal specifically choose him for such an important task? To be continued. Lewis thought it over, and suddenly it all made sense. This was laying the groundwork for his future. It had been mentioned before, a promotion to admiral or even a marshal one day was never as simple as who had the biggest fists or the most strength. Countless other factors had to be weighed. Would he let this opportunity to build up his record pass him by? Of course not. This was practically handing him the chance on a silver platter. Why would he refuse? The three admirals might not have had the chance this time, but what about next time? Who's to say, even among the future 4 admirals, there isn't room for maneuver? And besides, even if you wanted to say no, how could you? The current marshal himself was right there. Try refusing him and see what happens. You might not live to tell the tale. So, no matter how you looked at it, he had no choice but to go. As for any unexpected dangers, a squad of the marshal, one of the future 3 admirals, and Lewis himself, whoever stood in their way would probably be obliterated before they even knew what hit them. Standing nearby, Kazan had grasped the situation far quicker than Lewis, who was still new to the job. He couldn't help but marvel at the level of value the top brass placed on Lewis. But even so, Kazan didn't feel strongly about it. He was happy to watch Lewis grow and improve. To put it simply, he looked on Lewis more like a junior or a younger brother. After all, they weren't even from the same generation anymore. Harboring petty envy now would be rather pathetic. Whatever the two of them were thinking, Kong didn't know, nor did he care. All that mattered was that they were both coming along for the mission. He simply informed them the patrol would depart in 3 days, and then the marshal dismissed them. The two of them stood at the door, an awkward silence filling the air. Kazan broke it first, saying, Hey Lewis, want to grab a bite to eat together later? By the way, do you drink? Eat dull. No problem. I'm already of age. Got any favorite drinks? Sherry. If you know, you know. Oh, by the way, could you do me a favor, bro? As Kazan lapsed into silence, Lewis made his request. Though he had no idea what Lewis was going to ask, so long as it was within his means, Kazan didn't mind lending a hand. Go ahead. Without hesitation, Lewis confided in him his ambition to train in swordsmanship. He remembered from the original story that the 3 admirals could all wield swords or similar weapons. No need to say much about Borsellino. In his battle with Rayleigh, his swordplay was surprisingly refined, which was the beginning of his infamous monkey reputation. As for Sakazuki, rumor had it he'd once used a sword too, but later found that swordsmanship simply couldn't compete with the power of his magma fruit, and gave it up. The man standing before him had a technique known as Ice Saber, so he likely knew a thing or two about swordsmanship. Kazan stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment before finally replying. All right then, after this mission, I'll take you to meet someone. He should be the most formidable swordsman, not just in the Navy headquarters right now, but likely in the future as well. The most formidable swordsman in the Navy? Who could that be? Wait a minute. Could it possibly be Vice Admiral Tsuru, the renowned future admiral candidate? Lewis raised his eyebrows, realizing this indeed sounded worthwhile. With her skills, she'd be more than qualified to teach him swordsmanship. So he expressed sincere gratitude to Kazan, making it clear he'd remember this promise. Hearing Lewis's reply, Brother Kazan only smiled and said nothing more, dragging Lewis along to the largest bar in the headquarters residential district for a drink. Bar scene begins. Naval Headquarters, Residential District. Inside a bar called the Navy's Home, the owner looked a bit troubled as he watched a group of people indulging themselves, drinking to their heart's content. His main worry was that their rowdiness might affect his business. Yet, he couldn't afford to offend this bunch. That's right, it was exactly that group, Lewis and his friends. And as for how this particular gathering came about, let's rewind a little. As Lewis and Kazan were walking toward the residential area, they bumped into Bastille and Kaisa, Lewis's close friends. Upon learning where they were headed, the two eagerly volunteered to join, even promising to pay for their own drinks. Kazan knew these two as Lewis's buddies and saw no reason to refuse. But then things took a slightly surreal turn, almost as if fate was at work. As soon as they entered the residential district, they spotted old Professor Borsellino, dressed in casual clothes, picking out bananas at the fruit stand. Professor Borsellino, piqued by curiosity, wondered what this group was up to. Once Lewis explained, a group drinking session? Now, that was something he could get behind. He hadn't had a good drink in ages, so he happily invited himself along. Kazan scratched his head, resigned but amused. He had no problem sharing a drink with his laid-back comrade. However, just as he was wondering if they'd bump into Sakazuki, sure enough, the moment they walked into the bar, there was Sakazuki himself, already drinking with Enigmo, Doberman, and several other hawkish Marines. What luck! Was everyone destined to be here tonight? They had almost the entire cast together. The moment Kazan spotted Sakazuki, it was as if old anxieties surfaced. He immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" Sakazuki was clearly of the same mind. The two of them were like oil and water, always at odds, just like their powers, each perfectly countering the other. Still, up until now, the rivalry had only been at the level of mutual annoyance. As colleagues, there was grudging respect on both sides. Before the O'Hara incident, their relationship was actually quite agreeable, whether due to the alcohol or not. Sakazuki unexpectedly rolled his eyes and retorted sharply, "Why? You can be here, but I can't? This bar isn't yours, you know. Who are you? Are you still the Sakazuki I remember? The iron-blooded, cold-faced, ruthless Akainu?" But that was just what Lewis had assumed. There's no way a manga could portray every aspect of Sakazuki. After all, he's not the main character. Honestly, when you took a closer look at this future Admiral Akainu, even the usually hard lines of his face seemed to soften a bit. Stereotypes really are misleading. The group sat down with a great commotion, instantly calling for drinks. Sakazuki glanced over and realized, well, look at that. Lewis and his crew were here too. How did everyone end up together? Today, every faction of the Navy had gathered in one place. Sakazuki didn't overthink it. He simply dragged his table over and joined theirs, merging the tables into a big one. Kazan's eyebrow twitched, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. His heart was slightly speechless. What was supposed to be a cozy little drinking session for just him and Lewis had somehow turned into a full-blown Navy party. But the likes of Enigmo weren't bothered. After all, political faction fights are one thing, but personal friendships are another. As soon as the drinks arrived, everyone dove into the drinking competition, toasting and egging each other on, faces flushed with excitement. Kazan and Sakazuki, in particular, matched each other glass for glass. It was a different kind of showdown, both locking eyes with a mutual understanding. Whoever goes down first is the loser. In moments, the place was buzzing with energy. The brawlers were having the time of their lives, but the rest of the bar's patrons took one look at the scene, settled their bills, and slipped out quietly. The bar owner found himself with a bit of a headache. But then again, if he tried to stop them, well, the outcome was obvious. So in the end, he just let them be, hung a closed for private event sign on the door, and gave them the whole place. But none of them could have guessed what would happen next. To be continued. Lewis's head was pounding. He was completely dazed. He'd just woken up, only to find himself aboard a naval ship. The stabbing pain in his mind kept him from recalling what had happened the night before. For crying out loud, did I actually drink myself unconscious? What even happened at the end of that night? How'd I wind up on this ship? And why am I shirtless? He scrambled to his feet, hurriedly throwing on whatever shirt he could find. After a quick wash, he was about to head out the door, when it swung open out of nowhere. But when he saw who it was, an overwhelming sense of awkwardness washed over Lewis. In short, he was dying of embarrassment. Admiral Kong pushed open the door, his face like stone, arms crossed tightly over his chest, staring at Lewis with a stern, unblinking gaze. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Well, Lewis, you've really outdone yourself, haven't you? Lewis, a little flustered, snapped to attention and quickly asked, Admiral Kong, what exactly happened that night? I don't remember a thing. There was nothing to be done. The way that crowd drank was just unbearable. Glass after glass. And for every one you finish, there are 3 more waiting. A bunch of animals. But faced with Admiral Kong's words, all he could do was offer a powerless explanation. There was nothing else he could say. Kong let out a cold laugh, didn't bother replying, and instead called for someone outside to come in. And what a sight. Look at that, wasn't that Kazan? Honestly, he looked dreadful. His face pale, hair a wild nest, beard unkempt. He seemed completely defeated. "Hey, Kazan, my man." When Lewis called out, Kazan raised his head, giving him a look of utter despair. He just shook his head, clearly wanting nothing to do with conversation. Seeing him like that nearly scared Lewis out of his wits. What on earth did we do that night? Fortunately for them, our Admiral Kong was all too kind in providing an answer. You lot were completely out of control, running around Crescent Bay shirtless, blasting your powers into the sky. Nothing anyone said could stop you. Saying things like, "Tonight, let's put on a fireworks show for the team and wish all the officers the very best." At that, Lewis was stunned, barely able to process what came after. So, that night, we really did launch our own fireworks festival. Honestly, is it possible to recover from this social death? I feel like my Navy career is as good as over. It ended the night before last. Never trust booze. A pain cry. Man, I could barely hold back from pouring my heart out online. Pain can come from others, but sometimes we bring it on ourselves. In that instant, Lewis felt himself slipping on a mask of agony. United in misery with Kazan. He could already picture what happened that night. A group of grown men, shirts off, spirits running high. Several Logia users firing their powers into the air, magma, flashes of light, shards of ice, treating the sky to a wild fireworks display, grinning like fools the whole time. In a word, unbelievable. Wait, but where were Teacher Borsellino and the others? Thinking of this, Lewis asked, and Admiral Kong, withholding nothing, casually replied. Those two went straight out on assignment. Seriously, strategic retreat, huh? Actually, for Borsellino, maybe it's not so bad. He's a seasoned veteran. Could be he just happened to be sent out. But Sakazuki, he must have been dying of shame, maybe even considering ending it all. With how serious he always is. I bet this mission is just a way to hunt more pirates and try to redeem himself. Such is fate. Hearing this, the duo in agony felt ever so slightly better. In that moment, it was as if human grief truly united them. Looking at these two, sunk in utter defeat, our mighty Admiral Kong could only sigh. Nothing else to be done, besides doing his utmost to cover up their mischief. What else could he do? Every person there that night, one by one. They're all supposed to be the Navy's future. How could he punish them all? What would the Navy have left for the future then? Everyone just go home and grow corn. Instead, Marshal Kong spoke up to comfort them, saying that writing a 5,000-word self-reflection would suffice. Only then did the two finally catch their breath. So they started to discuss the upcoming inspection mission. Marshal Kong explained that the task was quite simple. Just go from branch to branch to give motivational speeches, offering spiritual support to the rank-and-file soldiers. To let them feel the headquarters truly cared about them. Things of that nature. Hearing this, Lewis felt reassured. Giving speeches and all that. I may not have raised pigs, but I've eaten pork. Back in my previous life, I listened to countless speeches from leaders and executives. Surely I can borrow a few tricks? This is going to be a walk in the park. Kazan wasn't entirely inexperienced either. After all, he'd been enlisted for quite some time now. It's just that his delivery had, well, its quirks. He'd often forget his lines halfway through a speech, which made things pretty awkward for everyone on and off stage. Marshal Kong knew all about Kazan's speaking style. He was right then, and they're offering him pointers from his own experience. Lewis listened attentively on the side, eager to pick up the key lessons. But just as they were discussing this hypnotic technique, in the eyes of Kong and Kazan, a sudden red flash shot by. Lewis understood immediately. That was observation hockey picking up on something. As for himself, he'd only recently awakened his armament and observation hockey. it would take time to catch up. Sure enough, the alarm on the ship went off moments later. The three rushed out, only to see a massive, blood-red slash surging toward the warship, as if intent on slicing it straight in half. But would our Marshal Kong just stand idly by? A powerful aura of armament haki surged forth, cloaking his fists in iron will. With a leap, he soared into the air, stepping on moonwalk, right hand lifted high, muscles flexed, and veins bulging. A forceful blow was coming. He shouted with thunderous authority. Fist to the Conqueror. With a powerful strike, he smashed straight into the incoming Scarlet Slash. The instant they collided, the clash of two mighty powers unleashed shockwaves that sent waves and surges rolling across the sea. In the end, the flying slash could not withstand the relentless force of Marshal Kong's attack. With a roar, he shattered it completely. For the moment, the sea calmed down. But no one's heart could settle. Every face, from Marshal Kong on down, was grave, ready for anything. After all, that colossal slash wasn't something an ordinary foe could unleash. But Marshal Kong had recognized it the moment they collided. With solemnity, he declared, "Red Count Barorik Ledfield." No sooner had he spoken than an elegant, magnetic voice resonated from the distance. "Long time no see, old friend." A legendary pirate had appeared. To be continued. Barorik Ledfield. While the three great pirate crews dominated the New World, there was one man who walked a path all his own. Gifted from birth with the power of observation haki, capable of reading people's hearts, he had never trusted anyone, not even once. From the day he set out on his journey, he remained a lone wolf. Perhaps drawn by his elegance, arrogance, solitude, and formidable presence, the world called him by another name. The Red Earl, or, as some would say, the proud and lofty Crimson. He was the one and only individual who, single-handedly, could rival the might of the three great pirate crews. His strength was beyond all doubt. He was also the old adversary of Kong, each the other's worthy opponent. The Marines, faces tense and slick with cold sweat, could not hide their fear as it seeped visibly from them. No one could maintain an air of calm in the presence of this supreme powerhouse. As for why he would take it upon himself to attack a Navy vessel, well, it was really just a matter of chance. When a standard Navy ship happened to appear in his line of sight, his response was simple: slash it apart in one swift stroke, out of sight and out of mind. He hadn't counted on there being someone aboard who could parry his attack. That, at last, piqued his curiosity. Drawing closer, he reached out with his haki to sense the figure aboard. Ah, so it was his old friend after all. How could he pass up the chance to say hello? And just like that, he approached. Of course, words were unnecessary. There was nothing to say, and no reason to say it anyway. Kong agreed. Enough talk. Let's settle this with our fists. The air crackled with violent bursts, loud and jarring like thunderclaps. Kong closed in, silent and unwavering, fixing his gaze on Led. He drew back his fist and swung hard. But Led's unique observation haki, his mind-reading ability, saw through Kong's intentions at once. With a subtle shift of his body aboard his lonely skiff, the two passed each other by, neither landing a blow. Yet Led was no mere defender. Seizing his chance, he twisted and swept forward, his blade whistling through the air as he aimed to deliver his old rival some eternal rest. But Kong, seasoned fleet admiral, honed by countless battles over a long and storied career, could easily anticipate Led's maneuvers. In an instant, he kicked off with moonwalk, twisting his body midair to dodge Led's sword. Both men landed back aboard the Navy's ship, locking eyes in a silent standoff. Kong ordered his navigator to search for a deserted island nearby. He would see this fight through to the end, capture here and now. And as for their patrol, who cared? Catching a pirate like this took top priority. With the command given, the Navy vessel sped off in a new direction. Led saw no reason to believe Kong was fleeing, and so he raised his sails and followed close behind. You might wonder, weren't the enemies outnumbered? To Led, there was only one man worth his attention. The rest, even Kazan, were no match for him. After finding a suitable deserted island, Kong spat out a few tough lines. Today, he vowed, he would take Led down. Led just smirked dismissively. Catch me? You might as well try chasing your dreams. Swiftly entering the island, he swept through the area with his observation haki, carefully sensing for any disturbances. Once he confirmed there were none, he shot Sky an openly provocative look, as if to say, "Come on then." TCH, such a cheap attempt at provocation. Even though that was his thought, his body, well, that was another story. Without another word, he headed straight into the depths of the island. Kazan, brother, should we head into? Lewis's tone carried a hint of impatience, as if he remembered that in this clash, Fleet Admiral Kong was at a slight disadvantage. This time, without Garp around, All that was left was Kazan and himself. Kazan could manage. At least he could put up a decent fight and try to contain the situation. As for himself, well, but just as he was about to say something further, tremors from the battlefield sent dust flying everywhere, and the trees snapped in half under the shockwaves radiating from the battle. In the blink of an eye, just a single exchange had already scarred the island with deep fissures and jagged trenches. Lewis could barely catch a glimpse of their movements through his observation hockey. He was utterly mesmerized by the flurry of speed, power, technique, and the overwhelming clash of hockey. Normally, a battle of this caliber wouldn't end in a matter of hours. It would rage for days and nights on end. After all, their physical reserves were monstrous, their stamina nothing less than superhuman. And so, the fierce contest raged on until the third day. Unfortunately, Fleet Admiral Kong was beginning to show signs of fatigue, increasingly pushed onto the back foot. During these days, Lewis and Kazan exchanged ideas in quiet understanding. The moment the Fleet Admiral starts to falter, we charge in together. We'll take him down side by side. Who bothers with chivalry when facing pirates, after all? So, worried for their commander, the two exchanged a look and sprang toward the heart of the battlefield. Kazan made the first move. He slapped his palms hard against the ground and growled in a low voice. Ice Age. A wave of icy chill burst forth, spreading like a tidal surge toward Ryder, aiming to trap him and freeze his very movement. Ryder, already wary, was hardly surprised by the attack surging from behind. He sneered inwardly. Trying his trick on me. Clenching his fist, he wrapped it with hockey and sent a shockwave through the air, shattering the towering wave of ice with a single blow. Yet just as the ice broke, a figure burst forth from within the frosty shroud. It was Lewis. However, Lewis was not in great shape. His entire body was sheathed in frost. If not for Kazan suppressing the cold to bearable levels, and with the added protection of both hockey and his devil fruit powers, he might well have been frozen solid. Still, the frigid chill was beginning to take its toll. Even so, Lewis didn't hesitate. His fist, encased in a glowing glaze of blue and violet, drove forward resolutely, his will unwavering. Ryder had no idea what this mysterious blue-violet aura was, but the warning from his own observation hockey told him one thing. He couldn't take that blow head-on, just as he prepared to counter with a swift guillotine strike intended to decapitate Lewis. The blue-violet shield suddenly vanished. With a burst of speed, Lewis turned his fist into an open palm and seized hold of the sword's sharp blade mid-swing. But the blade still drove into his body, and in an instant, blood poured out in torrents. Ignoring the intense pain shooting through his hand and body, he twisted his face into a fierce grimace and shouted, "Got you!" With a swift motion, his other hand shot up, forming a fist. Once again, a shimmering blue-violet shield appeared. The overwhelming sense of danger urged Ryder to drop his sword and attempt to break free, but Kong locked him tightly with both hands before he could escape. Marshal Kong showed no anger at the two interfering in the fight. Instead, he observed their plan with interest. From the moment Lewis appeared, he immediately understood their intent. In a flash, he moved behind Ryder and pinned him with both arms, shouting at the top of his voice, "Don't worry about me. Take him down." Ryder hastily mustered his armament hockey, but as soon as it met the shield, it shattered into pieces. Next, a crushing force blasted into Ryder's body, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, thick with torn flesh. His aura dropped sharply. There was no mistaking it. He was gravely injured. Kong, who was holding Ryder, avoided the impact of that punch. Seeing Ryder so badly hurt, he seized the moment, locking his throat and slamming him to the ground. Already wounded, Ryder was drained of all his strength by the chokehold. On top of the internal injuries and the relentless, high-intensity battle, these combined assaults finally overwhelmed him, and he passed out. At last, seeing the infamous pirate captured, the trio could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lewis grinned and said, "How about that? Not bad, right? I told you this plan would work. You just wouldn't believe me." Kazan gave a helpless smile, finally conceding to Lewis's wild streak. He stepped over, freezing Lewis's bleeding wound with ice, a quick fix to staunch the blood. After ensuring Ryder was secured, Kong hurried over as well, regarding Lewis with a complex look. But more than anything, there was pride in his eyes. The Navy would have worthy successors. Lewis, truly a leader in the making. To be continued. Lewis looked down at the fallen Red Earl, feeling a little dazed. Did I really pull this off? It all seems surreal. But where did Garp run off to? As expected, the original story can only serve as a reference. The more you get involved, the more this world changes. But if you just stand by and watch, letting the world follow its original course, then what's the point of crossing over in the first place? I can't take anything for granted anymore. He gave himself a quick pep talk, accepting that Garp, who should have intervened, hadn't shown up. He figured these situations would probably happen more and more often from now on. The three of them then escorted the bound rider back to the warship, and just to be safe, Kazan froze him in a block of ice. Ever since their encounter with the Red Earl rider, the transponder snails aboard the ship had been ringing non-stop, evidently calls from headquarters. Previously, the admiral stationed at headquarters received a message. Our fleet admiral, leading a team on a routine inspection, was ambushed halfway through the mission. If it were ordinary pirates, facing those admirals, they wouldn't have stood a chance. But as soon as they heard the culprit was the Red Earl, the situation changed completely. The higher-ups made a swift decision. Tsuru and Zephyr would remain at headquarters, and Admiral Sengoku would immediately go to provide support. Zephyr had wanted to join as well. After all, both his prize disciples were aboard that ship. If anything happened to them. As for Garp, he'd already set off after his old flame, Roger, long gone from headquarters and roaming wild in the New World. Back at headquarters, when the report came through that the battle was over, they hurried to place a call for an update. Hello, this is Kong. Sitting wearily on the deck, Kong answered the call. Fleet Admiral Kong, what's your current status? On the other end, Chief of Staff Tsuru's worry eased considerably the moment she heard the Fleet Admiral's voice. Exhausted, yes, but otherwise calm. Kong then gave a concise rundown of what had happened. Listening to the account, Tsuru and Zephyr were both left quite stunned. This kid, Lewis, was he really that bold? Yet, they had to admit, he'd done a spectacular job this time. The Red Earl, who was he? A legendary pirate by any standard. Now that the Navy had caught someone like that, shouldn't they make the most of it and seize the chance to broadcast their achievement? This was the perfect opportunity to boost the Navy's reputation and send a clear warning to the rest of the pirates. Maybe, just maybe, it could even be the catalyst for the Navy's return to the New World. At that moment, the level-headed chief strategist was already brainstorming, calculating what benefits this incident could bring to the Navy. Zephyr, on the other hand, couldn't hold back a broad grin. His star pupils had performed outstandingly, and on their very first official mission at that. To be part of the operation that captured a legendary pirate. How could he not be pleased? He was already planning to make Lewis a role model, urging future recruits at the academy to follow his example. Meanwhile, somewhere along the Grand Line, aboard the Oro Jackson, "Hey, Roger, did you crack it yet?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his expression tinged with helplessness. Everyone on board turned to Roger with anticipation, wondering if he could decipher the ancient script before him. But judging from the deep furrow in Roger's brow, the answer seemed obvious. Jabba asked from his side, "Didn't you say you could hear their voices? Why is it not working now?" Roger let out a sigh and explained, "That only works when it's carved in stone. I can hear the voices from the stone with the script. This is just a sheet of paper, so it doesn't work." A wave of disappointment washed over the crew. Without a translation, how could they reach the final island? "Ha, don't worry about it, mates." Roger, however, looked completely unfazed. After moving past this matter, Roger began talking about what was happening on Whitebeard's side, taking the opportunity to shift everyone's attention. The crew followed along, quickly launching into lively discussion. "I heard there's a formidable newcomer who's joined Whitebeard." "What kind of person?" "A samurai." "Samurai? What's a samurai?" "It seems he's a swordsman from a country called Wano. Over there, they call such warriors samurai." "How clueless can you be, Buggy?" Ha. "Shut up, Shanks. As if you know everything." "A samurai, huh?" Roger felt a hunch stirring inside. Perhaps the key to turning the tide lay with this samurai. Without hesitating, he shouted, "Everyone get ready. We're off to visit our old friends." His well-synced crewmates immediately understood. Roger was planning to pay Whitebeard a visit. People bustled into action, steering the ship towards the waters where Whitebeard was rumored to be. At the same time, in the headquarters of the flying pirate crew, Golden Lion Shiki wore a troubled expression. Despite being called the pirate overlord by many, he knew deep down that there were two pirate crews he still couldn't defeat. His two old rivals, Roger and Whitebeard. Yet when it came to Roger, Golden Lion still nursed a reckless fantasy. To ally with him and conquer the world. There weren't many men he truly respected, but the only one he obsessed over was Roger. And so, right now, he was questioning his intelligence officers for news about Roger's crew. "Any word on Roger and his lot yet?" "CC Commander, not yet." The intelligence officer stammered in fear as he answered. Hearing this, Golden Lion flew into a furious rage and, without hesitation, shot the hapless man on the spot. "Incompetence! Every last one of you! Why do I even bother feeding you?" Everyone else stood frozen with terror, hardly daring to breathe in case his wrath turned their way. "All of you, search for Roger with everything you've got." I want news of him in my hands within a month." They rushed to obey, bowing their heads and voicing their assent. Looking down from high above the sea, with stormy ambition swelling in his chest, the Golden Lion renewed his vow to carry forward his late captain's will. "The unfinished business of my former captain. I, Shiki the Golden Lion, will complete it. My empire will leave no room for weakness. And it all starts with you, Roger." Lewis and his companions finally rendezvoused with Admiral Sengoku. Just to be safe, Sengoku's assignment this time was to escort them, ensuring they made it back to headquarters unharmed. After all, if the Whitebeard pirates showed up and wiped out all three of their crews in one blow, well, that would be a serious situation. Nestled once again in a sense of security, Lewis felt his eyelids growing heavy. He'd lasted this long. It was enough for now. Relaxing at last, he lay down on the bunk and drifted into a deep, blissful sleep. To be continued. A few days later, several warships returned safely to headquarters. Along the way, they ran into some particularly daring pirates. Though they were quite green and just looking for some fun, we still have to thank those pirate brothers for their generous contributions. With such easy credit gifted to us, how could we possibly refuse? Pirate, have you no manners? A few big shots standing at the harbor watched as the warships pulled in, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. There was no helping it. After all, the fleet carried the fleet admiral, 3 admirals in reserve, and the future successors of the Navy. Should anything have happened, who would still dream of advancing into the New World? They'd be lucky just to hold on to their current territories. Once the great pirate era dawns. Well, you get the picture. Think about it carefully. Feeling the reassuring firmness of the ground beneath his feet, Lewis stretched his limbs wide. These past few days had mostly been a cycle of eating and sleeping, yet his injuries were nearly healed. Though he'd looked seriously hurt before, none of the wounds had damaged bones or tendons. The worst was a sword wound from Ryder, stabbed deep into his shoulder. With a steady supply of nutritious food and the help of life return recovery, he even gained a powerful buff. His wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Now his spirits couldn't be higher. This time, he'd accomplished enough to earn a major promotion, straight to colonel. Leaping 2 ranks in one go was no small feat. Had he not been so young, he might even have made it to flag officer, most likely rear admiral. And there were 2 main reasons for this. First, the results of this mission were tremendous. After all, Red Count wasn't your average pirate. Second, Lewis had performed directly under the eyes of the highest leadership, which certainly earned him extra credit. Yet, while Lewis was unconscious and resting, Kong and the others had already discussed his merits. That he'd be promoted was beyond question. Kong had originally wanted to promote him straight to rear admiral, but Sengoku disagreed. A 17-year-old rear admiral would attract far too much attention. Both inside and outside the Navy, that would not sit well. Within the ranks, the seamen would surely feel resentment, which could undermine unity, not to mention erode the prestige Lewis had built. Externally, a 17-year-old rear admiral would be an obvious symbol of a new naval generation. Wouldn't the pirates take that as a challenge and mark him with a hunted sign? Even worse. In the end, he was promoted to colonel. As for Kazan, he'd come along on this mission seeking political capital, and he certainly got what he wanted. So eager, Kazan asked in surprise. He thought, isn't learning early the best way to build a foundation? Maybe you don't have to chase the ultimate heights of swordsmanship, but without time and dedication, you won't see any results. Upon hearing this explanation, Kazan couldn't help but tease. Isn't it simply because you've taken a liking to the beauty of Gun? He looked Lewis up and down, nodded, and added, You're an adult now, still not as handsome as me, but you're not bad. Go for it. You have my support. Lewis was completely baffled. What on earth was going on here? How had learning swordsmanship gotten tangled up in all this? He rolled his eyes in silent disdain. What's so great about women, anyway? With women absent from your heart, your sword will flow like water. This was the ultimate wisdom distilled from countless sword masters across all realms. No wonder you don't understand. Kazan didn't bother to argue further. Instead, he simply told Lewis to go and find Staff Officer Tsuru. She was the one who could actually help, unlike himself who didn't have such clout. Find Staff Officer Tsuru? Why? What's the connection between Gion and the staff officer, anyway? Lewis racked his brains, but just couldn't recall any relation between these two. After all, he wasn't some encyclopedia. How could he possibly remember everything so thoroughly? Well, since Kazan said so, he might as well ask. It wasn't like it would cost him anything. So, after they parted ways, Lewis headed for the main building and soon found himself outside Staff Officer Tsuru's office. With a brief announcement, he entered the room. To his surprise, he saw an unfamiliar woman sitting in Tsuru's chair, carefully brushing her hair and freshening up her appearance. Who are you, beautiful? Yet those 3 silent questions did nothing to resolve his confusion. Still, the woman wore a Navy uniform, and judging from her rank, she seemed to be a Commodore. Well, she outranked him. So he snapped off a salute and asked politely, "Hello, is Staff Officer Tsuru in?" She glanced at Lewis, and her eyes immediately sparkled. Wow, this guy is really handsome. Instantly, her manner turned warm and enthusiastic. "Tsuru's gone to a meeting. She'll be back soon. Why don't you wait here?" She ushered Lewis to a seat, poured him tea, and even offered him refreshments. "Wait, what's with you, lady? You're being way too friendly." And did she just call Tsuru sis? She actually referred to the chief staff officer as sis. Were they family? But as Lewis caught sight of the sword hanging at her waist, he started putting the pieces together. This had to be Guillaume herself. Still, her gaze felt a little odd. Once they were both seated, Guillaume struck up a conversation, asking Lewis all sorts of questions: name, date of birth, hobbies, current posting, and more. It felt just like an official background check, but Lewis answered each question honestly. After all, Guillaume was Staff Officer Tsuru's younger sister. And more importantly, she outranked him. When your superior officer asks you something, can you refuse? There was nothing he couldn't tell her, though the situation did feel a bit strange. The atmosphere was quite pleasant, and the two of them were getting along well when Lewis happened to glance at the door and nearly jumped out of his skin. There stood Chief Staff Officer Tsuru herself, beaming with a gentle smile. She didn't say a word, just stood at the door, radiating a kindly presence. Lewis sprang up with a start, snapped to attention, and saluted sharply, doing his best to mask his embarrassment with a straight face. Guillaume, on the other hand, was completely at ease. She went up and happily led Tsuru into the room. Lewis sat down immediately, sitting upright and primly, holding his teacup in both hands, his expression utterly unreadable. Wait a second, something's off. He sipped his tea, belatedly realizing. Had he done anything he should feel guilty about? Why did he look like someone who'd just been caught misbehaving? But before he could dwell further, Staff Officer Tsuru's question pulled him out of his thoughts. "Lewis, what brings you to see me today?" "Well, it's like this." He shared his thoughts and Kuzan's suggestions with her. Gyogyo agreed on the spot. Gyogyo's approval is one thing. But on the other hand, looks like she has something she needs my help with. But, Staff Officer Tsuru, that smile of yours. On the other hand, she continued, you'll be assigned to work in the general staff for a year. Tsuru's words left Lewis momentarily stunned. Shouldn't personnel decisions like this be made by Admiral Sengoku? As if she could read his mind, Tsuru added, "You don't need to worry. Sengoku gave his consent. That's why I can make this arrangement. A personnel move, perfectly standard. Besides, after his graduation, he'd never held any official department post. Though he was a bit bewildered at first, in the end, he simply accepted it, chalked it up to some special arrangement. But why the general staff? It sounded cool enough, but that was a desk job. A brawler like me, stuck in an office. Wasn't that a bit of a mismatch? Of course, even if he voiced these thoughts, it wouldn't change anything. With a resigned look, Lewis acknowledged he understood. He stood, raised his hand in salute. All for justice. But really, thinking about it, this wasn't too bad. If you wanted to study swordsmanship, you couldn't exactly keep running off all the time. A desk job was perfect, work in the day. And in the evening, he could learn swordsmanship from the beautiful Miss Gyogyo, getting stronger and keeping his eyes fresh with lovely company. What more could you want? To be continued. After filling out his assignment paperwork in Tsuru's office, Lewis officially became a member of the general staff at Marine headquarters. Well then, you'll start here officially tomorrow. Tsuru smiled as she spoke, still nursing her cup of tea, giving Gyogyo a meaningful look. What are you standing there for? Go on, hurry up. Giving Tsuru a discreet thumbs up, Gyogyo, still looking puzzled, led the equally bewildered Lewis to the training room. Their figures disappeared down the hall. Tsuru watched until they were gone from sight. With a soft chuckle, she shook her head, sighing, "That girl. Oh well, this old lady best stay out of it." With the matter set aside, she buried herself in the day's business. Arriving in the training room, Lewis explained to Gyogyo his true reason for studying swordsmanship. He'd expected the Commodore to erupt in anger, to scold him for his attitude towards the way of the sword. The only result was that he ended up holding a wooden sword, following her as he learned the basic moves. Simple moves like slashes, chops, and thrusts. This was rather unexpected for Lewis. But since she hadn't said anything else, there was no way he'd ask her to scold him just for the sake of it. So he just started training. However, every time Guillaume gave him some close-up guidance, she'd end up touching him here and there, always leaving him flustered and embarrassed. "Hey, your stance is too low here. It should be like this. Not strong enough. Put more force into it. Yes, that's it. Use your strength in this direction. Hearing these forceful and direct words, Lewis was overwhelmed. Is it me? Or is it you who's acting strange? Is this what happens when you're too handsome? As time passed, with Guillaume's coaching, Lewis quickly got the hang of the basics. It's not that he was exceptionally talented in swordsmanship, but Guillaume was a truly dedicated teacher, and he did have some natural aptitude. His movements gradually became more fluid, and now they finally looked authentic. But the cost was, does this count as selling my good looks? Lewis couldn't help but wonder. And honestly, it wasn't all that bad. Delightful, in every sense of the word. 2 months slipped by in the rhythm of Lewis's sword swinging and chopping. By day, he worked. Each afternoon, he trained. This had become his new routine. His sword skills might not have improved by leaps and bounds overnight, but he was still making noticeable, steady progress. According to Guillaume, he was already close to touching the threshold of becoming a true sword master. With just the right breakthrough, he'd grasp the essence of cutting steel and become a swordsman of legend. But for the next 2 or 3 months, there was no progress at all, which left Lewis feeling quite downcast. To go from knowing nothing about swordsmanship to reaching this level in just a few months was by any standard impressive progress. Yet that elusive breakthrough, it wouldn't come just because you wanted it to, only with careful preparation and enough patience. Could he seize the moment when opportunity appeared? After giving himself a healthy dose of self-encouragement, Lewis settled quietly in the training room, pondering his next step. Now that he'd hit a bottleneck in swordsmanship, which skill should he focus on next? Hockey or devil fruit powers? That was the question. But then again, why couldn't he work on both? How'd he go about it, though? Suddenly, someone came to mind. HM, it's been a while since I visited teacher Zephyr. Without much hesitation, he washed up, changed into fresh clothes, and headed straight towards the Villa district. Speaking of which, the Navy's benefits were worth a mention. Even officers at the rank of major got their own private cottages. So what about Zephyr as an admiral? The Navy actually provided him with an entire villa. When it came to meals, there was a special service window in the cafeteria just for them. And every month the Navy issued them tobacco and spirits, special exclusive editions at that. Accommodation is arranged for everyone, from the lowest-ranking quartermaster to the marshal. The pay isn't too shabby, either. Take Lewis, for instance. He earns 500,000 berries a month now. It might not sound like much, but there's really nowhere to spend it all out here. Unless you're splurging at some foot massage parlor, but that's a different story. In short, life is delightful. Standing outside the villa garden, Lewis knocked on the door. At the sound of his knock, someone inside called out, asking who he was. That doesn't sound like teacher Zephyr's voice. True, it wasn't, but the voice was still quite familiar. The gate swung open and, well, would you look at that? All 3 luminaries, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, were gathered inside. Sengoku and Zephyr were seated by the table, savoring tea. Though Sengoku's face looked far from cheerful. Garp, on the other hand, had fallen right asleep, a bubble of snot inflating and deflating with each breath. He looked completely blissful. Lewis paid Garp little mind and greeted the other 2. Admiral Sengoku, teacher Zephyr. Recognizing Lewis, Zephyr immediately smiled and asked, "What brings you here today, Lewis? Come on, what's the matter?" Lewis quickly put on a cheerful face. "Come now, teacher. Can I visit just to see how you're doing?" Ah, the survival instincts kick in. Zephyr shook his head dismissively, clearly signaling that Lewis was the notorious type who never showed up at the temple without an agenda. Realizing his mentor saw right through him, Lewis had no choice but to lower his head and play the pitiable student. Yet, Zephyr decided not to make a fuss. After letting Lewis sit down, he asked again if there was something important. "Teacher, could you continue teaching me hockey?" Without a beat, Zephyr refused and gave his reason. Training hockey is twofold. One is the strength of your body, which is external. The other is the strength of your spirit, the internal. You're just 17. Yes, you're technically an adult now, but your body is still developing. Physically, you're already at a critical threshold. Push it any further and you'll risk harming your foundation, even undermining your future. As for training your spirit, what you really need is to grow through real combat. True strength never dwells in a fragile heart. Steel your resolve. Hold steadfast to your sense of justice. When your heart is strong and your will is unwavering, your hockey will only grow more powerful. The most I could do for you in boot camp was open the gate for all of you. Zephyr's words struck a chord with Lewis, clearing up many doubts he'd harbored before. The strength of the heart, real combat, a sense of justice. He murmured to himself, realizing he'd maybe been too eager, too hasty. Seeing his student enlightened, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Sengoku, for his part, finally seemed to realize Lewis was there and offered a distracted greeting, which piqued Lewis's curiosity. "Admiral Sengoku, is something on your mind?" With a sigh, he finally voiced his worries. "It's about my adopted son, Razanani. Earlier, I sent him on an undercover mission." After listening to Sengoku's story, Lewis finally remembered the situation, the messy entanglements involving the Don Quixote brothers and Trafalgar Law. Understanding the full background, it became clear that Admiral Sengoku was deeply concerned for his adopted son's safety, afraid that something might happen to him. Although they stayed in contact, to avoid blowing Razanani's cover, Sengoku only reached out when Razanani had new, important intelligence to report. Most of the time, he had no idea what was going on. That's why Sengoku, wearing a worried frown, dragged his good friend Garp to chat with Zephyr for advice. But when he saw Lewis, his thoughts began to turn. Should he ask Lewis to check on Razanani? But really, what reason would Lewis have to agree? This was Sengoku's personal business, not an official mission. There was no obligation to accept. Sengoku felt rather awkward about it, but Zephyr, ever perceptive to his old friend's unspoken thoughts, turned to Lewis and said, "Lewis, how about you go check on Razanani in Sengoku's place?" Sengoku's face lit up in delight, and his gaze held barely concealed hope as he looked at Lewis. Now, with his mentor encouraging him and his boss looking at him with such expectation, he had little choice but to accept. As for the dangers involved in this assignment, come on, if this were the Don Quixote family 20-odd years down the line, he might hesitate. But right now, not a problem. Having thought it through, he agreed to Admiral Sengoku's request. "But what about my duties in the strategy department?" The moment he asked, Sengoku reassured him with a guarantee. He'd handle things. No need to worry. "All right then. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes." To be continued. The North Blue, the most powerful sea among all 4 great oceans. But, at the same time, it's the hardest region for the world government to control. Smuggling, arms trafficking, slave trading, every sort of black market enterprise flourishes here. That's why the criminal underworld is stronger here than anywhere else. Even the Navy can't match their presence. In North Blue, the Navy's role was little more than symbolic. Every time a task force was dispatched to crack down on crime, they failed to meet expectations. And as soon as the Navy left, everything went back to the way it was, evil reborn from the ashes. In short, a true breeding ground for crime. Not long after arriving in North Blue by merchant ship, Lewis encountered several waves of pirate raids. Though these pirates were almost laughably weak, easily wiped out in a few moves, the sheer brazenness and lawlessness was plain to see. After politely declining the ship captain's invitation to stay and accepting some berries as a token of gratitude, Lewis disembarked on the island. The scenery was pleasant, the locals amiable, and hospitality could be described as warm and welcoming. Because this was a confidential assignment, Lewis naturally did not set foot here in full naval uniform. So he changed into a black suit, put on gold-rimmed glasses, slicked his hair neatly back, and carried a briefcase, looking every bit the prosperous gentleman. The moment he appeared, the thugs on the dock got all riled up. Business at last, and it looked like an easy, lonely mark, but whether they'd still be so gleeful later, who could say? Soon enough, after a quick scuffle, the thugs were sprawled across the ground, battered and groaning in pain. After glancing around, he casually picked a lucky winner from the ones lying on the ground. "You're the one." Lewis walked up and grabbed a thug who was still moaning. That hapless fellow instantly snapped his mouth shut, terror in his eyes, trembling head to toe. "Please, boss. I'll be quiet, okay? Please, anyone but me." But Lewis wasn't interested in his pleas. He questioned him, face utterly impassive. "I'll ask. You answer. Is that clear enough?" The unlucky thug nodded frantically. "The Don Quixote family, is it on this island?" "Yes. Yes, they are." "Where's their main base?" "Right in town. It's that big, flashy building. Can't miss it." Once he got the information he needed, Lewis chopped the thug swiftly on the neck, sending him off to blissful unconsciousness. The thug, should I thank you for that? Brushing imaginary dust off his suit and ignoring the fearful stares of those around him, Lewis strode towards the town. Strictly speaking, this mission was supposed to be a reconnaissance. Gather intel quietly, observe Razanani from afar, and the job would be done. There was really no need to make such an overt commotion or get into fights that drew attention. But Lewis had a simple idea in mind. Clash with the enemy. The Don Quixote family had no shortage of tough fighters. Besides Doflamingo himself, several top officers, and even Lao Ji were quite formidable in hand-to-hand combat. Whether or not they'd master hockey yet was a mystery. If they had, all the better. Otherwise, if they were too weak, it wouldn't be much of a fight. More like a slaughter. In short, Lewis was here looking for trouble, and would check on Rosanani along the way. Rosanani? So I'm just an afterthought? As soon as he set foot in town, Lewis felt several malicious gazes locking onto him. Gazes empty and cold, staring at him like hungry wolves sizing up a plump meal. In the face of it all, he remained unfazed, perfectly composed, ignoring them entirely. The crooks were about to block his way, but someone further back hurried up and whispered urgently in their ears. Their faces changed in an instant, and they stared at Lewis with disbelief. He took out the entire Jack gang on the dock by himself? But he just looks like some pretty boy. Lewis, sure, I'm handsome, but I'm no pushover. As he walked deeper into town, scenes of life unfolded before his eyes. A beggar, sprawled like a dead dog, sat before an empty bowl untouched by even a single coin, clutching a bottle of cheap liquor as he drowned his sorrows in a drunken stupor. Children dressed in clothes patched over and over again watched the world with wary eyes, hiding in street corners as they clung tightly to something in their arms, perhaps a hunk of moldy black bread. Women in revealing clothes, their faces heavy with makeup, dangled cigarettes between their fingers, blowing smoke into the night and scanning the crowd for tonight's potential customers. There were even mothers, kneeling at the door to a clinic, cradling their dying children as they pleaded with the doctor to spare them. But most of all, it was the bullies and thugs who swaggered down these streets, unchecked. Louis watched them in silence, unable to stifle his questions. Why is the world like this? In his former life, he had long since grown, used to a peaceful existence. Though always alone and in a job that was hardly remarkable, at least it was stable. He had never, not even once, seen a scene like this with his own eyes. The sight shook him to his core. He slowed his pace, wandering along the streets. Hatred, envy, jealousy, indifference, longing, all manner of emotions flickered in the gazes that appraised him as he passed. He understood. The truth was plain. He was utterly out of place here. Life in an ivory tower might be sweet, but it belonged to only a select few. He had to admit, he was one of the lucky ones. The very moment he arrived in this world, he'd had a place in the Navy headquarters, a true ivory tower, living in peace and safety. He would never have to grovel and scavenge like a stray dog, not in this life nor the last. How lucky is that? It was a luxury others could only dream of, something people would sell their souls, do unspeakable things, or even die for, and still never attain. Justice, for these people, it was distant and laughable. There was no doubt, Louis had been deeply moved, right to his soul, and so he began to wonder, could things ever be different? But there are always those who, at times like this, rush into court death. Hey, you, haven't seen you around here before, have I? Lost in thought, Louis's contemplation was cut short. He frowned, irritation flaring inside him. Rage began to smolder, fierce and unrelenting. A group of men advanced on him, sneering. At their head was one who brimmed with insolence, barking, "You'd better hand over anything valuable you've got now, but do you not know the rules? This is Don Quixote territory." He punctuated his words by waving a pistol threateningly. Louis said nothing, his expression stony. He quietly set down his bag and rolled up his sleeves. The head thug saw this and instantly realized this newcomer wasn't going to comply. He turned to his lackey, snapping an order to teach this insolent pretty boy a lesson. Without hesitation, the lackey charged, his face twisted by malice as he brandished his long knife. Yet as he approached Louis, quicker than the blink of an eye, a straight punch struck him full in the gut. An invisible shockwave rippled out from Lewis, slicing through the gangsters and the street behind him. The roar of the blast, cries of pain, and curses all melded into a cacophony, filling the air with chaos. A moment later, when the dust settled, the gangsters lay sprawled in the trenches, eyes rolled back, all knocked out cold. There was not a trace of mercy in Lewis's gaze. When it comes to dealing with evil, whether pirates or self-proclaimed mobsters, not a shred of compassion would he offer them. To punish the wicked, you must be fiercer, more ruthless. Gentle persuasion and soft words only fuel their arrogance. Since violence and profit are all they understand, show them what absolute force means. Just as Lewis was about to move on, a red gleam flashed in his eyes. His observation hockey picked up the presence of several people hiding nearby, and their aura wasn't weak. He stopped in his tracks and, without turning, called out, "Come on out." Lurking in the shadows, hardly the best way to greet someone. A chilling, serpentine laugh shivered through the air. Fufufu. Now, I wonder which esteemed guest has come calling. But then again, has our friend here let his temper get the better of him? Lewis glanced back over his shoulder, and the sight of a familiar face lifted the corner of his lips. Though he was smiling, the chill in his demeanor was unmistakable. So, this is how you welcome guests. Don Quixote da Flamingo. To be continued. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The moment that unmistakable laugh reached his ears, Lewis immediately realized who it was. To be honest, when the small fry from the Don Quixote family tried to mess with him earlier, the thought hadn't crossed his mind. But now, such a coincidence could only mean someone was pulling the strings, testing him from the shadows. Frankly, Lewis didn't think too highly of Doflamingo, but he couldn't deny that the man was a true kingpin, ambitious and cunning to the core. His methods, his temperament, his intellect, all top tier. It was just his raw strength that fell a little short. Doflamingo strode forward with swagger, dressed in a deep red suit, trademark sunglasses in place, and his classic flamingo feathered coat draped over his shoulders. Soon, the rest of the Don Quixote executives appeared one by one, falling into formation behind their young master, awaiting his command. Among them, Rocinante could be seen. However, since he and Lewis had never met, the undercover Marine's true identity remained secret. Judging by their looks and energy, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Lewis's eyes swept over the group, lingering for a moment on Rocinante as he quietly sized up his condition. Just then, Treble, one of the executives, piped up. Hey, Daffy, this brat came here to stir up trouble. It's clear he doesn't have any respect for the Don Quixote family. He glanced at the trench gouged out by the shockwave, and though surprised, seemed otherwise unfazed. Judging from Lewis's earlier performance, he was certainly a capable fighter, and his prowess as an attacker seemed impressive. Yet, all he had faced so far were merely insignificant underlings. As the old family saying goes, anyone who dares defy the Don Quixote family is destined for a miserable end. Ah, you've hit the nail on the head, Treble. With a wicked grin, Doflamingo stood above Lewis, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. After all, up to that point, there had never been anyone who could inspire even a hint of fear within the Don Quixote family. Not even the overlords of the North Sea, nor the infamous army of evil, Germa 66, were anything more than formidable opponents to them, nothing truly alarming. To Lewis, the scorn and unshakable confidence of these villains was simply laughable. Having witnessed a clash between two of the world's true titans, the Red Count and Marshal Kong, his perspective had long since transcended this petty stage. So, how do you propose to compensate our family for its losses? As Doflamingo spoke, he scrutinized Lewis, brimming with self-assurance. I have a rather decent suggestion. Lewis looked completely at ease, as if he felt not the slightest pressure. With deliberate calm, he slowly unbuttoned his suit jacket, removed it, placed it neatly on the ground, and, wearing a serene expression, proposed. What if I just beat every last one of you to death? Wouldn't that settle things once and for all? Doflamingo and his officers burst into laughter at this. Did this fool really believe cracking a joke would let him dodge the family's punishment? Hey, enough of that nonsense. You. Doflamingo's laughter was cut short. Lewis was suddenly right in front of him, halting his words with shocking speed. No wasted words. A fist coated in armament hockey drove straight for his abdomen. Before the others could even react, Doflamingo hastily activated his power. Overheat. The screeching clash of fist and razor-sharp threads snapped the rest of the officers out of their stupor, and they erupted in alarmed cries. Boss! Master Doflamingo! Damn it, Daffy! Realizing his surprise attack had been blocked, Lewis arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. So he actually managed to block it. And that strength, he's no pushover. Maybe I underestimated this Flamingo. Doflamingo felt the mounting pressure of Lewis's blow, and his expression turned grim, surprise flickering in his heart. Where did this guy even come from? I've never heard of anyone like this in all the North Sea. Finding his strike ineffective, Lewis swiftly retreated. Across from him, their faces were no longer as relaxed as before. This man, he's strong. Daffy, what now? Diamante stepped to his side, lowering his voice to ask. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Lewis, still searching for any clue about his adversary's identity. Coming up empty, he didn't hesitate for long before declaring, Diamante, Pica. Don Quixote Doflamingo, too, is a man of a fiery temper. The moment those two heard their young master's call, they didn't hesitate. Pica immediately activated his ability, melding into the ground and swiftly surfacing behind Lewis. From below, a huge stone hand lunged out, aiming to crush Lewis in its grip. At the same time, Doflamingo shaped his right hand like a pistol and sneered. String bullet. Several threads, cloaked in armament hockey, hurtled toward Lewis at bullet speed, weaving through the air. Diamante also unsheathed his long sword, slashing out a forceful air blade from another direction. 3 attacks converged on Lewis from all sides, their ferocity unmistakable. Yet Lewis remained utterly composed. He activated his observation hockey, his body swaying slightly, letting both the string bullets and the sword slash brush past him with ease. Unbothered, unfazed. Twisting mid-motion, he leapt high, raising his fist skyward. With a surge of power, his shatter fruit ability came alive. He struck the massive stone hand with a thunderous blow, shouting, "Fist of Ruin!" The force instantly shattered the giant hand, breaking it down into small stones. Pika's face filled with disbelief. How could his power be destroyed so swiftly? But before he could fully process what had happened, Lewis kicked off the air with Moonwalk, soaring forward in a blur. In a single breath, he landed directly in front of Pika. His fist landed squarely on Pika's face. The immense impact sent Pika hurtling across the battlefield, trailing blood in his wake before crumpling motionless in the distance. By the time Doflamingo and Diamante realized what had happened, they saw Pika's eyes rolled back, clearly knocked out cold, his appearance utterly pitiful. Diamante, just about to say something, found Lewis's calm, unfathomable gaze fixed upon him. As Lewis advanced without a word, Diamante felt the pressure mounting, a pressure so intense he couldn't even move. If Doflamingo hadn't reacted quickly, yanking Diamante aside with his threads, Diamante would surely have joined Pika in defeat. Gay-ha-ha-ha, you're strong. How about joining our family? Even now, Doflamingo was inviting Lewis to join his crew. You have to admit, this remarkable character from the original tale truly possessed a unique mind. Lewis tilted his head, wearing a look that said, "Are you out of your mind?" He simply stared at Doflamingo, silent. "Perhaps we could talk this out. If you're still angry about before, I can apologize." Doflamingo was backing down. There was no other choice. Both of his top officers had been obliterated. As for himself, though somewhat stronger, the gap wasn't that wide. If this battle dragged on, he'd surely lose. Besides, there was no deep-seated feud between them. Why not settle things peacefully? A real man knows when to bend or stand tall. As for Lewis, hearing all this, he was left speechless. Come on, man, don't wimp out. Where's that infamous temper of yours? Show the pride of a celestial dragon. Let's have a real fight. Doflamingo, a wise man knows when to yield. Now that no one else seems to have the will to fight, how are we supposed to keep this battle going? To be continued. Doflamingo felt rather frustrated. He'd spent years mixing it up in the North Blue, but never had he suffered a setback quite this severe. He glanced at Pika, then over to Diamante, who was still in a daze, his mind a swirling mess of disappointment. The other officers exchanged uneasy looks, their silence heavy in the air. Of course, that didn't include Rocinante, the undercover agent among them. At that moment, Rocinante's mind was full of astonishment. So young, yet so formidable. Even Doflamingo was forced to pull back and swallow his pride. He knew his own brother well. Unless he truly had no chance, Doflamingo would never back down and admit defeat. So then, who are you really? Both brothers found themselves grappling with the same burning question. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Lewis didn't seem like just some aimless wanderer. Every move, every stance displayed the unmistakable mark of elite, professional training. Even the use of Jeppo, the Moonwalk. But knowing Moonwalk didn't necessarily mean mastering the entirety of the Navy's 6 powers. Even if he did, that alone didn't prove he was a government agent. It was just a physical technique, not some legendary martial art. Rocinante thought to himself that today's event might be worth reporting to de Senbei. Lewis took in the expressions around him, reading them one by one. Predictably, when it came to villains such as these, brute force proved the most direct and effective solution. Doflamingo's humbled retreat was vexing, but there really wasn't much else to be done about it. Lewis saw the situation clearly. If he were to kill Doflamingo here, he'd be in for a world of trouble. Even though he'd been expelled from the dragons, the blood of the celestial dragons still ran in his veins. If word of this were to reach the celestial dragons at Mary Geos, things could spiral out of control. For now, he couldn't kill the man. And really, even if he wanted to, didn't there have to be a just cause first? He was a Marine, not a pirate. To go straight for the kill without following any protocol, that would be reckless beyond belief. What's more, Lewis had a strong intuition that Doflamingo might prove useful in the future. In his previous life, Doflamingo played all sides, thriving wherever he went. His reputation as Joker was legendary. If he ever gained the strength of a top-tier powerhouse, his cunning and methods could one day vault him to the status of Yonko, perhaps even before Shanks. All in all, now is not the time to make a move. So Lewis decided to go with the flow, presenting a smiling, peacemaking demeanor, and said, "I accept your apology. You're right, we've got no real grudge between us, so there's no need for pointless bloodshed. Let's just put this all behind us, shall we?" Doflamingo's mouth twitched in frustration, utterly speechless. With just a light and breezy sentence, you want to brush this off? What about my two top officers? Are they just going to suffer for nothing? Pica and Diamante. Listen, let's just say, thank you. Lewis responded. So it's my fault your underlings are weak? After letting the matter slide, the group made their way to the Don Quixote family's main base. Once both hosts and guests were seated, Doflamingo immediately had his men start serving the meal. We prepared some authentic delicacies from the North Blue. I hope you find them to your liking, he said, raising a glass of red wine. His tone was calm, and his manner was refined as he addressed Lewis. There was no denying that, as a former celestial dragon, his aristocratic poise was truly impeccable. As everyone savored the food, Lewis took the opportunity to introduce himself. Of course, there was no way he'd announce that he was a Marine here. Already planned out how to lead the conversation on the way over. His intention was to use the 6 powers of the Navy as a means to earn the favor of this future warlord of the sea. Don't be fooled by the apparent ubiquity of the 6 powers technique. It might seem trivial. But the key is, Doflamingo and his people don't possess this skill. That's right, they don't. After being exiled from the Holy Land and wandering on the run as a patricide, his fortunes only changed upon encountering Pica and the others. During that whole ordeal, he never had access to any government resources. Nothing at all. And back when he was still a celestial dragon, would he have given a thought to mastering such techniques? Hardly. Enslaving others. That was the mainstream pursuit of the celestial dragons. Even though he didn't yet know what good it would do to befriend this future warlord, Lewis was certain there'd come a day when it would pay off. So, Lewis claimed to be an information broker, here to see if he could dig up some intel about the Don Quixote family. Such a frank admission only lowered suspicion, as the Don Quixote family did hold considerable sway in the North Blue. There were plenty who wanted to know the ins and outs of their operations, so Lewis's excuse made perfect sense. But these matters couldn't be discussed openly. After all, Rocinante was present. Saying such things out loud would be tantamount to plotting in broad daylight. So, Lewis gestured for Doflamingo to lean in and quietly offered, I'd like to share the 6 powers technique with your group as a token of apology, but please keep this quiet. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed in surprise. This was a remarkable gift. Not that the 6 powers themselves would greatly empower him. After all, Haki and Devil Fruit abilities offered far more. But he could bestow these techniques upon his most loyal and capable men. It was a way to strengthen the very foundation of his organization. He understood. This was a gift he simply couldn't refuse. As for Lewis's request for secrecy, that made perfect sense too. Were word of this to get out, wouldn't it catch the government's eye? That would bring disaster down upon their heads. But what truly puzzled Doflamingo was, why was Lewis willing to offer so much, even at the risk of earning the government's ire? As soon as Lewis finished his explanation, Doflamingo immediately lowered his voice and asked quietly, The Don Quixote family is very pleased with your generous gift, Mr. Lewis, but may I ask, why have you done this? It's no wonder Doflamingo would ask such a question. Lewis could have simply made a gesture, offered a few words of apology. It's not as if anyone could argue with his power. Or he might have tossed out some berries as compensation for medical expenses. That, too, would have sufficed. But such an extravagant gift left Doflamingo genuinely puzzled. As I mentioned before, Mr. Don Quixote, I am an information broker, but I'm also a businessman. Naturally, I have my reasons for doing this, Lewis replied, casually holding his wine glass, his expression calm. Doflamingo gestured for him to continue. Without any pretense, Lewis laid his cards on the table. These Navy's 6 powers manuals, a simple investment. Faced with this answer, Doflamingo saw no reason to doubt him. After all, the Don Quixote family had been thriving in recent years, growing from obscurity to their current prominence in mere seasons. Yet for Doflamingo, these matters were never what truly mattered. In his heart, whether it was forging alliances, winning investments, if any of it could help him achieve the desire burning in the depths of his soul, he would make the deal, devil or not. To drag those swine from their thrones and make them taste the bitterness of mortal struggle. Doflamingo immediately agreed. After exchanging din-din mushy signal codes, the atmosphere at the gathering warmed considerably. From that moment on, in the eyes of all present, Lewis was considered one of their own. For a time, the evening sparkled with laughter and clinking glasses, host and guest delighting in each other's company. But on seeing the next day's newspaper, Lewis realized that his brief journey through the North Sea had come to its end. To be continued. Great pirate, the Red Count, captured. When Lewis caught sight of the headline in the morning paper, he understood at once. It was time to return to headquarters. The Navy had quietly kept word of the arrest sealed off, making sure nothing leaked to the outside world. Meanwhile, they were rallying their forces, ready to seize this chance to expand their influence in the new world. The world government, upon receiving the report from Navy headquarters, immediately expressed its full support. After all, the nations of the New World cared far more about those great pirates than the Navy. Its authority here had always been too thin to matter to anyone. But if the Navy could finally boost its influence, bringing many countries back under the world government's banner, the benefits for Mary Geos would be substantial. But then, who would be their first target? Within HQ, opinions were sharply divided. Yet, after much debate, they reached a decision. Whitebeard would be their opening move. The reason was simple: mobility. Golden Lion and Roger. One could take the skies, the other roamed the seas with a single ship, always slipping away. Far too troublesome to corner. In truth, if it were possible, the Gold Lion would undoubtedly have been the prime target. His ambition was too great, and he posed an overwhelming threat to the Navy. But his float fruit had granted him unique command of the skies. Even if he couldn't overpower the Navy, he could simply take flight and escape at any moment. After fighting for half the day, the objective hadn't been achieved one bit. Even if the Navy managed to cripple the Golden Lion's fleet, with the kind of prestige he commanded, he could muster a new one in no time at all. All this effort would be for naught. As for the Roger pirates, for now, they posed little to no real threat. Although Lewis knew Roger would one day become the Pirate King, there wasn't the slightest sign of that yet. It was unclear whether he had even begun to seek out the poneglyphs. Besides, that crew was slippery as eels, wandering from place to place, almost impossible to track. True, they were powerful and famous, but in the eyes of both the Navy and the rest of the world, they seemed far too laid-back and unmotivated. An easy pass, then, which left the Whitebeard pirates as the best possible choice. Whitebeard was now at his peak, undeniably formidable, yet still not invincible. Cut off his head or tear out his heart, and he'd die like anyone else. And it wasn't as if the Navy didn't have anyone who could stand toe-to-toe with him. As for his sons, those under his command were still budding. They lacked the fearsome power they would eventually display during the war at Marineford. So, after weighing all this back and forth, the decision was made. He would be the primary target for the Navy's next campaign into the New World. Seated in his chair, flipping through the newspaper, Lewis's thoughts shifted rapidly. He resolved to set off at once and return to headquarters, determined to take part in this operation. Military glory was calling to him. Off to the side, Doflamingo, having seen today's newspaper, was stunned that the Navy had managed to pull off such a monumental feat without anyone catching wind of it. Who was the Red Count? None other than a legendary pirate of the Grand Line. In comparison, Doflamingo himself felt positively insignificant. That said, for the moment, these goings-on had little to do with him, a country boy from the North Blue. The world of kings and giants was still out of his reach for now. Lewis had no idea what was going through his companion's mind. Without fuss, he rose, bid his farewells, and left. Doflamingo had half a mind to persuade him to stay, but when he saw Lewis's resolve, he could only let him go. Perhaps next time, they could share a proper conversation. This thought lingered in Doflamingo's mind as he watched him depart. A few days later, Lewis had only just returned to headquarters when he was urgently summoned. Arriving at the main conference room, he found it filled with almost every vice admiral in the Navy. When the various Navy factions saw Lewis enter, no one was surprised. Many greeted him warmly. Even iron-blooded hawks like Sakazuki gave him a nod of acknowledgement. Though Lewis was still just a colonel, almost no one would dare cross him, not with his strength and the connections he had made. Besides, it wouldn't be long before he earned his rightful place among them. The crown prince of the neutral faction, handpicked by the top brass of the Navy as the future leader to carry the banner forward. His prospects could not be brighter. After greeting everyone, he soon heard Professor Bow's gratingly familiar voice. Well, Lewis, it's been such a long time. I save you a seat here. Come over and sit down." Clearly, Professor Bow had long anticipated that Lewis would be summoned to this meeting. No sooner had he taken his seat than several heavyweights strode into the conference room. Everyone present rose to attention, saluting in a show of respect. Marshal Kong waved his hand, urging them all to sit, and without wasting a single word, got straight to business, signaling for Staff Officer Tsuru to speak first. "I believe you've all heard the reason for this emergency assembly. The operation to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates." No one showed the slightest hint of surprise or fear. It was obvious they'd already braced themselves for what was coming. Only the Navy's most elite made it here. If they lacked courage or ability, they'd have perished long ago. When facing pirates, fear doesn't even cross their minds. Not even when it comes to the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone quickly volunteered for the mission, their spirits running high. The Navy Hawks, in particular, seemed practically electrified with enthusiasm. Marshal Kong spoke up, steadying the room until order fell once more. With the atmosphere settled, Admiral Sengoku rose, slowly surveying those assembled before addressing them. This time, our Navy is determined to prevail. We will reclaim our influence in a new world, and make no mistake, the higher-ups place the utmost importance on this operation. I ask all of you, lead from the front and fight bravely for victory. Yes, sir. All for justice. The assembly answered in unison, every voice firm and resolute. Next, they deliberated on the hierarchy of objectives for the mission. After a lengthy discussion, the plan was set. Primary objective: apprehend or eliminate Whitebeard. Secondary objective: destroy the core fighting strength of the Whitebeard pirates. They reviewed several operational details, and only then was the meeting adjourned. Lewis, come to my office. There's something I need to ask you. Lewis, who was just about to leave, was called back by Admiral Sengoku. Of course, he already had a good idea why. It could only be about his adopted son. Once inside Admiral Sengoku's office, they both sat down. Lewis recounted what he'd seen and heard during his trip to the North Sea, along with Razanani's condition. Naturally, he made no mention of the secrets behind the Navy's 6 styles, sharing that would have been self-destructive. On hearing Lewis's report, Sengoku's expression finally eased, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Truth be told, Sengoku hadn't wanted Razanani to go undercover, but he was powerless against his adopted son's stubborn conviction that his own elder brother would one day become one of the world's most monstrous villains. So, to prevent disaster and safeguard the world's peace, Razanani chose to go undercover at his brother's side, watching over him at all times. Truly, that's what you'd expect from blood brothers. Such extraordinary foresight. Yet, when Lewis voiced his confusion about why so many people endured hardship and suffering, Sengoku couldn't help falling silent as well. Why? Why did these people have to live such difficult lives? Deep down, Sengoku knew the answer lay with the corruption of the government. Layer upon layer of exploitation left people living like dogs, stripped of dignity. Even the Navy, for all its efforts, found itself powerless to break free, shackled by budget constraints. Sengoku hesitated, torn about whether he should speak his mind to Lewis. In the end, he kept those thoughts to himself. Lewis had no idea what was swirling in Sengoku's mind. Yet in his heart, he knew, in the face of such injustice, something had to be done. Perhaps, at that very moment, Lewis found his own sense of justice. He didn't have a plan yet, but he firmly believed that one day, all of this would change. To be continued. After leaving the office, Lewis's thoughts lingered on the path of justice he yearned to follow. He hadn't come to this world just to stand idly by. As a Navy officer, it was his duty to protect the people, hunt down pirates, and uphold peace. But thanks to the rod of the world government, people often called the Marines nothing more than lapdogs. And who could blame them, when the Navy was but a subordinate institution of the world government? In the eyes of those lofty figures high atop Mariewa, perhaps even the Marines were seen as nothing more than glorified watchdogs. But to change this twisted situation would not be easy. For now, Lewis had no real clue how to proceed. What could he do? His feet carried him, almost unconsciously, to the training hall. Watching those inside pouring out sweat, forging themselves through hard work, Lewis couldn't help but laugh at himself. Right now, he was just a colonel. Even if he came up with an idea, he'd have to wait until he rose to a higher rank to put anything into action. Military achievements, reputation, strength. He needed all 3. Not a single one could be missing. And as luck would have it, the upcoming war in the New World against the Whitebeard pirates was the perfect opportunity. Lewis made up his mind. This war would be the stage for him to truly stand out. Headquarters operated with remarkable efficiency. By the 3rd day after Lewis returned to base, a total of 30,000 elite troops had been assembled. After a rousing and impassioned speech from the fleet admiral, an order was given. Dozens of battleships set out from the port of G1 branch, their engines roaring with thunderous might. This time, leading the charge were none other than the formidable trio, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. At headquarters, Admiral Kong and Admiral Zephyr anchored the command, standing by in case of emergencies. Lewis, at this moment, was aboard Sengoku's ship. Yet it was then that an unexpected guest arrived. Gion, what are you doing here? Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship is over there. This unexpected guest was none other than Gion herself. She was celebrated as the flower of the Navy headquarters, a beautiful Commodore and the dream of countless sailors. Looking around at the Navy soldiers, all of whom wore expressions like they wanted to tear him apart, and Sengoku's amused smile, Lewis could only sigh helplessly. Big sis, could you please stop making me the target of everyone's envy? Don't you realize just how popular you are? Admiral Sengoku, I beg you, don't look at me with that knowing gaze. Please, big sis, hurry back to Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. But this woman paid no heed to the silent, pleading in Lewis's eyes, and instead flung her arms around his neck, her voice teasing and playful. "What's the matter? Is it so wrong for your big sister to say she's missed you?" As she spoke, she pressed herself against him, giving an emphatic nudge. Such unmistakable softness. Oh, there was truly nothing quite like it. Still, was this really fair? Would she try to tempt him with this kind of bribery? If you insist, maybe tempt a bit more. But the mood around them wasn't so pleasant. The air nearly crackled with jealous hostility. Sensing that he was a heartbeat away from being lynched by his jealous colleagues, Lewis swiftly broke free to avoid disaster. In all fairness, Commodore Guillaume's height truly was impressive. Good Lord, nearly 3 meters tall. Was this a joke? He himself was only about 2.5 meters at the moment. She completely dwarfed him. Still, Lewis had every confidence that he'd break the 3-meter mark in a few years. If he couldn't even reach 3 meters, how could he ever hope to become an admiral? He gave a crooked smile. Sengoku, for his part, wore a peculiar grin, clearly convinced there must be more going on behind the scenes. He glanced from Lewis to Guillaume, sighing with the half-mocking, half-genuine envy of an older man. Ah, to be young again, or something along those lines. But really, there was no secret. At the moment, it was simply that Guillaume had a crush on Lewis. If Guillaume was the most beloved flower of Navy headquarters, then Lewis was the undisputed heartthrob of the Navy. And especially whenever he was standing next to Pop Zephyr, the contrast couldn't have been more striking. It was clear Guillaume had a thing for handsome faces. Back when she'd first seen him in Vice Admiral Tsuru's office, it was love at first sight. What's more, he was wildly popular among the female officers. He even had a few mom fans. Not that our dashing Lewis had the faintest clue. Guillaume's appearance added a certain spice to their days. But as their fleet gradually drew closer to Whitebeard's waters, the mood grew ever more heavy with tension. War was right on the horizon. Meanwhile, on the side of the Whitebeard pirates, when Whitebeard heard the news that Red Earl had been captured, he was seized by an uneasy premonition. He couldn't say exactly why, just a gut feeling. So he summoned all the pirates scattered across his territory, just in case something happened. Now, all around the Moby Dick, pirate ships of every shape and size clustered like stars around the moon at its center. These were, unmistakably, the independent pirate crews under Whitebeard's command. Marco, do you know why Pops called us all together this time? On the Moby Dick, an unfamiliar pirate captain who had answered the summons pulled Marco aside, seeking to know the reason behind the gathering. Pops must have his reasons for doing this. All we need to do is wait for orders, Marco replied. That was what he said, but in truth, Marco himself was just as confused. The suddenness of this call had left him at a loss. Seeing this, the other man simply nodded, refrained from further questions, and turned to rejoin his brothers in drinking. Whitebeard sat at the head of the table, watching his sons eat and drink with a deep sense of satisfaction. It had been a while since the family had gathered like this. The warmth of reunion filled his heart. He gripped his huge drinking bowl, downing the wine in hearty gulps, savoring the moment with unrestrained joy. Yet, lingering still was a sense of foreboding, a shadow that would not lift from his heart. Pops, something's happening. The lookout, acting on Whitebeard's orders, pointed anxiously toward the distance and shouted. Whitebeard immediately rose to his feet. The others shook off their tipsy haze, grabbing their weapons and turning to look where the lookout indicated. On the far horizon, countless black shapes appeared on the sea, an enormous fleet approaching. As they drew nearer, everyone could finally discern their true nature. It was the Navy's Grand Fleet. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We've spotted the Whitebeard pirates ahead, and the Allied crews as well. A naval sailor ran up to Sengoku with his report. Sengoku, peering through his telescope, quickly fixed his gaze in the indicated direction. No doubt about it. That's the Moby Dick. Sengoku muttered under his breath. He would never mistake his old rival's flagship for anything else. Wasting no time, he issued his command with steely resolve. Signal all ships. Immediately prepare for battle stations. Hardly had the words left his lips when alarms rang out across the fleet. Every sailor's face was set with unwavering determination, a silent readiness to make the ultimate sacrifice. Lewis looked upon the iconic white, whale-shaped Moby Dick. His eyes burned, his whole body alive with feverish anticipation. He tightened his grip on the standard-issue longsword at his waist, heart racing with expectation. This was no mere skirmish as in the past. This time, it was a war of tens of thousands. He had never before seen a conflict of such magnitude, not in this life, nor the last. This battle would be where he made his name. As the gap between the two forces shrank, war was about to erupt. Story to be continued. With his crew aboard the flagship, Whitebeard strode out onto the deck. He leaned on his supreme grade blade, Murakamajuri, his Grand Captain's hat perched atop his head, long golden hair falling in a shimmering wave across his shoulders. In his dark gold eyes blazed a chilling, killing intent. The foreboding he had felt was now fully realized. It truly was the Navy. With a booming laugh that seemed to shake the timber beneath his feet, he cried out, "Gula-la-la-la-la! Sengoku, when did your Navy find the guts to challenge me like this?" Whitebeard burst out in wild laughter, but the undercurrent of fury in his voice was unmistakable to all who heard it. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki surged toward the Navy fleet, shaking the air itself. Sengoku, however, refused to yield. His piercing gaze never left Whitebeard as he unleashed his own powerful Conqueror's haki in return. Where their auras collided, black and crimson, lightning crackled and exploded, stirring up mighty waves, so much so that even the sky itself is splitting apart. Lewis raised his head to gaze at the heavens, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, his face filled with absolute shock. A clash of Conqueror's haki, one of the most iconic moments in all of One Piece. Both sides pressed forward, but neither could overpower the other completely. Almost as if by agreement, they withdrew their haki. They both knew, if this went on, there'd be no room left for a proper fight. Blow after blow, each trying to seize control. Soon, none of their men would be able to stand. It was merely a show of strength, nothing more. Sengoku was the first to speak, hurriedly commanding all ships to advance directly. Once within range, they were to open fire at once. But the order had barely been given when someone, unable to restrain themselves, shot forward like a drawn sword, dashing through the air, feet tapping swiftly, moonwalk style, straight at Whitebeard. "Ha ha! Long time no see, Newgate." It was none other than Garp. "Hey, Garp, we agreed I'd make the first move this time, didn't we?" Sengoku thundered from his own warship, voice echoing across the water. This loose cannon, never one to follow the plan. "Ah, Sengoku, what are you talking about? I can't hear a word. Let me feel things out first, then you can take over." As far as Garp was concerned, plans were meaningless. Why bother with such details? Just charge right in. "Gurara, you crazy old hound." Whitebeard grinned wide, hesitated not for a second, and struck his classic pose. A milky white sphere of energy gathered in his hand, and the very space around him began to tremble. Shock orb. Fistbone. Garp's knuckles, too, shimmered with indomitable armament haki, and he charged forward to meet Whitebeard head-on. Both men roared out together. Airquake. Meteor strike. The collision of these titanic powers brought the world itself to a standstill. But then, a deafening shockwave crashed over the fleets and echoed in every ear. A tidal wave. It's a tsunami. For some among the Navy, it was their first time witnessing the terror of Whitebeard's abilities. An immense wave reared up, poised to swallow the entire fleet whole, leaving many sailors frozen with terror, their eyes dull with fear. "No, no, no. That's not happening on my watch." Kazan stepped forward. Clapping his hands together, he murmured in a low voice. Ice Age. A pillar of freezing energy erupted from his palms. In an instant, the rolling sea turned to solid ice, and the furious tsunami was halted mid-charge, its mighty force frozen stiff, unable to move an inch. Kazan exhaled a wisp of chilly breath, a faint smirk flickering at the corner of his mouth as he met Whitebeard's eyes. With him here, victory would not come so easily. Whitebeard and Garp, locked in their titanic struggle, broke apart just in time. Seeing his tsunami frozen in midair, Whitebeard wasn't the least bit annoyed. In the end, it was nothing more than a probing move. The two men stood atop the icy surface. At that moment, Sengoku stepped up beside Garp and spoke. "You don't mind, do you, Garp?" "Ah, no problem at all. When it comes to dealing with pirates, anything goes." Clearly, the two intended to join forces, ending the fight swiftly. If Garp and Whitebeard were to have a one-on-one clash like knights of old, the battle wouldn't be settled in anything less than days and nights of relentless combat. Whitebeard didn't care about this seemingly underhanded strategy either. After all, he was a pirate, they were Marines, whatever means they used against each other, it was all fair in war. With a sweep of his hand, Sengoku threw off his cloak of justice and loosened his suit, his voice low and commanding. "Let's go, Garp." With that, he unleashed his power. Zoan type, mythical beast, human fruit, great Buddha form. Garp didn't hesitate for a second. He nodded, then lunged forward to attack and sink. Iron Fist, Meteor Strike, Great Buddha Shockwave. The two figures flashed forward with blinding speed. Their feet battered craters into the ice as, one from left and one from right, they launched their fierce assault at Whitebeard. Whitebeard refused to yield an inch. He threw his head back and unleashed a mighty roar to the sky. With his Bicento cloud cutter held in front of his chest, a milky white halo gathered, He met the assault head-on. In an instant, the battlefield erupted. Meanwhile, amidst the Navy fleet, strategist Tsuru watched as the two took on Whitebeard together. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, yet she took command nevertheless, issuing a crisp order. All forces advance. A chorus of affirmations rang out as the Marines surged onto the frozen sea, charging straight for the enemy fleet, murderous intent crackling around them. Lewis, too, drew his longsword, believing that perhaps today was the day he would break through to the realm of Swordmaster. On Whitebeard's side, Odin, his sworn brother, raised his great saber with a thunderous shout. To arms! Meet the enemy! The crew responded with a fevered roar, weapons lifted high as they rushed forward, their momentum staggering. Odin led the charge, the vanguard slicing into the enemy ranks. A single swing, and several foes fell instantly. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, a warning flared through his observation hockey. A voice, tinged with mischief, sounded right by his ear, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Ever felt the sting of a kick at the speed of light? It was none other than the famed Kizaru, unleashing his signature lightspeed kick. Odin, forewarned by his hockey, barely raised his swords in time to defend, but he was a heartbeat too slow. The devastating kick landed square in Odin's chest, hurling him through the air. Odin, no, Captain Odin, Lord Odin. Though their cries differed, every voice held the same concern. Cough, cough. Now it's what I call a powerful hit. Though Odin had been sent flying, his injuries weren't serious. At the last possible moment, he'd reinforced his chest with armament hockey. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. A powerhouse of the Navy. My blood's boiling. Odin, we're here to back you up. The ones who called out were none other than Vista and Jaws. As fellow dual-blade swordsmen, Vista had learned much from Odin. Teacher, friend, and brother, all rolled into one. Their bond ran deep. Jaws, too, often shared drinks with Odin, their friendship quite strong. Just as they were about to step forward, a dashing figure suddenly blocked their path. Hey now, I can't let you go and bother old man Borsellino and the others. How about you keep me company instead? No one knew when Lewis had appeared at Borsellino's side, but his eyes were bright with excitement as he looked at Vista and Jaws. Worthy opponents, absolutely fantastic. Vista and Jaws turned to Lewis, their expressions cold and indifferent, saying in no uncertain terms, "Who's this nobody? Go play elsewhere." Their open disdain made Lewis raise an eyebrow, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. Strength speaks louder than words. So Lewis made up his mind. He would fight until even their own captain couldn't recognize them. From the sidelines, Borsellino took in every nuance of Lewis's expression. He understood instantly. These two up-and-coming stars of the Whitebeard Pirates likely wouldn't be rising any further. To be continued, Borsellino immediately took Odin away, clearing the battlefield for Lewis and the others. Hey, samurai, how about you come play with me over there? With a true flash of light, he zipped away. Odin didn't hesitate. He believed in his two young friends and their chances of victory. Stepping into his wooden sandals, Odin followed Borsellino and left the scene. Now, only Lewis and the other two remained. All around them, shouts of battle and cries of anguish echoed, forming a stark contrast to the sudden stillness of their little corner. No need for much pre-battle chatter. Vista was the first to make a move. He swept in, a faint scent of roses trailing in his wake, his twin blades arcing straight for Lewis. Jaws was right behind him, his massive frame somehow moving with astonishing speed. With half his body transformed into glistening diamond, his fist whistled through the air, aimed right at Lewis's head. Rose danced. Brilliant fist. Blood surged in Lewis's veins. He had long hungered for a battle like this. Ever since leaving boot camp, nothing before this war had truly satisfied him. Well, there was that time the North blew, but the fight fizzled out before it got interesting. Facing their fierce assault, Lewis showed not a hint of panic. With one hand, he gripped his long sword and coated it, using the strongest armament hockey he could muster, until it gleamed a deep jet black. A black blade, bottomless in its darkness, clashed against Vista's twin swords. Steel rang out, sparks flying everywhere. But Vista's expression was anything but pleasant. Damn, this guy's strength is monstrous. He's matching my two blades with just one hand. And that hockey. No way is this guy some nobody. But the stalemate didn't last long. Suddenly, Lewis unleashed a powerful force, veins bulging on his arms as he flung Vista aside. As Vista staggered back, Jozu immediately seized the opening to launch his attack from the space made available. Seeing this, Lewis simply chuckled. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured a blue-violet shield with his other hand, stepped boldly forward, and met Josu's diamond fist head-on. At first, Josu watched Lewis deploy a strange power and sneered to himself. Other than Pop's Tremor fruit, nothing could possibly shatter his physical defenses. But the instant their attacks connected, his expression changed drastically. He could feel cracks spreading through his fist, panic flashing through his eyes. He tried to retreat, but was caught fast, unable to move. Trying to run? Not that easy. Lewis's face was ice cold, his murderous intent chilling. Somehow, his long sword was already planted in the ice. With his free hand clenched into a fist, his mysterious power surged again, landing squarely on Josu's diamond-clad body as he shouted, "Star Shatter!" The legendary diamond defense, hard as it was, shattered like brittle glass, blood flowing from every wound, dyeing Josu crimson, transforming him into a red diamond. Lewis let go, and Josu's body thudded to the ground, utterly still. He lost consciousness. Vista's face was a mask of shock. This man had taken down his brother in a single move. Gasps rippled through the onlookers, all of them gaping in disbelief at Josu's fallen form. Strictly speaking, Josu had only been done in by his own arrogance. Had he not underestimated Lewis, leaving a fatal opening, he might have held out for several more rounds. Vista's eyes reddened, hands trembling around his blades. His fury was at its limit. Yet Lewis looked perfectly unconcerned. He picked up his sword from the ice, swept his hair back with a flourish, and, eyes gleaming with challenge, spoke to his opponent. "Well then, what did you think of that last attack?" A sharp crack resounded in Vista's mind, the thread of reason finally snapping under Lewis's provocation. Fury overwhelmed him. With a savage roar, he charged, twin swords hacking at Lewis like a wild beast unleashed. Lewis did not dodge, nor did he step back. He gripped his sword with both hands and clashed head-on with Vista. Blow after blow, he was forced into a tight defense. Still, Lewis remained calm. He knew rage granted Vista greater power, but it came at a steep cost. His stamina would drain that much faster. Provoking Vista was no accident. It was a deliberate ploy to intensify the pressure, driving Lewis to seek the breakthrough to the realm of the Swordmaster. Though Vista had lost all reason, his swordsmanship was engraved deep in his muscles. His skills still shone through. And so Lewis focused all his senses on the clashing of steel, searching for that vital feeling. All things breathe, even swords and blades draw breath. Ordinary people cannot sense the life within inanimate things, but swordsmen and those with extraordinary talent can. If there is life, then death is inevitable. No matter if it's a human or something else, this rule applies to all. After eating the fragmented fruit, Lewis's understanding of destruction grew ever deeper. Shatter the body, sever all traces of vitality. This is the path of utter offense that Lewis walks. As long as my attacks are strong enough, I can sweep aside everything in my way. Simple, direct, brutal. And yet, in this world, it works incredibly well. Finally, after clashing dozens of times back and forth, Lewis understood the path his own strength should follow. A well-rounded, hexagonal warrior is just not realistic. So, I'll become an ADC, a pure force of attack taken to the very extreme. And for him, that was completely possible. With a single battle, Lewis was enlightened. Stepping into the sword hero's realm. He heard it, the breath of Vista's dual swords. Pain, anxiety, worry for their master. And he heard, as well, the breath of the long sword in his own hand. Delight, joy, a thrill at its master's breakthrough. Lewis grinned. Breaking apart from Vista after their clash, he took a few steps back. A new way of perceiving the world brought him a wholly different experience. Everything has a spirit, and all can be cut. That is what it means to be a sword hero. Vista roared and charged once more, but Lewis had no intention of dragging things out any longer. With a heavy swing of his long sword, a deep blue arc of sword energy thundered across the battlefield like a dragon, like a tiger. It showed not an ounce of mercy as Vista's form was completely engulfed. When the light faded, all that remained was Vista, collapsed in a pool of blood, alongside two broken blades. With a flourish, Lewis sheathed his sword in style and whispered softly to Vista, "Thank you, Vista." To be continued. Surveying the battlefield, it was clear the tide had turned greatly in favor of the Navy. The enemy was outnumbered, and the 30,000 Marines deployed for this mission were the finest of the elite. Having taken down both Josu and Vista, Lewis didn't rest. His sword flashed out again and again as he cut down pirates amidst the chaos. For every pirate who fell, another one or two elite Marines would survive. Inu Gami Girin. Akainu unleashed a devastating attack at Marco, blowing half his body away in a burst of molten fury. But within moments, Marco had pulled himself back together, the power of his devil fruit restoring him. Still, the exhaustion was written all over his face. Most of his strength had already been spent, but Marco pressed on, fighting desperately to pin down Akainu. It was getting on Sakazuki's nerves. This blasted Birdman, using his regenerative powers to drag things out, truly an annoyance. Hey Kazan, you deal with him. Compared to himself, ice powers were far better suited for handling this opponent. Players who can recover this quickly really ought to be banned. Kazan, who was just slacking off, had casually dealt with a minion when he suddenly heard Sakazuki shout. Rolling his eyes, he replied half-heartedly, Allah, weren't you the one who was making all the noise about burning that immortal bird to ashes? You keep at it. I believe in you. Just when I'm enjoying my nice break, and now you're bothering me. Sakazuki, hearing this, was left speechless. His chest heaved with anger. Clearly, he was seriously pissed off. Deadbird faced the judgment of justice. But as he was gathering strength for an enraged attack, Marco's panicked voice rang out. Jozu, Vista. Seeing his two dear brothers lying motionless in pools of blood, Marco shot into the air and sped to their side. He covered them with the flames of restoration, quickly attempting first aid. Lewis did a decent job, Sakazuki smirked, pretty satisfied with the situation now that he'd pieced it all together. Lewis sure was a lot better than that lazy blue chicken. Still, there's no way he'd just stand by and watch the enemy recover. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward to continue the assault. Meanwhile, Kuzan, having been unfairly criticized, sneezed with irritation and thought to himself, is someone talking bad about me? Elsewhere, far across the battlefield, Whitebeard was fighting two opponents at once, locked in a fierce, entangled battle with both Garp and Sengoku. Tremors rippled through the ground, Buddha's light gleamed, and powerful shockwaves interlaced in the air. A clear warning to all. Only the strong dare step here. And yet, no matter how legendary Whitebeard seemed, holding his own against these two for so long was already a remarkable feat. The double drain on his stamina and the toll exerted by his devil fruit side effects meant that, sooner or later, defeat was inevitable. But his pride simply wouldn't allow him to retreat or flee. He, Edward Newgate, never backs down. Yet when Marco's desperate voice reached his ears, Whitebeard's heart tightened with fear. Though he saw his sons as his greatest treasure, he couldn't help having favorites among them. Without a doubt, Marco and the others destined to be future squad leaders held a special place in his heart. He couldn't resist glancing their way, only to expose a fatal opening. An opening. In a flash, Garp darted forward at blinding speed, attacking Whitebeard's undefended chest with a vicious punch. But just as he was about to land the blow, Sengoku called out in alarm, Garp, watch out. Just in the nick of time, a massive black slash tore across the battlefield, shrieking past and targeting Garp directly. Trusting his battle-hardened comrade, Garp heeded Sengoku's warning and leapt back, narrowly dodging the attack. That slash, it felt all too familiar. Hey, Sengoku, Garp started to say, but before he could voice his suspicions, his observation Haki confirmed it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The pirates and the Navy alike, upon spotting that unmistakable pirate ship and the group standing boldly on its deck, couldn't help but cry out in shock. It's the Roger Pirates! Lewis stopped in his tracks the moment he saw that powerful slash, pausing to see who had intervened. But who could have imagined? It was actually the Roger Pirates. As Roger marched forward, leading his officers and crew across the ice, both pirates and Navy soldiers instinctively parted to let them pass. Their presence was simply overwhelming. What a scene. This was like a wild bull riding a roller coaster, completely out of control. However, from a Navy's point of view, this was far from good news. Anyone could guess, even with just a little common sense, that Roger's crew certainly hadn't shown up to help the Navy. Now, faced with two legendary pirate crews at once, the Navy's current strength was stretched dangerously thin. After all, while Roger's crew was small, every single member was an elite. Well, except for that red-nosed boy. The gathered Navy higher-ups all wore grim expressions. Even seasoned veterans like Teacher Bohr and the typically laid-back Kazan were looking deeply troubled. They had believed that this battle gave them a real chance to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. That's why they'd entered this war with such confidence. But with this new complication, things were suddenly much messier. Roger himself paid these worries no mind. Sort of supreme quality. Ace, resting on his shoulder, his captain's coat deep red like fine wine, chest laid bare, brimming with laughter, he called out to Sengoku and the others. Hey Sengoku Garp, it's been ages. How could you start such an exciting fight with Newgate and not invite me? Not cool at all. Just great. Couldn't this guy just stay out of it? Hearing this, Sengoku fumed inwardly, teetering on the edge of losing his temper. Ask him, why would we need him? What, to throw a party? If only they'd been able to find you before, they would have smashed you to pieces already. Hey, Roger, mind your own business. Whitebeard snapped, his face icy. With his pride, he'd never acknowledge Roger's actions. Whitebeard would rather die standing than yield to anyone. But Roger couldn't have cared less. Whether Whitebeard acknowledged him or not, he was here regardless. A true troublemaker, if there ever was one. At this moment, Lewis slipped back to Sengoku and the others, asking in a low voice, Admiral, what should we do next? Though he longed to keep fighting, he knew if the battle continued, the Navy's 30,000 elite might be all but wiped out. This was most of the Navy's core strength. Now that Whitebeard and Roger had joined forces, the balance of top combatants had been completely overturned. In this world, after all, it's always the strongest who decide how the battlefield shifts. A heavy, unsettling silence settled over everyone. Suddenly, Whitebeard seemed to recall something. Turning to Marco, he called out, who just defeated Jozu and Vista. After asking a few subordinates, someone pointed at Lewis and said, Dad, it's this guy right here. With a calm expression, Lewis stepped forward, showing no fear as he met Whitebeard's gaze. His right hand gripped his long sword tightly, and he remarked mockingly, What's this? When your underlings lose, you, the father, want to step in. Whitebeard stared at Lewis for a good while, then burst out laughing and delivered his classic line. Gu-da-da-da-da-da. That had crossed my mind. But if you join us, there wouldn't be any problem at all. So, become my son, kid. A brief silence fell. Pirates and Marines alike stared with wide, incredulous eyes. What? To be continued. Invited by pirates? Seriously? Lewis was left stunned by Whitebeard's unexpected offer. The high-ranking Marines were also taken aback. Before Lewis could refuse, Sengoku's veins bulged in irritation, and he snapped. What kind of daydreaming is this? I'm telling you right now, Lewis will never go with you. With a cold snort, Whitebeard said nothing more, but the appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Lewis only grew stronger. What's with this guy? Has he taken a liking to me? Like it or not, that's exactly what was happening. Among the Whitebeard pirates, people like Marco and the others, though young and talented, didn't exactly have what it took to inherit Newgate's mantle. At least not from what anyone could see for now. Maybe it was a matter of personality. Besides, even though Whitebeard was at his peak now, what about the years to come? He really had to think ahead. He was already in his 50s, after all. Now compare that to Lewis. This kid looked especially young, probably only just come of age. Yet he had managed to defeat both Jozu and Vista in a 2-on-1 fight, and did so while absolutely dominating the bout. And rumor had it his power was quite similar to mine. He was the perfect successor in every way. Young, hugely promising, powerful, and even just as handsome as Whitebeard himself. How could anyone resist? If this was the Whitebeard of old, no doubt he'd go all out to win someone like that over. Of course, there was no chance Lewis would ever join the Whitebeard pirates. Why would he? He had a bright future in the Navy. Why throw it away just to become a pirate? For money? To become the next Whitebeard? That's just ridiculous. He had no interest in adopting a new father. Thank you very much. So Lewis spoke up, firmly rejecting Whitebeard's offer. But before Whitebeard could say more, Garp grew impatient and cut in. Newgate, there's no need for us to get involved in the business between the youngsters. And as for Lewis joining you, just drop it. At these words, Whitebeard also fell silent. Although Vista and Jozu suffered serious injuries, their lives were not in danger. As for that kid, he would just leave him to his two blockhead sons. Besides, settling scores right now was out of the question. But just then, Roger, the notorious troublemaker, decided to make his presence known. Hey Lewis, how about joining me? Everyone in my crew is talented and has a way with words. Before Roger could finish, his speech devolved into a string of muffled noises as someone tried to shut him up. Rayleigh and Jabba, standing nearby, could hardly keep a straight face. Big brother, what exactly are you trying to pull? Do you have to go out of your way to completely enrage the Navy? Anyone with half a brain could see how much the Navy valued this kid. Roger, that's enough. Rayleigh quickly clamped a hand over Roger's unruly mouth, managing an awkward but courteous smile at the Navy officers. But the Navy wasn't having any of it. Their faces were as dark as coal. Why did everyone insist on recruiting Lewis into their crew? Did they really think the Navy was afraid of these pirates? Still, the bigger question remained. Should this war go on? With that in mind, every pair of eyes turned to Sengoku. Fight or negotiate? Although Navy casualties weren't too high, the prospects for continued battle looked grim. Even if they threw in everything they had, it was unlikely to make a difference. Then there were the other pirates to worry about. Never mind the Golden Lion. Big Mom and Kaido were both forces to be reckoned with. If victory had seemed likely, maybe they could have made a play for it. But as things stood, Sengoku could only sigh, his face full of resignation. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to call a ceasefire. The order quickly spread through the Navy ranks. Even if they understood the reasoning, their hearts were heavy with frustration and unwillingness. Was it just a matter of luck? And so, with more of a whimper than a bang, the war came to a strangely anticlimactic end. After the battle, the pirate ships sailed off together. Aboard the Moby Dick, both pirate crews held a raucous feast, celebrating their victory. After all, survival itself was a victory. Wine flowed freely, and as people got tipsy, some began to show off their unique talents, filling the air with laughter and merriment. Roger clinked glasses with Whitebeard, and after chatting for a bit, casually asked, "Newgate, I hear you have a pretty formidable samurai on board." At that, Whitebeard's expression soured a bit. It was hard to shake the feeling that Roger was up to something. Still, it wouldn't do to refuse him outright, given all that had just happened. Rejecting him now would come off as ungracious. So, he called for his sworn brother to come over. Odin had long been curious about Roger. He'd often heard Whitebeard talk about names like Roger, Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom. He knew these were some of the most notorious pirates in the world. Since his voyage began as a journey to see the world, he wasn't about to pass up the chance to meet such legendary figures. At a glance, well, what a remarkable hero. He was exactly his kind of person. He picked up his drink and hurried over, practically bouncing with excitement. And sure enough, as soon as Roger asked, he poured out his whole story without holding anything back. As for what happened next, well, that became the now famous Odin switches sides incident everyone knows by heart. Meanwhile, over on the Navy's side, the atmosphere was noticeably heavy. And no wonder, everyone felt frustrated and stifled. Sakazuki in particular was so worked up he scorched several holes right through the table. Kazan was just as upset. He hadn't cracked a smile this whole time. Only Admiral Borsellino seemed utterly unbothered, calmly trimming his nails, his face the picture of composure. But among the Iron Triangle, it was Vice Admiral Tsuru who merely sipped her tea, shot an indifferent glance at the three admiral candidates, shook her head, and inwardly thought, "There'll be far more things leaving you helpless in the days ahead." She then looked over at Lewis, who seemed deep in thought. Curiosity piqued, she asked him directly. Everyone else turned to Lewis as well, eager to hear his perspective. Pulled from his reverie, Lewis looked around at them and said, "I want to ask, strictly speaking, did we really lose? I don't think so. The operation was forced to a halt, that's all. We just didn't achieve our original objectives. But plans never keep up with change. There's no need to get hung up on it. Besides, we faced off against two legendary crews at once. Doesn't that only serve to highlight the Navy's true strength?" Sengoku and Tsuru both looked at Lewis with satisfaction. Clearly, he saw the situation with clarity and perspective. Garp, meanwhile, boomed with laughter, thumping Lewis on the back again and again. He hit him so hard Lewis had to grit his teeth and call upon armament hockey just to weather the blows. After a moment's thought, Vice Admiral Tsuru picked up Lewis's point and suggested they get in touch with the papers to showcase how the Navy fought bravely in this operation, even driving back two legendary pirate crews. That would surely bolster morale. It was a little wordplay, sure, but it was an embellishment rooted in truth. Nothing wrong with that. The others immediately praised Tsuru for her suggestion. Faces lightened all around. If a newspaper put out a report like that, with some rousing publicity, morale would soar and the troops' confidence would be rock solid. There'd be plenty of benefits. More recruits flocking to enlist, and maybe even a case for boosting the military budget. In fact, perhaps this truce wasn't such a bad thing after all. With only 30,000 elite troops taking relatively light losses, merely surface wounds, nothing that truly harmed their core strength. The Navy had achieved an unexpected objective at a minimal cost. Honestly, thinking about it, things had turned out pretty well. So, when the fleet returned to headquarters on high spirits, Sengoku immediately contacted the World News to ensure the whole affair reached the global audience as soon as possible. Morgans, the newspaperman, was lounging in his office, enjoying hot pot and singing to himself. When the news from the Navy hit, he was so stunned he nearly dropped his dinner. Wait, come on, guys. How did you manage to create another sensational headline so quickly? The Red Earl had only just been captured. Am I the big news, or are you? Still, keep it up. Give it everything you've got. Bring even more. Without hesitation, he dives in himself to personally write the article for this breaking news. In no time at all, he orders his staff to take the freshly written article and get it printed immediately, hoping to have it distributed first thing the next morning. Gentlemen, it's time to rise and grind, 24/7. This is a blessing, truly. And so, the next day, the whole ocean was abuzz. To be continued. Thanks to Morgan's relentless drive, the newspaper staff worked through the night. Truly a model example of capitalist efficiency. Now, Contessa Morgans, please pick your favorite street lamp. But one can't deny that the flow of information relies largely on this king of news. As soon as the morning broke, people saw newsbirds scattering newspapers everywhere, like there was no cost. Everyone knew right away. A major story had broken. Thus, the news of the Navy's victory in the New World spread across the globe. The world was shaken. The seas were in uproar. Fantastic. The Navy won, said ordinary citizens who supported the Navy. Meanwhile, the pirates couldn't help but wear gloomy faces as they read the report. After all, the Navy's dominance was hardly good news for them. Of course, most of those pirates are bottom tier. The real players were snickering under their covers. People like Big Mom, Kaido, and the like. The Navy's aggression was selective. For now, they wouldn't target these silver medal contenders. The real targets were the gold medal pirates. The 3 legendary pirate crews. As for the Red Earl, he's a lone wolf. He may be powerful, but that's all there is to it. No one conquers the world solo. The clash between the Navy and pirates is only natural. But for pirates, the biggest problem is always their fellow pirates, especially those on the same level, forces that are already well established. Unless something unexpected happens, the odds of a major upset are slim. Now, according to the news, Roger and Whitebeard, those 2 gold medal players, were dealt a heavy blow. Isn't this the perfect chance for others to expand their influence? Apart from that major headline, some keen readers also noticed a certain name mentioned in the report. Akiji Kazu, Akainu, those are all familiar faces. But this Louis Coronet? Never heard of him before. Other intelligence agents from various forces took special note of this name. As everyone knows, those first 3 Navy officers are shoo-ins to become the Navy's future admirals. So being listed alongside them in the newspaper clearly means this new figure is highly favored within the Navy. If not, why mention his name at all? Do you really think the Navy's top brass are out of their minds? After the intelligence was uploaded, quite a few people committed the name Louis to memory, keeping a close eye on him. Some even sighed with emotion, saying the Navy had found yet another talented prodigy, proof that promising successors were on the way. But according to the information received, this Louis was only, 17 years old. What was I doing at 17? Probably still collecting protection money at the docks. Honestly, it's a little absurd. Louis, now being watched by several powerful factions, remained completely oblivious. Not that it would make much difference if he knew. After all, ever since he resolved to change everything, power and status had become necessities. Have you ever seen a nameless Navy admiral? You have to make your name early, seize every chance to earn military merit. These are essential experiences. In order to report the details of the operation to the world government and return to headquarters quickly, they all chose to take the shortcut through Mariewa. But unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to come here. Noble celestial dragons and downtrodden slaves coexisting in this so-called Holy Land was sheer absurdity. Though it was his second visit, Louis still felt nauseous every time he saw those vacant, Namide slaves. He could now somewhat empathize with why Garp repeatedly refused the title of admiral. After all, one key duty of an admiral was to protect these world nobles. But why should the Navy protect these swine? Because the world government holds the Navy's purse strings, the enormous military budget. But what if they could become self-sufficient? Louis gazed at the distant celestial dragons, his eyes glinting with thought. This was something that needed serious planning. Still, what surprised Louis was Sakazuki's attitude. He too looked just as contemptuous and disgusted. On closer consideration, it made sense. As one of the Navy's future pillars, Sakazuki was certainly no simple brute, and his political acumen was nothing to scoff at. Furthermore, as a high-ranking officer and senior member of the Navy, he must have come across plenty of dirty dealings related to the world government. So how could anyone expect a friendly attitude towards the celestial dragons who were at the root of it all? While Louis was lost in thought, Guillaume beside him noticed the look on his face. She sighed inwardly, then patted him on the shoulder and offered comfort. "Don't worry, Louis. The Navy isn't like that." Snapping out of his thoughts, Louis smiled at Guillaume and replied, "It's all right, Sister Guillaume. I'm not about to be shaken so easily." Yes, but if things don't change, the Navy will turn into exactly that, sooner or later. He shook his head, buried those thoughts deep down, and started to joke around with Guillaume. The atmosphere lightened just a bit. Once back at headquarters, Louis returned to his daily life. Besides training, in order to further hone himself, he even went out of his way to request field assignments from Staff Officer Tsuru. After all, working in the staff department was just a desk job. Staff Officer Tsuru agreed as well, allowing him to spend a considerable amount of time undertaking missions outside. As Louis completed more missions, people began to associate his name from the papers with the real person. He was no longer just a name. He now carried a tangible aura of intimidation. You could spot him even in the early stretches of the Grand Line and into the New World. He'd even earned his own titles. To the public, he was known as Colonel Starbreaker. But to those pirates who feared him, he was called the Blood Lion. Starbreaker sounded rather impressive, but Blood Lion, well, that was just unbearably old-fashioned. Whenever he neared a pirate ship, you'd hear someone on board cry out in terror. The Blood Lion is coming. Everybody run. Every time, Lewis couldn't help but feel incredibly awkward. But that wasn't all. He was beset by another, rather peculiar problem these days. Lewis, how many letters have you received this week? Guillaume pressed him for an answer inside Saru's office, her expression unreadable. As for the reason, she kept grilling him. Simply put, he was too dashing for his own good. After all, Lewis was the man hailed as the Navy's flower, and it wasn't uncommon for him to encounter young women in distress during missions. Just imagine, a strikingly handsome man sweeping in like justice incarnate to save you. Who could resist that? Most would offer themselves to him on the spot. Of course, if Lewis weren't so good-looking, the gratitude would probably just be a vague promise to repay him in the next life as a beast of burden. That's just how things went. Undeniably so. Matters escalated when his photos began appearing in newspapers. Suddenly, readers of all ages snapped up every edition with his portrait inside. Morgans was positively overjoyed when he saw the survey reports. "I found it, my new golden goose." No wonder that feathery fellow called Naval Headquarters all the time, begging to arrange an exclusive interview with Colonel Lewis. Because of all this, every time Lewis returned from mission, he'd be swamped with stacks of love letters. This drove Guillaume up the wall. Inwardly, she cursed all those shameless hussies. "Back off, all of you. He's mine, all mine." Her voice resounding like thunder. Faced with Guillaume's icy glare, Lewis broke out in nervous sweat and handed over every single letter to the formidable lady. Wait, hold on, he hadn't actually done anything wrong. So why did he feel so terribly guilty? Realizing this, Lewis got lost in thought, confused by his own unease. Staff Officer Tsuru, meanwhile, simply enjoyed the show, sipping her tea with an easy smile. The only thing missing was some sunflower seeds or peanuts. And it wasn't just here. Sometimes you'd catch Sengoku or Zephyr also in on the gossip, thoroughly entertained. The whole Naval Headquarters seemed to treat this as a regular feature by now. Kazan and Professor Borsellino just made a few jokes and left it at that. But the real surprise was Sakazuki. He suddenly sought Lewis out and asked when the two of them were getting married, so he could clear his schedule for the wedding. And that's not all. That old rascal Garp has even set up a betting pool, wagering on what age those two will get married. If it weren't for the fact that he's simply unbeatable, Lewis would have loved to smash him with a punch. Absolutely outrageous. Don't base your merriment on my misery. When did Navy Headquarters become such a strange place? I'm fuming and trembling with frustration. When will I, Lewis, finally stand tall in this world? Thus, time kept rolling on, just like this for a full 2 years. Now, Lewis was about to turn 20. And besides that, by accumulating battle merits, he managed to win over quite a few of his critics, finally earning the rank of Rear Admiral and officially entering the circle of Admiralty. At the same time, he became the youngest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy, a record he might well keep breaking in the future. But these 2 years were certainly far from peaceful. To be continued. Hey, Kazan, over here. At the port of Naval Headquarters, several admirals were standing around waiting. When a man they were waiting for finally arrived, Lewis, looking a bit annoyed, waved his hand to call him over. After nearly an hour of waiting and another mission ahead, a touch of irritation was only natural. Looking at Kazan, who was sporting 2 glaringly dark circles under his eyes and looked as if he'd barely woken up, Lewis couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. This guy was getting more and more addicted to sleep, it seemed. Beside him, Sakazuki stood with a blank expression, but the impatience in his eyes betrayed his displeasure. Clearly, he was none too happy about Kazan's tardiness. He couldn't hold back a few pointed remarks, lecturing about how a Navy officer ought to set an example, and that punctuality was a must, and so on. But Kazan shot right back, claiming he'd spent the night saving the souls of troubled girls. A true act of justice, no less. No one understands justice better than me. The few bystanders tried, and failed, to stifle their laughter, their faces turning red from the effort. Even Sakazuki twitched visibly at that explanation. Saving the souls of troubled girls, is it? More like you were out enjoying a foot massage. Just as the two were about to start another round of bickering, Admiral Sengoku strode over, his expression grave. He was accompanied by a group of men in black suits. The one at their head kept half a step behind Sengoku, all smiles and obsequious, really embodying the role of a lackey. Leaving Sengoku aside for a moment, the mere sight of those men caused the faces of the admirals to turn cold and distant. These people were none other than the ears and eyes of the government, the spies of the CP agency. At their head was Spandine. And who is this man? In the original tale, Spandam, the villain of the Enies lobby incident, was his son. Looking at his lecherous face, so strikingly similar to Spandam's, Lewis felt a premonition brewing. He glanced at the other officers gathered. Besides himself, every other one was a vice admiral of headquarters. 5 in total. A buster call? The thought made him uneasy. What on earth has happened that it's come to this point, requiring the deployment of a buster call? The explanation that followed from Zhanghua resolved his confusion. This time, your mission is to carry out the demon-slaying order. The target is O'Hara, located in the West Sea. Our orders are to erase O'Hara from the map. Yes, sir. All for the sake of justice. The generals accepted the mission without hesitation. After all, as soldiers, obeying orders was their duty. Kazan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took on the task as well. Lewis remained silent. The moment he heard the name O'Hara, he more or less understood what this was about. The Poneglyphs. Ideas flickered through his mind, and a bold plan began to take shape. But to understand all of this, you'd have to go back to that war 2 years ago. After the war ended, Roger discovered that Kazuki Odin came from the clan of stonemasons who had created the Poneglyphs 800 years ago. Astonishingly, Odin could even read them. This revelation delighted Roger beyond words. His intuition had been right. This samurai from Wano could help him realize his dream. Without delay, Roger invited Odin to join his crew. But Whitebeard would never agree to that. He was furious. Even though he'd helped them out of a tight spot on the battlefield, it was crossing the line to poach his crewmate right in front of him. So, they ended up clashing on a deserted island for 3 days and 3 nights. Yet, deep down, Odin felt that Roger and his crew were more to his liking. He pleaded with Whitebeard, asking for permission to join Roger's crew. Whitebeard was deeply troubled by this turn of events, but after much persuasion, he begrudgingly gave his consent. Odin joining Roger's crew had even made the news at the time, but Lewis hadn't paid much attention. He merely marveled at how quickly time was progressing. This meant Roger's rise to the top was drawing near. Though Lewis couldn't help but wonder whether the Battle of Edwar would even take place in this world. With Odin's help, Roger and his crew managed to decipher many of the Poneglyphs. But realizing the eggs shouldn't all be kept in one basket, Roger decided to entrust part of the Poneglyphs to the scholars of O'Hara. Despite their best efforts at secrecy, there are no impenetrable walls in this world. News that the Roger pirates were researching the Poneglyphs eventually reached the world government. Pirates alone wouldn't be so troublesome. They were already outlaws, and even if they studied the texts, they might not understand them. But what truly enraged the 5 elders was this. The scholars of O'Hara were studying them too. After many warnings were ignored, the world government decided it was time. O'Hara had to be wiped off the map. Roger and his crew might be impossible to catch, but a whole island cannot run. And that is why today's operation is underway. To be honest, Lewis supported the demon-slaying order. The world government had given repeated warnings, clearly stating that this was strictly forbidden. Yet the O'Hara scholars refused to listen. Even after multiple warnings, they persisted. What exactly were they trying to do? Openly rebel? Opposing those in power? Were they out of their minds? Who could possibly tolerate this? No matter how much of a holy land of history it might claim to be, it still pales in comparison to the authority of Mariehua, the Holy Land. Did folks really think they were all saints with unshakable tempers? But Lewis remembered from the original story that the 2 main characters in this mission were Sakazuki and Kazan. Their opposition began here. For now, they just found each other disagreeable, but there was still deep camaraderie between them as fellow soldiers. Once the briefing was complete, Sengoku introduced Spandine and his people, just for everyone to get to know each other. This Spandine, however, turned out to be nothing like his son. In contrast, he was keenly aware of social dynamics and could read the room effortlessly. After some conversation, the tensions between the 2 groups eased quite a bit, especially when he spoke with Lewis. He was practically tripping over himself to curry favor. Ever since Lewis joined the Navy and started to shine, the higher-ups had taken notice. Talent, capability, he excelled in every regard. The 5 elders themselves even approached Commander Kong, hoping to draw this promising young man into the CP agency. But with Commander Kong's strong opposition, the idea was shelved. Ironically, their respect for Lewis only grew stronger. If he didn't join CP and instead kept rising through the Navy at his age and with his potential, one could almost see him as a guaranteed future admiral. Our esteemed Spandine was well informed, and who knows how, but he learned that the 5 elders set great store by Vice Admiral Lewis. Hence the scene played out. It actually took Lewis by surprise and left him a bit confused. Was that Spandam really this man's son in the future? It seemed the idiom, like father, like son, didn't apply here. With communication skills like that, it was a waste he wasn't hosting a talk show. After some conversation, Sakazuki, being the commander of this operation, gave the order. Everyone aboard, set sail, for O'Hara. This was Lewis's first time to O'Hara, and it would also be his last. To be continued. Aboard the warship, Lewis was discussing the topic of hockey with Sakazuki and Kazan. I just can't seem to master the advanced application of hockey. How did you two learn it back in the day? 3 years had passed since he awakened hockey. Though both the quality and quantity of his hockey kept gradually improving, the elusive advanced technique still slipped through his grasp. Hockey's advanced application, Ryuo. What? You're only 20, yet you're fussing over something most of us didn't think about until 30, my friend. Don't you think you're rushing things a bit? I suspect you were just showing off, and the evidence couldn't be clearer. Come with us to the military court, please. Faced with this question, Sakazuki shrugged and suggested Lewis should just go out and hunt more pirates. The rest would take care of itself. So, you mean you just get the hang of it as you fight more and more? That actually makes a strange kind of sense. Kazan rolled his eyes and made it clear he had no intention of responding. To be honest, the speed at which Lewis is improving is actually a little frightening. When it's time for the actual admiral elections, Wait a minute. Come to think of it, that doesn't sound too bad. Suddenly, the world seemed to open up for Kazan. Truth be told, Kazan never really aspired to become an admiral. And if you wonder why, well, you've got to look at who he learned from. None other than the Navy's most stubborn maverick, Garp. This old man poured his whole philosophy into Kazan. Faced with the teachings of his idol, how could a starstruck disciple like him not listen? Just look at how Kazan acted on the battlefield 2 years ago. Laid back and doing things his own way, living proof of Garp's legacy. All in all, skill is something you have to grasp for yourself. When the time is right, everything falls into place naturally. Besides, he still possessed the power of the fragment fruit. Once he'd figured this out, Lewis didn't press any further, and instead the conversation turned to other topics. Have you guys heard the news about the Roger Pirates? Both nodded, and Kuzan chimed in. Yes, a man named Douglas Bullitt left the Roger Pirates, though the reason's still a mystery. His whereabouts after that are also unknown, but from what I hear, he's an incredibly formidable fighter. At these words, Lewis's eyes flickered with anticipation, eager for the day he could measure his own strength against such a man. And when the topic shifted to this buster call, I believe the government's action this time is justified. Sakazuki stated his view bluntly. Though Kazan didn't voice agreement, neither did he protest. As for Lewis, he generally approved as well. Those O'Hara scholars really read themselves stupid. Time and again, they were warned explicitly not to meddle with forbidden matters, but they just wouldn't listen. Quite rebellious, aren't they? Daring to defy the world government. Maybe I should just hand over my own title of Holy Land to them. The world's most fundamental violent power. They don't have it. All their passion and youthful idealism seem rather weak in the face of absolute force, don't you think? So, what? Did they want to become martyrs to wake the world with their blood? Let's not kid ourselves. Twisting and distorting the truth is what the government does best. And when push comes to shove, they can use their might to erase any backlash, or simply suppress the news entirely. In the end, wasn't all that blood spilled in vain? Frankly, Lewis didn't feel the slightest pity for these so-called O'Hara scholars. Didn't they bring it on themselves? As for Kazan, he admitted that, to an extent, he could understand the government's perspective. After all, justice comes hand in hand with order. Undermining order is tantamount to threatening justice. And the historical texts, they hold more than just the coordinates to that final island. Soon, the Buster Call fleet arrived at O'Hara. Battalions of soldiers and CP agents in sleek black suits swarmed ashore, swiftly sealing off the harbor as panic spread among the townspeople. The scholars inside the Tree of Knowledge naturally received the news as well. Dr. Clover, people from the world government have arrived. A scholar burst into the tree, shouting the warning. Dr. Clover remained calm, his expression unshaken. From the day he first touched upon forbidden knowledge, he had known that this ending was inevitable. Yet their thirst for knowledge and the responsibility that came with being historians drove them to unlock the mysteries of that 100 years of silence. Suddenly, Marines and CP agents rushed in, quickly gaining control over everyone present, and began counting heads. Spandine, holding a checklist, confirmed each name one by one, only to realize someone was missing. With cold, indifferent eyes fixed on Dr. Clover, he demanded, "Where is Nico Alvia?" Dr. Clover answered, his voice steady, neither reverent nor defiant. "Alvia left here a long time ago. You won't find her. Spandine did not lose his temper at this response. Instead, he replied softly, perhaps. But the ordinary people here won't be so lucky. On the other side of the island, in a patch of forest, Saul, look, what's happening at the harbor? Young Robin sat atop the giant's broad shoulder, gazing towards the harbor, an uneasy feeling stirring in her heart. Saul's face had already darkened with concern. His observation skills told him there were many powerful presences at the port. One of them even felt familiar. Kazan, you've come too? Saul whispered to himself. Once a vice admiral, he knew all too well what this meant. A buster call. He turned to guide Robin to safety. But suddenly, at the edge of the forest, he sensed an unfamiliar presence, laced with a touch of madness. Saul paused for a moment, but dismissed it quickly. Aboard the warship, Lewis gazed at O'Hara in contemplation. Take a good look, he thought. Soon, it will be gone forever. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice ring out in anguish. What are you doing? Following the cry, he looked down. There, a woman with long white hair was seated in a small boat, her delicate face frozen with disbelief. Studying her features, Lewis felt a flash of familiarity. With his hand on his chin in thought, it dawned on him. Wasn't this Robin's mother? She, too, seemed to be a historian. Just then, Sakazuki beside him received a transmission from Spandine. One scholar was missing from the arrest list, a woman named Nico Alvia. What a remarkable coincidence. Without hesitation, he dispatched soldiers to apprehend her, sending word to Spandine to rest easy. She was already in custody. TSK, TSK. Did you hear that, Dr. Clover? What a shame, Spandine mocked, eyes glinting with ridicule as he looked at the old scholar. Why? Why don't you come back now, of all times? Dr. Clover, whose face was filled with shock, now seemed utterly defeated. Their original plan had been to help Alvia escape ahead of time, to preserve at least a fragment of O'Hara's legacy. But at this critical juncture, she had returned. Seeing that he fell silent, Spandine paid him no further attention. From inside his coat, Spandine pulled out a stack of documents and began to read them aloud for everyone to hear. These were all the evidence of O'Hara's crimes. Therefore, in accordance with the law, all scholars of O'Hara are to be executed on the spot without delay. With those words, he waved his hand, and at once the CP agents and Marines behind him raised their guns and fired with brutal efficiency. Gazing at the lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood, Spandine let out a relieved sigh. At least part of his mission from above had been accomplished. All that was left was to collect the documents and bring them back. The next phase would fall to the Navy. At the thought of the looming buster call, Spandine broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ordered his men to speed up the gathering of materials. Meanwhile, on what grounds are you arresting me? Is this your so-called justice, as the Navy? I haven't broken any laws. Alvia, now captured, struggled desperately, her face ablaze with fury as she glared at the Marines. Lewis showed no patience for her. Striding forward, he slapped her hard and spoke sternly. Haven't broken any laws? Are you out of your mind? You were repeatedly warned not to research those forbidden subjects, yet you kept pushing the line. You crossed a red line a long time ago. But Alvia bristled with indignation and snapped back. What's wrong with studying history? That's our right. At this feeble invocation of freedom, Lewis's anger erupted. Freedom, you say? Did any of you scholars ever consider the dangers within the true historical texts? Surely you discovered what was recorded in them. Those are ancient weapons, not some ordinary cannons or rifles. In other words, what if this information were leaked and fell into the hands of someone with sinister ambitions? Upon hearing this, Alvia hesitated for a moment, but quickly pledged she would never reveal the secrets. Lewis, however, was entirely unimpressed. Never reveal the secrets? Maybe you could keep your silence, but what about everyone else? Even if everyone could, once the secret slipped out, what if those with devil fruit powers or advanced technology forced your secrets from you? How would you explain that? It's not as if reading memories or questioning the soul is impossible. For a moment, she was left completely speechless by his words. Kazan, who had briefly wavered, suddenly found his resolve again. Yes, if such a catastrophe were to happen, there really would be no justifying it. Sakazuki, meanwhile, regarded Lewis with clear admiration. This was exactly the kind of thinking he appreciated. He was about to offer a word of praise when suddenly, a deafening roar thundered from the Tree of Knowledge. To be continued. With a tremendous roar, the Tree of Omniscience slowly toppled. This sudden turn of events left Lewis and his companions utterly stunned. What on earth just happened? Are those CP agents really that powerful? Did they just blow up the tree? Not knowing what was going on, Lewis instinctively blamed Spandine and his group for the disaster. Meanwhile, Spandine, who had scrambled out in a panic after sensing something was wrong, also found this all rather absurd. Did the Navy really launch a buster call out of nowhere? They didn't even bother to notify me. Sure, CP and the Navy never really saw eye to eye, but this was a bit much, wasn't it? Before he could let his imagination run wild, the transponder snail rang. He picked up, only to hear, good heavens, it wasn't even the Navy's doing. Then who was behind all this? A hoarse, deranged man's voice echoed as the rising clouds of dust began to settle. Ha! I will destroy everything. It begins here. Roger. Roger. As the haze cleared, a massive, imposing figure came into view before them all. Zet. Douglas Barrett. Spandine, being the closest to this infamous devil's heir, recognized him immediately. Well, in intelligence work, you have to keep track of the people worth remembering. And Barrett was, without a doubt, one of those people. Hearing someone shout his name, Barrett's eyes swept over Spandine. The pressure from that gaze was so intense, Spandine suddenly found himself speechless. What's he doing here? Kazan muttered, but no one had an answer. Instead, Sakazuki didn't hesitate for a second. He rolled up his sleeves and charged straight in. Oh boy, charging ahead just like that? Well, since they were up against a pirate, it didn't seem like that big a problem. Barrett was strong, sure, but Admiral Akainu wasn't one to be underestimated either. Kazan, I'll leave things here to you. I'm going after him. At this point, Lewis couldn't suppress the battle fever welling up inside him. Especially now, with a 2-on-1 situation and Kazan backing them up. How could they possibly lose? Time to go wild. In a flash, he darted straight toward Barrett. Hey, Lewis. Kazan called after him, scratching his head with a helpless smile. He was starting to get a headache, but there were other things that needed his attention, so for now, he had to leave this mess to the others. Before the explosion, he'd sensed a fleeting but very familiar presence. Saul, was that you? With that, Kazan handed command over to the nearby Burning Mountain. Mount Burning, brother, I'll leave this to you. Not waiting for a reply, he made a quick exit, heading for the depths of the island. Our poor Lieutenant General Burning Mountain was left utterly bewildered. Who are these three exactly? And why am I the one in charge? Can't someone else take this? But with things as they were, all he could do was bite the bullet and handle the situation as best he could. On the battlefield, Sakazuki and Lewis stood side by side, facing Barrett, who wore an expression of utter disdain, clearly looking down on the two of them. To say that they knew each other would be accurate enough. The Red Dog and the Blood Lion. In Barrett's eyes, only those on Roger's level were worthy of his recognition. Crocodile, that sand bastard, might barely count as half a contender. As for these two, just a couple of weaklings. Such outright contempt instantly angered Sakazuki. Without a word, he raised his hand and launched a searing, magma-infused punch straight at Barrett. Though Barrett had absolute confidence in his own strength, he was far from blindly arrogant. With a swirl of haki, his black-violet fist met Sakazuki's furious blow head-on, refusing to yield even an inch. Wait, what? Since when could you channel haki outside your body? So I'm the only one who can't do that? Witnessing this exchange, Lewis couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. No one noticed the sour look on his face. Only Barrett's low growl rang out as he increased his force, shattering the magma to pieces. Is that all you've got? The devil's air, oozing arrogance, made it clear that such attacks were nothing but a tickle to him. At that moment, Lewis made his move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Barrett. The power of the fragment fruit surged forth as a blue-violet barrier, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Sensing the overwhelming threat at his back, Barrett didn't try to resist head-on. At the very last second, he narrowly dodged the attack, but the barrier still grazed him. Boom! The shattering power thundered into the earth, pulverizing the ground to dust. As the debris settled, a massive crater emerged before the three of them. Even Sakazuki could not keep a straight face. Witnessing such sheer destructive might, he couldn't suppress a slight arch of his brow. Lewis had truly grown stronger over the past 2 years. However, Barrett, the target of the attack, found no time for such reflections. Where Lewis's power had grazed his back, bloody flesh was exposed, a whole layer sheared right off. It was a truly fearsome wound. Well, nicely done, little blood lion. Barrett laughed instead of getting angry, wearing a wild grin. Since leaving Roger's crew, it had been ages since he'd felt pain like this. No need for chatter. Lewis and Sakazuki exchanged looks and reached a swift understanding. No more feints or pretenses. They'd strike together, 2 against 1. They moved in unison, unleashing the combined power of shattering force and molten lava from both flanks, aiming to catch Barrett off guard. But how could someone with pro-level observation haki fall for their ploy? With a burst of motion, he retreated in a flash, dodged cleanly, then slammed his hands onto the ground, activating his own ability, as if fruit powers belonged to you alone. The fusion fruit was the mightiest of all. Purple crystalline matter surged from within him, spreading across everything, merging seamlessly with his body. After several breaths, a towering giant, whose upper body bore a striking resemblance to Horus, appeared before Lewis and his companion. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed waves of sound, an awe-inspiring display of power. From afar, even those on the warship could see him, their faces turning grim under the weight of his overwhelming presence. Indeed, this power was truly extraordinary. But standing before him were none other than Sakazuki and Lewis together. Mighty as he was by no means invincible. Ha ha ha! So this is the power of the fusion fruit. The Horus giant threw back his head and howled to the sky, his voice brimming with pride. Looking up, Sakazuki remained stone-faced, while Lewis couldn't help but murmur in amazement. That target, wait no, this giant was truly enormous. Where should they strike first? To be honest, neither Sakazuki nor Lewis felt the slightest fear confronting such a massive foe. Let's not even mention the natural advantage of their wide-area attack abilities. Lewis alone could easily break through with his own power. Without hesitation, he signaled to Sakazuki, it was time to go big. Let's see how much swagger you have left. Sakazuki, yes. Sharing the same intent, Sakazuki instantly understood. He plunged both hands into the ground, calling upon his power to summon magma from deep within the earth. Meanwhile, Lewis thrust his hands out, fingers interlocked into a composite fist. The bluish-violet shield of energy pulsed in and out of focus, the force of destruction gathering intensely. Even the fabric of space itself seemed to crack around the focal point. The sight of these two unleashing their powers sent a bolt of dread straight into Barrett's heart. He immediately swung his colossal fist downward, intent on pounding the two bugs on the ground in a paste. But Lewis and Sakazuki were a step ahead. With a sweeping motion, Sakazuki's hands drew forth a colossal blade of magma that burst from the ground, its searing heat distorting the very air. Lewis followed up instantly, merging his shattering bluish-violet energy with a magma blade. Together, the two shouted in unison, Twilight Element. To be continued. The clash of their ultimate moves lasted but an instant, but Barrett's look of shock said it all. One of his massive arms was blown to dust in the air by their combined assault, leaving the once dreaded half-giant with just a single arm, looking downright comical. He was utterly defeated in a single round. Impossible! How can they be this strong? His troubled heart found no answer to its turmoil and disbelief. Seeing Barrett in a daze, Lewis's eyes flashed with resolve. Sensing opportunity, he sprang forth, leaping skyward with moonwalk, dashing straight for the heart of the giant. By the time the offspring of the devil regained his senses, only a giant-sized turtle shell separated them, and at such close quarters, if struck by Lewis's power, the outcome could only be death or ruin, no matter how strong his armament Haki was at dampening the blow. After all, the inner organs are beyond the reach of training. Barrett lived up to his formidable reputation. He didn't hesitate for a moment, abandoning the half-giant without a second thought. He ejected himself from the capsule, spun deftly in midair, and landed firmly on the ground. His expression was calm and composed, as if he had every detail under control. But beneath that calm exterior, he was anything but steady. He was teetering on the edge of panic. After several exchanges, Barrett had long ago shed any sense of disdain toward his opponents. He drew a deep breath, settled into his stance, and locked eyes with Lewis. The message was clear. Let's settle this, man to man. Sure, he could have refused outright. After all, when dealing with pirates, there was no need to stand on ceremony. Fighting 2 against 1 would have been far more efficient. Yet deep inside, Lewis yearned for this battle. A long-missed, evenly matched duel. Their earlier joint attack might have seemed overpowering, but that was the result of their combined strength, and their abilities complemented each other well. One-on-one, though, the outcome was far less certain. Without too much hesitation, Lewis nodded at Sakazuki, signaling that he would take on this challenge. Sakazuki didn't object. In fact, he had a good idea of what Lewis was after. He wanted to use Barrett as a whetstone to hone his own Haki. Seeing no disagreement, Lewis took his position, making his intentions clear. Gulme, let's fight. Their gazes clashed once again, neither willing to give an inch. The air between them crackled with anticipation. The spirit of battle surged in them both. The wind rushed by, as if cheering for the two men, heralding the start of their titanic duel. Unable to hold back any longer, Barrett launched the first assault. He charged straight ahead, his body wrapped in Haki and shrouded in a fearsome, ghostly aura. He closed in on Lewis's right side and threw a powerful punch. With his heightened senses warning him in advance, Lewis tilted his head just enough to evade the blow. He wasn't about to back down. Lowering his stance, he drove himself upward and aimed a punch straight at Barrett's ribcage. Blasted backward, Barrett used Moonstep to adjust his position midair. Catching this, Lewis seized the initiative. He vanished in a flash, reappeared beneath Barrett, and leapt upwards, his leg whipping around to strike Barrett squarely in the back. But Barrett only flashed a victorious grin. He endured the strike, then grabbed hold of Lewis's calf and hurled him mercilessly toward the ground. In the nick of time, Lewis shielded his back with hockey. Even so, the counterforce rattled his organs, drawing blood to his lips. He quickly rose and dodged the next incoming punch. Landing back on solid ground, Barrett glanced at Lewis, the corner of his mouth corked upward. This round, Barrett had the advantage. They paused briefly, then clashed again, fists and feet flying, each unleashing everything they knew, every move targeting a vital point. Meanwhile, Kazan found himself at a painful crossroads. Saul stood with eyes closed, his body battered and scarred, his breath barely audible. Beside him, Robin remained unhurt, but watching her best friend in such a state, and being powerless to help, she could do nothing but cry. Yet even as she wept, her tears had long since run dry. This was the scene that Kazan walked into upon his arrival. Utter devastation. He cast aside all other thoughts. His only concern now was for his close friend. In a flurry of panic, he rushed to Saul's side, calling his name anxiously. Saul, hey, wake up. Don't sleep. Seeing someone approach, someone who seemed to know Saul, Robin struggled to her feet and clung to Kazan's trousers as if grasping her last ray of hope. Eyes brimming with desperation, she pleaded in a hoarse whisper. Please, can you save him? He's my only friend. Kazan, Robin. Hearing their voices, Saul forced his eyes open and murmured their names softly. While Robin's face lit up in joy, shadows clouded Kazan's eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line. He knew all too well that his dear friend didn't have much time left. Kazan, could I ask you for a favor? Looking at Robin, Saul's gaze was filled with apology. Forgive me, O'Hara. I've failed to protect her any longer. Kazan did not respond immediately. In his heart, conflicting emotions warred with each other. Looking at Robin, whose resemblance to the captured woman scholar was undeniable, down to everything but her hair color, Kazan could not feign ignorance of their relationship. According to the law, Robin faced two fates, either death or a lifetime in Impelled Down. But for a child her age, what was the difference between entering that underwater prison and being sentenced to die? Hell does not spare you just because you're young. If O'Hara was guilty, Kazan could at least understand. But this girl? She had done absolutely nothing wrong. His duty as a Marine weighed on one shoulder, compassion and justice on the other. Torn between them, Kazan drifted in confusion. What should he do? Suddenly, Kazan recalled a conversation he'd once had with Lewis during a leisurely chat. If your duty forced you to turn your back on your own sense of justice, Kazan, what would you do? He had laughed it off at the time, huh? A situation like that, huh? But well, won't it? The world government. If a day like that truly came, I'd choose the justice within my heart. A flash of thought, and in that instant, Kazan found his answer. Yes, the justice in his heart. Why'd he join the Navy in the first place? To protect the weak, to make sure they never suffered injustice again. He clenched his fists, the mist clouding his thoughts now replaced by doubt and fury. Just because of their relationship as mother and daughter, did this child deserve to be thrown into hell as well? Why should the sins of the mother be visited upon the child? What kind of twisted law was this? Now that everything was clear, Kazan answered with unshakable conviction. Saul, leave this child to me. The certainty in his reply brought a genuine smile to Saul's face. You're still the Kazan I know, my good friend. I wish I could share one last drink with you, talk about justice and ideals. But I can't anymore. Robin, there's something I want to tell you. The girl, having realized something was terribly wrong, grew frantic. She kept desperately feeling Saulo's large, weathered face, begging him not to speak another word. I'm sorry. I won't be able to protect you anymore in the future. Robin, you must learn to be strong. And always remember, no one is ever truly alone on this vast sea. Ha 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 ha. Ignoring Robin's anxious pleas, Saulo finished speaking on his own. He turned to Kazan, summoning the last ounce of strength he had left. Take care of her, my friend. Then, ever so slowly, he closed his eyes. A gentle smile lingered on his lips, and as Robin's raw, tearful cries echoed, he met the end of his journey. To be continued. What's your name? Robin. Robin, would you like to join the Navy? The Navy? Will I find friends there? Yes, I promise you will. Then I want to join the Navy. The earnest, hopeful gaze in the child's eyes tugged painfully at Kazan's heart. Loneliness. Nothing matures a person faster. He lifted her and settled her gently on his shoulder, heading towards the harbor. By the way, Robin, what do you like to do most? Me? I love reading books. Oh, then you must be really smart. Even though I'm young, I'm already a true scholar. Really? That's truly impressive. Perhaps for the both of them, being strong was the best comfort they could offer a friend. Farewell, Solo. Not far off, though Lewis was about to join Solo in the afterlife. Both men were battered black and blue, covered in wounds from head to toe, looking absolutely pitiful. But in comparison, Lewis was hurt far worse. That ghostly energy had actually seeped into his body, doing damage even his Haki couldn't fully defend against. Lewis's own Haki was never quite on Barrett's level, and every clash forced him to split up his power just to hold back the ghostly corruption. Then someone might wonder, why didn't Lewis use his Devil Fruit powers? To be honest, the Shatter Fruit was just too effective against the Fusion Fruit. After fusing, the enemy became massive, a perfect target, slow, with nowhere to run, left only to take hits. Besides, Lewis was using this fight to push past his limits, to sense the flow of Haki in battle, and to master the advanced technique of armament Haki projection. Simply put, relying on his powers would make things too easy. There'd be no challenge in it. Even if he lost, his life wasn't in danger. Sakazuki hadn't come all this way just to watch. He would never stand by and let Lewis be killed before his eyes. Now, though, Lewis was starting to sway, his stamina and Haki all but depleted, while his opponent, though breathing hard, looked steady and wore an expression full of respect. For real men, nothing beats fighting hand-to-hand. Yet Barrett couldn't help but mock him with a jab. What's wrong? Already worn out, kid? There was no retort, just a roll of the eyes to show he was far from done. Every time Lewis was struck, he tried to truly grasp that moment when the flow of energy surged and broke through, but it still wasn't enough. He would need to take even more hits before fully understanding it. If experience points measured his progress, his bar was already at 98%. Once both men had caught their breath, they exchanged a look. They would go on, until one of them finally fell. With the last of his strength, Lewis made the first move, darting straight for Barrett. His Haki, nearly spent, wrapped around his fist, and he answered with action. Barrett grinned wildly, satisfaction flooding his chest. Nothing feels better than an all-out fight. So he tightened his fists, letting his explosive Haki surge outward, and threw a punch at Lewis, not a hint of hesitation. Such seriousness was the highest form of respect for a worthy opponent. When their fists met, there was no surprise. After just a moment of deadlock, Lewis was launched backward by the sheer force. Sakazuki watched stone-faced from the sidelines, but inside, he was quietly rooting for Lewis. Fortunately, at that very moment, Lewis finally seized the last 2%. That elusive feeling. Eyes closed as he flew through the air, he soaked in the techniques earned from countless beatings. Let flow. Focus it to a single point. And then, black and crimson Haki roared out of him. Right then, Lewis broke through his limits. For that instant, he surpassed himself, and even Barrett. Hovering in midair, his eyes snapped open. He stepped across the sky with moonwalk, steadied himself, and landed, head bowed, quietly feeling the surge of this newfound strength. Barrett didn't interrupt him for even a second. A true warrior never fears his rival growing stronger. That confidence, unshakable, ever present. Slowly, Lewis lifted his head and looked across at his opponent, a brilliant smile lighting up his face. He said, "Thank you, Barrett. Now let's finish this. Don't you dare disappoint me, Lewis." Barrett answered, excitement blazing so brightly in his eyes it was nearly visible. The battlefield fell silent once more. Lewis, Barrett. They roared each other's names, sprang forward, and charged to the center of the field, pouring everything they had left into a single fist. Their unleashed Haki sent crackling shockwaves through the air when their punches collided, the resounding clash splitting the very earth and making the ground wail in protest. Sakazuki had to brace himself against the oncoming force, but his gaze never left the heart of the battle. He knew the outcome would be decided with this final blow. Both of them stood with their faces flushed deep red, veins pulsing at their temples, refusing to step back. One could almost believe they might burst into a storm of blood at any moment. But every standoff must come to an end. The deadlock did not drag on. Barrett, having already spent much of his energy in the earlier bouts, found himself at his limit. He couldn't hold on any longer. The Devil's offspring saw his overwhelming ferocity completely shattered. His fist missed its mark, and Lewis landed a direct blow to his face. A distinct crack resounded as he was sent flying backward. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, Barrett was still grateful to Lewis. grateful to have received such a fierce, exhilarating fight. Though both had their own motives, doesn't everyone? I've lost. Roger, it seems I'm still far from where I need to be. Darkness clouded his vision, and he passed out. In the end, Lewis had conquered not just himself, but also this formidable opponent. Even though I said this before, I want to say it again. Thank you, Barrett. To be continued. With a long exhalation, Lewis finally allowed himself to relax. This battle was no easy feat, but the rewards were abundant. Yet a question still nagged at him. How did this guy even end up here? A lone wolf who had already left Roger's crew. How could he have known about this place? Looking at all the possibilities, coincidence seemed the only explanation. Guess he was just unlucky. In the original story, wasn't Barrett captured by Garp and Sengoku? But would it really take both of them to bring him in? Whatever the case, Impel Down was now his only destination. Akainu, seeing the duel end, didn't stand idly by. He immediately used the Din Din Mushi to call Fire Mountain, instructing him to send men to escort Barrett to his cell aboard the Navy ship. With sea stone cuffs and a dozen specially forged chains securely binding him, Lewis watched as Barrett was led away, and then turned to speak with Akainu about this Buster Call mission. Looks like, Akainu, someone else is taking the fall for this one. What are you going to do next? The mission assigned by the world government was more or less complete, but how to handle things from here would depend on the decisions of their current leader. Well, at this point, only this one scholar remains in our custody, so there's little trouble left on that front. As for the Buster Call, once everyone's evacuated, we'll let the bombardment do its job and put the blame on Barrett. Instead of following the original plan and firing directly on the civilian ships, they opted for a slightly perfunctory approach. And truth be told, it might just be the best solution for now. Lewis couldn't help but feel that the butterfly effect was growing stronger. This version of Akainu seemed quite different from the one in the original story. But perhaps that's not such a bad thing, is it? As for Barrett, sorry, I'm still making my way through Impel Down. Just got to level 6. At this moment, Kazan rejoined the group, bringing Robin with him. The tall, broad-shouldered big blue rooster was all smiles, radiating an easy warmth like sunlight itself. Robin sat comfortably on his shoulder, and the two of them were engrossed in lively conversation. They were reminiscing about Saul's hilarious blunders during his days in the Navy, which sent them both into fits of laughter. But in the minds of Lewis and the others, Kazan had quietly earned himself such illustrious nicknames as Pervert, Creepy Chicken, and even Lilicon. Lewis, deeply aggrieved, pointed at him accusingly. Paired with Sakazuki's utterly bewildered expression, their reaction left Kazan staring back at them in confusion. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is something wrong? They didn't answer directly. Sakazuki composed himself and spoke up. Sorry, Kazan. I guess we haven't really paid enough attention to you outside of work. Tell you what, when we get back to headquarters, I'll take you somewhere really interesting. We'll bring Borsellino along too. He's a real pro at this sort of thing. As he spoke, his face radiated an assured, don't worry, we'll show you the ropes kind of look. What the heck? Did you hit your head or something? What even is this conversation? Could you at least speak in a language I can understand? Noticing Kuzan's mounting confusion, Lewis tried to carefully feel out the situation. So, this little girl is... At that, the big blue rooster finally set Robin down and began to explain the whole story. When he finished, the other two lapsed into a long, heavy silence, their expressions tinged with sadness. Sakazuki, in particular, looked regretful, mourning the loss of Saul, who had died following his sense of justice, even after leaving the Navy behind. Sorry, we misjudged you. We thought you were. Lewis, at last recovering his composure, offered a somewhat embarrassed explanation for their earlier behavior. Kazan's long face instantly turned as dark as burnt toast. What did I ever show any interest in little girls? Just because I don't have a girlfriend, does it have to be like this? Is this really how you see me? What happened to trust among comrades? Seeing Kuzan's indignation, the other two quickly assured him they recognized their mistake and would make it up to him. And to sweeten the deal, they would cover his bar tab for an entire month. Really? You'd better not flake out on me. The moment he heard drinks on the house, and for a whole month, Kazan dropped the dour act and immediately brightened up, leaving Lewis and Sakazuki utterly speechless. Now that's what you call flipping the script. Robin couldn't stop giggling at the trio's ridiculous antics. Suddenly reminded of Robin, Lewis put on a stern face and tentatively asked, Hey, Kazan, are you really planning to let Robin join the Navy? Do you realize who she is? But before Lewis could finish, Kazan cut him off decisively. Yes, I know exactly who she is, but I don't regret my choice today. Hearing this, Lewis said no more. Kazan's resolute expression made it clear his mind was made up. Robin, who was listening in, quickly chimed in as well, promising that now that she had joined, she would work hard and strive to become an outstanding Marine as soon as possible. What about her mother, then? With this question tossed out by Sakazuki, the others all fell silent, lost in thought. Lewis, however, thought that no matter what, mother and daughter should at least be allowed to meet before anything else was decided. This suggestion was agreed upon. Only Robin wore an expression far too complex for a child her age. She nodded in silent acceptance. At this moment, Spandine came forward, wringing his hands and putting on a sycophantic smile, pretending not to notice Robin at all. He cheerfully declared that the mission was complete, thanked everyone for their cooperation, and suggested that if they ever had the time, they should visit him in Mariejois for a meal, and so on. Yes, Spandine knows nothing about anything. As the team leader, Sakazuki responded with proper courtesy. Then, they all returned to the warship together. Acting Commander Burning Mountain led a group of vice admirals over to welcome them and to congratulate them on the successful completion of the mission. He was especially effusive in his praise for Lewis, almost lifting him up to the heavens. 20 years old, already exuding conqueror's haki, such talent was truly extraordinary, almost terrifying. Yet, none among them harbored any jealousy. At most, there was a trace of envy. After all, they'd watched Lewis rise through the ranks by pushing himself to his very limits, nearly fighting for his life. Once all the civilians were evacuated, Sakazuki, having regained command, issued the order, bombard the island. Leave not a trace behind. Cannons thundered. The last vestiges of O'Hara's existence were swept away in the storm of fire. From that day forward, O'Hara would be no more, and as time marched on, it would fade from memory, destined to be utterly forgotten by the world. At the warship's brig, Kazan and Lewis stood at the door, each with a cigarette in hand. Kazan in particular looked for all the world like an anxious old father. Seeing this, Lewis couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. That earlier explanation of yours couldn't have been less sincere. Now you've exposed yourself, haven't you? You ridiculous birdbrain. Lewis, what do you think? Kazan even started to ask Lewis for his opinion. Don't ask. Just let things run their course. Lewis cut him off immediately, not giving Kazan a single chance to meddle. Some things have to unfold according to the wishes of those involved. After all, you're just a concerned acquaintance, nothing more. Her guardian may be imprisoned, but she's still alive. In the end, it all depends on fate. Inside the cell, the mother and daughter who hadn't seen each other for so long gazed at each other through the bars, both rendered speechless. But at last, Alvia broke the silence. Robin, have you been well? That belated question from her mother struck straight at Robin's heart, and tears began to stream down her face in an instant, stirring the deepest sympathy. There were so many things she wanted to ask. Why all those years she'd been ignored? Was history truly more important to her mother than her own child? But in the end, the guilt and remorse on Alvia's face kept Robin from uttering a word. She forced a smile through her tears and told her mother that she was doing all right. What's the use of blame? Can it bring back the past? Can bring Saul back? It's better to cherish what remains. After all, she's Robin's only family now. Through her tears, she recounted everything she'd been through all these years. Her days studying under the tree of all knowledge, becoming a scholar, making friends with Saul, and now preparing to join the Navy. Listening to her daughter's story, Alvia felt a fresh wave of regret. She had chased the truth of history for so long, but had neglected her own child. She wasn't worthy of being a mother. So, do you have any plans for after you join the Navy? Robin hesitated at the question. That's right. What comes after joining the Navy? She needed a goal. Her eyes landed on her mother in the cell, and a spark of resolve lit up in her gaze. To be continued. Robin looked at Alvia behind bars, her eyes shining with determination. Once she officially joined the Navy, could she someday bring her mother out of this cell? But then again, why would the government release someone for no reason? She would have to make significant contributions. Simply put, she needed to rack up military merit. Seeing her daughter's unwavering expression, Alvia understood. There was nothing she could do now except offer Robin encouragement and support. Outside the cell, the two guards leaned against the railing, not eavesdropping on the private exchange between mother and daughter, just waiting quietly for her decision. It wasn't long before Robin emerged from the cell, her eyes slightly swollen from crying. She told Lewis and his companion what was on her mind. Her plan to join the Navy hadn't changed, but now she had a clear purpose, enlisting to rescue her mother. Of course, for now Robin's most important task was to grow up safely and reach the legal age for recruitment. As for boot camp, honestly, Lewis didn't have particularly high expectations for Robin making it into boot camp, given she'd never undergone any formal training. Those who made it, they were always among the Navy's very best. Even so, looking back at the original story, Robin did show considerable combat ability. Didn't she eventually take down one of the top brass? But there was another point. Robin was currently under Kuzan's protection. So, in or out, it didn't really matter. Thanks to that, a lot of tricky problems suddenly became manageable. For example, her identity papers. Now, they could simply have Robin registered as a girl who survived a shipwreck. Easy. Perfect. There was no risk of the secret leaking. This was top-level Navy classified business. The most pressing matter now was to find someone trustworthy to look after Robin. After thinking it over, Kazan realized there was only one choice. Commodore Tsuru, a woman, single, and stationed at headquarters most of the time. Perfectly suitable. The only question was whether it would actually work out. The Buster Call fleet returned without incident to Marineford. At this moment, in the Admiral's office, Sakazuki and his team, the leaders of this mission, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, had all gathered together with Sengoku. It was practically a high-level, closed-door meeting in miniature. Sengoku's heart, burdened as it was, grew heavier. After all, to enforce a Buster Call, such an extreme, violent act of justice, was nothing short of a test for one's conscience. He had even prepared words of comfort for Lewis and the team, expecting to find them troubled. Yet, to his surprise, everyone acted as if nothing weighty had happened, talking, laughing, and joking amongst themselves. In particular, Sakazuki and Kuzan seemed to have notably warmed to each other. But when Sengoku asked for details about how the mission had unfolded and heard the full account, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It was as though fate had handed them a perfect scapegoat. He had to ask, unable to resist, could it truly be so coincidental? Still, reality can sometimes outdo fiction. Wandering from the New World to the West Blue, arriving at O'Hara just in time, and their fortuitous encounter with Lewis and his group. It was almost as if the script itself had been charmed. What a twist of a story, Sengoku mused. Aside from Lewis's promotion to Rear Admiral, the rest involved only routine paperwork and handover duties. Around this time, Kazan also sought out Vice Admiral Tsuru, hoping she would look after Robin. And Tsuru, forthright as ever, agreed without hesitation. Only then did a weight quietly lift from Kazan's heart. Life soon slipped back into its usual rhythm, everything outwardly returning to calm. None could have guessed that this was merely the calm before the storm. Beneath the tranquil surface, mighty undercurrents had already begun to surge, spreading from one end of the seas to the other, unstoppable as the tide. As always, Lewis, still temporarily with the strategy department, attended the weekly headquarters meeting, whose main purpose was to pool their knowledge and patch any gaps in their operations. Yet the intelligence shared at these meetings was often little more than rumors, like Whitebeard's latest critique of world wines in a tabloid, or Big Mom's umpteenth wedding banquet. Serious information was rare, and when it did appear, it was seldom anything urgent. But this time, Lewis had come prepared. This is an authoritative geography magazine, recently released to the public, and it carries the signature of the Roger Pirates, he explained, handing out copies of the magazine to everyone in the room. Even Garp, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. Those scoundrels working on academic research? Unbelievable. As the magazines made their rounds, Sengoku, overseeing the meeting, thumbed through his copy before asking, "So, what exactly should we be paying attention to?" Page 27, a report from the Roger Pirates. Lewis answered, his expression steady and composed. The atmosphere in the meeting room, so relaxed just moments before, grew gradually tense as they read the report printed on those pages. So, Roger and his crew have been searching for this so-called historical text all along, just to reach the so-called final island? Zephyr looked utterly astonished, unable to fathom what Roger and his men could possibly be after. Sengoku's expression clouded over instantly. In a low voice, he explained, "It's that legend. When a pirate finds the final island, he achieves the feat of completing the entire Grand Line, and will then be crowned king. The Pirate King." At these words, everyone's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. To be honest, given the influence Roger holds right now, if he really pulls this off, there's every chance he could reach the very top. And when that happens, the threat to the whole world would be... At that moment, Garp broke in with a question. When was the last time we attempted to capture the Roger Pirates? After a moment's reflection, Vice Admiral Tsuru provided the answer. The most recent attempt was 3 months ago. According to our intelligence, they stole something from Big Mom's territory, then vanished without a trace after making a swift escape from those waters. Lewis chimed in with a succinct summary. As things stand, it seems the Roger Pirates have already set out for the final island. Who knows? The next time we see him, he may already be the Pirate King. With his fingers pressed to his temples, Sengoku felt his mind spinning. Who would have thought that today's routine meeting would break such astounding news? Poneglyphs, the Roger Pirates, the Pirate King, all the elements of a perfect storm, and now all of them had come together at once. Clearly, once this meeting ended, he'd have to join Fleet Admiral Kong in making a comprehensive report to the Five Elders. He'd only hoped that, like before, this regular meeting would simply go through the motions. Some tea, a little small talk, an easy, peaceful affair. But now, look at this. Roger is about to become Pirate King? Is the world changing too fast? Or is it just me, Sengoku, who's fallen behind? It all felt so sudden. Mariehua, the Hall of Power. Within the Grand Room, the five elderly men held themselves with varying postures, but the one thing they shared were faces set in a grim mix of shock and fury, and in their gazes, gathering shadows. These five were none other than the highest of the celestial dragons, the ones at the very helm of the world government, the five elders. The blonde-bearded elder spoke first, breaking the heavy silence. Can we confirm whether this is true? His voice was laden with gravity. When he heard the report brought by Kong and Sengoku, he was completely stunned. That Roger, without so much as a sound, was about to conquer the Grand Line and claim the title of Pirate King. We've already dispatched CP0 to verify the authenticity of the news. But true or not, we cannot afford to sit idle. The bald elder, face as inscrutable as ever, gave voice to the complex feelings they'd long held about the Roger Pirates. Ever since that earth-shattering battle in the Valley of the Gods, things had been this way. In a sense, Roger and his crew had actually saved the world government. What's more, they seemed to have little ambition. For the most part, they just wandered from place to place, and even after Kazuki Oden joined them, they didn't appear to care much. After observing them for a while and seeing no actions that threatened the rule of the world government, the higher-ups simply let them be. Even Whitebeard, notorious for making waves wherever he went, posed a greater threat than the Roger Pirates. But now, they had crossed the red line. Others might not understand, but among themselves, the truth was all too clear. To make matters worse, even the recent destruction of O'Hara was connected to Roger's crew. The colossal secret hidden on the final island had the power to overturn the entire world. The Roger Pirates had to be eliminated. That Golden Lion, they say he's been hunting for Roger all this time, haven't they? Perfect. Send him a message. Tell him that Roger possesses the power of the ancient weapons. And while you're at it, inform the Navy and CP. Deploy more agents to hunt them down. The balding Gorsei suddenly hit upon an excellent idea. Best to let the dogs fight among themselves. Let Golden Lion take care of Roger for them. I second the motion, echoed four voices. Having reached a decision, they immediately had their infiltrator within the Flying Pirates deliver the information to Golden Lion. There was no doubt he would move against Roger. What people didn't know at the time was that this would set the stage for the legendary Battle of Edwar that would soon shake the world to its core. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, Lewis, how long have we been wandering around like this? Guion, standing beside him, wore a look of exasperation, clearly feeling worn out. After the routine briefing, Sengoku had swiftly gathered a team to scour the New World for any trace of the Roger Pirates. As Navy's new rising star, Lewis had naturally been chosen, and so it was that they now combed the vast ocean, searching for a needle in a haystack. Well, there's no rush, Guion. Why not think of this assignment as a bit of a vacation, said Professor Bo, lounging comfortably on his beach chair, occasionally sipping an ice-cold cola. Nothing like it. At these words, Guion rolled her eyes, not bothering to hide her annoyance. She fired back. I'd love to, but how could I with you here? There's not even a trace of romance. We could at least have had a moment, just the two of us. Professor Bo just looked at her, utterly clueless, and even asked, wait, who's at least? Guion was so frustrated she didn't even want to talk to him anymore. Just then, the lookout called out with fresh news. 3 o'clock off the starboard bow, a ship sighted. Unusual design. The flag. The Jolly Roger of Big Mom's Pirates. Big Mom? But Tato Land is a long way from here. Curious, Lewis was just bringing his binoculars up to his eyes when a strange voice drifted over from afar. I'm a boat. I really am a boat. Huh? What on earth was that? At that moment, the true appearance of the ship came into view. Its prow was shaped into an enormous human face, and a great open mouth constantly emitted that same voice from before. Though the entire vessel looked oddly like a giant slice of cake, the flag it was flying was one all who recognized it would dread. The infamous pirate, Big Mom. Well now, hoped to bump into Roger, but instead ran into her. Guess luck isn't on my side today, Professor Bo muttered, sounding cautious, though his expression remained perfectly at ease. Caution was called for. Against this opponent, his chances of winning were slim. But still, as the fastest man in the world, if he couldn't win a fight, could he at least not outrun one? Tactical retreat. Now that was his specialty. He raised his telescope, searching carefully. The big lady herself isn't on board. Looks like she's not personally here. He scoured the deck but saw no sign of Big Mom's unmistakable bulk. Oh, in that case, looks like there's a bonus on the table today. I wonder who the lucky one might be. As soon as he learned Big Mom herself wasn't present, Professor Bo quickly regained his confidence. Time to be myself again, starting from today. Meanwhile, the singing cake-shaped ship had also spotted Lewis and his companions. It shifted course, heading straight for the naval warship. Lord Katakuri, a warship has been spotted at 9 o'clock. What should we do? A pirate whose name no one remembered shouted this toward the captain's quarters. Inside, Katakuri, who had been enjoying a stack of donuts, paused, caught off guard. A Navy warship? What one of those doing here? Still, just one ship. It's nothing to worry about. Katakuri, the perfect man of the Charlotte family and a pirate with a bounty of 510 million, showed not a hint of fear. He set down his donut, readjusted his scarf to cover his distinctive cloven mouth, pushed open the door, and strode out. After taking the offered telescope from one of his men, he glanced through it to confirm. A Navy warship, and by the looks of it, probably one commanded by a vice admiral. But what of it? It wouldn't be the first time he'd beaten one. Without hesitation, he issued his order. Alter course. Don't let that warship escape. But Lord Katakuri, that's a Navy warship, and judging by its size and class, it's surely not a low-ranking one. A newcomer to the Big Mom Pirates stammered, clearly uneasy with fear. So what if it's the Navy? Don't forget, this is the new world. Katakuri, face full of pride, didn't think there was anything unusual about this. In the new world, pirates ruled the seas. What could a lone Navy warship possibly do? In the end, it'll sink just like all the others. Yes, Lord Katakuri. Seeing their leader so fearless, his subordinate spirits surged as they rushed to carry out his command. Of course, in their eyes, Lord Katakuri was invincible. But as they drew closer to the warship, every person aboard the pirate ship turned pale with shock. Even Katakuri's face grew grim and tense. Damn it, on that single ship, there's Kizaru, the Blood Lion, and an unknown female vice admiral. What the hell are you people up to? Did you all team up for a vacation to the New World? Who's hunting whom here? Kizaru Borsellino, a legendary Navy vice admiral whose reputation has flourished for years, surely destined to be one of the Navy's top 3 admirals in the future. Blood Lion Lewis, the youngest rear admiral in Navy history, whose meteoric rise and military exploits have stunned the world in just a few years, especially after that recent headline-making battle, where he single-handedly defeated Douglas Bullet, the infamous Devil's Heir. In the pirate world, the name Blood Lion now rings like thunder. And as for that unnamed female vice admiral, well, anyone who can stand on deck beside those two certainly isn't someone to be trifled with. Katakuri was, for the first time in a long while, genuinely unnerved. But for the sake of maintaining his authority in front of his crew, he managed to hold his poker face and gave the order in a steady voice. Bring the ship closer. This fight, Katakuri is committed to it. Every pirate widened their eyes in disbelief, jaws dropping in horror. But helpless as they were, all they could do was swallow their panic and steer their ship slowly toward the warship. Meanwhile, everyone on the warship had identified the leader of the approaching vessel. Not an insignificant name. The man hailed as the perfect son of the Charlotte family and the preeminent suite commander, Charlotte Katakuri. Of course, his reputation was enough to intimidate mere weaklings. To Lewis and his companions, however, it didn't stir even a ripple of concern. In fact, it was almost amusing. Has Katakuri always been this bold? To be continued. Is Katakuri strong? No doubt about it. The value of a bounty in this era still means something. Sure, the Big Mom name is a boost, but if you can't back it up with real strength, that fame becomes a death sentence. What do pirates truly seek? Wealth, fame, status, power. If you're not strong enough, aren't you just another stepping stone? Even if it means being hunted down by the Big Mom pirates later. But if you survive, like Urich the Mad Monk from the Worst Generation did in the original story, it becomes an entirely different tale. So, who's going up first? Lewis rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his deep blue eyes fixed unwaveringly on Katakuri. Are we doing a group brawl or a one-on-one duel? Kizaru shrugged, spreading his hands, silently indicating he had no intention of moving. The beautiful Guillaume seemed equally uninterested, unless her opponent happened to be a master swordsman, in which case, she might be tempted. TCH, a bunch of shirkers. So it all comes down to me, huh? As Lewis slowly drew his longsword, Katakuri reached from within his own body and produced his trident. Against all 3 together, he wouldn't stand chance. One-on-one, maybe there's still a chance. After all, his reputation as the perfect man wasn't just empty words. Blood Lion Lewis. Looking at that outrageously handsome young man across from him, Our perfect man couldn't help but feel a moment of wistfulness. Isn't this guy just a little too good-looking to be fair? Still, while your looks may be on a whole different level, I wonder how much of your strength is the real deal. Unlike the pirates, who were anxious and scared, the Navy side remained calm and collected. Unless Big Mom herself showed up, there was simply no chance they could win this. Battle was about to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Katakuri's eyes flew open in fury, and a dark blue wave of Conqueror's haki burst forth from his body. In a flash, many on both sides collapsed instantly under its force. His command of presence was flawless. A true master at making an entrance with Conqueror's haki, but this only worked to knock out those with weaker wills. Lewis and his companions were completely unfazed. Unless you've mastered the advanced technique of infusing Conqueror's haki into your attacks, it's basically just for showing off and clearing the riffraff. Still, it looked absolutely awesome. Conqueror's haki. Tisich, I can't help but feel a bit jealous, Lewis thought, a sharp pang of envy souring his mood like he'd swallowed a mouthful of lemons. Without wasting time on words, he channeled his power into his longsword. A blue-violet aura rippled along the blade, and with a downward slash into the void, he unleashed a devastating attack. Void Shatter Slash. A massive wave of blue-violet sword energy shot straight at Katakuri. If you looked closely, you'd see that the sword's path through the sea left a trail of true vacuum in its wake. The rending power of the slash was enough to shake Katakuri, but his rich combat experience brought him back to focus almost instantly. Activating his Machi-Machi fruit powers, Katakuri wrapped his trident in a combination of armament haki and condensed machi. The weapon spun like a high-speed cutter, his expression grave and fully absorbed as he faced down the raging sword energy. With all his strength, Katakuri thrust his weapon forward, shouting, "Machi Spear, thrust!" The slash and the thrust collided with a thunderous force, and the crushing power behind Lewis's blow made the veins bulge on Katakuri's forehead. He was clearly struggling. Gritting his teeth, he held his ground with sheer determination. There was no other choice. If he retreated now, the ship would be lost, and once in the water, the fight would be over before it began. With a furious roar, Katakuri summoned every bit of his strength and sent the attack flying into the sky. The exploding sword energy shredded the clouds overhead, leaving nothing behind but an endless blue sky. Gasping for breath and soaked in sweat, Katakuri looked at his opponent, a man nearly 8 years younger, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. He had actually been temporarily suppressed by a long-range attack. A slash like that doesn't allow for the kind of sustained effort you get in close combat. Even so, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Maybe that opponent wasn't as skilled when it came to fighting up close. The thought sparked something in Katakuri. With a single leap, he charged straight for the battleship. Without another word, Lewis shot Professor Bo a meaningful glance, in order for the other Marines to clear the area. Understanding with a nod, Professor Bo, unusually serious, gave out clear commands, instructing the conscious Marines to carry away those who had already fainted, leaving the deck deserted. Soon, on the entire deck, only Lewis, Professor Bo, and Guillaume remained. Once the scene was secured, Katakuri strode onto the Navy deck as well. He ignored the two spectators. Brandishing his trident, the weapon cut through the air with a sharp hiss as he launched a ferocious attack. Not to be outdone, Lewis unleashed his haki, channeling it into his sword. Gripping the long blade in both hands, he raised it from below, meeting the assault head-on. Well now, looks like your haki training still has a way to go. A heavy impact echoed, but their weapons did not actually collide. Instead, they hung locked mid-air, the trident seemingly frozen, no matter how much Katakuri forced it. Seeing this, Lewis arched an eyebrow, his gaze mocking, his tone calm, though inwardly he was fully confident now. If Katakuri couldn't even manifest haki externally, was he just here to get served? But even so, this sword, noticing the fine cracks forming along the blade, Lewis frowned. Even under the protection of armament haki, this was still only a standard-issue weapon, not one of higher grade. He needed to find a proper weapon soon, Lewis thought. Katakuri, on the other hand, was stunned, his face darkening. This guy actually knows advanced armament haki techniques? Is this guy cheating? Who the hell taught him this? Hey, is there a GM here? I'd like to report a cheater, on the record. In Impel Down, Level 6, Barrett suddenly sneezed, a puzzled look crossing his face. Someone thinking of me? Roger, is that you? Back to the action. Katakuri didn't continue the blade clash. Taking advantage of Lewis's momentary distraction, he abruptly released his grip, abandoning control of his trident, letting it be sent flying. With hands clenched into fists, he channeled his power, transforming them into gigantic spiked clubs. The spikes glimmered with a deadly, dark metallic sheen under the shroud of armament hockey as he swung them toward Lewis in a terrifying onslaught. Slice, machi guillotine. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Lewis, snapping back to focus, was utterly unflustered. Releasing one hand, he activated his fruit of fragmentation, his waist coiling as a swirling blue-purple barrier burst forth, striking the Machi club with crushing force as he called out, "Starbreaker!" This time, there was no stalemate. The moment the two weapons met, the Machi club shattered in an instant. Before Katakuri's disbelieving eyes, Lewis shifted his grip to a claw, seizing Katakuri's wrist and crushing the bones inside with a sickening snap. To his credit, this so-called perfect man was tough as steel. Despite the searing pain, he bit it back, not letting a single sound escape his lips. Still, Lewis paid little mind to whether he had any fight left in him. With a forceful yank, he pulled Katakuri toward himself, and at some point, his other hand had already released the longsword. With a single punch to Katakuri's abdomen, he sent him flying. Watching Katakuri's battered form hurtle backward and crash into the sea, Lewis didn't mock him. Instead, he gazed at the scene with a trace of sentiment, quietly murmuring to himself, "So this is how strong I've become?" To be continued. Hearing Lewis's unabashedly self-confident remark, Guillaume rolled her eyes in a way that made her look even more striking, though it was clear she was at a loss for words. Still, for someone so young to have already reached this level, a little arrogance wasn't out of place. As for Teacher Borsellino, he exclaimed a dramatic, "Kawaii," and pursed his lips in an exaggerated show, hamming it up perfectly for the occasion. The gathered Marines in the distance all looked at Lewis with eyes of adoration, transformed into starstruck fans as they cheered for their beloved Rear Admiral. Admiral Lewis. So powerful. TCH, the Rear Admiral already defeated Douglas Bullet before. Katakuri's nothing in comparison. Rear Admiral, do you have a girlfriend? Before the young female Marine could finish, a surge of killing intent from Guillaume immediately silenced her dangerous remark. Lewis's mind. Regardless of what was going through Guillaume's mind at that moment, the pirates on the other side, seeing their own Katakuri lord fall into the sea, were left in utter shock. That was over way too fast. A few quick-witted ones immediately dove into the sea, trying to pull him out. But Lewis had no intention of sitting idly by. He immediately called out to the Marines, ordering all cannons to be aimed at the cake ship, and without hesitation, gave the command to open fire. Suddenly, the thunder of cannon fire filled the air. Under that overwhelming barrage, the cake ship and the pirates crumbled with barely any resistance. And just then, Borsellino's voice rang out, making Lewis pause in surprise. "Hey now, Lewis. Katakuri can't die just yet." He showed no annoyance that Lewis had taken over his command. On the contrary, he simply offered a helpful reminder. "Understood, Teacher Borsellino, I understand." Lewis turned his head, smiled, and nodded to show he got the message. But as he turned back, his expression became stone cold. "Cease fire. Fish Katakuri out of the water. As for the remaining pirates, execute them on the spot, if they survive." If this were any ordinary pirate with a high bounty, killing them here wouldn't be a problem. But Katakuri was different. Behind him stood Big Mom, a true monster. In terms of strength, she was only just below legends like Roger and the other gold-tier contenders. And her forces, while not yet as formidable as in the original manga, were nothing to take lightly. She could only be described at this stage as a silver-tier contender. But in this era, does silver-tier mean weak? Not at all. The entire sea was crawling with monsters who struck fear into the hearts of the world. Even the rulers of the world government had to reckon with their power. If Katakuri, the crown jewel of the Charlotte family, were slain here today, there would be no end to the vengeance that followed. The Navy has no fear. The very role of the Navy is to bring pirates to justice. But what about the world government? In the original story, they also engaged in transactions with Wano Country and the Beast Pirates behind it. So, could similar dealings have occurred with the Big Mom Pirates as well? What's more, given the current situation, the Navy doesn't have the capacity to deal with the Queen of Tato Land right now. After all, their top priority at this moment is to confront the Roger Pirates. That is the matter of utmost importance. At first, Lewis truly intended to eliminate Katakuri. He didn't believe that just because a character originated from a story, they deserved any special consideration. He hadn't thought about any of these deeper issues. It was different with Barrett. That old fellow was meant to be the scapegoat, and later, the world government issued strict orders that he was only to be imprisoned, not killed. But how could the seasoned veteran Borsellino fail to see through all these twists and turns? He immediately spoke up and warned Lewis. Thankfully, Lewis came to his senses, hauled the unconscious Katakuri aboard, and refrained from taking that final step. With a quiet sigh of relief, Borsalino was glad the situation hadn't escalated any further. Lewis simply stared in silence at the crumbling cake ship and the enormous, terrified, wide-eyed face smashed against it, lost in thought, his mind an unreadable blank. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and let it hang from the corner of his mouth. After watching Katakuri being locked away in the brig of the warship, Lewis finally turned to Guion and Borsalino behind him and grinned. Let's keep moving. We still have to track down the Roger pirates. I have a feeling we're bound to run into them this time. The two exchanged looks, silently wondering where on earth Lewis got that inexplicable confidence. Hello, Admiral Sengoku, this is Kizu. With the incident now completely resolved, Borsalino called through the Din Mushi and relayed everything that happened to Sengoku and the others, who were searching for Roger in a different sea region of the New World. In that other part of the ocean, Sengoku and Garp had just dealt with a group of particularly bold pirates when they received Borsalino's call. Curious, they picked up, and after hearing the report, Sengoku and Garp stared at each other, momentarily lost for words. Arms folded, Garp pondered for a moment before sharing his thoughts with Sengoku. Hey, Sengoku, am I imagining things? Or does it seem like no matter where Lewis goes, he always runs into some notorious pirates, right? Sengoku finished, his expression just as perplexed. From the Red Count to Katakuri this time, Lewis always seemed to run into formidable foes. Whether strong or less so, it was uncanny. But why was that? His very first mission at sea with the fleet admiral, and he encountered the Red Count. Now, while searching for Roger, he'd come across Katakuri. Could it be that Lewis has some sort of pirate magnetism? Otherwise, how can you explain the issues raised above? Shaking his head, Sengoku didn't bother to dwell on Lewis's so-called physique any further. Instead, he turned back to his charts and intelligence reports, searching for any leads on Roger and his crew. TCH, where exactly did Roger run off to this time? At his side, Garp grumbled impatiently. He never had the patience to sift through intelligence. When it came to pirates, he believed direct action was best. Why waste time with all this useless chatter? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the warship sailed on its set course, but the sky was growing darker by the minute, casting an uneasy mood over everyone on board. With his left eyelid twitching, Lewis glanced up at the lowering clouds, and an unshakable sense of foreboding crept into his heart. For no obvious reason, he summoned the ship's navigator to ask precisely where in the sea they currently were. Reporting in, sir. Admiral, our ship is currently near the Ed-War Sea. Pointing to the map, the navigator confirmed their location. Had they really reached this place already? Lewis's gaze followed the threatening rain clouds drifting closer, and then back down to the bold characters marking Ed-War on the map. Uncertainty clouded his face. Could it be that the great sea battle is destined to happen today? And then Lewis caught a faint sound drifting down from above. He wasn't the only one who noticed. The same uneasy noise drew the attention of both Guion and Professor Bow. The three exchanged glances, then all peered up at the sky, only to be utterly shocked by what they saw. A massive fleet of pirate ships, dozen strong, and each uniquely built, swept across the sky. Leading them was a flagship as grand as a small island, its giant oars on either side cutting slowly through the air, and its golden lion-headed ram matched only by the infamous pirate flag fluttering at its mast. There could be no doubt. It was the great fleet of the Golden Lion pirates. Why is the Golden Lion here? Guion's voice was tense as she stared up at the formidable armada looming above, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. This isn't looking good, is it, Lewis? What do you make of it? Professor Bow spoke in his usual tone, but the furrow in his brow betrayed his deep concern. After all, this was a far greater threat than Katakuri and his ilk. This was one of the three legendary pirates, the reigning tyrant of the seas, the Golden Lion, Shiki, a name that every veteran approached with the utmost seriousness. Professor Bow, Guion, I think it's time we contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku again, Lewis said firmly, his tone weighted with meaning. End of this installment. Staring at the Golden Lion's grand fleet and hearing the hidden message in Lewis's words, Professor Bow immediately understood. The Golden Lion had been targeting Roger for a long time now, and countless stories about their rivalry circulated throughout the New World. There were tales of him drunkenly crying out Roger's name, and how, during any intelligence gathering, the Roger pirates were always his top priority above all others. Everyone started to wonder if Roger had somehow betrayed Shiki. Yet for Lewis and his group, this was nothing short of a signal. Why would the Golden Lion go to such lengths? In this new world, how many people are worthy of such a spectacle? Only Roger and Whitebeard come to mind. As for Kaido and the others, Shiki doesn't think much of them. And since Whitebeard's territory isn't here, it's clear who Shiki's targeting. Even if it's not solely because of Roger, the appearance of a pirate of Shiki's caliber is important enough. They must gather intelligence and remain vigilant. After all, this is a man who, in one sense, is capable of destroying the world. The transponder snail barely had a moment's rest before Professor Borsellino dialed Sengoku again. After a round of analysis, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression darkened. He realized they had to take this matter seriously. Is it possible? Absolutely, it's entirely possible. In fact, during a previous conversation with Commander Kong, he'd already heard about activities in Mary Geos. So the task now was clear. They must quickly rendezvous with Lewis in the Edward Sea, regroup, and keep a close watch, just in case. Pass the order. Have Sakazuki and Kuzan head straight for Borsellino's position. At the same time, contact Mary Geos and make sure they're prepared. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, Garp spoke up, his voice a touch heavier than usual. Hey Sengoku, in the end, after this battle, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. The New World, no, the entire world will never be the same. Garp didn't argue. He nodded slightly, gazing out at the ocean, where hidden undercurrents had already claimed countless fools throughout history. Aboard the Golden Lion's flagship, the Flying Lion ship. At this moment, Shiki's face was lit up with delight, drinking and reveling with his crew, utterly carefree. And why not? He had just managed to track down the Roger pirates. Ever since he learned that Roger might be holding clues to one of the ancient weapons, his obsession had only grown stronger. Among the very few people Shiki genuinely admired, Roger stood out as the most exceptional. Back during the Great Battle at God Valley, Shiki's attention was fixed on Joe LD. Roger. As for Garp, forget him. He was nothing more than a rabid dog. Garp, excuse me. Are you saying my fists aren't hard enough? No matter how you looked at it, Shiki simply had his eyes on Roger. Since then, the two had clashed several times. Shiki's appreciation had only deepened, and now he would sometimes daydream about what amazing things might happen if the two of them ever joined forces. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Lost in such thoughts, Shiki started to grin foolishly as he drank, not even caring that he'd spilled liquor down the front of his shirt. His subordinates glanced at each other, but not a single one of them dared to disturb their admiral's reverie. One's life, after all, is precious. Otherwise, if he gets excited, he might just whip out that chopping move of his. TSK, TSK, TSK. Admiral, Admiral. A flurry of sharp, stomping footsteps, loud enough to make anyone's temper flare, suddenly interrupted Golden Lion's pleasant daydreams. Dr. Indigo, can't you do something about that damned racket you call walking? With veins bulging on his forehead, Shiki turned to Indigo and shouted in fury. But Indigo only waved a hand dismissively, as if to say he'd heard, but it was always like this, he never really changed. Then he continued, Admiral, we found Roger's crew in the Edward Sea. The moment he heard news of Roger, Golden Lion sprang to his feet, while his subordinates, equally excited, watched him with gleaming eyes, itching for action. Ha ha ha. So we finally found him. Roger, his lips curled in a fierce grin, and ambition burned bright in his eyes. Roger, and those ancient weapons. He wanted them all. What could possibly stand against him now? This time the advantage was his. Victory was all but assured. Without delay, he gave the order. Set course immediately for Roger's last known location. Everyone answered in unison, Yes, Admiral. Meanwhile, aboard the Oro Jackson, the atmosphere was thick with unease. Roger, you really should get some rest. Your body can't take much more, Rayleigh said, concern heavy in his voice, as he tried to persuade him. No one could say exactly when it started, but over time, Roger's health had worsened, becoming a constant source of worry for the crew. Still, determined to see his dream fulfilled, he pressed on, seeking out every renowned doctor they came across on their journey. But every diagnosis came back the same. Nothing could be done. Just as despair crept in, Rayleigh's old flame, Shaki, pointed them toward a faint ray of hope. A clue. At Twin Cape by Reverse Mountain, there lived a doctor named Crocus who might know a way. As if drowning men clutching at a lifeline, they grabbed hold of this new hope. But when they finally met Crocus, the best he could offer was a promise to prolong Roger's life by a few more years. A true cure, he told them, would be impossible, unless by a miracle they could find the mythical Ope fruit. Though the crew was deeply disappointed, Roger himself remained unfazed. Gaining even a few more years to chase his dream was already a gift from fate. But there was one condition: to stay by Roger's side, Crocus would join them on their voyage. He had his own reasons, too. He was searching for a pirate crew that had vanished many years before. When the others asked around, no one had even heard of this crew, but with Crocus on board, their chances of finding them shot up dramatically. After some careful thought, Crocus accepted the invitation to join the ship and began treating Roger right away, a treatment that would continue to this day. In the face of Rayleigh's worry, Roger seemed entirely unconcerned, even a little annoyed. After being cooped up in the captain's cabin day after day, it had been driving him stir-crazy. He finally got a breath of fresh air, only to be greeted by Rayleigh's constant nagging. Still, he knew this was just his brother showing care, so he didn't say much. He simply waved his hand, signaling that he would be back soon. But just as he took a step, ready to return to the captain's quarters, both Roger and Rayleigh suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, they saw a vast pirate fleet blotting out the sky, bearing down on the Roger pirate's position like a looming storm. The two of them shouted at once, "Prepare for battle." Their voices electrified the whole ship. Everyone grabbed their weapons and crowded around their captain and first mate, eyes fixed on the imposing fleet cloud overhead, their faces grave and their stance battle-ready. Yet, among the crew, there was one red-nosed gentleman who was especially panicked. He cried out, "It's Golden Lion's Grand Fleet." Almost as if in answer to Buggy's outburst, Golden Lion Shiki stood at the prow of his ship, looking down upon Roger and his crew with supreme confidence. A cigar clenched in his teeth, the very picture of swagger and menace. Well, Roger. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" His laughter rang out loudly. "Shiki." To be continued. It really has been too long, Roger." Shiki. Surrounded by such a massive fleet, Roger's trademark grin remained, fearless as ever. Even in these circumstances, the legendary pirate's spirit shone through, worthy indeed of his place among the three pirate legends. "Captain Roger, we should surrender. There's no way we can win in a situation like this." Buggy, overwhelmed by the enemy's numbers, had lost his wits and was desperately pleading with his captain. Rayleigh, standing nearby, promptly knocked Buggy on the head and hoisted him by the collar, warning him to stay quiet and not disturb the crew's morale. Shanks, straw hat perched casually atop his head, couldn't resist taking a jab. "Buggy, you're basically invincible now, no matter how much someone chops at you. Even Golden Lion can't do a thing to you." Hearing this, Buggy's temper flared. His head popped off and floated over, pressing right up against Shanks' forehead. Face red with anger, he spat. "You idiot, Shanks. I still have plenty of weaknesses. Not being able to swim is already bad enough." Seeing the one person responsible for turning him into a devil fruit user, and that infuriatingly innocent look on his face, Buggy seethed with frustration. "All right, enough out of both of you." As the ever-reliable first mate, Rayleigh had no choice but to stop their bickering in such a dire moment. Turning away, he cast a worried glance at Roger's back. "This time, can we really escape?" "No, I have to believe in Roger. Believe in everyone. After all, every time until now, haven't we made it through somehow?" So, he steadied his emotions and looked seriously at the man sitting across from him. At that moment, Shiki spoke up again. "Roger, you and I have known each other for many years. True, we had our share of disputes in our youth, even got into a few fights, but from today, let's put all that behind us. With your knowledge of the ancient weapons and my military power, the whole world could be ours." With these words, he paused for a moment, then stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist, as if declaring that victory was already theirs. "Roger, become my right hand. Stand by my side." Roger listened to Shiki's speech in silence. When it was done, he still wore a smile, but his voice rang out firm and unyielding. "How many times do I have to tell you? I have no interest in conquering the world. If I can't live freely as a pirate, then what's the point of setting sail at all? No matter how much pressure you throw at me, Shiki, my answer will never change." He drew a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I refuse." As Roger's shout echoed across the water, a hush fell upon the scene. Tension settled over the sea, growing thick and heavy. Shiki exhaled a plume of smoke from between his lips, his gaze hardening, cold fury building uncontrollably inside. Why can't you just accept this, Roger? Am I, Golden Lion, really not worthy?" Suppressing the murderous intent that threatened to surge, Shiki finally spoke, voice low and deliberate. "So, what you're saying is, you're telling me to kill you here and now." Unmoved, Roger calmly drew his beloved sword, leveled it at Shiki, eyes blazing with spirit, and declared, "No, I'm saying that here and now, I'll be the one to defeat all of you." The words had barely left his lips when, as if by some unspoken agreement, both sides opened fire at once, kicking off a massive naval battle, the kind that would reshape the fate of the world. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, after Sengoku's orders were issued, every ship dispatched to track down Roger converged near the Edward Sea. Though there was no trace of the battle in sight, the distant roar of cannon fire could be heard faintly across the waves. The sheer magnitude of the conflict left the assembled officers in awe, Incredible that they could hear the battle from so far away. Phew, are they already at it? As expected of pirates, they're downright terrifying, said Borsellino in his usual drawling, sardonic tone. Sakazuki and Kuzan, standing nearby, remained expressionless, making it clear they didn't care to respond. The other top commanders maintained their composure, some even exchanging quiet laughter from time to time. All in all, the mood on the Navy side was fairly relaxed. If they had some barbecue and beer, it would be a party. As for Lewis, he had gone off to chat with Miss Guillaume instead. After all, wouldn't you rather spend time with a beautiful woman than sit around swapping stories with a bunch of men? That was more befitting his reputation as the Navy's golden boy. Of course, there's always someone ready to stir up trouble. Just then, a Navy colonel whose name was unknown approached Lewis, his face filled with worry, hesitating to speak. What's the matter, Colonel? Is there something you need? Guillaume, interrupted yet again, looked quite helpless as well. By our count, this was already the sixth person who had come to talk to Lewis. Commodore, don't you think we're a bit too relaxed here? After pondering for a moment, the unknown colonel finally voiced his concern. With the two legendary pirate crews locked in battle, it seems like we barely care. Isn't that a bit off? Though this question had already been asked 6 times, Lewis still responded patiently. Tell me, is the fight between those two pirate crews causing any real trouble for us at this very moment? No, not really, but after this, that's when the Navy gets to make its move, isn't it? Utterly bewildered at first, the colonel soon caught on to Lewis's train of thought. Of course, they're busy fighting each other. What concern is that of ours? We're the Navy, not the Coast Guard. Are we supposed to dash out and break up every pirate brawl? Once those two crews finish tearing each other apart, either both will be left battered or one will suffer a crushing defeat. There's really no other outcome. When that time comes, with the strength our forces have at hand, wouldn't victory be within easy reach? They might even get to claim some military glory with minimal effort. For a colonel, capturing a few officers from the pirate crews could even mean a promotion to the ranks of senior officers. Now suddenly enlightened, the colonel saluted both of them and strode away, visibly more at ease. Seeing this, Lewis said nothing more. He pulled out 2 cigarettes, handed one to Guillaume, lit them both, and exhaled a slow stream of smoke as he gazed in the direction of the battlefield, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Graceful as ever, Guillaume took a delicate puff from her cigarette. Watching Lewis's profile, handsome enough to rival any storybook hero, she asked quietly, "Are you wondering who will win?" Lewis didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a question of his own. Who do you think will come out on top? Or perhaps, who do you hope will? Guillaume lifted her long legs and stood side by side with him. I hope all of them are swept back into the embrace of the sea. Just as he had expected, Lewis thought to himself, even though he knew from the original story that this epic sea battle was won by Roger's crew, who seemed like the more decent pirates. But in truth, pirates can't be conveniently divided into good and bad. Was Roger truly any nobler than Golden Lion and his men? It's just one pot calling the kettle black. The moment they raised those pirate flags, they forfeited any claim to being good people. They may have done some good deeds in their time, but that doesn't make them virtuous at heart. Roger himself wasn't above razing an entire nation to the ground in a single fit of rage. But the question is, why do so many people choose to become pirates and sail the seas? What is the true root of it all? As he pondered this, Lewis glanced behind him. The billowing smoke could no longer block his view. He looked across the sea, toward that towering, wall-like stretch of red land where the Holy Land had stood for 800 years. In his heart, he understood. It's there where everything begins. To be continued. Kill them. Take them down. Break through. Don't let them surround us. Shouts of killing and battle cries mingled together, the chaos on the field setting everyone's nerves on edge. With a slash of his blade, Rayleigh cut down a group of minor pirates encircling him. He was slightly out of breath. To be honest, these men weren't particularly strong, but they weren't weak either, and on top of that, they outnumbered them by far. Shanks, help me. Buggy, reduced to pieces scattering in every direction, cried out in terror, calling for Shanks to save him. There was no helping it. The so-called Buggy the Great was truly hard to describe in terms of strength. Hearing his friend's cry, Shanks broke out of the crowd, coming to Buggy's aid. Still, the sweat on his brow and the shortness of his breath showed he was also in bad shape. Buggy, Few, are you okay? The two stood back to back, Shanks scanning the battlefield as he called out to his companion. Buggy nodded, managing a muffled affirmation, letting Shanks know he could still hold on. Yet as he looked toward their captain's fierce duel, worry crept into his tone. Shanks, Captain Roger. Before he could finish, Shanks cut him off, full of conviction. Captain Roger will definitely lead us to victory. He always does, doesn't he? Yes. At times like this, you have to believe in your captain. You're right. Captain Roger will win for sure. Buggy echoed softly, his eyes shining with newfound resolve. Captain Roger isn't going to fall here. At the fiercest point on the battlefield. Hey, Roger, what's with you? Why are you holding back like this? This isn't the Roger I know. Golden Lion was fuming with rage after watching Roger dodge his attacks without fighting back. What's the meaning of this? If we're fighting, what's the point of just taking hits and not striking back? Roger took a deep breath, sweat gleaming on his forehead. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, he suddenly remembered what Crocus had said to him earlier. Roder, I'm sorry. This is as far as I can help you. But why? Clearly. Crocus, I just have a feeling. Maybe some old friends will come to visit. But sigh. Fine. I really don't know what to do with you. Thank you, Crocus. We're crewmates, aren't we? Yeah, we are crewmates. Our dreams must not end here. The world is still waiting for our answer. Rayleigh, Jabba, Sunbell, Buggy, Shanks, my friends, my crew. In this battle, victory will surely be ours. Ha ha ha, Shiki, sorry. I got a little distracted just now. Let's start round 2, shall we? At this moment, Roger completely let go of all restraint. Ignoring the pain shooting through his body, he summoned forth his long-unused Conqueror's Haki, the energy swirling onto his blade, staining it with that arresting blend of black and crimson. Watching him, Shiki threw his head back and let out a thunderous laugh. This was the Roger he remembered. Fearless, commanding, and kingly, the very personification of dominance. Come then, fight. Wasting no words, he raised his blade, crackling with that same Conqueror's Haki, and lunged straight for his old rival. Shiki stood his ground, refusing to be outdone, and his own dual blades were soon wrapped in that fierce energy. Black and gold arcs of power leapt into the air, as if the roar of a mighty lion was tearing through the heavens. Their eyes locked tight, and they clashed, blades swinging. In that very instant, time itself seemed to freeze. An unparalleled shockwave burst outward from where the two stood, toppling countless buildings, tossing ships in wild waves, churning the very sea in a tempest of force. Staring up at the sky, now abruptly cast in ominous shadow, someone muttered in terror. The sky is splitting. Even the heavens seemed to respond. Thank you for witnessing this. Sengoku and Garp, feeling the tremors in the distance, immediately wiped the smiles from their faces. Now, they gazed solemnly at the duel that was unfolding before them. Though they couldn't see the fight clearly, the overwhelming power could not be ignored. It was a force that shook the world. Sengoku, I've got a feeling about this, Garp said mysteriously, arms folded across his chest. Adjusting his glasses, Sengoku, who knew his old friend far too well, confirmed. So, you think Roger's going to win? What's your reasoning? With the difference in strength this obvious, what could Roger possibly use to win? Unless something completely unexpected occurred. Nothing special, just a gut feeling. Garp replied with a hearty laugh, scratching his head. All right, enough with the suspense. Sengoku snapped, his patience running thin. This old-timer, always speaking in riddles. I just think that men who love to laugh are never short on luck. What? Seriously, what kind of logic is that? Honestly, only you could come up with such an unreliable reason. Sengoku shot Garp a glare, choosing not to press the matter. He'd write this off as one of Garp's usual bouts of nonsense. Who knows what his expression will be when he finally discovers the truth. Roger and Shiki fought with such ferocity that there was not a soul left standing near them. Of course, should any foolhardy souls wish to observe from nearby, they were more than welcome to try. If he were to die from the aftermath of someone else's clash, that would be the greatest injustice. After exchanging hundreds of blows, both men were brimming with fighting spirit. Although Roger was starting to breathe heavily, he could still hold his ground. Honestly, it was only because they were able to keep their power in check. Even a little slip, and the ship beneath them would have already been torn apart and sunk to the bottom of the sea. All at once, Roger seemed to sense something. The power to hear the voice of all things. His observation Haki gave him the answer. A storm is coming. A storm is coming. He forced Shiki back with a single blow and looked up at the sky. It was already shrouded in heavy clouds, but there was not the slightest sign of a storm, at least not yet. Roger's eyes glinted as he made a swift, resolute decision. He trusted his instincts. Raising his sword, he roared across the battlefield. Everyone back to the ship now. A storm's about to hit. Rayleigh, the Roger pirates didn't hesitate for a second. Without bothering about the pursuers behind them, they broke away from the fight and dashed toward the Oro Jackson. The moment Rayleigh heard Roger's warning, he unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, directly knocking out a number of enemies and clearing the path of any who hadn't succumbed, scattering those still chasing after his crewmates. Roger, are you running away? Shiki roared, furious. The golden mane of his hair seemed to flare around him, making him look like a lion demon in the storm's darkening light. But Roger paid him no heed. Lost in thoughts of the past, his face briefly clouded with nostalgia before breaking into a broad, carefree grin as he called back to Shiki. "Farewell, Shiki." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and hurried away. "Roger, you," Shiki began, but his words were cut short by a sudden, howling gust of wind. This wind? No, it can't be. The gale slammed into the battlefield, followed by a torrential, lashing rain. Weighed down by the side effects of his float fruit, Shiki was suddenly left helpless. The storm had arrived at last. "Admiral! Admiral!" His subordinates tried to call out to him, but Shiki didn't respond. He simply stood there, watching in disbelief as Roger and his crew disappeared into the distance. Feeling his strength abandon him, he knew there was nothing more he could do to stop them. His face twisted in anguish, torn between anger and frustration. Why, heavens, why must it be like this? Will all my ambitions go unfulfilled? Why? I won't accept it. Grinding his teeth, railing against the unfairness of fate, Shiki didn't notice the unidentified object hurtling down toward his head. "Watch out, Admiral." "What?" To be continued. It was as if the heavens above heard Shiki's bitter lament, and, in response, sent him a precious gift. Ship's wheel, headpiece +1. The blinding pain in his skull nearly knocked him out, but the sheer force of his obsession and resentment kept him on his feet. Whatever effect the ship's wheel would have on him, its true influence would not be revealed until much later. "Admiral, are you all right?" A subordinate hurried up to check on his condition. With the ship's wheel embedded in his head, he looked anything but all right. "I'm fine." Staring at the distant silhouette of the Oro Jackson, Shiki understood. This battle was lost. The defeat was his, however strange that storm had been. A loss is a loss, no excuses. Yet the bitterness gnawed at him. If only that storm hadn't struck, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. But there are no ifs in life. "Roger, this time, it's your victory." Muttering under his breath, the Golden Lion cast one last look at the direction they'd vanished, then turned to survey his own fleet. Apart from the airborne Lion, only a scant handful of ships remained. The rest had been claimed by the sea. The storm was gradually dissipating, but the brand of utter defeat was now seared into Shiki's heart. Just then, a sudden barrage of cannon fire interrupted his brooding. He snapped his gaze toward the source of a noise, eyes wide in shock. Where's that gunfire coming from? The sight that met him next made his eyes nearly pop from their sockets. Several enormous warships of the highest naval grade, billowing sails working in concert with roaring paddle wheels, were hurtling straight toward Shiki's battered group. Standing proudly at the bows were several familiar figures. Shiki's eyes burned with fury as he bellowed. "Sengoku! Garp! What are you two doing here? If we told you it was luck, would you believe us? Oh, and by the way, where's Roger?" Sengoku swept his gaze across the battered fleets, unable to spot the Roger pirates anywhere. He suspected the answer, but called out anyway. The Navy's sudden arrival, though surprising, was easily explained. When the admirals saw a sudden storm erupting in the distance, they sensed that something unprecedented was unfolding. Not wanting to miss their chance, they lowered the sails, revved up the paddle wheels, and plunged into the heart of the storm, leading to this moment. Taking in the sorry state of Shiki's grand fleet, Sengoku allowed himself a fleeting moment of satisfaction before regaining composure. He knew all too well there would always be a never-ending tide of small-time pirates. If Golden Lion himself survived, it would be all too easy for him to gather another vast fleet in short order. But for now, Shiki's mind was stuck on the word luck. Luck? Luck again. So, am I the only one cursed with bad luck today? What a damn joke. Sengoku's taunting words made Shiki seethe with rage, but beneath that fury, pain contorted his face. His anger faded. He pressed a palm to his forehead, fighting back a wave of dizziness. Damn this wheel. Once I get back. But there was no time for Shiki to dwell on it. Sengoku had already noticed the dire state Shiki was in, his mind fast at work, calculating the possibilities. Roger had fled. It was a pity, but Shiki was still here. Taking him down wouldn't be a bad choice either. Without hesitation, he gave the order with a commanding shout. "Kazan, do it." Admiral Akiji needed no further explanation from Sengoku. The intent was clear. This was beating a man while he was down, and Akiji was all for it. Once the orders landed, he launched a flurry of ice spears from his hands straight into the sea. In no time, the waters around them were frozen solid. "Ice Age," Kazan announced calmly after completing his task, hands tucked into his pockets, wearing a look that said, "Come at me if you dare," directed squarely at Shiki. Shiki's teeth ground together in frustration, but after forcing himself to cool down, he quickly drew a conclusion. He had to run. Another moment's delay, and he might never leave this place. With a low growl, he called out, "Lion Might, Earth Coil." He raised his arms, channeling his power through the frozen surface, conjuring several enormous ice lions, each far larger than a warship. Oaring, they surged at the Navy from all sides. Shiki himself shot into the sky, paying no heed to his subordinates' cries for help. Grabbing Indigo, he tried to make his escape while the Navy was preoccupied with the rampaging ice lions. But Sengoku would have none of it. With a surge of his power, holy light blazed across the gloomy seas, his devil fruit ability. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, great Buddha form. A titanic golden Buddha manifested atop the ice. Light gathered at his palm, and, with righteous fury, he brought it crashing down on the ice lions. The shockwave thundered outward, smashing one lion to fragments and breaking open the encirclement. Wasting not a moment, Sengoku dashed upward in a blur, using Moonwalk to rise through the air, landing a mighty blow squarely on Shiki's back. And it wasn't just Sengoku. Borsalino, standing on the ship, took advantage of the dazzling Buddha light to launch several laser blasts at Shiki above, planning a sneak attack. Even now, however, Shiki, worn down though he was, remained the legendary Golden Lion. With a swift draw of his famed sword, Oto, he sliced the incoming shockwave to ribbons. Sensing the incoming lasers, he twisted away, narrowly evading them one after another. Using that brief window, he climbed even higher, widening the gap between himself and his pursuers. Aloft, Shiki looked down arrogantly at the massed navy on the ice. He said nothing, but his eyes danced with scorn. As for Garp, that old dog was only worth worrying about if he closed the distance. His long-range attacks hardly mattered. Still, that pride of his was sure to be punished before the day was out. Meanwhile, Lewis, rather than joining the fray, quietly circled to the far side of the clash. He watched Shiki make his move to escape, but he wasn't in a hurry. Concealed by the storm of battle, he stepped into the air with Moonwalk, trailing unnoticed behind Shiki. This was the perfect time to make his move. He drew his standard longsword, the blade already marred by cracks, and stole a last glance at it. Nostalgia tugged at him, but he knew it was time to let it retire. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he gripped his blade tightly. A blue-violet aura mingled with a dark purple energy, both enveloping the length of his sword, growing ever stronger. Such devastating power from this all-out strike caused the already damaged longsword to let out a mournful cry. Once he had gathered his strength, his haki of observation locked onto Shiki, ensuring his attack would not go astray. Yet, Shiki was Shiki after all. The moment Lewis's will locked onto him, he reacted instantly, twisting aside without so much as a backward glance, trying to dodge the coming assault. But Lewis's attack had already arrived. Sensing the limit of what his sword could bear, he didn't hesitate. Reaching the critical point, he unleashed his slash at Shiki in a single brilliant instant. Despite Shiki's preemptive attempt to evade, the whistling blade still grazed his right hand, the very hand holding the famed sword, Sakura 10. In that fleeting moment, Shiki's right hand was severed altogether. Sakura 10 tumbled free, landing point first into the ice. The searing, blinding pain from his lost hand filled Shiki's eyes with bloodlust and rage. Yet a sliver of reason managed to restrain his urge to cut down this young upstart where he stood. If he insisted on continuing the fight now, he would never leave this place alive. With eyes as cold as ice, the lion stared long and hard at Lewis, who had already landed back on solid ground. His voice was frosty as he demanded, "Kid, name yourself." Lewis sheathed his fractured sword and met Shiki's gaze with an undaunted air. Calmly and unhurriedly, he replied, "Rear Admiral Lewis of Navy Headquarters." "Very well. I'll remember you. Lewis, the brat." Shiki retorted. With that, he shot straight up into the clouds, wasting not a moment, and vanished from sight. To be continued. So, I guess I've made myself an enemy for life. Yet Lewis didn't seem too troubled by it. Granted, quite a few things have played out differently from the original story, such as the timing of O'Hara's buster call, or who was chosen to capture Barrett, and countless other details. Still, the important events all came to pass in the end. Was this, perhaps, how the storyline closed its loops? Lewis didn't quite know, nor did he feel the need to make total sense of it. As for the formidable lion who'd now lost his right arm, he was no longer a real threat. Chances were they'd meet again someday. Setting those concerns aside, Lewis cast his gaze about, as if searching for something. But after a long while, he still hadn't found it. Had it sunk to the ocean floor? Just as that notion crossed his mind, a familiar voice called out, "Giones." He caught sight of her raising her arm, a famed sword glinting in her hand. Lewis's lips warmed with a smile, and he couldn't help but tease. "So you already picked it up for me? Always one step ahead, aren't you?" To his surprise, She owned up to it without the slightest hint of embarrassment. This frankness caught Lewis a little off guard, but on second thought, he understood her perfectly. At this point in headquarters, aside from those few female soldiers who refused to give up, who doesn't know about Guillaume's feelings for Lewis? Of course, Lewis himself is well aware too. Honestly speaking, with such a stunning woman so openly pursuing you, her love laid bare for all to see, how long could you possibly hold out? Lewis, for one, is already thoroughly won over. How could he resist? It's just too tempting. After he finished speaking, he even helped smooth out her hair, tidying her up a bit, the gesture radiating intimacy between the two. To tell the truth, if our handsome Commander Lewis weren't already nearly 3 meters tall, he'd have had to stand on tiptoes just to pull this off. The bearing of a Grand Admiral isn't just about talent. It's about stature, too. Guillaume, beaming, basked in Lewis's care and affection, her eyes brimming with joy. From a distance, Sengoku, Garp, and the others looked on at the pair, warm smiles spreading across their faces. Perhaps it won't be long before little Lewis and little Guillaume appear on the scene. If their future children inherit even half of their talents, the Navy will truly have successors to be proud of. Thinking of the next generation, Sengoku, the Admiral, felt no particular pang. He'd been single most of his life, and rumor had it, maybe because of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Who knows whether that's true or not? But Garp couldn't help but think of his son, Dragon, who turned his back on the Navy and vanished to who knows where. Garp's mood soured visibly. Seeing his old comrade like that, Sengoku realized what was wrong. He patted Garp's shoulder and quietly comforted him. Don't worry, Dragon is a good kid. He'll never betray his own sense of justice. Try not to let it weigh on you. Garp only shook his head and let out a heavy sigh, saying nothing more. Dragon, what is it that you're really after? Back to the main topic. Taking the famed blade, Sakura 10, from Guillaume, Lewis laid it across his palms, carefully examining it. It was double-edged, with a cross-shaped hilt. From the tip of the blade to the base of the handle, it was about as long as Lewis's leg. At first glance, the sword's body seemed unremarkable, but on closer inspection, patterns resembling cherry blossoms could be seen twining along its length. Not too many, not too few, exactly 10 blossoms. Likely, this is how the sword found its name. Once back at headquarters, he'd have to find someone to craft a special scabbard for it. As for his now damaged standard-issue longsword, he had no intention of discarding it. He'd keep it at home as a memento of its long service. "Ilala, Lewis did a fine job this time," the tall blue rooster remarked with feeling, while the red dog beside him nodded in agreement. Who knows when those two started getting along so well. As for Teacher Borsellino, he remained as stylish as ever, though whenever he glanced at Lewis, there was an odd look in his eyes, no telling what was going through his mind. The moment Lewis and Guillaume rejoined the main group, the top brass immediately began deliberating the aftermath of this grand naval battle. Garp, ever the blunt old warhorse, was about to chime in, only for Sengoku to cut him off mercilessly, saying, "In any case, you old geezer never have any good ideas. Might as well keep your opinions to yourself." He was absolutely fuming. If it hadn't been for Kazan holding him back, he probably would have put on a live demonstration of naval infighting right then and there. The Red Dog comrade offered his opinion. In his view, even if the Navy hadn't scored big at both ends this time, they could apply the same strategy as before, leveraging their power to intimidate other pirates. Sengoku wholeheartedly agreed as soon as he heard this. The devastation all around, coupled with the wreckage of the Golden Lion's grand fleet. What a perfect backdrop for the story. Once the photos are published and the news goes out, who besides those in the know will really care? People will only marvel at the Navy's might. Look, all 3 major pirate crews have been subdued by our Navy. 8 centuries of dominion over the seas aren't just empty words. Add in a round of publicity for Lewis, the one who cut off the Golden Lion's right hand. With his looks and growing reputation, will there be any shortage of new recruits? And with more sailors, the budget would naturally need to grow as well, wouldn't it? As for becoming a target, what a joke. Has any strong man ever escaped attention? With Lewis's current strength, as long as he doesn't do anything too reckless, he can throw his weight around freely. Besides, he's still improving at an incredible pace. In just a few years, he might reach the level of an admiral. So what's to worry about? But then, when it's time for leadership change, will Lewis be vying for that admiral seat? For admirals, that's tricky to push through and even harder to balance. 3 admirals, who steps down? They'd already sorted that out among themselves, and replacing anyone would be difficult. TCH, it really is a headache. Turning these problems over in his mind, Sengoku started to develop a migraine. In the end, he let it go. The others could surely puzzle out a solution. Maybe, when the time came, they'd come to an agreement. But there was still one thing left to do. If they were going to promote Lewis, how could they do it without a proper photo? especially now that the perfect setting, courtesy of the Golden Lion, was already arranged and waiting. Golden Lion, really? Is this how you thank me? Seeing the anticipation plastered across everyone's faces, Lewis couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Whatever words of refusal he'd prepared died on his lips. He knew full well that this publicity would benefit both him and the Navy. Yet, when the actual photo shoot began, he realized he'd been tricked. He could accept having his picture taken, but what was with all those different outfits? Were they expecting him to do a dress-up cosplay montage? It made no sense at all. Unable to bear it any longer, Kazan managed to stifle his laughter as he explained the situation. Lewis's face turned green as the truth dawned on him. It turned out all those photos were meant for the Navy's next recruitment campaign, to feature Lewis on the posters, inspiring people everywhere to join up. Then why don't you guys take the photos? Lewis, thoroughly unenthusiastic, protested in frustration. But after one look at the others, he immediately understood. Out of the three, the blue pheasant was barely passable in terms of looks. Red Dog always wore a stormy scowl. And as for Mr. Borsellino, well, he was definitely pushing the limits of what counted as human. Having eaten the human fruit, shifty form, photon. But once you put Lewis next to them for comparison, TSK, he may not have them beat in strength, but when it comes to looks, he's an absolute slayer. The Navy's most eligible bachelor, living up to his reputation. Alas, for the future of the Navy, he had no choice but to sacrifice his good looks for the greater good. Once the photos were taken, everyone was satisfied, except for Lewis. That didn't concern the rest. They wrapped things up, called everyone back to the team, and set sail for headquarters. That night, just as Morgans was enjoying a foot massage, he received a new message from the Navy. To be continued. Staring at the photos and information sent over from Navy headquarters, Morgans was completely stunned. First it was the Red Earl, then Whitebeard, and now Golden Lion. The Navy's moves over these past few years have been truly bold. But the bigger, the better. That's how headline news keeps flooding in. Especially when he glanced at Lewis's photo, Morgans caressed it as if it were his beloved pet bird, full of tenderness. Don't get him wrong, his tastes are perfectly normal. It's just that this guy is a money magnet. Whenever a newspaper features a Lewis photo, it sells out in a flash. Sometimes they even have to print extra editions. Golden Lion lost an arm, and it was Lewis who did it. Reading this bit of intel, the future king of news could only fall silent. He even caught himself doubting if it was real. But then it struck him. Even if it wasn't true, the implications were the same. This man could become the Navy's signature hero. Sure, he was famous before, but in front of the true powerhouses, he was still just a newcomer, a junior. But if this achievement went public, all those big shots would have to take him seriously. Who is Golden Lion, after all? A pirate king, a living legend. And now Lewis took one of his arms. Who would be confident enough to pull off something like that? Go try taking a hand from Whitebeard or Roger yourself. You'd probably die trying. And if you don't have the power to match your fame, all that does is make you a target. Thinking this, Morgan stopped speculating further. This time, instead of telling his staff to rush out a new headline, he picked up the Din Mushy and made a call. Mama, my dear friend Morgans. Calling me so late, what's the matter? If you don't have anything really juicy, you know the consequences. On the other end was none other than Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin, my apologies for disturbing you at this hour, Lady Charlotte. But I assure you, this scoop is one you won't want to miss. Oh, let's hear it. Ahem, it appears Golden Lion's entire Grand Fleet has been almost completely destroyed. Big Mom had no doubts about the information Morgans provided. That very morning, her spies planted within the Golden Lion's Grand Fleet had relayed word that the Admiral was planning a major operation targeting Roger that day. When it came to Roger the Thief and that prideful lion, Big Mom didn't care for either of them in the slightest. At the news that these two were set to clash, she was so delighted she nearly called for cake to celebrate. But later, her spies' messages abruptly stopped, and the uncertainty even brought on one of her hunger pangs. So when Morgan's information arrived, she instantly put the pieces together. From the looks of it, Golden Lion must have suffered a crushing defeat. Big Mom quietly chuckled to herself. Before Morgans could continue, she cut him off, asking, "So, Shiki is still alive?" "He's alive," Morgans replied, unbothered, "but it's a long story. The Navy, he relayed, word for word, the intelligence the Navy had given him. The Navy never changes. All they know is how to swoop in and pick up the scraps. Pick up the scraps. That's right. This time, Golden Lion's real target was that thief Roger. The Navy just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I see. Still, there's something that doesn't quite fit the scraps narrative. What's that? Golden Lion Shiki had one of his hands cut off by a Marine Rear Admiral. A Rear Admiral? Are you kidding me? Big Mom's face was full of disbelief. Since when were mere rear admirals so formidable? You know this rear admiral? My dear husband, Louis? Madam, could you have a bit of shame? How could she say such a thing with a straight face? Hearing Big Mom so shamelessly call Louis husband made Morgans want to sink into the ground from secondhand embarrassment. Of course, there was no way he would say any of that out loud. His life was worth more than that. With most of the important facts shared, Morgans offered a few polite words, then hung up the transponder snail and hurried off to rush the new paper to print. No two ways about it. Big Mom really was one of Louis's fangirls, and a heavyweight at that. Though infatuated by his looks, she still kept a clear head when it mattered. That Louis kid had truly grown up. She couldn't keep looking at him as some junior, or she'd suffer for it. He might have a little way to go before reaching their league, but the gap was shrinking fast. Only 20 years old. What incredible talent. If she could get her hands on him, have a child with him. Louis, lost in her own daydreams. Big Mom's face was the picture of bliss, having completely forgotten she still had a son out there. Katakuri, what about me? Mom, are you just going to leave me out here? Night passed, and come morning, newsbirds soared around the globe, clutching hot off the press editions of the latest events. The world was shocked once again. The Golden Line Grand Fleet was utterly annihilated, and even he himself had his right hand severed. Ordinary citizens immediately began to celebrate the Navy's victory, who didn't long for peace and quiet. But for the likes of pirates and other criminals, the news brought nothing but dark clouds. How could it be that these so-called 3 legendary pirates all turn out to be so disappointing? One after another, they'd all been defeated by the Navy. What were they to do next? Maybe it was time to wash their hands of this life for good. Yet, it was the reaction of the great pirates of the New World that truly mattered. Within the Whitebeard pirates' territory, Josu's hangover haze cleared in an instant as he scanned the newspaper's headlines. Pops, big news. That Golden Lion, you won't believe what Louis did to him. I already know. Whitebeard cut in, lifting his giant sake bowl, his expression calm and untroubled. Defeating the Golden Lion was certainly worth a note, but so what? After all, he was Whitebeard himself. Bista, who'd been halfway through breakfast, swallowed his mouthful as soon as he heard the name Louis. Turning to Josu, he quickly asked, That Louis? What did he do this time? Josu didn't waste a word. He simply handed Bista the newspaper. Wiping the grease from his hands, Bista received it gravely. He began to read. Under the Navy's brilliant command, the flying pirate crew has met with an unprecedented defeat. Especially outstanding was Rear Admiral Louis, who inflicted a devastating blow, costing the great pirate Golden Lion his arm. This time, the rest was little more than effusive praise for the Navy's wisdom and might. Bista didn't bother reading on. But still, his jaw clenched in frustration. Was this even fair? Was the kid on steroids or what? How could anyone grow this fast? He and Josu, who'd nursed dreams of revenge, now found all their fighting spirit sapped away. What now? Trying anything would just make them sitting ducks. Bista, mind if I borrow the newspaper? A big, burly man with a guileless face sidled up and took it. This was none other than the one-day, devoted son, Marshal D. Teach. Teach's eyes brimmed with envy as he read about Louis, who was praised to the skies in the news. Everyone said this Louis's devil fruit power was unusually strong, a lot like Whitebeard's own abilities. Talk about luck. But once I get my hands on the dark fruit. His face twisted with fierce ambition, the real Teach blazing through his eyes. Gone was the simple, harmless mask. Hey Teach, get over here. I made your favorite cherry pie. I'm on my way. Thatch, you never let me down. Well, of course. You know me. Putting the newspaper away, Teach wiped his face, restored the innocent, goofy smile, and sauntered over, playing the harmless fool to perfection. On the Oro Jackson, Roger and his crew had also received today's newspaper. To be continued. Hey. It was us who defeated the Golden Lion and his lot. What's the meaning of this? Buggy protested, holding the newspaper, face full of indignation. Beside him, Shanks slung an arm around his shoulders, trying to comfort him. Come on, Buggy. The fact that we even survived that day was already a stroke of luck. Hearing this, Buggy begrudgingly admitted he had a point. If not for that miraculous storm, he'd likely have become one with the seafloor by now. Still, what caught Shanks's I wasn't any of this, but rather the headline about Golden Lion losing an arm to Louis. Captain Roger, Rayleigh, this Louis? You're wondering if he's truly that powerful, aren't you? Roger said, seeing the doubt in Shanks's eyes. He couldn't blame him. The news did sound unbelievable. How old was this Louis, really? Just 20. Yet his strength had already reached such astonishing heights. No wonder Shanks was so fixated on him. If you looked at age alone, the two were of the same generation. Shanks, I believe this news is true, Rayleigh said, pushing his sliding glasses up thoughtfully. He then shared his own analysis. The Navy wouldn't hand out a reputation like that to someone who didn't have the power to back it up, even if Lewis caught Golden Lion off guard. Even if he wasn't quite strong enough, the way the papers are hyping him means the Navy must really believe in his potential. Someday, Shanks, perhaps your greatest rival will be this Bloodline Rear Admiral. Bloodline Lewis, huh? I'll remember the name. But Shanks had no fear. His eyes sparkled with fierce, unrestrained fighting spirit. In his heart, he repeated to himself, "Me, Shanks, I'm second to none." Seeing their fearless little red wolf, the rest of the crew couldn't help but feel both relieved and hopeful. Just how far could Shanks, the torchbearer for Roger's will, ultimately go? Sadly, their journey was nearing its finale. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Golden Lion himself, was utterly beside himself with rage. That little brat Lewis. One of these days, I'll cut off his head with my own hands. His golden hair flared with his anger, and the murderous fury in his eyes was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The night before, as soon as he returned to the main base, Indigo had immediately begun tending to Shiki's wounds, focusing especially on his right arm and the helm lodged in his head. Exhausted, Shiki had collapsed in a slumber the instant the bandages were applied. But no one expected that at daybreak, such explosive news would greet him. Losing to Roger, well, he could live with the frustration. If not for that cursed storm, the headlines might have been telling a very different story. But those Navy rats who came to seize his victory, he hated their lack of honor, especially that wretched little Lewis. Navy, does it really matter what code of honor we follow when dealing with pirates? Are you even qualified to talk about that? What a joke. However, right now he was utterly weakened in every possible way, so launching a direct assault was absolutely out of the question. At the very least, he would have to wait until his wounds had completely healed and his grand fleet was rebuilt. Bloodline Lewis? Just a callow brat. Why does he have to share the name of the lion? There could be only one true golden lion in these seas. Just you wait, Lewis, you little upstart. Seated at the head of the table, Shiki seemed far from satisfied. He grabbed a hunk of roast meat, bone and all, with his only remaining left hand and tore into it savagely, as if ripping into Lewis's very flesh. Meanwhile, somewhere in the North Sea, Kufu Fufu, this Bloodline Rear Admiral is really something, isn't he? Corazon, what do you think? Doflamingo wore his twisted, charismatic smile as he gazed at the newspaper photo. This Bloodline Rear Admiral looked all too familiar. But why did you do what you did back then, Lewis? Beside him, Rosinante played the part of the mute, as usual, unable to reply. Instead, he pulled a little notebook from his pocket and scribbled a response. No particular opinion. Those big shots are far too distant from us. But in his heart, he was thinking about their past dealings with Lewis. Back then, as soon as the self-proclaimed intelligence broker Lewis had left, Rosinante promptly reported everything to Sengoku. It was only then he learned that the meeting had been arranged at Sengoku's personal request. But why did Lewis offer up the Navy's 6 styles as a gesture of goodwill? What exactly was his objective? Rosinante racked his brains, but found no answer. In the end, he'd withheld details of their transaction from his report. He decided it would be best to watch and wait. And after that, nothing more happened. Over time, the memory faded, and Rosinante dismissed it as another one of Lewis's passing whims. After reading what Rosinante had written, young Master Doflamingo didn't seem to care much. After all, his brother was right. For the moment, they were nothing more than small-time villains. They might wield some influence in the North Sea, but on the world stage. Simply put, their rank was just too low. But what should they do next? At this very moment, Doflamingo felt a rare sense of uncertainty. For someone who was determined to drag those pompous swine down from their pedestals, the most crucial thing for the Don Quixote family now was to build up its strength. Yet if things continued this way, they'd be lucky to even become another Germa 66. Even so, compared to his ambition, that would still be pitifully inadequate. As for becoming a pirate, Doflamingo had considered it, but in recent years, the Navy's power had grown too overwhelming. Even the legendary pirates of old had been forced to lie low, and the Red Earl himself had ended up and impelled down for rehabilitation. The Red Earl, currently languishing in LV-6, don't drag me into this. Truly, it was a terrible time to set sail. For now, the only option was to quietly gather strength while keeping a close eye on the world's shifting tides. The balance of power remained unbroken. 3 great pirate crews divided the new world among themselves. Even though Shiki had just suffered a devastating setback, as long as the helmsman himself remained alive, everything could be rebuilt from scratch. The silver medal contenders, though well aware of the Golden Lion's current weakness, also knew that a wounded beast was at its most dangerous. None of them were willing to risk it all in a grudge match with Shiki, only to end up paving the way for someone else's victory. Outwardly, everyone feigned calm. Nothing seemed amiss, and the seas appeared tranquil. But the tide of fate was already gathering force, on the verge of sweeping across the world. And when it came, not a soul alive would escape its reach. When a man who always wore a dazzling, unshakable smile finally declared to the world that he had conquered the Grand Line, the curtain would rise on a new era. Lewis understood all this with perfect clarity. As a traveler from another world, he naturally knew what was about to unfold. The era of the great pirates was imminent, a time of upheaval and transformation. The Navy, too, would soon be reborn. But meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and roads walked step by step. The most urgent task was to loosen Mariewa's iron grip on the Navy's military budget. Only by taking control of their own financial lifeline could the Navy claim true authority. Otherwise, in the eyes of certain people, they would forever be nothing but loyal hounds. Empty talk, nothing more. The current year was Sea Circle Calendar 1498. After completing the handover of Karakuri at Impel Down and returning to headquarters, the world had seemed to settle once more into an uneasy calm. Yet as Lewis sat in his office, his gaze drifted through the window, across the sea and the Red Line, and he could already envision what surging tidal wave Roger's final journey would unleash. Roger would reach the summit in 1498. By 1500, the Great Pirate Era would begin. To be frank, Lewis was now contemplating how to break the news of Roger's impending death to Sengoku and the others in a believable way. He couldn't simply blurt out, "Roger's time is almost up. He's got about 2 years left." Where was the proof? This was no trivial matter, certainly not something to joke about. With that in mind, Lewis made his way straight to the intelligence office in the Department of Strategy, gathered a thick stack of files on the Roger pirates collected by Navy headquarters, brought them back to his office, and, after a moment's hesitation, buried himself in the documents, determined to uncover the tiniest clues. Seeing Lewis completely buried in stacks of paperwork, Guillaume didn't make a sound to disturb him. She quietly sat down on the sofa, poured herself a glass of water, lit a cigarette, and simply gazed at him in silence. After some time had passed, a good while, really, it seemed the scent of the cigarette finally caught his attention. He looked up to find Guillaume staring at him, cigarette in her mouth, her eyes smiling. He returned her smile, noticing that the ashtray now held quite a few cigarette butts, and then glancing at the clock, he realized over an hour had slipped by. "Sorry to keep you waiting. How did the mission go this time?" He stretched, accepted the glass of water from Guillaume's hand, and casually lit his own cigarette before asking with a smile. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Guillaume's expression shifted, as if recalling something unpleasant. She started recounting her latest experience, her voice steady. It was all right. The mission itself went smoothly enough. A reckless man who'd eaten a Logia-type devil fruit, thinking he was invincible. But in the end, it only took me a few strikes to bring him down. The real story is what happened on the way back. I ran into a real lunatic. "A lunatic? Tell me more," Lewis asked, piqued by curiosity. Guillaume clicked her tongue in annoyance and recounted the encounter. "The man's full name is Dracul Mihawk. I have to admit, he's an incredibly skilled swordsman. But what's really absurd is that when he saw our warship, he didn't even try to avoid us. Instead, he jumped aboard and boldly asked if there were any strong sword masters aboard. Hearing that, well, my pride as a swordwoman wouldn't let me back down. So of course I drew my blade and faced him head on. But in the end, I lost. Still, I'm definitely not going to let it end there." As she finished speaking, she clenched her fist, her face full of defiance. Passion flared in her eyes. Lewis couldn't help but marvel at the story. Was this the moment when the world's greatest swordsman from the original story began his undefeated journey down the path of the sword? Yet, he hadn't heard a word about it until now. He quickly asked, "Were there any reports about Mihawk before? How come I haven't heard anything?" Guillaume, who had just been fired up about the duel, instantly cooled off. She rolled her eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm. "There have been plenty of stories about him. It's just that none of them got much attention. The guy's been challenging famous sword dojos all over the place, and he's never lost once. He really is crazy. Besides, you only ever half-heartedly cared about swordsmanship to begin with. Why would you notice these things?" Well, can't argue with that. He had originally studied swordsmanship just to expand his options for long-range combat. Having just that old moonwalk kick technique wasn't enough. These days, he lacked the energy to get much better at sword fighting. Perhaps he could look forward to some new abilities if his devil fruit powers awakened. Draw the sword for a greeting, but when it came down to a real fight, close combat was king. That was the thought lingering in Lewis's mind. "So, what were you up to just now? Why do you have so many documents?" Guillaume asked with curiosity. I'm analyzing the possible course of action for the Roger Pirates now that they've crowned themselves king. Once I have my findings, I'll report them to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I guarantee it'll be enough to knock your socks off. Lewis answered unhurriedly, cradling his cup. Could they just break up the crew outright? That's impossible. Guion secretly scoffed at the notion, but didn't bother to press further. She was certain the upcoming staff meeting would cover this topic anyway, so she'd just sit tight and wait. Setting aside work matters, just as she was about to invite Lewis to a date at Sabeti Archipelago for the coming weekend, a rush of hurried footsteps at the door stopped her. Reporting in, Rear Admiral, and Vice Admiral as well. Staff Officer Tsuru requests that you report to the staff office immediately, Rear Admiral. A messenger arrived at the door of Lewis's office, stiffened to attention, and delivered the message. But when he caught Guion's piercing, murderous glare, he was instantly petrified. What did I do wrong? I only came to deliver an order. Watching the trembling messenger quiver under Guion's intimidating presence, Lewis said, "Go and tell Staff Officer Tsuru I'll be there shortly." Relieved, the poor messenger wasted no time and slipped away in a flash. Seeing Guion all puffed up with frustration, Lewis couldn't help but find her rather adorable. So different from the fierce aura she gave off when wielding her blade in the past. After finally smoothing things over and agreeing to the Sabeti Archipelago date, Lewis threw on his coat of justice, bid Guion farewell, and headed straight for Staff Officer Tsuru's office. He knocked, announced himself, and then entered. Tsuru was sitting there, cup of tea in hand, looking quite relaxed. Upon seeing Lewis, she offered a gentle smile, gestured to the chair in front of her desk, and invited him to sit. Not declining the offer, Lewis took a seat and began. "Staff Officer Tsuru, what did you want to see me about today?" Picking up a folder, Tsuru slid it across to Lewis, sipped her tea, and explained. "Last time, didn't you mention wanting to set up a special task unit? Today, Fleet Admiral Kong approved it. Here's the official letter of appointment. Take a look." This came as a pleasant surprise for Lewis. A smile spread across his face. With this letter in hand, he could now skip the cumbersome hiring process, recruit people straight into his team, and handle the paperwork later. As he tucked away the appointment letter, Tsuru continued. "I heard from the intelligence department that you took nearly all the files on the Roger Pirates." Lewis had already prepared an answer for this. Given how inevitable Roger's rise as Pirate King seems, I believe our Navy headquarters needs to begin preparing for this unprecedented Pirate King as soon as possible. After listening, Staff Officer Tsuru nodded approvingly, her eyes filled with admiration. But then, as if something else came to mind, she teased. "So, when are you and Guion getting married?" Lewis, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost sprayed it out in shock. "Wait a minute, Staff Officer Tsuru, Guion and I haven't even made our relationship official yet. Isn't it a bit too soon to talk about marriage already?" "Ahem, there's no rush. Really, there's no rush. She and I, oh, right. I just remembered I've got something I need to take care of, so I'll be going now." He put down the teacup, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from Tsuru's office. Kiske, youngsters these days, still too shy. Shaking her head with a sigh, Staff Officer Tsuru let the matter drop and turned her attention back to the mountain of documents left to handle. On the way back to his own office, Lewis couldn't help feeling a little unsettled. To be honest, over the years, anyone could see how Guion felt about him, himself included. After people found out, many offered their blessings, wishing the two of them a happy ending. Well, with the exception of a certain mysterious Mr. KKI. That guy, aside from his relentless confessions of love, was always preaching about how a man should value inner qualities and shouldn't fuss over trivial things like appearances. But someone like Lewis, who was, in every sense, both handsome and genuine, like a character straight out of a romance novel, never worried about things like that. Still, thinking back over everything that had happened since he'd met Guion, Lewis couldn't help but sigh to himself. He'd fallen for her completely. To be continued. He'd fallen for her completely. Walking back, he couldn't help but let out that sigh, his thoughts drifting away. Who could possibly say no to a girl like her? Certainly not him. Sigh. Looks like this Navy heartthrob is finally taken, Lewis mused, not without a touch of self-satisfaction. But when he made it back to his office, she was already gone. On the desk, however, she'd left a note behind. "This weekend, come with me to Sabeti for a date. No backing out." Lewis couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused. "Seriously, couldn't you at least leave a time and place, miss?" Then it dawned on him. Of course, she's waiting for me to ask her. He thought about it, realizing he had a meeting that afternoon. Maybe he'd just wait till after the meeting to ask her then. Having made his decision, he sat down and went back to sorting through intel on the Roger Pirates. After a while, task finished, Lewis leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the stack of files, his expression tinged with hesitation. It wasn't that he hesitated to reveal that Roger's days were numbered. Frankly, pirates did little to earn his sympathy. What truly troubled him was whether the era of the great pirates should unfold just as Roger dreamed. Caught between his sense of strategy and the looming, inevitable sacrifices, those two forces alone were enough to make Lewis deeply uncertain. After all, the era of the great pirates is no playground where everyone's getting along, exchanging pleasantries. Yet one can't deny that if the Navy is ever going to draw a clear line between itself and Mariewa, this era of pirates is, for now, the golden opportunity. This long-standing, twisted development should finally come to an end. Having reached this conclusion, Lewis didn't dwell on the issue any longer. Checking the time, he saw the meeting was about to begin. So, he gathered his neatly organized documents and headed upstairs to the conference room. "Hey, Lewis," a voice called out. Turning his head, he saw it was his two good comrades, Akiji and Akainu. Seeing friendly smiles on both their faces, Lewis couldn't help but smile in return, then asked, "How come you two are together today?" With a shrug, Kazan explained it was just a coincidence. Sakazuki, on the other hand, remained expressionless and changed the subject. "Do you have any thoughts on today's meeting agenda?" To this, Lewis simply raised an eyebrow, hinting that today's meeting would have a big surprise. The pair exchanged looks, clearly confused. "A surprise?" More like a shock, if anything. "Hey there, what are you three talking about?" Borsellino strolled over, bleary-eyed, and yawned as he greeted them. "Goodness, did you just wake up?" Seeing him like this, Sakazuki scolded him sternly, unable to hide his frustration. "Borsellino, what's gotten into you lately? You're not pulling your weight at all. You're nothing like you used to be. If this keeps up—" "Oh, come on, Sakazuki, relax. I know what I'm doing," Borsellino interrupted casually. After brushing off the complaint, he winked at Lewis and Kazan. Their silence said it all. It couldn't have been a clearer hint. Why the sudden lack of motivation? Isn't it obvious? Borsellino was intentionally lowering his profile to help Lewis's influence rise. Once the leadership changed hands, and Lewis was fully prepared, he'd be ready for promotion to admiral. As for Kazan, he could only feel resigned at having been sidelined. Honestly, opting out really wasn't an option for him. As the next-in-line leader of the Doves, he'd have to shoulder the responsibility once Sengoku moved up to Fleet Admiral. In Sengoku, he couldn't exactly be called a Dove anymore. As Fleet Admiral, he had to remain impartial, balancing the interests of the Navy as a whole, not just any single faction. Otherwise, it would only split the Navy apart. If the Doves, such a major faction, had no leader, then what? So whether he liked it or not, Kazan had no choice but to step up. After all, he was the only one with both the qualifications and the ability to do it. "Sigh, my plan to slack off is completely ruined." A quiet sigh echoed in his heart as he cast a rather envious glance at Professor Bow. Without dwelling too long on the subject, the four of them stepped into the conference room together, taking their seats in a row. Before long, with the arrival of Kong, Sengoku, and other senior leaders from an older generation, the meeting officially began. Marshal Kong, ever so composed, surveyed the room and noticed a certain old rascal was missing. Turning his head slightly toward Sengoku on his left, he asked, "Where's Garp? Why isn't he here?" At this, Sengoku could only rub his forehead helplessly, while Kazan, sitting nearby, offered an explanation. Mr. Garp couldn't sit still. He took a warship to the New World this morning to search for any trace of Roger. Said he'd try his luck. Maybe he'll stumble upon something. His words brought a round of laughter to the room. "That's so typical of you, Garp." Marshal Kong nodded, signaling he understood, though his own thoughts were elsewhere. "Well, whether he's here or not doesn't really matter. I'll just fill him in after the meeting." He rapped the table and cleared his throat, signaling the official start of the meeting. From what he heard, most of the others didn't have any pressing issues to raise. Mostly just trivial matters and petty complaints. For example, a proposal for improving the greenery around Marineford, plans to crack down on illegal fishing at the port. There's even talk about organizing a matchmaking corner for the single Navy personnel. Though a bit dull, all these little details had their own quirky charm. Once everyone had more or less raised their issues, Lewis cleared his throat, hinting he had something to bring up. Noticing this, our dear Professor Zephyr couldn't resist making a joke. "What is it? Lewis, are you planning to put your wedding with Guillaume on the agenda? If that's the case, I'll approve it right away." As the room erupted into good-natured laughter, there was also a faint, forlorn wail audible in the background, leaving Lewis at a bit of a loss. "Why is everyone rushing me so much? First its advisor Tsuru, now this from you. Honestly, is gossiping humanity's latest shared trait?" Yet as he looked over to see Guillaume's shy, hopeful gaze, Lewis felt his heart skip a beat. Remembering their weekend plans, he replied with a broad smile. "Well, you just get ready to drink at the wedding when the time comes. But for today, the matter I want to discuss isn't that. It's about the Roger Pirates. The room, which moments ago was filled with teasing laughter, shifted at once to a more serious mood. After a brief silence, Sengoku asked, "Is this about what comes after the Roger Pirates crown themselves king?" Lewis was a bit taken aback at first, but then it made sense. If not for his own unique advantage as a transmigrator, he would never have guessed that Roger's crew would disband the moment they reached the top. Right now, it was merely that the world's timeline hadn't diverged much yet. Only thanks to this could Lewis address such issues from atop his lofty perch. As for the admirals of the warring states, they've probably already convened a high-level meeting to discuss the next moves of the Roger Pirates. Setting aside his thoughts, he nodded in agreement with Sengoku and continued. After a thorough analysis of the intelligence, I've arrived at two conclusions. The first, after their conquest of the Grand Line, the Roger Pirates have no higher ambition left. Their next objective might well shift to searching for legendary treasures, places like the City of Gold or the Cave of Pearls, for example. As for the second, everyone listened to Lewis's analysis and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Ever since the Roger Pirates had emerged onto the world stage, their modus operandi never suggested a crew bent on domination. In fact, you could even call them a rather aimless bunch at heart. So what is the second possibility? Guillaume interjected at just the right moment. After a brief pause, with everyone watching intently, Lewis slowly voiced his opinion. The second, and this is my bold prediction, once the Roger Pirates have claimed the throne, they will disband. For a moment, the entire meeting room fell into a profound silence. To be continued. Such a statement was truly shocking. The once solemn atmosphere quickly turned restless, as people began whispering heatedly to their neighbors, all their words tinged with disbelief. Clearly, skepticism remained. The notion seemed too hard to accept. Yet Lewis didn't interrupt them, since he himself knew just how outlandish this sounded. After all, to actually become the Pirate King is to reach the pinnacle of the pirate's life, something unprecedented, a feat unlikely to be matched by those who follow. And now, he was telling them that this crew, at the very height of their glory, intended to call it quits and walk away? Without concrete evidence, it was understandably a hard pill to swallow. Just as the room buzzed with debate over the possibility of the Roger Pirates disbanding, Admiral Sengoku suddenly slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Quiet!" His blow was so forceful it left cracks running across the surface of the conference table. Only then did everyone fall silent, turning their attention to Lewis, eager to hear the basis for his startling conclusion. Unhurried, Lewis stood up, and after distributing the files he had prepared, one for each person, he finally spoke. "I completely understand your doubts. That's exactly why I preface my conclusion as bold. But as the saying goes, caution in verification, boldness in speculation. My conclusion is not without foundation. Now, please turn to page 10 of the file you've just received to the intelligence regarding Crocus." No sooner had he spoken than the room filled with the rustle of turning pages. After reading, everyone seemed to find nothing especially amiss. It was simply that Roger's crew had brought on a new ship's doctor, nothing more. Without keeping everyone in suspense, Lewis continued. This person boarded the Roger Pirates when they set sail again on the Grand Line, at Twin Cape near Reverse Mountain. His main job was as a lighthouse keeper, and he doubled as the crew's doctor, and a highly skilled one at that. But ever since he joined the crew, Vice Admiral Kazan, have you and Vice Admiral Garp noticed anything unusual while you were pursuing the Roger Pirates? With a sudden shift in tone, Lewis turned to look at the man next to him, the tall, broad-shouldered figure, and posed his question. Upon hearing this, Kazan closed his eyes and frowned, pondering for a moment before responding in a slow, measured tone. There's actually something to that. When word came that the Roger Pirates had appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, Mr. Garp pulled me along to chase after them. You all know my abilities are particularly useful for intercepting enemies. And just like Lewis described, something was different. In our previous encounters, I didn't see Roger himself come out to fight. Instead, it was mostly their first mate Rayleigh or the combat squad captain, Jabba, who faced us. Once they forced us to retreat, they didn't linger. They left the battlefield right away. Back then, I didn't pay much attention, but thinking about it now, maybe something had happened to Roger himself. Before Lewis could reply, Sakazuki cut in sharply. Something this important, and you never thought to mention it to me? Kazan scratched his head awkwardly, admitting that he must have forgotten. Sakazuki clicked his tongue in annoyance, but didn't push the issue further. He simply insisted that Kazan owed him drinks tonight, or else he wouldn't let this slide. That was all it took to wake up Pole Sensei, who'd been zoned out. He immediately chimed in, declaring he'd joined for drinks tonight, and even suggested that afterward, they should all go unwind at a newly opened foot spa. As the conversation veered further off topic, with everyone barely holding back their laughter, Fleet Admiral Kong had to step in and put a stop to this increasingly unruly trio. With a tinge of despair, he thought to himself, are these three really the future admirals of the Navy? Why does the outlook seem so bleak? Shifting his gaze to Lewis again, his spirits lifted somewhat. Thank goodness, at least there's Lewis. Without him, Kong shuddered to imagine what the Navy might become when he was promoted to Commander-in-Chief. Once the mood returned to normal, Lewis picked up where Kazan had left off, resuming his analysis. As Vice Admiral Kazan mentioned just now, there's a good chance something happened to Roger. Otherwise, given the Roger pirate style, they would never let just anyone join their ranks. They don't even have affiliated pirate crews, after all. Now, if everyone could turn to page 18. In the section on the Roger pirate supply acquisitions, there's one item that deserves special attention. That is Felleroid, a powerful painkiller with severe side effects. I just made up a name that sounded about right. After flipping through the papers, Sengoku interlaced his fingers, resting his hands on the table, and shared his thoughts. This medicine, Firelide, I've heard of it as well. It's mostly found in illegal clinics operating in the gray and black zones, and within the CP organizations. Generally, unless it's a last resort, no one would willingly turn to it. The reason is its side effect. It drains the very life force from the user. What's more, those who have taken it usually. Here, Sengoku seemed to recall something, a sudden realization striking him. He looked at Lewis, shock in his voice as he spoke. So you think the Roger pirates are breaking up because their captain doesn't have much time left? Exactly. Taking everything into account, this is really the only plausible explanation. A renowned doctor recently invited on board, frantic and reckless behavior, a powerful painkiller that shortens one's lifespan. Every clue points to the same thing. The captain, Roger, is gravely ill. If it were anyone else, even Rayleigh the first mate, they wouldn't go to such extremes. With this, having acknowledged Sengoku's assessment, Lewis stated his final conclusion directly. Roger doesn't have long to live. That's a real shock. Even the always unserious Professor Borsellino grew somber, his voice reflecting the gravity of the situation. The seriousness of it all exceeded even his expectations. Kazan and Sakazuki, too, wore grave expressions, no denying that this revelation packed a punch. As the tension in the room subsided just a little, Admiral Tsuru spoke up with a question. Though Roger's exact remaining time was unknown, with the Roger pirates likely on the verge of disbanding, should the Navy target certain key crew members, like Rayleigh or Jabba? But consensus was nowhere in sight. Some argued they should track down every member, sending them all to impel down, or better yet, execute them outright. Others believe the Navy shouldn't waste its energy on pirates who likely wouldn't stir up much trouble anymore. The real focus, they argued, should remain on those pirate icons currently dominating the New World. The debate raged on, each side refusing to back down. Clearly, it was the classic clash of factions. Yet in the midst of it, Kazan and Sakazuki remained composed, keeping their thoughts to themselves and saying nothing. With tension mounting, Sengoku once again played the role of the peacemaker, calming both camps and switching to deep contemplation. How to resolve this issue, after all? At that moment, Fleet Admiral Kong brought the meeting to a close. Sweeping his gaze over all present, he summed up. For now, let's put this matter aside. When it comes down to it, all we have are conjectures, even if they seem highly probable. Besides, even if Roger truly is at death's door, the Roger pirates haven't disbanded yet. All right, that's all for today's meeting. After you leave, I want each of you to prepare a report discussing your views and proposed strategies on this matter. Meeting dismissed. Yes, sir. All for the sake of justice. After standing up and saluting, the group broke off into small clusters and made their way out. Lewis found nothing to argue about in Marshal Kong's cautious summary. In fact, he thought it was perfectly reasonable. As he pointed out, this really was just speculation. There wasn't any concrete proof that Roger's time was truly running out. Shaking his head, Lewis stopped dwelling on it and instead turned to Chicken, Dog, Monkey, and Gon, who were still lingering. With a cheerful grin, he asked, So, where are we drinking tonight? To be continued. Rubbing his still groggy head, Lewis squinted in confusion. Even with his physique now far surpassing what it was in his previous life, a hangover was still a miserable ordeal. Looks like I blacked out. Glancing down at his pajamas and the familiar surroundings, he had absolutely no idea how he'd made it home. But a glass of milk at his bedside, with a note tucked beneath it, soon caught his eye. He picked up the note. In elegant handwriting, it read, If you're awake, drink the milk first. And don't forget our date today. P.S. You talk in your sleep. I couldn't quite make out what you were saying, though. With that, Lewis could more or less guess who'd seen him home. Well, isn't this something? Isn't it usually guys who escort drunk girls home? How did the roles get reversed this time? Still, being on the receiving end of someone's care didn't feel half bad. He lifted the cup. The milk was still warm, then downed it in one go. Getting up, he tidied himself, washed up, and changed into the suit he'd gotten from Teacher Zephyr as a graduation gift. He pushed open the door. Sunlight streamed over him, filling him with fresh energy. Taking a deep breath, he felt alive again. With light steps and a cheerful tune on his lips, he made his way to Gion's courtyard. So what brings all of you here? Upon stepping in, he saw Admiral Sengoku, his teacher Zephyr, and staff officer Tsuru, all lounging contentedly in the garden. Zephyr and Tsuru, especially, seemed to be whispering about something, casting Louis peculiar smiles now and then. Why isn't anyone talking to me? This is kind of creepy. Fortunately, the goddess Gion came to his rescue, breaking the awkward mood, and her appearance made his eyes light up. Her hair in a fishtail braid and light makeup gave her a radiant glow, while her long white dress couldn't hide her graceful curves. Pink and white high heels, matched with thigh-high black stockings, set off a spider tattoo that peeked seductively through the sheer fabric on her left leg, adding a mysterious allure. If you asked our Navy's most eligible bachelor, here's what he'd want to say. Who could possibly handle this? Booming voice. Without hesitation, he strode forward, gazing down just slightly into Gion's amber eyes and started, "Last night I—" But Gion stopped him with her actions. She stepped into his arms, pressed her hands gently to his chest, closed her eyes, and offered up her fragrant lips. When the girl takes the initiative like that, what is a man to do? Far from freezing up, Louis, his lips captured by hers, felt as if a jolt of lightning had surged through him. Awoken, he wrapped his arms around Gion's slender waist, pressing her even closer. My, to be young again," Zephyr murmured, cupping his tea with both hands. Always seeing Louis as his own son, his eyes now brimmed with satisfaction at this perfect pair before him. Ah, the wild boar from my own house has finally figured out how to plow the cabbage field. Who would disagree? Sengoku, though more composed, couldn't hide the happiness he felt at seeing these two finally come together. Sengoku, so, when will you give us little Marines? Louis, ahem, let's not rush things. Meanwhile, Tsuru turned to Zephyr and started plotting the couple's wedding arrangements on the spot. Only after the kiss did Louis and Gion remember. There were other people in the yard, but neither of them were the bashful type. Gion took Louis's arm, and together they strode over to greet their three venerable elders openly and without a trace of embarrassment. Few words were needed. The smiles of the three said it all, blessing through and through. After bidding their farewells, they left the place behind. Feeling the softness on his arm, Louis was still in something of a daze. So, are we together now? It all happened so fast. But a glance at Gion's radiant smile dispelled his worries. Why get tangled up in the details when the ending is so good? They headed for the harbor, boarded a Navy ship bound for the Sabeti archipelago, and began their weekend adventure. Disembarking at Grove 60, Gion seized his hand and led him north, straight toward the Bubble Park in Grove 30. Soap bubbles danced in the sunlight above, scattering rainbows all around, and with a lovely companion at his side, it truly felt like living the dream. But of course, there are always unexpected turns. Hey there, kid. Interested in making a deal? Just as they entered Grove 20, Louis was surrounded by a gang of tough-looking men, and it struck him. Wait, isn't this a no-go zone? He glanced at the thugs with suspicion and thought, a business deal? More like you're planning to sell me and Gion off. TSK, this is what comes of looking too good, I guess. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he floored every last one of them, not leaving a single man conscious. Human traffickers? They get no mercy. Dead serious. Dispatching them took no effort at all, and then he and Gion continued on, leaving only bodies in their wake. However, ever since they entered the lawless zone, TCH, why is this happening again? If I'd known, I'd have taken a detour instead of coming this way. Watching yet another group of thugs appear, Louis sounded a little exasperated. By now, they'd already dealt with 5 or 6 groups just like this along the way. Did the two of them really look that easy to bully? Seeing Louis's face clouded in frustration, Gion actually found it rather amusing. After some thought, she remarked, maybe it's because you look too young. You're tall, sure, but you don't seem threatening at all, especially when you're not wearing your justice cloak. Hearing this, Louis couldn't help rubbing his chin and muttering, should I grow a beard? Maybe I'd look more mature that way. Miss, quit hanging around with this pretty boy. I know a place you're gonna love, I swear, leered the leader of the thugs, his eyes raking greedily over the striking Gion. She really was an absolute beauty. But, as the saying goes, lust often brings a sharp end. Perhaps their offense toward Gion pushed him over the edge. Louis simply smirked and said to her, I'll leave this lot for you to handle. She didn't refuse. Instead, a chilling sword aura began to emanate from Guillaume, its sharp presence snapping the crude gangsters to their senses, sending a shiver down their spines. Just as she was about to make her move, a purple aura swept over them. In the blink of an eye, every thug dropped to the ground, groaning in agony, their voices choked off by the crushing force of the violet light. Louis raised an eyebrow at the scene, feeling a wave of déjà vu. This had to be the power of a devil fruit, and not just any ability. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. A figure came into view before them and spoke. Filth like this is truly revolting. Justice requires retribution. Are you two all right? As he spoke, he pressed down even harder, embedding the thugs straight into the ground. To this unexpected defender, Louis smiled and asked, "Thank you for stepping in. May I ask your name?" "I am, to be continued. You flatter me with such formality. My name is Isho, just a wandering vagrant." He wore a deep violet robe, identical to that in the tales, a cane sword in hand, his wooden sandals tapping gently on the ground as he walked over. But what caught Louis by surprise were Isho's eyes, vivid, full of spirit, clear and black and white. He paused, but soon understood. Perhaps something in the next 20 years would lead to him blinding himself. But calling himself a wanderer? A vagrant who can summon meteors with a single word. Now that's something I've never seen before. Looking at Louis's handsome face, Isho couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen this man somewhere before. Yet there was something strange in that gaze and expression, something he couldn't quite place. So he dismissed the flicker of familiarity from his mind and asked, "May I ask if there's something amiss about me? Is that why you keep looking at me like that?" Louis, feeling a bit awkward and realizing he had been rather rude, waved his hand and offered an apology, indicating that the problem was his own. Guillaume, standing nearby, had also noticed her boyfriend's behavior. Curiosity piqued. She spoke up. "Mr. Isho, was it? Is there a problem? I'd like to invite Mr. Isho to join the Navy." Louis replied, his voice tinged with a quiet chuckle. But as he turned his head, he was caught off guard by the scene unfolding before him. Right then, Isho was methodically searching the motionless thugs for anything of value. He practically stopped just short of stripping them down to their underwear. With his powers, he hovered a cluster of wallets in the air, opening each one and counting the cash inside with practiced precision. A satisfied, dazzling smile spread across his face. Clearly, this haul had turned out to be quite profitable. The whole performance left Louis utterly speechless. "Wait, seriously? Dude, is it that bad? You're this short on cash. What? Did you blow your entire fortune gambling again?" Caught red-handed, Isho rubbed his round, bald head, gave a sheepish smile, and said, slightly embarrassed, "Apologies for the spectacle, sirs. Due to some rather unique circumstances, I have little money left on me, hence my actions. I ask your understanding. It's nothing. After all, these scumbags hardly deserve our sympathy. But Mr. Isho, do you have any plans from here?" Louis shrugged, completely unconcerned. Then, changing his tone, he inquired about Isho's next move. Isho made no attempt to hide his intentions. In fact, he answered with refreshing candor and a visible excitement. "I've heard there's a newly opened casino in Sabaody. By all accounts, it's quite the place. The desire to gamble is practically burning a hole in my chest. I can't wait to pay it a visit." Hearing this, Louis's eyelid twitched. "Well, aren't you the seasoned gambler? Barely got a little money and you're already planning to blow it at the tables?" But he didn't try to talk him out of it. After all, it was none of his business. "Ahem, if I may, Mr. Isho, would you stay a moment for a suggestion?" Seeing Isho ready to dash for the casino, the pull of his gambling itch almost visible, Louis quickly called out to stop him. "Is there something else, sir?" Isho asked, genuinely puzzled. "I haven't yet introduced myself. I am Louis, a rear admiral of Naval Headquarters, and this is my girlfriend, Guillaume. She's a vice admiral. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Admiral Louis, Admiral Gon. But the name Louis, wait, Bloodlion?" After the short exchange of pleasantries, realization suddenly dawned on Isho as he grasped who was standing before him. "I was wondering why I felt a sense of familiarity. It turns out this is a name I often see in the papers. Bloodlion Louis. Now that's a name that carries some serious weight. Well, at least it terrifies those pirate scoundrels. Ordinary folks, on the other hand, really hold him in high regard." After learning a bit more about Louis's methods and philosophy from the newspapers, to villains, he is as merciless as the harshest winter. Yet to the common people, he is gentle as the spring breeze. Truth be told, Isho couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. Still, how did a rear admiral end up dating a vice admiral? But then again, looking at Louis's handsome face, there was only one answer. Nothing else mattered. He was simply good-looking. At that thought, Isho ran his hand over his own face, feeling a bit emotional. Back in the days on our island, I too was known far and wide as the most charming young man for miles around. Sadly, the years have stripped away the youthful glow from my cheeks. All that's left now is a rugged, weathered man's face. And if you think about the age, I really am just an old man by now. Watching the future Admiral Fujitora stroking his face and sighing, Lewis was left utterly bewildered. It didn't take long for Isho to snap out of it and redirect the conversation, asking, "So, Sir Lewis, what brings you here to see me?" Skipping all further pleasantries, Lewis replied straightforwardly, "Mr. Isho, your skills are truly remarkable. I, Lewis, would be honored to sponsor you and officially invite you to join the Navy." If this mighty purple cat could enlist ahead of schedule, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. An incredible boost. It's not that he's already among the very best right now. Strong as he is, he hasn't broken into the top echelons just yet. Give it a few years, and he'll probably make the leap naturally. His true value lies in the strategic advantage he brings. Why have the Navy and the world government been utterly helpless against Golden Lion? It's because he can fly. If he can't fly, what can you do? If things go south, he simply takes off and disappears. That alone puts him in an unassailable position. That's one. Second, he opens the door for the Navy to build an aerial force. Once you control the skies, the impact on warfare is decisive. There are countless historical examples, too many to list here. And in fact, the first two factors can work together. I harass you from above, and if I can't win, I just fly off. Then I swoop back in and repeat the cycle. That's the game. But there's also a third point, and this one ties in with Lewis's own plans. If it all works out, it'll be phenomenal. Hearing Lewis's invitation to join the Navy, Isho was tempted, but he hesitated too. His hesitation didn't stem from anything complicated. He had just one concern: the terms of employment in the Navy. Without delay, Isho raised his own questions about pay and, more importantly, about gambling. "Sir Lewis, thank you for your invitation. I'm quite willing to enlist. But regarding the benefits..." That's it. Lewis had expected him to ask about something grander, questions of naval justice, something philosophical perhaps. But thinking about it, it made sense. As he'd mentioned before, Isho was only around 30 years old at this point, still quite young. He hadn't yet lived through that life-altering tragedy which would later lead him to blind himself. To put it simply, he was still a passionate young man, not the middle-aged uncle of 54 we see when he appears in the original story. After that, Lewis briefly explained the Navy's benefits and treatment. Isho was overjoyed to hear it. In fact, he made a decision then and there. Saving up money was out of the question. Room, board, and assignments all taken care of. What was the point of saving? He'd just live freely and have fun. Besides, Naval Headquarters was so close to the Sabaody archipelago. He could come here to play every single day if he wanted. "Sir Lewis, Major General, I'm willing to give my all for justice and do my part. Please, you must let me join the Navy." Seeing Isho so serious, almost as if he was taking an oath, made Lewis genuinely delighted. This was a win. Come on. We'll be colleagues from now on. No need to stand on ceremony. With your abilities, you'll climb the ranks in no time. Let's find a place and grab a drink tonight. Celebrate a bit. As he spoke, he threw his arm around Isho's shoulders, ready to head out together. "Gion, where's my Compira charm?" To be continued. Honestly, if you ignore your girlfriend at a time like this and head out drinking, you're in for a world of trouble. Don't ask me how I know. Fortunately, our dashing Lewis caught himself just in time. He hurried over to Gion's side, explaining everything with such earnestness that any urge she had to teach him a lesson melted away. Well, mostly she wanted to take it out on Isho. She could never bring herself to be tough with her own boyfriend. "Sorry, Isho. Why don't you head to the Navy outpost here and wait for us? I'll call ahead and let the person in charge know you're coming. Don't worry." Lewis's words reminded the old fellow about the new casino that had just opened. He smacked his lips and said, "I think I'll go and enjoy myself at that casino before anything else. Who knows when I'll next have the chance." There wasn't much else to say. After exchanging their din-din mushy numbers, Lewis even called the commander of the Sabaody naval outpost, right in front of Isho, to arrange everything. With that, they said their goodbyes. "I look forward to the day you stand beneath the great banner of justice." Watching Isho walk away, Lewis couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the Tiger of Righteousness and everything he'd done in the original story. He was different because he always carried the people in his heart. "Come on, let's get back to our date." With that, he took Gion's hand, a broad smile lighting up his face as they headed for the park where the famous soap bubbles danced in the air. Along the way, none of those bothersome incidents happened again. The two of them had a wonderful time playing in the bubble park, their delighted exclamations and cheerful laughter echoing constantly. By evening, If it weren't for Ichiro's call checking in on them, this couple might have kept right on playing. Well, though, that would have been a different kind of fun. When they returned to the garrison base, they found Ichiro waiting for them at the entrance, practically glowing with energy. "Brother Ichiro, looks like you did well for yourself," Lewis teased, guessing he'd hit it big in the casino tonight. "Ha ha, just a modest win. A modest win," Ichiro replied, rubbing his round head. He tried to sound humble, but the grin on his face stretched from ear to ear. Soon the base director came out to greet them too, expressing a warm welcome and making sure the three of them were settled in comfortably. After all, to be in charge of the Sabaody archipelago, you had to either possess remarkable ability or influential connections. This place was a tangled web of factions and interests. One misstep, and you could set off something serious. And, of course, it was crucial to remember who could not be offended. For example, this pair, Lewis and Guion. Handsome Captain Lewis's reputation spoke for itself. It was obvious to anyone that he'd soon be calling the shots in the Navy. And as for Guion, not only was she a vice admiral herself, she was also the dear sister of Chief Strategist Tsuru and quite familiar with the Navy's upper echelon. As for Ichiro, even though his background wasn't entirely clear, he was vouched for personally by Lewis. Surely, his career in the Navy was about to take off. In any case, the best strategy was to play along. Who knew? Maybe someday they'd put in a good word for you with Admiral Sengoku or Fleet Admiral Kong. Wouldn't that guarantee a promotion and a raise? They all had dinner in the mess hall together. After one more round of cheerful praise from Ichiro, they realized it was getting late, and each went back to their rooms to rest. As for Guion and Lewis, naturally, they shared a room. "Lewis," she called out in a playful tone. "What? What is it?" he answered, confused. "It's bedtime," she said with sweet anticipation. "Oh, I'll go take a shower first then," he stammered, a little flustered. "Let's go together," she replied, full of excitement. For what follows, you'll have to open the comments for this chapter. By the next morning, Lewis had finally become a man. At dawn, the three of them boarded a Navy ship headed back to Marineford. Aboard the warship, Ichiro eyed the dark circles under Lewis's exhausted eyes, then glanced at the radiant Guion beside him. He couldn't help but pat Lewis on the shoulder, offering him some brotherly advice. "Brother Lewis, you may be young, but you still need to know your limits." Lewis tried to reply, but didn't know where to begin. He simply couldn't control himself. Irresistible, just couldn't help it. Then, as if something had suddenly come to mind, Lewis slapped his forehead with a jolt. He realized he had actually forgotten to inform the admirals, Sengoku, and the others, about the incident with Isho. Without further delay, he pulled out his din mushi from his pocket, preparing to report this matter to his superiors. Meanwhile, inside Fleet Admiral Kong's office, they specifically requested Garp and the others to be present. Just what on earth has happened? Kong sat upright in his chair, his expression grim. At this moment, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, Tsuru, as well as the rooster, dog, and monkey trio were all in attendance. Everyone in the room made it clear that CP's presence was unwelcome, especially Akainu, who was notoriously hot-tempered. If it weren't for his fellow Marines present, he might have unleashed a fiery outburst as a rather heated greeting. After all, the Navy and CP had never seen eye to eye, not just for a day or two. To be fair, the root of this tension was the doing of the Five Elders. Just imagine if the world's mightiest military force and the top intelligence agency got along harmoniously, what a mess that would be. Yet, it seemed the trio on the other side hardly cared about the Marines' hostility. Perhaps it was thanks to the masks covering their faces. They acted as if reading the room was beneath them. It seems that Bloodline Rear Admiral isn't here. As the words fell, the CP leader removed their mask, revealing a delicate and striking beauty. A faint smile curled at her lips, golden shoulder-length hair cascading around her face, and her eyes were a piercing blue. Had Lewis been there, he would have recognized her instantly. It was none other than the queen of the Pleasure District from the Whole Cake Island arc, Stussy. "Oh, come on, Lewis is still on his way back. If you've got something to say, just go ahead. We're all busy people," Kazan grumbled, sounding less than pleased. He'd been enjoying a peaceful nap in the office, only to be called into this nonsensical meeting, and one instigated by CP, no less. It was asking a lot for him not to show his displeasure. As for Borsellino, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, they kept their faces blank. Some sipped tea, some trimmed their nails, all bearing expressions of studied indifference. And Garp? That old man had already dozed off. "All right then, I've been hoping to glimpse the famous bloodline myself." Stussy sighed with mock disappointment, but her demeanor quickly turned grave as she addressed the gathered high-ranking Marines. "According to intelligence from our side at CP, the Roger Pirates have returned from the Final Sea. Soon enough, news of Roger's conquest of the Grand Line will echo across the world. For this reason, the Five Elders have commanded us, at any cost, to eradicate the Roger pirates. Though everyone had been braced for this revelation, hearing it spoken aloud still sent shockwaves through the room. This was an achievement without precedent, even if he was a despicable pirate, especially for Sengoku and the others, who had battled the Roger pirates for nearly half a lifetime. Their hearts were inevitably complicated. Roger had reached the summit. To be continued. GOLD. Roger conquers the Grand Line. The rise of the Pirate King. Shocking revelations, secrets, and scandals of Roger. One headline after another appeared in the newspapers, delivered across the world. The name, Roger, became deeply etched in the minds of people everywhere, as all were left astounded by this world-shaking event. Ordinary people were anxious and ill at ease, discussing in hushed voices just how monstrous and evil must this so-called Pirate King truly be. But among pirates, there were boisterous songs echoing out, unfamiliar sea shanties ringing as they tipped their drinks skyward in celebration of their new king. Some even dreamed of one day joining his crew and serving under his banner. Pirate King, what nonsense. If Roger hadn't turned me down, we would have conquered the world by now. Shiki snapped, slapping the newspaper on the table. Those clueless fools must be in a frenzy by now, drunk on their pointless daydreams. He scorned the news of Roger's triumph, utterly unimpressed. In his eyes, a throne not won by blood and steel was nothing more than an empty title. A true king, one who rules over all, earns that right with force, not proclamation. It's not shouted into existence, it's fought for. Not a single underling below his throne dared utter a word, fearful that any stray remark would trigger the Admiral's wrath. Send my orders. Double our search parties at once. I want the location of the Roger pirates found, no matter what. Yes, Admiral. He said no more, instead using his abilities to rise into the sky. As always, his defiant gaze pierced the clouds. Shiki seemed to glimpse the raging sea below, his thoughts swirling like the storm. Roger, is this truly the dream and conviction you swear by? You talk of conquering the Grand Line, yet you've not conquered me, the Golden Lion. If fate truly exists, then this time, fate has only failure in store for you. Unlike the indomitable Golden Lion, Whitebeard's heart held more wistfulness than resentment. He sat upon his vast sofa, clutching his own enormous bowl of amber liquor, unmoving as he stared into its golden depths. He saw his own memories reel by like scenes in a film. After the passing of that glorious era, almost none of his peers remained. And now, as news of Roger's ascension reached him, Whitebeard felt both nostalgic and genuinely happy for him. They had been rivals, but also friends. Seeing his old companion achieve his dream, he offered him his heartfelt blessing. For Whitebeard, who craved nothing more, all he wished now was to play the role of a loving father and savor the hard-won bonds of family. So he looked up, and all he saw in his eyes were the dear faces of his children. A tremendous sense of happiness filled his heart, and he burst out laughing, exclaiming, "Come, sons, come drink with your old man." "Oh, Pops, I won't get drunk tonight." "Huh, Yurakuyo? Please, you were the first to pass out under the table just 3 days ago." "Jozu, you're not much better yourself." "Thief, Hey, Thatch, how can we drink without cherry pie? Hurry up. Damn it, Teach. Can't you wait just a moment?" This laughter and merriment, that was the treasure he cherished most. Roger, my dream, it's already been fulfilled. Far away, on Batarilla Island in the South Sea, an unremarkable, middle-aged man carrying a travel bag stepped off a passing merchant ship. Standing on the dock, he gazed at the little town, unchanged since he'd last seen it. Mixed emotions swelled in his chest. "Rouge, I've finally come home." His whispered words drifted away on the wind, and with a heart full of nervous anticipation, he set off down the familiar path he remembered. Along the way, no one recognized who he was. After all, it was almost impossible to connect the ordinary-looking man before them with the Pirate King Roger reported in the newspapers, the man who had conquered the Grand Line. As he passed by the townsfolk, Roger greeted each of them with warmth and friendliness, just like any man returning home after working away for years. Beaming with excitement, he also felt a thread of fear. Roger was afraid that Rouge had chosen not to wait for him, or that something unforeseen had happened and she was no longer in this world. He had always faced down dangers and armies without flinching, but now, standing before his own front door, he found himself at a loss. Pushing down his unease, Roger gently knocked on the door. "Who's there?" "Just a minute, I'm coming." The soft and gentle voice inside gave Roger courage. His own voice trembled as he answered, "Rouge, it's me." A moment of silence, then hurried footsteps sounded from within. Roger stepped back, and, hope burning in his eyes, watched as the door gradually opened. "Roger, it really is you." The instant Rouge saw him, her eyes filled with tears. Lips pressed together, she flung herself into Roger's arms, overwhelmed. Feeling his clothes growing damp with her tears, Roger held her tightly, closing his eyes as he breathed in the scent of her hair. At last, his heart found peace. After a long embrace, Rouge broke away from the arm she had missed for so long, tilted her head up, red-eyed and smiling, to ask, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? You must be starving. I'll go to the kitchen and whip up a few more dishes. You sit and rest a bit. There's fruit on the table if you get hungry. Just have some to tide yourself over." Saying this, she took the bag from his hand and turned back into the house. "Rouge, I'd love to eat," Roger began with a gentle smile, then followed her inside, calling out his favorite dishes from behind. Unlike Roger, who found himself once again wrapped in long-lost warmth, the Navy and CP agents searching for him were nearly driven mad with urgency. It wasn't just the pressure from above. They were all chasing the glory that would come from capturing Roger, a reward beyond measure. But for Louis, finding Roger was a simple matter. The reason was straightforward: the information advantage that came with being a transmigrator. Although the timeline had shifted slightly under his influence, it hadn't altered the fate of the entire world. So, as it stood, wherever Rouge was, that's where Roger would be. This formula still applied. Does that mean he should go to Batarilla Island in the South Blue right now and arrest him? No, Louis had no intention of doing such a thing. It wasn't out of compassion, but because apprehending Roger at this moment would come at too high a cost. Even with his illness having progressed so far, Roger still retained the strength for one last fight. Why not wait another 2 years, letting the sickness wear him down even further? And besides, even if he were willing to pay the price, would it really make sense for Roger, who had only just become the Pirate King and was enjoying a brief moment of peace with his beloved, to be captured immediately after? Wouldn't that raise too many questions? How would he explain it, call it luck? That would be a stretch. After all, CP was the world's top intelligence organization. Didn't it take them 2 whole years, after Roger's execution, to track down the island? Could Louis really outdo CP in their own domain? Some might argue that, in the original story, it was only after someone reported Roger might have had a child that CP started searching. But does that mean, during those 2 years, the celestial dragons of the Holy Land simply waited idly by and did nothing? After 800 years of world dominance, Mary Geos couldn't possibly be that oblivious. Are we to believe all the celestial dragons were as foolish as those depicted in the canon? Let's not forget the 5 elders. They're celestial dragons themselves, and the most powerful at that. Not to mention the many elite celestial dragons embedded throughout various institutions, forming the backbone that keeps the world government afloat. So, when Roger's ascent became public knowledge, it was absolutely certain Mary Geos would not let him escape. To be continued. In the first half of the Grand Line, near the Devil's Triangle and close to the Calm Belt, there was a secluded little island. This island was known as the Asylum. On this island lived a large number of orphans taken in by the world government. Officially, these children were said to have been rescued by the government after losing their families to pirates and other outlaws. But the reality was far more sinister. The vast majority of these orphans had been bought from human traffickers by the government itself, smuggled here from all over the world. Take Sister Carmel, for example. Before Charlotte Linland devoured her, she had been at this business for decades. It has to be said, the folks at Mary Geos really do have a penchant for these kinds of things. They purchase gifted children from traffickers, and, while their minds are still taking shape, place them together for highly concentrated training, filling their heads with loyalty to the government and gratitude for the mercy it has shown these orphans. Once these children grow into capable individuals, they're dispatched to various branches of the government, becoming new cogs in the greater machine. At this moment, just off the coast near the orphanage, a battleship from the Navy headquarters was cruising through the waters. Not far ahead, a pirate ship was frantically trying to flee, desperately dodging the relentless cannon fire from the warship behind. However, every time the pirates tried to veer in new direction, an explosion would burst around them, hemming them in and forcing them to keep sailing straight ahead. It was a classic game of cat and mouse, with the Navy toying with its prey. On the warship's deck, Louis and Isho sat with 2 massive bowls of ramen in front of them, devouring the noodles with gusto. Every so often, a satisfied sigh would escape, drifting across the deck. I know I've said it 100 times already, but Navy food really is fantastic, Isho declared, patting his slightly rounded belly as he gazed at the stack of empty bowls he'd built into a small mountain. There was real admiration in his voice. Louis nodded in wholehearted agreement. He slurped up the last mouthful of noodles, drained the last drop of pork broth, and set his bowl down before asking, "If we don't eat our fill, eat well, how else are we supposed to have the strength to catch pirates? That's just basic logic. By the way, have you found out who those pirates are?" He directed his last words to a major standing nearby. Reporting, Rear Admiral. Commodore, we've identified them. They're the Gilbert Pirates. Bounty, 44 million berries. Their captain is called Greenhair Gilbert. Greenhair? That's quite a name, in more ways than one. Lewis picked up a cup of tea, blew gently to cool it, then took a measured sip. Internally, he couldn't help but make a little jab at the oddness of it all. His gaze drifted to Isho, and he asked with a laugh, "So, my friend, are you going or should I?" Isho, who had just stretched his arms lazily, paused for a beat. Then, rising to his feet, he drew his sword cane and ambled toward the edge of the deck with a grin. "Why don't you, the mighty Rear Admiral, take it easy for once? Leave this sort of grunt work to your faithful subordinate." The Major, seeing that Isho was about to make his move, wore an expression of pure curiosity. This was the man Lewis had personally and enthusiastically recommended. There'd been quite a bit of gossip about whether he was as formidable as rumored. Some remained skeptical of his strength, whispering doubts since the name was still new to their ears. Apparently, it was said that, to be sure, Vice Admiral Akainu himself had sparred with him on a deserted island near Marineford. No one really knows how that match ended, but the Red Dog was full of praise afterwards, insisting Isho's power was second to none. And when Sakazuki said, second to none, everyone knew who he meant. The famed four, bird, dog, monkey, and lion. In terms of ability, he could easily have been made a Vice Admiral straight away. But unlike the Navy's weakened state and shortage of talent after the Paramount War, the Navy at this time was stronger than ever. There was no lack of veterans, fresh faces, or rising stars. After much deliberation, Marshal Kong finally approved him for the rank of Rear Admiral. Still, Isho didn't feel in the least bit dissatisfied. In fact, he was quite content. He understood well enough. After all, this was a system steeped in hierarchy and seniority. If he'd been promoted straight to Vice Admiral, it would have certainly stirred up a lot of discontent, and might even have implicated Lewis, who recommended him. Besides, Rear Admiral wasn't bad at all. He was, after all, a flag officer now, enjoying all the privileges and benefits that came with a high-ranking post. Most importantly, following Lewis's lead promised a future that could only be bright. Nothing to worry about. Life was splendid. Isho picked up his cane blade and turned toward the pirate ship ahead. He called out in a clear voice, "Gravity Blade, Sea Tiger." As soon as the words left his lips, a purple halo of energy twined around the blade. With a gentle sweep, the energy surged out, rushing straight for the fleeing, panicked pirate ship. The moment the strike was delivered, the sea remained utterly unchanged. There wasn't the slightest difference. Then, sheathing his blade and turning around, Isho addressed the Major. No need to secure the battlefield. Head for the orphanage as scheduled. What? But nothing happened. The pirates were still perfectly fine. Was this a joke? The Major stared at Isho in bewilderment, then turned hesitantly to his own superior for confirmation. What do you think, sir?" Lewis waved his hand dismissively. With a calm expression, he said, "Just do as Brother Isho said. Stay on course. In a moment, make a report to headquarters. Gilbert and his crew could be struck off the wanted list." Just as the Major was about to push further, he suddenly saw the surface of the sea around the pirate ship shift dramatically. Under the force of the ability, the water churned wildly and then collapsed inward, taking the shape of a massive tiger with its jaws wide open. In a swift, savage motion, the beast sprang from below and swallowed the pirate ship whole. Before the Major could even react, calm returned to the sea just as quickly. Debris and bodies began to float to the surface, while a few surviving pirates screamed for help, desperate to be saved. Anything was better than drowning out here, even being caught by the Navy. The Major snapped back to his senses and saluted sharply, declaring, "Yes, sir, all for justice." And with that, the warship pressed on without a pause, grinding forward as the despairing pirates watched it pass. Cold, ruthless. Lewis looked on with absolute disdain. Looking to be rescued, are they? When you were butchering civilians, where was your mercy then? Let the fish have you now. After completing all this, Isho sat back down beside Lewis, picked up his still-warm tea, and took a satisfying sip. Compared to earlier, after he had shown his abilities, the gaze of the Marines on board shifted toward him with newfound reverence. After all, those who are strong garner respect, no matter where they are, especially in a force like the Navy, built upon power. No one wants to follow a weak officer. The stronger their commanding officer, the greater their chances of surviving any mission. While looking at Isho, Lewis's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Namely, where exactly did he rank among the countless powers across the seas? He was certainly no match for the likes of Whitebeard or Sengoku. Their combat experience, mastery over their abilities, and accumulated haki all far surpassed his own. Chicken, dog, monkey, and tiger. Those four seemed to be a similar level to himself. But how did he compare to them? After some careful thought, he reasoned that, faced with Boa Sensei, his chances of winning were slim. Without the power to foresee attacks using observation haki, he could do little more than stand and take hits. As for the big blue pheasant and the red dog, their freezing cold and scorching magma were real problems. In fact, the powers of Kuzan and Sakazuki, which could literally reshape the battlefield, put him at a disadvantage. He would have to rely on haki at every moment to resist such harsh environments. But one's reserve of haki isn't limitless. Still, he wouldn't be without opportunities. When it came to a showdown between himself and Isho, both holders of Paramecia powers, the outcome could go either way. One favored pure, brute force, while the other leaned toward control. All in all, first, the buildup of haki and physical prowess was something that demanded relentless persistence every single day. Second, there was the matter of his devil fruit. He could either awaken its powers or develop a whole new direction in how he used it. Maybe he could learn a thing or two from that Tyrant Kuma in the original story. Take his powers all the way to the realm of concepts. While Lewis was mulling this over, a major walked over to report. Rear Admiral, Commodore, the island up ahead is the orphanage. However what? Lewis looked up and inquired. We've spotted another ship docked at the harbor. Whose is it? It's to be continued. Judging by the flag, it's a CP ship. The major tiptoed and whispered discreetly into Lewis's ear after glancing out. But he didn't seem particularly concerned. In fact, it was perfectly normal for CP agents to show up here. The Navy and CP both fell under the world government, so naturally CP had just as much right to recruit people from here. Still, most of the Navy's ranks were filled by conscripts, not to mention the many generations-old families whose members had long served as Marines, father to son, over and over, far too many to count. So, there was never really a pressing need for the Navy to come to the orphanage for new recruits. And even when they did, how many could they possibly pick up? The Navy is a military force, while CP is an intelligence agency. The human resource needs of these two could not be more different. The CP agents, on the other hand, prefer to come here to select special talents. Almost every year, without fail. After taking them back to their headquarters, they would brainwash them, fill their heads with all manner of ideologies, and shape them into sharp blades for the CP agency. Yet Lewis only spared a brief glance at all this, his attention drifting elsewhere. Right at that moment, the director of the orphanage had come down to the dock to greet him, wearing an eager expression. No sooner had Lewis set foot off the warship than an elderly man with a genial face approached him and said warmly, "Major General Lewis, I've been expecting you for quite some time. Please come with me." "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble," Lewis replied with a polite, faint smile. To tell the truth, this kindly old man was far from being as harmless as he appeared. But what did it matter? Lewis could hardly claim to be any better himself. In fact, Lewis's purpose in coming to the orphanage today was to recruit people and form his own special unit. As for the team's name, he hadn't quite settled on one yet. Counting himself, Guion, and Isho, there were only 3 of them for now. Strong? Incredibly so. But when it came to executing special missions, how could they not enlist some additional talent? That was how the idea of the orphanage came to him. Perhaps he'd find a promising youngster he could take away and train. And then, as he flipped through the orphanage roster, a familiar name caught his eye. Rob Lucci, the very man who, in the original story, lost to the unstoppable protagonist. Staring at the photo beside the name, Lewis found himself unexpectedly pleased. Rob Lucci, still just a 6-year-old boy with a mop of dark hair, was unmistakably the same leopard man who would go on to become the legendary agent of CP9. Now that fate had brought them together, why leave him for the CP? Wouldn't he be even more brilliant as a Marine? Without further ado, Lewis pulled out a prepared document from his pocket and handed it to the director, saying, "I've come here today to take this little rascal with me. Perhaps even pick out a few more promising seeds, if you don't mind. Please have him brought out to meet me." The director quickly glanced over the papers, his expression shifting to one of admiration once he'd checked everything. "Major General Lewis, you certainly have an eye for hidden gems. Rob Lucci is hands down the most talented child in the entire orphanage." "Let's hope he doesn't disappoint me then," Lewis replied with a laugh. But just then, the director's expression grew troubled as he said, awkwardly, "There's a slight problem, Major General. The CP agents have their eyes on him as well, and they're meeting with him in the courtyard right now. So perhaps—" Lewis paused, his brows lifting, a trace of dominance in his tone as he said, "Anyone the Marines want, no one, not even the CP, can take away from us." The director shrank back, hesitantly muttering, "In that case, Major General, Perhaps you'd better discuss it with them yourself. I'm far too old to offend anyone important. Clearly, the old man was slippery as an eel. Still, Lewis saw no reason to argue. This person, I'm determined to have him. Not even Nika could stop me, I swear. You all stay on standby, aboard the warship. Brother Isho, you're coming with me. Yes, Vice Admiral. Times 10086. After giving his orders, Lewis turned and, accompanied by the imposing Amethyst Tiger, followed the director deeper into the heart of the orphanage. Yet the moment Lewis stepped through the door, he found a member of CP chatting with Carrot Top Lucci. But what truly stunned him was that he actually recognized the CP agent, the renowned Stussy herself. Looking at this woman, born in the same era as Charlotte Linlin, and yet still radiantly youthful, Lewis couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What manner of sorcery is this? She's found the key to timeless grace. After all, while Big Mom still carried some charm, her figure had long since lost its shape. Perhaps it was all those children she'd had, one after another. But this one, you'd think she was only a few years older than Lewis himself. No one would doubt it. In the grand scheme, it seemed like yet another unsolved mystery of the pirate era. Stussy, having sensed the new arrivals, turned her head, genuine surprise flickering in her eyes. The Navy and CP had never been friendly, teaming up only when duty demanded. Most days, they'd pass each other without a single word. Yet this time, the Navy's approach was clearly aimed straight at her. And since when did Navy officers come to orphanages for recruits? Especially someone like this. Well, I never expected the famed bloodline Vice Admiral himself to appear here. Oh, how rude of me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Stussy, currently serving as the commander of CP9. Even with all her years as an agent, Stussy felt a faint flutter on seeing Lewis's striking presence, though she quickly suppressed it. He looked far more dashing in person than any photograph could capture. Meanwhile, Lewis couldn't help but freeze for a split second after her introduction. If memory served, the CP9 commander at this point should have been Spandine, shouldn't it? But then he realized the O'Hara Buster call had happened ahead of schedule. So perhaps, in this timeline, Stussy was promoted to CP0 first, and only afterward did Spandine take the reins of CP9, as in the original story. Still, in terms of official rank, CP9's commander outranked even a rear admiral. But Lewis had no intention of bowing to her authority. Instead, he bluntly declared, "A pleasure. We'll be taking this boy, Lucci, with us to the Navy. I hope you'll grant us this small favor, Lady Stussy." What? Isn't that a bit high-handed? Shouldn't we at least respect seniority here? We in CP already chose the boy. The Navy's late to the draw. Stussy frowned, annoyance clear in her voice. Lewis didn't skip a beat. He turned to the director and asked, "Have all the procedures been followed? Are the papers signed?" The old man didn't dare get involved recklessly, and quickly shook his head, indicating nothing had happened yet. "You see, Madam Stussy, nothing has even started yet. That means this child is still part of the orphanage, so there's no such thing as who came first." Stussy was left utterly speechless. How could he utter such shameless words with a straight face? Favorability -100. Standing beside them, Isho also shot Lewis a strange look, thinking to himself, is he really lying without batting an eye? As though she could no longer contain her anger, Stussy asked in an icy tone, "What if I say no? Then I'm afraid I'll have to offend you." As expected, Lewis showed no surprise at Stussy's reaction. Casually, he drew sword, Ing 2, the blade angled down to the ground. His face was calm as he spoke. "So she really never considered me a threat." Seeing this, Stussy didn't waste another word and attacked without hesitation. To be continued. Meanwhile, little Lucci watched the two sides on the verge of a fight, completely bewildered. From their conversation, it sounded like they were fighting over him. But as someone who revered strength, Lucci quickly made up his mind. Whoever wins, I'll go with them. Lewis wasn't surprised when she moved to attack. Did you really think a CP9 commander would have a gentle temperament? Finger pistol, scattering blossoms. With a crisp shout, Stussy's slender white fingers darted through the air, and the whistling of piercing wind followed as she launched her Shurgan technique, shaping a fatal blossom that surged towards her opponent. Naturally, Isho couldn't just stand by, but as he was about to draw his cane sword, Lewis stopped him with a hand and smiled. "Old man, we can't always let you do the heavy lifting, right? Besides, I've been wanting to test the strength of our commander here myself. Let me take a moment to show off too, all right?" As the deadly petals sliced through the air, Lewis remained unflustered. He slipped a hand out of his pocket, lifted his index finger, and simply tapped the air in front of him. A flash of bluish-purple energy passed through. Stussy felt insulted. Did he think so little of her? Just one finger? "Lewis, didn't you use one finger too?" She was just about to taunt him when she saw, to her shock, that her Fatal Blossom attack was shattered to pieces mid-air, dispelled by that simple tap. Staring at her stunned opponent, Lewis kindly offered, "Should we finish this quickly? If anyone really gets hurt, it'll be such a hassle if the higher-ups start asking questions." He looked every inch as if he had her best interests at heart. "So the brat is certain I'll lose, is he?" That infuriating remark was the last straw. The commander's brows shot up, veins throbbed at her temples, and a furious yet mocking smile curled on her lips. "So let's see, shall we? Let's find out if your bloodline reputation really lives up to its name." Although they did possess internal intelligence files on Lewis, and the classification was quite high, the military achievements were indeed impressive. In truth, only Spandine within CP had actually witnessed his bout with Barrett back in the day. But Spandine himself was far from powerful, incapable of appreciating the mysteries hidden within Master's battles. When others inquired, all he could say was, "He's incredibly strong," or "unbelievably impressive," and such vague praise. Of course, there are plenty of people far stronger than you. The question remained, though, how strong was he, exactly? Add to this the fact that CP and the Navy were supposed to be inseparably close, and one simply couldn't go poking around Navy headquarters for information on Lewis. That would be a fool's errand. So, Stussie's actions weren't just about venting her own frustration with the fight. There was also a bit of probing going on. Lewis, meanwhile, was completely unaware of her scheming, and even if he'd known, he wouldn't have cared. When the conversation ended, Lewis offered a slight, effortless smile and didn't take her words to heart. Instead of returning his hand to his pocket, he even offered a reminder. "Oh, Stussie, I'm about to attack now," in a tone reminiscent of Admiral Kazu. Yes, that tone was truly iconic. Without giving her a moment to react, Lewis slammed his foot down heavily into the earth, raised his left fist to shoulder height, and summoned his power. A cloak of bluish-violet energy enveloped his body. With a loud shout, he twisted at the waist and struck downward, not at full speed, but deliberately slowed, smashing into the empty air before him. Shatter! Obliteration of the primeval realm. Danger! Her observation Haki screamed frantic warnings, and years of instinct honed in battle told Stussie. If she took this blow head-on, she would die right here. No time for bravado. Without the slightest hesitation, she darted skyward with Moonwalk, her body banking away. What happened next shook her to the core. The void in front of Lewis fractured again and again under the force of his power. Cones of annihilating light fanned outward, devouring everything in their path. There was no billowing dust, no thunderous explosion, just a void of silence. In the span of a couple heartbeats, a full third of the island that housed the orphanage was forever sheared away before everyone's eyes, the surrounding sea vanishing with it. As she listened to the sea roaring in, flooding the void left behind, Stussie's heart was gripped by terror. Every hair stood on end, cold sweat streaming down her brow, and she could draw only one conclusion. Lewis had gone easy on her. Had he not deliberately slowed the attack, she'd never have managed to slip away with Moonwalk in time. Leaping down from above, her legs nearly gave out, a near collapse, though for the sake of her dignity and position, she forced herself to remain standing. Mustering a smile, her voice trembling, she praised him. "Your reputation is no exaggeration, truly. Today has opened my eyes, Lewis. With you here, the day evil is swept from the seas cannot be far. As sister organizations, I sincerely hope we'll have more opportunities to work together. Vice Admiral Lewis." Glancing at Stussie's shirt, soaked through with cold sweat, Lewis couldn't help but think, "Your wickedness really could use a good cleanse." Ahem. He pushed away these idle thoughts, keeping his smile and staying silent. The truth, though, was that the attack just now had drained him more than he liked to admit. Lewis let out a faint sigh. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he ultimately blamed it on his age. Let's not forget, he was only 20. There's only one person in the original story who could grow at such a monstrous rate. Still, power like this was enough to stifle any complaints or anger. The others who had witnessed firsthand the terror of that attack reacted much like Stussie. Except for Isho, whose astonishment was plain to see. But the man in charge was simply terrified, his mind racing as he wondered if there had been anything amiss in the way he'd handled the reception earlier. As for the carrot-headed Lucci, fear and shock were his first responses, but after that, all he felt was longing. A longing for power. To his 6-year-old mind, this was the greatest strength he'd ever seen. If a rear admiral of the Navy was this powerful, then what must a vice admiral, or even the admirals and fleet admiral be like? Lucci's young head was now filled with nothing but the Navy. And as for CP, sorry, he'd already forgotten all about them. With his little legs pumping, he hurried over to Lewis's side, looking up at him with shining, starry eyes brimming with admiration. Affinity plus infinity. Lewis ruffled Lucci's small head, satisfied as he caught the starlight in the boy's eyes. The display had been worth it. Then, turning to the director of the orphanage standing behind him, Lewis gave a new set of instructions. We'll go through the standard procedures in a bit. Once the documents are signed, this child will come with me back to headquarters. As for any losses here, leave that to CP to handle. The old man didn't dare refuse. His attitude had shifted to one of deep respect. Bending low, he almost pressed his head to the ground as he replied humbly, "Yes, Lord Lewis. As you command. As for filing a claim with CP, forget it. The thought never even crossed his mind. He'd simply swallow the losses himself. Oh, and Lady Stussy, please don't leave just yet." Noticing Stussy, who had just regained her composure and was trying to slip away in embarrassment, Lewis spoke again, voice calm and deliberate. Our esteemed commander wouldn't dare ignore him now. She paused, forced a very strained smile, and asked, "Is there anything else, Rear Admiral Lewis?" Rest assured, CP will fully cover all the damages here. What else could she do? When someone has a fist like that, you could only swallow your pride. After a moment's thought, Lewis responded, his tone meaningful. By the way, Lady Stussy, have you ever considered making a career move? I would be delighted if you joined our naval intelligence. It would make working together so much easier. Stussy. To be continued. Is poaching talent always this blatant? I'm doing just fine in CP9, so why would I want to join the Navy? Stussy fixed Lewis with a look as if she was watching a fool, her words sharp and direct as she replied. Sorry, but I've never even considered switching jobs. In fact, if you go by administrative rank, I'm actually about equivalent to a vice admiral in your Navy. Frankly, Lord Lewis, maybe you should consider joining us at CP instead. Come on then, let's trade blows. Sure, you're powerful, but you're still just a rear admiral. That's hardly enough for me to bow my head. Still, to be fair, thinking about it, having Lewis on their side wouldn't be a bad thing. In reality, the higher-ups at CP had their eyes on Lewis long ago. In fact, they'd already sent hints, both openly and discreetly, via the five elders to Kong and Sengoku about this very matter. After all, the Navy and the CP agencies answer to the same boss, and personnel transfers between them aren't unheard of. But it all depends on the people involved. If they want to move someone like Lewis or Kuzan to CP, never mind their personal willingness, the Navy's top brass would absolutely never allow it. It'd be a joke. If they left, who'd fill the position of the next admiral? You? Besides, Lewis himself had no interest in going. Why look for trouble? What's more, staying with the Navy gave him far more independence than anything CP could offer. He had no intention of acting like someone's lapdog. It felt much better to walk in the light. That was the reaction he expected. Lewis didn't feel any particular regret. He was just giving a shot. Who knows, right? Stussy might not be cut out for head-on combat, but when it comes to intelligence and assassinations, Lewis couldn't hold a candle to her. That's what you call true expertise. In any case, he sincerely admired her information-gathering skills. If she were to come over, the standards of the Navy's intelligence division would skyrocket. And just then, Lewis tossed out a line that made Stussy pause in her tracks as she was about to leave. It's a pity, really, but if I were to become an admiral one day, Lady Stussy, would you consider working with me? Stussy brushed him off with a nonchalant, "Let's talk about it if you ever actually become an admiral." It was clear enough, a polite refusal. In her mind, when the generation after next competes for admiral, Lewis would definitely claim a spot. With his potential and strength, it'd be strange if he didn't make it. But as for the coming round of promotions, well, that's another story. Unless the five elders make an exception for 4 admirals, or Borsellino steps down, there's simply no room. And even if there were, balancing factions and internal politics within the Navy can't be ignored. Still, Lewis just smiled and said, "Since Lady Stussy has said so, I'll take your word for it." Without paying much attention, Stussy simply turned and left. Not bothered in the least, Lewis shifted his focus to his newly acquired little fanboy and asked, "I read in your file that you're a devil fruit user?" Lucci nodded his little head vigorously, then immediately demonstrated his ability. Leopard-headed Lucci made his debut. Honestly, unlike the awe-inspiring presence he had in the original story after transforming, right now, he was just a cuddly little leopard cub. Adorable, really. But truth be told, Lewis felt a tinge of regret in his heart. No doubt, Lucci's talent was top level, but it was being held back by this rather ordinary Zoan-type fruit. If only he had a rare ancient Zoan, or even a mythical one. Those would blow this spotted cat fruit out of the water. Don't give me that nonsense about there's no strongest fruit, only the strongest user. That's just self-consolation. Among the strongest on the seas, whose devil fruit is actually weak. But what can you do? It's not like he could just have Lucci spit it out, could he? Pushing these thoughts aside, Lewis looked at the little leopard and said, "You're wasting your potential growing up in this place. When we get back, I'll recommend you to Master Zephyr as his disciple. Once you're old enough, you'll officially join the Navy and become a direct subordinate of mine. How does that sound? Although his tone was phrased as a question, it was clear that Lewis had already mapped out Lucci's future. Not that Lucci minded. On the contrary, he was thrilled. This was his idol asking him personally. How could he possibly say no? He thumped his tiny chest and earnestly vowed that he would train and study hard in the Navy, aiming to join Lewis's team as soon as possible. Beside them, the big purple tiger stayed silent throughout, except for almost taking action at the very start. Watching Lucci with a touch of joy in his eyes, he realized that, counting himself, the squad now had 4 members. As the senior member of the group, he was determined to look after the newcomer, and quickly spoke up, assuring Lucci that he'd watch over him back at headquarters. Lewis, of course, didn't object. Team harmony was always a good thing. Just, please don't take Lucci gambling. Once all the formalities were sorted out, the 3 of them left together, leaving behind 2/3 of the orphanage and a rather sorrowful headmaster. On the journey back, the seas were calm and uneventful. They only ran into 2 or 3 small fry pirate crews. These guys were so weak that Lewis and Isho didn't even need to lift a finger. Lucci took care of them all by himself. Relying on his Zoan powers and a couple of years of martial arts training, he cut a swath through the pirates. The accompanying major, watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. When he asked, he learned this kid was only 6. 6 years old. That's just insane. Back at headquarters, Isho signed in, exchanged a quick greeting, then slipped away the first chance he got, eager to use his abilities to rush off to Sabaody Archipelago. Clearly, his itch for gambling had come back with a vengeance. Lewis didn't bother with it. Everyone has their own hobbies, after all. So, he led Lucci toward Zephyr's residence. All along the way, Lucci looked around with wide eyes, taking in the imposing fortress of Marineford and the squads of stern-faced Marines exuding an air of discipline and danger. His heart throbbed with excitement, and he exclaimed, "So this is Marine headquarters, Marineford." His reaction was not unlike Lewis's own when he first arrived here. Even though he'd seen all this play out countless times in the original manga and anime in his previous life, no amount of secondhand experience could match actually standing here in person. Lewis smiled gently and, turning to the young leper by his side, said, "Come on, let me introduce you to Teacher Zephyr." In the courtyard, Lewis and Zephyr sat across from each other. Lucci, far from being restless, stood behind them with his hands clasped behind his back, keeping his face composed as he stood beside his idol. From time to time, he'd thoughtfully pour tea and refill cups, remarkably well-behaved for his age. "So, this is the child you brought back from the orphanage? The very one you fought with CP over?" Zephyr took a slow sip of tea and glanced at Lucci, then smiled as he asked. Lewis nodded, his face written with satisfaction. Seeing the look on his disciple's face, whom he cherished like his own son, Zephyr decided not to say much more. He trusted Lewis's judgment. After all, wasn't Isho living proof of that ability? But let me remind you, he can only join the new recruits camp after graduating from the Navy Academy. For training, though, he's welcome to come here anytime. "Of course, I'll leave it in your hands," Lewis replied with an easy wave of his hand. After they had chatted for a while, Lewis took his leave along with Lucci. Once they'd settled things, Lewis then took Lucci to the Naval Academy for registration. However, just as they arrived, he spotted a familiar figure standing near the Academy's fence, gazing intently at something beyond. "What are you doing here?" More details about the Naval Academy follow. I am the dividing line. As for the Naval Academy, of course, it exists. Otherwise, how would the children of Navy officers receive their education? That was precisely the reason the Naval Academy was founded. "Kazan, what on earth are you doing here?" There he was, dressed in casual clothes and wearing his trademark round sunglasses. He stared through the fence, utterly absorbed in whatever he was watching. With a puzzled look, Lewis called out to him. And how did he recognize him from afar? It was definitely the afro. The big blue chicken turned around to look at him, raised a finger to his lips, and gestured for silence. When they got close enough, Kazan lowered his voice and asked, "I'm just here to see how Robin's doing. By the way, what brings you here?" Lewis was taken aback by this, reflexively considering the obvious age gap between the two. Shooting Kazan an increasingly wary look, he couldn't help but issue a reminder. "Kazan, I have to warn you, as Navy officers, we cannot stoop to disgraceful deeds." Hold on. Isn't there a misunderstanding here? What have I supposedly done?" The big blue chicken felt utterly wronged. He was a vice admiral of the Navy, a future admiral. How could he ever stoop to such behavior? Following a young girl. Nonsense. I was simply concerned about her well-being. That's all. Oh, come on. What kind of response is that? Getting defensive, are we? You sure are getting worked up. Frozen River. Hey, easy. No need for violence. Lewis quickly stepped in, stopping a now visibly furious Kazan, whose face had turned the color of a roasted chicken. After much coaxing and several firm pats on the shoulder, Kazan generously declared that if Lewis didn't buy him drinks tonight, the matter wouldn't be settled. Nearby, Lucci stared at these two adults in utter befuddlement. So, this is how grown-ups operate? It's so complicated. Only after signing a series of clearly unfair treaties did Kazan finally let the matter drop. Then, turning to Lewis, he explained the situation. Ever since O'Hara's destruction by the Buster Call, in order to fulfill Saul's dying wish more effectively, Kazan had gone all the way to headquarters registry office. There, he transferred Robin's registration under his own name, officially marking her as a distant relative, though Robin still lived day-to-day under Commander Tsuru's care. He then pulled some strings, getting her placed in the best class at school as a transfer student. Worrying she might be bullied, Kazan came by specifically to scope things out. He truly had gone to great lengths for her. Finishing his account, Kazan then noticed the little kid standing beside Lewis. After hearing a brief explanation, he leaned in with genuine curiosity and whispered, "You really believe in this child's future?" Lewis smiled and nodded, making his trust clear. He truly did believe in Lucci's potential. Kazan gave his shoulder a supportive pat and left it at that. After arranging for Lucci's admission with the school principal, Lewis headed to Navy headquarters. Hopefully, you'll far surpass your original story self here in the Navy. It's you, Lewis? What brings you here? Admiral Sengoku looked up from his desk, greeting Lewis with a gentle smile as he entered. Above Sengoku's desk hung a plaque with 7 bold characters, "Justice that reigns above all," exuding both grandeur and resolve. The air itself seemed charged with the weight of such expectations. Lewis straightened, saluted, and only then took his seat, never overstepping his bounds. He held a sincere respect for this admiral who had devoted his whole life to the Navy. And truthfully, even though Lewis had long planned this visit to Admiral Sengoku, he still felt a trace of hesitation. With the era of the great pirates just 2 years away, the Navy needed to seize the coming storm as a chance for change, even reform. Otherwise, these two characters, justice, would be nothing but hollow words. A truly just army should never become mere gatekeepers. This made the attitude of Admiral Senshi, future fleet admiral, all the more significant. He was someone Lewis absolutely had to win over, otherwise nothing would go smoothly. But everything had to be done step by step, so it was best to begin with the matter of military funding. Lewis's expression grew solemn. He placed both hands neatly on his knees, sat up straight, an air of seriousness about him. Sengoku instinctively leaned forward, eager to listen, awaiting Lewis's words. He mentally reviewed recent events. Aside from the usual chaos stirred up by pirates in the New World, everything else seemed to be in order. Without keeping Sengoku waiting long, Lewis pondered briefly before asking, "Admiral, will our military budget last us through this year?" Sengoku was caught off guard. He didn't expect that question. Since when did this kid start caring about the military budget? His expression clouded with concern as he leaned back in his chair, answering with a trace of helplessness. "It's not enough. Mary Geos is so tight with the funds. Even ordering a few warships requires endless squabbling and penny pinching." He paused, took a sip of tea, then rose and walked over to the window. Looking down, he could see the headquarters' entire landscape at a glance. Outside, the square was alive with Marines drilling fervently. He continued, "Besides that, our Navy is shackled by various legal restrictions, leaving us no way to generate income. You know the situation. The pirates' growing influence becomes more pronounced by the day. Without sufficient funds, our hands are truly tied. When it comes to economic matters, there isn't a single expert in the entire Navy, let alone with all the limitations coming from Mary Geos. But maybe there was a way around it. Admiral, perhaps it's time we change our way of thinking." "What do you mean? Let's hear it." Sengoku immediately turned his attention to Lewis, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Without keeping him in suspense, Lewis voiced the idea on his mind. "Since we're forbidden from engaging in outside businesses and any illegal dealings are out of the question, why not target the pirates' own fortunes, or even some of those legendary treasures?" That was it. He'd hoped for something a bit more ingenious. Sengoku sighed inwardly, but then relaxed. After all, you can't expect too much from a 20-year-old. "Lewis, that's something we've already discussed, Tsuru and the others and myself. But the real issue is, how are we supposed to find them? We have neither leads nor the capability. In other words, this path just isn't viable. But what you all don't know, I do. Take the city of Shandora, for example. A treasure trove of gold large enough to keep the Navy well fed. Admiral, have you ever heard the legend of Shandora?" "Shandora? You mean the fabled city of gold, from the tale of the Great Liar?" Lewis nodded, confirming that was exactly what he meant. This put Sengoku in a bit of a bind. It was enough to give him a headache. The legend of this thing had been around for centuries. Was Lewis seriously saying he wanted to find it? Was this some kind of international joke? He then spoke to Lewis in a sincere, almost fatherly tone. Lewis, I understand what you're thinking, and it's not your fault. But you know, for hundreds of years, there hasn't been a single real lead on the City of Gold. Looking for it is like chasing a fantasy. And it was true. Basically, everyone at sea had come to accept that this so-called treasure didn't exist. Sengoku's reaction was understandable. Lewis didn't rush to argue. Instead, he made a bet with Sengoku. Admiral, if I actually manage to find it, I have one request. Sengoku, amused by the audacity, laughed and teased him. You brat, don't get cocky with me. So what's the wager? If I succeed, I'd like to apply for a base commander position on the Grand Line. To be continued. Frankly, being a base commander wasn't too big a deal. Once you made Vice Admiral, you'd eventually be assigned to one of the key Grand Line bases for a period of training. Places like G1, for example. But for Lewis to deliberately mention it, and even work it into a bet, that made Sengoku pause and consider his motives more carefully. Lewis, the rank of Admiral is still too early for you, Sengoku said, rubbing his temples. By now, he had figured out what Lewis was really after. He was setting the stage for his promotion to Admiral. That's right, Lewis did have his sights set on the position of Admiral. Aside from battle merits, and, most importantly, sheer combat power, seniority, and experience were crucial. And being appointed as a base commander at one of the G-number branches was a required step for anyone in the Navy who wanted to make Admiral. Sengoku didn't refuse outright. After all, as the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't dream of being marshal isn't a good soldier. Ambition for the Admiral's seat? There was nothing wrong with that. In fact, it was to be encouraged. It proved he had drive. If all the centrists were like Borsellino, well, the Navy might as well pack up and go home. Teacher Borsellino, it's not a crime to take it easy, is it? But as Sengoku said, for Lewis, the Admiral's seat was still too soon. It should only happen when Sengoku retired and his successor took over. By then, Lewis would be in his 40s, with experience and accomplishments to match. The authorities in Mariehua would have little to criticize. But right now, what to do? Should he really accept this bet? Was he supposed to push the higher-ups to agree on the four Admirals plan? If that was the case, Sengoku could accept it. He'd be overjoyed even. As Sengoku wrestled with these thoughts, Lewis could more or less guess what was on his mind. He didn't press the issue, knowing that sometimes just raising the subject was enough. Pushing too hard would be counterproductive. So, with practiced ease, he changed the subject and asked about Katakuri. At the mention of this, Sengoku's expression returned to calm. He simply replied, he's been taken back. Yet the anger in his voice was unmistakable. He understood all too well the twists and turns behind this matter. It was nothing more than a deal struck between Mary Geos and Big Mom. Though furious, he knew this was the only reasonable path forward. After all, Big Mom had threatened the safety of allied nations just to exchange for her most beloved son. Could Mary Geos afford not to comply? If this were to spiral out of control and the member countries lost faith in the world government, what would happen to the heavenly tribute? The Navy's enormous budget depends entirely on these national taxes. Without funding, how could the Navy possibly advance? With that thought, his eyes sparkled, and he suddenly brought up a new idea. If you ask me, even if the City of Gold is out of reach, there are still other treasures worth pursuing. Have you heard of the Jewel Glacier of the Flower Country's 8 Treasures Navy in the West Blue? That's right. There's another gold mine, just waiting. They almost let it slip their minds. Admiral, I understand what you mean. I'll depart immediately. As for the City of Gold, that could wait for another day. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. As soon as he saw Lewis about to dash off to replenish the Navy's funds, he hurriedly reached out to stop him. Sengoku regarded the puzzled look on Lewis's face and explained, there's a lot of treasure in there, but how do you plan to haul it all back? Lewis merely answered with a mysterious grin, hinting that he already had a solution in mind for when the time comes. He then snapped off a crisp salute, ready to push open the door and leave. But just as he was about to go, Sengoku asked him a question. Lewis, are you really doing this for the so-called military funds? Upon hearing those words, Lewis paused mid-stride. He did not turn around. Bathed in the sunlight, the characters for justice emblazoned on his cloak seemed larger than life. Without hesitation, with unwavering conviction, he replied, my heart and actions are as clear as a polished mirror. Everything I do for justice. With those words, he strode away, leaving the office behind. His footsteps faded into the distance, and soon the office returned to silence. A long while passed before Sengoku finally bent over his desk. Taking up his pen, he scribbled on blank paper, only to crumple it up moments later and toss it aside, all the while quietly repeating Lewis's final words to himself. "Everything I do for justice." He turned his chair, gazing at the plaque hanging on the wall. His brow was furrowed, his thoughts a tangled mess. Justice that rules the world. Will I live to see the day justice truly prevails overall? The Navy and the world government. All that remained was a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, striding through the main headquarters, Lewis had no idea how his own Admiral Sengoku had reacted. Right now, his mind was filled with only one thought. Money. Money. And damn it, more money. Without delay, he whipped out his din-din mushi and dialed up a certain someone who was still celebrating at the casino. "Hello, Isho, old pal. There's a mission. Get back here now. Just one more round. This will be my last. Big. I'm betting on big. One more round? More like a million more, honestly." He cleared his throat and began, emphasizing the word treasure as he spoke. Ahem, this time the task is to find the pirate's treasure. "Hold on. I'll be there in a second." The effect was immediate. After contacting the others, Lewis headed straight for the harbor, handed the signed documents to the port administrator, and got ready. As soon as Fujitora returned and the crew was all set, they could set off for the West Sea without delay. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, inside the Hall of Authority, the five elders were deep in discussion. "Has Katakuri's transition been completed?" the bald king asked with a stony face. Sitting with him on the sofa, the curly-haired king nodded, indicating that the matter had already been settled. On the steps, the bare-headed king was absent-mindedly polishing his sword as he said, "That woman's power is nothing to scoff at. It's for the best that things have settled down. By the way, the one who defeated Katakuri, was it that youngster?" "Ha," chuckled the blonde king, a faint smile on his lips. "Speaking of which, Stussy from CP9 actually came to complain to me. She said he's arrogant, doesn't respect anyone, and outright snatched someone they had their eye on." He seemed to find the whole episode rather amusing. The other four elders' mouths curled just slightly. In their view, it was just a trivial anecdote, hardly worth their genuine attention. The bearded king, standing at the side, spoke softly. For someone that age to have come this far in strength, he's not far from the level of an admiral. Such talent is rare even in the government's history. Is the Navy still holding the same attitude? The curly-haired king pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a helpless sigh. If they could have recruited Lewis in a CP, he'd have done it long ago. Unfortunately, the Navy treated him like a precious treasure and wouldn't let go for anything. Every time you brought up Lewis with Kong or Sengoku, they'd instantly change the subject or lapse into silence. The bare-headed king, having finished with his sword, slung it over his shoulder, glanced at his four colleagues, his gaze stretching into the distance, and suggested, "When the Navy reshuffles its ranks, should we find him a spot? Borsellino has been acting strangely lately, as if he's deliberately clearing a path for that kid. I really don't know what's going on in his mind. If his strength measures up, then promoting him to admiral is an option," the bald king concluded. "But we should keep observing first." Seconded. "That works. Let's wait and see." To be continued. Across the sea, a mighty warship was slicing through the waves, seagulls darting through the sky or skimming over the water. When they tired, they'd settle on the masts, craning their necks with curious eyes to watch the odd two-legged creatures below, wondering what they were up to. "Hey, Fujitora, come out and get some sun. No need to mope in your cabin over a little lost money." Lewis knocked firmly on the door of Isho's room, his voice gentle and comforting. Yet the wild, triumphant grin that stretched across his face betrayed his true feelings. Inside, Isho buried his head under the covers, completely ignoring the gloating good brother outside. Judging by his silence, he had withdrawn into himself entirely. The purple-striped tiger couldn't help but wonder, why did I ever agree to his bed in the first place? I really shouldn't have gone along. If only I'd refused, then I wouldn't have lost all that money. It was true. Back when the days aboard the warship grew dull, Isho had challenged Lewis to a little wager. Nothing complicated, just a simple game of high or low. No one expected the seasoned gambler to be cleaned out by the new recruit. In fact, even all the winnings from Chambord disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was a pitiful sight. Seeing that Isho still refused to come out, Lewis wondered if he had gone too far. Maybe he should propose another round, and then purposely lose just to give the money back. As he pondered this, the ship's navigator trotted over, waving his arms before standing at attention, his face brimming with reverence. "Reporting, sir. With another 2 hours of sailing, we'll reach our destination." At these words, Lewis turned around, nodded in understanding, and offered a warm smile. "Good. Thank you for your hard work." As he passed by, he gave the navigator an encouraging pat on the shoulder. The navigator was elated. He clicked his heels and barked out with gusto, "Yes, sir. All for justice." Then he gazed after Lewis's retreating figure, eyes shining with admiration. How about that? Didn't I tell you? Lord Lewis is always kind, even to us low-ranking soldiers. A small crowd, onlookers until now, gathered around the navigator as soon as Lewis was gone. One threw an arm around his shoulder and grinned. The navigator nodded enthusiastically, inwardly marveling at Lewis's approachable nature. How could someone known as the Bloody Lion be so gentle in person? The contrast was almost unbelievable. If only the Navy could be led by Lord Louis one day. Kong and Sengoku, do you have something against us? Lewis, attuned to everything around him with his keen senses, caught all of this and smiled brightly. After all, being respected and admired is a wonderful feeling. Still, he never thought of it as a personal achievement. The Navy is made up of thousands upon thousands of sailors. He is just one among many. There may be ranks and hierarchies, but in the end, everyone is a comrade in arms who lives and dies together. Reflecting on this for a moment, he chose not to dwell on the minor details. Instead, he turned his mind to the challenges ahead, the Eight Treasures Navy. Two things were key. First, their leader and pillar, the great pirate Chinjo. Second, the mysterious nation of flowers backing the Eight Treasures Navy. Once these two problems are dealt with, only then can all the treasures buried within the Bayou Glacier truly fall into the hands of the Navy. Chinjo was once a legendary figure who vied for supremacy in the same era as the likes of the Warring Kingdoms. But ever since his prized drill-shaped head was flattened by Garp during their epic battle, he has been in a state of semi-retirement. It's said that these days, he's grooming his grandson, Sai, to be his successor. That said, as a master of all three colors of hockey, Chinjo is still in his prime years. At least in theory, his strength remains at its peak. Even if his fighting spirit has dimmed, his skills remain razor-sharp, and his family's signature 8-impact fists have been refined to a level few can match. He's not someone to be underestimated. Of course, all that isn't a huge problem. If a fight breaks out, so be it. But the real trouble lies with the Flower Country, the land he comes from. You see, this is no mere nation. It's a member of the world government. If they act against it without a sound reason, the folks up at Mary Geos will never let it slide. Worse yet, if an investigation is triggered, it might just expose the Navy's secret dealings with military funds. That would be a disaster of the highest order. So ideally, with this in mind, Lewis made straight for Isho, appealing to both his emotions and his sense of reason, coaxing the reclusive Violet Tiger out of his shell. You said it yourself. The reward for this mission is triple the usual. Isho grumbled, sounding rather put upon. Lewis could only nod helplessly. Of course, the treasure money itself couldn't be touched, but if Lewis used some of his gambling winnings to bump up the bonus later, that would settle the matter. Once he got confirmation, Isho dropped the pretenses. Raising his staff blade, he caused the entire warship to float up into the air, sending it soaring toward their destination. This ability really is something else, Lewis said with a hint of envy. After all, the chance to fly is a temptation few can resist, and far better than being grounded. Isho just shrugged, as if to say it was no big deal. With a nudge of his power at the ship's stern, the warship began streaking through the sky at lightning speed. They arrived in no time, but from below came waves of weeping and wailing, which left both Lewis and Isho quite bewildered. What on earth was going on? Boss, please stop crying. Lord Hua from Urbao's naval force is still waiting for your response. If this doesn't work out, what'll become of young Master Sai's arranged marriage? One of his loyal men looked at the weeping pillar of their group, utterly at a loss. Ever since Chinjo realized he could no longer open this glacier and retrieve the treasures inside, he'd taken to coming here to let out his sorrows about 4 or 5 times a week. At first, his underlings would try to cheer him up, but as time passed, they grew used to it. Once he'd had a good cry, he'd go back on his own. If not for the fact that there was important business today, he wouldn't have hurried Chinjo along in the first place. Oh, my treasures. Curse you, Garp. I'll never forgive you. Well, there he goes again. Those lines never seem to change. The loyal underling secretly rolled his eyes at the side, unable to resist a silent grumble in his heart. At that moment, someone cried out in alarm. Look up at the sky. What is that, coming right at us? At these words, everyone instinctively raised their heads. Even Chinjo, who had been in tears, each and every one of them was left utterly astounded by the scene above. A massive meteor was looming ever larger in their eyes, blazing with fire and accompanied by a thunderous roar, screaming toward them at incredible speed. A meteor! Wait, a meteorite! Panic swept through the crowd. They had no idea what to do. Even Chinjo, their pillar of strength, snapped out of his earlier shock. His instinct screamed that there was something suspicious about this meteorite. But right now, the most urgent thing was to deal with it. Thoughts flashed through his mind. The meteorite had already drawn dangerously close to the frozen ground. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Muscles tensed in his calves. He launched himself skyward, arm coated in hockey, then slammed his fist at the meteor with all his might. With a grinding, splitting crack, the meteorite fractured beneath his strike. Seeing this, Chinjo fired off another punch with his other hand. Cheered on by those below, he reduced the meteorite to a cloud of debris. Dust billowed across the sky. Phew, just as you'd expect from the legendary pirate, Chinjo the Pillar. He's terrifying in every sense, came a playful, mocking voice, snapping Chinjo to full alert. He barked out sharply, "Who's there? Show yourself now." Once the dust settled, Chinjo and his crew could finally see the real culprit. The Navy. To be continued. The warship hovered in the sky, with Lewis gripping the rail and fixing his gaze squarely on Chinjo, the leader below. Handsome as ever, though that tone of voice. He couldn't say they sounded very similar, more like a perfect copy. As the teacher Bo would say, "Well, he is my own protege." Beside him stood Isho, scratching his head, a hint of smugness in his voice as he asked Lewis, "How was my greeting just now? Not too shabby, right?" This left the other Navy officers behind them visibly exasperated. Greeting? You mean a send-off to the afterlife? To drop a meteor out of nowhere? That's a bit much, isn't it, Commodore? Is this even the kind of strength a Commodore should possess? But, if truth be told, while that move was certainly intimidating against a true powerhouse, it would be little more than a single attack. And right now, Chinjo was exactly that, a true powerhouse. In his prime, he was nowhere near the broken-down figure he'd become over 20 years later in the original story. Staring up at the warship above, Chinjo's expression grew grave. He'd overheard the exchange between Lewis and Isho. That meteor attack just now, it seemed to have come from one of them. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Devil fruit user? And the ability seems somewhat similar to that arrogant lion's power. But this aura, it's as fierce and untamed as a tiger. Certainly not something ordinary people can possess. The naval headquarters, standing invincible on these seas for over 8 centuries, truly has deep reserves. He shifted his gaze and found himself locking eyes with Lewis. Yet Lewis, wearing an effortlessly relaxed expression, gave a friendly little wave when Chinjo looked over, as if utterly unbothered, as if he had him all figured out. And there's the bloodline. However, the cold indifference in his eyes was unmistakable, so chilling that even someone as seasoned as Chinjo felt a shiver run through his soul. As a battle-scarred veteran who had sailed these seas for years, he was well-versed in the strengths and backgrounds of the major powers. Even if you were deemed the most powerful man in the world, that didn't mean you were immune to death or invincible. You always had to understand where you stood. Naturally, Chinjo recognized Lewis, the superstar under the Navy's wing. Though just a rear admiral by rank, his dazzling track record and overwhelming offensive abilities meant hardly anyone dared underestimate him. Aboard the warship, Isho turned eagerly to his commanding officer and asked, "Brother Lewis, should I go, or would you prefer to handle this?" As he spoke, he unsheathed his cane sword, making his intentions perfectly clear. Lewis turned to look at Isho, a smile playing at his lips. He brushed back his slightly long hair and rested his hand lightly on the hilt of Sakura 10 at his waist, responding with an apologetic tone, "Sorry, old friend, but you might want to save your energy for hauling cargo later. So, I'm just your errand boy this time. What else did you expect? Where's your sense of courtesy?" Lewis didn't bicker further, otherwise it would never end. With a sudden flicker, his figure vanished from the deck. The sound of his moonwalk echoed in Chinjo's ears, but by the time Lewis disappeared, Chinjo had already snapped into a fighting stance, barking out a sharp command. "Everyone, evacuate this place, move. Now!" The words were barely out when Chinjo's pupils contracted sharply. Lewis was suddenly standing right in front of him, no more than an arm's length away. Without hesitation, Chinjo's fist surged with armament hockey, a dark aura rippling visibly, and using his considerable reach, he brought his fist crashing down toward Lewis's head. So this old man really can unleash hockey from a distance. Still, I'm stronger. As he felt the surge of Chinjo's power, Lewis instinctively made his assessment, thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. With a crisp, ringing note of steel, Lewis reversed his grip on Sakura 10 with his right hand. Black and red hockey flooded over the blade, its 10 cherry blossom patterns glowing sinisterly beneath the enchantment. In that instant, sword and fist collided. A violent shockwave burst out from the two of them at the center, locking them in a stalemate. But the resulting blast swept away the crowd of Chinjo's men who had been desperately trying to flee the battlefield. The screams reaching his ears did not stir any anxiety in Chinjo. He understood that if he lost, all his followers would either be sent to the bottom of the sea or thrown into impelled down. But even if he managed to defeat the Blood Lion, it would most likely be a bitter, costly victory, and above him loomed a ferocious tiger, waiting to pounce at any misstep. However slim the hope, he had to try. He instantly increased the force of his attacks. Caught off guard, Lewis was sent flying by a mighty punch. Yet Chinjo was far from finished. With a speed that belied his burly build, he gave chase in hot pursuit. On the warship, the assembled Navy soldiers watched anxiously, worried for their rear admiral. Nevertheless, as disciplined soldiers, they kept their emotions in check, though a tense restlessness began to ripple through the atmosphere. But even this subtle shift did not escape the keen observation of Isho, whose hockey senses picked up on it. He spoke up at once, offering reassurance. "Rest easy, everyone. Our rear admiral hasn't even used his full abilities yet." Hearing this, the tension broke like a spell. The Marines thought to themselves, "That's right. Our rear admiral hasn't even used his devil fruit powers yet." With that, everyone settled down and turned their full attention to the unfolding battle, the mood returning to normal. And just as Isho had predicted, Lewis, while soaring through the air from the blow, twisted mid-flight, gripping his sword Sakura 10, reversed in his hands. In an instant, he channeled his power into the blade, somersaulted, and unleashed dozens of sharp sword slashes. Obliterating slash, lion hunt. As the blades flew, they converged and merged midair, transforming into a massive, purple-red lion. Letting out a thundering roar that shook the heavens, it crashed forward, intent on tearing everything before it to shreds, bearing down relentlessly on Chinjo. Yet Chinjo showed not a hint of fear. He chose to meet it head-on. Channeling all the momentum from his sprint, he combined it with his own haki and the full force of his 8 impact fists. With a furious shout, he unleashed 8 impact fists, rampaging serpent. His fists, clenched tight, struck so rapidly they left ghostly afterimages, coalescing into a giant serpent aglow with a dark green-blue light. Facing the rampaging lion head-on, the enormous serpent let out a furious hiss, its jaws splitting open wide as it lunged straight at its foe. A deafening detonation echoed across the entire stretch of sea, the sky and earth trembling in awe. Waves surged and storm clouds rolled. Winds howled wildly, as if all of nature was roaring in support of the clash between these two mighty beasts. The collision between them did not last long. Within a few heartbeats, the outcome was decided. For one, neither combatant continued to pour power into the attack, and more crucially, Lewis's crushing ability was simply overwhelming. Clearly, in this exchange, Lewis held the upper hand. With a single punch, he shattered what little strength remained of the Lion King, leaving Chinjo's expression grim. Having experienced the power of the smash-slash-fruit firsthand, he suddenly recalled a rumor that circulated across the seas. Not even Whitebeard's power to shake the world could rival Lewis's strength to crush. It was said to be the most destructive among all Paramecia-type devil fruits. Fear flooded his heart. It was wiped away by Chinjo almost as soon as it arose. Indeed, this power was truly terrifying. Any ordinary person faced with it would have no choice but to await their end. But, what did I stoop so low? Yes, it must have started the moment that Kursgarp smashed the pointed head I was so proud of. My spirit collapsed. The grand ambitions of my past vanished without a trace, leaving only this clinging attachment and unwillingness toward my treasure. Once, I traded blows with monsters of the old era. Now, in the face of this younger generation, I actually feel fear. How laughable. Perhaps this battle will help me rediscover the bold, spirited man who once traversed the seas without restraint, even if the price to pay is death. With this, Chinjo lifted his head, his eyes blazing as he looked at Lewis, as if flames danced within them. Drawing a deep breath, he declared with unwavering resolve, "Let's begin in earnest. Bloodline Lewis. I am Chinjo, the 12th pillar of the Happo Navy. Here to fight." To be continued. No sooner had his words left his lips than a crimson gleam flashed in Chinjo's eyes. A wave of Conqueror's haki surged skyward, tearing through the air as it swept toward Lewis. Yet Lewis stood like an unshakable pillar of stone in a raging storm, utterly unmoved by the onslaught. Brushing away imaginary dust from his shoulder, Lewis pointed his sword at Chinjo and spoke with calm indifference. "Your Conqueror's haki only gives me a slight tickle. Is this your so-called spirit? You're nowhere near Whitebeard and the others." Contempt, blatant, unmasked contempt. But Chinjo found himself unable to refute those words. Still, even if the opinion was damning, he refused to lose face. He bristled and shot back. Such arrogance! As his final word faded into the air, Chinjo's form disappeared. He had made the first move. Lewis, of course, saw right through his intent. Raising Ing-Tu high, the force around his sword pulsed even more violently. With his observation haki, he sensed Chinjo's move, then brought his blade down in a flash with tremendous force. Obliteration slash, lion's roar. A gigantic wave of purplish-red energy, echoing with the mighty roar of a lion, hurtled at incredible speed toward Chinjo's position. With no other choice, Chinjo halted and twisted aside, just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. Even so, the sting that shot across his skin sent a chill through his heart. Had he taken the blow head-on, even his armament haki might not have been enough. Severe injury would be certain, and if his haki ran out, then death was all but assured. A single touch would mean instant defeat. How was he supposed to fight that? And yet, if he could just close the distance, maybe there would still be a chance. As Chinjo desperately searched for a way to turn the tide, a glint flashed in Lewis's eyes. He sprang into action. With a single step, he was suddenly right in front of Chinjo, blades slicing towards his opponent's armpit, aiming to sever an arm, while Chinjo stared in shock. The intense sense of danger and the warning cries of his observation haki jolted Chinjo back to his senses. A flash of inspiration struck him. In a split second, he caught the edge of Sakura Ten with his bare hand. His muscles swelled, and his haki-shrouded hand clamped powerfully onto Lewis's right arm, trapping it firmly so he couldn't break free. At the same moment, a sinister grin spread across Chinjo's face. He wasted no words. His other fist clenched, then rocketed straight toward Lewis's head. Just as Chinjo thought victory was in his grasp, Lewis ducked low, slipped inside his defense instead of retreating, and drove the sharp point of his elbow, coated in armament haki, directly into Chinjo's abdomen. The impact was so fierce that blood welled up at the corner of his mouth. That unexpected blow did significant damage, forcing Chinjo to release his hold and stagger quickly back. He wiped away the blood and clutched his injured stomach, his face a mix of shock and uncertainty. This young man's close-quarters combat was nothing like the weakness he'd assumed. He had thought that seizing his sword would strip Lewis of his ability to attack. But to his surprise, seeing Chinjo's bewildered face, Lewis gave him a peculiar look and had to ask, "Don't you know who my teacher is?" "Who?" Chinjo asked instinctively, but the answer struck him even as the words left his lips. Who else could it be? Judging by the treatment Lewis received, there was only one possibility: Zephyr. That's right. I am a disciple of the Black Arm Zephyr, a master of hand-to-hand combat. Swordsmanship isn't even my strongest suit, Lewis declared plainly, seeing that Chinjo had caught on. Admiral Zephyr, the Black Arm, a man who didn't rely on a devil fruit, yet stood among the world's greatest fighters through sheer strength and mastery of haki and close-quarters battle. He truly embodied the peak fighting power of the world government. Perhaps in terms of raw physical prowess, he wasn't quite the equal of Garp, nor did he have the mythical Zoan fruit that gave Sengoku his edge. But Zephyr's place among the admirals, a testament to his prodigious skill and technique, spoke for itself. Sliding his sword back into its sheath, Lewis shook out his wrist, sore from Chinjo's iron grip. As the pain faded, he swung his arms and struck a fighter's stance, waving Chinjo closer in open challenge. "Come on, let's begin the second round. Let's see just how much of Zephyr's skills you've actually learned." Chinjo's face darkened, matching Lewis's stance. When it came to close combat, he never thought himself inferior to Zephyr. The eighth impact fist, passed through generations of his own family, was among the most respected martial arts in the world. Lewis said nothing. His foot came down in a flash step, and in the blink of an eye, he darted forward to launch the attack, appearing before Chinjo in an instant. With razor-sharp focus, Green Pepper reacted at lightning speed, sending a fierce punch hurtling forward. Lewis deftly deflected the blow, seized his opponent's wrist in a flash, and lifted upward with a surge of strength, using the motion to draw their bodies level. In a blur, Lewis spun mid-air, his kick slicing toward Green Pepper's neck like a bolt of lightning. A flash of astonishment flickered in Green Pepper's eyes. He hadn't expected Lewis's offense to be so ferocious. But his reflexes kicked in. Instinctively, he raised his other arm, folding it close by his ear to block. A heartbeat later, Lewis's kick smashed into Green Pepper's forearm, the impact ringing out with a jarring metallic clang that set teeth on edge. The immense force staggered Green Pepper, nearly knocking him off his feet. But Green Pepper quickly regained his footing. With veins standing out on his arms, he caught Lewis's ankle in a vice-like grip and swung him hard toward the ground. His fist, charged with the power of the 8-charge fist, followed right after. Yet in that instant, Lewis hooked his leg downward, catching around Green Pepper's elbow. With a sudden vault of his waist, he launched his body upward, narrowly dodging the incoming punch. Twisting agilely, he coiled himself around Green Pepper's upper body, locking an arm around his neck in a tight hold from behind. This furious exchange had unfolded in the span of just a few breaths. In that split second, Lewis had already slipped from Green Pepper's front to his back, his grip tightening, as if to forcibly wrench Green Pepper down. As Lewis's feet hit the ground, he drew power from his legs, gave a thunderous shout, and in the blink of an eye, flipped Green Pepper's massive frame over his shoulder, hurling him toward the distance. But Green Pepper was undaunted. As he spun in the air, just before being thrown, he thrust his foot at Lewis's chest with savage force. Caught off guard, Lewis had only enough time to shield his chest with both arms, bracing himself for impact. The two were knocked back by each other's assaults. Still in a defensive stance, Lewis slid far across the ice, while Green Pepper, flung through the air, managed a nimble aerial somersault, landing somewhat awkwardly, but regaining his balance. Their eyes met again on the battlefield, electric with fighting spirit, neither willing to yield. Without hesitation, both stabilized their stances and charged forward, clashing once more. In this moment, Lewis's heart surged with exhilaration. Not since his battle with Barrett had he felt such unfettered passion in a fight. Every blow struck home, each move a direct attack on vital points, their figures darting across the ice, waves of power bursting in their wake. From above, aboard the warship, Isho watched the two men lost in the throes of combat. Heat rose in his veins. His fingers gripped his sword cane ever tighter, aching to leap into the fray himself. But he forced himself to restrain the wild urge, holding back from joining the fight. As time slipped by, the struggle finally reached its conclusion. To be continued. Sweat trickled down Green Pepper's face, soaking into his thick, bristling beard. At this moment, one of his arms hung limply at his side, powerless, and the wound at his elbow was truly horrific. If one looked closely, a broken, razor-sharp bone spike could be seen jutting out, exposed to the air. And that wasn't all. Pain radiated from other parts of his body, especially his abdomen. The blow Lewis had delivered with the point of his elbow earlier had left him with a serious injury. Now, after such an intense exchange of attacks, Chinjo's body was teetering on the verge of collapse. He didn't understand why Lewis had come here, but at this point, the reason hardly mattered. Compared to all that, what meant more to Chinjo was the outcome of this fight. To speak frankly, he couldn't accept this. Ever since Garp had crushed his drill head, Chinjo's strength had been a shadow of its former self. No matter how he forced himself to rally now, he simply couldn't return to his peak. In his mind, Chinjo was convinced that if he'd been at his absolute best, at the very least, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He shouldn't have reached the point where he appeared so clearly beaten. If only I still had my drill head, would things have come to this? This thought became even more bitter every time his gaze fell on Lewis's youthful, handsome face. His resentment for Garp, the man responsible, only deepened. I curse your descendants, Garp, he fumed silently. But alas, there are no ifs in this world. On the other side, Lewis was not exactly faring well himself. Every punch landed by Chinjo's Hasoken style had taken a toll, and, after tens of thousands of furious exchanges, the damage had accrued swiftly. Physically, he was only slightly better off than Chinjo at this point. For Lewis, youth was both a blessing and a drawback. He simply hadn't yet had the time to accumulate the overwhelming presence his elder opponent possessed. What's more, using his devil fruit powers so frequently in battle drained his stamina at an alarming rate. And yet, Lewis was relishing every moment. Motivation or purpose no longer mattered. All he cared about now was this burning question: who was truly stronger? He steadied his breath, ripped off his battered justice coat with a flourish, tossing it to the ground behind him. He ran his fingers through his hair, slicking it back, and a confident smile tugged at his lips. Seeing this, Chinjo couldn't help but pause in surprise, frowning as he asked, "What are you smiling at?" "Nothing in particular," Lewis replied, massaging his shoulder with a rare seriousness. "I'm just incredibly satisfied with this battle. You're every bit the legendary pirate, they say, the pillar of the Happo Navy. Truly extraordinary." "Oomph, who do you think I am?" Chinjo snapped, but beneath the bluster, Lewis's praise had dispelled much of his gloom. The tension in the air gave way to a brief, heavy silence. And then, after a moment's rest, the aura around both men began to surge, rising higher, stronger. Shimmering waves of purple, red, and blue-black clashed around them, their very presence crackling with the roars and hisses of beasts. This would be their final, decisive clash. Suddenly, a faint crack split the ice beneath their feet. It was the signal to charge. Their eyes met, bodies tensed, and in the blink of an eye, both vanished from their spots, hurtling straight at each other. Lewis swung his fists with astonishing force, each blow slicing through the air. In their wake, blood-red lions surged forth, gathering in packs and sweeping across the battlefield. Sion gathered every ounce of his remaining strength into his flattened head. With a powerful leap, he launched himself straight at the roaring pride of lions. At the same time, he let out a thunderous cry. Secret art of the Shattered Path, Crimson Lotus Lion Dance. Eightfold Fist Secret Art, Hornless Dragon, Hornless Spike. The clash happened in the blink of an eye. With a colossal roar that seemed to shake the heavens, the ice atop the jewel-glazed glacier split apart, while an enormous cloud of frost billowed up, shrouding both fighters from view. In the swirling haze, it was impossible to tell who had emerged victorious. Isho gave his staff saber a gentle sweep, and the swirling mists overhead came to a stop. His eyes remained sharply focused below, observation haki sweeping across the heart of the battlefield, intent on uncovering the contest's final outcome. It was a long wait. Only as the icy fog gradually dispersed did the scene come into view. Lewis stood there, bare-chested, battered and spent, kept upright only by sheer willpower. Bruises in shades of blue and purple mottled his body, and his right arm hung at a strange angle. It was clearly broken. Sion, meanwhile, lay sprawled flat upon the ground. He made several attempts to rise, struggling stubbornly, but the severity of his injuries nearly sent him into unconsciousness. In the end, he closed his eyes and fell silent, no longer moving. "We did it. Lord Lewis has won." No one could say which seaman started the cheer, but soon the entire crew was swept up in jubilant shouts, and the whole ship rang out with celebration. A broad smile broke across Isho's face. The weight in his heart finally lifted. Relief and pride shone in his expression. Lewis, in the end, had achieved victory. With Sion's defeat, another defining mark was etched upon his journey as a warrior. Staring solemnly at Sion's prone form, Lewis chose not to proclaim any grand victory speech. After all, setting aside their origins and identities, and simply as one fighter to another, Sion was worthy of respect. He slowly approached and plopped down cross-legged beside his fallen opponent, unfazed by the biting cold that seeped up from the icy ground. Gasping for breath, Lewis spoke. "So what do you think? Not a bad display of strength, wouldn't you say?" Hearing the commotion around him, Sion managed to crack open his heavy eyelids. He shifted his head ever so slightly, and in his clouded vision, Lewis sat with his back to him. With great effort, Sion rasped out, Don't get carried away. You still got a long way to go, kid." Lewis took no offense, continuing on with his own thoughts. "Do you know why you lost?" Sion, curiosity piqued, asked for the answer. Lewis offered a reply. "It's because, when we collided, you were standing on the left." "What? Sorry, what kind of reasoning is that?" After a lifetime sailing the seas, Sion had never heard such an absurd explanation. "TCH, what nonsense!" Annoyed, Sion suspected Lewis was simply mocking him, even if, for this moment, he was the loser. On this vast sea, the loser has no say. After a moment, as if resigning himself to fate, he said, "I think I've figured out why the Navy is here. You're probably after the treasure of the Hapo Navy, aren't you?" There was no response. Lewis reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, shook out two, and casually asked, "Care for one?" With a blink, Chinjo accepted his share. Lewis, meanwhile, flicked his lighter several times before finally lighting up. He took a deep, satisfying drag, feeling life return to his weary body. "Hey, don't just keep the smoke to yourself." What was this? Offering a cigarette, but not a light. "Are you just trying to mess with me?" Hastily, Lewis apologized, lit Chinjo's cigarette for him, then tapped away his ash and finally said, "Yeah, you're right. I am after the Hapo Navy's treasure. Me? Not us." Chinjo caught the nuance in Lewis's words, but didn't press further. After a brief silence, Chinjo let out a long sigh, coming to terms with his defeat. "I've lost. By the laws of the sea, my life, and all the treasure down below, now belong to you." With that, he closed his eyes, ready to face judgment. "Keep your life. I have no interest in it," said Lewis, flicking away his cigarette, but, bracing himself on his knees, he struggled to his feet, brushed the dust from his clothes, and rolled his neck with casual indifference. But as if remembering something, Lewis glanced sideways at Chinjo's head and offered a cryptic reminder. "When you get back, take a good look in the mirror." With that, Lewis strode off, taking with him the hard-won taste of victory. To be continued. Lying on the ground with his cigarette still dangling from his lips, Chinjo was left dumbfounded. Look in a mirror? What could that mean? He didn't dwell on it, though, instead gazing helplessly up at the sky, the sting of defeat written all over his face. Boss! Boss! Before long, Lewis was gone and his men quickly gathered around Chinjo. Seeing his sorry state, They started shouting for revenge and uttering vengeful threats. But with a sharp reprimand from Chinjo, the commotion died down. Then, one of his men suddenly noticed something odd, let out a startled cry, and whipped out a mirror. Only then did Chinjo realize what was wrong. What the? Elsewhere, Isho maneuvered the battleship to a lower altitude and floated over to Lewis's side. Seeing the commander bruised and battered, he couldn't help but tease. Looking like that, I bet Tsuru is going to die of heartbreak. All right, enough nonsense. Let's get to work. Lewis shot back with a roll of his eyes, lighting another cigarette and giving as good as he got. With a wave of his hand, he allowed himself to be escorted by the military medic and headed for the infirmary. He smiled and shrugged, not bothering to argue. Tools should be aware of their role. After all, turning his attention to the trove of gold, silver, and jewels buried below the glacier, he let out a helpless sigh. Still, his hands worked swiftly. With a few practiced sweeps of his staff blade, a shimmering purple energy enveloped all the treasures, making them float slowly upwards before directing them, one after another, into the warship's storage chamber. As for anything that wouldn't fit, well, that would have to wait until next time. Garp. Hey, isn't that a bit rude? Inside the captain's quarters, Lewis connected the Den Mushi to Sengoku, ready to report on the mission. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. This is Lewis. The task is completed, no hitches. I'm Sengoku this time. Garp, if you want snacks, eat your sunbae in your own office. Haha, Sengoku, don't be so stingy. Yours always tastes better. You, dollar and at. Lewis could only sigh inwardly at the commotion from the other end. So Garp was up to his usual freeloading again. After a round of cheerful bickering, Sengoku's voice returned, sounding relieved as he continued. Good, very good. Though this mission can't be officially recorded, rest assured, I'll keep it in mind. Your contributions won't go unrewarded. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, Lewis replied with a smile, his spirits noticeably lifted. Oh, by the way, Lewis, once you're back at HQ, go see Borsellino. Go see Professor Borsellino? He didn't press further, ending the call soon after. Sinking into the sofa, Lewis pondered for a moment, a vague idea forming in his mind about what this could mean. But in truth, this suited him just fine. The journey back was uneventful, sailing above the clouds. The warship encountered no trouble and soon arrived smoothly at port. With a neat stack of belly, Lewis saw off Garp and then made his way straight to Professor Borsellino's private garden. Meanwhile, the treasure in the hold was being safely transferred, thanks to Sengoku's careful arrangements, into a secret vault he prepared for just this purpose, safe from prying eyes. After all, too many people around meant too many potential problems. Even among Marines, there were plenty with connections to the higher-ups. He found Professor Borsellino reclining with his legs crossed on a lounge chair, a steaming teapot at his side, evidence of recently brewed tea. Clipping his nails and glancing at Lewis's arm, still in a cast, he spoke in a theatrically exaggerated tone. Well, Lewis, what brings you to me today? Do I need a reason to come visit? Pouring himself a cup of tea, Lewis replied softly, flashing a gentle smile. Of course you don't, but your arm. He hid nothing, recounting the mission in detail, start to finish. By the end, Borsellino couldn't help feeling a pang of amazement. Lewis had come a long way. Unlike Barrett or Katakuri, who, though undeniably powerful, are still a step behind the older generation. These two certainly have their reputations, unrivaled by Rayleigh or the perfect man of the Charlotte family. Fun to talk about, but better left as entertaining rumors. But Lewis is different. He managed to defeat Chinjo from the previous era. Even if Chinjo wasn't at his peak, given his age, the feat was nothing short of extraordinary. Ah, he truly lives up to the promise I saw in him as my chosen successor. But then there's the issue of military funding. Borsellino pondered in silence. This was one of the government's biggest taboos. Mishandle it, and the resulting chaos and consequences would be frightening. Lewis didn't interrupt, unsurprised that Professor Bo could so clearly perceive the significance behind this mission. As for the matter of support, was that even in question? Beyond Professor Bo, Lewis himself was the most influential figure in the entire neutral faction. Even good old Strawberry would have to step aside. Put simply, their opinions alone set the direction for the entire neutral faction. Though they weren't as formidable as the Hawk and Dove parties, they were far from insignificant. All this time, Borsellino's actions had never escaped Lewis's notice. Keeping a minimal workload, clocking in and out, spending evenings leisurely at home with tea and the art of living. He truly embodied the spirit of doing the bare minimum. Yet, that spoke volumes in itself. A clear display of his reluctance to vie for the position of admiral. After all, becoming an admiral meant no more coasting. He'd have to wrestle with the government's endless stream of bizarre missions. Much better, then, to leave this role for someone who truly needed it. and Lewis was unmistakably that person. Only with the rank of admiral could he truly stretch his wings. A rear admiral, or even a vice admiral, simply didn't have enough say. Sengoku had sent him here for precisely this reason, to ensure that Lewis and Borsellino would truly communicate, for if the top two leaders of the faction weren't in sync, disaster could ensue. At the same time, it was a test of Borsellino's attitude regarding the forbidden problem of military expenditures. Still, Sengoku may have been overly cautious. He knew full well Borsellino had grown ever more indifferent lately, but for the sake of prudence, it was wise to check in person. Lewis, so you've really made up your mind? Professor Bo, for once, looked uncharacteristically serious, though there was still a trace of wry humor to his expression. I know exactly what I want. If things carry on as they are, the Navy will no longer be a force for justice. That's why change is essential, and only as admiral can I put my vision into action. Lewis replied, his tone resolute and his gaze unwavering. Their eyes locked for a long moment before Borsellino was the first to look away. What he saw was unmistakable, the unshakable resolve burning in Lewis's heart. Since you want to pursue this, I, Borsellino, will certainly support you. This is a promise between men. After that, they dropped the subject and switched to chatting about daily life, especially about the relationship between him and Guillaume. Lewis was so embarrassed that he made a hasty excuse and fled the scene. Isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about this, at just 20 years old? Lewis couldn't help but wonder. So he left the little courtyard and headed off to find Sengoku. To be continued. When Lewis handed over his mission report, Sengoku couldn't help but give him a once-over. Running into Chinjo was no big surprise. After all, they were on his turf. Originally, the plan was to quietly slip past him, let Lewis use his powers to crack the ice, and sneak out the loot. But what Sengoku didn't expect was that the two ended up trading blows, and on top of that, Lewis actually won. Back when Chinjo still had his pointy head, he was quite a force. In fact, Garp even went out of his way to train specifically to defeat him. The new generation eclipses the old, as they say. Feeling a bit sentimental, Sengoku couldn't help but offer some praise. Nicely done. Well, that's all thanks to your fine leadership. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have even thought about the treasure hidden in that glacier, Lewis replied with a grin. Sengoku scolded him jokingly and pointed at Lewis, but didn't say much more. He just felt that ever since they'd had that heart-to-heart, this kid had been getting cheekier in private. But then again, that's not such a bad thing. His mind returning to the mission at hand, Sengoku flipped to the treasure appraisal page and started mentally calculating how many warships this haul could buy. After a while, he rubbed his temples and sighed to himself. It was passable, just barely enough to keep things running for a while. Sure, it was a lot of treasure, at least for an individual. But for the Navy as a whole, it barely made a dent. Warships, cannons, firearms, swords, there were so many things that needed funding. And that was just the equipment. Relying on banditry and seizing from other criminals couldn't last forever. A steady revenue source was essential. But how to manage that? As the thoughts swirled, Sengoku's gaze unconsciously drifted to Lewis, who looked completely at ease, sipping his tea as if he hadn't a care in the world, inciting Sengoku's irritation even further. Have you got any ideas? About the military budget, I mean. After all, you're the one who brought this up. If you don't come up with some concrete suggestions, Lewis, don't think I'll let you off easy. Hearing his admiral's barely contained vexation, Lewis was left completely at a loss. What's the matter now? Did I accidentally offend him, or something? He was sure he hadn't, but actually saying that out loud would probably earn him a Buddha-sized shockwave to the face. Guaranteed, nothing good would come out of that encounter. Sound effect, gulp. But, then again, Lewis himself was still mulling over the matter, feeling somewhat helpless inside. For now, not yet. However, Sengoku had anticipated as much. If he could offer a solution as soon as asked, wouldn't it make me look rather foolish? He simply waved his hand, motioning for Lewis to get lost, and added, "All right, you're the boss. If I can't afford to mess with you, at least I can avoid you." With a grumble and a barely concealed eye roll, Lewis snapped to attention, saluted, and left at once. But for all his complaints, Lewis knew this was something that demanded careful consideration. Even if they managed to find the Golden City or some other legendary treasure down the line, those things weren't endless. One day they'd run out. And then what? Where would the enormous military budget come from? Rubbing his temples, Lewis found himself utterly vexed. Back in his office, the first thing he saw was a pair of long, snow-white legs propped up on his desk, high heels discarded somewhere out of sight. Their owner was engrossed in reading the newspaper, munching on rice crackers with unrestrained gusto, letting out hearty peals of laughter now and then, caring nothing for a goddess-like image. If you went out looking like this, you'd ruin your reputation as the Navy headquarters goddess, Lewis couldn't help but remark. Hearing her boyfriend's voice, Guillaume waved a hand dismissively, as if to say she didn't care. She'd already caught her man, so image didn't matter anymore. To hell with caring about what those annoying men think. Then, as if spotting something, Guillaume suddenly looked up, her smile taking on a sly, teasing edge as she asked gently, "Oh, are you getting tired of me?" A bright red "Danger" sign practically flashed above Lewis's head. "No way. I was only thinking of you." What paper are you reading? Any news worth paying attention to lately?" Braving a nervous gulp, Lewis plastered on a fawning smile and hastily changed the subject. "Here, see for yourself." Guillaume rolled her eyes, this time, a far prettier gesture, without bothering to call him out for dodging the question. She handed over the newspaper and stood up to brew a pot of tea. Lewis silently breathed a sigh of relief and finally started scanning the paper, muttering aloud as he skimmed. Today's horoscopes. Nothing special. Some woman gave birth to 10 babies at once. That's wild. Like dumplings boiling in a pot. Incredible. Mihawk's out challenging people again? All wins as usual. Kaido went on a drunken rampage and flattened an uninhabited island. Guess that's just another normal day. Let's see what's today's headline. Shocking. What did the Kuja pirates do to men, and what are their intentions? Even the clickbait masters have opened a branch here? With a face full of exasperation over this all-too-familiar style, Lewis shook his head. But he still forced himself to read on, hoping for a bit of entertainment. And by the end, he was left even more speechless. To put it simply, it was about fighting over men. At the same time, fragments of Lewis's past life memories about Amazon Lily surfaced in his mind, and what he found most astonishing was that every child born on this island was female, a miracle in itself. It hardly seemed scientifically possible, after all, but just as he was about to flip the page and keep reading, a sudden epiphany flashed through his mind. The location of Amazon Lily, it was right in the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt, that place hadn't really been explored much, had it? And in the original story, the Calm Belt wasn't described in detail. Just 3 things were mentioned. There's no wind, it's a nesting ground for sea kings, and it houses Amazon Lily. No wind? No problem. Our warships could be fitted with exterior paddle wheels. Sea kings? Well, one day we could install sea stone panels on the hulls. It's not a perfect safeguard, but when setting to sea, no one can guarantee absolute safety anyway. Just assign elite-level vice admirals to take shifts. As for the local powerhouse, Amazon Lily, that needed some careful thought. After all, it's a pirate nation, and a formidable one at that. Nearly everyone on the island could use hockey, and their foundation ran deep. So, should they be wiped out or handled with a softer touch? Lewis sat there with the newspaper, his gaze unfocused as ideas churned through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. It was truly a tough nut to crack. Guillaume, who had just brought him some tea, watched Lewis's dazed expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. How could simply reading a newspaper make someone look so dumbstruck? She spoke up instantly. "Hey, Lewis, what are you so lost in thought about?" "Oh, nothing. Just thinking about Amazon Lily." But the moment the words left his mouth, Lewis realized his mistake. Before he could explain, Guillaume had already drawn her blade, Kanesada, and came at him in a flash. "Wait, let me explain. Can't this be settled peacefully? Today, I'm going to chop up this 2-timing scoundrel of a man. Murder. She's trying to kill her own husband." In an instant, the office filled with a racket of playful bickering, laughter, and shouts. Outside the door, Sakazuki had come to share a drink with Lewis, but hearing the chaos within, his fist paused midair before pulling back slowly. I'd better come back another time." And with that, he turned away, heading off in the direction of Kuzan's office. To be continued. The seasons turned from spring to autumn. Time, unyielding, would not stop for anyone's desires. It had already been 2 years since Lewis's fierce battle with Chinjo came to an end, and in that time, the world had shifted in many ways. First was the New World, where the pirate faction's struggle for dominance had grown ever more frenzied. A new class of rulers led by Charlotte Linlin and Kaido was stirring up chaos, their first targets being the Old Guard, Whitebeard, Shiki, and the like. Especially for Shiki, the loss of one arm had made him a prime target. Pirates from all corners kept challenging him, each hoping to win both fame and fortune by defeating him. But as for their fates, if they didn't end up recruited into the Flying Pirates, they would find themselves sinking to the bottom of the sea, feeding the fish. Within the new ranks of would-be overlords, Kaido fared relatively well. He continued as a relentless lone wolf, a true wild card stirring up trouble wherever he went. Charlotte Linlin, on the other hand, had proven utterly ruthless. In one fell swoop, she took down Johns and Wang Ji, once her fellow members on the Rocks Pirates, and absorbed the remnants of their crews into her own. For a time, she outshone everyone else and became the leading example of success in those 2 years. As for Katakuri, after his defeat at the hands of Lewis, he hadn't shown himself on the seas for some time. No one knew what he was up to. In fact, besides the Navy, very few knew about the so-called perfect man of the Charlotte family falling to Lewis, since the only witnesses were the Marines present at the time. The newspapers never covered it. Back then, news of Shiki's Grand Fleet being utterly destroyed had flooded every headline. Even if space was available, it would have gone to that story. Some smaller factions somehow picked up rumors of the incident, but the information didn't spread far. Mainly, it was because Lewis's record since joining the Navy was so dazzling. At his age, achieving so much made even Katakuri's defeat seem like less of a headline. Aside from the pirates, the Navy had also been quite active over those 2 years. After acquiring the glacial treasure, Sengoku chose not to hide it. He reported it to Fleet Admiral Kong at once, summoning top brass like Tsuru, Zephyr, and the trio Garp, Akiji, and Akainu to discuss how the vast wealth should be used. Naturally, Lewis was also present at this strategic meeting. When those who hadn't known about it heard that Lewis had bested Chinjo one-on-one, they were full of amazement. His rapid growth was simply astonishing. Among the monkey, dog, and pheasant, Kizura had long since chosen to take things easy, while Akiji responded normally. Akainu, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of urgency. When it came to ambition, the Red Dog stood out most among the three. From the standpoint of age and seniority, he had always seen Lewis as an exceptionally promising junior. But judging by how things were shaping up, it looked likely that Lewis would soon be competing with the three of them for an admiral's chair. Yet there were only 3 admiral posts, every slot with just 1 seat. It was only after sharing drinks with Kizuru one night that Akainu learned the latter had no intention of vying for the next admiral role. At last, he could set down the weight he'd been carrying in his heart. Back to the matter of the fortune's use. After several rounds of discussion, at the suggestion of Sengoku and Tsuru and with Kong's approval, the Navy decided to create an intelligence chamber within the underworld. However, in the 2 years that followed, this move had yet to bear much fruit. The situation left Sengoku and his comrades feeling rather helpless. They finally had some funds, but none of them were particularly skilled in that area. The only competent person, Staff Officer Tsuru, clearly couldn't be expected to take on a job like that, could she? That would have been a huge waste of her talents. Yet for Lewis, the most significant event of these 2 years was his long-awaited promotion to Vice Admiral. From graduating the new recruit camp at 17 to reaching this rank at 22, it took him 5 full years to close the gap in status between himself and the likes of the chicken, dog, and monkey trio, including Gion as well. At the very least, the difference of rank between him and Gion was now gone. After becoming Vice Admiral, Lewis made a bold move. He brought Gon, Isho, Bastille, and Kesha into his own special squad. As a man determined to vie for the title of Admiral, how could he not gather his own loyal group around him? Back when he was still a Rear Admiral, he wasn't qualified to make such decisions, but now that he had earned his new rank, wasn't it only natural to start building his team? Fleet Admiral Sengoku understood full well what it meant for a young officer to finally attain high status, eager to prove himself and realize his ambitions. Out of a desire to nurture Lewis's potential, Sengoku approved his personnel transfer request and officially christened the new unit, the Special Naval Operations Force, known in short as the Navy Special Ops Squad. The duty of the Special Ops Squad would be to tackle emergencies on the high seas, so that other crucial forces of the Navy wouldn't be pulled away from their missions and could respond rapidly when needed. Aside from Gion, the other 3 also advanced to Rear Admiral within these 2 years. Isho in particular had come into the public eye with his formidable strength, his relentless attacks earning him a reputation. Wearing a deep purple robe and striking with the force of a tiger, he soon became known as Fujitora, the Wisteria Tiger, Isho. Lewis even joked about calling him Purple Cat instead, saying it sounded much more endearing. But Isho rejected the idea outright. A nickname like that hardly suits someone like me, he retorted firmly. Meanwhile, Lewis received the very first mission of his Vice Admiral career. Taking Isho with him, he set out without delay. South Sea, Sobel Kingdom. Several enormous Navy warships from headquarters made their way slowly into the harbor. Compared to these behemoths, all other ships in port looked like mere toys, fragile and insignificant. Once the vessels docked and the gangplank descended, Lewis stepped ashore. Draped in a Justice cape, the Vice Admiral's insignia gleaming on his shoulders, he cut an imposing figure. Compared to 2 years ago, Lewis had grown even taller. He now stood well over 3 meters, surpassing even the legendary likes of Garp and Sengoku. He now possessed, in every sense, the stature befitting an admiral. Beneath his flowing cape, he wore a deep blue suit custom-made for him by Guillaume. A crisp white shirt and a dark red tie completing his look, capturing both heroic spirit and undeniable presence. Matte leather boots landed on the docks of the port, and behind tea-colored sunglasses, blue eyes took in the sight of this unfamiliar land, a trace of reflection lingering on his still handsome face. He pulled a special-issue cigarette from inside his coat, clamped it between his lips, lit it, and then turned his head, calling back. "Let's go, Isho. Let's meet CP0 first. Honestly, I'd rather not have too much to do with those people." Isho, now even steadier than 2 years ago, let out a sigh, looking visibly displeased. Louis just smiled, not bothering to argue. It was perfectly natural for his old friend to dislike CP0. After all, how many people like them? Probably none. But still, he offered some comfort. That's just how it is. As long as you're part of the system and hold a certain position, dealing with them is unavoidable. After all, at this point, they were all just sibling branches under the same boss. According to mission intel, the kingdom of Sobel had already fallen into turmoil. Even the port city, at first glance, felt desolate and ruined. Louis wasn't bothered by it. He led Isho and a team of Navy soldiers quickly to a hotel. To be continued. As soon as he stepped inside, Louis spotted several agents in white suits, their faces hidden behind bizarre masks, standing in the courtyard, acting as guards. Clearly, with white suits, white cloaks, strange masks, and such a secretive air, who else could they be but CP0? The group seemed to ignore Louis and his team, not greeting them but not getting in their way either. Without taking offense, Louis shoved open the hotel room door and walked right in. Heavy curtains blocked the windows, and the slim ray of sunlight that did slip through barely softened the room's gloomy air. There was a faint scent of blood. The sofas, tables, and chairs were all smashed, broken, toppled, and debris lay scattered everywhere. At that moment, 2 CP0 agents were pinning a man onto the bed, beating him mercilessly. Louis's observation hockey told him the man's life force was already dangerously faint. Behind him, Isho frowned at the sight but said nothing. With a swing of his cane sword, he righted a fallen sofa, gesturing for Louis to take a seat, while he himself stood behind with his arms crossed. Louis, the ever-dashing one, set his shoe sway sword down first, then settled onto the sofa. He lit another cigarette, crossed his legs, leaned an arm on the sofa's cushion, and propped his head on his hand, his face expressionless as he watched CP0's dedicated performance. Just then, the rhythmic click of high heels sounded from the staircase, as a graceful figure slowly descended the stairs. "Oh my, Lord Louis, you certainly live up to your reputation for swift action. It's only been 3 short days, and here you are already. Could it be that you've been missing me, Stussy?" Indeed, the woman descending the stairs was none other than Stussy herself. Compared to their last meeting at the Welfare Institute, time seemed to have left no trace on her. Her features remained exquisitely beautiful, and the allure she exuded seemed more vivid than ever, radiating from her as if it could hardly be contained. It's truly been a long time, Lady Stussy. You're as dazzling as ever. Of course, I missed you. And seeing your new look, how does that saying go again? Ah, yes. Congratulations, and may fortune smile upon you with your promotion and success, Louis replied with a gentle smile, looking over at Stussy. Stussy, too, would never offend someone who greets her with a smile, so with a bright laugh, she offered her own congratulations. Vice Admiral, you look even more valiant than before. Congratulations on your promotion, Vice Admiral Louis. With those words, she belatedly congratulated Louis on his promotion to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Afterward, the two exchanged a few brief words, reminiscing and catching up. Louis then shifted his gaze to the man being beaten nearby. On cue, Stussy spoke up. "All right, take him away for now. Let's not risk ruining Vice Admiral Louis's mood." "Yes, Lady Stussy." The 2 CP0 agents answered respectfully, then took hold of the unfortunate man, one on each side, dragging him off as if hauling away a lifeless dog. However, the dashing Lord Louis had no interest in the internal squabbles of CP0, so he paid them no mind. Instead, he got straight to the point and asked about their mission. "Lady Stussy, what's the situation in the Sorbet Kingdom? Can it be confirmed that the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, is preparing to launch a rebellion against the world government? Is he planning to force his nation to withdraw from the ranks of world government affiliates?" The Sorbet Kingdom, whose current king was none other than the famed future warlord of the sea, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma himself. But to be honest, Louis knew full well that Kuma was no true tyrant. On the contrary, he was a man of remarkable gentleness. As for the title of tyrant, so brutal-sounding, it was in fact a label orchestrated behind the scenes by Mary Geos. The real reason King Kuma wanted his country to secede from the world government's affiliate states lay elsewhere. As Lewis had recently reviewed the mission's documents thoroughly, the most likely explanation was the crushing burden of the celestial tribute fees. Although there might be other reasons, such as an abhorrence for the corruption rotting the world government from within. In short, if one wanted an excuse, there would always be one to be found. However, from the perspective of Mary Geos, the affiliate nations were essentially dispensable. Pirates could slaughter them. Inability to pay the celestial tribute could see you expelled. Mismanagement leading to political or military upheaval could just as easily spell your downfall. The only thing that simply cannot be done is to voluntarily withdraw from the ranks of affiliated nations, or even to publicly voice any statements that might harm the government. For actions like that would damage the government's image and authority. So, once Mary Geos caught wind of such signs, they wasted no time, striking before Kuma could act, swiftly crafting a series of schemes targeting both the Sorbet Kingdom and Bartholomew Kuma. The CP agencies, after all, are veritable experts in this line of work, masters of shadowy dealings and dirty business. They infiltrated the nation en masse, dispersing themselves among every social stratum, stirring public opinion into chaos, and deftly steering all blame onto Bartholomew Kuma. In less than a year, Kuma's reputation as a benevolent and gentle ruler crumbled completely, replaced by the infamy of a so-called tyrant, reviled from all sides. In dealing with these problems, he found himself powerless. After all, the ones pulling the strings were seasoned professionals. The deliberately manipulated crowds ignited a movement to overthrow the monarchy, and, with no other options left, Kuma ordered the royal army to suppress them, thus sealing his brand as a tyrant in the eyes of the public. Now the moment has arrived, but the government still needs a fig leaf to cover its intentions. They can't just openly act on a whim. If the other affiliated kingdoms saw that, unrest would surely follow. Procedures must be followed. Still, Kuma possesses formidable personal strength, and to prevent him from going berserk, should CP0 fail to contain him, the government issued political orders to the Navy. The Navy was to cooperate with the CP agencies in the operation to depose Bartholomew Kuma. And it happens that our own Vice Admiral Lewis is the very executor of this mission. As for whether Lewis questioned the justice of this mission, now that he knew the truth behind the curtain, he didn't trouble himself much with such concerns. To the upper echelons of the Navy, replacing a king is no great matter, certainly not something worth clashing with Mary Geos over. Now is not the time. Beyond that, naval intelligence had received word that the former Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, who deserted the Navy years ago and has since vanished from sight, seemed to have surfaced here too. Thus, for Lewis, in addition to this political mission, there was another secret task, to locate any trace of Dragon, find out just what he was plotting, and if possible, bring him back to Marineford. Seated across from him, Stussy pulled a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her robe, and Lewis, ever the gentleman, offered her a light. After exhaling a plume of smoke and hearing Lewis's question, she smiled wryly and replied, "All those decisions you mentioned were settled a long time ago, Vice Admiral Lewis." A long time ago? The use of that word just now was quite precise, Lewis remarked, leaning back against the sofa with his hands behind his head, his comment layered with meaning. When it came to the matter of the kingdom of Sorbet and Bartholomew Kuma, what he knew was only the bare essentials. As for the intricate twists and turns, he simply had no interest. Ultimately, in this world, which was so different from his previous one, no matter where you found yourself, violence reigned above all else. Wasn't the Navy itself often called the largest, most legitimate force of violence? Besides, without power, there could be no justice to uphold. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Lewis tapped the long trail of ash from his cigarette, holding it between his lips as he grinned and asked, "So, how exactly would you like us to cooperate with you, Madam Stussy?" To be continued. Stussy shook her head, her tone tinged with regret. "In truth, we very much wanted to allow Bartholomew Kuma a final shred of dignity. 3 days ago, we sent a CP agent to the royal palace to persuade him to submit to the will of the Holy Land and abdicate voluntarily. Unfortunately, what happened? Did your agent end up getting beaten to death by him?" Lewis raised his eyebrows, unable to suppress an amused smile. Rubbing her brow, Stussy sighed and explained that the agent had disappeared. Later, Kuma himself informed them that the fellow had been sent on a vacation. Well then, seems there's no shortage of mutual troublemaking here. Lewis stifled his laughter and kept quiet, but his expression made it perfectly clear to Stussy what he found so funny. Catching sight of the gloating look on Lewis's face, Stussy couldn't help but grumble. "It's been a while, but is it just me, or has Vice Admiral Lewis grown a little meaner lately?" "Excuse me? Better watch it. or I'll accuse you of slander. How am I mean exactly? Lewis was genuinely a loss. With a charming, exaggerated roll of her eyes, Stussy thought to herself that she'd already found him rather mean back at the orphanage. He nearly beat the life out of her that time. Still, Stussy had no particular desire to dredge up old grievances. In a heartbeat, her face turned serious as she said, "In any case, Mr. Kuma refused our goodwill, and the power he commands is far beyond what we can handle alone. That's why we need your help. I trust that Vice Admiral Bloodlion of the Navy headquarters can certainly assist CP0 in completing this mission, yes?" Once she finished, Lewis sat up straight, no longer wearing his casual demeanor. He leaned forward, hands interlaced on his knees, his smile fading as he asked softly, "Are you asking me to kill him?" But Stussy shook her head, her eyes narrowing in a slow reply. "Sometimes the living are far more useful than the dead, my dear Vice Admiral." Clearly, the authorities at Mary Geos had no intention of executing Bartholomew Kuma. On the contrary, they hoped that the events in the Kingdom of Sorbet could become a classic case, a cautionary tale for all other member nations dissatisfied with the government. Anyone who dared to resist the rule of the world government would meet a truly miserable end. How cruel! Lewis breathed out a cloud of smoke, a touch of sentiment lingering in his voice. Stussy showed no reaction to these words, but behind Lewis, Isho could not keep calm. Yet, out of respect for Lewis and the need to maintain the Navy's dignity, he did not voice his thoughts at that moment. He kept his head lowered, his expression concealed. Marshal Lewis flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, crushed it underfoot, then rose smoothly to his full height. Gazing down at Stussy, his face perfectly composed, he inquired, "When does the operation begin?" "In 2 days, Vice Admiral Lewis. I will come to invite you personally," Stussy replied, lifting her head with a gentle smile. Her words were tinted with both respect and awe. Even now, though Stussy technically occupied a slightly higher rank, she could not keep her arrogance in the presence of such formidable strength. There was nothing else to discuss. Lewis clapped Isho's shoulder softly, murmuring, "Let's go." The two then took their leave, departing the room and returning to the streets with their soldiers in tow. Lewis, about this whole affair. Once outside, Lewis sent the soldiers back to the warship to wait. Only then did he and Isho find a quiet corner, where Isho, unable to hold back, pressed his questions. But Lewis stopped him with a raised hand, and instead asked in return, "Do we really have a choice here? Even if we don't do it, someone else will take our place. But what about justice? There's not a shred of justice in this." Isho's voice carried a grim intensity, his brow furrowed with frustration. Lewis offered no direct reply. He lit another cigarette, then sat down on a battered oil drum. The dingy, chaotic surroundings clashed starkly with the pristine justice cloak draped over his shoulders. He gazed skyward at the dull, gray clouds, speaking with a note of heartfelt emotion. "Isho, do you know why I'm in such a hurry to climb the ranks? Even though I'm strong, for someone my age to have risen this far, this fast, it's unnatural." Isho leaned back against a wall, its paint peeling badly, and listened without interruption. After a short pause, Lewis continued, "If you want to change the Navy, it's not enough to shout justice and hurl accusations. At the very least, you need to reach a certain position of power before you can uphold justice for real." "An admiral," then Isho murmured softly. "Yes, admiral. Only by becoming an admiral, or even a fleet admiral, can real change be made." Lewis's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for doubt. Only power, and the threat of force, could straighten out this twisted system. Then he pressed on. "Besides, there are simply too many things the Navy lacks, too many things we wish to change. For now, we have no choice but to swallow our pride and endure. Even if you can't stand it, even if it clashes with your sense of justice, you still have to do it. You have to play along. Only by doing so can we avoid having the iron fist of the Holy Land coming down upon us. Only then will those high-ranking lords be convinced that the Navy is still a loyal dog at their command. We have to tolerate it, whether we want to or not." Isho felt a wave of anger rising within him. Yes, it was anger, a deep, burning fury. He looked at Lewis with mixed emotions, struggling to reconcile this indignant man before him with the one who had been chatting cheerfully with that CP0 woman only moments before. "Lewis," Isho started to apologize, but before he could utter the words, "I'm sorry," Lewis waved his hand dismissively, signaling him not to worry about it. Lewis took a long, forceful drag on his cigarette and exhaled a large smoke ring, watching as it drifted and disappeared in the air. "Isho, the Navy these days can't afford any more turmoil." After that, Lewis fell silent. He lowered his head, quietly smoking, while beneath his eyes, a calloused, rough hand reached out. "Give me one too, would you? I could really use a smoke right now." At that, he looked up and saw Isho's gentle, smiling face. He paused for a second before realizing what was asked, and then passed over both his cigarettes and lighter. After a bit of fumbling, Isho finally managed to light his own cigarette. The way he coughed, struggling with the smoke, was amusing enough that Lewis couldn't help but chuckle inside. Once Isho had recovered, their eyes met, and both men burst out laughing, unable to hold it back. Lewis rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his uniform. Shoulder to shoulder with Isho, he strode away from that spot. But it felt as if both men sensed something in the air, though they showed no sign of it, and their conversation never skipped a beat. When they reached the pier, Lewis said to Isho, instructing him, "Take the team back to the ship and stand by. I've got other matters to attend to. For the next couple of days, it's best you all stay put and don't wander around in this country. As for the rest, I'm sure you know what's expected." Isho raised a hand in a mock salute, replying with exaggerated seriousness, "All for justice." Lewis grinned and nodded. He didn't say anything more, just turned down a side street and walked away alone. Watching his figure disappear, Isho let his smile fade. In a quiet voice he said, "Wishing you triumph in every battle, Brother Lewis." To be continued. The capital of the Sobel Kingdom was this very port city in which Lewis now stood. Judging from the sprawling, undulating sea of buildings, this nation must have once enjoyed great prosperity. Otherwise, there could never have been enough wealth to invest in such extensive infrastructure. Likewise, such densely packed buildings signified a sizable population. The bleak and desolate state of this place made it clear to restore it to its former glory would be a truly daunting task. Destruction, after all, is always far easier than creation or development. Winding his way through a shadowy alley, he caught sight of a pack of stray dogs entrenched there. Some among them were sturdy and powerful, others crippled. Some bore a look of utter lifelessness, some were dead drunk, while others had eyes seething with hatred. Yet, they all shared one thing in common. An unmistakable air of wickedness clung to them. Drifting amid such squalor, it was almost impossible for anyone to remain kind-hearted. When bare survival becomes a daily struggle, who still cares about laws and morals? As for justice, that concept felt far too distant, more remote even than the sun itself. After all, at least one could still bask in sunlight. But justice, that was a different story. Radiant and lofty things like justice could never reach into such shadowy, forsaken corners of the world. You've been trailing me for quite some time now, haven't you? Lewis stopped in the middle of the alley, stretched nonchalantly, and then called out brightly, "So, mysterious stranger, sir? Or ma'am, don't you think it's time you showed yourself?" With that, he casually rested his hand on Sakura 10 at his waist, warily surveying his surroundings. "Well now, so you noticed me ages ago? Here I thought I was well hidden." A deep, unfamiliar voice drifted into Lewis's ears. He turned, gaze settling beside a garbage bin where a sudden gust of wind swirled up, and from the heart of that whirlwind, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Monkey D, Dragon. "My observation hockey isn't half bad," Lewis remarked evenly, facing Dragon. But truth be told, it was Isho's reaction that tipped me off. If not for that, I might not have noticed a thing amiss with the air. The man before him was swathed in a deep green cloak, wrapped tightly around himself, revealing only the left side of his face, marked by an unmistakable red tattoo. Lewis understood the situation almost at once. Bear plus Dragon. It wasn't such a hard combination to figure out. "Isho Fujitora, is it?" Dragon murmured, almost to himself. In these past 2 years, the rising star known as the Monster Major General had often come up in reports Dragon had received. So the Navy was about to usher in yet another formidable force. Such thoughts stirred quietly in Dragon's heart. But compared to Isho, this man standing before him, he was likely even more formidable. "This is, in fact, our first meeting, isn't it, Vice Admiral Bloodlion?" Dragon pulled back his hood, eyes grave with caution. He knew plenty about this rising talent within the Navy. So, unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of making a move. There was, after all, nothing for him to gain, and besides, he wasn't that confident he could bring down this young lion. While Dragon's expression remained stern, Lewis's features relaxed. Taking his time, he fished out a cigarette, lit it, took a leisurely drag, and then asked, "Would you like one?" "Senior." "Senior? It's been a long time since anyone called me that." Dragon shook his head, refusing the offered cigarette, and made it clear that he didn't smoke. "So, what was the real reason you left the Navy?" "You know, Vice Admiral Garp and the others were furious when you defected," Lewis asked, pretending not to know anything. "The reason, huh?" Dragon murmured, taking in the filthy surroundings before turning to Lewis. "Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you here. All right, as a junior, I'll give you that courtesy before taking you back to Marineford." Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Lewis leaned against the wall with a smile. Ha ha, confident, aren't you? Dragon laughed out loud, making it clear that, strong as Lewis might be, there was no way he'd be so easily caught. We'll see about that, Lewis replied with a sly grin. Dragon didn't bother arguing. He sat casually on the lid of a nearby trash bin, completely unconcerned with the grime. Where should I even begin? Dragon stroked his chin, lost in thought. How about the year 1496, see calendar, when you first met Emporio Ivankov, the head guard from Kamabaka? Lewis offered a hint. At that, a flicker of surprise flashed in Dragon's eyes as he looked at Lewis, genuinely taken aback. What, did you really think you could leave the Navy without anyone noticing? Lewis couldn't help but tease him. I actually did. I figured in the Navy, no one would pay attention to something so trivial, Dragon admitted with a nod. If I hadn't gone through your records and already known you'd leave, I wouldn't have caught on either, Lewis thought silently. After a pause, Dragon couldn't help but praise him. No wonder you predicted Roger's crew would dissolve ahead of time. Sharp mind you've got. Seems like you still know all about what goes on in the Navy. What, you got eyes and ears on the inside? Lewis clicked his tongue and asked. Who can say? Dragon let out a small chuckle, sidestepping the question. He chose not to get tangled up in Navy matters any further. Turning his gaze to those living like wild dogs on the street, Dragon spoke slowly. To truly trace it back, the doubts began when I was 16. I grew up in the Navy, raised beneath countless spotlights, so much so that I unconsciously ignored the problems I noticed. But in the end, I faced my own heart. In the end, I couldn't look away. I just couldn't drape that bold cloak emblazoned with justice over my shoulders and wear it with a clear conscience. Lewis ground out his cigarette, his face emotionless as he asked, Should I take that as you mocking our Navy? You can't, because that's exactly what I'm doing. Dragon replied bluntly, without a hint of politeness or hesitation. Lewis glanced at him, shook his head, and said nothing. He simply lit another cigarette and listened in silence. I understand there's no such thing as absolute fairness in the world, but there should always be a line that cannot be crossed. Now, caught up in 8 centuries of rule and unrivaled status, Mariejois has slowly lost itself, pushing everything far beyond that line. In my eyes, this rot, so deep it's festering to the core, will plunge the world into a darkness far worse than anything the pirates could ever bring. Worse still, the Navy, proud of its claim to justice, will end up as their accomplice, unable to change the course of things. Knowing this, I simply couldn't stay in the Navy with a clear conscience any longer. That's the reason I left. Dragon looked at Lewis, his tone unwavering, resolute. So, based on what you just said, can I assume you're planning on taking action against the government? Lewis asked quietly. In fact, I'm already making preparations for those very actions, Dragon answered openly, holding nothing back. At this, Lewis furrowed his brow, a chill entering his voice as he pressed. Then you must know just what sort of calamity your actions could unleash upon the world, don't you? Hearing this challenge, Dragon fell silent for a moment. His expression grew grave. He responded with deep seriousness. Yes, I understand very well. Many people will die because of me. And so, Lewis began to murmur, but before he could finish, Dragon cut in, his voice low and firm. Change has always demanded blood. Lewis, you're no stranger to reality. In all your years with the Navy, how many people have you seen living lives less than human? Didn't you just see the best example of that on your way here? People whose lives are barely human. How painfully true that is. Suddenly, he remembered the scenes he'd witnessed on a covert mission in the North Blue. Scenes that were no different from what he'd just encountered here in Sobert. Lewis fell silent, lost for words. To be continued. Seeing that Lewis remained wordless for a long while, Dragon thought perhaps he'd struck a chord. Quietly pleased, he softened his tone and tried to persuade him. Lewis, you're a good man, and a strong one. I know you feel the same way I do deep down. The Navy's justice is not true justice. Join me, Lewis. If we work together, we really can change this world. With that kind of eloquence, it's a real shame you're not running for president. Lewis couldn't help but think to himself. Before Drago could say anything more, Lewis waved his hand and interrupted him. Don't put me up on a pedestal and spare me the lofty talk, Drago. I won't deny that your ideals are admirable, but we're simply not headed down the same path. So, I'm afraid I have to decline your invitation. Drago froze for a second, shaking his head with a hint of regret. That's truly disappointing. From then on, neither man looked away for even a moment. Drago remained perched atop the filthy lid of a trash bin, while Lewis, unhurried, finished his cigarette and flicked the butt into the fetid gutter by the roadside. As the sodden cigarette met the waste water, it made the faintest of sounds. Lewis slowly rested his hand on Sakuraju. And at Drago's side, swirling currents of wind suddenly began to spiral. All those lingering in the alley had already sensed the tension and slipped away, leaving only Lewis and Drago. For a brief, suspenseful moment, the atmosphere wound ever tighter. Then, simultaneously, they sprang into action. A chill flash split the gloom as Lewis drew Sakuraju in an instant, unleashing a torrent of shattering force from the blade. Obliteration slash, lion hunt, roared Lewis. The unleashed power twisted instantly into a blood-red lion, demolishing the alley's walls into dust and hurling itself at Drago. Dragon Claw, Drago's hand transformed, talons taking shape, imbued with haki, as he faced the lunging blood lion with unwavering resolve, gripping it by the neck. His move was deadly precise. He seized the blood lion's throat and, clenching fiercely, crushed it to nothing. Yet, even as the fragments dissolved, Lewis pressed forward, Sakuraju gleaming cold in his grasp, bearing down on Drago at point-blank range. Drago's composure never faltered. A flash of cunning sparked in his eyes. Just as the blade threatened to advance, he clasped both hands together, locking Sakuraju in place, holding it firm. Despite his resistance, the overpowering weight behind Lewis's sword pressed through Drago and crushed the steel trash bin beneath into a flattened disc. Even the ground split beneath in a spiderweb of cracks. Feeling the force thrumming through the blade, Drago remarked, now more serious. Your sword is heavy indeed. If I didn't use strength, how could I hope to tame a dragon like you? Lewis replied with a gentle smile, though the muscles swelling on his arm betrayed the iron behind his affable expression. As a word of advice from someone older, there's danger in being overconfident. Drago spoke softly, and even as the words faded, his figure unraveled. Like a breeze dispersing, he vanished before Lewis's eyes. A Logia user? Lewis frowned. From the moment Drago appeared, he'd been questioning the nature of the man's abilities. It certainly seemed like a Logia type, wind, perhaps, or something akin to the Gale fruit. But still, Lewis couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. But now is not the time to dwell on these questions. The thought flashed through his mind and was gone just as quickly as Dorag's presence faded. In the same instant, he spun around and slashed out with his sword. There was a metallic ring and a burst of sparks as Dorag's arm, shrouded in armament haki, blocked Lewis's blade. Are you underestimating me, old-timer? Lewis asked, the smile fading from his face into a look of utter seriousness. He bit down especially hard on the words old-timer. Dorag raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes before he sighed in admiration. Bloodlion Lewis, you truly live up to your reputation as one of the Navy's monstrous talents. Perhaps, but it seems there's still quite a gap between us, Lewis answered, brushing off the compliment. Dorag's relaxed demeanor only made him all the more wary. Dorag chuckled, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Naturally, after all, I did come before you, didn't I? In the original story, up to the point Lewis crossed over, there had never been a scene of Dorag fighting head-on. He was known to be incredibly strong, but to what extent? That no one could say. Now, perhaps, was the perfect opportunity to find out. There was no more talking. With a swift motion, Lewis turned Shusui and plunged it into the ground beneath his feet. Without hesitating, he released the hilt, swung his arm, and threw a powerful punch. His fist, wrapped in the forceful aura of armament haki, struck Dorag's arm head-on. The raw strength and pressure forced Dorag to stumble back 2 steps. Just as Dorag was about to counterattack, his expression suddenly changed. The fist pressing down on his arm morphed into a claw, locking his limb in place. Struggling was useless. He was trapped. Without hesitation, a blue-violet light blossomed in Lewis's other hand. In an instant, he shifted forms and brought his fist crashing down onto Dorag's chest. Shatter, the original world's annihilation. The change happened all too fast. Dorag could only coat his chest with armament haki at the last moment. As Lewis's low shout echoed through the chaos, Dorag's body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Dozens of houses behind him were instantly reduced to dust. After sending Dorag flying with that blow, Lewis rolled his shoulder and grinned, calling out, "Come on, old-timer. How about taking this seriously?" "Is that so?" Dorag's voice sounded from directly behind Lewis. Shock flickered in Lewis's eyes. He had kept his observation haki active the entire time. And yet, Dorag's speed. Could it really be this inhuman? Only moments before, when Dorag spoke, Lewis could sense the man amid the ruins. Yet with a single word, he had already appeared at Lewis's back. Then again, perhaps it made sense. Without skills as elusive as these, Dorag would have been torn apart by those CP0 hounds decades ago. And yet, here he was, not only surviving, but constantly causing trouble for the world government. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, but in reality, it all happened in a heartbeat. The moment Dorag's voice rang out, Lewis spun and hurled a punch, imbued with all his power, right behind him. Dragon's roar, Drag uttered in a low, commanding voice. In an instant, a tremendous gust of wind exploded out from behind Lewis, but the crushing force at play sliced through the very fabric of space, preventing the blast from advancing even an inch. With a furious bellow from Lewis, the overwhelming power before him, along with Drag's form, was torn apart and scattered. Just as Lewis was about to press the attack, a sudden, inexplicable pressure descended upon him, halting him in his tracks. What's this? Lewis was taken aback. It felt as though the entire atmosphere had collapsed upon his shoulders, an invisible cage locking his every move in place. What an overwhelming power! Drag's figure reappeared, a smile playing on his lips, though the effect was slightly marred by the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But it seems it still can't do much to me. With a dash of panache, Lewis rolled his eyes. At a mere thought, a ripple of blue-violet light flashed, shattering the invisible shackle that bound him. To be continued, but seeing that the ever-dashing Lewis still looked ready to jump back into the fray, Drag hurried to speak. Hey, let's call it quits for now. We've both had our warm-up. If we really go at it, this city won't survive, and I bet you have other tasks to see to, don't you? Lewis frowned slightly, replying, aside from the political mission from above, the headquarters also assigned me to bring you back. Though he put it that way, Lewis knew full well that while he might be able to overpower Drag, actually capturing this old fox was nearly impossible. Even if he called an Isho at top speed, the result would be much the same. If a real battle erupted between them, the town would be reduced to rubble and Drag would still slip away. And if such an event came to light, it would be the Navy's reputation on the line. So far, after all, news of Drag's defection hasn't leaked to the outside world. Only the upper echelons of the Navy know the truth. Besides, the probing was done. The Navy might be eager to lay hands on him, but Lewis had his own thoughts. Now that they'd come to blows, Lewis considered the mission accomplished, or at least sufficient to give the Navy something to report back with. With that thought, he slowly sheathed Sakura 10, the blade he'd driven into the ground, letting go of his fighting spirit and the fierce aura surrounding him. Drag, a little surprised by his junior's willingness to stand down, nonetheless felt relieved that the fight was over. With a wry smile, he said, "Looks like you've got quite a soft spot for the Navy. Afraid of tarnishing its honor, are you?" "I suppose you could say that," Lewis responded with a nonchalant shrug, letting the moment pass. He paused for a moment, gathering his words, then continued. "Let's get back to business, Dragon. You didn't come here just to discuss dreams with me, did you?" Dragon fell silent for a while, then spoke in a slightly grave tone. "About Bartholomew Kuma, the Navy? No, perhaps it's better to say the people at Mary Geos. How do you plan to deal with him? If possible, I hope you'll spare his life." "Spare his life? The way you put it, it's as if you're telling me you have some connection with him, and that you've let this be seen by the Navy." "What?" Lewis rubbed his chin, sounding a little surprised. He really hadn't expected Dragon would admit to his relationship with Bartholomew Kuma so openly. Although Lewis had suspected as much, it was a very different thing to hear Dragon admit himself. So, he was extremely curious about Dragon's reasons for doing this. "I hadn't planned on saying anything, but Bartholomew Kuma is very important to me. That's why, after seeing you in Fujitora, I had to risk coming out to stop you, even though your strength exceeded my expectations." Dragon kept his composure as he spoke, then lifted the corner of his mouth in a subtle smile, as if he could see right through Lewis's heart. "What's more, having crossed swords with you, I can tell you have no intention of stopping me or getting in my way. Lewis, perhaps you also want to see if I can change this world? I believe you, and I need not be enemies." Lewis fell silent, gazing at Dragon. After a long pause, he finally replied, "Bartholomew Kuma is incredibly powerful. Even I'm not certain of victory. Why do you seem so sure I'll be able to defeat him?" Dragon's smile remained undiminished. Though Lewis hadn't answered the earlier question directly, this response already revealed quite a bit. He had made the right gamble. In fact, Dragon didn't know that, later, in response to the tidal wave of the Great Pirate Era, the world government would create the warlord system. For the time being, he had no thought of turning Bartholomew Kuma into an undercover agent. His present words were only meant to persuade Lewis not to expose their connection. If the warlord system already existed, Dragon would never have revealed his relationship with Bartholomew Kuma so easily. "You will win, Lewis. Maybe Kuma is very strong. But this is still his homeland, his country. He is a gentleman. From the moment you set foot on this island, I could already foresee his defeat," Dragon said softly. Lewis understood what he meant. Bartholomew Kuma was, indeed, formidable. Yet in the end, this was the Sorbet Kingdom, his own country. There were too many things here to worry about, too much that tethered his heart. And so, victory was impossible for him. For the sake of this kingdom, he could never win. People, once they form bonds and attachments, no matter how strong they are, their weaknesses become all the more apparent. Lewis sighed as he spoke. That was how teacher Zephyr was. And now, Bartholomew Kuma was no different. Even Dragon, because of his connection to Bartholomew Kuma, had no choice but to reveal himself before him. Perhaps you're right. But Lewis, isn't it precisely because of these bonds and attachments, because people have those they wish to protect, that they continue to hold hope for the world? Isn't that what gives them strength? Dragon replied with a gentle smile. Lewis was silent for a moment before nodding earnestly. Thank you for the lesson. It's nothing much, just offering some insight as your elder. Dragon waved his hand dismissively. With that, he glanced up at the sky and grinned. Who knows when we'll meet again? I hope that when the day comes, we won't have to fight as soon as we see each other. At the same time, Lewis, I still have high hopes for you. I have a feeling it won't be long now, Lewis replied, watching as Dragon's figure gradually faded into the air, a faint smile on his lips. No, it really won't be long. This trip to the South Sea was, on the one hand, for the mission involving Bartholomew Kuma and Dragon. On the other hand, it was also in preparation to head to Batarilla Island and escort Roger to the execution platform. The year was 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. A new era was about to begin. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the year Roger's body finally gave out. Before long, he would turn himself into the Navy, and that would mark the dawn of the great pirate era. But in Lewis's mind, for the Pirate King to surrender himself was such a waste. Wouldn't it be better if I were the one to capture you? With this accomplishment, wouldn't I be prioritized for promotion when it's time to appoint new admirals in the Navy? Who knows, maybe I could even leapfrog ahead of others and become the first among the new admirals. Maybe, someday, it might even help me compete for the position of Fleet Admiral. After all, this would be the greatest achievement the Navy could possibly claim at the moment. Bringing the Pirate King to justice would undoubtedly shake the entire world. As for Dragon, he'd certainly show up for Roger's public execution. How could he miss such an event? And naturally, Lewis wouldn't miss it either. Perhaps, by then, their paths would cross again. Looking around at the ruined streets, now nothing but scattered rubble and broken walls, Lewis shook his head, not letting it weigh too much on his mind. The city was already in decline, with a sparse population, and this was a gloomy slum besides, so little attention had been drawn to the scene. Collecting himself, Lewis lit a cigarette, letting it dangle from his lips, then turned on his heel and strode away. As for matters concerning Bartholomew Kuma and Dragon, he chose to set them aside for now. Perhaps one day, they could become leverage against Dragon as well. To be continued, inside the Sobel royal palace, the imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma sat upon his throne. The entire palace lacked any sense of lavishness. On the contrary, it was remarkably austere. Even the throne itself, a symbol of royal authority, was nothing more than a simple, unadorned chair. As for Bartholomew Kuma, there was not a trace of kingly arrogance about him. He wore the very outfit that Lewis found so familiar. Perched on his large nose was a pair of glasses, which looked tiny against his enormous frame. Upon his head rested a spotted cap with bare ears. A book lay in his hand, and, at this moment, he sat there quietly absorbed in reading. It was the very Bible he would never be seen without in the days to come. A few years ago, he had crossed paths with former Navy Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, from whom he gained much inspiration and a new outlook on life. As a result, he made up his mind to pursue reform, believing with conviction that if this transformation could be thoroughly enacted, the Sobel Kingdom would be reborn. Regrettably, he failed. The country had become unrecognizable. Bartholomew Kuma was well aware that it wasn't the path he had chosen that was at fault, but rather the overwhelming power of his adversaries. Regrets? Perhaps he had some. But if he were given another chance, he would still set foot down the road of reform. It pained him deeply, though, to see his country and its innocent people so mercilessly manipulated, dragged into depths of darkness and conspiracy. Not even the Bible in his hands could quell his anger toward the world government. A series of footsteps approached the palace, measured, deliberate. Bartholomew Kuma heard them, but showed no desire to look up, keeping his eyes lowered to the pages of his book. From the shadowed depths of the hall, Stussie's figure slowly emerged. She wore a white, elegant hat and carried a chic handbag over her arm, her grace undiminished. She looked nothing like someone tasked with a momentous mission. In fact, she could easily have been mistaken for a lady attending a royal banquet. Mr. Bartholomew Kuma, let's not mince words. You know very well why we're here. I hope this time, your answer won't disappoint us, Stussie said with a faint, charming smile. Bartholomew Kuma, however, paid her no heed, not even sparing her a glance. Stussie was unbothered. Instead, she began to leisurely survey the interior of the palace. As a member of CP, She had dealt with many allied kingdoms and seen her share of royal palaces. Yet this, she mused, was by far the most modest of them all. What a shame, Stussy thought to herself with a touch of melancholy. Such a good king. Why did he have to choose to oppose the sacred land? With a soft rustle, Bartholomew Kuma turned a page of his book. After glancing at it for a moment, he slowly lifted his head. His gaze swept past Stussy and landed on the grand entrance of the hall. There, two figures gradually appeared at the gates of the palace and made their way forward. Unlike Stussy, their footsteps resounded heavily with every step. The first was tall and poised, with tousled black hair and piercing deep blue eyes that hinted at a sharp edge. Draped across his shoulders was the great cloak of justice, embroidered with the insignia of a vice admiral. The second, a giant of a man, wore a deep purple bathrobe and carried a cane sword in hand, trailing a step behind his companion. Even though only a rear admiral's epaulettes adorned his shoulders, the air of power emanating from him was no less than that of the man before him. The aura of true strength. And there were two of them. Indeed, from the moment Stussy entered, Bartholomew Kuma had dismissed her presence. She was simply too weak, unworthy of forcing him to step down. So Bartholomew Kuma had remained seated, waiting patiently, waiting for someone who could make him relinquish all hope, someone whose very presence would shatter whatever resistance remained within him. Never did he expect that two such people would come at once. Vice Admiral Lewis the Bloodlion from Navy HQ, and Rear Admiral Fujitora Isho. Is it? Bartholomew Kuma closed his Bible with a gentle snap and looked at the pair, his question hanging in the air. There was no mistake. The newcomers were indeed Lewis and Isho. At Lewis's waist, the blade Sakura 10 swayed lightly with each stride. Isho's cane sword tapped sharply against the polished marble as he walked, announcing his arrival with a clear, ringing note. As the two stopped in front of Stussy, they eyed the legendary tyrant with undisguised curiosity, studying him from head to toe. A pleasure to meet you at last, Bartholomew Kuma. Your Majesty, Lewis said quietly. Unlike Stussy, he did not address Bartholomew Kuma as Sir, but rather gave him the honorific reserved for a king. He paused, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. To tell you the truth, I've never really liked the nickname Bloodlion. It was foisted on me by others. As if I'm some savage, he thought to himself. Nothing but slander. Still, once I'm promoted to Admiral, I'll just change it. A title's just a title, after all. By his side, Isho remained expressionless, though there was a trace of amusement in his eyes. How could you not know how you earned that title? It's all thanks to your early days, obliterating pirates without a second thought. You've only mellowed out a bit in recent years. Bartholomew Kuma, meanwhile, was most struck by those words, Your Majesty. A complex feeling stirred within him. He never would have imagined hearing that title from an official of the world government. Behind Lewis, Stussy gave him a curious look, but kept her thoughts to herself. She understood all too well the importance of self-preservation. When she had faced Bartholomew Kuma alone, she managed to maintain an air of calm and elegance. But inside, she couldn't help but be a little afraid. As a member of CP0, she was well aware of just how formidable this tyrant truly was. If she were to charge in recklessly, it would be nothing short of throwing herself away. With both Lewis and Isho standing at the forefront, shielding her from harm, it was undoubtedly the best situation she could hope for. So, Vice Admiral Lewis, as a Marine, do you think there is such a thing as justice in this matter? Bartholomew Kuma slowly rose to his feet and asked in a deep rumble. Standing tall at nearly 7 meters, he appeared almost like a giant. Coupled with his overwhelming strength, merely rising to his full height radiated a fearsome aura and crushing sense of pressure. Stussy felt this force bearing down on her. Her heart raced, cold sweat beating on her brow. Yet, seeing that Lewis remained as calm and composed as ever, her own anxiety began to ease. Lewis straightened his neck and looked up at the tyrant, his expression untroubled as he replied, The justice of the Marines stands for order. But the order of the Sorbet Kingdom has already collapsed. At this point, to swiftly restore stability here, the government believes that only your abdication will suffice. Order? Is it? Bartholomew Kuma murmured softly to himself. He followed up with another question. If I choose to abdicate, what will become of my country? It's quite simple. After your abdication, you'll be charged and exiled, never to set foot in the Sorbet Kingdom again. In exchange, the world government will spare your royal family and the kingdom itself, and they'll choose someone from the remaining royals as the new monarch. Stussy finally spoke up when she saw Lewis had left the question unanswered. Bartholomew Kuma fell silent. In his heart, he had already resigned himself to these terms. Still, before he accepted it, he wanted to hold onto a final shred of dignity as king. To be continued. A strange hum began to resonate from Bartholomew Kuma's hands. As he descended step by deliberate step from the dais of the throne, energy steadily gathered in his palms. It was as if he were clutching an invisible sphere. Air itself. Lewis recognized the technique immediately. Kuma was compressing the surrounding air, channeling the power of his devil fruit, the paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, famed for its ability to repel anything. It could even expel intangible things, such as fatigue or injuries. Of course, the Bartholomew Kuma of today might not yet have mastered his abilities to such a conceptual extent. Lewis didn't believe that at this very moment, Kuma rivaled the level of mastery he would reach 20 years in the future. Seeing Kuma begin to act, Lewis instinctively rested his hand on Shusui. But beside him, Isho gently stopped him, drawing his cane sword with a measured motion and smiling, "Leave this one to me." Before Lewis could reply, Isho stepped forward with a smile. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble gently. The sturdy floor of the palace curled up at the edges, and a formless force of gravity, tinged with a purple glow, started to ripple out from Isho as its center. "Apologies. While it's not Lewis here who's making the move, I believe I'm qualified enough," Isho said, turning his gaze toward Bartholomew Kuma. "Thank you," Kuma responded in a soft voice. Yet, in the next instant, his body vanished from Isho's sight, moving so fast he was little more than a blur. Stussy gasped in alarm. At that speed, if she were the target, she wouldn't stand a chance to resist. Kuma's impact. Bartholomew Kuma slammed the transparent energy in his palm down toward Isho. Isho, however, managed to match Kuma's lightning-fast pace. Though his eyes couldn't follow, he compensated with his keen observation haki. In the blink of an eye, Kuma's attack landed. The floor bore a clear paw print, pressed deep into the stone, while the air above erupted into a violent whirlwind. Watching the shock waves rush toward them, Lewis quickly grabbed the still-stunned Stussy, planted his feet, and leapt backward, retreating from the danger. Landing safely, Stussy stared blankly at Lewis. She was grateful that this bastard had thought to protect her in the heat of the moment. But couldn't he keep his hands to himself? "Could you please take your hands off me now?" Lewis, on the other hand, seemed entirely unaware, his attention riveted on the fierce clash between Isho and Bartholomew Kuma. He remarked, "No need to thank me." Before Stussy could voice her annoyance, Isho, having just dodged the attack, swung his blade in a mighty arc invisible gravity, carried by the sweep of his strike, instantly tore every floor tile from the Great Hall, sending them hurtling toward Kuma with unstoppable force. Kuma clapped his hands together and split them apart, revealing the paw pads on his palms. With his ability, he tried to deflect the onrushing gravitational force. But Kuma had underestimated this rising star, the rear admiral known as Fujitora. The moment their powers met, Kuma's expression shifted. He realized his usually flawless ability was unable to deflect the strike in an instant. For a few tense moments, they struggled in a deadlock. Then, with a gritted jaw and a surge of strength, Kuma began to push his palms upward. With a low cry, he heaved the crushing force overhead. Freed from Kuma's resistance, the unleashed gravity detonated against the palace ceiling, blasting it apart. Isho refused to give his opponent even a moment's respite. With a powerful push from his wooden sandals, he shot forward, staff blade at the ready, and brought it crashing down toward Bartholomew Kuma from above. At that very moment, Isho was certain Kuma would either block, bounce away, or dodge the strike. He stood there motionless, a hint of loneliness lingering on his face. Seeing this, Isho couldn't tell what was on his mind, but it was clear the man had lost the will to fight. Isho could do nothing but reverse his blade, turning the edge away, readying the back for his next move. In the next instant, a mighty slash crashed straight into Bartholomew Kuma, sending his body hurtling through the air. He smashed hard into the high platform and shattered the throne above it. At the same time, the force of the blow drove straight through the wall behind the throne, crumbling it under the overwhelming gravity. In just a moment, the time it took the two men to clash, the entire Grand Hall was reduced to ruins. Watching from behind, Lewis was not surprised in the slightest. After all, for Bartholomew Kuma, this was just a stepping stone. But Stussy had no idea what was really happening. She was left wide-eyed and in shock. That was Bartholomew Kuma she was watching. The man hailed as the strongest fighter in the South Sea. Throughout the past year, CP had sent countless elite agents to assassinate him. Every single one was sent on a trip by the tyrant himself, never to return. And yet, here he was brought down in just a handful of exchanges by Vice Admiral Isho. So, was Kuma weaker than they'd thought? Or was Isho simply too powerful? Or maybe, were they both just putting on show for her? Isho slid his blade back into its scabbard, his eyes complicated as he gazed at the massive figure sprawled amid the rubble. He couldn't understand why Kuma didn't fight back, why he stood there as if waiting for death. At last, he called out in a loud voice. "Why, Bartholomew Kuma." Kuma lay in the ruins, blood at the corner of his mouth, unmoving. He didn't plan to rise. He simply replied where he lay. "Because you are strong enough. As my final opponent as king, that's enough to let me retain a sliver of dignity. And as for why, just look around at this battered palace." Kuma's meaning was plain. If the two of them truly unleashed their powers, the entire royal capital would likely be obliterated. He had no wish to see that happen. So, after just a few token exchanges, he accepted defeat with calm resignation. After all, there was never any hope of winning to begin with, was there? Isho was silent for some time. At last, he spoke softly. "Sobel was proud to call you king. It should have been both an honor and a privilege." With that, he turned and left, joining Lewis as they walked away. Snapping back to her senses, Stussy hurriedly pulled a transponder snail from her four-dimensional pouch. Once connected, she reported, "This is Stussy. Bartholomew Kuma has been subdued. Send a team immediately." After giving her orders, she turned and saw the pair walking away, and quickly chased after them. "Vice Admiral Lewis, wait for me." But Lewis didn't even turn his head. "Director Stussy, shouldn't you stay to handle the aftermath?" At that, Stussy waved a hand dismissively, indicating cleanup was someone else's job. Rebuilding wasn't in the purview of the CP agency at all. The three of them continued their casual, intermittent conversation all the way to the dock where the battleship was moored. Lewis gave a quick wink to Yixiao, signaling him to go ahead. Once they parted ways, he led Stussy to a stretch of shoreline strewn with jagged rocks, and spoke up. "Lady Stussy, are you truly not interested in joining the Navy? I'm guessing you've pretty much hit the ceiling over at CP0, haven't you? Above you, there are only 2 seats left, the Chief and the Grand Director." Stussy let out a light laugh at his words and replied with a smile. "Vice Admiral Lewis, didn't we agree to discuss this only after you've become an admiral yourself?" At this point, she was already a high-ranking field commander in CP0, which was on par with a candidate for admiral in the Navy headquarters. Above her stood the Chief, who commanded all of CP0, and the even more powerful Grand Director of the entire CP organization. The Grand Director's authority went far beyond just CP0. From Division 0 through 9, every CP member had to follow his orders. He reported directly to the 5 elders, and even most celestial dragons had no sway over him. Yet, whether it was the Chief or the Grand Director, Stussy felt she didn't really stand a chance at either position. So Lewis wasn't wrong. She'd indeed reached the end of the road in CP0. Later, when she ventured into the underworld to establish the Pleasure District, perhaps that was her way of forging a new path, aiming to seize even more power and status, so she could rise to an even higher level than before. Is that so? What a pity. I was hoping that if Lady Stussy were willing to side with the Navy, I'd make sure you struck it big this time, Lewis said with a subtly mischievous tone. Struck it big? How big exactly? Stussy showed no signs of doubting Lewis's promise. It was hardly the kind of thing someone would bother lying about. "I'd say it's the biggest haul in nearly 20 years. To be continued. The look in Stussy's eyes made it clear. Her interest was piqued, and Lewis knew he'd guessed right. When he first came into contact with her, Lewis hadn't really known what kind of person Stussy truly was. He'd only heard that one day, she would become queen of the Pleasure District, ruling over one of the most crucial intelligence networks in the world. Her strength, well, it was decent, nothing to scoff at. So back at the orphanage, his approach had partly been a way to test the waters. When Lewis asked her directly back then, Stussy hadn't firmly turned him down, instead leaving him with just enough room for imagination. In truth, she didn't seem particularly loyal to Cypher Pole. Perhaps her allegiance was to herself above all. But that was fine. After all, people always look out for their own interests in the end. As for those earlier ambiguous remarks, thinking about it, they made sense. After all, she had invested years of effort in the CP organization, accruing achievements, connections, and resources that would be hard to simply walk away from. After probing into this woman's character, Lewis decided it was necessary to make a two-pronged plan. First, to see if there was a way to recruit her, making her one of his subordinates. Say what you will, having such a stunning beauty as an underling would come with no shortage of advantages, that's for sure. Second, he would prepare to collaborate with her, forming an alliance as equals. But not just the standard sort of cooperation between CP and Navy headquarters. He wanted a private alliance, something personal. As for who would take the lead in this partnership, that would depend entirely on whose skills and cunning prevailed. That was a question for the future, something to be settled another day. In Lewis's mind, once this private alliance was established, both sides would reap considerable benefits. For instance, all those dirty and exhausting jobs, he could hand them off entirely to CP. Why not let them do the heavy lifting? And on Stussy's end, with Lewis backing her, she could go about her business far more freely. It would also bolster her chances of being promoted to Director General, and when good opportunities arose, she might even get a share of the spoils. Take this time, for example. The credit for capturing Roger could become the perfect catalyst for their collaboration. Of course, if the Navy hadn't so thoroughly botched things with that intelligence organization at Glacial Relic, Lewis wouldn't have had to play these cards at all. A swirl of thoughts tumbled through Lewis's mind, one after the other. But when Stussy heard what he said, she was momentarily stunned. The greatest achievement in nearly 20 years? Did Lewis even think before he spoke? The last time anyone spoke of such a feat, what was it in reference to? The God Valley incident. Such resounding merit. He made it sound as casual as a whisper. If you really had to name something, perhaps only the capture of the long-vanished Pirate King, Roger, would compare. Wait a moment. The Pirate King, Roger? Stussy shot Lewis a surprised glance. Ever since the incident at the orphanage, she had begun collecting every scrap of information she could about him. For example, Lewis had predicted Roger's rise to the summit well in advance. He had even boldly asserted afterward that Roger's crew would soon dissolve and disband. At the time, these statements seemed nothing short of sensational. Yet facts had proven Lewis right. If anyone could pull it off, perhaps it was truly him. At this thought, Stussy glided closer to Lewis, slipping her arm through his. From the outside, they looked for all the world like love-struck sweethearts. Then, lowering her voice, Stussy purred, "Lord Lewis, you're not talking about Roger, are you?" As she spoke, she gave her lips a slow, tempting lick and gazed at him with those large, liquid eyes, pure enchantment, every bit the beguiling siren. "Are you really going to use this to test your officer?" JPG. Lewis, for his part, just curled his lips into a sly smile, replying noncommittally, "Who's to say?" Seeing that he was completely unmoved by her usual tactics, Stussy shifted her approach. She loosened her grip on Lewis's arm just a little and, with a cheerful smile, said, "Lord Lewis, did you just mention that there's a place for me in the Navy?" "Oh, Lady Stussy, could it be that you're tempted by the offer?" Lewis raised an eyebrow and asked in a soft voice, "To be personally invited by you time and again is truly an honor for me, Lord Lewis. But don't you think I'd be of more use to you if I stayed in the CP agency?" Stussy rose slightly on her toes and, with both hands still resting on Lewis's arm, whispered into his ear. Lewis pretended as though this thought had only just occurred to him. He stroked his chin like a wise old man, furrowing his brow as if pondering the idea seriously. There are times when things can't be said outright. Unlike Lewis, if Stussy took the initiative herself, then the reins would be in her own hands. He believed that someone with her level of ambition would never let slip a single chance to move up in the world. As soon as he dangled the bait named Roger before her, she took it eagerly, just as he expected. Still, joining the Navy was out of the question. To be honest, just in terms of combat ability, she simply couldn't cut it. There are far too many monsters in Navy headquarters. Right now, the officer in charge of intelligence, the legendary strategist Sru, fought her way up from Sengoku Sera and certainly lacks nothing in strength. As for loyalty, Stussy's ties to the CP agency are indeed tenuous at best. At first, she was genuinely grateful to the world government for taking in an orphan like her. But as her status rose, she began to brush up against deeper secrets. Only later did she realize that Mary Geos itself was behind that wicked trade in human lives. She might have lost her entire family, snatched away as a child in just such a transaction. Yet, even if she wanted to seek justice, she'd never be able to. You have to walk in darkness to grasp just how immense and terrifying the world government truly is. So, she could only swallow her resentment and go with the flow. Any sense of loyalty had long since faded. Without loyalty, Stussy felt distinctly unsafe within the CP agency. If she wanted to protect herself and avoid being cast aside like a pawn, she needed even greater power, a higher status, and more achievements to prove her worth. And in CP0, being an elite field commander is about as far as one can climb. But now, thanks to Lewis, a different possibility started to gleam in her mind. If she tried to get close to the Navy as a whole, it would no doubt spell her end. But what if her alliance was only with Lewis? Not only would she avoid being shuffled around, she might even find herself valued and vigorously encouraged. With this kind of partnership, both of them could climb higher within their respective organizations. One in the Navy, the other in the CP agency. Wasn't that the best outcome possible? And Stussy firmly believed, surely Lewis wouldn't turn her down. Would he? Haha. Lady Stussy, you must be joking. The Navy and CP have always enjoyed a good relationship. After all, we're just sister organizations. Cooperation between us is nothing unusual. With that said, I really don't understand what you mean. Lewis kept his smile unchanged as he gently pulled his arm from Stussy's embrace. Stussy wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, she played along with his words. That's right, we are sister organizations. And precisely for that reason, cooperation should be even closer between us, don't you think? Now, seeing that the warship was fully prepared and ready to depart, Lewis decided it was time to stop beating about the bush. He came straight to the point. Lady Stussy, your words alone aren't enough. How can I be sure you're sincere? Upon hearing this, Stussy fell silent for a while. After weighing her thoughts, she finally made up her mind. Her tone grew earnest as she spoke. CP-0 is preparing to build an intelligence network within the underworld, and I will be involved in its formation soon. This information is strictly confidential. At the same time, I'll make you a promise, Vice Admiral. If I really become the one in charge of this operation, this organization can be at your disposal. Provided, of course, that you safeguard my interests. Lewis was inwardly startled. As expected, this organization must be the future, famous Pleasure Street. By revealing this, she was pretty much handing him a bargaining chip, an evident display of utmost sincerity. If this ever leaked, Stussy's fate would be obvious. Hearing this, Lewis nodded, grinning as he replied. I hope you'll remember, Lady Stussy, no one likes a traitor. After all, no one favors someone who plays both sides. A faint, knowing smile traced Stussy's lips, her attitude clear. She once again pressed closer to Lewis's arm, letting herself brush against him as she spoke. So, is it time to tell me about the greatest achievement of the past 20 years? Lewis's assessment of this was, on par with Guillaume. Not allowing himself to get dragged into this devilish mood, Lewis relaxed and said with a chuckle, just as you suspected, I've already discovered Roger's whereabouts. Stussy was inwardly stunned. So it was true. For this information alone, her trip had been well worth it. To be continued. On a certain stretch of the South Sea, Lewis's warship sailed forward. On the distant, glimmering sea, the sun had only just begun to rise. A gentle breeze stirred. It promised to be a fine day. Matters regarding the kingdom of Sober were finally settled. As for what would become of Bartholomew Kuma, Lewis felt little concern. This trip to the South Sea, on the surface, was meant to coordinate with CP's political mission and to apprehend Dragon. But in truth, Lewis's attention had always remained fixed on Roger. It's just that no one had ever known about this matter. Even Stussy herself had only found out recently. Isho was holding a big bowl of steaming buckwheat noodles, about to head out onto the deck to enjoy a hearty breakfast in the sunshine, when suddenly, the door to the captain's quarters beside him swung open. A moment later, Isho saw that woman from CP-0 step out of the room. He was no rookie. Isho instantly understood what was going on. Over the past few days of their journey at sea, she would spend the nights in Lewis's room, only stepping out in the morning. There was no need to imagine what might have happened inside. The satisfied look on her face left little doubt. She must have been learning some new skills, so to speak. As for this, Isho had nothing much to say. It was Lewis's private affair, after all. The real question was, once they returned to headquarters, how would he face Gion, who was known to be rather jealous? Now that was what Isho found most interesting. Savoring his buckwheat noodles, his appetite felt supercharged. Stussy, too, noticed Isho. She nodded to him nonchalantly and walked on by with perfect composure. She cared nothing for what others might think. Truth be told, her allure was her best weapon. Why else keep herself in such immaculate condition? Lewis was a man worth betting on. She was fully aware that a man like him wouldn't be easily swayed by beauty, and with her position, she could never hope to become his wife. But that was fine. Being able to spend time together and deepen their understanding was rewarding in itself. Besides, Lewis was easily the most handsome man she had ever encountered. His striking features matched with that bold, commanding presence. If this were ancient times, he'd be a Zhao Yun or Ma Chao, as impressive in looks as in martial prowess. The pride of the Navy, no doubt. In light of all this, it was perfectly understandable that Stussy would volunteer for the role. Not long after, Lewis himself emerged, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, chest and midriff exposed, a pair of flamboyant floral swim trunks on the bottom, flip-flops on his feet, and a fishing rod plus a small folding stool in hand. Isho, still working on his noodles, caught a glimpse of Lewis's outfit and thought nothing of it. They were on break, after all. He could wear whatever he pleased. But here's the thing. Now that their mission was over, why were they still lingering in the South Sea? At first, Isho hadn't minded, being preoccupied with gambling against other Marines. But after several days, his money was already long gone, and naturally, he couldn't keep playing. Now his days were spent just eating and sleeping. He was bored out of his mind. Along the way, they had run into a few bands of pirates. But there was never any need for either Lewis or Isho to lift a hand. The other Marines would charge in with wild enthusiasm. Needless to say, those pirates were completely out of their league. After slurping up the last mouthful of noodles and swallowing it down with a sip of broth, Isho let out a satisfied burp and grinned before turning his gaze to Lewis, who was fishing without any bait. He simply couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Are you actually fishing? How are you supposed to catch anything without bait?" At that, Lewis shot him a look full of disdain and replied with deliberate mystery, "I'm after the big fish. It's no wonder you don't get it. Really now? Show off much?" Isho barely managed to restrain a sarcastic comment, rolling his eyes instead, before steering the conversation back to more serious matters. "Speaking of which, when are we heading back? Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku called me yesterday to check in. Is there anything urgent going on in Marineford these days that needs us?" "Ah, got one." To Isho's bewilderment, Lewis actually managed to hook a fish without any bait at all. Still, Isho kept to the topic and answered, "No, everything at headquarters has been quiet lately. The new world's the same as ever. Let them play their games and tear each other apart. There's no need for us to intervene. Is that so? Then call headquarters later and let the Fleet Admiral know we'll be returning a little later." Lewis nodded as he spoke, then cast his line back into the water, settling in to fish some more. Isho had no objections. Although it was a bit dull, this really did feel like a paid vacation. He was secretly glad for the delay. Soon after, he called over a soldier to bring a table, some chairs, and a teapot. Once the tea was brewed, Isho poured a cup for each of them. He cradled his cup, blew gently to cool the tea, and asked, "So, what exactly are we staying here in the South Sea for?" Lewis pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze drifting past the fence and out onto the sea. He replied seriously, "There's something I need to confirm." "What is it?" Isho inquired, curiosity piqued. Lewis stubbed out his cigarette, lit a fresh one, and exhaled thoughtfully before speaking in a quiet voice. "According to the intelligence I have, along with information from CP0 Stussy, I have reason to suspect that 2 years ago, when the pirate King Joel D. Roger disappeared at sea, he actually went into hiding here on Batarilla Island in the South Sea." Isho had just taken a sip of tea when the shock nearly made him spit it all out. He sputtered tea straight across at Lewis. Thankfully, the ever-composed Lewis managed to get his barrier up in time. Otherwise, he'd have had to change his clothes. Coughing a few times to collect himself, Isho blurted out, "Lewis, are you sure you're not kidding?" Naturally, Lewis couldn't claim he was totally sure, so he chose a more measured response. "It's impossible to say for certain right now, but since we're here, we might as well take a look ourselves. If that's the case, shouldn't we let headquarters know and request backup? Even if you and I work together, there's no guarantee we could bring Roger in." Isho frowned, his tone grave. After all, they were talking about the Pirate King himself. Lewis let out a laugh and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Old friend, do you know how many reports of spotting Roger our Navy has received in the last 2 years? Far too many. Every few days we get word that Roger has been seen on some island or another. If we had to brace ourselves every single time, the Navy wouldn't be able to do anything else but chase those rumors around the world." Isho heard this and gradually came back to his senses, smiling as he replied, "Looks like I was getting worked up over nothing." He now understood. There was simply too much chaos surrounding Roger's whereabouts. Every now and then, it seemed, Roger was said to appear somewhere new. And, as Lewis saw it, the difference this time was that the news came from an island nearby, so it was worth taking a look. But then Isho reconsidered. Roger had disappeared for over 2 years. Was it truly possible that their own boss would just stumble upon him on this trip? That seemed highly unlikely. Most probably, it was just another piece of false information, not worth getting overly worked up about. Lewis tapped the ashes of his spent cigarette into the tray, settled the matter, and said, "So, we'll just go have a look around the island, take a stroll, and head back in a few days. No need to alert headquarters or waste resources on this." "Yes, Vice Admiral Lewis." Isho stood up, gave a respectful salute with a gentle smile, and after sitting back down, asked Lewis for a cigarette. Lighting it, he paused in thought, then asked, "Lewis, just in case, what if Roger really is on that island?" At that, Lewis stood up, gazed out toward the distant sea with a look of resolve, and declared, "In that case, it's our time to carry out justice." To be continued. South Sea, Batarira Island. A truly ordinary island. No special resources, no fame, and no real strategic value. In the vast expanse of the sea, such islands were as plentiful as the stars. There wasn't any nation established here, just a small town with only a few hundred inhabitants. Life moved slowly, news arrived late, and visiting boats were a rarity. But if there were no pirates or criminals stirring up trouble, one could live here in perfect peace. Yet on this unremarkable speck of land, a figure of world-shaking significance was hiding. The Pirate King, Gold Roger. Back when he was sailing the South Sea, Roger met a woman here by the name of Port Gas de Rouge. The reason for their meeting? The letter D in her name had sparked Roger's curiosity. And as everyone knows, curiosity is often the beginning of one's downfall. Rouge was a stunningly beautiful woman, perhaps not powerful, but possessed of a strong spirit and gentle heart. And it was here, on this quiet island, that our golden Roger found his great romance. For someone like him, love only served to tie him down, holding back his ambitions. After lingering for a while, Roger still chose to set off for the vast open sea. As for Rouge, she promised to wait for his return. That promise led to many years of waiting. Fortunately, Roger did make his way back to the woman he loved. But sadly, he had fallen gravely ill, with little time left to live. Even so, Rouge continued to love Roger deeply, and the two of them withdrew from the world, living in seclusion on this island. Given how isolated Badarilla Island was, most of the people here were scarcely educated. Hardly anyone even knew how to read, so it was no wonder that almost no one paid attention to the news. In fact, even the newsbirds couldn't be bothered to fly out here and deliver papers. While a handful on the island had heard rumors about the Pirate King, Roger, such a legendary figure, was far removed from the reality of their ordinary lives. Their concerns were far more practical, like figuring out where to fish tomorrow. Besides, ever since Roger began living in hiding, he dropped his old airs completely. Nothing about him hinted at the Pirate King who once defied the world. He blended into the background, so it's no surprise he went unnoticed these past 2 years. When Roger left the Oro Jackson, he brought away enough treasure to guarantee a life of comfort for himself and Rouge, but wanted a better fit into the community, and with Rouge having her own ideas as well. The couple decided not to just sit back and live off their riches. Rouge made things with her hands every day, sewing handkerchiefs and small cloths, which she'd ask Roger to take to the town market and sell. Roger was happy to do it. After all, it was a chance to savor the simple pleasures of everyday life. At Badarilla's only harbor, Roger could be seen tending a small stall covered with Rouge's handmade crafts. He'd joke and chat with the neighboring vendors, blending in perfectly. "Hey, Rod," said a fishmonger playfully, "you look like someone with some muscle. Why waste your days selling trinkets? Come out to sea with me tomorrow. That'll earn you a lot more than this." Rod was Roger's alias, a little thing, really. Hearing this, Roger scoffed and replied with mock indignation. "Don't underestimate these, my friend. Every single stitch is sewn by my beloved wife. Honestly, I'm only selling them cheap because all of you are so strapped for cash. If we were in a big city or some major country, these would go for a fortune, several million berries at least. You're getting a real bargain, trust me." Laughter rippled through the crowd of vendors. If nothing else, Rod certainly had a knack for spinning tall tales. Roger joined in the laughter, but suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. His face flushed and then turned pale, and he quickly pressed a handkerchief over his mouth. When he regained his breath, he glanced at the cloth. Fresh blood stained the fabric. "Are you all right, Roger?" a vendor asked with concern. Roger quickly stuffed the handkerchief back in his pocket, waved his hand nonchalantly, and replied, "It's nothing, just the same old problem." Yes, the same old problem, except it was getting worse. Back when he was sailing the seas, Roger never worried about such things, not even about illnesses that couldn't be cured. He'd long since come to terms with the idea of death, ready to face it whenever it came. Out on the ocean, whether pirate or marine, you left thoughts of life and death behind. If you were afraid of dying, why would you ever set sail? But after coming to Badarilla, after settling down in seclusion with Rouge, Roger began to feel a new kind of fear creeping in. It wasn't his own death he feared. It was the thought of what would happen to Rouge after he was gone. Just as Roger was lost in these thoughts, someone suddenly shouted, "A warship! That's a massive warship! In all my years, I've never seen a ship that big. No way this is from the South Blue Naval Branch. This must be one of those legendary headquarters warships," someone speculated. On hearing this, Roger quickly turned his gaze toward the harbor, and sure enough, there was a colossal naval vessel slowly sailing into port. The Navy? Are they here for me? Roger wondered, surprised. After all, Badarilla was an out-of-the-way, God-forsaken island. Big Navy ships were unheard of, and even local South Blue Patrol ships were rare sights throughout the year. But even so, something felt off. If they were really coming for him, it couldn't be just a single ship. He was fairly certain the Navy didn't know about his current situation. Gazing at the warship, Roger pulled out his blood-stained handkerchief again and stared at the dark, rusty blotches. In his heart, he sighed silently. Perhaps the time for farewells is drawing near. With that thought, Roger took leave of the vendors, saying he felt unwell and needed to go home to take his medicine. He gathered up his things and quietly left. The others didn't think much of it, smiling and telling him to take good care of his health. Meanwhile, the warship's gangway was slowly lowered to the pier, and Lewis descended from the ship alongside Stussy. Isho stayed aboard as deputy commander to oversee the ship's security. This place? Stussy stood at the harbor, looking around. It was so utterly ordinary, not a suspicious thing in sight. She couldn't help but ask, "Lewis, is Roger really here?" After experiencing a battle of blood and flesh together, the two of them had grown much closer. Formal titles and distance had faded away. Lewis simply smiled and said, "The most unlikely things have a way of happening right before your eyes." Still worried, Stussy suggested that perhaps they should request backup from headquarters, as otherwise it was all a bit too risky. "There's no need," said Lewis, shaking his head to refuse her suggestion. Stussy had wanted to persuade him a bit more, but seeing that Lewis was completely unmoved, she had no choice but to close her mouth. "Seal off the harbor. Until I give the order, no one is allowed to leave this island," Lewis said, tilting his head to look at the Navy colonel standing nearby. "Has the South Sea Branch's crew arrived yet?" The Navy colonel promptly acknowledged Lewis's command, then replied, "South Sea Branch 233 and Branch 315, a total of 10 standard South Sea warships and 3,000 men, have already reached the nearby waters and are on their way here." Although Lewis didn't intend to trouble headquarters personnel, he had no qualms about making use of the South Sea Branch. However, compared to the main fleet, the South Sea Branch's ships were obviously slower. They'd have to wait a while longer. Lewis nodded to indicate that he understood, then ordered, "Tell them there's no need to come ashore. Just blockade the waters around Batarilla Island and coordinate with our main force." "Yes, Vice Admiral," the colonel answered with a crisp salute. Afterwards, Lewis fell silent again and simply waited at the harbor for a while. Before long, a middle-aged man, shepherded by a junior officer and flanked by nervous Navy soldiers, was led over. The moment this man saw Lewis, despite his casual attire of a white shirt and beach shorts, the air of authority about him, coupled with the people surrounding him, made it instantly clear that this was no ordinary person. He hurried to speak. "Yes, sir, we're all honest folk here." Lewis's expression remained unchanged, his tone grave as he asked, "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes, sir. I'm the town mayor," the man replied nervously. "Don't be so tense. We're the Navy. As long as you haven't broken the law, you have nothing to worry about," Lewis said, softening his tone when he saw how anxious the man was. The mayor visibly relaxed. He was a proper citizen. After all, in his whole life, he'd never done anything truly wrong. Well, except maybe bullying the occasional down-and-out villager. "So, in the past 2 years, have you seen anyone suspicious?" Lewis asked with a faint smile. "No, no one," the mayor stammered, shaking his head after a brief pause. Lewis gestured for Stussy, who promptly handed him a wanted poster. He handed it to the mayor and warned him, "Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, the consequences won't fall on you alone." The mayor glanced at the poster, and his eyes went wide in shock. A bounty of 5,564 million belly? Did the Navy really believe a person of that magnitude would hide on an island like this? Honestly, as the mayor, he considered himself one of this island's rare men of status. Roger was never fond of mingling with these so-called high-class folks. That just wasn't his style. Most days, he would be found among the street vendors, sharing their company. So, it was no surprise the mayor didn't even recognize Roger. Perhaps realizing this, Lewis waved his hand impatiently, signaling for this do-nothing mayor to get lost. In a town with only a few hundred people, the mayor couldn't even recognize everyone. What kind of mayor is that, anyway? Then, Lewis had the few remaining curious vendors brought over. He showed them the wanted poster and asked, "Have you seen this man on the island?" The vendor glanced at the poster, then exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Rod?" "Rod?" A smile spread across Lewis's face. It seemed Roger really was on this island, after all. Standing nearby, Stussy's face also showed unmistakable surprise and a hint of excitement upon hearing the news. To be continued. Meanwhile, at Roger's home, as soon as he returned, he found Rouge in the kitchen, preparing a meal. "You're home early today. Are you feeling unwell again?" Rouge turned her head, a look of surprise on her face. Without a word, Roger stood in the doorway, holding his bundle, simply gazing at his wife. Rouge seemed to sense that something was wrong. She set down her utensils, silently, and tears began to stream down her face. Roger's heart ached at the sight, but he forced a smile and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Let's eat first." Rouge covered her mouth, nodding again and again. Soon, steaming dishes were set on the table. The two sat across from each other in silence, eating quietly. Time really does fly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed, Roger suddenly said, shattering the peaceful stillness. Yes, Rouge's cheeks were still stained with tears, but she managed a faint smile as she spoke softly. After swallowing his last bite, Roger lingered a moment before saying, with reluctance, "Rouge, I have to go. The last trace of a smile faded from Rouge's face. Her fingers trembled slightly as she poured Roger a bowl of soup. Then she finally replied, I understand. Seeing her like this, Roger couldn't hold back any longer. He started to speak. If, back then, I hadn't left, maybe we... Before he could finish, Rouge shook her head and smiled brightly, her voice gentle and sure. Roger, the one I love is the man who sailed the seas, the one who never admitted defeat. If you were the man for back then, and not who you are now, I would never have fallen in love with you. She paused for a moment, then continued. You're the pirate king, an indomitable legend. If you were gone from these seas, wouldn't the world be a duller place? Besides, how else could I ever bear to let you chase after the horizon? Roger burst out laughing, his laughter gradually fading, until it dissolved into a sigh. 2 years ago, I told Newgate I had no more regrets in life. But a life like this, it's just too lonely. Rouge, I truly regret it. I regret not coming back to be with you sooner. It's enough just to have you back, Rouge replied, shaking her head. To her, Roger's safe return was the greatest happiness she could wish for. After finishing the soup, Roger savored the warmth lingering within him. Looking at Rouge with wistfulness, he said, If only I could be there to see our child come into this world. How wonderful that would be. But my time is running out. Has it gotten worse? Rouge asked, concern clouding her face. Roger nodded, but then steered the conversation elsewhere, turning to the name of their unborn child. You're the father. Why don't you choose a name? Rouge replied softly, glancing down and gently caressing her belly, her face alight with happiness. If it's a boy, let's call him Ace. AC, an ace in the deck. And if it's a girl, let's name her Anne. I just want her to live a joyful life, full of peace and laughter, free from worries. There was a tenderness etched into every line of Roger's face as he spoke. It was plain that he had given these names deep consideration. All right, I trust you, Rouge replied, a smile blooming on her lips. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. A voice called from outside. Is Roger home? Hello. Roger's expression changed immediately, growing tense and grave. He had assumed that with only a single Navy warship outside, they likely weren't coming for him, or at the very least, it would take them some time to locate him. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly, not even giving him the chance to move Rouge to safety. If the Navy discovered Rouge's presence, and worse, realized she was pregnant, Roger had no doubt that the world government would never forgive his bloodline. Rouge looked at Roger and let out a sigh. What must come will come sooner or later. She stood up and opened the door. Strangely enough, the visitor's attire didn't resemble that of a Navy officer at all. He looked as if he were headed for a beach vacation, complete with a pair of tinted sunglasses, though he was remarkably tall. Allow me to introduce myself. Vice Admiral Lewis of Navy Headquarters. I'm here to find Roger. Seeing the uncertainty in Rouge's eyes, Lewis offered a smile and took the initiative to present himself. Truth be told, he harbored little fondness for Roger. There was no denying Roger was a man of greatness, but he was still a pirate, his hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. Rouge, on the other hand, he deeply admired. First, for having won the heart of a man like Roger, and second, for her courage as a mother, enduring 20 long months of hiding from both the world government and the Navy, just to protect Ace growing inside her. A woman like this was truly worthy of anyone's respect. Lugio gazed at Lewis in surprise. She had imagined countless times what it would be like if the Navy ever came knocking at their door. But this Vice Admiral Lewis, he seemed to be just dropping by for a friendly visit. But there was no use trying to hide. Lugio nodded, stepped aside to make room, and said, Hello, my name is Lugio, Roger's wife. Please come in. Thanking her, Lewis changed into house slippers. Though they were a bit small, it wasn't much of a problem. Lewis followed Lugio inside, took off his sunglasses, and curiously looked around the house. It was quite ordinary, but it had the warmth unique to a real home. They hadn't gone far, just past the hallway, when they saw a man at the dining table, engrossed in his meal, utterly absorbed as if nothing else in life mattered more than eating. Lewis burst out laughing. Roger, you really are here, aren't you? His laughter rang out as if he and Roger were old friends, reunited after many years. Hearing Lewis's voice, Roger finally looked up. He studied the face that was both unfamiliar and oddly familiar, and asked with uncertainty, Blood Lion Lewis? Didn't expect you to remember me, Roger. It must have been years since we last met, hasn't it? Lewis said as he pulled out a chair and sat down, making himself right at home. After settling in, he couldn't help but joke. But honestly, stop calling me Blood Lion, will you? Makes me sound like some heartless executioner. Oomph. Why don't you go ask those pirates you smashed to bits and see if they agree? Roger snorted, shaking his head in exasperation. They stared at each other for a moment, Then both broke out into hearty laughter. A moment later, Lewis poured himself a glass of water and asked, "So, was Laugh Tale fun?" "It was quite the adventure," Roger replied, glancing at him sideways. "Incredible. To think you accomplished something that's eluded people for centuries," Lewis exclaimed in admiration. Regardless of whether Roger was good or bad, there was no denying how remarkable this feat was. He took a sip of water, then looked at Lu Jio with meaning in his eyes. "You've had quite a good life these past 2 years, haven't you?" "Indeed I have. The taste of love is the most intoxicating of all," Roger said with a smile, unfazed by the deeper meaning behind Lewis's words. To that, Lewis simply smiled and let it pass. Roger, however, couldn't help but feel a bit curious as he looked at Lewis. He spoke up, "Hey, Lewis, I know you're strong, but don't you think you're a little too confident? Coming to find me all on your own?" In his mind, this Navy man was even more eccentric than Garp. "Well, it's just that you're not long for this world," Lewis replied matter-of-factly, his words stunning both Roger and Lu Jio. Lewis had been about to light a cigarette, but suddenly remembered that Lu Jio was pregnant. He quickly tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. Seeing the situation, Rouge was quite understanding. She stood up, went upstairs, and gestured for him to make himself at home. Watching her leave, Lewis sighed. "Who would have thought your wife is pregnant? Roger, are you really going to be so irresponsible?" With that, he casually lit a cigarette, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on the so-called Pirate King. Roger opened his mouth, faced with Lewis's accusation, but didn't know how to respond. To retort? But Lewis was right. He was a scoundrel, at least when it came to Rouge. "Oh, what a hassle. I thought I'd just pick you up and leave, but now you've left me with 2 extra complications." Lewis scratched his head, feigning exasperation. To be continued. Bosses, show some support if you can. A vote, a donation, anything would help. I'm about to collapse here. As for Roger's impending death, Lewis perhaps felt a tinge of regret, but no sympathy. But when it came to Rouge and the child she carried, Lewis truly believed they didn't deserve to die. The so-called theory of bloodlines was pure nonsense. A person's future should never be dictated by their ancestry. Whether it was the so-called nobility of the celestial dragons or the so-called inherited sin, Lewis detested such notions. And that was one of the reasons he'd come here to meet Roger in secret. Roger's grip tightened on his chopsticks, a murderous aura thickening around Lewis. Yet Lewis pretended not to notice, continuing in his own calm voice. "Hiding the Pirate King is treated as the same crime. But the child is innocent. No one is born a criminal. To seek the light is human nature. To condemn by the rod of lineage, that is truly unjust." Roger was momentarily stunned by those words and replied, "You do see things clearly. You, a pirate, aren't qualified to talk about justice," Lewis retorted, rolling his eyes. Roger, having fallen under Lewis's control, had no words of rebuttal for once. In truth, since Lewis had appeared, Roger had come to many realizations. He still harbored some vain hope that the Navy hadn't come for him, but now that the situation was clear, he knew he couldn't escape. Even if he could flee, what about Rouge? What about the child not yet born? If he wanted all 3 of them to leave safely, he'd have to kill everyone outside himself and Rouge. There were quite a few on this island who knew that Rod had a family. So, only this Navy officer before him could give Rouge a sliver of hope. Seeing the turmoil in Roger's eyes, Lewis decided not to dwell on the subject. The situation was clear enough. He made his stance plain. "Roger, no matter where you run, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the Navy will find you." Roger suddenly swung his arm with commanding force, pressing Lewis down onto the table in a slightly provocative manner. "You're right," he declared. "I don't have much time left. But Lewis, have you considered what might happen if a dying man throws all caution to the wind?" "That's exactly why I'm here to discuss things with you," Lewis replied, nodding thoughtfully. Truth be told, even he wasn't sure just how much strength Roger had left after being ravaged by illness for so long. There was simply no way to be certain. What if, on a sudden impulse, the old pirate lashed out and killed him? Wouldn't this trip have been for nothing? "As long as you promise to protect Rouge and my child, I will surrender," Roger said gravely. Lewis cast him a sidelong glance, tapped the ash off his cigarette, and instead of replying directly, he countered with a question of his own. "Protection? Even if I gave you my word, could you really trust me?" Roger fell silent, thrown off balance by the question. Lewis looked at him, sighed, and, recalling that remarkable mother, said reflectively, "All I can promise is that I won't lay a hand on them. Shortly, I'll report what's happening here to Vice Admiral Garp. 2 days from now, when he arrives, you'll board the ship and let yourself be taken into custody. By then, I'll already have relayed the news to headquarters." After he'd finished speaking, Roger looked up at just the right moment. The surprise in his eyes gradually softened into gratitude. "Thank you," he murmured. He understood that if he were kept under Lewis's watch, the Navy's main forces would inevitably send for him. An incident of this magnitude wouldn't be left solely to Lewis and Isho. Headquarters would never be at ease with that. If any mishap occurred, the consequences would be dire. But with this 2-day buffer, there'd be just enough time for him to meet with Garp. In the entire Navy, Garp was the only man Roger trusted, a reckless soul like himself. If everything went as planned, Rouge and his child might yet be saved. Lewis finished the water in his glass in one long swallow, stubbed out his cigarette, and got to his feet, waving dismissively. "That's all I have to say. It's time I was going." Seeing this, Roger rose as well, walking with Lewis to the door. Just as Lewis was about to leave, Roger grinned and called out, "Aren't you worried I'll try to escape?" Lewis let out a hearty laugh, pushed the door wide, and without looking back, called over his shoulder, "If you did, you wouldn't be the Pirate King." Watching Lewis stride away, Roger couldn't help but smile to himself and mutter, "What an interesting Marine." Back aboard the ship, Lewis sought out Isho and gave his order. "I want every Marine to stay off the island. Everyone is to remain on the ship and rest." Isho acknowledged the command, but then, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "So, Roger really is on the island?" Lewis nodded in confirmation. Upon hearing this, Isho's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his voice in an urgent whisper, "Shouldn't we be moving to arrest him right now? What if he gets away?" A smile. Lewis interrupted him directly, then asked him a question. "Do you think the wife and children of a guilty man should be implicated?" Hearing this, Isho was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood what was going on. He replied firmly, "Of course not. No matter what, the children are innocent. If we do otherwise, where would the Navy's sense of justice be?" After speaking, Isho saluted with a smile and went off to carry out his orders. I really can't imagine. What kind of woman could possibly conquer the king of the pirates? Isho wondered to himself. Before long, Stussy walked over as well, eyeing Lewis with some curiosity. "Lewis, what are you waiting for?" "Stussy, since we're allies, I'll let you handle the very first task of our cooperation," Lewis replied, looking at her with a warm smile. Stussy paused in surprise, then asked, "What sort of task?" "When it comes to credit, you'll get every bit you deserve. I can assure you of that. But since Roger lingered in the South Sea for a full 2 years, Mary Geos will definitely send someone to investigate. Both CP and the Navy are bound to be involved. As I see it, Vice Admiral Garp will take charge on the Navy side. And as for CP, unless I'm mistaken, wouldn't you be the one responsible? If so, I hope you'll coordinate your actions with Vice Admiral Garp." Stussy frowned, not quite understanding what Lewis was getting at. Still, she nodded in response. "That's right. If she took part in the operation to capture Roger and earn some merit, there was no reason the CP agency wouldn't entrust her with the subsequent, more tedious follow-up work. It's only right to see things through from start to finish. To work with Vice Admiral Garp, that's not a problem, but is there a reason to emphasize it?" Stussy remained puzzled. Lewis paused for a moment, then replied with gravity in his voice. "It's possible that, during the operation, Vice Admiral Garp will do something unexpected. When that happens, I hope you'll turn a blind eye and let it go." Stussy fell silent for a while before speaking. "You want to protect Roger's wife?" Now that Lewis was practically inviting her to share the spoils, there was little point in keeping secrets. Lewis didn't mention the child, but only asked, "Is that a problem?" Stussy looked him in the eyes, then finally broke into a smile. "Such a minor matter. Since you've asked, Vice Admiral, I certainly won't make things difficult." To her, bringing Roger to justice was what really mattered. As for his wife, Stussy hardly spared her a thought. She could simply pretend not to see anything when the time came. "Thank you very much," Lewis said with a soft chuckle. With this, those terrible crimes that erupted in the original story might never come to pass. Truly, Lewis's mentality had changed a great deal since he first crossed over. He was now far more pragmatic and single-minded in his climb to the top. But there are still boundaries and a sense of conscience he will not cross. The slaughter of innocent pregnant women, such a thing, is simply beyond him. To be continued. The purpose of this trip, apart from securing credit for capturing Roger, which would help smooth his path to an eventual promotion to Admiral. As for Roger's son, Ace, to be honest, Lewis hadn't yet determined how to play that particular card in the days to come. But putting that aside for now, the matter of Ace alone was enough to win himself a huge favor with Garp. And once Garp accepted Ace as his adoptive grandson, the value of that favor would only increase as the boy grew up. That was an opportunity not to be missed. Don't be fooled by Lewis's rough tone and his seemingly careless manner. One cannot deny Garp's influence and wide-reaching connections within the Navy. Since Lewis had already resolved to take part in the struggle for power in the future, he needed to win the support of as many heavyweights as possible. Even so, for the moment, he needed to focus on the task at hand and play each step carefully. After Stussy left, Lewis walked into the captain's quarters. He shut the door, locked it, and pulled out his din mushy, dialing Garp's number. The line made its usual connecting noise. Vice Admiral Garp? Lewis spoke softly. Ha ha. Lewis, I never thought you'd be the one to call me first. That's a rare thing. What's the matter? Garp's voice was boisterous and unrestrained. Lewis's tone grew a little more serious. Are you alone? Garp didn't answer at first. Instead, there was the sound of a door being opened and closed on his end. Then his voice returned, matching the gravity. What's going on? The South Sea, Batarilla Island. Roger is here. I have him under control, but things are complicated. He wants to see you. Lewis explained in brief. Garp was stunned by this news, but quickly regained his composure, hesitantly asking, The Roger you're talking about, is it that Roger? Would I treat anyone else by that name so seriously? Lewis replied with a hint of exasperation. After confirming, Garp's tone straightened up. Does headquarters know? Not yet. Since he made the request, I thought it best to let you know first to keep the situation under control. I'll be reporting to HQ soon, Lewis said with a smile. Ah, good man. All those times I looked out for you weren't for nothing, Garp praised. Lewis was a little taken aback that Garp, of all people, could say something like that. Other than beating me up during rookie training, in what way, exactly, did you look out for me? You shameless old codger. Ahem. Lewis, just treat this as an old man owing you a favor. Can you hold off on the news for a couple of days? No problem, right? Garp added. Lewis chuckled, already expecting that Garp would hardly stay calm once he heard the news. After a short pause, feigning resignation, he replied, Just 2 days? All right, 2 days is enough. I'll head over right now. As long as I'm 2 days faster than headquarters, that's good enough. Garp responded without hesitation. The moment he finished, he hung up and dashed for the port at lightning speed, hopped into his own ship, and set sail toward the South Sea. On Batarilla Island, more than a week had quietly passed. Garp's dog-headed Navy warship finally arrived. Judging by the time spent, he must have sailed at full throttle the entire way, not wasting even a second en route. Lewis was waiting at the harbor, ready to welcome Garp. Suddenly, a dark blur shot through the air and landed with a heavy thud on the dock, cracking the stone tiles and stopping just a few steps in front of Lewis. Lewis, you rascal, couldn't you have stalled for a couple more days? Sengoku's been tailing me this whole time, not letting up for a second. Garp let out a hearty laugh. Lewis could only hold his forehead in exasperation. Vice Admiral Garp, 2 days means 2 days. After Sengoku found out I was holding back the news for you, he nearly chewed me out alive. At these words, Garp nodded seriously and clapped Lewis on the shoulder. I owe you one, and I won't forget it. Garp might come off as a bit eccentric, but he wasn't foolish. He fully understood that holding back the news for 2 days was already a major favor, something only possible because he and Lewis were involved. If it were anyone else, Sengoku would have had their head. After stalling for 2 days, Lewis didn't dare delay any longer and promptly reported everything to Sengoku, almost driving the man into a fit of rage. Sengoku had vowed to make him pay, then immediately set out with 5 battleships, pushing full speed all the way here. Judging by Garp's words, Sengoku was even faster. Even with a 2-day delay, the man managed to stay hot on his heels. I'll skip the chit-chat. Where's Roger? I want to see him first. Garp got right to the point. Lewis gestured toward the cabin and signaled for Isho to take Garp to see Roger. After a few steps, Garp turned to ask, You said there was an accident. What happened? Better hear it from Roger himself. But let me warn you, you need to brace your heart. If you waver, things will only get worse from here. Lewis waved him off. Garp was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Lewis, you know there's a history between me and that fool. But in the end, I'm a Marine. I won't let my duty slip. You have my word. Lewis just smiled and stayed silent, motioning for him to hurry along. Seeing this, Garp said no more and hurried ahead, asking Isho, Isho, got any booze on this ship? If you do, fetch me a bottle, would you? Well, all right, Vice Admiral Garp. Isho glanced at Lewis, and when he got an nod, he called out to a sailor to bring over a bottle of wine. Lewis was quite pleased with Ishao's reaction. It was a clear sign that Ishao had already pledged his loyalty. To have the future Navy Admiral as a trusted ally, what an exhilarating feeling that was. Watching Garp carrying a bottle of wine into the cabin, Lewis shifted his gaze to the rolling sea, pondering how he might calm Admiral Sengoku's impending fury. If worst comes to worst, I'll just admit fault. And with the credit I've earned, he probably won't be too harsh. While Lewis was still lost in his stray thoughts, Garp made his way into the part of the ship reserved for holding high-profile criminals. This prison cell had no windows, just unfathomable darkness save for a few dim, flickering lights, which only made the place feel even more forbidding and cold. At this moment, Roger lay sprawled lazily in the damp, shadowy cell, his hands and feet shackled in iron cuffs. Just as he was thinking that Garp should be arriving any minute, the sound of a door opening and closing echoed from afar, followed by footsteps, slowly drawing closer to him. Opening his eyes, Roger sat up from the damp floor and stared at the approaching figure. That silhouette carried an oil lamp in one hand and a wine bottle in the other. Roger fixed his gaze on the bottle and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Garp, it's been 2 whole years since I last had a drink. You really are a true friend. Even without seeing his face, Roger had recognized Garp in an instant. Garp snorted in response. Old fool that I am. I don't recall when I ever became friends with the likes of you. It turned out Garp could be a bit of softer behind that tough exterior. He'd rushed here in haste, and, once he saw Roger, acted all aloof and indifferent. Sharp tongue, soft heart. But, in the end, he just grumbled once before stepping up to Roger, standing just beyond the cell bars, looking him over before sighing quietly. It's been a long time. Roger didn't stand on ceremony. He reached through the bars, snatched the wine bottle, popped the cap, and took several deep gulps, breathing out a blissful sigh. Being finest. This is the good stuff. You've no idea, Garp. I haven't touched a drop of alcohol in the past 2 years. While he was living in seclusion on Batarilla Island, Rogue had made sure everything was kept strictly in order. Otherwise, he might not have even survived this long. There's actually someone out there who can keep you in check. Garp muttered. Then he sat down cross-legged, unconcerned by the damp floor. He watched Roger gulp down every last drop of the wine in no time at all. Only after watching Roger finish did he finally ask, "So, now that the end's near, what did you want with me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Roger's curiosity was piqued. What did the Navy find out about my condition, anyway? There was no need for Garp to conceal anything. He briefly explained how Lewis had deduced that Roger's health was failing back then. After listening, Roger sighed and remarked, "Your Navy truly is a cradle of talent." Garp nodded, as if it were only natural. Seeing this, Roger didn't waste any more words. "Garp, you and I have been clashing on these seas for so many years. In my heart, I've long regarded you as a friend I could trust with anything." Garp's expression changed. Suddenly, Lewis's warning flashed through his mind. He got up and said, "Are you done talking? If so, I'm leaving." Just then, Roger grabbed Garp's wrist, fixing him with an intense gaze. "I'm going to have a child, Garp." To be continued. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Garp shook Roger's hand off. His face, already dark with worry, had gone rigid. He instantly regretted hurrying over after getting Lewis's call. "Garp, I admit, I'm guilty, and I never try to run from what I've done. But what about the child? Even if I'm condemned, shouldn't the child be innocent? Has the Navy's justice shrunk so much that it can't allow a newborn to exist?" Roger didn't try to grab Garp again, but the weight of his words had caught Garp by the heart. At that moment, the flame in the oil lamp flickered, and their shadows seemed to blur together. "Her name is Rouge, Port Gasti Rouge. She's on the island. I'm entrusting my child to you, Garp." Roger spoke as if to himself. Garp's fingers trembled. If he hadn't heard these words, he wouldn't have wrestled with this choice. But having heard them, how could he not? Though he pretended to push Roger away, Garp couldn't deny there was a bond between them, however faint. And Roger was right. He was a scoundrel with sins to atone for. But could a child yet unborn, innocent and pure, be guilty too? Condemning a child for their heritage, Garp's sense of justice utterly rejected such a notion. He stood to leave, but his heart had already begun to waver. "If I let myself get soft now, things will only get harder from here." He faintly recalled Lewis's warning. If he falters now. After all, this is the child of the Pirate King. In the end, Garp rose, gave Roger one last look, said nothing, and took the oil lamp, leaving the cabin behind. Roger didn't try to stop him. He just laughed with genuine joy. He knew. Garp had agreed. Even without words, silence could still be an answer. Stepping out of the cabin and taking a deep breath of fresh air, Garp spotted Lewis leaning against the railing, gazing at the scenery. The sight only made his temper flare. "Lewis, did you know about this the whole time?" He strode over and demanded. "Know about what?" Lewis turned and replied. "Roger's personal matters." Garp glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice as he spoke. At that, Lewis rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't that obvious? You knew, and yet you still dragged me into that mess." Garp's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. If you hadn't come, and Roger had chosen to fight to the bitter end, who knows how bad things could have gotten. Besides, like I said, as long as you stay strong, nothing is truly unsolvable, Lewis explained with a genial smile. Judging from his look, though, he had probably softened inside. Garp let out a heavy sigh. He knew Lewis had made the right choice, but what lay ahead was sure to be a headache. Sure enough, by that very afternoon, Admiral Sengoku arrived at Batarilla Island leading a squadron of 5 Navy ships. Lewis stood at the harbor, awaiting this high-ranking officer's arrival. To be honest, he felt a twinge of guilt. This was the first time since joining the Navy that he'd ever set up Sengoku. But then again, Garp had pulled him into the fire more times than he could count. Surely Sengoku was used to this sort of thing by now. As for Garp himself, the old rascal hadn't shown up, preferring to brood alone aboard Lewis's ship. With his thick skin, he figured that no matter how many debts he owed, he could handle a few more. Once the Navy ships docked, Sengoku stepped ashore, Kazan following right behind him. Sengoku's expression was frigid, the words, "I'm furious," practically written across his face. Behind him, though, Kazan flashed Lewis a reassuring wink, giving him just a bit of comfort. The moment Sengoku set foot on land, Lewis strode up to greet him, shamelessly bowing his head and saying, "Admiral Sengoku, thank you for hurrying all the way here. You've had a tough journey." Sengoku gave Lewis a hard look, and though he tried to appear stern, his anger softened just a little. This kid, thoughtless as he might be, hadn't really caused any problem so far. Still, he kept his face rigid and shot back. "Humph, that's nothing compared to the trouble you've put yourself through, Vice Admiral Lewis." "Oh, please, it's all for justice, after all," Lewis replied, thick-skinned as ever. "You dare speak to me of justice? You and that scoundrel Gar kept the headquarters in the dark about something so important and sat on it for 2 whole days. Listen to me, Lewis. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I swear I'll see you court-martialed." Sengoku's words were sharp and biting. Yet Lewis could tell that even in his anger, Sengoku was trying to shield him. As long as he had a halfway plausible excuse, Sengoku would find a way to cover for him. Realizing this warmed Lewis's heart. Even after all his mischief, this elder still cared for him deeply. As for the explanation, he'd already worked that out long before Garp came to find him. So, as soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Lewis immediately responded, "You know, the reason I came to the South Sea this time was to handle a matter with the Sobel Kingdom, and incidentally, to track down that guy, Dorag." At the mention of the name Dorag, Sengoku set the current issue aside and promptly inquired about the situation with him, wondering what exactly was going on with the guy, and if there was any chance he'd return to the Navy. Lewis went on to recount his encounters with Dorag, glossing over some details but sharing the general sequence of events. After hearing him out, Sengoku didn't blame Lewis for failing to capture Dorag. After all, back when Dorag was still in the Navy, he had been something of a leader among Borsellino's generation. Even though Lewis's strength had caught up to the likes of Sakazuki over these past 2 years, Dorag had surely grown as well. Whether Lewis could even defeat him was uncertain, let alone bring him in. Still, those things were secondary. What worried Sengoku the most was Dorag's growing hostility toward the world government. If Dorag truly set his plans in motion one day, would it be possible for him to avoid confronting the Navy? Absolutely not. The Navy had poured countless resources into cultivating such talents, only to have him turn into a notorious rebel. It was all Garp's fault. Nonetheless, with Dorag having yet to show any signs of action, Sengoku decided not to dwell on it for now. He shot a disgruntled glare at Lewis. "You're still making excuses, aren't you?" Lewis chuckled awkwardly. "It's all the truth. Honestly, these aren't excuses." He paused briefly before continuing. "Running into Roger this time was pure coincidence. Since I was already here, I figured I'd scout the island a bit. Who could have guessed Roger himself would actually be here? Even though he's gravely ill with not much time left, if you corner him, who knows what could happen? Plus, Roger himself requested to meet with Vice Admiral Garp, so I..." Sengoku regarded Lewis with resigned frustration. His explanation was certainly passable, coherent, and reasonably logical, but Sengoku couldn't shake the sense that something was off. Still, he let it go in the end. No matter what, Lewis had captured Roger, and, so far, everything was proceeding smoothly with no unforeseen complications. All things considered, the outcome was favorable. Having sorted it out in his mind, Sengoku glared at Lewis and delivered a low-voiced warning. "Remember what you just told me. No matter who asks in the future, you stick to this exact story. Got it?" Relief washed over Lewis at those words. It seemed this incident was finally behind him. Kazan, having witnessed the exchange, came forward with a cheerful grin and declared that since Lewis had captured Roger, once they were back at headquarters, he'd better host a celebration, invite Sakazuki and the others, and make a night of it. Lewis's laugh was heartfelt. "No problem. When we get back, I'll book out the whole place, and you can all drink to your heart's content." Then, switching gears, he turned to Sengoku and asked, "Admiral, capturing Roger, this has to be a career-defining accomplishment, right? What do you think? What's my chance?" After finishing, he raised his eyebrows with great theatrics, his whole expression spelling out, "Can't you take a hint?" Seeing his antics, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He asked, "Is there any chance at all?" "Well, it's just that. You see, with Professor Zephyr having stepped away, all the responsibilities of the three admirals are falling on your shoulders. That's such a heavy load. As your junior, of course I want to share your burdens whenever I can. So tell me, with all I've accomplished, don't you think I'm ready to be an admiral now?" Lewis shamelessly pressed his case. To be continued. Looking at Lewis, Sengoku couldn't help but find it amusing. Ever since Lewis was promoted to vice admiral, he seemed to have become increasingly uninhibited, his skin growing thicker by the day. Yet Sengoku didn't dislike this at all. On the contrary, this version of Lewis felt more genuine, more approachable somehow. It was a sign that the relationship had grown close. As for Lewis aiming for the admiral position, well, Sengoku wasn't the least bit surprised. Ever since Borsellino started slackening off, Sengoku had more or less seen this coming. To those in the neutral faction of the Navy, it didn't matter much if it was Lewis or Borsellino who rose to the rank. It was just a matter of one hand passing to the other. On a personal level, though, Sengoku actually looked forward to seeing Lewis take that step. Still, despite his amusement, Sengoku rapped Lewis lightly on the head and scolded with a smile. "Do you think becoming an admiral is something that happens just like that? As if I could simply hand it to you. Even after catching Roger, it's not enough?" Lewis asked, sounding a bit resigned. He was surprised, but honestly hadn't held much hope. He just figured he might as well ask, nothing to lose. After all, who knows if you don't ask? "If you'd taken Roger down by sheer strength alone, I might be able to make something happen," Sengoku said, tone sincere. "True, what you've done is already extraordinary. Catching Roger is a fact. But as it stands, your strength just isn't enough to shoulder the title of admiral. If I really promoted you right now, I'd be setting you up for failure." Then, lowering his voice, he advised, "Besides, it's barely been any time since you became a vice admiral. You shot up the ranks in just a few years. If I made you an admiral now, that's simply too fast. It wouldn't be appropriate." Lewis inwardly grumbled. Sure, his promotion speed was fast, but years later in the original story, 2 admirals were brought in out of nowhere, and nobody batted an eye. Of course, times are different, and you can't compare these situations. Back then, the age of great pirates was at its peak, the era's wickedest generation running rampant. Now, that age hasn't even begun. The Navy's mentality isn't nearly as aggressive or wild as it was then. As for his own abilities, Lewis trusted himself, but he wasn't blindly confident. For now, he really couldn't carry the weight that comes with the title of admiral. He was still lacking in some ways. "Understood, Admiral." Loud and clear, Lewis replied with a warm grin. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but silently praise Lewis. He had braced himself for the boy to flare up again, but as it turned out, while Lewis might be reckless at times, he did listen when it mattered. As for the idea of appointing Lewis as an admiral, Sengoku began to seriously consider it. With a few more years of refining his skills, there didn't seem to be any real drawbacks, did there? And when it came to the credit of capturing Roger this time, well, that was Lewis's achievement, and no one could take it away from him, nor could they pretend not to see it. After all, if the hard-earned honor of the Navy's officers could simply be ignored, how would future generations of admirals find the inspiration to give it their all? With this in mind, Sengoku clapped a reassuring hand on Lewis's shoulder, his voice certain. "Once we return to headquarters and Roger's case is settled, I'll make sure to fight for the recognition you deserve." Then, pulling Lewis aside, he gave it some thought before saying, "Take some time and think about it, whether there's a base you're interested in commanding. When the time comes, I'll send you out to gain some experience." On hearing that, Lewis's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a clear sign he was being promoted. Commanding a base in the Four Seas wasn't anything special. Once they saw officers from the headquarters, the base commander's ranks would effectively drop by 2 levels, and they'd appear quite diminished by comparison. Of course, there were always exceptions. Take Smoker, for example. Even while slacking off in the East Blue, he still carried the headquarters rank of colonel. But within the Grand Line, whether in its first half or the New World, all bases were commanded directly by headquarters appointees. As such, base commanders in the Grand Line still held headquarters ranks. These commanders could truly be considered big players in the Navy's power structure. For the stronger bases, having tens of thousands of troops at their command was par for the course. Typically, their main responsibility was suppressing pirates in their vicinity and protecting allied nations nearby. At the same time, these base commander roles rotated among the Navy's elite vice admirals to prevent anyone from building their own private power base. Not that it was a huge concern. It was, after all, a world where individual might could surpass all else. Going by Lewis's time in the vice admiral rank, it had only been about a year. By normal standards, it would never be his turn yet. But because of the achievement of capturing Roger, Sengoku was determined to break tradition this once, letting Lewis command tens of thousands of sailors and hold down one of the key positions. After all, if you want to climb to the rank of admiral, it wasn't enough just to be a good fighter. You had to prove you could command, direct battles, and lead the Navy as a true general. Not to mention, later additions to the original story like Green Bull and Fujitora aside, at this stage the admiral standards were still set pretty high. So Sengoku's plan was to send Lewis off as a base commander, let him prove himself in the field, and when he achieved something worthy, with his record and accomplishments to back him up, no one would have reason to object to his next promotion. Everything done by the book, fair and reasonable. True, it meant leaving headquarters for a while, but it was definitely a golden opportunity. With today's communications, staying in touch wasn't a problem. And if headquarters took action, he wouldn't need to worry about being left out. Most importantly, there's so many things that are hard to accomplish in Marineford. Yet once at the base, I'll finally have the freedom to let loose. Suppressing his excitement, Lewis turned to Admiral Sengoku and said, "Yes, I won't let you down." Sengoku nodded in approval at this resolute reply. After offering Lewis a few words of advice, he boarded his warship to talk privately with Garp, who was still quietly brooding. Lewis didn't bother joining the crowd. Everything that needed to be done during this operation had already been handled, and there was nothing more that warranted extra attention. As for Rouge, he'd already offered all the help he could. What happened next would depend on Garp. Soon, Sengoku finished his discussion with Garp and came over, giving orders. "Lewis, prepare to set sail. Your warship will be at the center, with the rest forming a protective formation. We return to Marineford." Lewis responded at once. Then, noticing Garp's absence, he asked curiously, "By the way, where is Vice Admiral Garp?" "Roger's situation hasn't been completely resolved yet. Garp will be staying here for now to keep order and await further instructions," Sengoku replied, casting a glance at Lewis. He'd sensed that something was off with Garp, possibly connected to Lewis, but given Garp's love for the Navy, Sengoku chose not to pry. After exchanging a few words with Kazan, Lewis learned that Sakazuki was also aboard one of the rear warships. However, judging by appearances, the Red Dog had no intention of coming over, so Lewis left it at that. At Sengoku's command, all ships except Garp's dog-headed warship began to depart the harbor in a disciplined fashion. On the docks, Stussy watched Garp with a bright, teasing smile and said softly, "It's a pleasure to work with the famous Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp. I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead." But at that moment, Garp was plagued by worries. How to keep the Navy stable without giving Stussy hero any ammunition for trouble. His frustration was almost palpable. He simply waved his hand, his tone brusque. "Yeah, got it." Stussy was taken aback, and for a moment wondered whether the Navy hero had gotten up on the wrong side of the bed. Then Lewis's words echoed in her mind. Clearly, Garp had plenty to be annoyed about right now, so she let it slide. She had no intention of clarifying her alliance with Lewis, either. When it came to the secret pact, the fewer who knew, the better. Judging by Garp's reaction, Lewis hadn't told him anything. All she needed to do was help discreetly from the shadows. Meanwhile, in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong ended his call with Admiral Sengoku. Roger's matter was at last settled, at least for now, and Kong allowed himself a slight sigh of relief. After a brief pause, he dialed the Din Mushy line connecting to Mariewa. To be continued. It didn't take long before the five elders answered the call. Before Fleet Admiral Kong could say a word, they immediately asked, "Kong, how is the situation with Roger being handled?" Lewis had kept the news under wraps for 2 days, but the Navy dared not delay. As soon as the message reached them, Fleet Admiral Kong reported it without hesitation. However, Fleet Admiral Kong didn't mention that Lewis had withheld the news, and Stussy's side hadn't said anything either. So, the five elders were unaware of these twists and turns. They only knew that Lewis had captured Roger. "Yes, gentlemen, Roger has already been taken into custody. As soon as we arrive back at headquarters, we can throw him into Impel Down," Fleet Admiral Kong replied solemnly after the five elders finished their questioning. "Impel Down." There was a long pause from the other end. Then the five elders spoke again. "That's unnecessary. Roger is the Pirate King. His capture will deal a powerful blow to the pirates' morale, and we must seize this chance to assert our authority. Kong, arrange for his execution immediately. Roger must be sentenced and executed publicly without delay. That man, under no circumstances, can be allowed to live. Whether for public reasons or private ones, Roger must die." Now that the highest authorities had given the order for Roger's public execution, Kong realized that using the Pirate King's death to shock the seas and boost the Navy's prestige would indeed be advantageous, especially when launching future campaigns in the New World. Having understood this, Fleet Admiral Kong continued, Understood, gentlemen. Regarding the matter of public opinion, is there anything in particular you would like us to cooperate on? Kong, your earlier report stated that Roger was gravely ill. That's why he didn't resist much and was caught by Lewis, correct? The five elders paused to think, then asked. To be precise, Roger was left with no way out. He had no choice but to give up resisting and surrendered, Fleet Admiral Kong clarified. That's roughly the same, but such a story doesn't sufficiently highlight the power of the world government or the Navy. Here's what you should do. Announce to the outside world that, through careful planning and precise operations, the Navy tracked down Roger's whereabouts. Then Vice Admiral Lewis displayed exceptional bravery and personally captured the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Make that the official account, the five elders instructed. In the Battle of Edwar, the Navy bragged that it crushed Shiki's massive fleet in a single blow. So why not go even further now? This time, the Navy truly had accomplished something significant, so it was only right to make the most of it. With the five elders instructing him to promote the Navy's achievement, Fleet Admiral Kong had no qualms. After all, such public relations work was absolutely necessary. On one hand, it would boost morale throughout the Navy. On the other, it would strike fear into the hearts of pirates while further strengthening the public's faith in the Navy. Why wouldn't they do it? Furthermore, this time the Navy's prize jewel Lewis would be at the center of the story, making it an even better opportunity that could not be missed. 20 years had passed since the Battle of God Valley, and the Navy was indeed in need of a new standard-bearer to uplift its morale. This boy Lewis was much more savvy than Garp ever was. Garp? Just as Fleet Admiral Kong was absorbed in thought, the words of the five elders interrupted him at just the right moment. With a chuckle, one of them said, "By the way, that Lewis kid is quite impressive. You and the Navy should make sure to nurture him well. Don't let such talent go to waste. CP has mentioned it to me so many times. If the Navy doesn't take him seriously, they're eager to recruit him themselves. They even had the leisure to crack a joke." It was clear that after securing Roger's capture, these five bigwigs were genuinely pleased. As for their attitude toward Lewis, it was unmistakably one of appreciation. Especially since Lewis hadn't shown the typical rebellion of youth. This political mission he executed was proof enough. It showed that the young man was loyal to the world government and was worth cultivating. Hearing this, Kong also broke into a smile and said, "Please rest assured, lords. Lewis is the apple of our Navy's eye. We'd never let him slip through our fingers. You CP folks want to poach him? Dream on." The voyage continued without a hitch, and when the ship finally docked, Lewis let out a deep sigh of relief. Upon successfully arriving at Marineford with the fleet, Kong immediately passed on the latest news to Morgans. At that very moment, Morgans, who was enjoying a massage, was left utterly bewildered. Without the slightest warning, the Pirate King, Roger, had been captured. Just like that? Since when did the tides of the world shift so abruptly? And as for the name of the captor, Morgans knew it all too well. It was Lewis making headlines again. Staring at the photograph sent by the Navy, with Roger indeed shackled and disheveled, Morgans found not a shred of doubt in the report's authenticity. After all, the Navy had no reason to fabricate something of this magnitude. Without delay, he began printing a special edition, determined to break this explosive news to the world as soon as possible. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, inside Fleet Admiral Kong's office. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku, Lewis, Sakazuki, Kazan, and the others were reporting in. After hearing Sengoku's report, Kong glanced at Lewis and admonished, "No more reckless actions like that in the future." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." Lewis snapped to attention and saluted smartly. Given how sincerely repentant he appeared, Kong decided not to press the matter further. Kong was genuinely worried, afraid that Garp the Rascal would be a bad influence and lead the boy astray. Back then, Kazan had been such a good kid. He nearly went off the rails under Garp's influence. Thankfully, following Sengoku's guidance had turned things around. As for Roger's fate, new orders have come down. Prepare for his execution, with the location tentatively set for Lowtown in the East Blue. Isn't that Roger's hometown? His life as a pirate began there. Perhaps it should end there as well. "Sengoku, I'm leaving this matter in your hands," Commander Kong instructed. "I've already sent out word. In less than 2 days, the entire world will know what's happened. We can't afford delays. See that everything is arranged swiftly." The choice to set the execution in Lowtown carried its own weight for the Navy. This was not a random decision. No matter how formidable you are, no matter what reputation you enjoy out in the world, once the Navy sets its sights on you, we decide where your story ends. Brazen as it sounds, the Marines truly did have the power to make good on that claim. "Yes, Commander." Admiral Sengoku responded at once. Commander Kong then issued clear instructions on what would be told to the outside world about the capture of Roger. We will announce that this operation was the result of meticulous Navy planning and thorough investigation, carried out smoothly under the leadership of Vice Admiral Lewis. All other matters regarding Roger are to be kept strictly confidential. Not a word is to leave this room. For justice. At Commander Kong's words, the others immediately voiced their assent. After that, Admiral Sengoku was asked to stay behind to discuss the specifics of the impending execution. Lewis and the others, having no more reason to remain, took their leave together. As they walked away, Sakazuki drew closer to Lewis, forcing a rather awkward smile onto his face and murmured, "Well done, Lewis." To tell the truth, Sakazuki's smile was more unsettling than reassuring. He might as well have not smiled at all. Yet Lewis could sense the sincerity in his words. Sakazuki wasn't there to challenge him. "Thank you, Sakazuki. Everything is for justice," Lewis replied with a quiet laugh. Knowing Sakazuki's temperament and his devotion to justice, Lewis figured he really was pleased that Roger had been captured. "Yeah," Sakazuki nodded. "I've got other business to handle, but if you have time, you're welcome to visit my place." Lewis accepted the invitation graciously, showing due respect. To be continued. After Sakazuki had left, Kazan finally spoke up. When he seemed to get along all right. "Not bad, but I've noticed you two have gotten on better these last few years too. Things don't seem as tense as they used to be. Honestly, I'm curious. How did you two manage to be at such odds, considering you were colleagues?" Lewis chuckled. Kazan shrugged and waved the question away. "What can I say? Somehow it just turned out that way. We never saw eye to eye, always rubbed each other the wrong way. Add to that our differing abilities and our views on justice, and there was never much hope of getting along. But lately, maybe just in the past few years, I feel like he's become less extreme, and after sharing a few drinks together, I've come to understand some of his past. Well, all in all, I guess I can say I understand him a bit better now." Lewis agreed with this perspective. Without proper communication, there would be no chance for mutual understanding. As for how much could actually be understood, that depended on how both sides managed the situation. Still, their relationship was certainly much better than what was described in the original story. After some more casual conversation, both Lewis and Kazan returned to their respective duties. Lewis, in particular, had a pressing issue on his mind. He needed to decide which base he should choose for his next post. Marine Ford, Recruit Barracks. These days, though, it should truly be called the Naval Academy. What had started out as a makeshift remedial class had now grown into a full-fledged naval military school. Of course, it was still overseen by none other than Headmaster Zephyr. Every year for the past several years, he'd requested to retire, only for Fleet Admiral Kong to refuse his petitions. As such, he still officially held the rank of Admiral, having stepped back entirely from the front lines. At this very moment, Lewis was chatting with Zephyr in the headmaster's office. The office was austere, echoing the sturdy style of Zephyr's former admiral's office. The only thing that stood out was a calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall. On it were boldly written words. "Press forward relentlessly." Unlike the straightforward types like Garp, both Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr had a flair for beautiful calligraphy. Just like Sengoku's famous "Justice Rules the World," which embodied the hope that the Navy would become the very embodiment of justice, reigning over the world and holding the seas in check. Zephyr's own calligraphy carried its own significance, a hope that every student who walked out these doors would move forward with unwavering resolve, bringing glory to the Navy. "This Morgan's what's wrong with that guy? I'll remember this. If he ever crosses my path, he'd better watch out." Lewis slapped the newspaper down, his voice steely with frustration. Zephyr, entirely unfazed, continued calmly preparing tea. Pouring 2 cups at a leisurely pace, he glanced at his prized pupil, clearly amused by Lewis's irritation, and chuckled. "Did Morgans ever slander you in the papers? On the contrary, he's sung your praises, calling you the Navy's poster child and a future standard-bearer. Why go picking a fight with him?" Still grumbling, Lewis muttered, "But the nickname he's popularized for me in the papers is just awful." At first, no one knew who had come up with the name Bloodline for Lewis. It was all because of how he dealt with those scum pirates, using his power to utterly obliterate them, leaving nothing behind, shockingly brutal and bloody. At first, Lewis himself thought it sounded rather impressive, but as time went on, even with all the positive coverage in the papers, a lot of clueless folks just assumed he was a savage brute. Luckily, his status as the Navy's top heartthrob did something to salvage his reputation. Still, all of this was manageable, especially when it came to the fresh recruits. The moment the instructor announced, "The Bloodline is coming," any trace of a slack atmosphere would instantly vanish, and you could almost sense the chill of fear running through those greenhorns. You could say Lewis was notorious far and wide, but after all, the nickname had followed him for quite some time, and, in its own strange way, he had grown somewhat attached to it. But then that pile of feathers, Morgan's, slapped a new title on him, the Vanguard of Justice. Lewis could already picture all the awkward scenes that would unfold whenever he went up against pirates in the future. Run for your lives. The Vanguard of Justice is coming. Look, over there. It's him, the Vanguard of Justice. In just a couple of days, Lewis had experienced more than enough humiliation to rival the worst sort of social death. Other people, though, didn't seem to mind at all. Take Teacher Zephyr, for instance. He thought the new epithet was just fine. But in Lewis's mind, it wasn't just awkward, it was downright tacky, clumsy to the point of absurdity, with none of the gravity or grandeur of his old moniker. Bloodline was so much better. I think Vanguard of Justice sounds good. What's so bad about it? The meaning behind it is excellent, isn't it? Teacher Zephyr said with a warm smile, cradling his teacup. Lewis, looking visibly uncomfortable, replied, Teacher, please, can we just drop this nonsense about Vanguard of Justice from now on? I honestly can't take it. I'd rather be called Bloodline any day. Zephyr teased him with a chuckle. Young people, always so sensitive about their reputations. Then, recalling what Lewis had mentioned when he'd first arrived, Zephyr double-checked. Earlier you said you're being sent out on assignment? Ever since he'd focused most of his attention on the military academy, Zephyr hadn't really kept up with naval affairs, and so he had no idea what plan Sengoku had for Lewis. Lewis nodded. That's right. Actually, the reason I came over today was to ask for your advice. As he spoke, Lewis reached into his coat and pulled out a sea chart, spreading it open on the table. Every location he'd circled in red was a branch base along the Grand Line. Teacher, Admiral Sengoku said I could choose any one of these. Which do you think would be best? Lewis asked, grinning. Anyone you like? Zephyr's eyebrows rose at that. He couldn't help but marvel. Sengoku really does have a soft spot for you, doesn't he? Well, what can I say? I'm just that likable, Lewis replied, shamelessly boasting. Zephyr ignored his antics and, setting down his teacup, began examining each of the circled bases on the chart, murmuring as he analyzed. There are all kinds of bases. Some have a solid foundation, while others are running on fumes. If you choose one that's well established, with plenty of soldiers and supplies, you'll have to prove you can lead them to victory in battle. On the other hand, if you opt for a struggling, half-dead base, you'll have to show your skill in governance. Turn that skeleton into a powerhouse. Let's take the earlier two examples. What's essential is that you need a clear understanding of which abilities you want to prove, so you can choose the corresponding base. For others, being assigned to a base amounts to simply becoming a base commander, nothing more. But you're different. On top of the typical duties of a commander, the Admiral Sengoku himself is going to put you through a trial. Once you pass this hurdle, if an opportunity to become an admiral arises in the future, you'll be at the top of the shortlist. Lewis stroked his chin, pondering for a moment after listening to Teacher Zephyr's detailed analysis, then spoke thoughtfully. That's not all. Zephyr's eyes lit up, and he asked with keen interest, Tell me more. I should say that the people I need to prove myself to aren't limited to Admiral Sengoku. Other Navy colleagues count as well. I don't need to say more about strength, but as for leadership and governance, I haven't had a chance to show those yet. If the base under my command thrives, it will speak volumes about my capability to advance the Navy's development, Lewis replied softly. To be continued. Zephyr burst into laughter, hearty and unrestrained. Ah, so you've still got your sights set on that admiral's seat, huh? A Navy man who doesn't strive to be an admiral isn't a good Navy man. Not just admiral. Even a fleet admiral's position, if the chance comes, I want to go for it. Lewis answered without a moment's hesitation. That's the spirit. Even if this isn't the right time yet, not only you, but also Kazuru and Akainu. They'll each have to pass through similar trials one day. As for Borsalino, let's not even mention him. Zephyr gave a word of advice, then looked resigned when he brought up Borsalino. Still, Teacher Zephyr clearly understood. If Lewis wanted a promotion, Borsalino would have to step down. With that, Lewis nodded politely to Zephyr. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Just then, the door to Zephyr's principal office swung open without warning. Guion barged in like a whirlwind, not even pausing for a greeting. She wrapped Lewis in a big bear hug, her voice trembling between disbelief and excitement. Lewis, you caught Roger? The Pirate King, Roger. Lewis, smothered in Guion's generous embrace and struggling to breathe, instinctively pat her arm to signal. She's going to smother her own husband at this rate. I honestly don't know what to say. Only you could stumble into something this incredible. This has to be enough credit to make you an admiral, right? Guion was still reeling from the shock, her voice full of wonder. After catching his breath, Lewis replied with a helpless smile. Becoming admiral might take a few more years, but this should definitely land me as an admiral candidate. Sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I got carried away for a moment. But what were you two talking about before I barged in? After giving Zephyr a quick apology, Guion's curiosity immediately took over. After Lewis roughly recounted their previous conversation, Guillaume seemed a little crestfallen. Seeing his girlfriend like this, Lewis immediately understood. It was because she wouldn't be able to accompany him on his assignment abroad. He tried to comfort her. It's all right. When the time comes, let's bring in Staff Officer Tsuru as well and request from Admiral Sengoku that you become the deputy base commander. Wouldn't that solve everything? Teacher Zephyr glanced at Guillaume, who had instantly regained her energy, then looked at Lewis and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Ah, to be young. The new world, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Whole Cake Island, the main stronghold of the Big Mom pirates, was where Katakuri now sat in his room, carefully reading through a freshly bought newspaper. The headline was utterly shocking. Navy Triumph, Pirate King Roger captured. At first, Katakuri didn't believe the news. But after a couple of glances, he was utterly stunned. It was true. Roger had really been captured. And the one who caught him was none other than that Marine he encountered and was defeated by its sea, Lewis, who was now a vice admiral. Lewis, the scourge of evil, is it? Katakuri murmured softly. It was as if Lewis was the only one in the world who disliked this title. Katakuri, on the other hand, didn't mind it at all. In fact, he could sense what the Navy was up to. They were turning Lewis into another signature figure of justice, another standard-bearer for their cause. The last one to receive such treatment was Hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Garp. Just 2 short years, and you've already come this far? Even a man like Roger. Katakuri's fingers tightened around the newspaper, his eyes shining with a fierce, burning fighting spirit. For the past 2 years, Katakuri had barely left Whole Cake Island. His defeat had shattered his pride and made him painfully aware of his shortcomings. So, day and night, he honed his skills relentlessly, all for the chance to meet Lewis again, to reclaim his honor in a rematch. But now, he realized he wasn't the only one who had improved. No matter, this will only make things more interesting, and make defeating you even more worthwhile, Lewis. Katakuri's lips twisted into a grim, determined smile as he spoke quietly. Of course, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom herself, had also taken notice of this sensational news. But far from displeased, she was secretly thrilled. After all, seeing her future, predetermined husband apprehend that thief, Roger, only delighted her even more. After her excitement settled, she began contemplating what kind of commotion this news would stir. She knew she had to seize this opportunity to expand Tato Land's influence as much as possible. The Moby Dick, the white whale, the ship of the world's strongest man. At that very moment, Whitebeard Edward Newgate was also reading the freshly printed newspaper in his hand. Is it that kid Lewis again? He found a name quite memorable. At first, it was Lewis's role in the capture of the Red Earl that made his name stand out to him. Then, during that war when the Navy clashed with their Whitebeard pirates, Lewis faced off against both Jozu and Vista at the same time, and won. He even went so far as to take off one of Golden Lion's arms afterward. Now, he managed to capture even Roger. But Newgate quickly made sense of it, since he knew Roger's body was already failing him. Being caught by the Marines this time could very well have been Roger's own choice, or perhaps the Marines had resorted to some underhanded tactics. Who knew what tricks were at play behind the curtain? So, Newgate didn't feel any regret or find it difficult to accept the news. After all, he and Roger had already said their goodbyes long ago. Yet this vanguard of justice gave Newgate a sense that something was out of the ordinary. Back in the day, during the Battle of God Valley, neither Garp nor Roger was considered any sort of big shot. Still, his own former crew, the Rocks Pirates, was torn apart by those 2 bastards, plain and simple. Ever since, Garp had been known as the hero of the Navy, a standard-bearer the Navy held high above the seas. And Garp had lived up to the name, never tarnishing his reputation. Now it seemed this vanguard of justice might just be another figure in the making, someone the Navy would set on a pedestal, just like Garp. Lewis, that kid's really come into his own, hasn't he? Newgate handed the newspaper, still fresh in his hand, to Marco and the others, who had been eyeing it with restless anticipation. He couldn't help but sigh. As Marco and the others read the headline, they shouted out in astonishment, unable to believe it was real. Especially Jozu and Vista, who had personal grudges against Lewis. They looked utterly dejected. It just didn't make sense at all. He was younger than any of them, yet his strength had skyrocketed to the point where he could even capture Roger. As the Whitebeard crew's veteran commanders, they'd witnessed Roger's might with their own eyes more than once. Of course, if they'd known about Roger's failing health, their shock might have been much less. Paying no heed to his son's reactions, Newgate rose from the sofa set on the deck, strolling over to stand atop the whale's head, gazing out across the new world's vast seas. Roger, just what are you planning? Why is it, when I hear you've been captured, I still get the feeling this sea is on the brink of chaos? Newgate whispered to himself, eyes on the horizon. After a long pause, he burst into hearty laughter, his voice rolling out. Kurorere? After 20 years, is the tidal wave of a new era about to crash over us again? The crew behind him, Marco, Teach, and a few others, exchanged baffled glances. Then, unable to contain his curiosity, Teach spoke up. Pops, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. Just take a good look at the vast ocean. Newgate smiled and waved his hand. The sea will give us all an answer in the end. To be continued. The New World, Merville. This was the stronghold of the flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, Shiki had just finished inspecting Dr. Indigo's latest experiment, and he was in an excellent mood. His grand plan was finally beginning to take shape. On this unusual island, there was a type of herb called IQ that could stimulate the brain to evolve. As a result, the island's creatures had undergone all kinds of evolutionary changes and become fiercely aggressive. Shiki set his sights on the power of this herb, intent on gathering a legion of savage beasts to enforce his will upon the world. As for why he chose this path, it all traced back to being provoked by Roger. He could not find the ancient weapons he so desperately craved, and Roger refused to cooperate. Pushed to his limits, Shiki, ever ambitious, decided to take matters into his own hands. Can't find it? Fine, I'll make one myself. With his sky-high ambition, he set out to forge a new weapon that could rival the ancients. How many people could dream so wildly, and then actually set out to make those dreams a reality? But Shiki was the kind who dared. Indigo, you need to speed up the research. If you need money, I'll give you money. If you need people, I'll go and snatch them for you. Shiki called out over his shoulder as he strode along. He paused for a moment and glanced at Indigo's shoes, which made a ridiculous noise with every step. Clearly annoyed, Shiki grumbled, "Can't you just get rid of those blasted shoes already?" Indigo simply brushed it off with a few half-hearted words, not taking it to heart. After all, given his close relationship with Shiki, he knew his boss wasn't truly angry. That reminds me, Indigo suggested, there's an outstanding scientific team out there. Their leader is named Vegapunk. He's a man of exceptional talent, a true giant among scientists. If we could get him on our side, your plans would advance by leaps and bounds. At this point in time, Vegapunk had yet to be captured by the Navy or the government. He was still working with a group of disenfranchised scientists, forming an underground research group called MADS to explore the secrets of bloodline factors. Quinn, Judge, and several others were also members of this notorious group. Vegapunk. Shiki frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. To him, only strength mattered. Someone like Vegapunk was simply outside his frame of reference. Yeah, he's really something, Indigo added, seizing the opportunity to impress the importance. Rumor has it his mind is 500 years ahead of our own civilization. Fine. Then find him and bring him to me. Shiki nodded decisively. But just then, a young pirate burst in, clutching a newspaper, his voice trembling with urgency. "Admiral, something big has happened. Roger, the pirate king, Roger. He's been caught by the Navy." Skies of ambition bright just a moment before. Shiki's face contorted instantly. With his only remaining left hand, he snatched the paper away. There was in black and white the news of Roger's arrest. How is this possible? How can this be? He was the man who defeated me. Shiki stammered, unable to accept it. How could someone as strong as him be captured by the weak Navy? And to make matters worse, Shiki's voice was thick with disbelief. His eyes settled on the name of Roger's captor, the same man who had taken his right arm at Edwar, Lewis. At that, Shiki's eyes burned red, veins bulging across his furious brow, his golden mane bristling like a wild lion's. Indigo, standing nearby, saw the look in his captain's eyes and knew instantly. Shiki was truly about to lose his mind. He took a quiet step back, and just as he'd feared, in the next instant, Shiki whipped out the pistol at his waist and fired, killing the messenger on the spot. Blood sprayed across the floor. Simultaneously, Shiki bellowed in sheer fury. "You all know how terrifying Roger is, don't you? How could a man like him? How could he ever let the Navy get their hands on him? Admiral, you must calm yourself." Some officers, seeing the madness in their captain's eyes, all rushed forward at once in a desperate attempt to talk him down. Strange as it might seem, in the eyes of the crew, their admiral was perfect in almost every way. Formidable strength, sharp mind, boundless ambition, unstoppable drive. Truly a hero among men in this era. But God forbid anything should happen involving Roger. At the mere mention of Roger, their admiral would lose all sense and tumble straight into wild, uncontrollable rage. Lewis, that wretched little brat again. Damn him. This time I'll settle the score for my arm, too." Shiki growled, murder in his eyes. Clenching his fist, wildness swirling in his gaze. Shiki turned and strode toward the great doors. "Admiral, where are you going?" He didn't answer. Stepping through the threshold, Shiki glared up at the brooding clouds overhead and snarled through gritted teeth, "If someone has to die, then that bastard should die by my hand, not the Navy's." And with that, Shiki's figure shot skyward, soaring with reckless abandon toward the clouds above, ignoring the frantic shouts and pleas of his crew. In mere moments, he'd vanished entirely from sight. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Several days had passed since Lewis's conversation with Teacher Zephyr. Heavy clouds, thick as curtains, blanketed the fortress. Not one ray of sunlight pierced through. Soft rain drizzled down, casting a sober gloom on the entire base. Inside the office of Admiral Sengoku, Lewis dropped a slice of beef into a bubbling hot pot. Rainy days called for hot pot. Nothing could be more perfect. In this world, no one had eaten this way before. But since Lewis had arrived, things had changed. It wasn't even that complicated to pull off. The only thing bothering him was the dipping sauce, but eating in another world meant he'd just have to make do. Before Lewis could fish out the piece of meat, Guillaume snatched it up with her chopsticks and dropped it into her own bowl. She shot Lewis a triumphant look before digging in with delight. She completely ignored the mix of resignation and amusement on Lewis's face. Watching the way these two acted around each other, the Sengoku general found their playful bickering rather entertaining. Unconsciously, he found himself reminiscing about his own youthful days. After dropping another slice of meat into the pot, Lewis glanced out the window at the weather and said, "If this keeps up, we might see a storm before long." After all, Enigumo, Flying Squirrel, and their group had just set sail for the EC with their warships. They were the third batch, while Sakazuki and the teacher Borsellino had left with Isho in the second batch. Roger was with them on their ship. As for the first batch, Teacher Zephyr and Kuzan led the way. Marshal Kong had left for a meeting at the Holy Land. Lewis himself had specifically requested to join the final group with General Sengoku, staying behind precisely to guard against Shiki's attack. Right now, Garp was still busy cleaning up problems in the South Sea. If Sengoku had to face Shiki alone, it might truly be too much for him. His concern about the weather was more than idle worry. If a storm broke out, Shiki was unlikely to show up. But if the skies cleared after they departed, Shiki might seize the perfect chance to double back and wreak havoc on naval headquarters. And that would be a real disgrace for the Navy. It won't happen. The forecast says the rain will stop soon, Guillaume said, bobbing her head as she fished out a piece of daikon radish with her chopsticks. Thank goodness she hadn't left with Flying Squirrel and the rest, or she'd have missed out on this hot pot. Right, no storm means we can set sail as planned. That's a relief, Lewis replied with a warm smile. But just then, even as he spoke, Lewis, who kept his observation hockey constantly active, suddenly sensed something. He shot to his feet, strode to the window, and whispered, "He really came? Shiki." To be continued. What is it? Sengoku and Guillaume both noticed Lewis's sudden shift and quickly unleashed their own observation hockey. Seconds later, their faces clouded with worry. On that vast expanse of ocean, among all those who could make such a bold move, aside from Isho, there was only Shiki. Sengoku stormed over to the window, his voice thunderous with anger. Outside, hovering above the headquarters plaza, several massive warships drifted in the air. Thankfully, though, it appeared no one was aboard them. As Sengoku's words rang out, those ships, like puppets with their strings cut, plummeted toward the plaza below in free fall. Not on my watch. Lewis shoved the window open, shot forward like a cannonball, and burst out into the storm. Slicing rapidly through the air, his hands never slowed for a moment. In a single, dazzling flash of cold light, Lewis gripped Sakura 10 tightly. A flickering blue-violet energy gathered along the blade as his eyes locked onto the warships, plummeting straight down from above. With the tension at its peak, he unleashed a mighty slash, shouting at the top of his lungs. Obliteration / lion's roar. The blast of shattered blue-violet energy surged between sky and earth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. In an instant, those several warships were reduced to nothing but dust. While drifting in the sky, Lewis stepped lightly in midair with moonwalk, halting his momentum, descending slowly amidst the swirling dust. At that very moment, the alarm bells of Marineford rang out, and a great number of Marines hurried from every direction. Where's the enemy? Where are they? I can't see any trace of the enemy. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lewis raised his hand. The gesture brooked no disobedience, and immediately silenced all the noise. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Relay my orders. Marineford is to enter maximum alert. All officers below the rank of Rear Admiral, withdraw in an orderly fashion." Shortly after, Fleet Admiral Sengoku arrived on the scene. He did not contest Lewis's command, but instead promptly dispatched others to take charge of the remaining Marines in the plaza, urging them to retreat at once. Taking a few strides, Sengoku came to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lewis, both men gazing up at a certain spot in the sky. The thick clouds obscured their sight, but their haki told them exactly who was lurking above. Shiki was there. "Stop hiding in the shadows." Lewis's voice was low and commanding. In his hand, Sakura 10 radiated with both armament haki and intense blue-violet energy, its color deepening until it bordered on pitch-black violet. All of this happened in the space of a single breath. In the very next moment, Lewis raised his sword and, with a powerful upward sweep, slashed straight toward the area in the clouds marked by his observation haki. From the blade, a sharp-edged energy wave sprang forth, transforming in the air into a massive lion that let out a deafening roar and hurled itself into the clouds above. Instantly, a gigantic hole exploded open in the cloud cover, revealing the sun for the first time that day. Even the lingering drizzle seemed to have been cut away by that one-sword swing. Sunlight streamed down through the breach, spilling golden rays across the plaza. And there, in the light, a figure exuding dominance and kingly authority appeared in full view of the assembled Marines. That figure hovered in the heavens, almost godlike. Sea winds gathered around him protectively, as if bowing in submission, lifting his wild golden mane in dazzling glory. His face was grim, the fire of rage obvious and unmistakable. His eyes glinted with the wild pride of a lion, so fierce that, aside from Lewis and Sengoku, not a soul dared meet his gaze. His very presence in the air sent chills into the hearts of many a commander below. This was the man whose roar shook the world, the pirate who sought to rule the seas from the sky itself. The golden lion, Shiki. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Shiki's gaze shifted between Sengoku and Lewis, but in the end, it locked unwaveringly onto Lewis. After a long silence, he slowly used his only remaining left hand to take the cigar from his mouth. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, the rage on his face seemed to dissipate a little. "Lewis, you're quite something, huh? You even managed to catch Roger," Shiki said in a low voice. Lewis had neither the desire nor the need to explain himself. He calmly slid Sakura 10 back into its sheath and, lighting a cigarette for himself without hurry, replied with a mocking tone. "That ornament on your head is really quite trendy. Admiral Shiki, your sense of style just gets more and more unique." At those words, Shiki was reminded of what had happened at Edwar. He gripped the empty sleeve of his right robe tightly with his left hand, his brows knitted together, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he spat out. "You little brat, always sneaking around, getting cockier every year, aren't you?" At that moment, Guion approached, carrying her Kenpyra sword, stepping to her boyfriend's side, every inch alert as she watched Shiki floating in the sky. However, Shiki paid her no mind at all, as if she didn't exist. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku chose just then to raise his voice and demand, "Shiki, what are you doing here? Got a death wish or something?" Sengoku. The veins on Shiki's temple bulged, and the fury in his eyes only grew darker. His dominant presence began to descend slowly from the sky, finally coming to stand atop a cannon battery. Even so, he remained looking down on the assembled navy. Drawing in a deep breath, he let loose a roar. "I don't care what underhanded tricks you Marines used to capture Roger. He's a man I respected. No matter what, I won't let him die at the hands of weaklings like you. Sengoku, Lewis, hand over Roger. If he must die, it'll be by the hand of me, the Golden Lion." Sengoku lifted his arm and rested it on the opposite shoulder. With a sharp crack of his neck, he declared, "Roger is the Pirate King. Whatever score you had with him, it was settled back at Edwar. And you lost Shiki. Pirate King." Shiki's killing intent flared even stronger as he bellowed. "Pirate King, my foot. If Roger had chosen to work with me, this world would have been ours long ago. We may not have seen eye to eye, but that bastard fought through an age with me. He's a man I can acknowledge. If he's here, then bring him out. Let me finish this with my own hands. 10 years, 20 years, it doesn't matter. The world will never belong to scum like you." Lewis rolled his neck with certainty and shouted back. With that, he tore off the great cloak of justice from his shoulders and tossed it aside. Guion, ever attentive behind him, caught her boyfriend's cape with quick hands. "Roger's not here. You've come to the wrong place, Shiki. A week from now, he would be executed in his hometown, Lobetown on the East Sea. Seeing things through to the end has its merits, doesn't it?" As Lewis spoke, his right hand rested lightly on the hilt of Sakura 10, poised to act at any moment. Meanwhile, the gaping hole in the sky gradually healed, and a steady drizzle began to fall, dampening and extinguishing the cigarette clamped between his lips. Lowtown? Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Shiki's eyes, followed swiftly by a resurgence of shame and indignation. Roger's death will surely crush the ambitions of many schemers across the seas. If there were fewer bastards like you, perhaps the seas could return to peace sooner, Admiral Sengoku continued. At the same time, he removed his own admiral's cloak and tossed it aside. It landed on the ground, quickly soaked by the rain. This sight nearly made Sengoku lose his composure. Why can't any of you be as perceptive as Gion? Don't you see? This is the cloak of an admiral. So Roger, the legend of the Pirate King is truly to end in the East Sea, the weakest sea of all? You must be kidding me. That's out of the question. What you're doing is the greatest insult to that bastard's memory. Shiki's furious roar broke out. His patience had finally snapped. The weakest sea? At this, Lewis actually managed a faint smile as he turned to Shiki. Perhaps, but the East Sea is also a symbol of peace. We won't allow you to disrupt the execution, Shiki. As soon as Lewis finished speaking, Admiral Sengoku seized the initiative. His powerful figure, wreathed in golden light, hurled a punch forward with all his might. To be continued. Shiki, looking at Sengoku's charge, grew serious. He stamped his foot. Instantly, the nearby gun battery warped and transformed into a lion, lifting him away. At that moment, Lewis raised his hand and brought it down, striking forcefully at the air. The stone lion, newly formed and about to pounce, shattered instantly under Lewis's blow. Seeing this, Shiki responded immediately. His left hand whipped out Deadwood, gripping the blade in a reverse grip along his arm to shield his chest. In the next moment, Sengoku's fist thundered in, crashing down onto Deadwood with a sound like the air being torn apart. The sheer force sent Shiki hurtling backward, but he quickly managed to right himself thanks to his own powers. Not wasting a second, Lewis's eyes flashed as he seized the moment. Springing forward with a burst of Jeppo, air bursting where he stepped, he drew Sakura Ten in a shimmering arc. A flash of cold steel, purple-black sword energy tore towards Shiki just as he stabilized himself. But Shiki's vast combat experience would not be denied. Haki surged onto Deadwood in an instant. With a flex of his calf, he maintained his grip on the sword and spun deftly, bringing his blade to meet Lewis's strike head-on. The deep violet black slash clung tightly, refusing to let go. Yet in the end, its strength began to falter and it could no longer hold on. Sensing its momentum waning, Shiki let out a low shout. Break! With a sudden surge of strength in his left hand, he actually split the incoming slash in two. Ignoring the sword aura that sliced past both sides of his body, his gaze fixed on Lewis. A savage grin crept across his lips as he sneered. Not bad, Lewis. How's my Odo Sakura treating you? Getting the hang of it? Lewis calmly slid Odo Sakura back into its sheath, spat out the damp cigarette that had long since gone soggy, ran a hand through his hair, and smiled. Should I be thanking you for that, then? Shiki snorted in disdain, offering no reply. At that moment, the full force of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's power was unleashed. His suit jacket burst apart at the seams, and in the span of a heartbeat, his whole form transformed into a golden Buddha, immense and awe-inspiring. Lewis, Formation A. Sengoku barked out the order without hesitation. The reason the Navy had dominated the seas for 8 centuries lay, in no small part, in their coordinated tactics. When two people fought together, they could produce results far greater than the sum of their individual strengths. This was one of the Standing Army's greatest advantages, something a ragtag pirate crew could never hope to master. Here, Formation A meant that Lewis would launch the main assault while Sengoku anchored the formation from behind. Diamond Fist. Sengoku roared. In the blink of an eye, the creamy white aura in his palm erupted into a powerful shockwave that blasted forth at once. Shiki spun his left hand, drawing a swirling bloom with his blade. With his withered sword in hand, he slashed sideways, sending a massive wave of sword energy through the air to intercept Sengoku's shockwave. But he was given no time to counter. Lewis's blade flashed from its sheath, an unsheathing strike, and a lion-shaped wave of sword energy thundered toward Shiki. Lewis quickly returned his sword to its sheath, sprang forward with forceful steps, and followed close behind. Shiki, having only just dispersed Sengoku's shockwave, let out a dismissive snort at the sight and casually sent another wave of sword energy, dispersing the lion-shaped blast. Just as he was about to hurl a mocking retort, a glint of golden light at the corner of his eye, along with his observation Haki's urgent warning, snapped him back to attention. Buddha's Wrath, Sengoku bellowed, already charging in close. Another powerful shockwave surged forth. Shiki, his left hand clad in armament Haki, swept up his withered sword and swung it fiercely towards Sengoku's massive fist. Their clashing armament haki collided in an instant, the force churning up a blast of wind, scattering debris in all directions from their epicenter. In just the span of a single breath, blows were exchanged multiple times. But fighting with one hand missing, Shiki steadily lost ground in this head-to-head clash with Sengoku. Eyes narrowing with deadly seriousness, veins bulging on his left arm, Shiki managed to hurl Sengoku far into the distance with a savage swing, seizing a rare chance to catch his breath. "You've let your guard down, Shiki." Recognizing the owner of that voice, Shiki's pupils contracted sharply. He realized the danger too late. The next instant, Lewis's figure appeared at his side. Clenching his fist, a corona of blue-violet energy burst forth as he drove it mercilessly into Shiki's gut. There's no time to dodge. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. In a split second, Shiki focused all his armament haki on his abdomen in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, the moment the attack landed, Shiki was stunned to realize that his projected haki was shattering at an alarming rate. How overbearing could this ability be? Even armament haki could be smashed apart? Shatter. With a thunderous roar, Lewis unleashed his power. The ground around Shiki instantly disintegrated into dust, creating a massive crater. Shiki struggled fiercely, his eyes wild and his teeth clenched tight. But in the end, he could not withstand the force. With a choking cough, he spat a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered organs, and Lewis slammed him down into the pit. The deafening crash, accompanied by billowing clouds of dust, echoed out from the crater. As if that were not enough, Lewis's earlier blow had even fractured a section of the bay's seawall, letting seawater pour straight into the enormous hole. Seeing this, Lewis stepped back a few paces. Admiral Sengoku landed beside him, then turned and asked, "Well, that guy's a devil fruit user, and now seawater's flooding in. I don't think he'll be able to put up much of a fight now, right?" Lewis replied after a brief pause, still unsure. Truth be told, Sengoku was still a bit dazed by it all. Shiki, that bastard, had come alone to cause chaos in Marineford. A move so reckless Sengoku had scarcely seen alike in his entire career. And yet, with just a bit of teamwork between him and Lewis, Shiki had been brought down. Maybe, Sengoku said, though hesitation lingered in his voice, a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Not far away, Gion stared at the water-flooded pit, utterly baffled. The great pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Is that it? It had all happened so quickly, beaten down into the sea by Lewis and Sengoku, before anyone could even blink. Was he too weak, or were we just too strong? But before the Navy could begin to celebrate, the once calm pit and the bay's waters began to churn with upheaval. Vortices spun above the surface, and then lions formed from surging seawater burst from the waves. I knew it. Top-tier devil fruit users like Shiki always have some trick up their sleeves for dealing with seawater. Sengoku grimaced as he watched the lions emerge. In the next moment, the seawater lions grouped together, their massive forms rivaling the size of the Marine headquarters fortress, and suddenly raised their giant paws, bracing them atop what remained of the unbroken seawall beside the Navy port. One of the mighty lions slowly opened its jaws wide, and atop its tongue stood Shiki himself. For all the overwhelming power of this dramatic return, his body was faring badly. Shiki's eyes were clouded and dark as he glared down at Lewis from above, fully aware that a part of his abdomen, his very organs, had already been destroyed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Lewis, and curled his lips into a grin as he spoke. "What a formidable power you possess. But it's still not enough, kid." Even though he was gravely injured, his unyielding spirit remained undiminished. To be continued. However, Shiki didn't waste any more words. He lowered his gaze to the group of Marines gathered on the square, his eyelids shadowed, then clenched his left fist and roared. "Golden Lion's secret art. Herd hunt." As soon as his shout rang out, the ruined warships at the edge of the embankment responded, transformed into several stone lions, each slightly smaller in size. Together with the enormous sea lion beneath his own feet, they surged onto the embankment and swept toward the square, smashing through every cannon fort and barricading their path with ferocious ease, leaving nothing but utter ruin in their wake. Watching the forceful onslaught, Admiral Sengoku shot Lewis a meaningful look, as if signaling no intention of intervening. Lewis didn't object. Instead, a thrill of excitement flickered in his eyes. Lion against lion. Cherry Blossom 10 was drawn from its sheath. His wrist tensed in a sudden burst of strength. Armament haki and his ability surged together, cloaking the blade. Facing the charging pride of lions, he raised his sword and unleashed a powerful slash. Oblivion Slash, Supreme Lion Hunt. With that thunderous roar, a blue-violet, shattered energy burst forth, instantly taking the shape of several roaring lions as it rained down on their kin. The destructive force was absolute. Nothing could halt its advance. The stone lions were each smashed to dust, while the immense sea lion shattered in a booming explosion from the onslaught of its rivals. Around the embankment, torrents of rain came cascading down in the aftermath. Yet in the very next instant, powered by Shiki's ability, the ground of the square swelled, and more stone lions sprang to life, continuing the relentless assault. Seeing this, Lewis gave a cold snort. He drove Cherry Blossom 10 down into the earth with a forceful thrust. Blue-violet waves of energy rippled outwards, spreading with impeccable precision. The lions didn't stand a chance. Once again, they were reduced to nothing but dust. Golden Lion's secret art, Thousand Cut Valley. Just then, Shiki barked out the name of his move, drawing phantom traces with the withered wood in his left hand and sending dozens of slashing waves down from the sky, all aimed straight at Lewis. Oblivion Slash, Lion's Bite. With a flash of an icy blade, Cherry Blossom 10 gleamed. Lewis neither dodged nor flinched. He met the torrent head-on, swinging down with all his might. A massive lion's visage appeared and opened its gaping, blood-red maw, unleashing an earth-shaking roar. Against the incoming barrage of slashes, the great lion's face lunged forward and tore them apart, shattering Shiki's powerful attack in midair. Blade Wave. Shiki's voice shot abruptly into Lewis's ears. Without hesitation, his body responded to instinct, and Cherry Blossom 10 flipped to guard before him. Sure enough, a heartbeat later, Shiki's withered wood had already clashed violently against the blade of Cherry Blossom 10. The blades that had once symbolized brotherhood now clashed in bitter enmity, their contact casting showers of sparks through the air. The collision of their armament haki and the swell of their abilities sent ripples outward, creating a no-man's land around them, a space no ordinary person could hope to approach. Sky and Lewis faced each other across their crossed swords, utterly unmoved by the swirling clouds of dust rising around them. Their gazes locked, and neither yielded an inch. "Kid, for now, I'll admit you're worthy." Sky grinned, a note of grudging admiration in his voice. Rare were those in this world who could go toe-to-toe with him so evenly, and today he'd found another. Yet, as he looked at Lewis's face, Sky couldn't help but see Roger's features flicker in his mind, and the anger he'd just managed to quell surged once again, fiercer than before. This time, though, Sky didn't let his fury cloud his judgment. With a deft twist of his wooden blade, his figure vanished in a blur, springing skyward and twisting through the air. In an instant, he launched a powerful kick at Lewis. Lewis's body moved on instinct, guided by his haki. He lifted his cherrywood blade, just in time, the movement barely enough to catch Sky's strike. A surge of force exploded between them, pressing Lewis backward and gouging furrows in the heavy stone tiles of the plaza beneath his retreating feet. Sky's agility needed no mention. With the powers of the float fruit, he was unrivaled, perhaps unmatched in the world. But his strength, too, was formidable. Among monsters, no one excelled in only one domain. It was only thanks to the muscle memory Lewis had honed in countless battles, paired with his constant, vigilant use of haki, that he was able to keep pace. Otherwise, that one blow would have been impossible to block. "Is that all you've got, old lion?" Lewis couldn't help but taunt, flicking his blade with ease and wearing an unconcerned expression. At the barb, veins bulged along Sky's temple. His grin stretched wider, his face twisting into an even more fearsome snarl, though he didn't bother with a retort. Suddenly, without warning, his figure disappeared from Lewis's view, only to reappear instantly at Lewis's left, swinging his wooden sword in a savage arc aimed straight at Lewis's waist. The attack was meant to cut Lewis in half. Lewis's focus sharpened to a razor's edge. With no time to dodge, he formed a claw with his left hand, blue-violet energy swirling in his palm as he lunged to intercept Sky's weapon. "Mettering tolon," Lewis called out in a low voice. His claw strike was precise, stopping the wooden blade's advance cold. On closer inspection, his hand never directly touched the edge at all. Waves of sword aura clashed with the power gathered in Lewis's palm, the energies devouring one another but unable to break through the impasse. At the same moment, Lewis released his grip on the cherrywood blade with his right hand and balled it into a fist. The destructive force welled up instantly, surging with energy as he prepared to slam into Sky's right side. Suddenly, he felt his legs freeze, trapped without even needing to glance down. He knew Sky had ensnared his feet in earth and stone from the ground below. "You're strong, Lewis." But still, Sky's lips curled into a grin, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You're way too green." The moment he finished his sentence, the earth and stones tangled around Lewis's legs surged upward, quickly crawling up his body. Lewis was just about to fight back, but he was ultimately no match for Shiki's speed. Lion's might, earth roll. With a roar, Shiki unleashed his attack. In an instant, the stones entwining Lewis twisted and transformed into tongue-like appendages. In the next moment, as Shiki's figure sprang back, a mighty lion erupted from the ground below. Its tongue curled up, wrapping Lewis tightly, and with a savage snap of its jaws, swallowed him whole. Then, the lion collapsed back and on itself, morphing into a towering pillar that shot up from the earth. Lewis found himself forcibly twisted within the heart of the stone column. Watching from not far away, the Admiral Sengoku had been ready to intervene. But just as the pillar solidified, it exploded violently. Shards of stone sprayed outward, only to crumble into dust under the force of an unseen power. The dust, along with the surrounding debris, vanished without a trace, as though the entire space had been swept clean. Lewis coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, feeling relief rush through his chest. The pain had eased considerably. By sealing off the space around himself with his own powers, the damage had been contained. Though visibly battered, Lewis's injuries weren't as severe as they appeared. "How are you holding up?" At that moment, Admiral Sengoku landed beside him, stepping through the air with moonwalk. His gaze locked onto Shiki, but his words were directed at Lewis. Lewis understood he wasn't being asked about his wounds. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he grinned and said, "That was fierce. Shiki lives up to his legend as one of the great pirates, but I'm far from being cornered yet. I can still keep fighting." Admiral Sengoku chuckled, continuing without turning his head, "I just wanted you to feel the might of a top-tier pirate firsthand. It seems you've gotten the idea. Now I'll take the offensive. You back me up? We don't have time to waste on this lunatic." Hearing this, Lewis drew Sakura 10 from the ground, flicking the dirt from its blade, his reply steady and sure. "Understood." To be continued. Clashing with a powerhouse like Shiki was a rare opportunity, but there were times when priorities must come first. Sengoku said no more. He pressed his palms together, instantly releasing a surge of armament haki, its force and darkness unmistakable. It was the advanced form, what the land of Wano called Flowing Sakura. The intensity alone made Lewis marvel. He had just recently mastered this second stage after his fight with Barrett, but compared with Sengoku's display, he was still a ways off. Not to mention that old monster, Garp. "Time to move." Sengoku's crisp command snapped Lewis back to attention. Just as the Admiral of the Warring States shifted his stance, vanishing in an instant with a swift shave step, Lewis sheathed his sword, gathering his strength for a brief moment. A glimmer of sharp intent flickered in his eyes. Holding Sakura 10 firmly, he unleashed a ringing sword cry and struck forcefully at Shiki from the side as the golden lion soared through the air. At that very moment, the Admiral's figure appeared suddenly near Shiki. With a resounding palm strike, he attacked, but the golden lion was undaunted. Pivoting skillfully, Shiki dodged the slash and, in one fluid motion, countered with a powerful blade infused with armament haki, successfully blocking the Admiral's assault. It seems the rudder's effect on him is still barely noticeable. Lewis observed the scene before him, thoughts swirling in his mind. During the previous clash, the tempo was so intense he had no leisure for idle musings. Now, seeing things more clearly, he realized that the embedded rudder had yet to suppress Shiki's strength. His haki and abilities were still flowing without restraint. Still, it was only a matter of time. Otherwise, how could the Golden Lion, after more than 2 decades of unending suffering, be so overwhelmed by that straw hat kid, who hadn't even mastered haki, almost losing his life on the spot? Discarding the tangled web of thoughts, Lewis fixed his gaze and color of observation haki unwaveringly on Shiki. The intensity of his focus, paired with persistent training, self-discipline, and tireless drive, pushed Lewis's observation haki to a new breakthrough. Suddenly, he became aware that, through his observation haki, he could sense the delicate weaknesses in the fabric of space itself, as if invisible keyholes were scattered around. With the right key, he could unlock and tear open the very space at will. What in the world is this? Lewis was taken aback. He had already learned everything he could about observation haki from Teacher Zephyr, including the secrets behind glimpsing the future. Though he couldn't use that ability yet, the theory was clear. But these nodes, he had never even heard of. Astonished, Lewis looked more closely. There weren't many of these nodes, but they clustered in much greater numbers around Shiki and the Admiral than anywhere else. Turning this over in his mind, Lewis paused, then speculated boldly. Perhaps the number of such nodes was tied to the fluctuations of energy around a person or object. Maybe it was the worlds while creating a kind of seal, striving to keep the space stable between these two titans. As for Whitebeard, perhaps he too could see such nodes, and with his powers, shake them, unleashing such destructive might. Lewis couldn't unravel the principle, but he could at least say this. Paired with his observation haki, he was now able to perceive these nodes directly. Perhaps, by focusing on a single node, he could expand the reach of his observation haki, widening its domain dramatically. Suddenly, Lewis noticed the surge of bluish-violet energy welling up in his hand, and a moment of deep realization dawned on him. My destructive power, in theory, it can tear open space itself. The reason I couldn't do it before might have been because I couldn't sense these nodes, Lewis murmured quietly to himself. It's similar to how, in the original story, Enel used his lightning fruit, or how Isho combined his gravity fruit with a special type of observation haki. Actually, in the original story, the fact that Isho could pull down meteors from the sky already defied all logic. Now, looking back, perhaps his observation haki working together with his fruit let him discover some sort of field, like a gravitational field or something else. Otherwise, the sheer range of his observation haki would be utterly terrifying. Yet even with this groundbreaking discovery and a breakthrough in his observation haki, now is not the time for Lewis to sit down and study this new power in depth. Thanks to the existence of these nodes, Lewis could now lock on a Shiki's figure with far greater precision. When moving through space, Shiki's trails were clearly traceable. This sense was far more acute than just relying on sight alone. In the instant when Shiki and the Admiral Sengoku crossed paths, Lewis brought his hands together forcefully and spoke in a deep voice. Shatter Ring. At that moment, surges of blue-violet energy poured from Lewis, gathering rapidly beneath Shiki and forming into a circular ring. A wild and overwhelming force of destruction erupted upward, engulfing Shiki in a perfectly focused area about 2 or 3 meters across, holding him firmly in its grasp. In the next heartbeat, the surging energy transformed into a pair of massive hands, reaching out with purpose. They seized the spatial nodes around Shiki and clenched down with brutal strength. Suddenly, on either side of Shiki, 2 black holes about a meter wide each tore into existence. The tremendous suction left him utterly immobile. Shiki, both alarmed and furious, immediately forced his own buoyancy powers into play, stubbornly resisting the force pulling at him. Just as he was preparing to escape, the Admiral Sengoku seized this fleeting chance. A sharp brilliance flickered in the Admiral's eyes as his enormous golden palm, wreathed in bands of white light, came crashing down on Shiki. Caught too off guard to evade, Shiki took the full force of the blow, spewing blood from his mouth. His eyes rolled back slightly as he was sent flying backwards. Even Sengoku found himself surprised at this turn of events. He had known Lewis's abilities were formidable, but had never imagined he'd reached the point of shattering space itself. That was simply monstrous. Even if all Lewis could manage now was to open a small tear, given time, this power would only grow more terrifying. This kid, Lewis, his control and mastery over his abilities is becoming sharper and stronger by the day, Sengoku thought to himself in awe. Judging by his rapid progress, Sengoku felt that Lewis might soon surpass even Sakazuki and the rest of them. Perhaps, not long from now, this young man will be able to truly bear the mantle of Admiral of the Navy. As Shiki was sent flying, there came a thunderous crash, and his body smashed uncontrollably into the ground. The solid floor of Marineford fractured instantly, leaving behind a gaping hole. Feeling a deep sense of weakness surge through his body, Lewis fell to one knee, a look of resignation on his face. That last technique, while tremendously powerful, had been incredibly draining as well. Shattering the dimensional barrier had cost him dearly. By his own reckoning, even in peak condition, Lewis guessed he could only unleash that move 3 times at most. It seems I can't use this kind of technique recklessly, but if I want to take down Shiki, I have to pull out something big, Lewis thought to himself with a hint of frustration. Without another second's hesitation, he stood up, rooted his stance, placed his right hand on Sakura Ten's hilt, and poised his left hand in a ready grip, preparing for an eye draw. The force of destruction and the armament haki both poured into the scabbard, energy building steadily within. Seeing this, Gion immediately fell in a step beside Lewis, her hand resting on the hilt of her Kanabira, the picture of a loyal guardian. As power gathered to a crescendo, Lewis's face gradually turned pale, the space around him trembling uncontrollably. Sengoku, watching from a distance, was stunned. He had no idea what kind of trick the young man was planning now. Even if she didn't know exactly what her boyfriend intended, Gion understood one thing. No one could be allowed to disturb him now. Sengoku! Shiki bellowed, bursting out from the hole. With a sweeping gesture, he brought several stone lion statues to life, sending them lunging at the Admiral with savage jaws snapping. At that very moment, Lewis turned his full attention to Shiki. With all his strength, he drew and slashed, shouting, "Break! Funeral of the Dark Sky!" To be continued. Author's message upon going live. From the time this book was added to the library on May 21st, 41 days have now passed. This is the author's very first successfully contracted and published book, well, not counting that 40,000-word one that I abandoned early on. I never thought I'd see this day myself, and honestly, I'm pretty excited. P.S. Now that the book's live, how about tossing me a few votes, maybe a reward or two? I don't think that's too much to ask. As the blade was drawn from its sheath, the energy enveloping it was no longer the familiar indigo violet from before. After Lewis's long accumulation, it had transformed into a deep, mysterious black. Within that darkness, glimmers of light flickered, like countless stars scattered across the night sky, captivating and beautiful, yet deadly in their silence. Just as Lewis had named it. Funeral. The name said it all. As his words faded, the jet black slash burst forth from the blade, tearing through the air with a piercing, shattering crack, surging straight toward Shiki. Everything in its path was consumed by that strike, leaving not a trace behind. Those ferocious, snarling stone lions were utterly fragile in its wake. With the barest touch, they dissolved into nothingness, silently, completely erased from existence. Despite his fury, Shiki kept his composure. He didn't ignore the urgent warnings from his observation hockey. With a swift maneuver, he quickly retreated out of the attack's range. Yet what happened next made everyone present, regardless of allegiance or rank, feel a chill crawl down their spines. The black slash shot out and crashed into thin air. With a clear, shattering sound, a crisp crack like the signal of disaster, the space around the point of impact began to splinter, breaking away until it formed a crescent-shaped rift. Beyond that gash was utter darkness, absolute emptiness. No one knew what lay behind it, but a bone-deep terror gripped everyone, making their hair stand on end and crushing any desire to investigate further. What in the world is this? Shiki couldn't help but glance back, shock surging through his chest. To be honest, he was completely rattled by Lewis's move. He'd planned to show off with a few menacing words upon entering, but the sight that greeted him forced a curse from his lips. Shiki had always thought himself a master of the float fruit, flinging entire islands at his foes with ease. Maybe, in terms of sheer destructive power, his fruit could rival this move. Both could annihilate islands, topple nations. But when it came to presence, he had to admit he fell short. Throwing around islands was at least comprehensible, but Lewis literally split open the fabric of space. That kind of thing, who could possibly make sense of it? It may have been less noisy, but the visual impact was off the charts. 1,000 thoughts whirled through Shiki's mind, though only a moment had passed in reality. As he turned to say something, Fleet Admiral Sengoku reacted instantly. In the blink of an eye, his body swelled to the size of a small giant, transforming into the legendary Golden Buddha. That monumental Buddha unleashed a sweeping palm strike, sending out a shockwave aimed straight at Shiki. Shiki swallowed his words, frustration burning in his chest. Up till now, he was the only one getting battered relentlessly, while Lewis and Sengoku at most bore scratches. That fact helped clear his mind further. He finally recognized his own recklessness. Until now, he'd always tended to underestimate Lewis. Only after a couple rounds of combat did he manage to shake his old impressions from the Ed War. On top of that, with Sengoku, this living Buddha looming nearby and eyeing him like prey, the thought of retreat began to sprout in his heart. With a flick of his left wrist, Shiki swept out with Deadwood, tearing open the shockwave after slicing apart. He made up his mind. Time to escape. Truthfully, even if he caused a massive ruckus in Marineford today and fled, it wouldn't be a disgrace. No matter how badly he was wounded, it was the Navy who would lose face, not him. If anything, his infamy might reach new heights after this. After all, not everyone dared challenge Marine headquarters alone and live to tell the tale. No matter how he looked at it, running now wasn't a loss. Yet before Shiki could put his plan into action, Lewis moved again. As the glimmer of Sakura 10 flashed in his hand, a slash imbued with destructive force hurtled straight toward Shiki. Seeing this, Shiki's eyelids lowered, casting a shadow over his face. With a swift backward movement, he parried the attack with his own blade, scattering Lewis's slash in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his ability and soared upwards, trying to gain altitude and put some distance between himself and his pursuers, hoping to make his escape easier. Shiki, don't even think about running away. Fleet Admiral Sengoku instantly sensed his intent. With a furious shout, he drove his voice across the battlefield. If this bastard Shiki really escapes today, then everything the Navy stands for, and his own reputation as Fleet Admiral, would be utterly trampled underfoot. The Navy was preparing to execute Roger, hoping to rally morale and restore faith in justice. But if something like this happened now, Roger's public execution might lose all its intended impact. So today, no matter what, this bastard Shiki cannot be allowed to get away. Open. Lewis was honestly quite surprised. In the original story, wasn't this fight supposed to rage on until a third of all Marineford was destroyed before Shiki was finally defeated and captured from exhaustion? How had his own actions caused such a drastic change, making Shiki think only of escaping so soon? Surprised as he was, Lewis wasted no time. Meanwhile, when Sengoku saw Lewis aim his hand at him, the haze of anger in his mind paused, and he found himself confused. What's this brat up to now? Is he planning to betray our sense of justice? But as Lewis gave a low, commanding shout, Sengoku suddenly felt his whole body become lighter, as if some shackle had fallen from him. He noticed, too, that Lewis's aura seemed weaker than before. Perhaps he could no longer unleash the overwhelming power he'd shown earlier to restrain Shiki. It seemed that liberating feeling was one of Lewis's unique tricks. Sengoku didn't waste time pondering the logic. With a powerful leap using Moonwalk, he shot after Shiki. For a moment, it felt like gravity no longer bound him, and the sudden surge of speed nearly threw him off guard. But a fleet admiral is nothing if not in command of his own body. With a swift adjustment in midair, Sengoku quickly adapted to his new state and closed the distance to Shiki. Shiki, what do you take Marineford for? You think you can come and go as you please? Sengoku roared, not pausing for a second. With his powers surging, he unleashed a mighty punch. Floating in the air, Shiki was not to be outdone. With a sharp twist, he blocked Sengoku's fist with a countering sword strike, snarling, "If I want to leave, no one can stop me." In a weightless chaos, and with Shiki's injuries and the loss of his arm, the aerial battle tipped in Sengoku's favor. Against all odds, the so-called flying pirate was locked down, unable to break free. At the same time, having steadied his breath, Lewis tore off his tie and rolled his shoulders, preparing himself as he spoke in a deep, steady voice. "Gion, Shiki is trying to escape. No matter what, we cannot let him succeed. If he does, everything our Navy stands for, our justice, our honor, will be utterly lost." "Understood," Gion replied crisply, her face set in determination. "To give Admiral Sengoku the chance to deliver a decisive blow, I'll go in first. You follow right behind. While I have Shiki tangled up, don't hesitate. Attack with everything you've got." A rare fierceness crossed Lewis's face as he laid out the plan. Hearing this, Gion's stern expression almost faltered. She instinctively wanted to protest, but when she saw the unwavering resolve in Lewis's eyes, she understood. Now, more than ever, he needed her trust and unwavering support. Seeing her relent, Lewis let a small smile tug at his lips. But as he turned and gazed up at the airborne battlefield, that smile faded in an instant. Wasting no more time, he shrouded both himself and Gion in weightlessness, then launched himself forward with blinding speed, feet striking the air in the signature moonwalk, the rush of wind roaring behind him as he shot straight towards Shiki. To be continued. Shiki, still in fierce combat with Admiral Sengoku, instantly sensed Lewis's rapid approach. With a sudden sweep of his sword, he drove Sengoku back for a brief moment, then spun around, haki surging along his leg, and unleashed a powerful kick. Lewis met the oncoming attack without the slightest sign of retreat. He crossed his arms before him, coating them in haki, and took the full force head-on. The shock wave sent a tremendous pressure through his body, but Lewis stood his ground, refusing to give an inch. As the force trembled along his arms, he loosened his grip just enough, then lunged forward and seized Shiki's ankle in a vice-like hold. Realizing he'd been caught, Shiki instantly lashed out with his other leg, aiming a brutal kick at Lewis's chest, hoping to force him to release his grip. But Lewis would not let go. He raised his left arm to block, though the impact sent a jolt through his chest and blood welled at the corner of his lips. The pain only sharpened Lewis's resolve. Activating the power in his left hand, he crushed the ankle in his grasp, bones reduced to powder by his grip. The searing pain brought a bloodshot fury to Shiki's eyes. He gritted his teeth, poised to counterattack, but even as he rallied, Admiral Sengoku's fist landed square in his chest. With a resounding impact, even Shiki's hardened haki could not fully shield him. His body jerked to a halt, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, Lewis's eyes flashed. He yanked Shiki close, pinning him tightly against his body, then in one swift motion, locked his arms tight around Shiki's waist. Shiki reacted with lightning speed, flipping his wrist to fling his wooden sword aside. Using his powers, he twisted behind Lewis and drove an attack straight for his back, vicious and unrelenting. But Lewis had no thought of dodging. His pupils narrowed with determination as he summoned the last reserves of his haki, encasing his waist while locking Shiki firmly in his grasp. Now, Lewis roared. In the blink of an eye, blood spattered in every direction. Shiki's withered wooden blade broke through Lewis's armament haki from the side, stabbing deep into his waist and abdomen. Instantly, blood gushed out in torrents. Reacting to Lewis's signal, Gion burst forth at her highest speed, appearing before Shiki in the blink of an eye. Meeting Shiki's wide-eyed look of terror, she drove her golden Compyra straight toward his heart. At the edge of death, Shiki's latent power suddenly surged past its limits. The ship's helm wedged in his skull burst open along several fresh, bloody cracks. A surge of overwhelming presence exploded outward from him, dominating the surroundings. It was the Conqueror's haki. Ever since the battle at Edwar, thanks to that memento of combat lodged in his head, Shiki had rarely dared unleash his Conqueror's haki. Every time he tried, a blinding pain would tear through his head. Even doctors had said that, unless one possessed the legendary powers of the Op-Op fruit, removal surgery was all but impossible. Helpless, he could only continue his conquest of a new world while endlessly searching for any clue to that elusive devil fruit. By now, calling forth his Conqueror's haki was already the utmost of his abilities. Forget channeling it into a weapon for any attack. Just as Shiki's will surge toward him, Lewis felt his spirit waver, ever so slightly loosening his grip on Shiki's ankle. But he quickly snapped back to himself. In his heart, anger roared like a caged lion. His past, his convictions, and his present desires all resonated together at this moment. Perhaps it was an awakening of his abilities, or perhaps something else. Break for me. All at once, everyone present seemed to hear a crisp, shattering sound, accompanied by Lewis's thunderous roar. His own Conqueror's haki burst forth from his body, colliding violently with Shiki's overwhelming will. Lewis, you! Shiki gasped in astonishment, but before he could finish, Lewis called out urgently, Gion, now, hurry! The clashing of their haki inevitably affected Gion's sword arm. Her Compyra, which should have pierced Shiki's heart, veered off by a fraction, driving through Shiki's chest, but also into Lewis's lung. With a violent, wet cough, Lewis spewed a mouthful of blood mingled with bits of shredded organ. Fortunately, his girlfriend had at least held back a little and hadn't driven Compyra in all the way. Admiral Sengoku, seeing that Lewis had risked everything to pin Shiki down, understood his intention in a heartbeat. Without wasting a word, Sengoku activated his ability. A wash of golden light enveloped Shiki, Lewis, and Gion all at once. Then, a wrathful roar rang in their ears. Great radiance, evil's end. The Buddha form of Admiral Sengoku shone with an even more dazzling gold, blazing so brightly that from afar, it seemed as though they had all been swallowed by pure light. With both hands pressed together in a gesture of prayer, all the radiant energy gathered into the palms. Then, the hands shifted into fists, as if seizing all that accumulated power within his grasp. Drawing his fists back to his waist, the Warring States General's aura soared to its very peak. With a burst of afterimages trailing behind him, he launched his fist at the three without a moment's hesitation. Once that punch landed, there was no way for any of the three, Lewis, Shiki, or Gon, to escape. The blades piercing Shiki's and Lewis's bodies were thrown out by the sheer force of the backlash. Gion was the first to be injured by the wild shockwave, an overwhelming might, sent flying backwards by the impact. Next, Lewis's grip faltered as well. His arm lost all strength, and Shiki, freed at last, barely managed to cling to consciousness as the suppressed wounds in his body suddenly burst forth. He teetered on the brink of passing out, clinging to just a sliver of awareness. Lewis fell along with Shiki, crashing headlong towards the ground. To onlookers, it seemed as if just that one move from the Warring States General had utterly wiped out all three. In the distance, the Marines gazed at the figures of Gion and the others plummeting, hearts pounding with shock and awe. The Warring States General was truly ruthless. He hadn't hesitated for a second. As for Vice Admiral Gion and Vice Admiral Lewis, they were equally relentless. One dared to stab, the other clung on for dear life. Today, these three had given everyone present a harsh lesson. If you lack resolve, you won't survive. Perhaps that's why one had made it to Admiral, and the other two still stood as Vice Admirals. Gion, though battered by the Warring States General's powerful punch, hadn't suffered any other major injuries. So, when she crashed to the ground, she spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Other than one or two fractured ribs, her injuries weren't too severe. After all, the last attack hadn't targeted her directly. She'd only been hit by the remnants of the shockwave. The same could not be said for Shiki. The injuries he sustained were truly grave. Outnumbered and facing fierce attacks one after another, then cut straight through the chest, and finally forced to endure the general's devastating blow. He was nearly lifeless, lying on his back among the scattered debris of the broken floor. Rainwater trailed down his face, mingling with the blood bubbling from his nose as he struggled for breath. The blood pouring from his chest soaked the ground around him, turning the small pit where he lay into a pool of crimson. His chest was visibly sunken, with who knew how many fractured ribs. Not far from Shiki was Lewis. The instant the general's blow was about to land, Lewis quickly shielded his body with his powers, but he couldn't fully shield them both, or it would have ruined the plan concerning Shiki. As a result, he took a fair share of the impact himself, though he managed to remain conscious. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, he knelt on one knee, mud and blood smeared across his clothes, utterly bedraggled beneath the relentless rain. Yet he paid none of it any mind, staring at the fallen Shiki. An unmistakable smile crept onto his lips. Good thing I didn't let that scoundrel get away. Otherwise, we'd have been in serious trouble, Lewis murmured to himself. Catching his breath, he suddenly remembered. The sword was still lodged in his waist. Carefully slowing his movements, he held his breath and, with measured force, gripped the withered blade, dragging it out from his side against the resistance. To be continued. As the withered blade came free, a fountain of blood erupted, and blood swiftly began to pour out in streams. Yet Lewis did not panic. Tossing the blade aside, he pressed his palms together and called out in a low voice. Sixth Form's secret art, return of life. Where the wound had once flowed with endless blood, the bleeding slowed, the muscles convulsed, and flesh forcibly knit itself together, at least stemming the blood for now. Of course, while this had alleviated the worst of his injuries, actual healing would still require hospital treatment. Being Zephyr's prize student, it was hardly surprising that he could wield the return of life technique. But even as he forced the bleeding to stop, Lewis's aura grew noticeably weaker. After all, this technique was only used as a last resort. It required a heavy toll on the body. Meanwhile, the golden glow around Fleet Admiral Sengoku gradually faded, his form returning to its usual state. Without sparing a glance for either Guion or Lewis, he strode straight to Shiki, seized him by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. Shiki cracked his eyes open. Through the haze of blood, he barely recognized Sengoku. Just as he tried to speak, Sengoku's fist shot out, striking him square in the face. With a sickening crack, Sengoku broke Shiki's nose. Blood gushed from the wound. "You're under arrest, Shiki," Sengoku growled, venom in every word. Dizzy and reeling from the blow, Shiki wanted nothing more than a curse back. "Arrest me if you must, but what was that punch for?" Sengoku beckoned, and two unnamed rear admirals immediately stepped forward, locking a pair of sea-prism cuffs around Shiki's wrists. "Take Shiki to the holding cells at once," Sengoku commanded with a nod. "Yes, Admiral," the two officers answered crisply. Watching Shiki's figure being dragged into the fortress until he vanished from sight, Sengoku finally let out a deep breath. Only then did he hurry over to where Guion and Lewis were, asking, "How are you two holding up? How are your injuries?" Guion shook her head. "I'm all right, just broke a rib or two." But Lewis seems to be in much worse shape. First he took a sword from Shiki, then a stab from me, and to top it off, your palm strike. Before Guion could finish, Lewis waved her words away. "I'll live. I can take it." He couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He'd hoped to wear his enemy down through attrition, but when Shiki tried to make a break for it, Lewis had been forced to go all out. As a result, what transpired was almost ironic. He had been lurking on the sidelines the whole time, barely joining the fray until the second phase, when he unleashed his ultimate move and nearly drained every ounce of his strength in the process. In the end, he threw himself into the fight, but all he really got for his trouble was a single stab wound. The rest of the serious injuries were all dealt by his teammates. But there was no use complaining. This path was his own choice. Compared to the massive consequences that would have come from letting Shiki escape, Lewis considered it, and decided the outcome was acceptable. As for Shiki, well, let that battered old lion live out his days and impelled down. Not long after, a group of Navy doctors hurried over, clutching their medical kits and holding umbrellas against the sun, jogging up to Lewis and kneeling by his side to examine his injuries. To give credit where it's due, Guion's wounds truly weren't serious, just as she'd claimed. But Lewis really was in quite bad shape. Still, seeing how lively and energetic he was, most people didn't worry too much about him. Once the doctors finished their checkup, Admiral Sengoku spoke up. "The two of you, get yourselves to the infirmary and rest for a few days. I have to get back to." Before he could finish, Lewis raised a hand to cut him off. "Forget it, Admiral. I'll stick to my original plan and set sail for Logtown." "Nonsense, Lewis." Have you seen your injuries? Sengoku blurted out, cutting him off without a second thought, his voice booming. At that, Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He looked up, fixing the Admiral with a defiant gaze, and met his eyes squarely, resolute and unwavering. I was the one who captured Roger. I have to witness his execution with my own eyes. Originally, Sengoku, Lewis, and Gion had planned to sail to Lowtown on a Navy ship in 2 days' time. But after the chaos Shiki had stirred up, Sengoku now needed to stay behind, to command from headquarters at its weakest moment, in case anything unexpected happened. After all, the Navy's strongest forces were all heading to the East Blue now. Lewis, meanwhile, had no intention of lingering at headquarters. He wanted to be there to witness the final, most glorious moment of Roger's life. Missing such an event was something he knew he would regret. The question of whether he should intervene or not had weighed on Lewis's mind for a long time. If he intervened, then the era of the great pirates would never begin, and the Navy's reform plans would be for nothing. Seeing the unwavering determination in Lewis's eyes, Sengoku, who had meant to stop him, could only sigh and relent. Very well, I won't try to talk you out of it. Once you get there, inform Teru that she's in charge of everything concerning the execution, before and after. As for things here at Marineford, I have to stay and take command. I won't be coming with you. I'm going too. Gion chimed in at once, making it clear that wherever Lewis went, she would follow. Seeing Lewis depart in his condition, Sengoku couldn't exactly forbid Gon. Her wounds weren't serious, and the two could look after each other on the way. He simply nodded his approval, letting them go. All of a sudden, Sengoku realized the young couple in front of him was showing off their affections. Still, as a great general, Sengoku was generous and broad-minded. He didn't take it to heart. Instead, he turned to the nearby military doctors and said, "You few, make sure to look after Vice Admiral Lewis and Vice Admiral Gion while you're on board." Understood. At once, the military doctors stood up, saluted, and urgently promised that they would take good care of the two vice admirals. The rain's getting heavier. There's no time to lose. Let's set out now, Lewis said. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded, speaking earnestly. Yes, be careful out there. With Roger's public execution, there's no telling what might happen. Even someone like Shiki went mad and attacked. We might see more powerful figures show up, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. Normally, with Roger being publicly executed, it would make sense if crewmates of his tried to rescue him. But Lewis knew in his heart, aside from Buggy and Shanks coming to say their goodbyes to their captain, no one else would appear. Except for that surge caused by Roger's last words, a proclamation that marked the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Lowtown remained relatively safe. Even though several future pirate kings were among the spectators at the execution, nothing truly chaotic broke out. After his final reminders, Sengoku suddenly laughed, his outlook bright. Now that Roger's about to be executed and Shiki's captured, the balance of power among pirates in the New World will change massively. In the end, only Newgate will be left holding it all together. If we seize the opportunity, we can march into the New World and sweep across the seas. At this point, Sengoku's confidence was not without reason. Though Kaido and Big Mom posed great threats, they weren't yet as formidable or troublesome as they would later become. Looking at it now, with Roger gone and Shiki out of the picture too, the only one who could still go toe-to-toe with the Navy in the New World was Whitebeard. But even he could not hold out forever. And as history would prove, the next 20 years truly came to be known as the era of Whitebeard, or, jokingly, the era of finding a father. Newgate single-handedly maintained order in the New World. During this time, if the Navy had truly been ruthless and spared no expense, they might indeed have managed to wipe out the three great pirates in one fell swoop. But no one could have foreseen the coming of the Great Pirate Era. The previously steady seas suddenly grew turbulent. Wherever one looked, pirates were everywhere. Even though these pirates hadn't reached their peak, they still consumed most of the Navy's energy and attention. As a result, the Navy's strategic focus shifted from ambitions in the New World to maintaining order and balance throughout the seas, try to minimize the impact of the Great Pirate Era on themselves, the member nations, and even on the world government. Likewise, the Shichibukai system was introduced to meet the demands of the times. These are the measures that had to be taken in response to the changing times. To be continued. After indulging in his vision for the Navy's glorious future, the Admiral Sengoku turned to Lewis and said, "You two have performed a great service today. Lewis, for now, steady yourself in your current position. There's no need to rush. But once the business with Roger is done, I'll make sure you get the title of Admiral Candidate." Through today's battle, Admiral Sengoku had come to understand Lewis's current level of strength from every angle. Though there was still a certain gap between him and the very top fighters like Shiki and the rest, the difference was no longer all that great. Besides, with that so-called funeral in the nether sky, a technique capable of unleashing catastrophe, there was absolutely no issue giving him a post as admiral candidate, even if not admiral just yet. Hearing Sengoku's words, Lewis felt a surge of joy in his heart, not for any particular reason, but simply because it meant that the path to promotion was already loosening up. Though Admiral Garb had already hinted, both openly and discreetly, that he had no desire to become an admiral, sometimes the way events unfold isn't determined by personal wishes alone. Better safe than sorry, as they say. And now, Admiral Sengoku had all but openly stated his intention to groom him as an admiral. How could Lewis not be excited? It looks like all my efforts weren't in vain this time, Lewis thought to himself. After Sengoku finished explaining a few minor tasks, Lewis and his companion immediately boarded a Navy ship and began their journey toward the East Blue. East Blue Lowtown. At this moment, the most noticeable sight in the town's largest square was none other than the towering execution platform. And the news that the pirate king, Roger, would be executed here had swept across the world like a raging storm. There were only 2 days left until Roger's execution. For now, to prevent any unexpected incidents, a large number of Marines had been stationed here, most of them elites from headquarters. As for the news of Shiki's capture, nothing had been made public yet. Given the influence of this old lion, the Navy decided to keep things quiet and wait until Roger's affair had concluded before making further plans. At the harbor, aside from the anchored Navy vessels, all sorts of ships with various shapes and flags continued to dock. Ordinarily, with the execution being made public, the situation would have called for a strict lockdown. But since the event was going to be broadcast live to the entire world, and since there was simply no way to suppress the people's fervor to witness the execution, the Navy could only strengthen their security in secret. Over the past several days, as rumors swirled and anticipation grew, people had begun pouring into Lowtown from all directions. Among them was Don Quixote, Doflamingo, who was still finding his way after a period of confusion in the North Blue, and also Dracul Mihawk, the undefeated swordsman still roaming the world in search of worthy challengers. 3 massive warships from headquarters slowly docked, drawing everyone's attention as they came to rest beside several other naval vessels. An observer with any familiarity with the Navy could tell from the sheer scale of these ships that another major figure must have arrived from Marineford. Soon after, Guion, flanked by 2 rear admirals, was the first to disembark. Draped in the cloak of justice, she exuded an air of command and restraint. Standing at the very center, Guion naturally captured the gaze of many onlookers. Though bandages were wrapped around her body, hinting at recent wounds, her allure remained undiminished. In fact, quite a few young men glanced her way and, for a fleeting moment, found the idea of joining the Navy surprisingly appealing. Once they took their positions on shore, another set of footsteps echoed from the deck. A figure appeared, descending the gangplank with measured steps. He had sharp, jet-black cropped hair and deep azure eyes that held a unique sense of darkness and depth. His striking features bore a soldier's rugged vigor, all masculine lines and unwavering resolve. He wore the justice cloak as well, and beneath it a simple dark blue short-sleeved shirt, his chest and waist bound with bandages. Black trousers and a pair of high marten boots completed his austere appearance. Judging by his looks, he couldn't have been more than his early 20s, yet the insignia on his shoulder marked him as a vice admiral. At his hip hung a legendary sword known throughout the world. On sight, Mihawk immediately recognized the blade as Sakura Ten. Though Mihawk cared little for names, he noticed the sword, not the man. Doflamingo, meanwhile, glanced at him, something stirring in his memory. With a low, sinister laugh, he murmured, "Fufu, it's been a long, long time, Lewis. Since we parted ways, you've grown to such heights. You even managed to capture Roger, didn't you?" He regarded him carefully. "But judging by those wounds, you've paid dearly. Your aura is unstable. Of course, it would be impossible to catch Roger without sacrifice." The officers accompanying Doflamingo looked on, their eyes clouded with complex emotions as they watched Lewis. They still couldn't fathom what Lewis had done back in the North Blue. Now, however, questioning him was out of the question. He was no longer someone they could approach as they once had. Doflamingo remained unaware of Shiki's attack on Marineford, so he assumed Lewis's injuries were the price of seizing Roger. And indeed, Lewis's aura was unsettled. These wounds weren't the sort to heal in just a couple of days. His slow pace off the ship wasn't meant to put on airs or play a grandeur. No, in fact, the ship's doctor had insisted he finish his medicine before disembarking. Lewis had no choice but to obey. At a time like this, it wouldn't do to ignore medical advice and risk a lingering injury. That was why he'd let Guion and the others go ahead. The chaos and bustle of the port held no appeal for Guion. It was Lewis, on the other hand, who immediately spotted the young master he hadn't seen in ages among the crowd. For a few seconds, the two even locked eyes. There's no denying it. This character stood out like no other. With his flamboyant, pink-haired rocker look, he left a lasting impression. Especially striking was his flamingo-feathered cloak in bright pink, making him impossible to miss. Don Quixote Doflamingo. So, you know him? Guion walked up to Louis, her curiosity piqued. Though Doflamingo no longer carried himself with the former imposing aura, he was still an ex-celestial dragon. On top of that, his notorious reputation in the underworld of the North Blue had the Navy marking him as a potential threat. Louis tore his gaze away, shaking his head as if to say that a person dressed so conspicuously was bound to draw attention. He merely glanced over, or so he claimed, adding a touch of embellishment to his words for effect. As for the real reason behind his interest, Louis considered telling Guion everything when the opportunity arose. Doflamingo, too, looked away, but his back had broken out in a cold sweat. When he met Louis's gaze, it was as if he was staring straight into the eyes of a ferocious lion, ready to pounce, a regal and terrifying presence. Ever since Louis had awakened his conqueror's haki, this pressure seemed even more overwhelming, and Doflamingo found it suffocating. Though he possessed that very same haki, the caliber of conquerors Doflamingo had encountered paled in comparison to those Louis had faced. It was no wonder his presence seemed utterly dwarfed here. Wiping sweat from his brow, the young master turned around stiffly, frustration tightening his face. The feeling of powerlessness only gnawed deeper at his heart. How could he possibly carry out his grand plan for revenge like this? That was largely why, after hearing the news of the Pirate King's capture, he'd hurried here. He wanted to witness the Pirate King's fall with his own eyes. Maybe it would inspire him to find a new path for the Don Quixote family to rise again. Truth be told, he was simply lost, wandering here to clear his mind and perhaps find some fresh perspective. But after a single glance from Louis, that desire for change burned all the fiercer. And as fate would have it was after witnessing this public execution that he keenly sensed the bright future awaiting the profession of pirate. Later, Doflamingo relied on his own wit and ruthless maneuvering to rise to the Shichibukai, becoming the underworld titan known as Joker. And then he was mercilessly thrashed by the so-called Chosen One of the era. Vice Admiral Louis, Vice Admiral Gon, the other Vice Admirals are all waiting for you. A Navy Lieutenant Commander hurried over, greeting them respectfully. They're waiting for us? Since when did we get such a grand reception? Louis mused, stroking his chin. Guion glanced at Louis with a hint of amusement in her eyes, patted his shoulder, and said, I imagine they want to hear what the two people most involved have to say about the whole Shiki incident. Louis nodded. Although word of Shiki hadn't yet reached the wider seas, all the senior officers at Navy headquarters were already aware of what had happened. Without wasting any time, he called together all the officers who had accompanied him, leading the group with him to join strategist Tsuru and the others. As they made their way into town, more and more people recognized Louis. The crowd parted to let them through, stepping aside in awe and admiration, their reverent gazes following the group's every step. Louis, for his part, didn't notice that, amid the bustle, a white-haired boy was watching him with eyes full of amazement and envy. Is that Vice Admiral Louis, the Blood Lion, Vanguard of Justice for Navy Headquarters? The one who captured the Pirate King, Roger? He's incredible. One day, I'll join the Navy and uphold justice, just like him. The white-haired boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. This boy was none other than Smoker. If there's a chance, Louis thought, I should bring this kid under my command. Give him a proper place and guidance. As for his rebellious streak, well, if he ever dares cross me, maybe I'll have to channel old Garp just once and let him experience the fist of love for himself. The naval base at Lowtown wasn't large, but it was packed with the Navy's top brass at the moment. Apart from strategist Tsuru and the famed trio of Chicken, Dog, and Monkey, several of the veteran vice admirals were also present. This was the very heart of the Navy's elite. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. The conversations paused as everyone turned toward the entrance. Strategist Tsuru recognized the unique rhythm of the knocks and smiled. Come in, Louis. Louis entered, scratching his head sheepishly. Strategist Tsuru. How could you tell it was me? Tsuru chuckled, teasing him gently. Did you already forget you worked under me for a year? Only then did Louis remember. Back then, they'd been superior and subordinate in name. But to be honest, Louis should probably still call her sister Tsuru out of respect. After all, his girlfriend Guion and strategist Tsuru were quite close. Though there was a big age gap between them, they always addressed each other as sisters. After greeting the Chicken, Dog, and Monkey trio, Louis plopped himself down next to his beloved teacher boar. No sooner had he settled in than that familiar voice rang out. Well, Lewis, you two are truly something. Even managed to take down someone like Shiki. Teacher Bohr pursed his lips, mimicking the gestures of a monkey as he spoke. Lewis rolled his eyes and said with a tone of resignation, Professor Borsellino, capturing him is one thing, but look at what it's cost me. See these wounds? It'll take at least 10 days, half a month even, before I'm back to normal. But then, if we didn't pay a price, Shiki might really have escaped for good, and then we, the Navy, would have truly lost all face. Hearing this, Professor Borsellino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, admitting his fault. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, who had been eavesdropping with an unmistakable intensity, shot Lewis a look full of approval. His stiff face actually managed to twist into a semblance of a smile. Sakazuki, there's really no need to force yourself so much, Lewis griped inwardly. To be honest, that smile was downright terrifying. As for Kazan, when Lewis shifted his gaze slightly, he caught sight of the man, lounging with an eye mask, already fast asleep, his snores faint but steady in the background. Then Lewis turned to Borsellino and asked, Professor, I heard you'll soon be stepping down as base commander? That's right. Slacking off. I mean, building up the base has been quite exhausting. I hear you're being sent out on assignment too? Better be prepared, Professor Borsellino replied, clipping his nails with an air of utter relaxation. Lewis paid no mind to how the man had almost slipped and revealed the truth, and pressed onward. So, Professor, do you have any recommendations for which base I should choose? How about G6? G6. Lately, Lewis had been researching this very topic. Though he couldn't claim to know every detail about every naval base, he certainly had a good grasp of the essentials. So he began recalling what he knew about the G6 base. This particular base was located in the latter half of the first stretch of the Grand Line, close to the Comm Belt, actually, and not too far from Impel Down, one of the 3 major institutions under the world government. Its military strength was moderate, about 7,000 or 8,000 personnel, responsible for just 2 member nations within its immediate jurisdiction. The workload wasn't exactly heavy. The island housing the base wasn't particularly large, and truth be told, the whole G6 base hadn't been properly developed. At most, it could accommodate just over 10,000 people. Still, Lewis had to admit that Professor Borsellino had a keen eye, and Lewis understood perfectly well. Being assigned as base commander was another matter entirely from being sent out as a mere vice admiral. Not that Borsellino cared in the slightest. If he'd really set his mind to compete, Lewis might not have stood a chance. But, well, that's just the sort of person he was. Who could resist a cushy post with minimum fuss? Lewis agreed with Borsellino's suggestion. Although on the surface the base seemed rather impoverished, on the flip side, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to prove himself by building it up during his tenure? If G6 had already been strong and well-managed, why would he, Lewis, bother going at all, just to coast by without achieving anything? Besides, the Comm Belt is actually quite a good place. How about it? I really think G6 suits you quite well, Professor Bohr remarked. At that moment, Sakazuki joined their conversation. Naturally, he had already heard about Lewis's impending assignment. So he spoke up, Lewis, if you really become the commander of G6, I bet that guy Jonathan will be thrilled. He even gave Lewis a knowing glance. Lewis could more or less understand what Sakazuki was hinting at. Vice Admiral Jonathan was, in fact, the only friend Sakazuki had at headquarters. While not exactly a hardliner himself, Jonathan's close ties to Sakazuki, who led the Hawk faction, meant he was respected among them. Jonathan was a man of both strength and intelligence, a rare balance of brain and brawn, though he preferred to remain low-key. The reason Sakazuki brought this up now was simple. He hoped Jonathan, stationed at Jade, could watch Lewis's back. Conveniently, the territories of G6 and G8 bordered each other. So that's how this suggestion came about. You have a point. I'll give it some serious thought. Lewis didn't give an immediate answer, though the position genuinely suited him. He was curious about what it entailed to run a base, so he quietly asked, Professor Bow, what does it really take to be a good base commander? Or what should I watch out for? Lewis didn't ask this question lightly. He had his reasons. A few years back, headquarters had gone through a reform, and base commanders were granted even greater autonomy. Now, within their own bases, they held nearly absolute authority. In other words, they become like warlords. If you stick to the routine, just wait for headquarters to allocate the annual budget and hand it out per head count. As for all the miscellaneous maintenance and supply fees, I don't need to spell those out. After that, you just need to prepare for the headquarters inspection every 2 years. Of course, you probably know this. The most important thing to watch out for is that autonomy granted by the reform, Professor Bow explained with measured patience. Within his own command, a base commander was practically a local emperor, and those with real skill could control military, administrative, and financial power all at once. Naturally, since commanders varied in talent, and each base faced its unique circumstances, there was now a wide gap in strength between different bases. As for concerns about granting too much power, whether commanders might build up personal armies and defy headquarters, that's not really a threat. First off, who controls the base's purse strings? Without the annual allocations from headquarters, a base could barely keep the lights on. And if these base commanders were truly so talented at running businesses, then why not just go into business themselves? What could they really do? At most, they might offer some shady deals, pocket some bribes under the table, send troops to protect those affiliated nations, or dabble in a bit of mercenary business. Besides, if they really dared to disobey orders, could this local base ever go up against headquarters? Headquarters could wipe them out in an instant, no question about it. So, upon closer inspection, as long as the base commander has an ounce of sense, there's no way they'd ever refuse an order from HQ. Speaking of military funding, that inevitably brings up the world government. If one had to put it into words, the military budget is like a shackle Mary Geos places around the Navy's neck. But does the Navy really intend to wear that shackle forever, just like that? Not necessarily. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to bother with restructuring these bases at all. Of course, under normal circumstances, headquarters would never dare oppose Mary Geos. At least, ever since Lewis joined the Navy, he'd never witnessed it happen even once. However, once the era of the Great Pirates began and the Shichibukai system was introduced, headquarters' dissatisfaction with higher-ups only grew deeper. On the one hand, the world government, forced by the changing times, was compelled to raise military spending so that the Navy could keep pace with the rising tide of pirates. On the other hand, they feared that if the Navy grew too strong, it might become unmanageable, defying orders and even clashing with the government. That's how that whole business with the Shichibukai came about. And when you consider this plan to legitimize a handful of pirates, you don't even need to ask. The Navy was clearly, deeply averse to it. If they weren't, could they even call themselves the Navy? In the original story, headquarters eventually chose to compromise, forced by a host of reasons. But that decision planted the seeds for even more severe conflicts between the Navy and the government down the line. We can see those clashes cropping up time and again in what follows. Take, for example, the incident with the Celestial Dragons on the Sabeti archipelago. Even though Borsellino didn't outright fight back, he made little effort to stop them. If anything, he let things slide and slid far. After the Straw Hat Pirates thrashed 3 Celestial Dragons, Borsellino just put on a flashy show, but in the end, didn't catch a single real culprit. In the end, they arrested a few small fry for show and called it a day. Was Borsellino truly incapable of capturing them? With his strength, he could have wrapped it up in a flash. But once he got back to HQ, it was back to business as usual. As for the Celestial Dragons, well, they were busy dealing with Whitebeard's crew, after all. That stark contrast, playing out over and over again, made Lewis keenly aware of the underlying tension. To Lewis, the era of the Great Pirates is a double-edged sword for the Navy. Such a turbulent and explosive age was bound to seriously jolt the existing order, and under these tremors, the shackles that Mary Geos placed upon the Navy would be greatly weakened. If they could seize the right opportunity amid the chaos, the Navy just might have a shot at becoming a true force for justice. All these suspicions and musings, however, Lewis could only keep to himself for now. After all, it was still a time when everyone was playing nice on the surface. The responsibility for firing the first shot still had to be handed over to the world government. As for him, all he needed to do was wait for the opportune moment. Back to the main story. After Lewis and Professor Boa engaged in an enlightening yet accessible discussion, Lewis found himself deeply inspired. Suggestions like forming a squad of hunters to pursue pirates and claim bounties, or perhaps starting up a merchant caravan. These ideas broadened the young Lewis's horizons so much that he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Soon after, Sakazuki, who had been listening in, asked a question about Shiki. At that moment, everyone turned around, faces full of curiosity. Lewis didn't hold anything back. Lighting a cigarette, he launched straight into a boastful retelling. Jaion and I were sharing hot pot and singing with Admiral Sengoku when, out of the blue, Shiki started raining warships down on Marineford. Let me tell you, none of you could have imagined. After his rambling account, everyone present looked visibly delighted. They had just captured Roger, and now Shiki had also been caught. Now the only one left in the New World was Whitebeard, running around collecting suns. Once they dealt with those 2 troublemakers, all that was left would be to find a way to eliminate Whitebeard. Why not gift him the legendary Frostmourne and enjoy the results? Some among them were already starting to see it. A golden era of justice for the Navy, waving them forward. Afterward, amid laughter and joy, the group quickly made arrangements for Roger's execution. Most of the details had already been discussed at Marineford. This meeting in Lowtown was just to nail down the logistics. Once the conversation wound down and nothing pressing remained, Lewis and Gioan took their leave, grinning as their colleagues teased them on the way out. For the next 2 days, the two of them didn't set foot outside the naval base. Well, it was only natural. The vigor of youth is a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, in Lowtown, outside the Navy's jurisdiction, the place was swarming with unsavory characters and misfits of all kinds. Buggy and Shanks had also arrived by that time. Though they were both members of Roger's pirate crew, they were still just apprentices, neither famous nor worth anyone's attention. Over by the docks, Doflamingo sat cross-legged on a massive stone, a darkly charming smile on his face, oozing confidence. Spotting a figure approaching in the distance, he couldn't help but laugh. Well, you've got guts. If I recall correctly, there's a bounty on your head, isn't there? Not a big one, of course. The man he addressed clamped a cigar between his teeth, his pale purple hair impeccably slicked back, every inch the picture of pride, like he was born to be number 3 after heaven and earth. His perfectly tailored black suit, draped beneath a fur-lined cloak, left no question. This was a villain, through and through. Crocodile, the Desert King, Doflamingo murmured his name under his breath. That's right, it is none other than that famously enigmatic figure from the world of pirates, Lord 50/50. His strength is a riddle, making it feel as if anyone could step up and challenge him to a fight. Humph! Crocodile let out a cold snort, showing the young lord not even a shred of courtesy. He spoke with a voice like sandpaper. Do you really think the Navy would choose this moment to make a move against me? With that, he ignored the young man entirely and strode off toward the heart of the small town. You never know. Doflamingo watched Crocodile's back, his tone leisurely, laced with a wicked sense of humor. After all, that bloodline Lewis showed up here 2 days ago. At these words, Crocodile halted mid-step. He turned his head slightly, his eyelids drooping to cast a shadow over his eyes. So, what exactly are you getting at? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Crocodile couldn't help but stop in his tracks at the mention of Lewis. When he first saw the news that Roger had been captured, a part of him refused to believe it. The man who once stood at the pinnacle of all pirates, brought down and awaiting execution. Crocodile found it hard to accept. But, let's end these tiresome mind games here, Doflamingo. Crocodile removed his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke with feigned resignation. His tone was thick with contempt. Yet deep inside, he couldn't deny a certain curiosity, a longing to test just how powerful this blood lion truly was, the man who had managed to take down Roger. Now wasn't the time for that, though. You're always such a handful. By the way, have you given any thought to my proposal? Interested in teaming up? Doflamingo grinned, his words dripping with mischief. Teaming up? If you want to work under me, that might be more fitting. Crocodile spoke in an undertone as the two of them brushed past each other. Then he paid Doflamingo no further mind, striding into the center of town. This nearly humiliating response made a flicker of menace flash through Doflamingo's eyes. But he concealed it quickly, hopped lightly down from the barrel he'd perched on, and swaggered off toward the town, each step brimming with his trademark arrogance. Meanwhile, on the square of Lowtown, crowds had already begun to gather. The Navy struggled to maintain order, making sure no one dared to stir up trouble. The execution platform stood silent at the center of the square, awaiting today's main event. The people of Lowtown waited as well, eager for even a glimpse of the pirate king, Roger. Crocodile and Doflamingo blended into the throng. With their imposing statures and fierce demeanors, it was nearly impossible not to notice them. At the back of the crowd, Mihawk, the sword-obsessed, stood quietly, awaiting Roger's appearance. Not far from him, a man of towering build, easily 6 or 7 meters, was impossible to miss. With a shock of red hair and a face like a demon's mask, few dared come anywhere near. This was none other than Gecko Moria himself. However, right now this guy hasn't made a name for himself. Once he goes with the flow and steps into the promising business of piracy, he'll surely stand out quickly. Until, that is, Kaido teaches him a harsh lesson and his morale is utterly crushed. He looked up at the sky. It was a perfect day. Not a single cloud in sight, the sun blazing overhead. Moria then lowered his gaze, using his height to look clearly at the execution platform. In front of the platform, none of the Navy bigwigs had made an appearance. Only a colonel was commanding the scene, directing the soldiers. Luckily, so far, everything was proceeding smoothly without the slightest mishap. Meanwhile, Strategy Officer Tsuru and her colleagues remained stationed within the base, relying on their unseen presence to cast a shadow of authority, hoping to deter the unruly and the monstrous from making any reckless moves. To the right of the execution platform stood a tall clock tower, and at this very moment, Lewis and Guion stood atop it. The sea breeze brushed gently past, making the justice cloaks on their shoulders billow softly. Guillaume's mood seemed to waver like her fluttering cape, but Lewis remained perfectly composed. Many people might be eagerly anticipating Roger's death, but not him. Lewis had long understood exactly how things would unfold. As for stopping the age of great pirates, Lewis had no such intention now. The march of the times would never be halted by any single person's will. Perhaps, before Roger could utter those words, Lewis might silence him. But that would only be a brief delay. The great pirate era would still arrive in the end. Roger's words would only fan the flames a little earlier. What's more, for the Navy, the age of pirates also presented an opportunity. Guillaume glanced up at the massive clock behind him. It was already close to noon. This was the time the Navy had scheduled for the execution. Media outlets, such as the World News and others, had all set up camp in Lowtown. For any journalist, this kind of story was simply too big to pass up. "It's almost time," Guillaume said quietly to her boyfriend. Lewis merely nodded, shifting his gaze back to the plaza. Everyone who mattered was within his field of vision, including wanted criminals like Crocodile. But since Saru showed no sign of moving, Lewis couldn't be bothered to intervene either. Just then, a faint breeze drifted by, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Guillaume, instantly alert, rested her hand on her sword, both of them looking sharply to the side. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the wind, draped in a green hooded cloak that shrouded him in mystery. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The newcomer greeted them, his manner utterly at ease. "You've certainly got a lot of nerve, old-timer." Lewis shot him a glance, his voice tinged with surprise. Guillaume, recognizing the voice, quickly reacted in shock. "Dragon, what are you doing here?" Though he had suspected that bastard would come to watch the execution, he never expected him to show up so openly right in front of himself and Guillaume. "Did he really trust me this much?" Drag shrugged off his hood, looking completely at ease as he retorted. "Do you really think you'd make a move at a time like this?" Lewis shook his head with a wry smile, and Guillaume, standing by his side, wore a stern expression as she jabbed ironically. "You sure know how to seize every opportunity." But just as Drag said, as long as he didn't make any moves, not to mention standing before Lewis, even if he stood right in front of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy wouldn't touch him. After all, there was only one true protagonist today. "Thank you for that matter," Drag said softly. Before Lewis could reply, Guillaume, a bit agitated, pressed, "Drag, why did you leave the Navy? Did we ever wrong you in any way?" "Justice." But as soon as Lewis gently took her hand, her emotions calmed down. Drag watched the scene, a touch sentimental. "You really haven't changed at all, Guillaume." Sensing that Lewis wasn't eager to get into debates about justice, and with Guillaume present, he let go of his earlier intentions. His gaze drifted between the two, curiosity piqued. "So, how far have the two of you gotten?" At these words, Guillaume unabashedly wrapped her arm around Lewis's, making her meaning clear without a word. Seeing this, Drag couldn't help but laugh. Back in their Navy days, he'd always seen Guillaume as a little sister. And seeing this now put him in a rare good mood. "There's no need for you to meddle in our business," Lewis shot Drag a look. "On the other hand, you've been away from the Navy for so long. Have you not found yourself a wife or anything?" "Oh, I'm already married," Drag replied serenely. "What?" He knew Drag would eventually become the father of a legendary figure, but he hadn't expected him to have a wife so soon. Somehow that was just so Drag, always one step ahead. "So, does Vice Admiral Garp know about this?" Guillaume, dropping her earlier irritation, couldn't help but gossip a bit. Drag traced the red tattoo on the left side of his face with a hint of helplessness. "What do you think? All these years, I haven't had any contact with him." "I can't imagine what kind of woman could win you over," Lewis sighed. A softness rarely seen appeared on Drag's face as he replied gently. "She's just a simple shepherdess. But her warmth and cheerful spirit swept me off my feet from the very start." And just what was this clenching feeling in his stomach supposed to be? "I have a girlfriend, you know," Lewis grumbled. "Well then, I wish you a healthy son soon." Just as Drago was about to express his gratitude, Guillaume suddenly cut off their conversation, her eyes lighting up as she said, "They're here." The moment Guillaume's words fell, both Lewis and Drago turned their gaze toward the far end of the square. At the avenue leading to the gallows, crowds stood packed to either side, and lines of Navy soldiers formed a human barricade in front, standing shoulder to shoulder. The little town was eerily quiet, so quiet that only the faint brush of the ocean breeze could be heard drifting through. Suddenly, there was the clatter of chains. The heavy sound of footsteps followed, prompting everyone to crane their necks for a better look. Clad in a deep wine-red captain's coat, Roger appeared with shackles at his neck and cuffs at his wrists. On each side, an executioner walked in step with him. The moment his figure emerged into view, the crowd's excitement grew impossible to contain. People began to jostle and push, desperate to catch a glimpse for themselves. Fortunately, the wall of Navy soldiers did their utmost to maintain order, preventing the disturbance from spreading any further. From a vantage point where Lewis could not see, a white-haired boy, taking advantage of his size, squeezed out from the crowd, witnessing Rogers walk up close and personal. Isn't that guy about to die? How can he still be smiling? Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand at his age what he was witnessing. As Roger continued onward, a strange silence fell over the previously restless crowd. Perhaps it was the unwavering charisma he exuded, or maybe it was the calm acceptance with which he approached his fate, leaving everyone deeply shaken. The sound of clinking chains echoed like the overture of a grand symphony, one composed for him alone. His hands may have been shackled, but his head was held high, his chest proud, his smile bright as day, and not a hint of hurry in his stride. In this moment, the prisoner was not walking to his death, but stepping forward as though to a coronation prepared just for him. On the clock tower above, the three observers had all fallen silent, eyes locked on Roger. Especially Lewis, who felt a stirring in his heart, and, after a long pause, sighed in admiration. The bearing of a king. Unparalleled grace, Drago echoed softly, his own voice filled with emotion. It was a stark contrast to the Roger Lewis had met as a humble vendor in the South Seas. The real Roger, the pirate king, now revealed in full, his charisma and grandeur undeniable. There are some people destined to be the pride of their era. In an age brimming with stars, there's always a sun whose brilliance dims all others. What a pity, Lewis murmured with regret. Guion tightened her grip on Lewis's arm, looking at him with a hint of amusement as she teased. What's there to pity? That's not something we in the Navy should be saying. Drago, too, found himself wondering, just what was it that Lewis regretted? If only I could have arrived 20 years earlier, I could have faced him in that exhilarating era. If that were truly possible, what stroke of luck and fun that would have been, Lewis said with a note of regret. Hearing this, both Dragon and Guion paused, their eyes unconsciously turning toward the king, now ascending the peak, and they nodded in silent agreement. Having spoken, Lewis found himself better able to understand why Shiki had gone mad, why he would risk everything, storming the Navy alone, just to kill Roger with his own hands. These heroes, though they had been tormented and bested by Roger time and again, could never quite let him go. Perhaps this only proved the old saying true. To meet Roger is to have one's life forever changed. Heroes are proud, but they're also inherently solitary. Roger's appearance was a gift from the era itself, a rival worthy of their best. Their story is brilliant, to be sure, but it belongs to them. Ours, however, is just about to begin, Dragon said with a laugh. Lewis, hearing this, drew in the turmoil brewing in his heart. Yes, far better to carve out a tale of our own in this new era, Lewis said, breaking into cheerful laughter. Ha ha, that's quite the heroic spirit you have, Dragon teased, though he truly agreed with those words deep down. Upon this vast sea, with its constant ebb and flow of souls, every era sparkles with its own unique splendor. There is no need for those who come after to simply look back in awe at the legends of those before, for the stage has already been set. As one act ends, another begins, and a new age now awaits its own kinds of players. While the three were lost in their musings, Roger himself slowly approached the execution platform. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, each step measured and dignified as he climbed the towering scaffold. Standing at the platform summit, Roger tilted his head back to gaze at the blazing sun, raising a hand to shade his eyes. The heavy clink of his shackles rang through the air as he sighed with deep significance. What a truly fine day this is. Even at the very brink of death, Roger showed no fear. The storm of courage and pride within him was undiminished. With a heart that sets life and death aside, unburdened by fear, a person can march forward with unfaltering resolve. That was precisely Roger in this moment. Without waiting for any prompting from the executioners at his side, Roger casually sat cross-legged. Though the chains around his wrists and ankles restricted him, they couldn't dull the spark of anticipation in his eyes as he surveyed those gathered in the square below. A grand opening like this deserves to be witnessed, and now I won't have to worry about being lonely, Roger thought with a faint smile, running a rough hand across the stubble of his chin. Very soon, his gaze landed on Buggy and Shanks, the two clutching each other in tears. So, you two little ones came as well? Here at the very end, to see your captain off, Roger's eyes filled with both nostalgia and contentment. Looking at the two of them, he couldn't help but recall the thrill of founding the pirate crew when he first met Rayleigh, and the pain of their final parting, the tears in his crewmate's eyes and the bittersweet reluctance in his heart. My life is nearing its end. So, the new era ahead, I leave it to you, Buggy Shanks. Roger flashed his trademark grin, silently wishing and hoping within. Will the one I've been waiting for really appear? Lost in his own thoughts, Roger caught a glimpse, out of the corner of his eye, of 3 figures standing atop the clock tower. Ha, Lewis, you brat. You came too? Well, of course you would. After all, you were the one who caught me. How could you resist watching the Pirate King's last moments? Roger thought with a touch of vanity. His feelings toward Lewis were complicated. Lewis's arrival had thrown his plans into chaos, yet he'd shown mercy, sparing Rouge and Roger's child. They had crossed paths only once, but Roger couldn't hide his regret. If not for his incurable illness, perhaps, in some distant future, they would have crossed swords as true rivals. What a pity. At that moment, the executioner beside him spoke up. Roger, any final words? Well, would you mind taking off these cuffs? My wrists are itching something fierce, and I can't even scratch them, Roger said with a carefree chuckle. The executioner's face darkened. What nonsense is this? That's absolutely out of the question. Roger just shrugged, undisturbed by such trivialities. After a brief pause, he looked up toward the sky and smiled. No, I have nothing more to say. Meanwhile, with only a few minutes remaining before the execution, Commander Tsuru gave her orders. The live broadcast would begin, the execution made public. Immediately, the giant transponder snails mounted atop the tall buildings powered up. In that instant, people all over the world saw it, clear as day. Here was the Pirate King, Roger, the one who had outlasted countless others in bloody skirmishes at sea, rising at last to claim the throne, about to face his fate. At this moment, it was as if the whole world held its breath. Only the ocean wind sweeping by proved that the world still turned. Every gaze was fastened tightly on Roger, seated on the throne. Then all at once, a nameless voice from the crowd could no longer contain itself, shouting, Roger, as Pirate King, you must have hidden away vast treasures. Tell us now before you die. Where did you leave him? The Pirate King's treasure. How unimaginably great it must be. Aha! Roger's laughter boomed out, rich and joyful. Commander Tsuru, staring at the monitor, screamed into the transponder snail, now, execute him at once. But it was already a moment too late. Well, my treasure, do you? Go on, take it. I left everything the world has to offer in one place. It's yours if you can find it. Roger's booming laughter echoed, and beneath the gaze of the entire world, he declared the dawn of a new era. Everything you desire can be found upon the vast sea. Fame, power, wealth, status. No longer must you hide your innermost longing. If you truly want it, then summon your courage and step onto the grand stage known as the sea. As this bold proclamation rang out, 2 execution blades plunged through Roger's chest. His blood soaked into the scaffold, as if painting a vivid prophecy before all. And from that moment on, the coming era would be stained with blood. With his death, Roger ushered in the dawn of a new age. Staring at the chaos unfolding in the square, Guion and Dragon were left utterly dumbfounded. Neither of them had anticipated Roger pulling off such a move in his final moments. Everyone had expected that once Roger was executed, the Navy's authority would grow stronger, perhaps even marking the advent of a new era for the Marines. Yet now, looking at the excited, raucous crowd, one after another declaring they would search for Roger's treasure, this was no longer the Navy's era. Thanks to Roger's last act, it had transformed directly into an era of pirates. And then, before either Guion or Dragon could recover from their astonishment, Lewis flew straight onto the execution platform. Casting a glance at Roger's lifeless body, he hesitated not a moment before reaching into his pocket, pulling out a din-din mushy, and connecting to Logtown's broadcast signal. Silence, Lewis shouted with commanding force. The sudden, thunderous demand snapped everyone out of their frenzy, bringing the feverish crowd back to reality. All across the square, eyes turned to Lewis in shock. Even those who had prepared to leave, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Moria, and others, paused to look his way. I am Lewis, Rear Admiral of Marine Headquarters, he declared, his voice ringing out with authority. On behalf of the entire Navy, I warn all of you, seek treasure if you must, but know this, we, the Navy, will always keep a close watch on those who pursue treasure as a guise for wickedness. If you insist on following the pirate's path of evil, be warned, at any moment, the blade of justice may fall upon your necks. Lewis swept his gaze across the crowd, and whether he intended it or not, his words carried a weight of kingly will. His declaration poured cold water over many of those present, though whether it would truly have any effect remained to be seen. After all, it's hard to reason with those hell-bent on their own ruin. Lewis then suddenly remembered something else, lifting the din-din mushy to announce in a strong, clear voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the so-called Golden Lion, pirate overlord of the Flying Pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion. He has already been secretly captured by the Navy. This proves fully that, king of pirates or overlord, it matters not. The Navy possesses both the resolve and the ability to enact justice. We harbor no tolerance or mercy for those who embody evil. To protect the people and cleanse the seas, we mean what we say, and we stand by it. At last, Lewis drew a deep breath, clenched his fist tight, and raised it high above his head. His eyes flashed with steely resolve as he faced the crowd and declared, "Justice will prevail." Immediately after, the Marines in the plaza, along with a significant portion of the crowd, erupted in passionate shouts. Justice will prevail. Ignoring Gyon, who was also shouting beside him, Dragon kept his gaze fixed on Lewis, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected this junior of his to be so eloquent. However, Lewis, the tides of this era cannot be changed by the will of a single person. I look forward to meeting you again, Dragon murmured softly. Then, like a wisp of wind, he vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, inside the Navy base in Logtown, the high-ranking officers finally breathed a little easier, though their faces were uniformly grim. Even someone with a laid-back disposition like Teacher Borsellino wore a deep frown, his irritation barely concealed. Vice Admiral Tsuru stared at Roger's image on the screen, eventually sighing. Her voice softened slightly as she said, "It's come to this point, everyone. We have no choice but to brace ourselves for the new wave ahead." While Lewis's words helped somewhat, this situation will not simply settle down. All present nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Sakazuki spoke up. "Lewis has made himself very clear. If anyone is still determined to take to the seas as a pirate after this, there is no need for mercy. If we encounter one, we take them down." There was a chilling edge to his words. Over the years, Sakazuki might have become somewhat less rigid compared to the reputation he had in the original story, but that was reserved for his colleagues. His hatred for pirates and his denunciation of them remained undiminished. Kazan, who had already regained his composure, didn't argue with Sakazuki. They had already tried to talk sense into these people. If someone was still dead set on becoming a pirate, then who could be blamed for the consequences? As for the so-called pursuit of dreams, how could criminal acts be called chasing dreams? At best, it was just a lofty excuse to cover up their base desires. It was sheer hypocrisy. Vice Admiral Tsuru waved her hand and stood up, addressing those assembled. "No matter what, the situation is already beyond our control. We must immediately return to headquarters and let the fleet admiral and those above decide our next move." Everyone nodded in agreement. Before long, after Lewis and Guillaume returned, several Navy warships departed the port of Logtown at speed, racing back to headquarters. Just as the Navy and the world government had anticipated, Roger's declaration before his death, broadcast live and in the newspapers, sent the entire world into an uproar. Even though Lewis managed to do a little damage control at the end, it was just as Dragon had said. The tides of the era are never changed by the will of just one person. As time simmered on, the waves that would engulf the whole sea only grew stronger and wilder. Countless people, roused to frenzy by Roger's words, lost all sense of reason. Driven by the cry of pursuing dreams, they hoisted the sinister pirate flag and set sail upon the seas. In an instant, 1,000 sails raced the wind, and countless vessels surged through the waves. Pirates were now a common sight across the oceans. The chaos and malice embodied by these pirates quickly shook the world's order to its core. Over in Mary Geos, the authorities were overwhelmed, plagued by endless disturbances. In just a few short days, dozens of allied nations had sent out desperate requests for aid. During the same period, the Navy was far from idle. The admirals and their top officers had convened, dissecting the turbulent situation unfurling across the seas. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Within the Grand Conference Room, Fleet Admiral Kong sat at the head of the table, his gaze fixed on a world map projected onto the screen. Vice Admiral Tsuru, pointer in hand, gestured to locations on the map as she explained. Among the East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World, only the New World remains somewhat stable for now. But we can't afford to let down our guard. If this continues, this wave of chaos will inevitably sweep into the New World as well. For us in the Navy, our biggest challenge at the moment is actually the situation in the four seas. Bases in those seas are under-equipped. Our personnel lack in combat strength, and with headquarters so far away, it's nearly impossible to suppress the pirates' rampage across the vast oceans. Sengoku, sitting in the seat of honor to Admiral Kong's left, listened to Karu's assessment, his expression darkening. No matter how we look at it, the number of pirates is about to explode. For the Navy, this represents a monumental challenge. Each of you gathered here is the backbone of the Navy, our elite. I trust you all to draw on your strengths and help purge the seas as swiftly as possible. Lewis, cup of tea in hand, turned his eyes to the projection and offered an analogy. If we think of this situation as a competition, then what's happening in the four seas is like a knockout round. The pirates will battle it out there, and the strongest from each sea will move on to the Grand Line. That then becomes the qualifying round, and their sights will inevitably turn to the latter half, the New World. For them, reaching that stage will be the finals. The others nodded in agreement. Lewis's metaphor painted a vivid picture. After all, there is only one throne. The fight to claim it, through fierce competition, makes perfect sense. Admiral Kong signaled for Lewis to continue. Ever since he'd analyzed the breakup of the Roger Pirates, everyone had witnessed Lewis's sharp insight. Naturally, they were keen to hear the rest of his thoughts and his strategies for responding to the turmoil ahead. Lewis, seeing their interest, did not hesitate. He set aside his teacup, accepted the pointer from Vice Admiral Tsuru, and began to share his ideas. The issues in the four seas have long plagued our Navy. It's an old problem. That's why trying to stop it at the root is exceedingly difficult. Given our current situation, perhaps it's time to consider a different approach. As regrettable as this is, when it comes to the four seas, we may have no choice but to let go for now. As soon as these words were spoken, some of the Navy admirals in attendance immediately showed their displeasure. Their faces changed, clearly disagreeing with Lewis's idea. Sakazuki, who was about to object, suddenly thought better of it. He remained silent and simply listened on. To the hawkish officers, Lewis's statement smacked unmistakably of defeatism, something completely at odds with his usual stance. Seeing that even their leader held his tongue, the other hawkish admirals refrained from voicing their dissent. On further reflection, though his words were hard to swallow, Lewis had spoken the truth. If they could stem the problem right at the four seas, nothing could be better. But that simply wasn't the reality. The bases in the four seas have grown outdated. The personnel lack combat readiness, and some are even covertly engaged in shady dealings. Sending these people up against the swarms of pirates sweeping through the seas would be like hurling eggs at a stone. Lewis, short baton in hand, gestured over the four seas on the projected map, then pointed to the stretch where the first half of the Grand Line meets the four seas. He turned to the assembled admirals and continued. To root out the problems in the four seas would take us a tremendous amount of time. So why not change our strategy? Let's build a defensive line at the entrance of the Grand Line, prepare ourselves, and wait for the right moment. Set a trap to catch them as they come. The scum stirring up trouble now can hardly amount to a real threat. Once the situation is back under our control, then we'll suppress the four seas with full force. The advent of the great pirate era brought forth all manner of crooks and villains. There were even people piloting small fishing boats, flying pirate flags, calling themselves pirates. It's no wonder the Golden Lion later described this as an era of softness and warmth. When Lewis finished, the admirals began to murmur among themselves. Sakazuki stroked his chin, finding Lewis's proposal to be a better fit for the Navy's current circumstances. There's only so much the Navy can do. They can't be everywhere at once. Some battles must be set aside for now. Trying to suppress pirates in all the four seas is like fighting a guerrilla war, a skirmish here, an ambush there, endlessly draining their time and strength. It would be wiser to construct a defensive front near the entrance of the Grand Line and catch the pirates all at once when the time is right. Marshal Kong and Admiral Sengoku quietly summed up Lewis's strategy in their minds. He was, in essence, proposing to trade space for time. The onset of the Great Pirate Era had been sudden and chaotic. Even though it had already been days since Roger's execution, the entire Navy was running around frantically, trying to put out fires everywhere. This grand meeting, after all, had been convened precisely to unify the Navy's directives and priorities for their next actions, so they might better face the pressing challenges of today and those yet to come. Although giving up the four seas temporarily is a cost, it's not one they couldn't accept. In fact, the idea sounded quite promising. Seeing that most of the generals agreed, Marshal Kong made his decision without hesitation. He firmly set the strategy proposed by Lewis as their primary focus. The Navy would devote all resources to constructing a strong defensive line, aiming to crush the majority of pirates in the early stages of the campaign. Yes, all for justice. All the generals rose to attention and saluted, voicing their dedication. With that matter settled, Marshal Kong spoke with a smile. Now that things have come to this, the best thing we can do is to work steadily, step by step. Next, it's time to discuss rewards and recognition for your achievements. Hearing this, Lewis hurriedly returned to his seat, sitting up straight, though his heart brimmed with anticipation. The rest of the generals also turned their attention to him. Everyone knew that, lately, the only events truly worthy of such recognition were the incidents with Shiki and Roger. It was clear that the biggest credit would go to Lewis. Sure enough, when Admiral Sengoku announced the honors and awards from the list, the very first name was Lewis. For meritorious service, Rear Admiral Lewis of Marine Headquarters is hereby promoted to Admiral Candidate, and effective immediately, appointed as the commander of the G6 branch base. Sengoku continued reading, listing the contributions of the other Navy officers. Some were promoted with a raise, others had commendations recorded in their service to be used at the next round of promotions. One way or another, many had gained something valuable from these two landmark events. Lewis wasn't surprised by this. He had taken a lion's share, but others needed to get a taste of the spoils too. It would never do for him to be the only one reaping the rewards. But since the overall goal was achieved, he had no complaints. After all, unity and camaraderie within the Navy were what truly mattered. That's all. Dismissed. Once the announcements were over, Marshal Kong wasted no time in wrapping up the meeting. In unison, everyone called out, "All for justice," and gradually filed out of the chamber, some in pairs and trios. Chicken, Dog, and Monkey, as well as Gion and Isho, all walked over to join Lewis. Each offered their congratulations, insisting that tonight they absolutely had to take him out for celebratory drinks. Lewis readily agreed, and the group left the conference hall together. Thinking back, it really was impressive how far he'd come. When Borsellino first plucked him from that deserted island, no one could have imagined that in just 8 years he would climb from the lowest rank in the Navy to his current status. Of course, luck played a part, but Lewis's own hard work was an even bigger factor. That foresight unique to those who've crossed worlds couldn't hand him true power. In the Navy, an institution that revered strength above all, sheer ability was always paramount. Even so, there were still some voices of dissent within the Navy, muttering against Lewis. After all, his seniority was just too shallow. Still, Lewis paid little mind to those jealous glances. After all, they came from only a handful of people. The majority of the Navy, especially those up top, held him in high regard. And that was more than enough. Now, Lewis had overtaken the others by taking the fast lane, securing himself that coveted Admiral Candidate ticket. With new orders to head to G6 base for further experience, everyone understood what this meant. Barring any unexpected setbacks, as long as he could prove himself at the base, Lewis's promotion to Admiral was nearly guaranteed. A few of them made their way to Lewis's office. Once seated, they called for lunch and began eating and chatting together. Between mouthfuls of ramen, Isho sighed a little. If only I'd been there when Shiki attacked. With me on the scene, capturing him would have been much easier. Everyone else nodded in agreement. It was true. The push-push fruit and the float-float fruit countered each other, and in a one-on-one showdown, it would come down to each user's own strength and mastery of their powers. But given the circumstances then, Isho's ability would undoubtedly have forced Shiki into a fatal mistake. Kizaru, always lighthearted, chimed in with his own dramatic flair. Ah, what a shame. Capturing both Roger and Shiki was the perfect chance for the Navy to bolster its name. Pity it all unraveled so quickly. Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table, face contorted in fury. The way Roger had ruined the Navy's golden opportunity gnawed at him more than anything. But with the man dead and buried, what was left to do? Kazan scooped up some fried seafood rice, washed it down with a sip of water, then asked, speaking of which, how's Shiki doing now? Before Gion and I went to East Blue, he was already handed over to Impel Down to await his retirement. Lewis replied, slurping up his rice noodles, voice a bit muffled. Still, Lewis knew the truth. In about 2 years, Shiki would cut off his own legs and orchestrate a jailbreak, shattering Impel Down's reputation as an impenetrable fortress. He was perfectly aware of it, but what was he supposed to do? Shadow Shiki every day out of boredom? He certainly had better things to do, and now, with G6 on his agenda, time was even scarcer. So Lewis planned to give Impel Down a heads up, advising them to keep an extra eye on Shiki. After all, when it came down to it, there was no small grudge between Lewis and Shiki. Even if the old pirate's strength took a hit after escaping, his powers alone could still spell plenty of trouble for Lewis and the entire Navy. Now though, well, for the moment, let the chips fall where they may. Lewis was full of confidence. If, 2 years from now, he still couldn't single-handedly take out a one-handed Shiki, he might as well quit and take up farming. With the issue of Shiki set aside, the real priority was earning that admiral's seat. That meant making the most of his time at G6 and passing every test they threw his way. Now, more than ever, that had become the task that mattered most. As for who would accompany him to the G6 post, Lewis had already made up his mind. Gion had said from the very beginning that she wanted to go with him, and Admiral Sengoku had approved it as well. Even though it would mean 2 vice admirals in one base, Lewis at least carried the title of future admiral, so it made sense. Isho was also coming along. Aside from his useful abilities and remarkable strength, This was a great opportunity for him to build his credentials. As Lewis's most reliable fighter, he certainly wasn't willing to let Isho go elsewhere. Isho's thought, "So, I'm just a tool to you, huh?" That night, everyone gathered for a celebration, sharing drinks to mark their achievements. After that, they all headed back to their own homes. Around noon the next day, Lewis set off from headquarters with Gion and Isho, making their way to G6 to officially report in. As for Lewis's own men, only a select group of elites went with him. The rest were split up and reassigned to serve under other naval officers. After all, there was no shortage of troops at the base. His handful of sailors wouldn't make much difference anyway. The warships sailed over the open sea, the fresh breeze whipping past. Isho felt completely at ease. In all the years he'd served with the Navy, these had been the most comfortable and satisfying times of his whole life. Every aspect of his living standards had improved. He didn't have to worry about trivial things anymore. For instance, with his new rank, suitable housing came as part of the package. As for meals, he never went hungry. The portions were hearty and the food tasted decent. He no longer had to rely on thieving and pillaging to get by. Gambling or such vices weren't frowned upon by his superiors. As long as he reported for duty when needed, all was well. Looking ahead, his own prospects seemed just as bright. His commanding officer had recently been named Admiral Candidate, and after years of following Lewis in the Navy, Isho had gained a keen understanding of him. That title was basically a ticket to becoming an admiral. Surely, he thought, Lewis would rise to admiral in time, and as his right-hand man, Isho could expect a well-deserved promotion. And if anyone dared suggest he'd only gotten ahead through connections, Isho would gladly shut them up, with his deadly meteor strike if needed, so they'd know exactly what he was capable of. All in all, he made the right choice in following this man. Isho stood on the deck, gazing out at the endless blue, feeling utterly at peace. Elsewhere, Lewis and Gion lounged on deck chairs under a sun umbrella, enjoying the ocean air as they chatted comfortably. "Lewis, have you formulated any ideas or plans for GSXS development?" Gion asked, breaking the silence. With a cigarette dangling between his lips and sunglasses shading his eyes, Lewis exhaled a slow plume of smoke before answering. "Our first priority has to be expanding G6. Before we left, I studied the base's topography. The island itself is huge, but the base takes up barely a fifth of it. That doesn't make sense at all. So I'm planning to enlarge the base. At the very least, we need to claim about a third of the island for our operations. Next, as the size of the base expanded, it was only natural to increase the number of troops as well. My vision is to build a fortress capable of housing around 40,000 people, and to establish a military town nearby. This is my current idea for the first step. Naval bases come in all shapes and sizes. Some command tens of thousands, while others have just a few hundred or a few thousand under their banner. This is perfectly normal. Recruitment isn't much of a problem. There's no shortage of manpower. But for such a massive fortress, surely you can't have every Navy officer busy with construction work, right?" Gion turned to Lewis and inquired about this. Lewis, with a mysterious smile, gave nothing away. "I've got a plan." Gion rolled her eyes in response, choosing not to press further, but she couldn't help but feel curious. Just what did Lewis have in mind? A few days later, inside the G6 branch. By then, the post of base commander had already been handed over, and the former commander had returned to headquarters for debriefing. Lewis officially took up the position as the head of G6. At that moment, Lewis was seated in the commander's office, cigarette in hand, leafing through a detailed report on the G6 branch. Simply put, it was average. The base had a total of 7,642 Navy personnel, including logistics staff. While their combat ability wasn't exactly elite, it was still decent, and the rest of the base operated much the same way, nothing more than ordinary sailors and soldiers. Lewis was still reading when Gion and Isho pushed open the office door. They walked up to Lewis and began reporting on what they had found during their investigation, especially on the finances. "I just checked the accounts with Isho myself. Everything lines up perfectly. Looks like your reputation as a potential admiral really holds some sway. I hear from Crane that the last commander here, Vice Admiral Bolsar, wasn't exactly squeaky clean. Anyway, I've done the math. Given the base's current scale, there's enough funding to keep things running as they are. But if you want to expand or make any big changes, you'll need to come up with something new." Gion flipped through the files she'd gotten from the logistics department, speaking with a smile. "Feeding over 7,000 Navy men isn't cheap. Never mind horses, but you've got upkeep for ammunition, repairs for warships and gear, wages for the crew, and pensions to consider. Not to mention, are you going to pay the soldiers extra when you put them to work on construction?" It was just barely enough to get by. If Lewis tried to do anything big, he'd risk draining the entire base's savings overnight. Lewis looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions or ideas?" We could do things the underhanded way. Take the pirate's treasure for ourselves. Isho was the first to voice a suggestion. Lewis listened, shaking his head and replying with a wry smile. Are there really any rich pirates left sailing these seas? Besides, even if we do see some loot, it's just a drop in the bucket, a temporary fix at best. The cost of materials and everything else isn't exactly cheap, either. As for materials, we'll just need wood and stone, right? There's plenty of timber on our island and the nearby ones, so we can get it all locally. As for stone, why not just have Isho pull down a few meteorites from the sky? Building with meteorites sounds pretty impressive, doesn't it? Guion said with a cheerful grin. That all makes sense, but we have over 7,000 people to pay, not just their regular wages, but also labor fees. Ideally, we could get this done without spending any money at all, Lewis sighed. Slaves? Guion and Isho both landed on the same idea at once, but their faces immediately darkened, clearly disturbed by the thought. For the Navy to get involved in something like that would be a serious catastrophe. Noticing their expressions, Lewis waved his hand dismissively. What are you two thinking? There's no way I'd ever get into the disgusting business of slave trading. Leaving aside the grim consequences if such a thing were discovered, Lewis wasn't someone who had lost all sense of decency. So, Lewis, what exactly do you have in mind? Isho scratched his head, clearly puzzled. Where on earth could you find free labor like that? In response, Lewis let a mysterious smile curve his lips. At times like these, we'll just have to rely on our neighbors for a little help. Neighbors? Impel Down? Guion was momentarily taken aback and started to ask a question, but before she could speak, Lewis instructed them to ready a warship for a voyage to Impel Down. With no other choice, Isho rose to his feet and used his powers to soar straight to the harbor, where he ordered preparations for the warship. Once Lewis had gathered the files from his desk, he set out for Impel Down with Guion, while Isho remained at the base to oversee things and guard against any surprises. The G6 base is actually quite close to Impel Down. At a steady pace, the trip takes only half a day, and from Impel Down to headquarters, it's just another half-day's journey. With those distances, if anything urgent happened at HQ, Lewis could make it there and back all in a single day. This base really isn't a prime location. Speaking of Impel Down, the institution is directly under Naval Headquarters control. In the original story, when Magellan believed he'd failed at his duty, the first superior he reported to was then Fleet Admiral Sengoku, expressing his intent to take his own life as penance for dereliction. Luckily, after a thorough reprimand from Admiral Sengoku, Magellan backed down from such drastic measures. By comparison, the relationship between Marineford and Impel Down is actually much smoother than the one between CP agencies. At this particular point in time, however, the Warden is not Magellan the Poison Man. He's still just the Deputy Warden, looming tall as in the stories, though his expression is rather pained, likely due to the side effects of the venom fruit. The current Warden is an imposing, kind-faced old man, tall and dignified. When dressed in a Warden's uniform, he carries himself with considerable authority. Judging by the extraordinary length of his arms, far longer than an ordinary person's, Lewis couldn't help but wonder if the chief was from a clan of long-armed people. Of course, it was just a passing fancy. When a word came that the newly appointed commander of a nearby G6 base was paying a visit, Chief McHiam showed little surprise. After all, the two locations were practically neighbors, and most of Lewis's predecessors had also made similar courtesy calls after taking up their posts. As Lewis and Guion approached, both smiling amiably, McHiam let out a hearty laugh and strode forward with open enthusiasm, calling out his greeting. "Ha ha! Vice Admiral Lewis, Vice Admiral Gon, my goodness, it's been far too long since we last met." In the past, when Lewis had still been a rear admiral, even a vice admiral, he'd frequently passed through Impel Down en route to headquarters. Seeing his tremendous potential and knowing he was well connected with many of the top brass, McHiam had been willing to make things easy for him, never putting any obstacles in his way. But times had changed. Now Lewis was a candidate for admiral. Barring any mishaps, it was all but certain he'd be promoted. And considering his youth, the possibility that he would eventually succeed as fleet admiral was very real. McHiam would be long retired by then, of course, but what about Magellan? He needed to think ahead for his protege as well. After all, if you wound up on the wrong side of a future leader, there'd be nowhere to go when it came time to polish your shoes. Ha ha ha, Chief McHiam, it's been so long, and you still look as sturdy as ever. Lewis beamed brightly, gripping McHiam's large hand in a show of warm familiarity. If you ask me, you could easily keep leading for another 10 or 20 years. Of course, he had to lay it on thick. After all, he was here to ask for a favor soon. McHiam felt a flash of surprise. They'd met a couple of times before, sure, but the way Lewis was acting today, you'd think the two of them were lifelong friends reuniting after years apart. Still, McKayyam was an old hand, seasoned and shrewd. If the likely future boss was willing to show such courtesy, there was no reason not to reciprocate. He tightened his grip on Lewis's hand, matched his enthusiasm, and replied with a jovial laugh. "Oh, I could never compare to you, Vice Admiral. This old body of mine is just hanging in there. In a few more years, I'll have to step aside and let the next generation shine. By the way, I haven't yet congratulated you on becoming an Admiral candidate. The first one in nearly 2 decades, no less. After all, nothing greases the wheels like mutual flattery." So there they stood, Lewis and McKayyam, showering each other with compliments for the better part of 20 minutes at the dock. Another minute and they might have sworn a brotherhood on the spot. The scene left Guillaume and Magellan dumbfounded. Guillaume, at least, understood why Lewis was laying it on so thick. He was here to ask Chief McKayyam for something. But Magellan was truly baffled. Since when did his chief have such powerful connections? And not only did he know the new Admiral candidate from headquarters, but they also seemed to get along famously. After the pleasantries had mostly run their course, Warden McKayyam spoke up and extended an invitation. "General Lewis, you've traveled from afar. Standing and chatting at the door hardly seems right. Why don't we go inside and have a seat?" Lewis, upon hearing this, politely declined. The rules for entering Impel Down were rather strict. You might be allowed passage through as a courtesy, but to actually enter, one needed an official writ from either a marshal or an admiral. There was no room for shortcuts. Of course, McKayyam was merely being courteous. He understood the regulations all too well. Had Lewis actually accepted, he would have had no choice but to hold his nose and let him in. Then, Lewis smiled and said, "Old friend McKayyam, I've come to Impel Down this time because I have a favor to ask of you." McKayyam was momentarily surprised by this, but then he swept his enormous hand and readily declared, "General, just say the word. Is it that a friend or relative of yours has been locked up here by mistake? Don't worry. If the person is in level 4 or below, I have the authority to set them free myself." So that's why he was being this welcoming. He thought it was about pulling strings. But this sort of thing wasn't particularly rare. Truth be told, officials looking out for one another could hardly be avoided. Both Impel Down and Marineford called themselves instruments of justice, but it was impossible to eliminate favoritism. Still, Lewis hadn't come here for anything like that. He was an orphan. After all, there were no friends or relatives to have been sent to Impel Down in the first place. Realizing that McKayyam had misunderstood his intentions, Lewis gently led him a few steps aside, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Old friend, it's not about that." "Oh, if that's the case, please, General, tell me what's on your mind," Warden McKayyam replied, also lowering his voice. "Old friend, is the inmate population at Impel Down now at full capacity?" "But of course, the number of prisoners has always been kept at a certain standard. Yet I see that every month, plenty more are brought in," Lewis remarked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, McKayyam glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then dropped his voice even further. "There's more than you think. Sometimes it's over 1,000 newcomers. When we truly can't squeeze in another soul, well, we'll arrange for some prisoners to disappear. After all, there's no shortage of punishments here, and no one ever cares if a few wretches and villains die." Lewis considered this, and found it reasonable enough. Impel Down was only so big. If you kept adding inmates without letting any out, the place would have burst at the seams long ago. And destroying some of the worst scum, well, nobody was going to protest that. With this in mind, Lewis pressed on. "You know about the havoc caused by Roger's execution, right?" McKayyam's face turned worried as he nodded. "Yes. The seas are about to descend into chaos. If things go on like this, Impel Down may simply be overwhelmed." Seeing this, Lewis got straight to the point and laid his cards on the table. "Brother, I have an idea, and it's a win-win situation." Hearing this, McKayyam's curiosity was immediately piqued, and he gestured for Lewis to continue. "You know as well as I do, I've come to G6 this time on an assessment mission. As long as I perform well, it's practically guaranteed that I'll be promoted to Admiral once I return. But it's tough to shine. I've got no money, no manpower to work with." Lewis started to spin his tail. Of course, as far as immediately becoming an admiral, neither Fleet Admiral Kong nor Admiral Sengoku had given any actual promise about that. But McKayyam didn't question it. In his eyes, it was only a matter of time before Vice Admiral Lewis made it to Admiral. Stroking his chin after listening, he said, "Sir, are you asking to borrow some money then? That can probably be arranged." "No, you got it wrong, brother, not money. What I want to borrow is people." Lewis shook his head. "People? You mean prisoners?" McKayyam blinked and asked cautiously. As he watched Lewis nod with a smile, McKayyam was completely baffled. Since when did the Navy take such an unconventional route? What puzzled him even more was, what on earth would borrowing prisoners be for? "So, how exactly do you plan to handle these prisoners?" Warden Mikeheim asked, unable to mask his curiosity. They're just rotting away here. Why not let me bring them to G6 for labor reform? Any tough, dirty work, I'll put them to it all. That way, I save a ton in labor costs, and you don't have to worry about Impel Down filling up either, Lewis said with an air of confidence, as if everything were already under control. Warden Mikeheim was left utterly dumbfounded. To put it bluntly, you're just treating these prisoners like slaves, aren't you? Are you a Navy officer or a slave trader? Sir, forgive me for asking, but are you sure these prisoners will survive? Mikeheim asked, not out of concern for the prisoners' lives. His real worry was that, if something went wrong, and any of these people managed to escape and cause a stir, the reputation of both the Navy and Impel Down would take a major hit. And, as the person in charge of these two powerful institutions, the higher-ups at Mary Geos would certainly not look kindly on it. If trouble broke out and the blame started flying, would Mikeheim even be able to quietly retire in peace? So, he wanted to probe how this Vice Admiral Lewis ultimately planned to deal with these prisoners. Brother, let me be straight with you. Those prisoners aren't going to make it back alive once they reach G6. After all, after working at the base for so long, they'll be familiar with every nook and cranny. They built it themselves, after all. For security reasons, there's no way we can let them live. But it seemed a shame to just kill them outright. When the time comes, we'll send them off to uninhabited islands in the calm belt to mine and logwood. By then, they'll have a full set of laborers. Lewis stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Right now, Director Mikeheim was absolutely convinced that this Vice Admiral Lewis was someone he must never cross. That was ruthless, frighteningly so. Still, he understood deep down. If you aren't tough, you can't hold your ground. Especially when dealing with hardened criminals and thugs, sometimes you need to crack the whip a little before they'll even listen. Kind words just won't cut it. Lewis already had it all planned out. When the time comes, he'll register the prisoners, sort them into squads, and enforce collective responsibility. If even one tries to escape, the whole group gets tossed to the sea to feed the fish. But for those who report escape attempts or expose slackers, there would be appropriate rewards. Maybe even a supervisor's role. But, Vice Admiral, Mikeheim hesitated, still uneasy. Isn't this plan just a bit too risky? To be honest, it wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small one either. If they could actually pull it off, it might even become a new policy someday. After all, those prisoners were just sitting around anyway. However, there was no denying this operation skirted the rules. If someone with an agenda caught wind and exposed it. Relax, my friend, Lewis said. I already reported my plan to Admiral Sengoku on the way here. The old man said I should give it a try, but if anyone asks, just play dumb. Officially, we have his backing, and he told me to brace myself for the fallout. But I'm not prepared for any fallout yet. Mikeheim screamed silently in his heart. Seeing that Mikeheim was still wavering, Lewis pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Listen, I'm not going to shortchange you in this. Maybe you won't get much in the early stages, but once the new base is expanded and the military town starts taking shape, you'll get paid by the head. 3,000 berries for each prisoner. It's a deal. Mikeheim agreed instantly, without a moment's hesitation. 3,000 per person didn't sound like much. But Mikeheim wasn't a real slaver. From the look of things with Lewis's ambition, the numbers would be huge, at least 1,000 prisoners per round. That added up to several million berries. Besides, now that the Great Pirate Era had begun, pirates were everywhere. There was no end to the supply. Good grief, you're actually this greedy? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have bargained with you for so long. Lewis looked at Mikeheim, surprised and a little conflicted at heart. Since that's the case, Vice Admiral, when we select the slaves, prisoners, we should prioritize picking from levels 1 and 2, and also, now that the main details were settled, Warden Mikeheim seized the initiative, offering some suggestions of his own with remarkable eagerness. Meanwhile, inside Marine headquarters at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, and Staff Officer Tsuru were in the middle of a discussion. That's about the gist of it. In short, if young Lewis messes this up, he has to bear the consequences himself. I won't be cleaning up his mess. Sengoku took a sip of tea, speaking matter-of-factly. Fleet Admiral Kong rubbed his chin, his tone tinged with worry. This kid's got guts. He actually dares to mess with prisoners from Impel Down. If anything really goes wrong, even if he doesn't die, he'll be in for a world of hurt. Sitting quietly as the two elders fretted over Lewis, Tsuru found herself oddly calm, even slightly amused by it all. If these two were truly opposed, they'd have already called him up and given him a good tongue-lashing through the den mushy. Classic case of tough talk, but their actions speak louder. Still, she could understand where they were coming from. With the Great Pirate Era surging ever forward, everyone in Marine headquarters believed this storm wasn't ending anytime soon. 10 years, maybe even 20 wasn't out of the question. During this period, the Navy could hardly expect smooth sailing. As for their solution, That was obvious. Strengthen the Navy. If their power was great enough, no matter how fierce the tide, they could subdue it. But the core issue remained funding. Yet the answers from above were always perfunctory. Let's wait and see, continue monitoring the current situation. Never a no, but never a yes either. At this stage, the high-ranking admirals were all thinking about tightening the budget. Yet Lewis's proposal gave them hope. Since Impel Down, as a subordinate facility, never released any prisoners and required a substantial annual budget just to operate, it was an unavoidable but expensive burden. But because its responsibilities were so vital, shutting it down wasn't an option either. So, Sengoku and the others decided not to stop him. They'd see if Lewis could really pull this off, using G6 base as a trial run to gauge results. If he succeeded, who knows, maybe Impel Down could even support headquarters for a change. My view is, let's allow Lewis to give it a try, Tsuru said, her smile soft but encouraging. Hearing this, Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong fell silent, then nodded their assent. Sengoku added with one final instruction, but limit him to prisoners from the first 2 levels only. That way, if anything does go wrong with his NG-SXS strength, they should be able to handle it. We don't want him risking his future over this. Since Lewis was taking this risk for the greater good of the Navy, wasn't it only right for these old veterans to offer a bit of protection? Marshal Kong saw that the other 2 agreed, so he concluded decisively, let's leave it at that for now. Once we leave, none of us are to discuss this matter further. As for reporting it to Mary Geos, there's no need. The 3 of us knowing is enough. For now, let's see how Lewis performs. Suddenly, Tsuru seemed to remember something important, and she spoke up at once. By the way, Sengoku, didn't that kid Lewis mention developing the comm belt? The comm belt. Both Sengoku and Marshal Kong were taken aback. How had the conversation shifted to the comm belt now? But soon after, Sengoku began to speak. Yes, he did mention it. Though it might be a good idea, our Navy is mainly responsible for combat, taking down pirates. Using these people as manual labor is absolutely out of the question. Still, with Lewis putting these prisoners to use, it does sound promising. But are there real profits to be made in the comm belt? And what about the risks involved? What's the situation there? Since Lewis dared to even propose it, he must have done his homework. Sengoku, though known as the strategist, wasn't all-knowing, and the specifics of the comm belt just happened to be a blank spot in his expertise. Seeing this, Marshal Kong couldn't help but smile. He was willing to support any plan or action that could strengthen the Navy at this stage. So he said, why don't we just call that kid and ask him directly? Without missing a beat, Marshal Kong took out his Din Din Mushi and dialed Lewis's number. At the same time, Lewis was overseeing his subordinates, the Navy's sailors and Impel Down wardens, as they escorted 1,500 prisoners onto his warship. This number, without a single armed or devil fruit-powered individual among them, didn't seem like a challenge to keep under control, at least in Lewis's view. As for whether the warship could fit everyone, well, with 1,500 people, as long as they squeezed together a bit, it would be fine. The journey was short, the ship was carrying no extra supplies, and there was more than enough room for them all. Did he really need to worry about the human rights of these scoundrels and riffraff? In this world, such concerns simply didn't exist. Lewis felt perfectly calm, but beside him, Director McHime, who was watching the same scene, felt just the opposite. It was, after all, the first time he was involved in something like this. Technically a breach of rules, even criminal. How could he not feel uneasy? At that very moment, the ringtone of a Din Din Mushi sounded from Lewis. Picking up and glancing at it, he grinned. It's a call from Marshal Kong. With no hesitation, he answered the Din Din Mushi and started talking with Marshal Kong. Marshal, it's Lewis. Is there something you need? Lewis, you're still at Impel Down? Marshal Kong got straight to the point. I am. So Admiral Sengoku's already reported into you, has he? Lewis didn't sound particularly surprised, though he did wonder if this call was to halt his plans. Don't overthink things. All of us support this plan, Marshal Kong reminded him, but make sure you don't touch the higher floors. Just pick a few from the first and second floors and take them with you. Lewis felt a wave of warmth wash over him at those words and replied with a smile. Don't worry. Director McHame gave me the same advice. Honestly, I only intend to select people from the first and second floors, and all of them will be non-ability users. Listening in with keen ears, McHame, standing nearby, could finally breathe easy. With the marshal backing this up, who would dare file a report now? And even if they did, what good would it do? All right, as long as you're clear on that. Marshal Kong continued. Besides moving forward with the city prisoner matter, I also reached out to you regarding the comm belt. Lewis didn't reply immediately. His thoughts turned to the development of the comm belt, which could prove to be one of the Navy's most vital methods to break free from its shackles in the future. Perhaps it was time to share these thoughts with the heavyweights here. After a moment's pause, Lewis first brought up the issue of military funding. "Marshal, what's the word from the higher-ups about future military expenses?" Hearing this, Marshal Kong responded with a wry smile, a helplessness that was impossible to hide. "Well, the official stance is, in short, they want to wait and see." Wait and see. Even the blind can tell where the situation is headed. The seas are about to, no, I've already descended into chaos. Countless pirates are flooding into the open waters. When the time comes to sweep them away, who else but us Navy men will step up? If all they do is hesitate and watch, the tide might slip completely out of control. Lewis's frustration boiled over. Hearing Lewis nearly venting his complaints, Marshal Kong couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Indeed, even at times like these, they remain so indecisive, all for fear of the Navy growing too powerful. But is it really better for pirates to run rampant than for the Navy to gain strength? In the end, the Navy and the world government are supposed to be one and the same, a single team. To suspect your own and sit by while enemies cause chaos, isn't that utterly senseless? But now, Marshal Kong could only swallow these grievances. If the rift between the two sides widened any further, it would only lead to disaster for everyone. Enough, enough. Leave those words unsaid in public from now on. The higher-ups likely have their reasons too, he advised, trying to calm Lewis. Hearing that, Lewis let the matter go and pressed on, "If they're not increasing the budget, does that mean we're still pushing forward with recruitment?" "Recruitment is a must," Marshal Kong replied without hesitation. "Over these years, headquarters has managed to stock up some resources. It's tight, but when it's time to strengthen, we must. How long can we hold out? For the short term, we'll get by, but only for another 2 or 3 years. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. If that's the case, then if my Comm Belt project unfolds smoothly, there's a good chance we'll achieve a seamless transition when the time comes." Lewis thought for a moment, then continued. Marshal Kong was intrigued by this and asked, "So, I'd like to hear how you plan to develop the Comm Belt." "Marshal, for a long time we've neglected the Comm Belt for various reasons. But after my careful research, I discovered that there are countless islands within it, each one an untapped treasure trove. The plan itself is fairly straightforward. Locate valuable mineral resources, such as gold, iron, copper, and so on. These can not only be sold, but directly applied to our Navy as well, saving us a massive amount of expenses," Lewis explained. "Metals have far-reaching uses. Everything from warships and bases to the smallest swords rely on them. And when you expand that to the entire naval system, the demand for metals becomes truly immense. If we could exploit the Comm Belt ourselves, it would certainly cut a huge chunk from the Navy's expenditures. And once our own needs are met, if there's a surplus, we can choose to sell it and earn significant profits. Even if the resources simply sit there, we lose nothing." This alone was enough to capture Marshal Kong's full attention, though a hint of ambition still lingered in his heart. He pressed further. "There's some sense in that. Anything else?" "There is. The timber we need for our ships must be of the highest quality. Individually, these woods might not be expensive, but on the scale the Navy requires, it becomes a tremendous cost. Now, the islands in the Comm Belt are virtually untouched. After hundreds of years of growth, the trees there are both abundant and of superb quality. So, in addition to mining, I intend to organize logging crews to supply us with timber, cutting down costs on raw materials. And perhaps this could be the breakthrough that allows us to forge a deeper partnership with Water 7. Lewis spoke with confidence. Marshal Kong's gaze fell to the din-din mushi on the desk. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. The more he considered it, the more it made sense. This project, there's every reason to do it. And it's not even complicated. Just 2 things, mine for minerals and harvest timber. Get it done, plain and simple. The plan was straightforward and bold, but its prospects and feasibility were equally impressive. Why hadn't anyone thought of this before? But before Marshal Kong could marvel further, Lewis went on. What's most crucial of all is the natural barrier provided by the Comm Belt itself. Nearly no one pays it any mind. With just a bit of lockdown, even Mary Geos might not catch wind of what we're doing. Lewis, watch your words. At that, Marshal Kong snapped back to attention, warning him sternly. Marshal, you must be quite familiar with how the people up there operate, Lewis stated bluntly. Given their greed, the moment the Comm Belt yields any results, as soon as word reaches them, we might not even get to taste the leftovers. If that happens, it would seriously go against the interests of our Navy. Marshal Kong was startled by these words. In his view, what Lewis was suggesting was entirely possible. Having worked under the world government for so many years, he knew very well the temperament and habits of those at the top. If the Comm Belt project really produced any results by the time the higher-ups caught on, the Navy would have no share of the spoils. The mere prospect of such an outcome left Marshal Kong deeply displeased. Fortunately, there's a closed loop. As long as we move carefully, we shouldn't be discovered. Besides, in the short term, the amount we extract won't be much, and the Navy can absorb it all internally. This way, not only will we be significantly reducing military expenditures, but we can also operate discreetly without attracting attention from above. Lewis continued, his tone low and resolute. What exactly do you mean by closed loop? Marshal Kong pressed further. He hadn't caught on to that term earlier, though he understood the latter part. Initially, the output from developing the comm belt wouldn't be large. The Navy itself could easily use up everything produced. And if there's no need to sell externally, there would be far fewer commercial traces. So long as they were diligent about keeping things quiet, the world government might not notice for 5, even 10 years. The magnitude of the potential benefits left Marshal Kong deeply excited, yet he still hadn't grasped what a closed loop truly meant. At this moment, Staff Officer Tsuru, who had been quietly listening, brightened, quickly offering an explanation to the Marshal. I think I understand what Lewis means. All of these actions would be carried out entirely within the Navy. There's no need to rely on any outside resources. As expected of you, Staff Officer Tsuru. Exactly, Marshal. Just as she said, the entire operation would be managed by the Navy from start to finish. My current plan is to center the operation on the G6 base, using prisoners transferred from Impel Down as the primary workforce. This way, from development to final utilization, we won't need to involve anyone else, vastly improving our secrecy. And once the operation grows in scale, we'll just need a few trusted officers in key positions to keep things running smoothly. Lewis first praised Staff Officer Tsuru. After all, as the brain behind naval intelligence, her keen insight was truly impressive. Then he continued, further explaining the underlying principle of the closed loop. According to his plan, as long as they minimized any outside traces and kept all stages of the operation under Navy control, it would indeed be extremely hard for the world government to ever discover what was going on. If luck was on their side, and they managed to strike gold, wouldn't that mean a fortune was just waiting to be made? That's an excellent idea. Admiral Kong's eyes gleamed with approval as he praised the suggestion. Thank you for your kind words, Admiral. Originally, we already knew that relying solely on prisoners from Impel Down wouldn't be enough in the long run. But things are different now. With the seas in chaos, pirates are everywhere. Honestly, you could bump into one with your eyes closed. And these pirates, they're not just pirates. They're invaluable labor. If you look at it from a different angle, doesn't it suddenly seem like this great age of piracy isn't such a terrible thing after all? Lewis's cheerful smile radiated warmth, but his words dripped with devilish cunning. Admiral Kong instantly grasped what he meant. That's right. The demand for resources was only going to grow, and those few thousand prisoners from Impel Down would never be enough. Not to mention, there would be plenty of other needs in the future. So where would they get more hands? Considering the Navy's stand for justice, there was simply no way they could engage in the slave trade, not to mention the costs and the risk of word getting out. But now, these pirates running rampant across the seas, were they truly pirates, or were they simply the Navy's reserve of free laborers? Without hesitation, Admiral Kong declared in a firm, righteous tone, "You're absolutely right. Since these people have chosen the path of piracy, they can hardly blame the Navy for being relentless. I'll give the order, capture them alive whenever possible. Rather than leaving these scoundrels to wreak havoc, we'll put them to work for the cause of justice in the Navy." Looking back, it seemed even Roger, that bastard who kicked off this whole era of pirates, hadn't only brought catastrophe. Without him, how would so many have set out to sea, bewitched by his promises of glory? The very pirates the Navy had once despised had suddenly become a much-desired commodity. Fate, it seemed, was never short of surprises. Thinking about it, Admiral Kong found the situation almost surreal. Wasn't this just using the banner of justice to do the work of slavers? But in the next moment, he firmly banished the thought. Our cause is just. No room for doubt. No tolerance for criticism. How could those filthy slavers ever be compared to the righteous Navy? After a few more brief words with Lewis, he hung up the call. Turning, he addressed Sengoku and Tsuru with no hesitation, issuing his orders directly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief Strategist Tsuru rose at once to answer. Yes, Admiral. It was precisely this decision that turned pirates, once the scourge of the seas, into the pioneers of mankind's venture into the comm belt. And in all this, the Navy found itself cast in the role of slave driver. It was difficult to deny the biting irony. After completing the handover with Director McKime, Lewis and Guion boarded a warship and returned to the G6 base. The moment he arrived, Lewis wasted no time in organizing his men, immediately setting the prisoners to work. Thus, a large group of laborers from Impel Down, under the watchful eyes of squads of Marines, began the arduous tasks of digging trenches and laying foundations. These people wore nothing but ragged scraps, barely clad in threadbare underpants. But this, too, was part of Lewis's plan, a way to prevent them from hiding weapons on their bodies and to keep accidents at bay. If anyone managed to smuggle something in under such harsh conditions, Lewis would concede they deserved it. Otherwise, they'd best keep their heads down and get to work. Further, to sap any surplus energy that might turn into trouble, Lewis only allowed 2 meals a day, one in the morning, one at noon. Dinner was skipped entirely, leaving the men hungry at night. Not far from these busy labor squads rose a grisly reminder, 100 blood-soaked heads displayed for all to see. Each belonged to someone who, over the last couple of days, just couldn't keep to themselves and try to cause trouble. Because no one reported them, every member of those squads had been decapitated and made an example of. Even the few who attempted to escape were caught and executed on the spot. Now, the 1,500 prisoners brought from Impel Down were divided into 15 squads of 100 each. Within a squad, if anyone stirred up trouble or persuaded others to misbehave, and no one spoke up, then once exposed, the entire squad would be put to death. And if several squads acted up at once, Lewis said the lot of them would be tossed straight into the sea, fed to the fish. Fear gnawed at those digging the foundation. From time to time, they'd steal a glance at the grisly row of heads, shuddering at the sight. The Marines' ruthless resolve left no illusions. This was not a game. When did these so-called champions of justice become so merciless? Brutal. Absolutely brutal. In their eyes, the commander of this base, Lewis, was nothing short of a devil incarnate. Had Lewis been able to hear their private thoughts, he'd have scoffed. Brutal, am I? What about when you committed your crimes? Wasn't that brutality as well? You brought this upon yourselves. Intimidated by Lewis's ruthless methods, the prisoners worked in absolute silence, not daring to step out of line for even a second. Better a miserable life than a quick death, they thought. However hard things got, it still beat losing your head. As the prisoners bent over their labor, a Navy major stepped forward, holding up an official decree and declared in a loud voice, "By order of the Vice Admiral, the Foundation must be completed within 3 days. If you fall short, your entire squad will be executed." With the final word, the major shot a withering glare at the assembled criminals before turning on his heel and marching away. A few more Navy soldiers stepped forward, shouting commands as they cracked their whips through the air, urging the prisoners to get to work. Inside the base director's office, Lewis was enjoying a specially supplied cigarette reserved for officers and sipping tea brewed from leaves he'd acquired from Teacher Zephyr, a rare moment of leisure. Just then, the office door was knocked, but before Lewis could respond, Guillaume strode right in without waiting for permission. Lewis didn't mind at all. After being together for so long, he was thoroughly used to Guillaume's straightforward nature, and truth be told, he rather liked it. "So, have the second batch of prisoners arrived?" He tapped a cigarette on the ashtray, flicked away the ashes, and asked with a cheerful smile. Guillaume pulled out a chair, lit a slim cigarette of her own, and exhaled a delicate plume of smoke before replying with a smile. "They've arrived. This batch numbers 2,500 more than the first group." "Good. With the troops we have at hand, suppressing nearly 3,500 prisoners won't be a problem. Any more than that, though, and we might run into trouble. Better to keep things safe and steady. Once we finish recruitment, then we can expand." Lewis nodded in agreement. With 3,500 prisoners, according to plan, it should take about half a year to complete the expansion of the G6 base. Guillaume hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lewis, isn't this too harsh? Demanding they finish the foundation in 3 days. It was originally 6. You just have the time and double the pressure. I worry this kind of push could cause serious trouble." "No, don't let yourself feel any sympathy for these people. Surely you don't think killing just one batch is enough? Every time new prisoners show up, you have to make an example of someone, or the fear won't last. 6 days was our initial estimate, but pushing them to finish in 3, it's necessary to squeeze out every last bit of their strength. If they have no energy left, they won't be able to cause chaos or make trouble." Lewis's voice was cold and unyielding, sounding every bit the taskmaster. At his words, Guillaume just muttered a brief reply and fell silent. She felt sorry for these men, but that was all. Pity for villains and criminals. Is there anyone to pity the slain Navy comrades, or the innocent civilians who died at their hands? As the two were chatting about the base's development, the office door was knocked again. After Lewis gave permission, the door opened, and, with a broad grin, in walked a man whose towering figure seemed to scrape the ceiling. It was none other than Brother Strawberry. Seeing such a familiar face, Lewis didn't stand on ceremony. He got up and went over to give Brother Strawberry a warm hug. When Lewis first arrived at headquarters, it was Strawberry who looked after him, resolving countless troubles and lending a helping hand time and again. Clearly, Lewis had come to ask him for a favor this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone all the way from headquarters. Come on, we're all friends here. No need to be so formal, Lewis said, gesturing for everyone to sit down. He couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Strawberry sitting ramrod straight in his chair. At those words, Strawberry finally relaxed, leaning back as he replied with a smile. Well, I have to show some respect to a vice admiral candidate, don't I? Sure, we're on the same side, but I can't just throw out all propriety. Some rules still have to be observed. He gratefully accepted the cup of tea passed to him by Isho, thanked him, and took a satisfying sip. Smacking his lips, he teased. This must have come from Zephyr-sensei, right? Only you could manage that, kid. I tried asking the old man myself before, but he shut me down without the slightest hesitation. Well, as expected from the favorite disciple. I can't compare, not at all. Pausing for a moment, Strawberry raised his long neck and asked with a hint of curiosity, By the way, I haven't even asked yet. Why did you want me to come to G6? Lewis smiled a little sheepishly before explaining. Honestly, asking you here was a last resort. Everyone else from headquarters is either unavailable or just not suitable for this. As for you, apart from patrolling the seas and catching pirates lately, you haven't had anything too urgent on your plate, right? And besides, I feel a lot more at ease leaving things in your hands. After offering this brief explanation, Lewis went on to lay out his reasoning. 3 days from now, Isho, Gion, and I will be leaving G6. We'll be gone for quite some time, at least a month, maybe as long as 2 or 3. In the meantime, someone strong has to hold down the fort here at G6. The prisoners may not be much of a threat, but you never know what could happen. So naturally, I thought of you, big bro. Can't have a weakling in charge, just in case something goes wrong. As he finished, Lewis slipped in a subtle bit of flattery. He didn't feel ashamed. After all, he was asking for a favor, and this big bro had looked out for him ever since he joined headquarters. Strawberry just laughed, playfully scolding him, and agreed without further comment. Still, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, So, what is it you all are heading out to do this time, Lewis? Making money, came the mysterious reply, a crafty look on Lewis's face, as if he was plotting something bigger. After all, he had plenty of manpower for the heavy lifting. No need to spend money there, just feed them. The sea was full of fish and sea kings to keep stomachs filled. But the next round of recruitment would be another story. He couldn't exactly skip paying the soldiers, could he? That would take a good chunk of funds. Sure, he had plenty of resources and supplies, but what was the point of handing out chunks of iron or instead of salaries when payday came around? What he really needed was stacks of green berries, the universal currency. And that's why he planned to take Isho and Gion out to make some money. As for why Lewis was wearing a smile, it was because of the target he had set his sights on this time. The city of gold, Shandora, a whole city made of gold. Its value simply unimaginable. In the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates had only packed up 2 bundles from there, and it was worth 200 million berries. How much would the entire city be worth? It had to be an astronomical figure, more than enough for Lewis to properly develop G6. But Shandora was in the sky. After all, if one couldn't fly, how could they get up there? Even if they chose to do as Luffy and his friends did in the story, how could they carry away that much gold? That's where the importance of Isho's ability became clear. A reliable workhorse indeed. Going after money? Strawberry was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but immediately understood. He certainly knew what deep purpose Lewis had for G6, the Admiral promotion exam. And for the exam, the development status of your base was a crucial indicator. But the budget for the base was always limited. As someone who'd also served as a base commander, Strawberry understood the difficulty all too well. Now that Borsalino had chosen to not compete for Fleet Admiral, Lewis naturally became the undisputed leader of a neutral faction. Strawberry had no reason not to support him. So he promised, Brother, I can't do much, but at least I can guarantee that until you get back, nothing will go wrong at G6. Lewis shook his head with a smile and replied, You're being modest, brother. With you holding down the fort at G6, I'm perfectly at ease. After discussing a few more minor matters, Strawberry saw that the 3 others had things to talk about and didn't linger. He bid them farewell and left the office. After all, strictly speaking, although he was part of the neutral faction, indeed, part of their own camp, he wasn't part of Lewis's inner circle. Isho also rose to escort him to his guest room for a rest. Once the door closed, Lewis glanced at Gion, who was now slouched in a manner that could hardly be called dignified, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, Hey, Gion, do you want to become a devil fruit user? Devil fruit user? Gion instantly straightened up on the sofa and nodded. Of course I've thought about it, but there just aren't any suitable fruits, are there? The average ones don't even interest me. If I go for it, it has to be an ability on par with yours or Isho's, right? Excuse me? You make it sound like the Shatter Shatter fruit and the Gravity fruit are as common as cabbages at the market. On par, really living in a dream. Lewis couldn't help but tease. But just as he said that, something struck him. Wasn't there a top-tier fruit right on Sky Island? So he asked instead, what about a Logia type? A Logia? That would be fantastic. Do you have a lead? Yes, and it's none other than the legendary Rumble Rumble fruit that's said to be invincible, Lewis said, raising his eyebrows. Guillaume was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with shock. The Rumble Rumble fruit, she echoed, the surprise in her gaze unmistakable. She never would have expected Lewis to casually toss out the name of such a legendary fruit. Amazing, right? Lewis teased, lifting his brows playfully. Not willing to hesitate, Guillaume rushed right over, straddling his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes glinting mischievously as she purred. Dear Lewis, won't you tell me how you found this out? After enjoying the warmth of her embrace for a moment, Lewis cleared his throat, beginning to spin his tail with deliberate slowness. This fruit is famous, one of the absolute top-tier powers among all the Logia types. Yet after so many years, there's still not a whisper of its whereabouts on these seas. So, I wondered, could it be the fruit was never on the sea at all? Then, you mean it's in the sky? Guillaume followed his line of reasoning, arriving at the same conclusion. And truthfully, it made sense. The sky was a blind spot for nearly everyone. After all, few people could even reach the clouds. Of course, it was just a theory, but everyone harbored a little hope. What if, right? What if they went searching for the fabled city of gold on Sky Island and stumbled across the Rumble Rumble fruit at the same time? Besides, Lewis's luck was practically legendary by itself. Just look at that incident with Roger. He'd gone to the South Sea on a political mission, wandered about a bit, and managed to capture the man almost by accident. Now, Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan were all Logia users, each with exceptional powers among their kind. The Rumble Rumble fruit's abilities would rival anything those three possessed. It offered overwhelming power, peerless speed, almost no weak points to speak of. If Guillaume got her hands on it, her strength would soar. And as for worrying about no longer being a pure swordswoman, Guillaume wasn't concerned about those trivial details. Getting stronger, who would shiver at that? Lewis's reasoning was simple. He believed it would be a waste for Enel, that brat, to eat such a fruit. The boy had gone off to the moon, chasing after interstellar dreams. The fruit would be far better in his girlfriend's hands. After all, better keep such power in the family. Guillaume, though not strictly his own, was closer than any subordinate could ever be. Who else would deserve it more? Anyone else might just squander its potential. And as someone who became an admiral candidate in the original story, Guillaume had talent and strength to match. In fact, Lewis mused, if Guillaume ate the Rumble Rumble fruit, maybe it was time for her nickname, Pink Rabbit, to get a lightning-charged upgrade. For example, someone like Raiden Shogun, a combination of a Thunder Fruit user and a great swordsman, would actually be quite fitting. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seemed that his title of Vanguard of Justice finally had some company. After sailing for over half a month, they reached Jaya Island, located on the first half of the Grand Line. A massive warship was slowly docking at the island's port. Many people near the pier watched the warship with eyes full of disdain and hostility. Jaya Island was a classic lawless zone. It didn't belong to any member nation, nor was it under the jurisdiction of any Navy base, which, of course, made it a so-called pirate paradise. In fact, such pirate paradises existed all over the world. The most famous were Jaya Island and Hive Island in the New World. Where these Navy folks come from? Don't they know this is Jaya Island? A scrawny, low-level pirate spat on the ground as he glared viciously at the warship anchored at the port. Before long, with the gangway lowered, Lewis led the way ashore, followed by Gon, Isho, and a squad of Marines. Ignoring the cursing petty pirates, Lewis first glanced up at the clouds in the sky and murmured softly, Sky Island. In a bit, you and Isho go resupply and get some rest. It won't be long before we take to the skies, Lewis said, turning to Guillaume behind him. Guillaume nodded at his words, while Isho, a cigarette dangling from his lips, asked, Understood. What about you? Me? I heard the cherry pie around here is pretty good. I'm going to give it a try, Lewis replied with a grin. Just then, a group of pirates surrounded them. In the lead was the same low-level pirate who'd been yelling earlier. He barked angrily, Hey, Navy, take your men and get out of here. This is Jaya Island. We don't want your kind. Lewis looked at him in surprise. Since when were pirates this bold? Not only were they not fleeing at the sight of him and his warship, but now they were even demanding that he get lost. Seeing Lewis remain silent, the pirate assumed Lewis was intimidated and was just about to swing his weapon when a sudden, overwhelming pressure pinned him in place, leaving him unable to move. Not just him. Every pirate nearby was slammed to the ground by this force, blood spurting from their mouths as they lay paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. "Lewis, what about these pirates?" Isho partially drew his cane sword and quietly inquired. When the pirates on the ground heard that name, their minds raced with terror. "Vanguard of Justice. Lewis? The Navy who captured the Pirate King. Roger. What's someone of his stature doing here?" Lewis stroked his chin, his eyes coldly regarding these worms groveling on the ground. He murmured, "They seem pretty sturdy, must be strong enough to be useful." He then turned to a lieutenant colonel in the ranks and ordered, "Arrest them all. Take them to the warship and lock them up. Once we're back at the base, send them off to work in the mines." "Yes, Vice Admiral, sir," the naval lieutenant colonel replied briskly. Seeing this, Lewis paid no further attention to the matter, carrying himself as if nothing had happened. He headed straight for the town's only tavern. Meanwhile, the pirates at the harbor who witnessed the scene quickly stepped aside, doing their best to avoid provoking this formidable figure. It wasn't long before the news of the scourge of evil Lewis making landfall spread in hushed murmurs, filtering through various channels across the entire island. "Vice Admiral Guillaume, there's still many pirates on the island. Should we round them all up?" At that moment, a naval major stepped forward and sought instructions from Guillaume. Guillaume shook her head at first, then replied coldly, "There's no need, and we haven't got the time. But if any of them are foolish enough to provoke us, throw them on the warship and lock them up. Once we're back, send them to the mines. If the cells are full, execute them on the spot." "Yes, ma'am," the major answered promptly. The moment Lewis entered the tavern, the once rowdy atmosphere instantly dropped to silence, as if someone had pressed the mute button. At every table, fierce-faced pirates sat shoulder to shoulder, but now, not a single one dared utter a word, afraid to attract Lewis's attention. Unfortunately for them, they overestimated their own importance. Lewis simply gave these petty thugs no mind. He made his way to the bar, sat down, and said to the bartender, "1 cherry pie, please." The bartender nodded hurriedly and wasted no time. In just a moment, the cherry pie was served. Lewis took a bite, found it mediocre, and wondered, why did Teach think this cherry pie was so tasty? Perhaps it was because of Thatch. As Lewis mulled this over with his cherry pie, a familiar laugh suddenly echoed from behind him. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Vice Admiral Lewis?" Lewis raised an eyebrow. Even without turning, he knew instantly who it was. There was only one person with such a distinctive laugh. Who else but that flamingo? Yet, he hadn't seen any ships from the Don Quixote family at the docks. That's right. The man addressing Lewis was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. After watching Roger's public execution in Lowtown, Doflamingo's sharp instincts quickly led him to anticipate the bright future awaiting the pirate trade. Without hesitation, he decided to go with the tide and throw in his lot as one more pirate amidst the chaos. Just recently, he'd arrived at Jaya Island and set his sights on its strategic location, a lawless zone perfect for moving illicit cargo. With the strength of his family and his own considerable abilities, he had managed to seize control of this place, making it his own territory. Although he had chosen the path of a pirate, he hadn't given up any of his operations in the underworld. One could say he was thriving in both business and adventure. "It's been quite a while, Doflamingo. Seems you become a pirate." Lewis leaned against the bar with both arms, swirling the drink in his glass, asking the question without even turning around. "Yeah, that's right. Being a pirate is a rather promising profession, don't you think?" Doflamingo didn't seem the least bit intimidated by Lewis. After ordering a bottle of liquor, he took a swig straight from the bottle, then sat back against the bar and replied. But the truth was, Doflamingo wasn't entirely sure about Lewis's attitude. In the end, people change. "Well, maybe you're right, but I'm curious. What exactly gives you the confidence to speak to me like this?" Lewis let his question hang in the air. The moment the words left his mouth, Doflamingo's expression changed dramatically. Cold sweat soaked his back, and his hands and feet turned icy, as if he had lost control of his own limbs. If he closed his eyes, the presence he sensed wasn't human at all, but a lion, poised to hunt its prey. The sheer force and dominance radiating from Lewis left Doflamingo deeply shaken. How could so little time have passed? Yet his strength had reached such an unfathomable level. Back in the North Sea, Doflamingo had once been able to trade blows with Lewis, but now, just standing in his presence made him unable to move a muscle. Doflamingo had spent years thriving in the relatively backwater North Sea, and apart from that defeat against Lewis, he had hardly faced any real setbacks. His path had always been smooth. This time, taking the initiative to show himself was as much a test as a greeting. Simply put, he'd gotten cocky. But unfortunately, "You know my identity?" Doflamingo replied darkly, his face clouded over. As a vice admiral? No, as the only candidate for admiral. Doflamingo was certain Lewis knew the truth about who he was. Hearing this, Lewis didn't ease his intimidating presence in the slightest. He pressed it even further, though precisely, focusing only on Doflamingo. Unhurriedly, he pulled out a handkerchief and wiped away the crumbs at the corner of his mouth. Lighting a cigarette, he finally turned to look at Doflamingo, smiling with a teasing glint in his eye. Of course I know, a descendant of the 20 kings, though you've already been removed from their ranks. Overwhelmed by that intensifying aura, Doflamingo clenched his teeth and forced himself to speak. Even so, according to my agreement with Mary Geos, you Navy people can't. Just as Doflamingo finished speaking, Lewis raised his left hand and instantly unleashed his power, slamming it hard into the space beside him. In an instant, an unstoppable force of destruction burst forth. Before Doflamingo's terrified eyes, the space to Lewis's left shattered entirely. The tavern wall and all the buildings behind it crumbled instantly into dust. If you looked down from above, you'd see that 2/3 of the town's houses and everything else were completely wiped away by Lewis. On the ground, apart from scattered dust, not even a drop of blood remained. Over at the harbor, Fujitora and Gion immediately took notice of the commotion erupting within the town. Yet neither of them made any move to investigate. Clearly, aside from Lewis, only they themselves had the power to cause such chaos on this island. As for any unfortunate souls caught in the destruction, well, in a place like this, every single one was a villain soaked in sin. There was nothing to mourn about their demise. Looking out over that gray wasteland, what Doflamingo felt was a terror straight out of nightmare. At this moment, he fully realized the vast gulf between himself and Lewis. A disparity so overwhelming that any notion of surpassing or defeating him vanished completely from his mind. But his thoughts quickly shifted. If Lewis truly meant to kill him, he wouldn't have bothered with so many words. No, this display was more of a warning. Lewis certainly had plans for someone like Doflamingo, seeing him as extremely useful. Not only did he trust Doflamingo would still rise to power in the underworld, just like in the original story, he had another reason as well. The Navy would likely have a use for him in the future. For example, once the comm belt began to be developed on a large scale, they could use the underworld channels to sell their goods. But knowing Doflamingo's wild and rebellious nature, getting him to obey quietly was impossible. So Lewis chose the simplest, most direct approach, sowing fear in Doflamingo's heart, just as Kaido did in the original tale. That investment in the North Blue was just an opening. Lewis needed to show him that he was someone open to dialogue, not a brute who attacked pirates on sight. Otherwise, Doflamingo would never have dared to show up before the infamous Lewis, having never met him in person. He might be arrogant, proud, and brash, but he wasn't a fool, though he was certainly overconfident. With this move, Lewis accomplished 2 goals at once. You and I can still talk, but you'd better behave. Otherwise, getting rid of you would be as easy as swatting a bug. And so, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Lewis stood up from his seat, looking down upon the motionless Doflamingo and softly reciting his full name. Seeing the anger, humiliation, and, yes, fear smoldering in his eyes behind those dark sunglasses, Lewis reached out and lightly patted his cheek before speaking. All those titles and privileges you speak of, they mean nothing in front of me. Privilege belongs to the truly strong. And you, here and now, are a little different from an insect under my feet. With that, he gave the man's shoulder a friendly pat, turned away, and walked off without a backward glance. It was only after Lewis's figure had vanished down the street that Doflamingo finally let his guard down. He drew a long, shaky breath, forcing back the fear and humiliation that still lingered beneath his skin, then clenched his teeth and glared after Lewis. He couldn't deny it. He was afraid. That bastard of a Marine. Completely unreasonable. Lewis, Doflamingo growled through clenched teeth, his voice low and venomous. He knew he would never forget this day for as long as he lived. Back aboard the warship, Lewis sprawled on a beach chair, basking in the sun. After their supply run, Gion and Isho climbed the gangplank, carrying their purchases. Spotting Lewis, Gion raised an eyebrow. Problem solved? That's what you call a problem? Lewis answered with mock surprise. Well, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The man's strength may be unremarkable, but his cunning and methods are truly top-notch. Young and already so wicked. Sister Tsuru always warned us, if no one reins him in soon, he'll become a serious threat. Too bad he's got powerful backers. Just another Extenryubito. Gion grumbled with clear annoyance. Lewis chuckled, teasing. Wicked? Didn't seem so bad to me. In fact, I found him quite well-behaved. Didn't move a muscle when I was around. Act of pure respect. Gion blinked, then burst out laughing. Of course, after what you did to him, how could he not be respectful? Off to the side, Isho looked at Lewis and asked, Aren't you worried he'll want revenge after such humiliation? Isho, do you really think a lion worries about the fury of ants? Since dueling the world's strongest on the open sea, Lewis no longer saw Doflamingo as any real threat. Truth be told, if Doflamingo didn't still have his uses, killing him would be child's play. He was entirely under Lewis's thumb. Then Lewis turned to Isho and said, "All right, supplies are squared away. Isho, you're up." At this, Isho clicked his wooden sandal on the deck, and a soft violet glow pulsed outward from where he stood. In seconds, it enveloped the entire warship. Freed from gravity, the massive vessel began to rise, slowly soaring up into the sky before the stunned and speechless surviving pirates on Jaya. For some of them, this might very well be the last thing they ever witness. Suddenly, countless white threads exploded above the tavern and shot out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the entire island of Jaya was enveloped. The birdcage, with a roar of fury and the sound of 1,000 things being slashed apart, Jaya Island descended into the depths of hell. High above, in the sea of clouds, Lewis studied the worn, old map of Sky Island in his hands, a hint of resignation on his face. Aside from the sky-high current around Jaya Island and the assistance of devil fruit abilities, there were, in fact, other ways to reach Sky Island in this world. Of all the options, the most reliable route led to the apex of the heavens in the West Blue. Though Lewis himself had never been there, the Navy did have a few accounts of adventures to Sky Island in its records. The sea chart in his hands now was one such artifact, acquired by way of the apex in the West Blue. Yet even so, be it the Navy, the world government, or the pirates, none of them had ever shown much interest in Sky Island. The reason was simple. There were virtually no entanglements between Sky Island and the Blue Sea. In fact, most seafarers doubted the very existence of Sky Island. "Lewis, is this the legendary city of gold?" Guion asked, her eyes rapt with curiosity as she gazed at the small island floating high above in the sky. Isho was equally enchanted, his gaze brimming with wonder. The two of them took in the spectacular scenery, the likes of which they had never witnessed before. "No, we're still some way off from the City of Gold. But there's no rush to find it just yet," Lewis replied, shaking his head. Guion paused at this, then realized there was no real problem. After all, the legendary city couldn't possibly run off on its own. "So, are we now on the hunt for the Rumble fruit?" Isho joined the conversation, having listened in. Lewis confirmed Isho's words, but then sighed, a bit at a loss. "The trouble is, the map I have is so outdated. I can't even tell where we are. Why not just go over and ask someone where this place is?" Guion suggested, smiling. To be honest, she didn't really expect to find the Rumble fruit. But since her boyfriend took the matter so seriously, she certainly wasn't going to dampen his spirits. After all, this was all for her. With Isho's help, the warship once again lifted into the air and drifted toward the floating island above. Spotting a convenient harbor, they brought the ship alongside and docked without fuss. Standing on the deck, they took in the entirety of the island's scenery at a glance. It wasn't especially large, and the people here, the Sky Islanders, stood out distinctly from those below. Their only difference, in truth, was an extra set of decorative wings. Seeing such a massive ship appear, the Sky Islanders gathered by the port showed little surprise. They recognized it as a Navy warship from the Blue Sea. Similar vessels turned up from time to time, once or twice every so often, so no one was particularly shocked. At most, they just marveled at the sheer size of the warship. Moreover, they understood that the Navy was different from the pirates coming from the Blue Sea. At most, the Navy would just replenish their supplies. They wouldn't interfere with their lives. So none of the Sky Islanders showed any conflict or panic. Soon, Lewis and Guion disembarked together and set foot on the island. They casually approached a kindly-looking woman and greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello, Mom. Could you tell us which part of Sky Island this is?" "This is Sky Island. Bika, handsome Navy fellows. Are you here to stock up on supplies?" The woman gave a hearty laugh as she asked. "Sky Island, Bika." It seemed that after rising from Jaya Island, they'd arrived at the same place as in the original story. Nothing had changed. In that case, the Rumble fruit should still be here, right? Thinking of this, Lewis quickly pulled from his coat a copy of the Rumble fruit's illustration, something he'd already reproduced from the Devil Fruit catalog, and asked, "Haha, no need for supplies, actually. We've come here to find something special. Ma'am, have you ever heard of a devil fruit?" As he spoke, he handed the curious Sky Island woman the illustration. "Devil fruit, you say? I don't really know about that, but we sure have something called the curse fruit around here," the woman answered him before even glancing at the picture. "Well, that should be it then," Lewis remarked. "Devil, curse. There's a strong connection between the two." He went on, "So, ma'am, have you ever seen this devil? I mean curse fruit on Sky Island? If you have, The Navy is willing to pay a handsome price for it. The mention of handsome price immediately sparked a glint in the woman's eye, and she asked eagerly, "How high are we talking? How many ikes?" Her enthusiasm left Lewis a little stunned. 20 trillion ikes, he replied, a bit uncertainly. One belly equals 10,000 ikes. When she heard that, the woman gasped in astonishment. 20 trillion ikes? You Navy folks sure are generous. It sounded like an unimaginable fortune. However, judging by local standards, even the entrance fee for Sky Island cost 1 billion ikes, so the amount wasn't all that remarkable here. You might very well spend several hundred million ikes just for a bowl of soup. I'll go check for you. Normally, on our Sky Island, the cursed fruits are kept and suppressed by the temple. Maybe they have the blue cursed fruit you're looking for. The woman, now snapped back to reality, quickly volunteered. She wasn't letting go of that 20 trillion ikes. The temple. Lewis was taken aback, a little confused. Although he'd read the original work, he knew precious little about the detailed customs of Sky Island. Even the Navy's own files didn't cover much. Sensing his confusion, the woman began to explain. This is the temple where we Scipians worship our great deity. Whenever someone finds a cursed fruit like this, we all bring it here. With the power of the great deity, we can seal it away. Lewis's interest was piqued when he heard this. Perhaps there are even more devil fruits hidden here somewhere. Big sis, could you take us to see it? Gyogyo, who had been listening intently, couldn't hold back and eagerly asked, her eyes shining with anticipation. There really might be hope. The rumble fruit. Well, I suppose I could, but about the money. The elder woman hesitated, a flicker of greed showing in her eyes. They wanted to remark on this earlier. Big sis really does love her money. Huh? Both Lewis and Gyogyo had the same thought, but their faces remained pleasant and their demeanor approachable. Lewis continued with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, big sis. As long as we find a cursed fruit, you'll get every coin you deserve. Hearing this, the woman nodded in agreement, then motioned for Lewis and his companion to follow her as she led them into a small town on Bika Island. Once inside the town, a sense of leisure and tranquility washed over them. Even so, Lewis couldn't help but notice a few little children without wings digging through rubbish by the roadside, as if searching for something. Noticing where Lewis's gaze had settled, the Sky Island woman offered an explanation at just the right moment. Those children without wings, we call them the wingless ones. Though they're born here, on Skypiea, they come into the world with no wings. In Bika, that marks them as being cursed by the great deity. We neither help them, nor do we harm them. We simply choose to have as little contact as possible. Only that. Lewis couldn't help but roll his eyes in secret. With such treatment, these kids hardly stand a chance in life. Suddenly, a recollection from the original story flashed through his mind. If memory served, Enel was one of these so-called wingless ones. No wonder, after obtaining the rumble fruit, he chose to destroy this place. It all traces back to cause and effect. If the residents of Bika hadn't always discriminated against and ostracized him, Enel wouldn't have gone so far as to annihilate the island. So this is where the rot begins. Still, Lewis had no intention of playing the hero here. He might be able to help a few for a short while, but the situations woven into this place ran deep and troublesome. Letting these thoughts go, the three of them pressed onward. Soon, a magnificent, golden temple rose up before their eyes. Along the way, Lewis and Gyogyo had chatted quite a bit with the woman, and now had a decent understanding of Skypiea and Bika. Put simply, their way of life was still quite primitive. Each island could be seen as an independent tribe, and each tribe was led by a chief. Here, such a leader was called a god. Normally, the islanders and their leaders rarely interacted, each going about their own lives. Only during festivals would these gods lead everyone in rituals or organize a few events. Still, Lewis didn't care to comment too much on their ways. If all went as planned, this trip to Sky Island might well be his last. After following the eldest sister into the temple, Lewis and Guion mimicked her movements, performing a ritual cleansing. Then, putting on a show, they bowed solemnly before the enormous statue at the entrance. After all, this was their faith and tradition. It deserved a measure of respect. When the bows were done, the eldest sister led the two of them to the place where the cursed fruit was kept under lock and key. Just like that, they walked right in? Was there truly not a single guard here? Was everything handled this casually? It was almost disturbingly lax. Lewis and Guion were both left a little stunned by how easy it all seemed. Still, a lack of complications wasn't a bad thing. At least it meant there'd be no unexpected troubles. Lost in these scattered thoughts, Lewis followed as the three of them entered a small room. The first thing he saw was another statue, this one several sizes smaller than the one at the temple's entrance. At the feet of this statue rested 3 ornate plates, each holding a devil fruit. And right in the center, there it is, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Lewis instantly recognized the deep blue fruit, marked all over with strange lightning-shaped patterns, as the legendary Rumble Rumble fruit. He'd struck gold, and yet, at this moment, everything felt oddly unreal to Lewis. He couldn't help marveling at how absurdly simple it all was. It felt like some kind of cosmic joke. Come to Sky Island, find a random local ant on the street, have her show them the way, without the entire conversation even lasting 5 minutes. Now that they'd arrived, Lewis still didn't know the woman's name. But here they were. She'd led him and Guion directly into the temple. And now, miraculously, they found exactly what they were looking for. The Rumble Rumble fruit, coveted by so many and hidden away from the world for all this time, was now practically theirs for the taking. Next to him, Guion compared the drawing in her hand to the fruit on the plate and was utterly dumbfounded. She had never expected Lewis to actually find it, and certainly not with such ridiculous ease. Forcing herself to stifle the excitement pounding in her chest, Guion drew a deep breath and reached out for the Rumble Rumble fruit. Suddenly, the local woman's hand shot out and grabbed her arm, so quickly that even Lewis couldn't follow the movement. This woman, was she some kind of master? But seeing her eager face, the way she arched her brows at them and rubbed her fingers together, the picture became clear. A master? Not quite. This Annie was simply blinded by the glitter of money. Of course, Lewis had no intention of going back on his word. 2 trillion Ikes, what was promised would be paid. For one, it wasn't as if he lacked the means. And besides, once they found the city of gold, would a sum like that even matter to him anymore? After all, I am a righteous marine, aren't I? Don't worry, big sis. Once we're back at port, all 20 trillion Ikes, that's 200 million berries. You'll get every single coin, not a cent less. Lewis said this with a confident smile. Hearing this, the big sister finally let go of Guion's hand, nodded, and smiled in relief. With no one stopping her now, Guion quickly seized the Rumble Rumble fruit, but then hesitated, turning to ask, "If we just take this cursed fruit away, won't your great god be upset with you?" The big sister shook her head. "If I've got 20 trillion Ikes, the great god will definitely turn a blind eye to it." Wait, what? The great god is being represented just like that? I thought the people here were simple and honest, but turns out their thinking's pretty shrewd too. Perhaps noticing Guion and Lewis's surprise, the big sister hurried to explain. These things have always brought misfortune. Who knows what might happen if they just sit here? If you can take them down to the blue sea, then we can finally have some peace of mind. So I'm sure the great god won't hold it against us. On hearing this, Lewis shot the big sister a curious look, thinking that if the Rumble Rumble fruit stayed here and Enel came along and ate it later, it really could spell disaster for Burka. Is she some kind of prophet? Deciding not to dwell on it, Lewis asked, "So the great god won't be upset, but what about the other islanders?" "They won't mind. I'm the one in charge here on Burka." The big sister waved her hand dismissively. "Wait, what? Big sis, are you the god of Burka?" Guion and Lewis blurted out in astonishment. "I never mentioned who I was." The big sister scratched her head in confusion. "Seriously? We don't even know your name. If I weren't the god, how could I just bring you in and out of here as I please?" the big sister replied, sounding genuinely puzzled. Lewis and Guion exchanged identical, awkward but polite smiles. If she's the god, then everything that's happened makes a lot more sense. Damn, and here we thought this place had some deep mystery. Once Guion had safely put away the Rumble Rumble fruit, Lewis gestured to the remaining devil fruits and tried his luck. "How about letting us take these 2 as well? No sense in leaving them here as harbingers of bad luck. Let's bring them down to the blue sea. As it happens, I know a great living Buddha, the glowing with golden light type. He'll definitely be able to purify all this cursed fruit." And to be fair, Lewis wasn't just making things up. After all, Admiral Sengoku was called the living Buddha, wasn't he? As for purifying, well, eating the fruit counts as purifying it too, right? Listening to Lewis's long explanation, the elder sister looked truly astonished, a tinge of longing in her voice as she said, "Are there really such enlightened monks atop the blue sea? The Sky Islanders have their own system of faith, exemplified by the great Enel in front of them. But their beliefs weren't limited to only him." It reminded Lewis of the mad monk, Urij from the original tale. Wasn't he a perfect example of this? So the presence of something like Buddhism wasn't so strange in this world after all. After all, mysticism seemed to be everyone's business here. A little mutual understanding was only natural. Lewis's thoughts even drifted to the Flower Nation, modeled after ancient China. If Buddhism existed, perhaps Taoism made its appearance as well. With these musings, Lewis nodded affirmatively to the goddess before him and said, "Absolutely true. I stake my reputation on it." Seeing her look so moved, yet a little disappointed that she wouldn't get to meet such a monk herself. Lewis immediately sensed an opportunity. With anticipation, he asked, "So, what do you think of my proposal?" The goddess nodded, and just as Lewis was inwardly celebrating his good fortune, she cut in with an unyielding tone. "All right, but the price has to go up." "What?" Kion, watching from the sidelines, found the negotiations highly entertaining, especially Lewis's face, turning from shock to total resignation. "Utterly priceless. Either you pay more, or the great deity will be angered," the sister declared, standing her ground with no sign of budging. "Fine. I'll take both for 200 million berries." "Deal," Lewis said, helpless. "It's a deal." The elder sister instantly clasped Lewis's hands. Honestly, when it came to money, she was suddenly all business. "Deal," Lewis replied. At that moment, the goddess could barely contain her delight inside. Not only had she solved the ominous curse problem, but she'd also pocketed a cool 400 million berries in the bargain. And yet, for 400 million berries, they had snagged 3 devil fruits, including the coveted Rumble Rumble fruit. By any measure, Lewis and his group had scored handsomely. But looking at the elder sister's exuberant expression, it somehow felt as if they were the ones being ripped off. Oh well, Sky Islanders just don't know any better. Let's let it go. Once Kion had secured the 3 devil fruits, Lewis felt his mood lift considerably. With everything settled, the 3 of them left the temple together, heading for the port where their worship was anchored. As they walked, they chatted away. Are there really golden Buddhas that glow with holy light? Of course. And don't forget the undying birds wreathed in blue flames. So, you're telling me there are even flying dragons among the gods? Right again. I really have seen one, soaring among the clouds, breathing fire, its body seemingly endless. Oh, by the way, if you come across any more of those cursed fruits, make sure to save them for me. I'll take all you've got. No problem. As long as you're willing to pay more. I surrender. And so, with 3 devil fruits cradled in her arms, Guion watched as Lewis completed the deal for 400 million, under the astonished gaze of Isho and the assembled navy at the port, trading with this money-hungry saint from another world. The city of gold, Shandora. Their journey went off without a hitch. Lewis and his companions easily found the legendary city of gold. Centuries of wind and rain had wrapped the entire city in a shroud of dust left by time. Here and there, a bit of lustrous gold peeked through, glimmering amidst the gray, little signs confirming that this was indeed Shandora. Though the Roger pirates had once visited, circumstances allowed them to carry away only a part of the treasure. Most of the gold remained here, untouched. Staring at this metropolis built entirely from gold, Lewis could not help but marvel at the unimaginable wealth of the ancient Shandians. He wondered idly where they had even acquired so much gold. At the city's heart stood a colossal stone dais, upon which hung the legendary Shandora's Light, for which the Shandians had pined for centuries. Beneath the shining lantern, a great poneglyph stood, its ancient letters carved deep into the stone. Lewis stood before it, gently tracing the carved text with his fingertips. He also noticed an inscription clearly etched at a much later time. Had he not read the original story, Lewis would never have understood the meaning of these ancient symbols. The words read, "I have reached this place and will guide this inscription to its final destination. Pirate Joel D. Roger." No surprises there. Just as in the original tale, Roger and his crew had been here. Turning his focus back to the main text, Lewis couldn't read the script, but he recalled that this poneglyph recorded secrets of the ancient weapon, Poseidon. Patting the weathered surface of the stone, Lewis murmured, "This poneglyph records the location of an ancient weapon. Under no circumstances can it be left here, or the consequences could be dire if the wrong hands discover it. Someone like Shiki at the peak of his power. With his abilities, that fiend almost certainly visited Skypiea, but there were so many Sky Islands. He must have missed the crucial Baika and the City of Gold. The Rumble Rumble fruit and such an immense fortune. No ambitious soul like Shiki could resist that temptation. If he had found all this, would it have gone to Lewis or to Inaru, as in the original story?" A great roll of thunder echoed through the city. Lewis turned to see Guion gleefully discharging electricity here and there throughout the golden metropolis. She was visibly thrilled. A master swordswoman who possesses the Rumble Rumble fruit. Why does this feel so familiar? Uchiha Guion, pity, if only there were a money fruit to go with her. She'd be the perfect lightning fire specialist. So Lewis mused with a wicked grin, stroking his chin. Then, turning to the Navy lieutenant commander still frozen with awe by the city's staggering splendor, he gave his next command. "Go, gather more men, and get this stone loaded onto the warship." "Yes, Vice Admiral." The Navy commander snapped to attention, responding quickly. However, Instead of moving right away, he hesitated and asked, "Vice Admiral, there's so much gold here. How are we supposed to transport it all?" Lewis smiled calmly at that, pointing to Isho, who was wandering through the Golden City, observing curiously. "With Isho's abilities, there's nothing to worry about. When the time comes, we'll simply move the entire island." "I see." The commander's eyes lit up with understanding. Without further delay, he jogged to the ship to organize a team for transporting the historical text. Indeed, with Rear Admiral Isho's power on their side, there was no need to fret about logistics. Soon after, Lewis headed back to the ship's cabin and began flipping through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. There were still 2 unknown devil fruits in his hand. The thrill of unlocking these mysteries was hard to contain. He lit a cigarette, brewed a fresh pot of tea, and leisurely browsed the pages, taking in the detailed information. On the journey to Shandora, Lewis had already started searching, but with so many varieties in the encyclopedia, he had yet to find any match for the fruits in his possession. No matter, though, there was no rush. This sort of thing was best approached with patience. However, there was something he couldn't put off any longer. The Golden City has been found, and money is no longer a problem. That means the next phases of all GSIXS projects can get underway. Recruitment, for example. Flipping through the book, Lewis pondered in silence. There were 2 ways to conduct recruitment. The first was to report the need to headquarters. Once headquarters collected recruitment reports from all the bases, they would coordinate assignments according to each base's requested numbers. The second way was for each base to handle recruitment on its own, relying entirely on its own capabilities. Find as many new recruits as you can. The results rest squarely on your own shoulders. No matter which method one chose, nothing could be done without berries. Without money, it simply wasn't feasible. But aside from the financial side of things and the need for proper equipment, recruitment itself wasn't particularly difficult. Even in this so-called Great Pirate Era, the Navy's 800-year reputation still carried a great deal of appeal at sea. After all, Navy benefits were quite attractive, and not everyone was chasing after that elusive, mythical great treasure. Ever since Roger's public execution, the treasure he declared with his dying words had come to be known as the Great Treasure by people everywhere. Lewis, however, scoffed at that notion. To him, it was as if someone had thrown out a bone already chewed to the marrow, yet there were still hordes of people scrambling for it with wild fervor. It was all a ruse, leading those with little self-control straight into the jaws of crime. Even if one's dreams of setting out to sea are grand, and there's talk of leaving an impressive legacy, how many people can truly stick to their original intentions, or even remain clear-headed as time goes by? All that talk from pirates about freedom, what nonsense! It's just a pretty facade wrapped around their own desires. Shaking his head and letting out a sigh, Lewis decided not to dwell on these philosophical questions any further. Those kinds of thoughts were liable to twist a person's mind in knots. As for recruitment, things weren't particularly troublesome at his G6 base. The 2 allied nations within his jurisdiction could each enlist more than 10,000 people. If you added the 7,000 seasoned veterans they already had, it would make exactly 40,000 in total. Beyond recruitment, the next hurdle is the warships. Lifting his teacup and taking a refreshing sip, Lewis continued pondering the logistics. A single battleship needs a full crew of 1,000 people. So once the 40,000 recruits are assembled, we'll need at least 50 warships. Might as well have a few more as reserves, just in case. What worried Lewis most wasn't the money. Right now, he was every inch the nouveau riche. If he was short of anything, it certainly wasn't gold or cash. But if he actually placed such a large order for warships, would headquarters be able to deliver them in time? I'll have to discuss it with Admiral Sengoku when the time comes, see if there's any chance G6 can get priority for the new ships. Lewis mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Just then, his eyes landed on an illustration in the reference book, and then he glanced at the devil fruit sitting on his desk. After a careful comparison, his findings left him a bit disappointed. Disc, horse fruit, huh. Lewis clicked his tongue, feeling a bit dissatisfied and greedy for more. A Zoantype, the horse fruit. To be perfectly honest, this fruit didn't have any highlights at all. As everyone knows, the potential of Zoantype devil fruits can rival those of the Paramecia class, at least at their highest and lowest ends. At the top, you get those spectacular and powerful mythical beast types. But at the bottom, you're left with the most ordinary breeds, especially the herbivores, who are even more lackluster. At least the standard carnivores come with some offensive potential. But herbivores just make people think of small fry. Oh, unless you get a fruit that grants flight, then that's at least a real advantage. Studying the utterly unremarkable devil fruit in his hand, Lewis regretfully stowed it away in a box. Perhaps someday, someone would have a use for it, and it would have its moment on stage. But the other devil fruit he had, That one was far more intriguing. Its information wasn't recorded anywhere in his field guide. Well, this one, I guess I'll just have to wait and see if someone's willing to give it a try, or maybe wait for a more complete reference book before looking into it further. Lewis murmured to himself. By the second month after Lewis and his people returned to G6, the entire base's expansion had already been completed smoothly. And up next, of course, was the task of fortifying the expanded base, making it a true stronghold. Since everything required had already been included in the original expansion plan, Lewis wasn't particularly worried that any unexpected issues might arise. Stillaberry, who had been left behind to guard G6, had also returned to headquarters. According to the people under him, Vice Admiral Stillaberry had been an excellent commander, keeping the project progressing right on schedule. When it came to unruly prisoners causing trouble, he dealt with them decisively and showed no hesitation when punishment was in order. Lewis was almost tempted to keep this old comrade stationed here permanently, but, well, that was just wishful thinking. To have had his help watching over G6 for so long was already more than generous. Inside the base commander's office, Lewis was busy drafting plans to develop the Combelt. As for the base's recruitment drive, he had entrusted Gyogio entirely with that responsibility. Fortunately, the two allied kingdoms within their jurisdiction offered strong support to the Navy's enlistment activities, so everything was going smoothly. Although the Navy's efforts did take away some of their nation's youthful labor, in this era of rampaging pirates, their true safeguard was the G6 Navy branch overseeing these waters. The stronger G6 became, the better it would be for ensuring the safety of these two allied nations in the days ahead. Not to mention the ever-capable and gracious Gyogio, with her charm and a mountain of berries at her command. Her travels went off without a hitch. While Lewis was busy scribbling out plans at his desk, the transponder snail resting on the desk began to ring, its soft hum filling the room. Lewis glanced up and saw, to his surprise, the face of Admiral Sengoku on the receiver. He put down his papers and picked up the transponder snail, greeting him cheerfully. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. What can I do for you?" "Lewis, did you just place an order with headquarters for 50 warships, 2,000 cannons, and enough ammunition and firearms to arm the world?" Sengoku demanded, his face alight with shock. "That's right, Admiral Sengoku. You surprise me. Are you really overseeing logistics yourself? Aren't you worried you'll wear yourself out?" Lewis chuckled, half teasing. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little at a loss. Of course there were people handling logistics. He wasn't supposed to be bothered with the details. It was only that, with Lewis and the others all based in G6, Sengoku found himself checking in on the place now and then. After all, both he and Fleet Admiral Kong had been waiting for Lewis's Combelt development plan for quite some time. Nearly half a year had gone by without a word. On a whim, Sengoku had checked into it today, only to discover Lewis had placed a massive order directly with headquarters. The logistics department did a quick tally, nearly 40 billion berries in expenses. Sengoku was left momentarily speechless. Fortunately, headquarters promptly received a shipment of gold from G6, valued at around 40 billion berries. Only then did Sengoku breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, an order of such magnitude would have been impossible to fulfill on the spot. But this shipment of gold also piqued Sengoku's curiosity, and he asked directly, "Lewis, did G6 already strike gold while developing the Combelt? I have to criticize you. Something like this should have been reported to headquarters immediately. Keeping it all to yourself is not a good habit. You really misunderstand me. My Combelt project is still in the drafting stage. It hasn't even begun, let alone been implemented. Just in the past few days, I sent people to survey the Combelt to see if there were any suitable islands to serve as relay stations. Once we're properly prepared, I'll recruit some surveying experts to check if there are any mineral veins on the nearby islands." Lewis replied, smiling cheerfully. "Nothing has been implemented yet," Admiral Sengoku asked, still somewhat skeptical. "Really nothing. If I had actually started, there's no way I wouldn't have reported it to headquarters," Lewis explained, helplessly. "In that case, where did all that gold come from?" Sengoku persisted, his suspicion not abating. "Ahem, Admiral Sengoku, do you remember that conversation we had back then?" Lewis cleared his throat, dropping his voice as if sharing a secret. "Which conversation?" "The one before we went to the Land of Flowers, right before the precious Jade Glacier." "The precious Jade Glacier. Wait, are you saying you found the legendary City of Gold?" Sengoku's eyes widened, disbelief seeping into his voice. What on earth is this kid talking about? He vaguely recalled that Lewis had once said if he found the City of Gold, he'd give Sengoku a base commander's share as a reward. Sengoku never took that seriously. So many years had passed, and any leads about the City of Gold, Shandora, had long since vanished. On the seas, it was just the stuff of tales, tall ones like those told about Mont Blanc Noland. Admiral Sengoku was always busy, and after all that had happened, Lewis had eventually become a base commander anyway, so he'd let the matter slip into the back of his mind, collecting dust. He thought it was just a joke. But now, unbelievably, Lewis had actually found it. That's right. We headed up to Skypiea and successfully located the Golden City, Shandora itself. With Isho's ability, we brought the entire island down, and now the Navy is guarding it. By my rough estimates, G6 won't have to worry about funds for the next decade. Those hundreds of billions of berries on our previous order? Peanuts in comparison. Lewis propped his leg up, swaggering as he boasted. Sengoku was struck speechless, the pain in his heart almost physical. Damn it, an entire city of gold. How much would that be worth? And not just any gold, but cultural relics from the legendary city of gold. If considered antiques, their overall value could be even higher. Ahem. Lewis, the truth is headquarters already had plans to investigate Skypiea. I was just about to organize a fleet for exploration these past few days. I never would have thought you'd beat us to it. Sengoku's tone suddenly softened, becoming almost gentle. This sudden change made Lewis wary. Yeah, right? As if I could believe a word out of you, you wily old fox. Oh, what a pity. If you'd only told me a bit earlier, Fleet Admiral. Lewis feigned ignorance and stretched out the conversation. The Fleet Admiral himself was no rookie. Hearing Lewis's words, he took no offense, continuing in his gentle tone. Well, Lewis, as the saying goes, finders keep a share. Headquarters is facing some tight financial times. So how about letting headquarters hold onto this land of gold? Fleet Admiral, according to the regulations issued by headquarters, the finances of each base are completely independent. NEC's funds are to be managed within the base itself. And besides, I haven't used any for my own purposes. So by those very regulations, headquarters doesn't have the right to, Lewis quickly retorted. I barely had a chance to touch this mountain of gold before you come to snatch it up. Not even bandits are this quick on the draw. Isn't this a bit inhuman? I've reviewed the GSIXS budget projections. With this land of gold, you have enough to last 20 years. Why hoard it? You couldn't possibly spend it all. Hand it to headquarters for now, and I'll personally guarantee you can keep 200 billion berries. How does that sound? The Fleet Admiral coaxed on, his voice still soft. How does that sound? It sounds terrible. 200 billion? Admiral, the land of gold has to be worth trillions. You're asking for the lion's share right out the gate. Is that fair? Tell you what, I'm no ingrate. The headquarters is my home. We all have to look out for each other. I've decided that, in the name of the G6 base, we'll donate 400 billion berries to headquarters. That's our heartfelt contribution. That should do, right? Lewis said hurriedly. As for the land of gold, even if Lewis hadn't figured out how to spend it all, the thought of handing over the bulk of it just like that was truly painful. The Fleet Admiral was so exasperated by Lewis's stinginess, he nearly tore out his beard right then and there. He shouted down the din mushy. Lewis, are you planning to keep your post in the Navy or not? Want me to drag you back from G6 right now? I'm telling you, whether you hand over the land of gold or not, it's coming to headquarters. And I mean the main portion. If you push me any further, I won't even let you keep 200 billion. What the? So reason doesn't work, and now you want to just take it by force? Admiral, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you're the pride of the Navy. Are you about to resort to seizing your own subordinates' funds by force? Are justice and law just meaningless words to you now? Is this how you plan to treat the reputation you've built over decades? Lewis shouted in aggrieved protest. As long as you hand over the land of gold to headquarters, my reputation is yours to trample. And as for the law, weren't you the one who dragged out prisoners from Impel Down and made them your personal slaves? And you still want to talk law? Lewis, even if you talk until you're blue in the face today, the lion's share of the city of gold still has to go to headquarters. Admiral Sengoku declared shamelessly. What the? Is this the sense of responsibility a Navy admiral should have? For the sake of the Navy as a whole, you just toss away your reputation and dignity like that? So you just want to seize it by force? Lewis asked bitterly. That's right, old man's just taking it by force. Admiral Sengoku replied, his voice resolute and unwavering, a picture of boldness despite having no real justification. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and tried to console Lewis. Lewis, it's not like you're going to spend your whole life at G6. Sooner or later, you'll be an admiral, and when that time comes, you'll have to return to headquarters, right? So, the stronger the headquarters, the stronger you'll be too. Trust me, just leave the money with me for safekeeping. Once you make admiral, you can come back and spend it. How about that? What the hell? This tactic, it's exactly like how my mom tricked me out of my New Year's money back in my last life, saying I'd get it when I was older, but I've traveled to another world now and still haven't seen a single coin. From the start, Lewis never really believed he could keep the city of gold for himself. Handing it over to headquarters was an unavoidable outcome. Gold may be valuable, but it's worthless if you can't spend it. If you turn it over to headquarters, this wealth could be transformed into real power and benefit the Navy as a whole. The only thing Lewis didn't expect was how Sengoku could rival any pirate in shamelessness. In the end, Sengoku agreed to Lewis's condition of letting G6 keep gold worth 400 billion berry, but at the same time demanded the rest be transferred to headquarters. So this heavy task could only be entrusted to Isho. Thankfully, to keep things safe, after Guion returned, Lewis and Isho went to headquarters together, leaving Guion to watch over G6. Navy headquarters, Marineford. By the coastline, a large crowd of Navy officers were gathered, gaping at the massive city of gold, Shandora, in the distance. All of their faces bore the same expression, stunned by the breathtaking opulence and sheer extravagance that confronted them. Lewis, meanwhile, sat alone on a jagged rock near the shore, cigarette in hand, looking completely unimpressed as he muttered, "Humph, hillbillies who've never seen the world." Before the City of Gold even arrived, Sengoku had already made the decision to mobilize 10,000 Marines to guard this hard-won treasure day and night. Clearly, it meant a lot to him. Spotting Lewis brooding alone, Kuzan strolled over with a cheerful grin and patted him on the shoulder. "Why so glum? Did Sengoku strong-arm you?" Lewis slowly exhaled a plume of smoke and replied with utter calm, "No, no." Kuzan blinked in surprise. Nothing about Lewis's expression looked willing or happy. "Extortion? No, that's outright robbery." Lewis let out a sigh, then started to weave his own narrative. "If you ask me, with an admiral's talent, even if Sengoku didn't end up a Marine, he'd be a pirate on Whitebeard's level. Honestly, it would be a waste of his gifts if he didn't go that route." Kazan burst out laughing, unable to hide his schadenfreude. Seeing him so gleeful irritated Lewis, who retorted with a cold sneer, "Would you mind showing a little respect for your superior officer? Vice Admiral Kazan. You're just a candidate for Admiral, that's all. According to our current rank, you and I are the same, Vice Admiral Lewis." Kazan wiped tears of laughter from the corner of his eyes, his tone still tinged with amusement. "Oomph. Let me set the record straight. This City of Gold is basically my bribe for promotion. I've already gotten a nod from Admiral Sengoku himself." Lewis gave an abrupt snort, basking in his sense of superiority. "What exactly did he say?" Kazan asked. "He told me I'm destined to be an admiral sooner or later, and said I shouldn't be so stingy about it." Lewis responded with a broad grin. "But what if he was just stringing you along?" Kazan tilted his head towards Sengoku, who was overseeing the valuation of the gold, then turned back and lowered his voice to ask. Lewis couldn't help but respond with a hint of resignation. "So what choice do I have? Do you really think the entire City of Gold is going to end up in my hands?" "Yeah, you're right. Having a higher rank really does make all the difference." Kazan clicked his tongue and sighed. "But from the perspective of the Navy as a whole, this money you're turning in is an investment toward your promotion to Admiral. People are going to remember it. Didn't some folks use to question your credentials? Now you can use this gold to shut them up, can't you?" Kazan analyzed the situation for Lewis, his words fair and impartial. All things considered, surrendering the City of Gold was beneficial both for Lewis's career path and for the Navy as a whole. Suddenly, Lewis remembered something and turned to Kazan. "By the way, you'd better start getting ready, Kazan." At this, Kazan looked somewhat reluctant, but considering the current situation at headquarters, there was nothing for it. He had to accept. As for Lewis himself, the original lineup of the three admirals had always been chicken, dog, and monkey. Now, Borsellino, due to both personal reasons and complicated issues with Lewis and others, had ultimately decided not to compete for the position of admiral. He hadn't said it aloud, but everyone understood that the lazy monkey had his own plans. Sakazuki, on the other hand, had made it clear from the very start that he was in the running for admiral. As for Kazan, he'd spent years tagging along with that maverick garp and absorbed more than a little of his thinking. It wasn't until Admiral Sengoku brought him in as an aide this past year or two that he began to correct course. And if things kept going the way they were, it was practically certain Kazan's turn to become admiral was just around the corner. After a moment, it seemed that Kazan remembered something. He stopped standing and folded his long legs, sitting cross-legged beside Lewis. With a curious spark in his eyes, he asked, "I heard that Guion has eaten the Thunder fruit? So, you're thinking someone's finally here to take over the admiral's position?" Lewis glanced at him, making it clear that he knew exactly what was on Kazan's mind. Judging by Kazan's face, which showed both anticipation and a hint of relief, it was easy to guess what he was hoping for. Before Kazan could respond, Lewis doused his hopes with a splash of cold reality. "Don't kid yourself. For Guion to become an admiral, I have to step down first. Though in others' eyes, she may not look like someone from the neutral camp, there's no hiding how close the two of us are. Everyone at headquarters knows. If we both became admirals, Can you imagine the chaos it'd cause? It's like I said, Guion can only move up if I step aside. Hearing this, Kuzan's shoulders slumped, and he let out a deep sigh of disappointment. Deep down, he understood all too well how things worked. But still, what if? There's always that tiny hope. After all, the Thunder fruit is widely regarded as one of the most invincible powers of the Logia types. Combine that with Guion being a master swordswoman, and her combat abilities would soar. The possibility of her becoming an admiral wasn't off the table. I really don't want to be this admiral anymore, Kazan sighed. All right, I should get going. I have things to take care of. Lewis stood, dusting the dirt from his trousers and brushing off his seat as he prepared to leave. What is it? Are you heading on a mission? Lewis asked with curiosity as he noticed Kazan preparing to go. Kazan simply waved his hand. Well, you know how it is these days. There's always a few troublemakers stirring things up. With those words, he turned and strode off. Shortly after Kazan left, Admiral Sengoku approached from the crowd, his face glowing with pride. He clapped Lewis heartily on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Excellent! Truly excellent! Lewis, I won't forget what you've done for us." So, Admiral Sengoku, after all the money I've spent, when are you going to promote me to Admiral? Lewis rolled his eyes as he joked. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression grew more serious. He unconsciously lowered his voice and said, "Actually, something strange has been happening lately." "What's wrong?" Lewis immediately stood up and asked. Sengoku didn't hold back. He spoke frankly. In the past, headquarters was desperate to fill the 3 admiral slots in the Navy. The fleet admiral and Garp used to argue about it all the time, something you know well. But recently, headquarters seems indifferent, and when the fleet admiral tried to sound them out, they actually told us not to rush. Could it be that they're planning another crazy scheme to make the Navy jump through hoops again? Still, Sengoku admitted this was just a guess, nothing he could be certain about. Anyway, as far as Lewis could recall, it seemed that the Navy only began its leadership transition after dealing with Fisher Tiger, the man bold enough to climb Mary Geos and set it ablaze. There were still quite a few years to go before that event, and what happened during that time was completely unknown to Lewis. After all, the original story never mentioned it. But he speculated that it might have something to do with CP. The current commander-in-chief of the whole military had come from CP. Given the string of achievements from capturing the Red Earl to Shiki, it was almost certain that the next commander-in-chief would be Marshal Kong's rightful successor, and that, inevitably, would have an impact on CP's interests. Still, Lewis was just guessing. He had no real evidence. Admiral Sengoku had simply mentioned it in passing before switching topics. Actually, the reason I called you today isn't just because of the Golden Land business. There's another mission for you in Borsalino. Yes, sir. All for the sake of justice. Lewis replied immediately. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he'd worked with Borsalino. He wondered what mission awaited them this time. Inside Admiral Sengoku's office at Marineford, Lewis and Borsalino were lounging on the sofa, making idle conversation while sipping tea from time to time. Admiral Sengoku, meanwhile, was leafing through stacks of documents, searching for something. After Lewis passed him a cigarette, Borsalino fished out a lighter from his pocket, lit up, and deftly held out the flame. Lewis, seeing this, quickly cupped his right hand over the small fire, waited till his cigarette caught, then tapped Borsalino's hand to signal he was good. For a moment, the office was veiled in a haze of smoke. Taking a deep drag and blowing out a swirling ring, Borsalino asked, "How are things lately? How's everything at G6? G6 is all right, running according to plan. But just a few days ago, some crafty old man robbed me blind. I should have been rolling in wealth, but now I'm broke as could be," Lewis replied with an exaggerated eye roll. Borsalino let out a low, knowing laugh. He had been on scene during the Golden Land incident, so he knew exactly what Lewis meant by getting robbed. Behind the desk, Admiral Sengoku thickened his skin and pretended he hadn't heard a thing, busily rifling through files. "But what about you, Borsalino? Ever since Lowtown, I haven't seen you at all. How have you been?" Lewis flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked. "I'm at Punk Hazard now. Ever since the science unit landed in my lap, it's been a mountain of work. In the beginning, headquarters was strapped for funds, so the plan to build a research base over there got shelved. But, thanks to you, I suppose that's no longer an issue," Borsalino teased, a sly grin in his voice. "Tisich, that's what we call a sacrifice for the greater good," Lewis replied, feigning righteous resignation. Punk Hazard, a textbook example of an island that doesn't exist. Here, non-existent, means that Punk Hazard Island doesn't possess a magnetic field, so it isn't registered by log pose. To reach it, you must follow a special route, making it incredibly well hidden. All things considered, it's actually quite suitable as the research base for the Navy Science Division. While Borsalino and Lewis continued their casual conversation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally found the requisite documents. He tossed them onto the coffee table before the two men, poured himself a cup of tea, and declared, "This matter concerns your science division directly." Lewis and Borsellino each picked up a file and began reading through it carefully. After a bit of reading, Borsellino chuckled and said, "Well, this really does have to do with our science division. Dr. Vegapunk, huh? His reputation casts quite the shadow in our circles. As for where those stories come from, you'd have to ask him, Caesar Clown, about that." Borsellino often heard Vegapunk's name from Caesar, though almost always in a less than flattering light. But Borsellino knew well the temperament of the scientist under his command. Caesar always seemed to say the opposite of what he meant. If someone was inferior to him, he'd sing their praises. If someone outshined him, he'd spare no effort to run them down. Ironically, that fact alone spoke volumes about Vegapunk's exceptional abilities. After all, Vegapunk was famously described as having a brain that's 5 centuries ahead of humanity. Talent like that was something the world government and the Navy would never let slip through their fingers. Moreover, the document mentioned that the research group under Vegapunk's guidance had just developed a brand new technology, which they called the lineage factor. According to Mary Geo's assessment, this technology had the potential to reshape the world. The level of attention and concern was off the charts. And so, this mission was conceived. A person of Dr. Vegapunk's caliber, left to his own devices, poses a serious risk. The doctor himself isn't particularly strong, but if he were ever to fall into the hands of villains like Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, this already tumultuous world could spiral further into chaos. That's why the Navy has decided to bring him into the science division and have him serve as an advisor, Sengoku declared with imposing authority. While it might sound high-handed, one only needs to imagine what could happen if such ambitious figures were to control a genius like Vegapunk. The consequences would be disastrous. Just look at all the havoc caused by the likes of Vinsmoke, Judge, and Caesar, scientists who don't even come close to Vegapunk's genius. Admittedly, this is a grave matter, but does it really require both Borsellino and me to intervene? Lewis asked, stubbing out his cigarette and sounding just a bit puzzled. That's necessary. According to reliable information from our informants, the Big Mom pirates have also set their sights on the doctor. I'm concerned we'll run into them on this mission, which is why I'm sending the two of you together, Admiral Sengoku explained in a calm voice. So, Charlotte Linlin herself might get involved as well. Lewis asked, a spark of excitement in his eyes. We haven't been able to confirm that. The Big Mom pirates have some of the best intelligence networks on the seas. It's hard to get any clear leads on her movements. But we can't rule out the possibility that she'll personally take part, Sengoku replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After reading through the documents and setting them down, Borsellino nodded. Well, with Lewis on board, even that monstrous woman shouldn't be much of a worry for us. Wait, since when did you become like this, Professor? Aren't you the one who's always saying things are so scary, and then proceeds to kick Charlotte Linlin into oblivion? This sudden change almost makes me nervous. Still, I didn't dwell on it. After tidying up the documents, I rose with Borsellino, said our goodbyes, and headed to the port to carry out this mission. Somewhere in the New World, 3 massive battleships arranged in a triangular formation cut through the open sea like the tip of an arrow. Not far from the flagship, a pirate ship flying the Whitebeard Pirates flag was desperately fleeing for its life. On the deck, Lewis and Borsellino stood side by side, chatting casually. So Whitebeard ships really are everywhere now. This makes the 6th one since we entered the New World, Lewis remarked. Given that Borsellino had been stationed at Punk Hazard for some time, he was quite up to date on the state of affairs here in the New World. He nodded at Lewis's question. It's been especially frequent these past few months. Now that the Roger Pirates have disbanded, Roger himself is dead, and Golden Lion has been sent to impel down by our Navy. Of the 3 great pirate crews who once ruled these seas, only the Whitebeard Pirates remain. Plenty of pirates believe Whitebeard will become the next pirate king, so they're flocking to join him. I've even heard some people have started calling this era the Age of Whitebeard. The Age of Whitebeard. Huh. I wonder if they've bothered to ask the Navy what we think of that, Lewis said bluntly. In these vast seas, countless pirate legends rise and fall, but after 8 centuries, the only ones still standing strong and laughing are the Navy. Once there was Rox, then Roger, now Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and so many more. They might have their moment in the sun, but sooner or later, they're swallowed by the sea, die of old age, or if they're lucky, perish gloriously in battle. But in the end, all of them fade into history. Who still remembers the great pirates from centuries ago? Yet Marine Headquarters still stands firm upon the seas. That's the foundation and strength of a true ruler of the waves. The warship sailed for 2 days, pushing on without rest, and finally reached the island that was their mission's destination. This place was one of the strongholds for independent scientists, drawing researchers from all corners of the world. The sudden appearance of the Navy, naturally, came as quite a shock to them. Some, who were engaged in illicit research, decided on the spot to make a run for it. But turning back, they realized that the Navy didn't even spare them a glance. Report: Vice Admiral Borsellino. According to the latest signal from the surveillance ship, Big Mom's flagship, the Queen of Hymns, is less than 20 minutes away from us, a Navy captain reported, his voice tinged with anxiety. Borsellino's brows furrowed on instinct, but then he remembered. He had teammates this time. He turned to Lewis and said, "Lewis, hold off Charlotte Linlin for a while. I'll take Dr. Vegapunk away." "All right, leave it to me," Lewis nodded in response. The Queen of Hymns was Charlotte Linlin's flagship. With this ship in sight, there was little doubt that the monstrous woman herself was aboard. Lewis turned and boarded another warship, issuing his orders. "Leave port. Wait for the Big Mom pirates near the shore." "Yes, Vice Admiral Lewis," another Navy captain snapped to attention. They couldn't risk a battle in the port. That would make it much harder for Borsellino to get Dr. Vegapunk out safely. If anything were to happen to the doctor while he was in their care, things could get messy. First, stall Charlotte Linlin for a while. Once Borsellino had made arrangements for the doctor's safety, he would naturally return to provide backup. In fact, if the situation allowed, Lewis might not need any support at all. With his own abilities, he felt confident he could retreat unscathed. Standing at the bow, Lewis watched the horizon. It wasn't long before a massive vessel appeared against the line where sky met sea. The ship was garishly colorful, almost ostentatious. Yet at the same time, it seemed alive, singing perpetually like something straight out of a fairy tale. The flag flying above bore the insignia of the Big Mom Pirates. "Well, time to say hello," Lewis said with a crooked smile, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke, Lewis planted his feet, turning sideways to face the open sea. He drew his fist up to his shoulder, and a shimmering blue-violet barrier of energy flashed into existence. With a low shout, "Shatter!" he brought his fist down hard into the empty air. A sharp, crackling sound rang out, fractures spreading across the prow of the warship, as if it had just smashed through some invisible wall. The colonel standing nearby was clearly shaken by the scene unfolding before him, though he could not fathom what the lieutenant general was planning. Yet there was something strangely familiar about this display. Just as the colonel was about to ask, unable to hold back his curiosity, Lewis murmured softly, "It's here." A thunderous roar reverberated along the coast, and the force of the tremor had many aboard the warship clutching nearby objects, struggling to steady themselves. Suddenly, the once calm sea erupted in fury. It was as if a colossal beast was twisting and turning beneath the waves, ready to tear through the surface at any moment. No sooner had the crew begun to react than Lewis turned and shouted, "Everyone, hold on tight." Hardly had the words left his lips when an immense wave surged up directly before the warship, blotting out the sky and plunging everyone into darkness. With an unstoppable force, it swept toward the horizon, threatening to consume all in its path. Meanwhile, aboard the Queen of Anthem, Charlotte Linlin was devouring an enormous cake, eating with wild abandon. Her eldest son, Perispero, stood at her side and announced, "Mom, there's a warship ahead." "TCH, I knew the Navy would show up to ruin my fun." Charlotte Linlin clicked her tongue in annoyance, her mood turning foul. Just a short while ago, she had sunk a Navy surveillance vessel. Normally, that meant the Navy had set their sights on her. So, seeing another Navy blockade was no surprise. As she prepared to order her children to sink the warship ahead, a distant rumble rapidly grew louder. The entire ship began to shake more violently, and uncertainty spread across the crew as they tried to guess what was happening. At that moment, Karakuri, seated not far away, suddenly froze. His expression changed dramatically as he turned and shouted, "Mom, watch out ahead." "Karakuri, did you foresee something?" Charlotte Linlin asked in surprise. Recently, Karakuri's observation hockey had reached the point where he could foresee the future, a development that delighted her. Truly the perfect creation of the Charlotte family. It was a shame he'd once been defeated by Lewis, a man she had greatly admired. Karakuri was about to speak when a monstrous roar cut through the air, drowning out any words. The sea raged as a towering tsunami, broad enough to blot out the sky, thundered directly toward them. What in the world? Did that old man Whitebeard join the Navy or something? How could such a devastating tsunami come out of nowhere? Staring up at the massive wall of water, Charlotte Linlin hesitated. After so many encounters, and after spending so much time on the same ship, her instincts told her this was Whitebeard's handiwork. But Whitebeard joining the Navy was utterly impossible. Yet she couldn't explain how the Navy could now wield such terrifying power. "Mom, it's not Whitebeard. If nothing unexpected happened, the only one in the Navy capable of pulling this off is Lewis," Katakuri said in a low, steady voice. Yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness rose in his heart. He had believed that after breaking into a new level with his observation haki, and with his greatly increased strength, he would no longer lose to Lewis. But to his astonishment, Lewis could now even conjure up a tsunami like this. It showed just how masterful his control over his powers had become. There wasn't enough time to change course, but Charlotte Linlin had no intention of dodging in the first place. A tsunami? She had seen too many of those in her life. She let out a thunderous, hearty laugh. Mama, finally I get to see Lewis. Since he sent a gift, how could I not return the favor? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a fierce smile spread across Charlotte Linlin's face. She reached out to clutch at the empty air as if grabbing hold of something invisible. In the very next breath, the Queen Mama chanter beneath her feet began to rise into the sky. But it wasn't flying on its own. The sea beneath the ship was surging and swelling upward. In moments, a gigantic wave, just as vast and terrifying as the previous one, surged up from beneath her flagship. But what made it truly uncanny was the giant human face upon this wave, singing in a resonant voice. This was the power granted by Charlotte Linlin's Devil Fruit. With a thunderous roar, she declared, Soul Infusion, Great Sea Wave. The two monstrous tsunamis crashed against each other with a deafening roar, churning the ocean into utter chaos. A flicker of surprise lit up Lewis's eyes. So Charlotte Linlin did have a few tricks up her sleeve, impressive ones at that. But the amazement lasted only a brief moment. Seeing that a tsunami hadn't shattered her flagship, Lewis swiftly changed tactics, abandoning any plans to imitate the power of the Tremor fruit. He gripped the hilt of Sakura 10 with his right hand, eyes shutting in concentration. Power surged non-stop into the sheath, his entire presence intensifying with each breath. As the two colossal waves waged their frenzied battle, with the showdown drawing near its end, Lewis's eyes snapped open, a piercing gleam shining forth. He spun and slashed, his voice a low, fearsome growl. Obliteration slash, Sea Devourer. Obliteration slash, Sea Devourer. With a single sweeping motion, Lewis unleashed his attack. The slash leapt from Sakura 10's blade, transforming instantly into the gaping maw of a gigantic lion, cleaving a portion of the sea as if it were nothing at all. A lion? Charlotte Linlin paused for a split second at the sight of the roaring, leonine strike. But then her lips curled into a fierce grin. Other than that bastard Shiki, I don't recognize any lions. And that includes you, Lewis. As the words echoed out the captain's hat atop her head, Napoleon leapt nimbly into her hand, morphing into a long, gleaming blade. Charlotte Linlin's Emperor Sword. Nation's might. Charlotte Linlin roared with explosive force and, like striking a baseball, hurled the power coiling around her massive blade into a fierce slash. The devastating shockwave swept across the sea. The legendary technique of the giants erupted from Charlotte Linlin, her overwhelming strength brimming with an ambition to dominate the world, surging forth in an unstoppable tide. The clash of two mighty forces erupted in an instant. In the vacuum created by the collision, some bystanders swore, for a fleeting moment, that they glimpsed a giant warrior grappling with a great lion, as though they were watching a battle in a monstrous arena. Meanwhile, the relentless roar of the waves all around became the audience's wild, fervent cries, echoing out like desperate cheers for their champions. To those watching, it felt as if the two titans held their standoff for ages, locked in a stalemate. But in truth, it all happened in just a few breaths. Ultimately, it was Lewis's prepared strike that took the upper hand. With a single burst of strength, he shattered Charlotte Linlin's nation's might. Yet the force in his follow-up slash had already been depleted. Linlin's face remained impassive, eyeing the fading attack. She simply wrapped her left hand in haki and smashed it apart with a punch. Mama, it's our first time meeting face-to-face, isn't it, Lewis? Charlotte Linlin let out her signature laugh. She swung her Emperor's sword up to rest on her shoulder and beckoned with a massive hand. Instantly, the thundercloud, Zeus, floated over to her. Towering and imposing, she stamped one foot on a Zeus, hoisted her sword, and soared directly into the sky, casting her gaze down upon Lewis. TCH, it's not like you're the only one who can fly. Lewis lifted his head, eyeing the high-flying Charlotte Linlin with a private smirk. Without missing a beat, he stepped onto space itself, rising to a lofty altitude to meet her. Aboard the Queen's Anthem, Perospero stood beside Katakuri and asked, Katakuri, is that the man who defeated you all those years ago? No one understood his younger brother's strength better than Perospero. Even knowing it was Lewis who had once bested Katakuri, He firmly believed that one day his brother would reclaim his honor and restore the Charlotte family's reputation as home to the perfect man, famous across the seas once more. Yet the stream of news that followed left both brothers utterly shocked. Was Louis cheating at life, or what? First he captured Roger, then sent Shiki to live out his days in Impel Down. Wasn't that just a bit much? Now, he was trading blows with Mama herself, even managing to hold his own against her. You'd think he was raised on some kind of superhuman supplements. Katakuri only offered a slight nod at his brother's words, his focus locked entirely on Louis. His eyelids drooped, casting a dark shadow across his face, which remained composed while his tightly clenched fist betrayed the turmoil stirring within. But Louis, at this moment, couldn't spare a thought for either of the brothers. Feeling the ferocious aura radiating from Charlotte Linlin, even his own heart surged with emotion and wonder. This truly isn't the world 20 years in the future. Back then, the balance of power across the seas was already set. The new world had become relatively stable. Whether it was the Navy or the four emperors, neither side would engage in all-out war on the open seas without serious provocation. Both camps operated under a tacit code, each relying on their own wits and strength. Only when one party could no longer hold back, or if a rare, irresistible opportunity arose, would they cast all restraint aside and unleash their full might. Take the war at Marineford, for instance. But now, things are different. In this chaos of a new world, no one spares a thought for consequences before drawing their swords. Just some days ago, the Louis and his crew ran into an affiliate pirate gang under Whitebeard. Without so much as a word, they sent those pirates and their ship to a watery grave. And today, running into someone as formidable as Charlotte Linlin, there was just as little hesitation, no empty threats, no drawn-out negotiations, just an immediate, enthusiastic exchange of blows. Reflecting on the chaos engulfing the new world, Louis couldn't help but marvel at the might of Charlotte Linlin. She truly lived up to her reputation as the most powerful woman pirate of the past 20 years, overwhelmingly strong and fearless beyond compare. But that was only fitting. After all, only someone of her caliber could claim a place among the future four emperors. Louis had spent many years at sea, becoming no stranger to battle after battle. And among all his experiences, one truth had become clear to him. Those who hesitate and second-guess are always the ones the sea abandons. No, the sea favors only the bold. Sheathing his blade, Louis threw back his head and laughed loudly. Wreathing his hands in a black-purple aura of hockey, he clenched his fists so forcefully that the very air seemed to rupture under his grip. Channeling all his strength into his legs, he combined moonwalk and shave, darting across the sky as if treading solid ground, attacking Charlotte Linlin at breakneck speed from above the warship. A Navy captain, who had been keeping a close eye on the battle, saw Louis charge in and couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Vice Admiral, sir." Then, determined not to hesitate any longer, he shouted, "Open fire! Sink that pirate ship!" Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up as Louis charged, excitement stirring in her chest. She opened her mouth, eager to call his name. But Louis gave her no such chance. "Shatter! Oblivion beyond the world!" he roared, combining his hockey with the power of destruction, tearing the very fabric of space apart. His right fist became a swirling void, dark as the cosmos, flecked with starlight. Charlotte Linlin had seen this coming from the start. At first, she'd simply thought this pretty-faced upstart would make a fine addition to her harem, but as the rumors about him multiplied, she was forced to take him seriously. Despite his youth, Louis was already a top-tier warrior on the seas. Perhaps he wasn't quite an equal to Whitebeard, or herself, yet, but he was closing the gap, which meant she, too, had to give it her all. Emperor's sword, rupture blade. In a lightning flash of inspiration, Charlotte Linlin acted without hesitation. Whipping her blade forward, she unleashed a strike wreathed in roaring fire. Judging by physique alone, although Louis possessed the stature of a general, he still appeared remarkably slight compared to Charlotte Linlin. But in terms of pure strength, the moment their blades and fists clashed, a surge of overwhelming force unlike anything he had experienced before erupted, truly appalling in its intensity. Since he could not rival Charlotte Linlin's innate brute power, then he would have to make up for this shortfall with the power of his devil fruit. To be honest, what Louis feared least right now was a direct showdown. Who could possibly outmatch the ferocity of his abilities? Empowered by the force of destruction, Louis endured the blow head-on, refusing to yield. The torn fabric of space itself voraciously devoured the energy from the Emperor's sword, so that incinerating heat, the very blaze that could burn the world, was unable to reach him. Meanwhile, Louis's free left hand now joined the fray, imbued with the same crushing power, and struck towards Charlotte Linlin. Yet, her observation haki had long detected Lewis's movements. With a swift reversal, she raised her arm, channeling a wild blend of thunder and fire into her fist. She roared, "Thunder Fire Blast!" Both possessed powers capable of annihilating all before them. In this moment, neither would yield. Waves of violent energy erupted, scattering in every direction, roiling the already turbulent sea into utter chaos. Thunder Fire Blast! Charlotte Linlein's fist surged with rampant thunder and fire. She refused to dodge or retreat, meeting Lewis's strike head-on. Relying on their respective strengths, the two relentlessly wore each other down in a fierce contest of endurance. At the same time, a crimson gleam flashed across Charlotte Linlein's eyes, and a brazen smile crept onto her face. The next instant, a terrifying aura burst from within her, a conqueror's haki, grand and unquestionable. Lewis hadn't expected Charlotte Linlein to unleash her conqueror's haki so soon. Is this woman always so explosive? There was no time for hesitation. As Lewis felt that kingly force surging from Charlotte Linlein, the formidable energy within him began to stir as well. Conqueror's haki? Don't think you're the only one with it. Lewis shouted angrily. No sooner had he finished, his own powerful conqueror's haki surged forth. The collision of their haki instantly suppressed all previous tremors, their gazes locked, both filled with unyielding fighting spirit. Black lightning arced through the air, crackling intermittently. The raging waves below, once surging wildly, were now forced downward by the sheer pressure of their unleashed power, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Above, clear skies had given way to a dramatic transformation. Two masses of storm clouds, one from the left and one from the right, crashed into each other overhead, setting off flashes of lightning that flickered and vanished deep within the clouds. Aboard the Queen of Chance, Katakuri could only stare in shocked disbelief as he watched Lewis unleash Conqueror's haki. How long had it been since he last saw Lewis? 2, maybe 3 years. Had it truly only been that short a time? My rapid surge in strength. Fine, I Katakuri can accept that for now. Sooner or later, I'll catch up to you. But what's the deal with your Conqueror's haki? In truth, Katakuri had always carried a sense of superiority in his heart. So what if you're powerful? You still don't have Conqueror's haki. And yet, this chance encounter today has brought me an enormous surprise. Katakuri's confidence was shaken just a little. He never feared formidable foes, but the person before him seemed to be cheating at life. How could anyone stand against that? At the age of 22, this guy was already capable of exchanging blows with his own mother at such an intense level. That was downright monstrous. Katakuri had been thinking that, with his recent leaps in strength, his observation haki now occasionally catching glimpses of the future, he could give Lewis a surprise the next time they met. But now, seeing Lewis again, Katakuri was left speechless by his sheer ferocity and rate of improvement. Glancing back at the two in the center of the battlefield, especially at Lewis, Katakuri muttered under his breath, "There are no lofty principles when pirates and marines clash." Having made up his mind, Katakuri planted a foot on the railing. After a surge of power coursed down his arm, the trident dropped smoothly into his grasp. Coated in armament haki, and empowered by his devil fruit, the trident spun rapidly, stirring up gusts of wind and waves. Then, with a twist of his waist and a sudden burst of strength, he hurled the trident straight toward Lewis's position with all his might. Strictly in terms of brute force, Lewis was still somewhat behind Charlotte Linlein. Even now, being able to hold his ground was largely a credit to the unique properties of his own abilities. His power to shatter space was formidable, but the energy it demanded was far greater than before. Lewis estimated that, if things kept going like this, his stamina would run dry in no time, and by then he'd be the one to lose. And yet, in the midst of this stalemate, Katakuri had the nerve to pull a stunt like tossing a trident his way. Lewis could hardly contain his curses. Wasn't Katakuri supposed to be a real man of honor? Since when did he resort to sneak attacks? Then again, the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. This wasn't a duel, but a war between marines and pirates. Morality had no place here. Victory was all that mattered, and unexpected events were par for the course. There was no time to hesitate. Lewis gritted his teeth. Veins bulging as energy surged through his arms. With a furious roar and every ounce of pressure driving him, he forced back Charlotte Linlein's blade and fist. In that instant, the force of his haki wavered, and the deadlock between the two was abruptly broken. All these moves happened in the time span of a single heartbeat. And now, the trident, whistling through the air, was almost upon Lewis. Without pausing, Lewis sidestepped with a subtle motion, narrowly avoiding the blade of the trident. Eyes sharp and hands even quicker, he spun and caught the weapon in one fluid move. Charlotte Linlin seized the moment, swinging her fist in a wide arc. Seeing this, Lewis barely managed to raise his trident across his chest, but the brutal force sent him hurtling through the air. At the same time, the trident snapped with a sharp crack and tumbled into the sea. After sending Lewis flying with one blow, Charlotte Linlin turned her gaze toward where Katakuri was standing. Instead of being angry at her son for intervening in the fight, a wicked grin spread across her face. She was thoroughly satisfied with Katakuri's decisiveness. Struggling as he soared through the air, Lewis was about to plunge into the ocean. Quickly reacting, he positioned both hands behind him, unleashing his power and blasting open a gaping hole in the waves below. He fell into the opening, nimbly using moonwalk several times to dissipate the force, then finally steadied himself atop an air point above the cavity. Rubbing his slightly numb arms, though in pain, he had ultimately managed to withstand Linlin's blow. After sending Lewis tumbling, she made no move to pursue him further. She didn't even spare a glance at the battleships, firing relentlessly beneath her feet. Riding Zeus, she darted swiftly toward the island. Witnessing this, Lewis caught his breath and immediately launched himself after Charlotte Linlin at blinding speed. Meanwhile, the Queen's Anthem and Lewis's own warship fired at each other in passing, neither side daring to draw too close. The ships continued to exchange cannon fire as they crossed paths. Katakuri and the others took advantage of the chaos, steering toward the island, while the warships turned quickly, giving chase with a barrage of artillery. As Charlotte Linlin drew ever nearer to the island, Lewis's eyes darkened. It was clear now. He couldn't stop her from landing. Just then, Lewis noticed two battleships docked at the harbor, suddenly roaring to life. With the help of wind-filled sails and spinning paddles, they quickly slipped away, evading Linlin and sailing off toward the far side of the island. Pole has succeeded, Lewis thought to himself with relief, letting out a quiet breath. Their mission this time was to secure Dr. Vegapunk. They had no intention of engaging the Big Mom pirates in an all-out war. Now that Borsellino had made his move, Lewis only needed to hold the enemy off a little longer for the plan to succeed. At that moment, most of the scientists on the island had already fled. When the Navy first stormed ashore, it had terrified the researchers working on forbidden science, prompting many of them to run from the very start. Later, as the clash between Lewis and Charlotte Linlin erupted in the distant seas, panic swept through everyone who remained. They wasted no time following suit and escaping as well. Now, with the island nearly deserted, Lewis could act freely, unburdened by any concerns. And just then, Charlotte Linlin leapt down from Zeus, her feet striking the earth as she set foot on the island at last. Charlotte Linlin had no idea what the Navy's true intentions were. She simply assumed that their clash was a coincidence, and Lewis had only revealed himself in order to allow the other Navy soldiers time to escape. Never did she expect that her real target had already been taken away by Borsellino. So although she found the Navy's presence strange, she didn't waste time worrying about the so-called escaping warships. Leaping down from Zeus, she landed heavily on the ground and casually grabbed a scientist in a white lab coat, demanding, "Where is Vegapunk?" The unfortunate researcher was seized with terror, his whole body shaking as he stammered, Dr. Vegapunk. The Navy took him away. Took him away. Charlotte Linlin's face twisted into a terrifying mask of rage as she heard this, and without hesitation, she crushed the ill-fated scientist in her grasp. Having killed him, Charlotte Linlin turned her gaze towards the direction in which the warships were fleeing. She reached up and tugged at her hat, prompting Napoleon to transform into the Emperor's blade, which fell smoothly into her waiting hand. Gripping the sword with both hands, energy swirled and surged along its blade. With one mighty swing from below, she unleashed a devastating strike. Suddenly, explosions rocked the port, thick smoke billowing in their wake. Perispero, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation, pulled out his spyglass to survey the scene. At the same time, Katakuri's expression grew grim as he stared fixedly in the direction where their mother stood. Only just now noticing, "Don't you think it's a little too late for that?" A calm man's voice came from within the smoke. In response, Charlotte Linlin replied in an icy tone, "No, one of the Navy showed up here. Looks like we got the same objective. Lewis." As the smoke cleared, Lewis was seen with his hands in his pockets, one foot pressing down atop the Emperor's blade. A blue-violet aura shimmered around his foot as he continued to push downward on the blade, the friction producing a hideous creaking sound. Even hunched over, Charlotte Linlin towered over Lewis. She used her height to glare down at him, her fury barely contained. Without hesitating, she suddenly unleashed her strength, sending Lewis hurtling high into the air with a single, powerful motion. But Lewis remained calm. Twisting his body midair, he unsheathed Sakura 10 in an instant. A surge of hockey and shattering energy flooded into the sword's edge, gathering with tremendous speed. All at once, the air around the blade began to fracture and break apart. With a single swing of Sakura Ten, he carved lines of utter darkness through the very fabric of space. An awe-inspiring, chilling display. Within moments, the technique reached its peak. Clutching the hilt of Sakura Ten with both hands, Lewis targeted the spatial nexus at the heart of the island and, with a roar, hurled the sword's force downward. Funeral of the Silent Void. A pitch-black wave exploded outward from Sakura Ten, and Charlotte Linlin's pupils narrowed abruptly. From that single strike, she sensed an overwhelming and mortal threat. But a trace of ferocity soon flickered in her eyes. With a thought, a surge of ghostly green energy poured from her body, snaking down her form and seeping into the ground beneath her feet. If anyone were watching from above, they would have seen a gigantic human face manifesting across the island surface. All at once, Charlotte Linlin stomped down fiercely. The earth surged upward, shaping itself into two colossal hands made of solid rock, rising along the path of the incoming slash in a desperate attempt to block it. But the slash cut through the giant hands as easily as a hot knife through butter. The hands shattered on impact, chunks of earth disintegrating in the wake of the attack, which carved a relentless path downward, striking the very node of the dimension itself. Instantly, the upturned land ruptured wide open, and a gaping maw like a black hole began to spread, devouring everything in its path. Everything on the island was consumed by the expanding darkness, erased without a single trace. The Queen's Anthem, which had been heading toward the island, was forced to halt at once. Katakuri and Perispero stood side by side on the deck, gazing at the all-consuming void before them, their faces frozen in awe. "So strong," Perispero whispered, his voice trembling as he stared at the harrowing spectacle. "Lewis, could he be any more of a monster? And what on earth is that black hole supposed to be?" Katakuri looked only marginally less shaken than Perispero, but inwardly, the shock hit him even harder. "I never expected you'd become this powerful." A pang of bitterness crossed Katakuri's mind. If Lewis had only been on par with their mother before, he would still have felt confident enough to try and catch up. But this power greater than a natural disaster, was this really something he could ever hope to reach? He pushed these distracting thoughts aside. For now, all that mattered was his mother's well-being. With that shocking display of destruction, even knowing their mother's defense was famed as the Iron Balloon, he couldn't help but worry for her safety. Suddenly, from the broken, upheaved earth, a figure burst out. Seeing this, Katakuri and Perispero finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was Charlotte Linlin, riding atop Zeus. She looked disheveled and covered in dirt, but bore no wounds, and her aura seemed little different from before. The moment the slash met the rising ground, Charlotte Linlin had used her powers to create a tunnel through the earth she controlled, making her escape that way. Lewis remained floating in the sky, watching her with an odd, half-amused expression. Does this count as an Earth-style escape? Lewis mused to himself, unable to resist a flash of dark humor. But then, a sudden wave of emptiness swept over him, leaving his face pale as the blood drained away. He wasn't surprised by this. The scale of that attack had far surpassed what he'd unleashed at Marine headquarters, so the exhaustion that followed was only to be expected. Bursting out from the fault line, Charlotte Linlin rode atop Zeus, barely pausing for breath. Locking her hockey senses onto Lewis, she soared straight up into the sky. When had Charlotte Linlin ever found herself in such a sorry state? Though she hadn't been wounded, the rage boiling within her heart was impossible to contain. The notion of recruiting Lewis as her husband had long since vanished. All she wanted now was to kill him. With the thundercloud Zeus beneath her and her furious roar carrying through the air, Charlotte Linlin hurtled toward Lewis at terrifying speed. Seeing her approach, Lewis braced himself, summoning the last dregs of his strength, and prepared for battle. But just then, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. Borsellino appeared beside Charlotte Linlin's head in the blink of an eye and launched a powerful kick. Caught in a berserk fury, her reactions dulled much more than usual, and with Borsellino's speed, the fastest in all the seas, she barely had time to register his presence. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Speed is power. Borsellino's light-speed kick struck with tremendous force. Though it couldn't pierce Charlotte Linlin's powerful defenses, the impact sent her massive figure hurtling downward. On the other side, Lewis finally saw Borsellino arrive to back him up, and a wave of relief washed over him. Any later, and he might not have survived this encounter. Borsellino landed beside Lewis and asked, "How are you holding up? Can you keep fighting?" "No problem. Just worn out. Haven't really taken any hits," Lewis replied, patting his own chest, try his best to look ready for another 300 rounds. His pallor, however, betrayed the truth. Borsellino chose not to call him out. Instead, he spoke quickly. The mission's done. No need to keep fighting. Plus, I just got word. 7 ships from the Big Mom pirates are heading our way, and the situation's turning against us fast. Lewis fell silent for a moment. Then, nodding, he said, "All right, let's get out of here." Mission accomplished. There really was no need to keep fighting Charlotte Linlin. Among the Navy's top combat power here, it was just him and Borsellino, and even together, they barely stood a chance of taking down that old monster. And Katakuri and Perispero were no pushovers, either. If the other Navy ships were caught, things would get extremely dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, Lewis spared a quick glance at Charlotte Linlin, who had managed to steady herself. The Queen of Hymns had also drawn up to her side. There was no more room for hesitation. With a nod to Borsellino, the two of them launched into the air, heading swiftly in the direction of their departing warships. Charlotte Linlin, feet set squarely atop Zeus, was ready to give chase. But now that her mind had cooled, she chose to let them go. Lewis's strength truly exceeded her expectations. So young, yet already so powerful. Although he was still a little inferior to herself, his destructive abilities were so formidable that, given more time, he would undoubtedly become a serious threat to all pirates. In time, Lewis would inevitably rise to become one of the top powerhouses upon these seas. Furthermore, even though she wanted to take him down, Lewis was no easy target. And now Borsellino, Kazuru, had shown up as well, a marine master who'd made a name for himself even before Lewis. And though only a vice admiral by rank, his strength was nearly on par with an admiral. To pursue them recklessly now, despite her and her crew's advantages, would only put herself at greater risk. If she were to end up in the sea, things could become dire indeed. And as for backup, neither of her 2 sons could fly. As these thoughts swirled through her mind, Charlotte Linlin ultimately let out a deep sigh. She chose not to chase them any further. It seems this brat Lewis is indeed worthy of the title Lion. His strength certainly measures up, Charlotte Linlin murmured softly, pulling out a handkerchief to brush the dust from her face. As for a name as tacky as the Valiant Punisher of Evil, she simply chose to ignore it. At first, it was Lewis's looks that caught her attention. But as his feats became ever more dazzling, her interest in him grew rapidly. Today, seeing him in person, she realized he lived up to his reputation. Mama. Back aboard the Queen Mama Chanter, Katakuri and the others came to greet her. Mama, Daifuku and Oven ships are right behind us. Should we give chase? Vegapunk is still on the Navy vessel, Perispero asked immediately. Charlotte Linlin shook her head and said, "That boy Lewis isn't simple, and Borsellino is even trickier. Given their abilities, a naval battle would put us at a disadvantage." With that, Charlotte Linlin let out a hearty, boisterous laugh. She transformed Emperor's sword back into the captain's hat, set it atop her head, and proclaimed, Well, so be it. Failing to capture Vegapunk is no great loss. Facing off with the Navy today, at least I got a genuine taste of the Navy's new generation of prodigies. The future of these seas is going to be more exciting than ever. Katakuri also thought it unwise to continue the pursuit. Who knew what reinforcements or tricks the Navy might have up their sleeves? Besides, in a naval battle, it wasn't just personal strength that mattered. The Navy's technical superiority was hard to ignore. After all, the Navy were professionals when it came to this. Yes, Mama, Katakuri replied with a firm nod. Charlotte Linlin now turned to Katakuri and said, 3 years ago, you lost to Lewis. Back then, I was truly disappointed in you. But seeing things today, I realize your defeat wasn't because you were too weak, but because he was too strong. Katakuri, don't ever let me down again. Katakuri nodded in resolute agreement. At this very moment, Charlotte Linlin was in the prime of her life. Whether it was her temperament, her strength, or even her way of handling things, she was far from the unpredictable and brutal figure she would later become. In fact, her words and actions brimmed with the aura of a true hero. After offering Katakuri a few words of advice, Charlotte Linlin smacked her lips and declared, I'm hungry. I want pastries. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she strode straight toward the captain's quarters, eager to enjoy her working meal. Meanwhile, aboard the battleship, Lewis and Borsellino watched her from afar. When they realized the old lady had no intention of giving chase, a trace of disappointment flickered between them. Had she really come after them, today's catch might not have ended with just Dr. Vegapunk. Perhaps they could have snagged a future emperor as well. Lewis held a massive bowl of seafood fried rice, devouring it ravenously. Between mouthfuls, he muttered, That old lady is something else. She's insanely strong. Old lady? Isn't she only in her 40s? Borsellino quipped, cigarette dangling between his lips, pausing for a beat before flashing a sly grin. Yeah, she's at her very peak right now. Lewis nodded in agreement. After polishing off his meal, he let out a satisfied burp, lit a cigarette, and continued. I know exactly how strong she is. But you, being able to fight her to a standstill. That honestly caught me off guard, Borsellino mused, pursing his lips with a mock expression of admiration. Lewis exhaled a leisurely stream of smoke, rolling his eyes at Borsellino's antics. With a lopsided grin, he replied, a standstill? No need to sugarcoat it, Borsellino. After clashing head-on, it's pretty clear who's stronger. She's got me beat by a fair margin. Once the water had boiled, Borsellino poured 2 cups of tea, one for each of them. Taking his time, he remarked, she's in her 40s, and you're just in your early 20s. Who's to say who'll come out on top in the end? Well, that's true, Lewis conceded with a nod. By the time Lewis reached his theoretical prime, Charlotte Linlin would be pushing 70. Besting her by then wouldn't hold the same significance. It would just be a matter of outlasting her. In any case, this fight has been an invaluable lesson for you, Borsellino added, blowing gently on his tea before taking a cautious sip. You've never faced an elite of the seas in a true one-on-one before, have you? If you can really learn from this experience, there'll be few on these seas who can threaten you in the future. Thinking it through, Lewis realized that whether it was the Red Count or the Golden Lion, he'd always played a supporting role. This had been his first proper duel with a top-tier powerhouse in their prime, like Charlotte Linlin. With a touch of awe in his voice, Lewis went on, if even Charlotte Linlin is this powerful, then what about Whitebeard, the so-called strongest man in the world? If I ever have to face him for real, if we ever do end up facing him directly, we won't be able to get away as easily as we did today. During that great naval battle before, he was still holding back. If that old man were ever to truly lose his temper, there wouldn't be a safe place. Not even at the ends of the earth, Borsellino said, his tone growing slightly more serious. The world's strongest, huh? Lewis murmured softly, a longing light flickering in his eyes. Still, for Lewis as he was now, there was quite some distance to go before reaching that level. But he believed, someday, he would achieve such greatness. For now, best to keep his head down and focus on what needs to be done. The two continued their leisurely conversation, catching up after a long time apart, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. In this way, the 3 naval warships, along with their mission target, made a smooth return to headquarters. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Inside Vice Admiral Tsuru's office, Lewis and Tsuru sat opposite each other, each holding a cup of fragrant tea, chatting about this and that. It seems you gained a lot from your battle with Charlotte Linlin this time. Your hockey broke through, didn't it? Tsuru said with a smile. Lewis's talent truly was remarkable. Barely a few days after returning to headquarters, he had gone into seclusion to hone himself, reflecting on insights gained from battle, and his mastery of hockey took yet another leap forward. There was a breakthrough, yes, but all the same, the gap between us still remains. Not to mention, just the intense stamina drain from enhancing my devil fruit powers. If I can't solve that problem, Lewis shook his head as he spoke. Tsuru offered some consolation. Perhaps when your abilities awaken, things will get better. At her words, Lewis smacked his lips thoughtfully and murmured, awakening, huh? With a paramecia devil fruit as powerful as his, awakening was sure to be no easy feat. At least for now, Lewis had no idea how to achieve it. All he could do was move forward, step by step. After gulping down a mouthful of tea, Lewis changed the subject. I've been busy with G6 affairs this whole time, and as soon as I arrived at headquarters, I was sent right into the new world. I haven't had the chance to ask you, what's the situation out there? Anything on the seas the Navy, ought to pay special attention to? Anything worth noting? Tsuru stroked her chin and pondered for a moment before answering slowly. There are a few new pirates who are quite formidable, like Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile, for example. But there are also 2 individuals who stand out. One is the king from the South Blue whom you removed, Bartholomew Kuma. He's become a pirate now, and not long ago entered the first half of the Grand Line. Doflamingo and those others aren't such concern. It's Kuma that we really need to watch closely. That man, even though I've never truly crossed blades with him, there's something about his presence. I already count him as one of my greatest foes, Lewis replied after giving it some thought. After a brief pause, he continued to ask, besides the bear, who else is there? Vladimir, a newcomer who calls himself the Blood Count. He used to be a member of a certain Navy branch, but for reasons unknown, he turned his back on the Navy and became a pirate. What's more, he's acquired a rather troublesome power. Staff Officer Tsuru recalled the information, then turned to Lewis and said, what kind of power? Lewis asked with curiosity upon hearing this. The ability to manipulate blood, a paramecia type, the blood fruit, answered Tsuru. Tisuke, that kind of power, it really does sound tricky, Lewis remarked, letting out a sigh, a hint of caution flickering in his mind. Though Vladimir's current strength wasn't enough to affect someone at Lewis's level, there was no telling what might happen once he grew stronger. If it were a Logia-type ability, it might be manageable, but with other types, those who faced him would be at a natural disadvantage. And in a battle between powerful opponents, sometimes a single careless moment could decide the entire fight. In short, they couldn't allow him to grow unchecked. He didn't know why Vladimir chose to betray the Navy, but once he opted for piracy, there was little left to say. A traitor and a pirate, he'd stacked those titles high and proud. As Lewis and Staff Officer Karu were engrossed in conversation, Admiral Sengoku knocked on the door and stepped inside. Catching sight of Lewis, he paused, then remarked, "What's this? Aren't you heading back to G6? Rolling his eyes, Lewis shot back, "Admiral, could you be a little more considerate of your subordinates? You just wrung a hefty sum of gold out of me, and now you expect me to rush off and risk my life again. I haven't even warmed my seat, and you're already chasing me out? Isn't that a bit harsh? Could it be I'm interrupting your little reunion with Staff Officer Tsuru? Anyone would know the two of you have history, so I'm just in the way, am I? Well, I'm not leaving." Sengoku hadn't anticipated Lewis grumbling about him like this, but laughed when he heard the comments. "With all that work waiting at G6, I figured you'd be eager to get back. And as for shooing you out, if you want to come back, I can always transfer you to headquarters, you know." "Oh, spare me. G6 suits me fine. It'd be even better if a certain cranky old man would stop robbing me," Lewis added with another jab. "Ha, you little brat. You really know how to hold a grudge." Admiral Sengoku burst into hearty laughter. He didn't take Lewis's complaints to heart. After all, he'd watched the boy grow up and regarded him as a younger generation within the Navy. Lewis's tone simply made their relationship feel all the more genuine. Lewis clicked his tongue and went on, "Actually, with Guion and Isho stationed at G6 these days, I'm completely at ease. You're well aware of what they can do, Admiral. Especially Guion. After eating the rumble fruit, she's reached a whole new level. After the conscription activities are over, there'll finally be some real work to do. By then, I'll begin developing the Combelt. Let's hope those geological survey experts can offer some genuine support. We're all looking forward to seeing you make a shining mark on this project." The Admiral of the Sengoku era nodded in approval. This wasn't just something that would benefit Lewis. It would be greatly advantageous for the entire Navy. If he hadn't been worried about making too much noise and alerting the world government, Admiral Sengoku would have jumped at the chance to lead the mission himself. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru chimed in. "By the way, was there a particular reason you came to see me today?" Sengoku nodded at this, finally responding, "I originally wanted to invite you over to discuss a few matters. But then I figured you might be busy, and since I didn't have any pressing paperwork myself, I just came by. As it happens, young Lewis is here too, so let's all put our heads together." Hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. "What's happened?" "It's nothing too major, but it does require some attention," Sengoku replied as he settled onto the sofa. Although Lewis never missed a chance to spar verbally with the old admiral who had once robbed him, as soon as Sengoku sat down, Lewis instinctively poured him a cup of tea. Sengoku nodded in quiet appreciation and continued. "Kazan went after Crocodile, but in the end, he didn't succeed." Lewis let out a brief chuckle and said, "A slip-up? That's only natural. Besides, Crocodile is a well-established name. At this stage, Mr. Sand Crocodile might not be completely unstoppable, but his reputation for being able to hold his own is undeniable. Once his aura's up, even a stalemate isn't out of the question." "That's what I thought too," Sengoku agreed. "But it turns out Kazan failed because someone else intervened. And this person, if possible, we should get rid of them as soon as we can. They're far too dangerous." "Who?" Tsuru asked, getting straight to the point. "Vladimir, the blood count. His strength grows by the day. It's changing at a startling pace. I have reason to believe his ability is the key to this," Sengoku replied. Lewis stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'd wager it's because blood is the essence of energy in the human body. If this count can manipulate blood, it's entirely possible he's able to absorb and make use of the energy within." Sengoku then continued. "What's more, ever since this man entered the Grand Line, his rampages have only gotten worse. He destroyed half of the kingdom of Oakley along the way, and now the royal family has fled all the way to Mary Geos to take refuge. Then he stumbled upon the fight between Kazan and Crocodile and forcibly got involved, turning it into a 2-on-1 against Kazan that ended up plunging the entire island into chaos. In the end, Kazan walked away empty-handed, unable to catch anyone." Vice Admiral Tsuru summed it up. "Whichever way you look at it, this Vladimir is obviously a potential threat. He's risen to this level in just a matter of years." Admiral Sengoku nodded in agreement, then added, "But right now, this guy has vanished off the map. He acts alone for the most part. That's why I wanted to gather you two to pick your brains. How can we get ahead of him and catch him before he causes any more trouble? Tsuru paused in thought before speaking. Without any intelligence, this will be tricky. I can't think of anything effective right now except to say, we need to strengthen our intel networks. Maybe we could secretly put a bounty on him in the criminal underworld, something along those lines. It was a standard suggestion, but there was nothing wrong with it. Sengoku nodded, then turned his gaze to Louis. You're always full of clever ideas. Do you have any better thoughts? Louis shook his head with a helpless smile. Admiral, trying to find one man in the vast ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, you know how our Navy's intelligence gathering compares to the rest of the world. It's nothing stellar. But look, if we can't do it, the CP agencies, they excel at this sort of thing. Someone as crazy as Vladimir is bound to have caught the attention of Mariewa by now. Maybe we should reach out, give him a nudge. If the government wants him that badly, they might just assign us to work with CP. The Cipher Pole. Huh. Sengoku stroked his chin thoughtfully. As a Navy admiral, Sengoku had little affection for Cipher Pole. It wasn't just the Navy's long-standing distrust of them. It was also the way they operated. He personally didn't like their methods. He always thought of those people as mad dogs, lashing out at anyone in their path. But even he had to admit, when it came to intelligence and covert operations, the CP agencies left the Navy in the dust. After a moment's thought, Sengoku finally said, at this stage, we really can't afford to let Vladimir, that traitor, run wild any longer. You make a good point. It's not just our headache anymore. I'll have a word with the fleet admiral about this later. He paused before smiling at Louis. Speaking of which, that guy's ability is rather tricky to deal with. Your power has some counters to his. If the time comes, I might need you to take action. Louis paused for a second, then grinned and replied, no problem. If I run into him, I'll take him down. Sengoku had every confidence in Louis' strength. These days, Louis could even hold his own against top-tier fighters like Charlotte Lin, at least for a little while. Taking care of someone like Vladimir would be no trouble at all. Therefore, no one really doubted his bold claims. Seeing that the conversation had run its course, Louis decided not to linger and get in the way of his chief officer and advisor Tsuru as they strengthened their bond. He politely took his leave and set off to visit teacher Zephyr. The long-separated mentor and student were delighted to meet again. Zephyr's hearty laughter rang through the principal's office. Amid light-hearted chatter, Louis learned that the academy had recently admitted a promising new recruit from Lowtown in the East Blue, a youth named Smoker, gifted with a natural-type ability. Though not quite in the same league as Bor or Sakazuki, Smoker was, after all, a natural-type user, and his potential was undeniable. The local Navy had wasted no time in recommending him straight to headquarters. At present, Smoker had already joined the academy and started out with miscellaneous chores. That's right, chores, not studies. The reason, it turned out, was Smoker's young age. He was simply too young to be enlisted as a regular sailor. Teacher Zephyr, however, recognized his rare potential and brought him to the Navy Academy ahead of time. The plan was to let the boy be immersed in a military environment for a few years. When he was older, Zephyr would formally accept him as his protege, arrange for him to begin official training at the academy, and later find him an excellent post upon graduation. As for Smoker's abilities, unsurprisingly, he possessed the same smoke fruit power as in the original story. Louis, though somewhat intrigued by the boy, had no particular desire to seek him out. After spending the night at teacher Zephyr's place, Louis helped himself to a generous supply of tea leaves before hurrying back to G6 base aboard a Navy vessel. Near the G6 sea zone, Louis's warship sailed at a modest pace. He stood at the prow, and by now, G6 had already come into view. The expansion work had long since been completed, and the fortifications were well underway. Even from a distance, one could see the fortress bristling with cannons and watchtowers. The port had been dramatically enlarged, growing from a single harbor to 4 bustling docks, with dozens of brand-new warships anchored there. At the harbor, squads of Navy recruits could be seen running drills. Clearly, the latest wave of enlistments had recently arrived. It looked as though Guillaume's recruitment campaign was just about wrapped up as well. Soon, once these new recruits were properly trained and forged into a fighting force, with 40,000 as their foundation, they could begin drawing more personnel from Impelled Down as planned. Construction on the planned Navy village hadn't even begun yet, and the development project for the Comm Belt was also on the verge of commencing. Suddenly, a steady, rhythmic ringing came from the Den Mushy in Louis's arms. He glanced down and saw the call was from a dear comrade in arms, Stussy, a friend with whom he'd once shouldered rifles and fired cannons. Without hesitation, Louis answered the Den Mushy and greeted her with a cheerful laugh. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Stussy herself. How have you been lately? Haha. General, you must be joking. With your support, Everything naturally goes quite smoothly. It's just that there's a little problem right now, Stussy replied with an easy laugh. Hearing this, Lewis paused to consider for a moment. Then his expression grew serious and a bit tense as he asked, "Don't tell me the secret's been exposed?" "No, it's not like that. Here's what happened. Vice Admiral Garp has taken up residence directly in that woman's house. Speaking of which, that woman, Rouge, is remarkable. She passed her due date long ago, yet she shows no intention of giving birth just yet. Her willpower is truly impressive. Even I have to admire her," Stussy said with a touch of sincere respect. Vice Admiral Garp really is a man of his word. Ever since we parted ways in the South Sea that day, all this time he hasn't once left Batarilla Island. He's even passed by headquarters a few times, but I haven't seen him at all, Lewis added with a hint of wistfulness. Maybe Garp has 1,000 faults. His personality can certainly be abrasive at times, but there's no denying that. If you become someone he trusts with his life, should you find yourself in trouble, you'll never have to worry about being left behind. Indeed, Stussy replied, her tone full of unspoken meaning. Both Garp and Lewis, Stussy sensed, possessed a certain warmth and genuine humanity. In stark contrast, the CP organization was so cold and heartless it could send a chill through anyone's bones. Whenever she thought of that, Stussy felt even more grateful that she and Lewis had forged an alliance. In these dark times, it was a bit of secure footing, a safe haven. Especially after Lewis outpaced Sakazuki and the others to become a candidate for Admiral First, Stussy felt all the more reassured. She hadn't misjudged him. Pausing for a moment, Stussy didn't dwell on the topic, but smoothly shifted the conversation. "By the way, the search here is almost over. As expected, we've turned up basically nothing. Of course, don't worry. The methods were all gentle. No violence was involved. Oh, and remember I mentioned before that CP0 is putting together a peripheral organization? The framework's already set up, and now many people are vying for control of it. I'm planning to throw my hat into the ring as well. Think you have a shot?" Lewis asked with a small smile. "With me in the running, it's as good as in the bag," Stussy replied with total confidence. She'd shared in the credit for Roger's capture, and ever since, she'd taken on long-term investigations in the South Sea without a word of complaint. Both the CP chief and the Supreme Commander were highly impressed with Stussy's skills and temperament. Given her impressive record of achievements, if she requested the position, it was unlikely the higher-ups would turn her down. If all went according to plan, she would soon be the undisputed queen of Pleasure Street, in both name and reality. Hearing the confidence in Stussy's voice, Lewis chuckled and said, "Well then, let me congratulate you in advance." However, after responding a couple of times, Stussy lowered her voice and whispered, "You know, your Navy must have noticed that something's not quite right at the top lately, hasn't it?" "What do you mean?" Lewis frowned slightly, a bit puzzled. "HM? You don't know? That's strange. Originally, I thought once you were promoted to Admiral Candidate and spent some time over at G6, you'd come back to headquarters and become a full Admiral. So I did a bit of digging behind the scenes. From what I've heard, the 5 elders have decided not to fill the vacant Admiral position in your Navy for the time being," Stussy explained. Upon hearing this, Lewis thought for a moment before saying, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku mentioned it in passing, but I didn't pay much attention. It's those at the top of CP pulling the strings on this. They're worried that if your Fleet Admiral, thanks to all his achievements, gets promoted to Supreme Commander, it'll greatly diminish CP's authority. So, they managed to persuade the 5 elders to keep your Navy suppressed for now, and don't plan to let up for a long time to come," Stussy continued. But Lewis never really took this matter to heart. He replied casually, "Well, it's not as if I'm in a hurry." In his memory, in the original story, the trio of Rooster, Dog, and Monkey only got promoted to Admiral after that arsonist tiger died. There was still a long way to go until then, so he didn't feel pressed for time. Yet upon hearing Lewis's nonchalant tone, Stussy immediately countered in a stern voice, "No, Lewis. You have to take this seriously and do everything you can to become an admiral as soon as possible." Lewis paused in surprise, then asked, "Why is that?" "To be frank, your Navy has never been particularly skilled at political maneuvering. And you, for all your intelligence, don't have much experience in this area. You come across as far too green. If you kept this laid-back attitude in CP, you'd have been chewed up and spit out long ago," Stussy chided him. After a brief pause, she continued, "If you didn't already have the title of Admiral Candidate, or if there weren't an opening for an Admiral, it wouldn't matter. But the thing is, you've already got the title, there's a vacancy for an Admiral, and by all rights, after proving yourself at G6 for a while, shouldn't you be called back to headquarters to take up the position?" "That's true," Lewis nodded. "But with the way things stand, even if you finish your entire series of plans over at G6, when you return to headquarters, you still won't be made Admiral, will you?" Stussy pressed further. "That's right. So what's the point?" Lewis was still a bit confused. "What's the point? Don't you realize what this means? This means that the authority over appointments and dismissals within your Navy has already been influenced by the CP agency from outside. Today's test was a success for the CP. And what about next time? Won't they keep suppressing the Navy in their power struggle, especially since several top officials in the government are already backing the CP agency? In politics, if you don't advance, you fall behind. If this goes on, your Navy's jurisdiction will likely be eroded even further by the CP. That's why, Lewis, you need to become an admiral as soon as possible and put an end to these tactics. Otherwise, at this point, Stussie's tone had grown profoundly serious. Otherwise, this sort of thing will become the norm. It'll turn into an unspoken rule, and the CP agency will come up with new ways to suppress or control the Navy. Lewis finally understood what Stussie was trying to convey. With the Navy slow to react and failing to take a stand, the government and the CP agency would take it as a silent acceptance. Once there's tacit approval, that line will be well and truly crossed. From then on, the moment the Navy tries to do anything, the CP agency will jump out and block their way. That's exactly why certain concessions should never be made lightly. Your indifference, your permissiveness, they only embolden others, and eventually, you'll be the one left with trouble on your hands. Exactly, Stussie affirmed. In truth, as a high-ranking member of CP0, these were things Stussie was never meant to say. But when her own interests came up against those of the CP agency, she chose herself. After forging a clear alliance with Lewis for the next 10 years, maybe even 20, both sides would stand to benefit, supporting each other. This was the only way for them to go further, to become even more influential. If Lewis stayed stuck as an admiral candidate, neither here nor there, Stussie had no idea how much she would lose in terms of opportunities and profit. That was something she didn't want to see. So, after catching some rumors, she picked up on the CP agency's little schemes right away. She didn't hesitate for a second before selling them out. And now, in this very moment, Lewis finally saw through all the twists and turns of the situation. To be honest, he'd been careless. Over the past few years, Lewis had enjoyed smooth sailing at headquarters, backed by Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong, and becoming an admiral candidate without much trouble. Inside, he was completely at ease. And, like many transmigrators, he slipped into the habit of thinking along the lines of the original story. Anyway, it'll be years before I get promoted to admiral. There's really no need to rush it. But what he never expected was that becoming a candidate for admiral only gave the CP agency an opportunity to manipulate the Navy from the shadows. The Navy didn't see it coming, and neither did he. Once results started coming in from G6, and after being transferred back to headquarters, he would have to fight tooth and nail for his place. For that, even if it meant going head-to-head with the five elders, he had to make them back down, even if just a little. However, as for the specifics of how to achieve this, Lewis hadn't yet come up with a clear plan. In such a brief moment, it was impossible for him to instantly devise an effective strategy. But there were two essential directions he had to hold on to. First, create headaches for the CP agency, and, ideally, make them lose the favor and protection of the five elders. Second, rally support from within the Navy itself. He couldn't rely on himself alone. With just one admiral candidate, he could never change the will of the world government or the five elders. If that's the case, could Dorag's side be of use? His mind racing, Lewis spoke up. By the way, Stussie, have you ever heard of a group called the GM Army? Stussie paused to search her memories before answering briskly. I have. They're an armed, anti-government organization that's been making waves lately. Not long ago, they even sparked a coup in an East Blue nation, but it ended in failure and plunged the country into civil war, leaving rivers of blood behind. Right now, Mariewa has already branded them as criminals and tasked us in CP with wiping them out as soon as possible. The coup failed. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, but made sense. When has GM ever succeeded at the first go? A GM movement that doesn't go through failure and bloodshed is nothing but empty talk. After all, it was Dorag's first attempt at something like this. Failure due to inexperience was totally normal. Still, Lewis noticed the indifference in Stussie's tone. It seemed that neither Mariewa nor the CP agency truly cared about this criminal organization. The GM Army had yet to grow into the true threat to the government it would one day become. Stussie recounted flatly. Every year, a few such chaotic organizations pop up, stir up trouble, and are then crushed by us in CP. She had seen this sort of thing too many times before. However, Lewis quietly added, the mastermind behind the GM Army is Monkey D. Dragon. The moment those words left his mouth, Stussie's voice cried out in surprise on the other end of the din-din mushy. What? Dragon? Lewis had already built up a certain level of trust with Stussie. The two of them had worked well together on Roger's matter, and on the issue of his bloodline that would arise in the future. Coupled with Stussie's candid words that almost laid her heart bare, It was clear that she already considered Lewis as one of her own. So Lewis stopped playing any kind of charade with her. As for the matter of Dragon's true identity, it was only a matter of time before it was revealed. Rather than waiting for that, it would be better to let Stussy know in advance. That's right, Lewis said with a smile. In Stussy's mind, the so-called GM army had never even piqued her interest. But now, everything had changed. First and foremost, Dragon was the son of the Navy's legendary hero. His reputation alone cast a radiant aura of justice wherever he went. For years, he had kept a low profile, disappearing from the public eye. Yet, should he reappear, his influence and identity would deal a staggering blow to the world government's prestige. And that was just the beginning. Second, what truly troubled Stussy was the question, could a man like Dragon ever be mediocre? As a seasoned veteran of the CP agency herself, she was all too aware that, back in his days with the Navy, Dragon had been groomed for the position of Fleet Admiral. With a background like his, he was undoubtedly a force among men. So, despite the GM Army's recent defeat, the moment Stussy learned Dragon was their leader, she realized at once. The GM Army might very well become the greatest thorn in Mary Geo's side. And more often than not, such matters were left for the CP agencies to handle. In other words, the CPs were about to face a particularly formidable adversary. We have to find a way to nip them in the bud. Otherwise, if Dragon ever rises to power, Stussy quickly began. She assumed Lewis was simply returning the favor. She had just shared insider details about the CP's plots against the Navy, and now he was passing along a crucial piece of intelligence in return. But before she could finish, Lewis interrupted her. There's no need for that. Don't you see? Dragon could actually become our ally. Our ally, Stussy repeated in astonishment. Exactly. In fact, you and I both could establish a certain level of cooperation with Dragon, Lewis said softly. Stussy fell silent for a moment before she spoke. Keep enemies close to maintain our own standing, and eliminate some rivals in the process, Lewis added with a half-smile. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy had been locked in its own form of growing strong by raising threats. With pirates multiplying by the day, the Navy's influence necessarily expanded as well. This, too, was one reason the world government had recently begun to rein in the Navy. Mary Geos longed to extinguish the Great Pirate Era, while at the same time curbing the Navy's growing power. But as for a perfect solution, even the Five Elders had yet to find one. In Dragon's case, he offered little benefit to the Navy at present, but Lewis saw a chance to make use of him. For instance, right now. Yet from Stussy's perspective, allowing the GM Army to serve as a formidable opponent to justify one's worth was far from safe. One misstep, and the CP agencies themselves could become a prey. But for her personally, she could fully take advantage of the GM Army to kill with a borrowed knife. Put simply, this was a way to eliminate her adversaries while also giving her the opportunity to cultivate her own trusted followers, paving the way for her rise to power as soon as the opportunity arose. To elaborate, she could send those who didn't see eye to eye with Stussy on missions to handle the GM Army and the like. Then, through Lewis, she would leak the intel to Dragon. With advance warning, Dragon's side could prepare accordingly, effectively neutralizing the threat while also helping Stussy erase her rivals in a very physical sense. In this way, Lewis would be able to hold back the CP agency, undermining their impression in the eyes of the Five Elders. At the same time, Stussy would be able to root out her opposition, and Dragon would strike an effective blow against the world government. You could say it's like shooting 3 birds with a single arrow. It was a win-win-win for all 3 parties. Everyone benefited, and everyone was satisfied. One had to admit, Stussy truly deserved her reputation for shrewdness. With just a moment's thought, she understood what Lewis was suggesting. After pondering briefly, Stussy confirmed with Lewis, "Have you already formed an alliance with Dragon? Or perhaps?" At her question, Lewis gave a small chuckle. "Not exactly an alliance. That old fox has been trying to rope me in for ages. As for the rest, we're just able to get in touch, that's all." Lewis didn't overthink the matter, but suddenly Stussy grew excited. In her own vision, Stussy was certain she'd one day reach the very top of the CP agency. She had every confidence in that. And Lewis, with her subtle encouragement, would in the next few years swiftly ascend to the rank of admiral, maybe even go on to become the fleet admiral. As for Dragon, with his ability and a little discreet help from Stussy and Lewis, sooner or later, the GM Army would be a force to be reckoned with. Seeing it now, the high commands of the Navy, CP, and GM Army looked set to form a stable triangular alliance. What kind of impact would such an alliance have on the world at large? Stussy was by nature someone deeply driven by the hunger for power. Temptations like this were simply irresistible for her. Should an alliance like this come to fruition, perhaps it could truly change the world. It wasn't impossible. But soon, Stussy recovered her composure. She knew Lewis hadn't thought this far ahead, and it wasn't wise for her to voice such audacious notions just yet. To be fair, such ideas bordered a little on the outrageous. I need to sound out Lewis a bit more about where he stands, and maybe subtly share my own perspective. Once I see he's interested, it won't be too late to put it all on the table, Stussy schemed quietly to herself. Adopting an air of indifference, she said, "So, you're saying that on certain matters, we might be able to cooperate with Dragon? Something like that. What do you think?" Lewis nodded. His voice relayed through the den mushy. "I think it's possible. But aren't you afraid?" Stussy suddenly asked. "What should I be afraid of?" Lewis replied, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. "Dorag is not someone to be taken lightly. In fact, he's exceptionally capable. Aren't you concerned about raising a tiger that will eventually bite you?" Stussy probed, testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Lewis gave a small laugh and said, "No matter how dangerous the tiger may grow, it won't turn on us, the Navy." "Stussy, maybe you've overlooked the most fundamental difference between the Navy and your CP agencies. Do you know where that difference lies? Why is it that, from time to time, we Navy people can go against the wishes of Mariewa, test them a little, even defy them, yet still stand firm upon these seas?" "Why is that?" Stussy asked, though a vague answer had already dawned in her mind. "Because no matter who is in power, the existence of the Navy is essential. On these vast oceans, the world could do without your CP, could do without Dorag's Revolutionary Army, but the one thing it cannot lose is the Navy. Do you understand?" A sly grin tugged at the corners of Lewis's mouth. Even if Dorag truly rose up, toppled the world government, wiped out the celestial dragons, and took their place, so what? What's he going to do? Wipe the Navy off the face of the earth? No one in this world can accomplish that. Pirates may always dream of overthrowing the Navy, but that's simply the inevitable clash of opposing factions. There's not much more to say about it. But as someone who stands for order, Dorag would never commit to such a pointless, thankless task. Even if Dorag were to establish a new government, with the Navy gone, who would keep the seas in balance for him? Who would safeguard the common folk, uphold the interests of all nations? Who would protect them? Relying on that ragtag, revolutionary army of his? Wishful thinking, a pipe dream at best. What can Dorag possibly use to compare with the Navy's legacy? 8 centuries as the Lord of the Seas. Unless, of course, Dorag can build a force as massive and effective as the Navy, one capable of maintaining global stability. But is that something you can just create with a few clever words? Even at its peak, his revolutionary army couldn't hope to achieve anything like that. In the beginning, Lewis joined the Navy almost by accident. At that time, he couldn't have known whether the first ship to reach him would belong to the Navy or to pirates. But when it turned out to be the Navy, he felt genuine relief deep inside. After all, having lived his prior life in a safe and harmonious country, to be suddenly forced to join a band of pirates, pillaging, burning, and killing, was simply unthinkable. Joining the Navy, on the other hand, was the ideal outcome. This was the faction of order. And the longer he served in the Navy, the higher he climbed in rank. Lewis came to a conclusion. Even if the world government falls, the Navy will never fall. No matter who forms the next regime, the Navy will always be a necessary force. However, as long as the Navy resolves its own budgetary issues and secures a stable source of income, it will finally break free from its shackles. No one will be able to restrain it any longer. That makes sense. No matter how far Dragon ends up expanding his power, your Navy has nothing to fear, with victory practically guaranteed, Stussy murmured. More or less, Lewis replied at first, then continued. I'm telling you this intel on Dragon to give you a heads up. This GM army isn't like the small fry your CP units usually tangle with. Just Dragon alone will be enough to keep you on your toes. So, it'd be wise not to get yourself mixed up in all this. Better yet, why not nudge your competitors into taking action, and then strike from the shadows? Isn't that a beautiful prospect? Beautiful indeed. And with just a little effort, you could even diminish our CP agency's image in the eyes of the world government, while giving us a powerful enemy to deal with. With that distraction, the CP won't have the energy left to trip you up, am I right? Stussy asked with a bright smile. Although she phrased it as a question, her confident tone made it clear she understood Lewis's intentions perfectly. Ha, sharp as always. Lewis erupted in hearty laughter. What's more, looking further ahead, he could also earn some favors from Dragon, a little opportunistic blackmail here and there. If the day ever came when he needed Dragon's help, surely Dragon would have to repay him. As for Lewis's methods, Stussy had no objections. After all, the CP agency wasn't truly hers. Her priority was always her own interests. If she did one day rise to the top, standing alongside Lewis, their respective reputations would be theirs to mold as they liked. Perhaps, by then, she might not even need to worry about impressions anymore. In any case, The thing Stussy needed most at the moment was to seize firm control over Joy Street, that newly established CP0 front organization. Once she secured that power, in the CP0 hierarchy on the inside and commanding her own faction on the outside, she would have both full authority and flexibility. No matter how the landscape shifted, she would be ready. Once he'd shared the news about Dragon, Lewis grinned and said, "I was planning to start with some small talk before getting to the main issue, but I never expected our casual chat to turn out to be even more important than the business I had in mind." Stussy immediately asked with a chuckle, "Lord Lewis, is it about the situation at G6? Is there anything I can assist you with?" "It's not exactly about G6, Lewis answered. "Actually, there's something you should know. Over here in the Navy, G6 affairs are strictly classified at the highest level." Hearing this, Stussy pondered. A Navy base, classified as top secret? What exactly was going on there? But as clever as Stussy was, although she felt a bit curious, she would never jump to conclusions or ask directly. Since Lewis hadn't volunteered any information, that meant whatever was going on had nothing to do with her own interests. There was no need to pry further. Just as Lewis never tried to poke his nose into the inner workings of their CP agency, both sides had an unspoken understanding on these matters. Shaking off those distracting thoughts, Stussy smiled and asked, "So, Lord Lewis, is there anything you need me to do?" "There's just one thing, really. See if you can dig up any intel on a man named Vladimir. If you do, keep the Navy in the loop." "We're getting ready to deal with that bastard," Lewis replied. "Vladimir? All right, I've got it. Consider it done. As soon as I have news, you'll be the first to know," Stussy responded at once, shifting gears without missing a beat. "Good. Thank you." Lewis nodded in appreciation. After a few more casual words, the two reminded each other to stay safe, and then each ended the call with their respective transponder snails. Meanwhile, Lewis's warship was slowly gliding into the port of G6. Guion and Isho were already waiting at the dock, accompanied by a squad of Navy soldiers. As Lewis stepped ashore and caught sight of Guion and Isho, a momentary flicker of distraction passed across his eyes. Noticing Lewis's expression, the two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what on earth had happened on his journey back. "Isho, tell me, do you think I'm qualified to become an admiral?" Lewis suddenly asked. Isho was momentarily startled, then replied, "If capturing the Pirate King and Golden Lion isn't enough to earn a promotion, then I doubt there's any achievement that could convince everyone." Standing nearby, Guion gave Lewis a curious look, not sure what had gotten into him today. After hearing Isho's comment, Lewis nodded and turned to Guion. And you, but as clever as Stussy was, even though she felt a bit suspicious, she definitely wasn't the type to ask questions without a good reason. Since Lewis hadn't brought it up himself, it was clear this matter had nothing to do with her own interests. So there was no need to pry. Just as Lewis never bothered digging into the internal affairs of their CP organization either. In matters like these, there was always a silent understanding between them. Pushing aside such stray thoughts, Stussy gave a slight smile and asked, "So, Lord Lewis, what would you like me to do?" "There's really only one thing," Lewis replied. "See if you can dig up any information on someone named Vladimir. If anything comes up, pass it on to the Navy. We're preparing to take care of that scoundrel." "Vladimir? Understood. Consider it done. Once I hear anything, you'll be the first to know," Stussy responded at once. "All right, I appreciate it," Lewis nodded. After a few moments of idle chat and a final word of caution for both sides, they each ended the call with their din-din mushy. At the same time, Lewis's warship was slowly making its way into the port of G6. Guion and Isho were already at the dock, leading a squad of Navy soldiers, waiting for his arrival. As soon as Lewis stepped ashore and caught sight of Guion and Isho, a flicker of distraction passed through his eyes. Seeing the look on Lewis's face, the two exchanged uncertain glances. Clearly, they wondered what could have happened to him on his journey back. "Isho, do you think I'm qualified to become an admiral?" Lewis suddenly asked. Isho was momentarily caught off guard by the question, but replied, "If capturing both the Pirate King and the Golden Lion isn't enough to earn you a promotion to admiral, what more could people want?" Guion, standing by, glanced at Lewis and wondered what had gotten into him today. After listening to Isho, Lewis nodded, then turned to Guion and asked, "What do you think, Guion?" Even as she grumbled about her boyfriend inwardly, she was fully supportive of Lewis aiming for the admiral's post. She answered, "Now's probably not quite the right time. At the very least, let's get some results here at G6 before making any moves." But as Isho said, regardless, if you don't step up, the Navy may struggle to convince the world. That was fine. After all, achieving something at G6 would still take some time. In the meantime, it was the perfect opportunity for him to hone himself, to take that final step toward joining the league of top-tier powerhouses. Once G6's mission was a success, and his strength was up to par, he no longer intended to wait in the shadows for the title of admiral. He had to fight for it. If it meant going up against Mariewa or even the Five Elders, so be it. He wouldn't back down. However, Lewis didn't linger on the topic. The three of them walked toward the base, chatting as they went. So, how have things been around the base while I was away? How's everything progressing? Lewis asked. Guillaume responded directly. Everything is going as planned. During this period, we executed around 300 prisoners, but they were all replenished from Impel Down. The current number of prisoners remains unchanged, and we haven't taken in any extras. As for the fortress transformation of the base, we're already in the final stages. Next, we can start considering the construction of the military town. However, with a wry smile, Isho continued, sounding somewhat troubled. However, relying solely on the number of prisoners we currently have, starting the military town from scratch is going to be a real challenge. Lewis nodded, then asked, "How is the recruitment coming along?" Guillaume quickly replied, "All recruitment matters have been completed. Right now, the total Navy personnel under the G6 command, including its divisions, stands at 50,000. Upon hearing this, Lewis halted his steps. He paused to consider for a moment, then turned to the two of them and said, "Good, our roster is strong enough. I've already applied for warships, cannons, and other equipment from headquarters. Once those arrive, Guillaume, you'll oversee the pace of the military town's construction, and Isho, you'll be responsible for training the new recruits. As for Impel Down, I'll speak with Director McKayam and arrange to mobilize 12,000 prisoners for now, giving us a labor force of 15,000 to push forward with the military town. When our new recruits have proven their combat strength after a few real battles, we'll continue to requisition prisoners as needed from Impel Down. The priority is to ensure that, once the military town is complete, we have 30,000 able hands ready to develop the Comm Belt." "Yes, sir." Guillaume and Isho immediately snapped to attention and saluted. After that, the three of them continued walking through the base, surveying the empty expanse of land. Lewis turned to Isho and asked, "According to our initial plans, how long do you think it'll take to complete the new military town?" Lewis had no experience in overseeing such projects, but both Isho and Guillaume had at least worked on the base's expansion and its transformation into a fortress, which made them the resident experts. Since Guillaume would soon be in charge of training the recruits, he focused his question on Isho. After thinking it over, Isho replied, "The military town isn't quite as complicated as one might imagine. We don't need to fully prepare everything for the residents who'll be relocated here in the future. As long as we put up the main structural frameworks, spacious and sturdy, that will suffice. The rest can be handled by the residents themselves when they arrive. So, the workload isn't as overwhelming as it sounds. According to the plan, as long as we have enough labor and work day and night without pause, we can get the military town built within a year." "Excellent. Then let's make it round-the-clock construction," Lewis said, without a hint of hesitation. To him, those prisoners from Impel Down weren't people at all. As far as he was concerned, they could work them half to death, as long as the work got done. What mattered to him now was results. He was determined to seize any chance to earn his place as admiral. Although Yi Xiao is a man of righteousness, he's no saint. He wouldn't waste his sense of justice on these scum. Besides, Lewis has always treated him well and never shortchanged him. To be fair, at this point, everyone sees Yi Xiao as one of Lewis's closest confidants, and that's the truth of it. Setting aside questions of right or wrong, Yi Xiao has a clear understanding of his own position. If Lewis makes it to the rank of admiral, Yi Xiao's status will rise along with him. With his strength, it's entirely possible he could one day even be considered for admiral candidate himself. In fact, suppressing some secret ambitions, Yi Xiao responded at once, "Understood." Once Lewis finished assigning matters to Yi Xiao, he turned his attention to Guillaume and spoke, "We've got a huge stash of belly on hand. You're aware of this, right?" "Of course. Looking to spend some." Guillaume answered with a little smile. "No, that's not it. I just wanted you to know, G6 isn't hurting for money right now. And from here on out, I'll keep finding ways to bring in more. The wave of the Great Pirate Era has already swept into these waters. Not long ago, Kazan failed to capture Crocodile, and judging by his movements then, he passed quite close to our territory. Maybe he's got a bit of a lead on these newcomers, but not by much. And besides," at this point, Lewis gestured out toward the sea. "Besides, it won't be long before the sea is packed with pirates drawn by the chaos. One of the Navy's chief responsibilities is to protect the peace of these waters. When the time comes, fight hard. The new recruits have to become veterans in the shortest possible time, and from among them, we'll pick out the most promising prospects for special training." Guillaume understood perfectly what Lewis meant. The tides of the Great Pirate Era would soon break over G6 as well. Most of the troops stationed here were new recruits. Normally, a slow and steady approach would make sense. But Lewis, flush with funds, was making it clear he intended to forge a mighty six forced the hard way, through fire and blood. Having a bit of money means being able to recruit more soldiers to replace losses in battle. Although Guillaume wasn't as ruthless as Louis, she recognized the reality. This was the spirit of the age, and no one could hide from it. So she nodded her agreement, then added with a laugh. Speaking of promising prospects, I've actually found one recently. A really good one. Oh, that's so? What's his name? Louis asked, his tone warm and cheerful. So quickly, there's already a standout among the recruits. If Guillaume thinks someone is a good seedling, then he's certainly no ordinary case. Louis couldn't help but feel a spark of anticipation. His name is Virgo, from the North Blue. Guillaume's lips curled in a grin as she spoke. Virgo? If it's the same Virgo, I remember. Now, that would be interesting, Louis mused inwardly. It's not uncommon for people with the same name to appear at sea, so before meeting the person face to face, Louis didn't dare jump to any conclusions. But then again, even if it were true, so what? Could this person possibly pull any tricks right under Louis's nose? Louis soon put the matter out of his mind, and the three of them continued to survey the inside of the base. And so, the days passed by one after another. Somewhere along the edge of the Calm Belt, by a remote island, two colossal warships were docked there, while on the island itself, a group of geological survey experts were gathered in front of a low hill, deeply engrossed in their discussion. In front of Louis, there was a cave unearthed during the exploration, with several small piles of soil heaped nearby. He reached into one of the mounds and picked up a dark, heavy chunk of ore. Squeezing in his palm, he turned to a scholarly-looking man at his side and asked, "Is this iron ore?" The man replied with a note of excitement. "Yes, Vice Admiral. Based on our surveys and data analysis, the iron content on this island is incredibly high. Mining will be easy, too. A lot of it is exposed on the surface." Louis nodded, then tossed the lump of iron ore back onto the pile, murmuring quietly, "More iron." It was now the year 1502 in the age of the Sea Circle. During nearly 2 years of exploration in the Calm Belt, they'd already found 3 islands rich in iron ore, and this was the 4th. To be honest, Louis had been excited at first, but by now, the thrill had worn off, leaving only a dull sense of disappointment. Why is it always iron? If only it was gold, Louis muttered without thinking. The experts nearby exchanged awkward glances at his words. Truth be told, if gold were that easy to find, it would have lost its value long ago. Gold is precious precisely because gold mines are so rare. Seeing their expressions, Louis decided not to press the matter. He patted them encouragingly on the shoulders, saying, "Keep working hard." He understood that this wasn't their fault. Luck simply hadn't been on their side this time. Back at headquarters, people were already delighted that Louis had located iron-rich islands. After all, forging cannons, rifles, swords, everything required vast amounts of iron. In fact, Louis had only recently learned some classified information. It turned out that the Navy's own production of armaments had always been limited. He already knew that ships were outsourced to Water 7. But what he didn't realize was that even cannons, firearms, and ammunition, the Navy only produced a small portion themselves. The bulk of their supplies came from allocations handed down by the world government. Yet, the world government was plagued by corruption. Despite having advanced manufacturing technology, despite their supposed competence, they refused to manufacture the arms themselves. They had to go out and buy from outsiders. Why? Because when they crunched the numbers, surprise, surprise, it turned out to be much cheaper than making it themselves. Not only that, there were all sorts of shady perks to be milked from these deals. Suddenly, it dawned on Louis that in the original story, Doflamingo and Kaido were the titans of the underground arms market, and Mariewa really did have dealings with them. He always thought those transactions were only a small part of the picture, but who would have guessed? They actually made up the lion's share. No wonder the world government panicked when Doflamingo fell. Was it because of his former celestial dragon status? Please, without real, solid interests at stake, why would Mariewa go to such lengths for Doflamingo? Perhaps the 5 elders had tried to address the deep-rooted problems behind all this, but it was easier said than done. After years and years of bad habits, how could they possibly hope to untangle everything? Any sudden move would set off a chain reaction, disturbing the entire system. So all they could do was chip away at it slowly, hoping steady simmering would do the trick. But as fate would have it, while the stew still wasn't ready, the cook collapsed before he could finish. In the end, as helmsman of the world government, the 5 elders obviously wanted their rule to continue. Yet the problems looked insurmountable, and now, with a wave of chaos from the great pirate era crashing down, things got even trickier. The world government was like a massive ship in a storm, battered by wind and rain. One wrong move, and it would come apart and sink. Louis, however, didn't concern himself with all that. His focus was on the Navy. Currently, His goal was to drive the Navy toward developing a mature, independent system for manufacturing their own weapons and supplies. Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong both strongly supported this idea. Yet, as always, the biggest issue was money. The discovery of an iron mine helped to ease the most dire aspects of this problem. As initial efforts to develop the Calm Belt began to show promise, higher-ups paid more and more attention to the issue. Word had it that headquarters had already given Professor Vegapunk and Sakazuki secret orders to reorganize the logistics and armament production system. With any luck, results would soon follow. Strolling across the island, Lewis found a random boulder to sit on. Before he could say a word, a nearby Navy major handed him a bottle of water. Lewis smiled, nodded, and said, "Thanks, Virgo." That's right. The Navy major standing before him was none other than Virgo, one of the highest-ranking officers in the Don Quixote family. Lewis never would have imagined that Doflamingo was bold enough to plant a spy right under his nose. Yet he chose not to expose Virgo. On the contrary, he welcomed Virgo into his own G6 base. After all, Virgo was a valuable pawn. In fact, Lewis was already thinking he could use this man to manipulate Doflamingo, maybe even set up a covert channel between them. Although Virgo had followed Doflamingo for many years and was among his best lieutenants, in truth, Doflamingo had always cultivated him as a hidden agent, a piece to be played in the shadows. The entire purpose was to have someone ready, so that one day he could infiltrate other organizations and serve as a mole or undercover operative. Because of this, even though Virgo was one of Doflamingo's most trusted men, he had no real reputation in the North Blue. Logically speaking, Lewis shouldn't have known who he was. This was exactly why Doflamingo dared to send Virgo. His anonymity made him the perfect candidate. By a twist of fate, ever since Doflamingo became a pirate, he had decided to place Virgo within the Navy, but that plan had always remained just an idea. Then, on Jaya, when Lewis gave him a brutal beating, Doflamingo was left seething with rage. Yet, no matter how angry he was, there was little he could do to get back at Lewis. Initially, Doflamingo planned to swallow his pride and let things be. The matter would have passed. But not long after, he heard about the recruitment happening at the G6 base. This time, Doflamingo saw an opportunity. After some thought, he told Virgo to enlist and join Lewis's command. With Virgo's abilities, all he needed was a little show of talent. It was likely that he'd quickly become one of Lewis's trusted aides. At that point, Doflamingo and Virgo could work together from inside and out, looking for a good chance to teach Lewis a lesson and vent that pent-up anger. Of course, knowing Doflamingo, he never acted for such simple reasons as mere revenge. Sending a loyal subordinate like Virgo was about more than just settling old scores. Doflamingo was well aware that, given the current situation, Lewis was bound to rise swiftly through the Navy's ranks. Right now, there was only one real candidate for admiral and a vacant seat that could be filled any day. Lewis could very well take that position before long. And when that happened, whoever was by his side would surely enjoy great benefits. So if Virgo followed Lewis now, then once Lewis was promoted, Virgo would become not only an elite of the Navy, but also a core member of Lewis's own faction. With Virgo in such a high-ranking, trusted position, it would become much easier to obtain far more valuable and secretive intelligence. That was a far simpler route than having Virgo fight his way up through the ranks of the Navy on his own. So, whether for personal vendetta or strategic advantage, Doflamingo sent Virgo over. "There's no need to stand on ceremony, Vice Admiral," Virgo said politely. It had to be admitted, before his true face was known, this man was the very portrait of an exemplary Marine. Had Lewis not already been aware of his true colors, he just might have been taken in as well. In truth, keeping Virgo around still made Lewis hesitate. G6 was home to too many secrets. With Virgo embedded as a mole, the risk of leaking information was always there. Fortunately, though, the only ones who truly knew about the Calm Belt development plan were Guion and Isho. Although Virgo sensed that something was amiss, all the information he had received pointed to Lewis stirring up trouble purely out of self-interest, hoping to achieve something noteworthy. Whether or not he would eventually leak sensitive information depended on how Lewis chose to handle things. For now, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. Besides, even if such intelligence were to be exposed, considering Doflamingo's deep-seated grudge against Mary Geos and those despicable celestial dragons, the fact that the Navy had taken such action might even prompt him to help Lewis and the Navy cover up what had happened. The reason was obvious. He wanted nothing more than to drag those arrogant swine down into the mud. Still, knowing his temperament, there was every chance Doflamingo would take this opportunity to blackmail Lewis with that very same intelligence. In fact, that would be even better. Virgo had been wondering when he'd get a chance to put him in his place. After taking a sip of water, Lewis stroked his chin with a reflective expression and let out a wistful sigh. Seeing Lewis in such a state, Virgo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was he suddenly looking so melancholic? But as a dutiful subordinate and an even better undercover agent, Virgo immediately inquired, "Vice Admiral, is something the matter?" "It's nothing," Lewis waved dismissively. "I was just marveling at how quickly time passes, that's all." Of course, what occupied his thoughts was the prospect of being promoted to admiral, but with the world government's iron grip keeping him from moving up, there was little he could do. Even if he wanted to confront them head-on, he still needed to wait for the right opportunity. "Let's set that aside for now and head back to base," Lewis said as he stood up and brushed the dust from his clothes. "Yes, Vice Admiral," Virgo replied crisply with a salute. He really did make an excellent undercover agent. No one would ever suspect he was one of the so-called villainous pirates. With a barely perceptible shake of his head, Lewis turned and made his way toward where their warship was docked, Virgo following close behind. The group boarded the vessel and set sail, returning to G6. At that very moment, over at Naval Headquarters, Marineford, the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku rang with heated bursts of argument every so often. "Admiral, are we just supposed to let this slide?" Sakazuki lashed out, slamming his hand on the desk through gritted teeth, bandages still wrapped around various parts of his body. It was clear his injuries were no minor matter. Were it not for the fact that he was in his superior's office, and out of consideration for Sengoku, his magma powers might very well have reduced that desk to molten slag. It was hardly surprising that Sakazuki was so infuriated. His seemingly certain promotion to admiral candidate had just been shot down from above. Who wouldn't be upset in his position, especially someone with a temper as explosive as the Red Dog's? When Lewis had been named an admiral candidate, Sakazuki, who had kept his eyes fixed on the position for so long, couldn't help but feel ruffled. Lewis, who was even younger, had already made it to this stage. How could Sakazuki, his senior, do anything less than try to catch up? On the public front, he was the leader of the Hawk faction. Now that Lewis from the neighboring neutral faction had made it this far, he had no choice but to play the part of a true leader. Privately, pure competitiveness spurred him on. Akainu believed he was in no way inferior to Lewis. Being considered for admiral was a mere trifle for him. It was well within reach. Akainu's strategy was straightforward. To become a candidate for admiral, all he needed was merit. If he couldn't take down powerful enemies like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, then he'd simply capture several lesser ones. If he accumulated enough, surely that would suffice. So he set out on his warship, sweeping through the new world again and again, racking up remarkable achievements. Several pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were either killed on the spot or captured by Akainu and thrown straight into Impel Down. Among those he defeated was the notorious Steel Demon, Oberline, a former senior officer of the Flying Pirates fleet, with a bounty of 1.6 billion belly, an impressive adversary, whose formidable strength left Akainu with quite a few injuries. The wounds Akainu bore were a testament to the Steel Demon's might. It was plain to see he had faced a true challenge. Afterward, Akainu even clashed with members of the Whitebeard Pirates, wiping out an entire squadron before Whitebeard himself could arrive. In terms of strength and accomplishments, Akainu had certainly met every standard, leaving no room for doubt. Given Akainu's experience, even if he wasn't promoted to admiral immediately, there should be no objection to making him an admiral candidate. But what had seemed like a sure thing was now inexplicably delayed. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. "Sakazuki, about this matter, you should first." Admiral Sengoku pressed a hand to his forehead, sounding weary. He didn't get to finish before the knock came again, cutting him off. Sengoku glanced at the doorway and called out, "Come in." Hearing this, Akainu looked up, and when he saw it was Kazan, his expression stiffened. He was a bit curious why Kazan had come at this particular time, but he had to admit things were much less tense between them than they used to be. Kazan, for his part, ignored Akainu and turned to Sengoku. "Admiral, what's the matter?" Sengoku leaned back in his chair, rubbing the corners of his eyes, and replied helplessly, "The proposal to grant Sakazuki the title of admiral candidate was shot down by the higher-ups." Kazan paused, then his face grew serious. "Why? How did that happen? Was it because of the fleet, Admiral?" He was well aware of all Akainu's accomplishments of late, and in his heart, he truly believed Akainu deserved to be named admiral candidate. Akainu, meanwhile, shot Kazan a slightly surprised look. He hadn't expected Kazan to be so supportive. But on second thought, Akainu chided himself. After all, he and Kazan had served together in the Navy for years. Despite their disagreements, they had never let their differences come between them in any disastrous way. That fellow might be indecisive, always hesitating at crucial moments, and honestly, I don't particularly like that about him. But at the end of the day, he is the backbone of our Navy, and I, Sakazuki, shouldn't have let myself judge him so harshly. Although Sakazuki was reflecting on his own mistakes inwardly, he betrayed no hint of it on his face. Indeed, that's just the kind of proud, awkward person he was. If only he'd been willing to change a little. Even if he and Kuzan had different views and styles, things wouldn't have escalated to a showdown to the death 2 decades later. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku shook his head and said, "No, of course the Fleet Admiral supports this decision." But the Supreme Commander of all CP forces refused to approve. When we brought the issue to the 5 elders, they just danced around it, making the whole matter deeply unpleasant. As soon as Kazan heard that the Supreme Commander, the one perpetually at odds with the Navy, had gotten involved, his expression soured even further. No matter how fierce the disputes between him and Sakazuki got, those were matters within the Navy. But once outside forces interfered, the Navy would always stand united against them. When did it become their place to meddle in our Navy's affairs? Hasn't it always gone smoothly before? Now, they even want to stick their noses into who we nominate as Admiral candidates. Kazan said gravely. And that's not all. Sengoku's brow tightened. The Fleet Admiral also brought up the proposal to promote Garp to Admiral. The higher-ups had always supported it. This time, though, they shot it down as well. Letting out a sigh, Sengoku's expression turned steely as he said, "Looks like someone is determined to make life hard for the Navy, and, conveniently, it aligns perfectly with Mariewa wishes." Just then, Sakazuki spoke up too. "So we're just letting this go? Admiral, this isn't some trivial matter. They're trying to block any chance for promotions within our Navy. If we swallow our anger today, how are we supposed to command respect in the future? And in battle, how can we expect our sailors to risk their lives for us?" Sengoku glanced at Sakazuki, then replied, "The military budget for this year hasn't come through yet. Now isn't the time to flex our muscles. I'll find a way to resolve this as soon as possible. For now, you'll have to exercise patience." For a moment, Sakazuki's eyes blazed with fury, but in the end, he still held deep respect for Sengoku. Over the years, though their factions diverged, Sengoku had never treated Sakazuki unfairly. Although he was furious, he knew this problem wouldn't be easily solved. There was nothing he could do about it right now, except swallow his anger and bide his time. So, he drew a deep breath, smoke still curling from his lips, and nodded. "Understood, Admiral." With that, Sakazuki didn't linger. In a rare gesture, he nodded to Kazan before turning and leaving the office. Kazan was a bit surprised as well, but quickly caught on. He smiled, didn't dwell on it, and turned to the Admiral Sengoku, saying, "How can the higher-ups act like this? Aren't they worried we might have a falling out? These are changing times, filled with uncertainty." "They're nervous too," Sengoku replied, lifting his teacup for a sip, his tone tinged with a sigh. "On the one hand, they want us, the Navy, to swiftly restore order in this turbulent era. On the other, they fear we might grow too strong, raise our own power base, become uncontrollable, or even turn against them one day. So, they're trying to maintain some sort of balance, or perhaps hoping to find a win-win solution. Different positions naturally lead to different choices." Though Sengoku was furious at Mary Geo's tactics, he could also somewhat understand their thinking. After all, it wasn't the first or second time that the Navy and the world government found themselves at odds. Within the Navy ranks, quite a few officers couldn't stand the world government's ways, nor the attitudes of the Celestial Dragons. The most famous of these dissenters was, without a doubt, Garp. Others might at least temper their words a little, but Garp? He would show open disdain, even in the presence of the Celestial Dragons themselves. Sometimes, he'd even curse at them to their faces, and perhaps throw in a few remarks about their ancestors as well. In the past, they valued Garp's immense strength, and hoped to win him over by offering him an admiral's title, thinking they might sway his views. That's why the world government agreed time and again to promote Garp to admiral, only for him to refuse every time. Now, though, the world government is tired of having to cater to such a stubborn character. Their concerns about the Navy are growing too. Especially in recent years, the Navy's power has increased day by day. There's no need to mention Sakazuki's group, and Lewis is visibly on the verge of joining the world's top-tier fighters. By any measure, his standing is remarkable even on the global stage. Then take Fujitora and Gion. Both are incredibly capable and absolutely on par with Lewis. Add to that the Navy's successive victories over the seas, most formidable pirates. Though rewards have been distributed as they should, the shock that comes with each win lingers in everyone's hearts. The Navy today is already quite capable of going toe-to-toe against Mary Geo's will. If the higher-ups weren't worried, it would be strange. In times like these, no one has it easy. The world government is forced to tread carefully. With so many dangers, all it takes is a single misstep and the whole ship could capsize. Maybe so, Kazan slouched lazily on the sofa, his posture relaxed. Sengoku, hearing this, seemed to remember something. He looked at Kazan and asked, "By the way, I still don't know why you came to see me today. Is something the matter?" Kazan slapped his forehead and said, "I nearly forgot. Admiral, we found a lead on that traitor." "Vladimir, is it? Where's that bastard now?" Sengoku's expression turned grim. "He slipped away from us every time, but this time we can't let him escape." During this period, Vladimir had been constantly stirring up trouble, and his actions were aimed chiefly at those member nations of the world government. The complaint calls nearly flooded the world government offices, so much so that every time the marshal went over, he was met with a stream of criticism. Perhaps this troublemaker was at least partly responsible for the difficulties with the admiral candidate appointment. "Looks like it's heading straight for Queen of Spring Island. Admiral, should we?" Kazan started to speak, but before he could finish, the Den Mushi started chattering and rattling with urgency. Admiral Sengoku raised his hand, signaling for silence as he picked up the receiver. Sengoku speaking. "Admiral Sengoku, we have a problem. Crocodile and Vladimir are fighting on Queen of Spring Island." The base commander on the island reported in a panic. "What? It's almost the year 1503. What on earth is Crocodile doing back here in the first half of the Grand Line?" Meanwhile, in the G6 base office, Lewis was holding a cup of fragrant tea, listening to the Den Mushi on his desk as it relayed a message. "By the way, I came to give you a heads up today. I'll be heading off to the New World soon, and if you're still at G6, we probably won't see each other again for a while." Stussie's gentle voice drifted through the receiver. Lewis immediately understood her unspoken message, guessing she might want to clash one last time before her new post began. A fierce, memorable skirmish, perhaps. But time was tight. It seemed impossible now. So Lewis didn't press the matter. Smiling, he replied, "That's a shame, but if I get the chance, I'll visit the New World someday." "I'll look forward to it then," Stussie replied, her tone laced with charm. "By the way, are you going to New World for Pleasure Street?" Lewis asked curiously. "Yes," Stussie confirmed with a nod. "According to our CP agency's new directive, we're going to plant Pleasure Street firmly in the New World. Things are even more chaotic there, which makes it easier for people like us, who live in the shadows, to get things done." "Well, congratulations, Your Majesty. You're finally earning your title in every sense now," Lewis said, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. Stussie's rise through the ranks had truly been meteoric. Lewis himself had climbed quickly, yet his pace was still outmatched by hers. He remembered first meeting her a few years ago at the orphanage. Back then, she was just the commander of CP9, on the same level as the likes of Spandine. Fast forward a few years, and she had already become one of the top officials in CP0, with all the power of Pleasure Street in her grasp. He had to admit, this woman was formidable. The truth was, if Lewis hadn't thrown a wrench into the works along the way, Stussie wouldn't have become the first queen of Pleasure Street. It actually took quite a while before she was able to seize control of Pleasure Street as her own. But now, Stussie has claimed part of the credit within the CP agency for capturing Roger, and her influence is at its peak. Naturally, she's become the first true boss of Happy Street. "I'm also waiting for you, Vice Admiral, to become an admiral, you know. By the way, how are things going on your end?" Stussie asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Matters like these are ones she can't afford to ignore. Just look at what a state the New World is in these days. Don't be fooled by how powerful she seems after entering. The dangers there are still very real. If Lewis could rise to admiral sooner, having an ally like him by her side would be invaluable. Should any serious trouble arise, she'd always have someone to call on for help. Stussie knows full well that she and Lewis are bound by common interests. Their fates rise and fall together. And as their cooperation deepens, those ties only become stronger, almost impossible to break. All the more so because last time, Lewis dangled a tempting promise in front of her regarding Dragon, a vision of bigger things to come. For someone like Stussie, whose thirst for power runs deep, striking out on her own never really crossed her mind. She has no intention of cutting ties with Lewis. Lewis didn't answer Stussie's question directly. Instead, he took a sip of tea, lit a cigarette, leaned back, and said, "By the way, has there been any movement from Mary Geos lately? Any new measures to curb this age of pirates?" Stussie paused to recall, then replied in an uncertain tone, "I think there might be." "What is it?" Lewis raised an eyebrow. "At the moment, it's just rumors and speculation," Stussie admitted. "But our CP agency has indeed received some investigation assignments." "Investigation for what?" Lewis's eyes lit up. "To look into these so-called New Era pirates, their attitudes toward the world government, their ambitions, and the like," Stussie explained. Lewis kept silent, and soon Stussie began analyzing on her own. "I suspect those 5 up in Mary Geos are testing the waters, seeing if they can bind pirates to their interests and perhaps use them for their own ends. Lewis nodded and praised her, as expected from the Queen herself and a top Seaparo officer. Your intelligence analysis is second to none. Apart from the 5 elders, Lewis was probably the only one who truly understood what those old men were scheming. Yes, this was the Shichibukai plan in the making. But there's no sugarcoating it. This idea was a complete disaster from the start. The entire organization was riddled with competing agendas, using the 7 warlords as a convenient front while secretly stirring up chaos across the seas, until, in the end, the Navy forcibly dissolved the whole thing at the World Council. There are likely many reasons why the entire Shichibukai organization ended up becoming such a malignant force. It's inevitable that pirates would be cunning and treacherous. The world government's wishful thinking is also a factor, and the Navy likely threw in their own stumbling blocks, making matters even messier. All in all, the situation is deeply twisted. Yet there's no doubt that, at the very beginning, the world government placed considerable hope in this plan. They wanted to bind the pirates to their interests, to feed them and keep them loyal, using their power to sweep away other pirates and, at the same time, withstand the oncoming tide of the Great Pirate Era. Later, in the age when the 4 emperors rose to power, the initiative was shifted into a strategic move to balance the world's major forces at sea. Overall, the intention was good. However, as the original story shows, it's clear this plan didn't succeed. And from Stussie's words, it seems the world government has similar ideas stirring again. Judging by the surging tides today, it wouldn't be surprising if they soon decided to put this plan into action once more. But as far as Lewis is concerned, none of that really matters. As long as Mary Geos can put forth something as powerful as an ideal or concept, that's already enough. Just imagine, when that day comes, the Navy would be boiling with outrage. As the leader of the neutral faction, Lewis would have the strength of those loyal to him. Guion, Isho, Strawberry, even Old Man Boar. And among the higher-ups, who among the big names isn't on good terms with him? Admiral Zephyr and Staff Officer Tsuru are his natural allies. Especially Zephyr. Ever since pirates killed his family, this once no-kill admiral turned hard and uncompromising toward pirates. If Mary Geos dares to push through some Shichibukai scheme right now, Zephyr would be absolutely furious. And that's just what's obvious. Lewis is certain, even if, at that time, Admiral Sengoku and Commander Kong begrudgingly accepted the plan, deep down, they'd be filled with resentment. Even if they weren't, they'd have to be. After all, this is the Navy's unspoken political stance. For hundreds of years, when has the Navy ever supported the legalization of piracy? Never. Absolutely not. Lewis knows all too well. Even if the entire Navy united to protest this wretched plan, Mary Geos would never bow to them. But even without bowing, there's a need to pacify the Navy in some way. And that's precisely what Lewis wants. He intends to harness the Navy's collective will, fire a resounding shot at Mary Geos, seize the position of admiral, and shatter the world government's intention to keep high-ranking Navy officers in check, once and for all. It'd be perfect if he could secure a spot as admiral candidate for all 3 of Jito, Go, and Ho. Once this happens, I'll ride the momentum and make my move for the admiral's seat. Lewis said with a confident smile. Stussie let out a sigh of relief at his words and said, If that's the case, then I can set my mind at ease. Just then, Guion burst through the door in a rush. Lewis, something serious has happened. Admiral Sengoku. But just as she was about to continue, Guion's eyes caught sight of the face showing on Lewis's den mushy. An unmistakable look of annoyance flashed in her expression. Oh my, it seems our dear Vice Admiral is busy at the moment. I'll call you next time, then, Stussy said with a sultry tone, laying extra emphasis on the words next time. Seeing the brewing storm in Guion's eyes, Lewis quickly acknowledged Stussy, then ended the call without delay. He looked up, forcing a sheepish smile at Guion as he asked, What's wrong? Has something happened to Admiral Sengoku? Vladimir and Crocodile? No one's sure how it started, but they've begun fighting on Queen of Spring Island. Admiral Sengoku has assembled a Buster Call fleet led by Sakazuki, intending to wipe those 2 out in one fell swoop. He's also summoned all the Navy officers in nearby waters for reinforcements, and our G6 base happens to be included, Guion said gravely. Though she was still irritated by Stussy, Guion knew to keep her priorities straight. Now is not the time for petty grudges. Truth be told, the first time these 2 women met, they'd nearly come to blows. If Lewis hadn't intervened, the situation would have gotten out of hand in an instant. And ever since then, well, a grudge was born. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Guion barely kept her composure. With that, Lewis promptly stood up and said, Guion, you and Isho stay here and hold down G6. For this mission, I'll go. He didn't wait for a response. With a flash of Soru, He vanished from the office at lightning speed, heading straight for the docks. Boarding his warship, Lewis set out at top speed toward the designated rendezvous point. When he neared Queen of Spring Island, he arrived just in time to join up with several nearby Navy fleets. It was clear that Admiral Sengoku attached great importance to the matter of Vladimir and Crocodile. Or perhaps more precisely, the real focus was Vladimir himself. As for Crocodile, his reputation was formidable and his strength considerable, but at least he wasn't a madman. He wouldn't destroy cities or exterminate nations on a whim. This time, he was just caught up in the crossfire. The Buster Call fleet, led by Sakazuki, was already en route. However, due to the urgency of the situation, this fleet's composition wasn't as impressive as one might expect. It didn't even compare to the lavish deployment during the O'Hara incident. To begin with, Lewis himself wasn't part of the original fleet lineup. Borsellino was stabilizing the situation in Punk Hazard in the New World, and Kuzan, who was initially slated to participate, was excluded by Sengoku himself after considering a few issues. As a result, among the 5 vice admirals of the Buster Call, only Sakazuki was a truly formidable force. Of the remaining 5 vice admirals, Dalmatian could count as half, and the remaining 3 were rather unremarkable in terms of strength. They did not stand out in any particular way. Precisely because of this, Admiral Sengoku urgently redeployed naval commanders stationed near Spring Queen Island, hoping to prevent the mission from failing at the last minute. To speak of it, Spring Queen Island had experienced nothing but misfortune over the past 2 years. Not long ago, the island was ravaged by a vicious newcomer with a bounty of 400 million berries. The butcher, Oleg. The island was turned into a river of blood. The local Navy base collapsed, and the commanding officer fell in the line of duty. Just when the aftermath of this living hell was finally cleared up and some semblance of order was beginning to return to Spring Queen Island, it was only a few days before Crocodile and Vladimir showed up to stir trouble all over again. One could almost predict that the hard-won stability was about to shatter once more. Because Spring Queen Island had already been destroyed in a very real sense before, leaving everything in shambles and urgent need of rebuilding. There were no seasoned Navy commanders patrolling the surrounding seas. At best, there were a handful of rear admirals stationed nearby, but since Admiral Sengoku's order for their cooperation in the Buster Call wasn't particularly forceful, there wasn't much they could do. Fortunately, the island was not far from G6. It didn't take long before Lewis's battleship arrived on the scene. Around the same time, the commander of the not-so-distant G8 base arrived as well, Vice Admiral Jonathan, a hidden heavyweight within Navy. If not for his presence, given the strength of the local forces, it really was uncertain whether those 2 troublemakers could have been dealt with. It's been a while, Vice Admiral Jonathan. Lewis boarded the G8 ship and greeted him with a nod. Surrounded by a cluster of naval officers, it was clear that, until Lewis, the admiral candidate, and Sakazuki, the leader of the Buster Call, showed up, all the nearby officers were under Jonathan's command. Upon seeing Lewis, the stern expression on Jonathan's face visibly softened. He let out a relaxed breath, smiling as he said, "I'm glad you've made it. With you here, I feel much more at ease." Lewis laughed. "You have that much faith in me," he teased, before getting serious. "What's the situation?" Jonathan wasted no words. His face turned solemn again as he reported. "As things stand, all Navy forces stationed on Spring Queen Island have fallen. The rear admiral in charge is gravely wounded and has already been sent to Marineford for urgent treatment. Since our naval fleet arrived 3 days ago, Vladimir and his partner have not made any further moves. We immediately destroyed their ship and set up a dispersed blockade of the surrounding waters. All told, they are currently trapped on the island." Hearing this, Lewis nodded in approval. "Well done as expected, Vice Admiral Jonathan." There was no denying it. Being able to organize a response like this with the limited forces available was quite impressive. Unfortunately, the 2 of them stopped fighting after just 3 days. It's a shame. They might have truly gone all out if left longer. For now, it seems both Vladimir and Crocodile are still at full strength. As he listened to Lewis's praise, Vice Admiral Jonathan shook his head and said, "Honestly, the best outcome would be to eliminate both of them right here before the Buster Call fleet arrives." You could hardly blame him for thinking this way. The island's location carried enormous strategic significance. Sitting at the very heart of the calm belt between North and South, it was ideally positioned to quickly link bases G6 and G8, and it also connected to Water 7, home of the Navy's shipbuilding operations, which often had to pass through here to reach their destination. If a Buster Call were unleashed, then Queen of Spring Island would be devastated. It'd be 8 or even 10 years before it could recover and be rebuilt. Sakazuki isn't a fool. Even if the golden den mushi starts ringing, I doubt he'd destroy the entire island. At worst, he'd use magma to wipe everything clean, Lewis mused. Jonathan was caught off guard for a second before laughing. That's true. After a little more small talk with Lewis, he smoothly handed over operational command for the area. Glancing over the assembled Navy officers, Lewis couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. When it came down to it, there were only himself, Sakazuki, and Vice Admiral Jonathan who could truly stand their ground. Dalmatian could just about hold the line as well. 3.5 against 2. Not only that, the enemy wasn't even united. The Navy clearly had the upper hand. Yes, the advantage is ours. Not dwelling on it further, Lewis dialed Sakazuki's den mushi. Sakazuki, it's Lewis. There was a moment's pause before Sakazuki responded, his tone grave. You're already near Queen of Spring Island? Right. I've linked up with Vice Admiral Jonathan and the others, Lewis replied. I've got a full grasp of the situation on the island now. Sakazuki, you're planning to launch an assault, aren't you? Of course. Against those two bastards, do you really think artillery alone could take them out? Sakazuki answered without hesitation. How many can you muster? Lewis asked. Sakazuki went quiet for a moment before answering. It's just me and Dalmatian. Dalmatian is Dalmatia's code name in the Navy. That works. Lewis nodded, then gave instructions directly. Here's the plan. I'll land from the southeast. Judging by your fleet's course, you should reach the island from the northwest, so there's no need to regroup. Your Buster Call fleet can blockade the northwest, and we'll seal off the southeast. Once I've landed, you and Dalmatian follow up. The three of us will form the vanguard and do our utmost to take those two bastards down. As for the rest of the fleet, including the demon-slaying order, they were to follow Vice Admiral Jonathan's command and anchor in the outer seas, serving as the reserve force. The golden den mushi was to remain silent for now. With those words, Lewis effectively took command of Sakazuki's fleet right out from under him. But Sakazuki offered not a hint of hesitation. He immediately answered, no problem. It was clear to him that this arrangement made perfect sense. Given the strength of Vladimir and Crocodile, it was inevitable that the sharpest assault unit would be deployed against them. Artillery fire alone would do little against opponents of their caliber. Counting Vice Admiral Jonathan, there were only 3.5 people capable of spearheading an assault with real power. But of course, it wouldn't do to send all of them in at once. Among them, Vice Admiral Jonathan, being the most senior and experienced, would withdraw from the front ranks. Once Lewis and the others took the front line, Jonathan would assume overall command of the naval forces present, coordinating them as a unified reserve force. As for the half, Dalmatian, he would advance with Lewis and the others. After hearing Sakazuki's grave reply, Lewis glanced at the sun slowly sinking toward the horizon over the sea and asked, how much longer until we reach our destination? I plan to sail through the night. At the latest, we'll arrive early tomorrow morning. Sakazuki answered without delay. Tomorrow morning? Very well. At first light, we launch the full assault, Lewis declared firmly. Soon after, there was nothing more to say. The two ended their den mushi call. Lewis then turned to Vice Admiral Jonathan. Vice Admiral, I'll leave this side of things in your hands for now. Tomorrow morning, I'll move out with the assault team to support Sakazuki's main offensive. With night falling, I'm going to rest and collect myself. Ahead, don't worry. They won't be leaving here before morning, that I can promise you. Vice Admiral Jonathan replied with a confident grin. The night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, Lewis stood on the deck, gazing at the distant Spring Queen's Island. The moment the sunlight of daybreak pierced the clouds and touched the island, a sudden and eerie transformation swept across the once quiet shore. Searing, molten magma plummeted from the sky, sweeping over the heart of the island. Lewis's lips curled in a grim smile as he murmured, Meteor volcano. Sakazuki's already begun. As the thought ended, he took out his den mushi and contacted Vice Admiral Jonathan. The main assault is underway. I'll leave the rest to you, Vice Admiral. Understood. Good fortune in battle, Jonathan replied calmly. Over on the island, Sakazuki and Dalmatian had already engaged an opponent, their silhouettes locked in combat. Draped in a crimson robe, his long, ghastly white hair cascading over his shoulders, his figure was slender and tall. He didn't exude an overwhelming sense of brute strength. The veins on his exposed arms stood out starkly, like ivy creeping along his skin, winding all the way to his hands, which were clawed and shrouded in thick, swirling armament hockey that sent a chill into the heart of anyone who looked on. At first glance, his face radiated an air of elegance. Yet that very elegance stood in sharp contrast to the manic curve of his lips, stretching into a crazed grin, and the flashes of madness that flickered in his eyes. He gave the impression of a man who cared for nothing, someone who lived only for destruction. Fong Bite. Dalmatian's figure suddenly materialized behind Vladimir, lunging with bared fangs at his shoulder. Vladimir's expression twisted with disdain as armament Haki surged around his elbow. With a swift, backward jab of his arm, he struck Dalmatian before the attack could land, sending him crashing away. Still so weak and spineless. Navy. Vladimir rolled his neck slightly, as if to emphasize his scorn for the Marines. A short distance away, Sakazuki didn't even grant Dalmatian a glance. He knew full well that, with the body of a Zoan-type user, Dalmatian couldn't possibly have been injured by such a casual blow. But in his mind, Sakazuki assessed Vladimir's armament Haki, clearly powerful, but with a sense of instability, as though it wasn't entirely solid. Sakazuki removed his navy cap, running a hand through his crew cut, his gaze sharp with contempt. Relying on your powers to forge a counterfeit strength? Only a disgraceful traitor like you would think that way. Given the wavering quality of the armament Haki, and thinking of Vladimir's blood fruitability, Sakazuki was convinced this bastard was paying some kind of price in exchange for such power. At the word disgrace, a dark, murderous glint flashed in Vladimir's eyes, as if some memory had surfaced. Yet he forced himself to rein it in, replying in a low voice. Disgrace, you say? Compared to them, I'm nothing. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion in his voice. Them? That band of high and mighty, capricious, wanton pigs. Vladimir's expression broke down into wild rage. His howl thundered with resentment, so intense it seemed to fill the air. Before Sakazuki could respond, Vladimir grew even more frenzied. He raised his arm high, as if seizing some invisible promise, and swore with unwavering conviction. Just wait. I swear I'll drag you all into a nightmare of blood and terror. Sakazuki had a good idea who Vladimir meant, but he had no desire to dwell on what the celestial dragons might have done to him. To Sakazuki, there was no pity for a city-slaughtering, nation-destroying criminal like this. Arrogant fool, Sakazuki sneered coldly. As soon as his words fell, he stomped down hard, unleashing a fierce surge of magma that propelled his figure forward at astonishing speed, launching himself straight toward Vladimir. Vladimir reacted in a flash. His arm was instantly wrapped in a mantle of Haki, and he struck out with a forceful punch toward Sakazuki. Hound of the underworld, roared Sakazuki. For the first time, his form transformed directly into a blazing mass of molten fire, condensing itself into a savage dog's head that lunged at Vladimir, jaws snapping menacingly. The two men's fists collided, and an eruption of searing magma exploded at the point of impact, bursting apart like fireworks in the night. Sakazuki's magma fruit gave him not only the lethal power of magma, but also the explosive force of a volcano itself. And yet, in this moment, his punch seemed evenly matched with Vladimir's. Sakazuki, however, was not at all surprised. After all, while his power was formidable, it was only natural that he wouldn't be able to bring down someone like Vladimir with a single blow. Half of his body swiftly morphed into magma, and the ground beneath his feet was transfigured by his overwhelming control of nature, turning blisteringly hot. In the very next instant, torrents of magma erupted simultaneously from the earth and from Sakazuki himself, surging toward Vladimir in an attempt to engulf him completely, as if intending to reduce him to ash. Rah! Vladimir bellowed, his Haki enveloping his whole body. With a fierce sweep of his free arm, he cleaved straight through the onrushing magma wave, scattering it in all directions. At the same time, he swiftly withdrew several steps, putting ample distance between himself and Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Sakazuki stomped down once more, his voice thundering, "Mountain's fury!" Immediately, the ground swelled upward into a steep mound. Just as Vladimir had pulled back, a pillar of blazing magma shot skyward before violently erupting, spewing flaming boulders in all directions. A truly fearsome spectacle. That's all you've got. Sakazuki did not pursue. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, looking on with a mocking smirk. Just those few words, paired with Sakazuki's derisive expression and scornful tone, were enough to infuriate. It was little wonder Vladimir seemed so on the defensive. For what blood is there to control a magma? In fact, facing a Logia user, Vladimir's abilities were drastically weakened. Yet that did not mean he had no chance at all. A low, sinister laugh escaped Vladimir's lips. Did you really think things would end so easily, Akainu? Despite the inferno raging within him, his reason remained intact. He knew he needed the perfect opening to take his opponent down in a single stroke. My, how terrifying you are, Count of Blood! Vladimir, came a playful, taunting voice from behind. Hearing this, Vladimir turned, eyes flashing in disbelief and suspicion as he muttered, "Bloodlion, Lewis?" Lewis wore a pair of slim-fit black trousers with a matching shirt beneath, topped with a deep blue vest. A white leather belt cinched his waist, and draped across his shoulders was the Navy's mantle of justice. One hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, Sakura 10, while the other, imitating Borsellino's mannerisms, stroked his own chin, though he lacked any trace of that man's unsavory air. Without further hesitation, Vladimir decided to seize the initiative, paying no more attention to Sakazuki's intentions. Rings of blood surged about him as he slammed a foot into the ground, launching himself straight at Lewis. In Vladimir's mind, Lewis was far easier handled than Sakazuki. After all, he was no Logia type, and the blood fruit's power could truly affect him. Embrace the crimson, Lewis, Vladimir growled, fists wreathed in a formidable armament hockey. At the same time, the blood rings swirling around him scattered swiftly into 4 arrow-like projectiles, whistling from all directions toward Lewis. Yet Lewis didn't even bother to dodge, maintaining his carefree, languid pose. But in his eyes shimmered a flicker of blue-violet light. He uttered in a low, crisp tone, "Shatter." A dense surge of blue-violet energy, sinuous and dragon-like, flared to life around him. The 4 blood arrows shattered instantly on contact. Vladimir had no time for surprise. Lewis's fingers, poised on Sakura 10, moved ever so slightly, and that dragon-shaped energy surged forth. The draconic maw gaped wide, meeting Vladimir's incoming fist just as his blow crashed into the jagged fangs wreathed in energy. With a resounding blast, a shock wave erupted. At the point of collision, even the air itself seemed to tremble, threatening to fracture. Vladimir's face twisted with strain, for no matter how he increased his force, he couldn't break through the dragon's onslaught. Worse yet, the armament hockey enveloping his own hand was draining at a staggering rate. His thoughts darted like lightning. Without further delay, he clamped a hand on his jaw, veins bulging along his arms as he roared, hurling the dragon-shaped energy high into the sky. Robbed of its target, the energy dragon detonated overhead, sweeping away every cloud and leaving only a vast canvas of azure above. Well, looks like your plan didn't turn out as you hoped, Vladimir. Lewis teased, his tone playful, almost simian. Vladimir slowly lowered his arms and glanced down. Fresh blood seeped from the pulsing veins on his forearms. A cold dread crept into his heart. It was true. Lewis possessed no Logia powers, but his strength. Hearing Lewis's words, Vladimir scowled, lost in thoughts unknown. I've heard you were once one of us, a member of the Navy. For a traitor like you, I've always felt. Lewis paused, a sly glint in his eye, then let his hand drop from his chin and reached for Sakura 10 at his side. The zero-tolerance approach. Huh, Lewis murmured softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sakura 10, the blade at his waist, flashed out of its sheath. Oblivion slash, lion's hunt. A surge of crushing power erupted in an instant, taking the shape of a roaring lion. At the same time, a fierce gust of wind burst forth from Sakura 10's blade. They say clouds follow dragons and winds follow tigers, but my lion and your tiger are relatives of a sort. Borrowing a gust of wind isn't asking too much, is it? With the mighty wind behind it, the manifested lion's presence became even more formidable and overwhelming. Vladimir, unable to dodge in time, crossed his arms before his chest, channeling his force in a burst of aura as he braced himself to withstand the oncoming strike. But it was only for a brief moment. The stampeding power crashed directly into him, and then sharp blades of wind joined forces with the overwhelming, crushing strength, enveloping him entirely. In the blink of an eye, the red robe he wore shattered apart, revealing his sculpted upper body. Under the combined might of the two forces, vivid trails of blood welled up on his pale skin, standing out starkly. Unable to hold out any longer, Vladimir coughed up a mouthful of blood. The ground beneath his feet ground to powder. He could not withstand the blow and was sent flying backward. With a crisp metallic click, Lewis slid Sakura 10 back into its sheath, his posture as lackadaisical as ever, as though nothing had changed after his clash with Vladimir. He didn't spare a glance at the opponent he'd just blown away. Lewis knew that despite Vladimir's pitiful state and the many wounds etched on him, his powers would heal them soon enough. Tisk, feels like coming here was pointless, Lewis muttered, lighting up a cigarette, a note of complaint in his voice. Just in case, Sakazuki replied, rolling his neck as he spoke. In truth, both Sakazuki and Lewis, after landing tentative blows against Vladimir, felt their vigilance subside just a bit. Strong as Vladimir was, that was the extent of it. Against Lewis and Sakazuki, he simply stood no chance. How Vladimir managed to grow so powerful in just 2 years was a mystery, but there could be no doubt he had paid a steep price for it. Back before he defected, Vladimir was just a commander of a navy base in one of the four seas, at best, just at the level of a headquarters major. Now, although the disparity was evident, he found himself up against two men whose strength nearly rivaled that of navy admirals. So there was no way Lewis or Sakazuki could believe he hadn't paid dearly for his newfound power. Meanwhile, after soaring a distance through the air, Vladimir finally managed to steady himself. He lowered his head to examine the fine wounds crisscrossing his body, left by razor-sharp blasts of wind. Blood was streaming down him, making him look utterly bedraggled. To make matters worse, the bones in both his arms had shattered into several pieces, leaving them completely immobile. Vladimir scarcely had a moment for shock. Gritting his teeth hard, he summoned his strength. The blood that had poured out began to flow back into his veins. With a thought, the swelling on his arms rapidly subsided. There was a harsh, grating crunch. His injuries were already healed. Yet, looking at his pallor, it was obvious that the price he'd just paid was far from trivial. He glanced over at Lewis and his companion, who seemed relaxed and at ease in the distance. Taking a deep breath and flexing his newly healed arms, Vladimir called out, "You too, enjoying your little chat so breezily. Don't tell me you think I'm already finished." Sakazuki shot him a quick look before turning back to Lewis. "Looks like that last hit didn't amount to much." Must be because of his abilities," Lewis mused, rubbing his chin in thought. "Maybe so. Still, you can't deny he's got real strength. You're not planning on going one-on-one just for the thrill of it, are you?" Sakazuki remarked, a few drops of magma sizzling from his fist. "No need for that. We don't have time to waste playing around. There's still plenty to deal with at G6. Let's finish this together," Lewis replied without a hint of hesitation. Glancing at how Lewis and Sakazuki were flatly ignoring him, Vladimir's eyes flashed with fury. He stomped hard, suddenly unleashing the power in his lower legs, shattering the ground beneath him. But that wasn't all. Strange, blood-red markings erupted across Vladimir's upper body, fanning out from his chest to his face and arms. The whites of his eyes gleamed, and his hair turned entirely crimson. A swirling mass of blood surged up behind him, morphing into a monstrous, eyeless, noseless, earless maw that clung to Vladimir like a suit of armor forged from fresh blood. And still, the transformation was not complete. Once enveloped by the beast of blood, his scarlet eyes flashed with a gleam of cunning. A subtle yet immensely powerful aura, the armament haki, flowed across the beast's surface like a living tide. This was the sign of armament haki reaching its second stage. Haki projection. A wild, booming laugh erupted for Vladimir. "Come on, thrill me if you dare." In an instant, the beast's crimson claws lunged for Lewis's head, aiming to tear it apart in a single, lethal blow. Lewis made no move to dodge. He simply laid his hand atop the scabbard of his cherry blossom sword, Shusui. But just as Vladimir closed in, Sakazuki sprang into action. The left side of his body transformed instantly into blistering, molten magma, charged with fierce armament haki. He threw himself between Vladimir and Lewis, his fist rocketing forward to meet the attack head-on. Vladimir's lips curled up, revealing sharp canine teeth as he let out a menacing laugh. "Get out of my way!" In the next moment, their fists collided, and the clash of armament haki erupted with a surge of energy that rolled through the air. Amidst the swirling shockwaves, Sakazuki was taken aback to find that this bastard's strength seemed to have grown even more formidable. But that was not all. The bizarre sensation that crept into his heart whenever he faced Vladimir intensified rapidly as time went on, swelling into an uncontrollable bloodthirst that briefly loosened his mind's grip. Vladimir seized that fleeting distraction, gradually overpowering Sakazuki, as if he could crush him flat with a single punch at any moment. But Sakazuki's reputation as a monster of the Navy was not mere empty talk. Suppressing the discord raging inside, Sakazuki's feet transformed the ground beneath him to molten magma in an instant. The surge of power it provided sent a force through his body. With a twist, magma began to gather and swell from his arm up to his shoulder, making his arm grow even larger and more imposing. The magma seemed to compress, pulling back for an instant before erupting with violent force. "Great eruption!" Sakazuki roared, his rage embodied in the ferocious blow. A powerful burst of strength reversed his disadvantage, and more terrifying still was the scalding heat of the magma. As the fierce waves swept forth, even protected by Haki's power, the blood beast's claws began to smolder and dissipate. The struggle between their forces lasted only a moment. Before Sakazuki could catch his breath, the tide of battle shifted again without warning. Embrace of wild blood. Vladimir's grin grew even more savage, his victory all but apparent in his eyes. Even as his voice rang out, The blood beast lunged with sudden, bestial ferocity. Its blood-stained claws split from Vladimir's fist and seized Sakazuki's right side, before he could turn fully to magma, forcing a surge of blood into his body. In an instant, Sakazuki's face changed drastically. He found himself unable to command his right side, and even the sensation in his left was draining away rapidly. Sakazuki's sudden loss of control gave Vladimir the opening he sought. With brute force, Vladimir drove his advantage, a crushing, downward punch that finally broke Sakazuki's resistance. Sakazuki's arm shattered on the spot, the fragments falling as molten rock. But Vladimir's assault didn't slow. His fist struck Sakazuki's ruined shoulder, slamming him straight into the ground with unstoppable power. Magma sparks shot in all directions as the earth burst apart, and Sakazuki was hurled deep into a gaping crater. Overpowering Sakazuki in one wild blow, Vladimir was filled with fresh confidence. The savage twist at his mouth looked even more demonic as he let out a roar and, with the sinister blood beast at his side, surged toward Lewis once again. Lewis watched the scene unfold with some surprise, then broke into a smile. Sakazuki, that guy, he's still underestimating his opponent. With his reflexes, he shouldn't have been caught off guard by Vladimir's power. He let his guard down for a moment and fell right into the trap. Blood demon. Vladimir's crimson, beastly claws surged, growing larger and more menacing, slashing fiercely toward Lewis. No sword was drawn, no unnecessary words exchanged. Lewis simply took his stance, lowered his body, clenched his fist over the Sakura 10 scabbard. In an instant, a blue-violet aura flared around his fist. With all his strength, he slammed forward, driving his fist into the oncoming blood-red claws. Space shatter. His voice was calm and sharp as power exploded outward. A crushing force struck the space before him, blocking Vladimir's formidable attack in a heartbeat. The very fabric of space cracked under that mighty blow. The bloody beast cloaking Vladimir gave a sound like shattering glass. Moments later, unable to withstand Lewis's power, the beast splintered and peeled away from Vladimir, swept backward, dissolving into the air as it vanished. And yet, Vladimir himself withstood the onslaught. Ignoring the torn skin on his forearm, his teeth clenched, veins bulging, he churned his power from within, pumping it relentlessly into his claws. He looked as if he absolutely refused to yield unless Lewis delivered another such blow. But Lewis gave him no chance. Muscles bulged in his arm. More cracks zigzagged through the air as the shattered space spread. The Vladimir who thought he might hold out longer was sent flying by Lewis's sudden surge of strength. Just then, the ground convulsed. A mound of earth erupted like a volcano, and a blazing figure leaped skyward on a surge of molten force. It was none other than Sakazuki, previously struck down. But now, he had clearly regained control over himself. His eyes burned with fury as he raised his fist and thundered. Crimson Lotus, dog devour. His punch transformed into a searing, molten hellhound, hurtling straight down toward Vladimir. Blood armor. There was no time for Vladimir to launch himself skyward. He crossed his arms defensively, blood surging as the beast returned, though this time its aura was clearly diminished. But against Sakazuki's wrathful strike, it was a futile defense. The instant their powers clashed, Vladimir was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The force did not wane. It burrowed into the earth, instantly turning the ground into a churning sea of lava, swallowing Vladimir whole. In moments, he vanished beneath the molten torrent, his fate uncertain. And yet, through it all, Lewis, his observation skills locked unerringly on Vladimir, knew full well this man was far from dead. Its indomitable vitality was truly astonishing. Just as Lewis was gripping Odin's sword, ready to send him to his grave then and there, a canine-headed figure appeared at Lewis's side, speaking in a flustered voice. "Vice Admiral Lewis, something's wrong." It was none other than Dalmatian. Noticing his expression, Lewis looked a bit surprised and asked, "What's the matter, Rear Admiral Dalmatian? Is Crocodile proving hard to handle?" "What do you mean, hard to handle?" Dalmatian was momentarily confused, but quickly continued. "Marco. Do you know Marco?" Of course, the fledgling from Whitebeard's crew. Lewis arched an eyebrow, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart. That bastard Vladimir, no one sure when or how he pulled it off, but he managed to capture Marco and locked him up on this very island. Now Crocodile is vying with Vladimir for Marco, intending to use him as leverage against Whitebeard. That's what started their brawl, Dalmatian said, a mix of anger and frustration in his voice. Lewis was left speechless. What kind of absurd situation was this? After taking a moment to process Dalmatian's words, Lewis's expression turned grim, and he murmured quietly, "So, in other words, But before Lewis could finish his thought, a tremendous tremor erupted from all directions, making the sea tilt wildly. The island of the Queen of Spring cracked straight down the center, with half of it sinking into the ocean. Lewis, Sakazuki, and the others had no chance to react before they were struck by this overwhelming, omnipresent force. The impact seemed intangible, yet pressed on them from everywhere at once. A bloody cough burst from Lewis and his companions, while Sakazuki was immediately forced out of his elemental form. It felt as if even space itself was twisting. This was true power in its most extreme form. Only after the tremor finally subsided did Lewis wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes heavy as he announced, "Whitebeard is here." There could be no question now. This earth-shattering blow was Whitebeard's thunderous greeting, letting everyone know he had arrived and he wasn't coming peacefully. On the one hand, the sheer scale of that power was almost obscene. Even though Lewis considered his own fragmentation fruit the mightiest ability, Whitebeard simply outclassed him in every respect. On the other hand, the attack had come so far out of left field that no one had anticipated it. Lewis and the others were caught off guard, utterly unprepared, and as a result, each one of them suffered a wound. In this moment, Lewis was utterly flabbergasted. What was supposed to be a simple mission to capture Vladimir, and maybe Crocodile at most, had somehow spiraled to involve Marco as well. And now, Marco's entanglement had ignited the entire Whitebeard pirates like a powder keg. How did they even make it into the first half of the Grand Line? Weren't the Navy surveillance ships in the New World supposed to keep watch? How did they miss this? For reasons unknown, Lewis suddenly glanced at Vladimir, who was doing his best to recover from his injuries. Though he looked quite battered, the wild smile tugging at his lips and the destructive gleam burning in his eyes said it all. You can't use common logic to predict a madman's actions. Yet even now, Sakazuki couldn't figure out why Vladimir had dragged Marco here in the first place. As they all stood there, caught between suspicion and uncertainty, Vladimir suddenly burst into laughter. "No need to rack your brains. Yeah, I'm the one who lured Whitebeard here. And now, by the look of things, everything's going just as planned." Vladimir laughed, his voice echoing madly. "He really is insane," Dalmatian growled through gritted teeth. Lewis could only let out a helpless sigh as he looked at Vladimir. Honestly, wasn't he a lunatic from the very start? Just then, the din-din mushy Lewis carry began to ring. He glanced at it. It was Vice Admiral Jonathan. "It's me, Vice Admiral Jonathan," Lewis answered. "Whitebeard, it's Whitebeard's fleet. I don't know how they did it, but without so much as a whisper, they've slipped into the first half of the Grand Line. You felt that disturbance just now, didn't you?" Vice Admiral Jonathan's voice was tense with urgency. "I felt it. Even though I was caught off guard, I didn't even catch a glimpse of him. I have no idea how far away he was, but he managed to injure me from a distance," Lewis admitted, calm and honest. At that moment, his mind returned to something that Teacher Boar had once told him after a clash with Charlotte Linlin. What would things have been like if, instead of Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard himself had arrived that day? And Poliucelino's answer to him had been, "If it's Whitebeard you're facing, even if you retreat to the ends of the world, there won't be any safe place left." Today, he had come face to face with the force of the world's strongest man. While Lewis was lost in these thoughts, Vice Admiral Jonathan spoke again. "The fleets on the perimeter have crumbled. The Buster Call is all but wiped out. I'm leading rescue forces over, hoping I can buy you some time, though honestly, against someone like Newgate, I don't have much faith at all. Lewis, have you finished up things on the island?" "Not yet. I haven't even come across Crocodile. Hold on a second." With that, Lewis shot Dalmatian a quick look and asked, "What's the situation on Crocodile's end?" "I withdrew after spotting Marco. Didn't get tangled up with him. But Crocodile should still be somewhere on the island," Dalmatian replied quickly. Lewis nodded, then turned back to the din-din mushy and said, "We didn't catch Crocodile, but Vladimir can be apprehended at any time. The main target is him. Listen to me, Lewis, take Vladimir and leave immediately. That way, at least our objective will be achieved," Lieutenant General Jonathan urged quickly. But before Lewis could even respond, another powerful shockwave, just like before, pressed in on them from all directions. Fortunately, Lewis was prepared this time. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a ring of crushing force that enveloped them, neutralizing the incoming pressure. Meanwhile, the transponder snail erupted in chaos. The sounds of cannon fire, a jumble of shouts and roars, cries for help, and desperate screams filled the air. "Lieutenant General Jonathan? Senior Jonathan?" Lewis called repeatedly into the transponder snail, but there was no reply. "Damn it, hell!" Lewis cursed in frustration and abruptly cut off the transmission. Just then, the transponder snail on Sakazuki's body began to ring. Without hesitation, he answered, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku." "Sakazuki, is Lewis with you right now?" Sengoku's urgent voice came through at once. Without a word, Sakazuki handed the transponder snail to Lewis, who took it and said, "I'm here, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Have you engaged the Whitebeard pirates?" Sengoku asked hastily. "I haven't, but Lieutenant General Jonathan and his squad should have already confronted them. At this point, we've lost contact with Jonathan, and from what I can confirm, the Buster Call fleet has been destroyed by the Whitebeard pirates." Lewis replied quickly and succinctly, wasting no words. As for how Sengoku learned that Whitebeard had arrived, well, if he didn't know by now, he wouldn't be fit to be Fleet Admiral. So Lewis didn't bother to ask. Damn it, Sengoku swore. Then he explained, "Reinforcements are on their way, led by Tsuru. They're currently heading toward Queen of Spring Island. I'll be setting out from Marineford to support you shortly." Support us? Lewis was taken aback for a moment. That's right, support. As Fleet Admiral, I order you, Lewis, lead the Navy forces near Queen of Spring Island and retreat. Sengoku's tone was steely. After a sharp pause, his voice softened a little as he went on. "None of you have the strength to stop the Whitebeard pirates. You've never crossed swords with that madman, so you don't know how terrifying he can be when he goes berserk. In your current state, you wouldn't stand a chance in a head-on confrontation with his fleet. If we can't win, does that mean we shouldn't fight at all?" Sakazuki interjected, unable to suppress his indignation as he listened from the side. Silence. Admiral Sengoku finally snapped, his voice cutting through the tension. Then, in a grave tone, he continued, "Sakazuki, Lewis, you must understand. Upon your shoulders rests the future of the Navy." The moment he finished, both Lewis and Sakazuki fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Sengoku's meaning was clear to them. Whitebeard's full strength remained uncertain, but one thing was sure. The man himself had arrived. With just their current Navy forces, going head-to-head with the Whitebeard pirates might sound valiant, even glorious. But in truth, would it not simply mean throwing their lives away? Sengoku's intent was unmistakable. They must endure for now, preserve their strength and lives, and bide their time. Later, they would have their reckoning. Seeing this, Lewis could only reply, "Yes, all for justice." After severing the Den Mushi connection, Lewis glanced at Sakazuki and sighed. "Let's prepare to withdraw." No sooner had he spoken than he darted across the ruins, appearing next to Vladimir in a blink. Before Vladimir could react, Lewis struck him sharply on the neck with a chopping hand. Battling Lewis and Sakazuki back to back, and having overtaxed his body using his devil fruit powers, Vladimir was already in terrible shape. He barely had the strength to resist. Once Vladimir fell unconscious from the blow, Sakazuki clamped a hand around his neck. Magma pulsed threateningly in his grasp, but in the end, he only let out a cold grunt and barked, "We're leaving." He did not choose to execute Vladimir on the spot. As for Crocodile and Marco, it was obvious. None of the three cared to deal with those two troublemakers. They pressed on through the ruins. Soon, the Den Mushi in Lewis's pocket began to ring again. He pulled it out, exhaled in relief, and hastily answered, "Vice Admiral Jonathan? Lewis, withdraw from the southwest. Our warship is in position. That bastard Newgate has already shattered our Navy fleet and landed on the island." Jonathan's voice was grave, the urgency clear. "Understood. We're on our way now," Lewis responded. Before Jonathan even finished, the three immediately changed course, heading toward the southwestern shore as instructed. But they hadn't gone far when all three seemed to sense something. They lifted their heads in unison, just in time to spot a blue and white figure soaring off in the distance, wings beating the air. It must be Marco, having broken free and now making his escape. Apparently, he'd spotted them too. He circled above for a moment, then vanished from sight. They paid him little mind, pressing their pace toward the designated pickup point. But suddenly, from the ruins far off behind them, a violent tremor erupted without warning, sending shockwaves through the air. "Damn it!" Lewis cursed under his breath, then forcefully shoved Sakazuki and Dalmatian ahead. His face grew solemn as he commanded, "Go on. I'll cover our retreat." As soon as the words fell, Lewis's Sakura Ten was drawn from his waist in a flash. His ability, willpower, and swordsmanship fused into one. The blow driven by the strength to shatter surged from the blade and shot out, colliding head-on with the quake force that was crashing toward him. In an instant, two overwhelming forces smashed into each other. The Isle of the Spring Queen, already riven with cracks, erupted again and was wrenched apart into 4 zones by the titanic impact. Sakazuki and Dalmatian were not the indecisive type. Since Lewis had stepped up to block Whitebeard's strike, there was no way they would stick around for some melodramatic show at this moment. Without a word and without hesitation, they turned and bolted away at full speed. "So much for camaraderie. I only said it offhand, and they really bailed on me," Lewis complained to himself. Of course, it was just a grumble. The clash of powers lasted nearly 30 seconds. The once stable space was now completely outmatched, sliced apart as if it were soft butter. Only when the energy on both sides was fully spent did the devastation finally subside. Everywhere he looked, it was chaos. The ground at the epicenter of the clash had been gouged out in a huge swath, now sitting far lower than the territory around it. Thanks to the lingering shockwaves, there wasn't a single intact patch of ground left anywhere. Before, there were at least a few empty houses standing here and there on the island. Now, not a single one remained. Everything was obliterated. Lewis slid Sakura 10 back into its sheath and turned his gaze toward where the quake blast had erupted. He saw no sign of Whitebeard or his crew. But a quick sweep with observation, Haki revealed a flood of powerful presences rushing toward him. Judging by the aura of these people, none of them were run-of-the-mill fighters. Especially the one leading the pack. Monster didn't even begin to describe him. Time to make myself scarce. With that, Lewis withdrew his observation Haki, gave it little extra thought, and turned to leave. What was he supposed to single-handedly take on the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew? Still, as a candidate for Navy Headquarters Admiral, he had to show some backbone. Lewis picked his escape route carefully, taking off in the opposite direction from where Sakazuki and Dalmatian had fled. But he had barely run a few steps before a bold, booming man's voice rang out from a distance. "Gurura, scourge of evil of Navy Headquarters, do you not even have the guts to face me in person?" Newgate's laughter echoed arrogantly. Lewis froze in his tracks, turning to see a towering figure striding from the ruins, trailed by a ragged cluster of pirates. That burly presence was none other than Whitebeard himself. At his side, just among the faces he recognized, were Marco, Jozu, Vista, and Thatch. There were others too, some he knew, some he didn't. Clearly, Whitebeard had brought his whole brood out for a pleasure cruise. Lewis couldn't help but let out a sigh. What a rotten day. Gulalala, what's this? After all this time apart, am I really that unwelcome? Newgate said cheerfully, wearing his signature grin and sporting that massive chin. It was as if he wasn't the same man who had, in his fury moments earlier, nearly turned the entire island upside down. Lewis glanced at the golden-haired, imposing and imperious Whitebeard and gave a slight smile in return. It's been a long time, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. In the years since they last met, Whitebeard had grown somewhat older compared to when Lewis first encountered him, though his iconic white crescent mustache remained as sharp and proud as ever. His towering frame was more than twice Lewis's size. If memory served, Whitebeard stood nearly 6 meters tall, almost 7. A cascade of golden hair tumbled down his back like a waterfall, topped by a white captain's cap emblazoned at the center with the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates. His attire was bold and uninhibited, bare-chested beneath a captain's coat draped over his shoulders, plain black trousers tied off at the calves, tucked neatly into high, black boots. Clutching the supreme blade, Mura Kamijuri, he exuded such an intimidating presence that anyone lacking courage would likely find their legs buckling beneath them at just a glance. Yet the smile he wore was free of any wildness, arrogance, or contempt. If it had to be summed up in a word, it was simply confidence. It was the kind of supreme confidence that lacked any hint of petty conceit. Quite the opposite. This was a confidence worthy of even an enemy's acknowledgement. Unstoppable, peerless before all. This was the smile befitting the world's strongest man. So, it has been a while, hasn't it? Newgate chuckled at Lewis's greeting. Plunging his Mura Kamijiri into the ground beside him, he thoughtfully stroked his square jaw as he gazed at Lewis's youthful face and sank into his memories. The first time we met was back in that war. Then, after sizing Lewis up again, Newgate remarked with admiration, "But now, you seem much more reliable than you did back then." "Well, people do have to grow up," Lewis replied softly, resting his hand on the hilt of the Sakura 10 at his waist. "Gulalala, is that the privilege of the young?" Newgate burst into laughter, and before Lewis could respond, he reached over to give the young Marco's pineapple-like hair a hearty pat. Beaming, he continued, "Speaking of which, my son, thanks to you Marines for looking after him this time." Marco could only let out a helpless sigh. That madman Vladimir had roped him into this, spouting lunatic talk about destroying the world. If he found himself in such dire straits, the fault lay in nothing but his own lack of strength. He could blame no one else. So, his face merely twisted with a bitter expression, and he kept silent. Hearing this, Lewis waved his hand dismissively and said in an offhand manner, "If you want to thank me, there's no need. Honestly, we didn't even notice your son in the first place, and besides, if you hadn't come today, I would have had him thrown into impelled down for a little stay." At these words, Newgate's expression remained unchanged. He kept smiling, as always. But the sons around him all looked furious, especially Jozu and Vista, who'd previously clashed with Lewis. The two nearly leapt forward then and there. However, since their old man didn't react, the sons could only swallow their anger and keep it bottled up. Perhaps, Newgate pressed down with his massive hand, signaling his sons to calm down. Then, turning his gaze to Lewis, he spoke meaningfully. You should know the rules of the Whitebeard Pirates, shouldn't you? Oh, of course. Isn't it something like, only the Whitebeard Pirates are allowed to bully others, but no one can lay a finger on anyone from your crew? Am I right? Lewis, though smiling, let his lips curl into a clear look of mockery as he spoke. Hearing such clearly provocative words, Jozu, Marco, and the others felt the anger they just suppressed explode right back to the surface. Newgate, on his part, showed little emotion. He simply burst out laughing, booming with mirth. What an amusing way of putting it. You're far more interesting than that rigid Sengoku fellow. Only we get to push others around. You're not wrong. When he finished laughing, Newgate's face turned serious, and his voice became deep and stern. That's right. I am that domineering. So what? As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming, imperious aura erupted from Newgate, slamming toward Lewis with crushing force. The cloak of justice draped over his shoulders fluttered wildly in this mighty wind, snapping sharply in the air. Feeling the pressure, Lewis couldn't help but narrow his eyes, but he stood firm, unbowed. It's reasonable enough. As the world's strongest, it's only natural that you have the right to be domineering. His tone was calm, unruffled, unshaken. The iron rule aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship was simple. No one was allowed to harm their comrades. It was indeed domineering, utterly unreasonable even. But after all, they were pirates. Expecting pirates to behave reasonably was like hoping to see pigs climb trees. At the same time, they had zero scruples. If you picked on the youngest, a crowd of elders would come for you. If you fought the elders, the whole family would risk everything for revenge. There was no doubt. The Whitebeard pirates were a shameless, bullying gang of pirates. Yet, it was precisely this way of doing things that gave them astonishing cohesion. That unity directly translated into fighting strength among the crew, all under the banner of the world's strongest man. So, the word terrifying is the most fitting way to describe them. It is precisely this kind of domineering attitude, combined with their tremendous strength in battle, that allowed the Whitebeard pirates to rule over the New World and crush all opposition. Yet neither Whitebeard himself, nor Marco or Jozu, have realized a crucial problem, the fatal weakness of the Whitebeard pirates. Once Whitebeard, the true core of the group, fell, if there was no one strong enough to raise the banner again, the entire Whitebeard pirates would swiftly weaken and fade. The original tale proves this very point. After Newgate fell at Marine headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates plummeted from the very top tier of the New World, quickly becoming a second-rate crew. Though many among them were powerful, not a single one could shoulder the burden as Newgate had. Even Marco was not up to the task. Gururara, do I really have the right to be this domineering? Newgate, his fierce aura subdued, let out another hearty laugh. Louis couldn't understand. Why did this guy laugh so much? From a moment they'd met until now, he hadn't stopped. Didn't he ever get tired? Well then, since you admit that I have every right to act this way, for the sake of Sengoku and the other old men, I'll go easy on you. Hand over that fellow, Vladimir, or whatever his name is. That way, there'll be peace between us. Just as I thought. Louis wasn't surprised by Newgate's suggestion and let out a silent sigh. At this moment, the only group that could openly go toe-to-toe with the Navy was the Whitebeard pirates. Once they got Marco back, they could have simply left. There was no need to intentionally provoke the Navy here. And yet, this was exactly what they did. Likely, it was because they wanted to deal with Vladimir personally. Peace between us. Louis murmured softly, then gave a helpless shrug. Honestly, if you'd pulled me aside quietly, or given me some kind of hint, maybe I'd have agreed. Newgate furrowed his brow slightly, seeming not quite sure what Louis meant. Before he could ask, Louis's presence erupted, surging in an instant. The force of a king's might spreading out like a tidal wave, enveloping every pirate before him. Whitebeard, tell me, after decades ruling the seas, have you ever seen a Navy admiral to be making deals with pirates? We, the Navy, will never compromise with the likes of you. With both arms shrouded in black-tinged hockey, Louis's gaze was unwavering, his voice resolute, his stance unyielding. Newgate paused for a moment, finally understanding what Louis had meant earlier. Had he chosen a more discreet approach, or given Louis some subtle signal, rather than being so out in the open, perhaps Louis would have let things slide and quietly delivered Vladimir into his hands. But by stating his intentions so openly and boldly, he left Louis with no room to retreat. Just as Louis himself had said, how could a candidate for Admiral of the Navy ever compromise with a pirate? If Lewis were to yield even an inch here today, all the connections and achievements he had built up in the Navy would instantly fall apart, dissolving into nothing. But so what? Since when has Newgate ever feared a fight? With a hearty, booming laugh, the air was filled with the fierce, whistling sound that followed each spin of his weapon, Congo Yunxia, making him appear even more imposing. When the laughter faded, he leveled his blade at Lewis and spoke. I really did underestimate you. You were right. Me, Whitebeard, in all my years, I've never seen a candidate for admiral make deals with pirates. He paused briefly, as a milky white orb of energy gathered at the tip of Congo Yunxia, then said, In that case, I'll capture you, future admiral, and then go deal with Kong, or Sengoku. Let's see if either of them will yield to me then. As the words fell, he brought down Congo Yunxia in a powerful arc toward Lewis. They stood dozens of meters apart, but the distance was meaningless. The overwhelming quake force surged toward Lewis, annihilating every obstacle in its path, reducing all to ash. At that instant, the armament hockey coiling around Lewis's forearms started to undulate and flow, surging into its second stage. His observation hockey spun into action at full tilt. In one swift motion, he drew out Sakura 10, gripping the hilt with both hands as his will, hockey, and ability converged and compressed around the blade, turning it pitch black. Then Lewis, without the slightest intention to dodge, met the might of the world's strongest man head-on. Letting out a furious roar, he slashed forward with all his might. Requiem. The force of destruction met the force of quakes. The collision of these two overwhelming powers sent a shockwave sweeping across the remainder of Queen of Spring Island. The ground split open like a yawning canyon, as if it could no longer bear the strain, gaping wide in a silent scream. Around them, ocean water surged in, raising waves as tall as mountains, overflowing and splashing outwards in all directions. Even the fabric of space itself seemed fragile, shattering easily before their clash. When the shockwaves from their collision finally faded, Newgate's towering figure was already looming over Lewis. Not a bad strike, Brad. It could have been a compliment, but when it reached Lewis's ears, it twisted into mockery. Before Newgate's words had even faded, Congo Yunxia was arcing down again, quicker than speech, toward Lewis. There was no glimmering shield of energy around the blade. Rather, it was shrouded in an invisible, intangible aura of hockey. Lewis didn't have time to dodge. Or perhaps, he never intended to dodge in the first place. After all, the chance to clash with the world's strongest man, while he was still at his peak, was a rare gift indeed. In that fleeting moment, Lewis crossed Sakura 10 with both hands, letting the sword become sheathed in a flowing haze of armament hockey. And from below, he drove the blade straight up to meet Congo Yunxia's descending edge. The blades hadn't yet clashed, but their hockey had already collided in midair, creating an intense standoff. Beneath Lewis's feet, the ground shattered instantly into powder, his legs helplessly pressed deeper into the earth by Newgate's overwhelming force. The great cloak of justice behind him was whipped violently by the surging air currents, and the sleeves of his uniform had long since been blasted apart. The veins on his arms stood out, muscles swollen, as blood pumped furiously beneath skin, his eyes glaring red and veins throbbing angrily at his temples. Huh! With a guttural roar, his bulging muscles surged even larger, immense power radiating from within. The ground beneath him erupted backward in a fountain of dust and broken stone, as if driven by a ferocious burst of energy. Around Lewis and Newgate, crackling black lightning, born of their clashing hockey, flashed relentlessly, lighting the space between them with a menacing glow. In the distance, the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates who had come to witness the battle watched in awe and disbelief. This scene seemed eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of years ago, when their old man had crossed swords with Roger himself. But soon enough, all assembled noticed a crucial difference. Back then, those two had truly been equals, their powers perfectly matched. Now, even as Lewis stood firm against the onslaught, it was clear he was pushing himself to his limits, while the old man, Whitebeard, still held strength in reserve. Even so, the sight left the onlookers stunned and shaken. Over the years, these unfilial sons had often sought out their old man for a sparring match. Of course, they always gave it their all, for Whitebeard's strength demanded nothing less. But not a single one among them, no matter who, had ever been able to achieve what Lewis was showing them now. Compared to their own efforts, it was glaringly clear. Lewis truly was in a league far above. Lewis, Jozu, and Vista opened their mouths, meaning to speak, but in the end, no words found their way out. So strong, Marco admitted freely, genuine astonishment in his voice. At that moment, Whitebeard, locked in stalemate with Lewis, broke into a broad grin and bellowed with laughter. Guara, kid, you've really surprised this old man. The Navy never runs out of formidable warriors, it seems. Isn't that obvious? Lewis shot back, refusing to be outdone. But you're just too young. As these words rang out, a crimson glint flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. His already fearsome aura surged, growing even more formidable. At the same time, the quality of the hockey he wielded underwent a dramatic transformation. Open! With a thunderous cry, Whitebeard unleashed his strength. Instantly, Lewis felt the crushing pressure mount, leaping several levels in intensity. Gritting his teeth, Lewis struggled to endure, but the trembling of the ground beneath his feet made it clear it could no longer withstand the titanic force coursing through him. In that instant, Lewis's cloud-like second-stage armament hockey shattered abruptly, and then Newgate's blade, Mirakamajuri, came down on Sakura 10. The force was so great that Lewis's arms went numb, nearly making him lose all feeling in them. At that very moment, the blade of Sakura 10 rang out with a clear, sharp cracking sound. The famed sword, Sakura 10, broke. Staring at the hilt in his hand, now attached only to a broken blade, a flash of pain and regret flickered in Lewis's eyes. Yet, through that single stroke, he finally understood the difference in power between Charlotte Linlin and Newgate. As expected, the strongest man truly stood above the rest. Thinking it through, Charlotte Linlin's monstrous strength was indeed unmatched, but in the original story, Newgate, though well past 70, could, with just one hand, stop the giant warship, the Moby Dick. His physical prowess was utterly formidable. Still, even with that realization, all Lewis could do for the ruined Sakura 10 was mourn its loss and regret. There was nothing else he could do. These thoughts flashed through his mind, all within the span of a single heartbeat. With the breaking of Sakura 10, as if a signal had been fired, the ground beneath Lewis gave in at last, trembling violently before exploding apart. Simultaneously, his body could no longer withstand Newgate's terrifying onslaught. He was overwhelmed and flung backward by that force. Lewis flew back dozens of meters. As he tumbled through the air, he thrust his fingers into the ground, gouging a deep furrow across the devastated terrain, sliding another several dozen meters before he finally managed to halt himself. His arms shook faintly, not from fear, but from the tremors of muscles pushed past their limits by such an overwhelming burst of power. "My hockey's been smashed," he murmured softly. Then, turning his gaze to Newgate, who stood in the distance without following up his attack, Lewis stowed away the broken Sakura 10 and, seeking to resolve the confusion in his heart, called out, "That last move, was that Conqueror's coding?" Newgate chuckled lightly, his gaze toward Lewis, now full of even greater approval. He offered no denial. Instead, as if imparting guidance, he declared, "That's right. Sharp eyes, kid. No wonder Sengoku and the others hold you in such regard. You see, even Conqueror's hockey can be clad around the body or blade, but that's a power only the rarest few among the strong can wield. And when I unleashed my hockey just now, I could sense a force stirring restlessly within you as well. Kid, perhaps you too are born with the qualifications of a king." Steadying the tremble in his arms, Lewis nodded to Newgate in acknowledgement. Conqueror's hockey cannot be cultivated through training. It resides in one's heart and is shaped by all that the heart endures and reflects. However, there are quite a few people on these seas who possess Conqueror's hockey. So why is it that, for some, their hockey grows weaker over time, while for others, it becomes ever stronger? Why is this? Whitebeard's sudden question made Lewis raise an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected the old man to have the leisure or interest to offer him guidance. Still, Lewis didn't let their difference in status become an issue in his mind. After all, advice from the world's strongest man, even just a sentence or two, was precious beyond measure. So Lewis answered solemnly, "Even among kings, there are greater and lesser. Since it resides in the heart, it should move with one's will. The braver the soul, the stronger the will. This he has always favored those who are bold and resolute. Those who are timid or hesitate, even if they possess the potential of a king, will never bear the heart of one. Naturally, they will weaken." Whitebeard's eyes sparkled at these words. He laughed heartily and held out a hand, inviting him. "Gu-da-da-da-da. That's right. The more I see of you, the more I admire you. A place like the Navy is just burying your kingly talent. I should have spirited you away back then, kid. No, Lois. I'll ask you once more. Will you be my son? Really? Is he going to try and adopt me every chance he gets?" Though Whitebeard had just given him some valuable advice, and Lewis certainly respected him for it, switching sides to become a pirate wasn't an option he could consider. So, without hesitation, Lewis declined him. "I'm afraid I must refuse." As expected, Whitebeard didn't seem disappointed. The smile remained at the corners of his mouth. He never truly expected someone like Lewis to be swayed so easily. But that remark, "The sea always favors the brave," had resonated deeply with him, which was why he'd issued the invitation on a whim. With nothing to regret, Whitebeard lifted his massive blade, Murakamajuri, and spoke in a deep voice. "The sea always favors the brave, but it has a taste for burying them, too. Lewis, you're still young. I hope you can always keep that courageous heart. The braver you become in battle, the stronger you'll grow. One day, your heart will guide you to achieve a king's destiny." As soon as his words faded, a red gleam flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He stamped his foot, and his giant-like form surged forward toward Lewis, with no wasted motion. His massive blade swung down from high above in a mighty strike. Lewis knew from their earlier exchanges that he was still a step behind Whitebeard. Yet, at their level, even the smallest difference became an unbridgeable gulf, a gap as vast as the sky itself. It may look like just a small step, but in reality, it was the final, unreachable stretch to the throne. Facing Whitebeard's swing, Lewis did not meet it with the same desperate resistance as before. Instead, he launched himself backward with a rapid shave step, instantly widening the distance between them. Bringing his hands together, a violent surge of energy gathered in his palms. The moment his feet touched the ground, he slammed his hands down with a low shout. Tomb of the Void. At the sound of that incantation, the energy Lewis had built up burst outward in an instant. In a single breath, a rectangular black hole took form. Splintered space began devouring everything around it. Yet even this tremendous pull failed to halt Whitebeard's onslaught. From the edge of his blade, a milky white barrier of energy suddenly flared, then exploded outward. But he was, after all, the strongest man alive. With an explosive arch of his back and a surge from his core, Whitebeard weathered the attack head-on. For a brief moment, the two forces fought for dominance. Even as Lewis's energy waned, the Tomb of the Void, prodded by the tremor force, swelled and spread further. Watching this, Whitebeard frowned. He withdrew his power, and with a leap, escaped the reach of the technique. Slowly, the ruptured black hole mended itself. Only the yawning, bottomless pit that marred the earth, and the wreckage all around, bore witness to the deadly power of that strike. He was about to speak a word of praise when Lewis suddenly appeared before him. Right fist clenched, shards of destructive energy crackling over his knuckles. Lewis aimed for Whitebeard's heart, bellowing as he drove his punch forward. Whitebeard, with years of battle under his belt, recognized the threat even as Lewis appeared before him. The smile remained on his face. He tossed his Naginata into the air, his left hand flattening into a palm as a thick coat of milky energy condensed around it. Locking eyes with the diminutive Lewis, he too answered with a quiet incantation. Like lines delivered before a grand entrance, destructive force met reverberating might head-on. Space break. Quake tremor. When the world's two mightiest superhuman powers collided, the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to waver. Even the seas recoiled in dread. There was no need for fancy spectacle, no tricks. Only one word described it: overwhelming. Everything nearby, whether earth, air, or even space itself, seemed as fragile as brittle glass beneath the impact of those clashing forces. The shockwave crashed across the island, and in the distance, Marco and the others turned pale, hastily cloaking themselves in Busashuko haki to ward off the blast. Dust roiled, smoke billowed. Yet for Whitebeard, as Lewis well knew, this was simply another day at the office. Privately, Lewis couldn't help a rueful reflection. If this were 20 years later, Shanks would boast the mightiest conqueror's haki, Kaido the greatest vitality, Big Mom the strongest defenses. But Whitebeard, he was the one who held the purest, most devastating offensive power of all. Of course, that was how it went in the original story. When it comes to sheer offensive power, Lewis had never thought that anyone could rival him. Not even Newgate. Those who bested him did, so thanks to a combination of many factors. Experience, being at the peak of their physical prime, mastery over their abilities, and other such things. But putting all that aside for the moment, Newgate reached out and caught Song Yunxia just as it fell from the sky. Looking at Lewis's somewhat weary face, he broke into a wide grin. "What's this? Are you giving up already, kid? That doesn't sound like someone who claims the sea favors the brave, does it? Ah, are you saying I haven't been brave enough?" Lewis ran his hand through his hair, slick with sweat, and met Newgate's gaze without flinching. For a moment, Newgate was taken aback. Then he burst into thunderous laughter. "Gururara, seems I underestimated you, brat. You've got plenty of guts." He carried on, his tone turning from mocking to persuasive. "You already understand. The gap between us isn't something you can close just like that. Lewis, you're no match for me. But don't worry, I rather like you. I won't do anything to you. Once I'm done negotiating with Sengoku and the others, I'll let you go. There is absolute confidence in his voice, as if Lewis's fate was entirely in his hands. Lewis let out a soft sigh. That's not something I can agree to so easily. Newgate, tell me, when have you ever seen a candidate for admiral surrender to a pirate? So even if you know you can't win, even if you're bleeding out, unable to move, or dying right here, you'll still keep fighting until the very end, isn't that right? Newgate's smile faded, not out of anger, but as a gesture of respect. A savage grin spread across Lewis's face. Why shouldn't I fight until I break through the very edge and claim your title as the strongest in the world for myself? Gurura, what a cocky brat. Hearing this, Newgate decided there was nothing more to say. Seizing Tsong Yunxia, with the power of the tremor coursing along its blade, he stomped forward, kicking up shards of rock, and charged at Lewis, swinging his sword down in a mighty arc. An intense gleam flashed in Lewis's eyes. He wrapped both fists in destructive energy and met the attack head-on. In the next instant, the blade, shimmering with the power of the quake, sliced toward Lewis as if to take off his head in a single stroke. Lewis raised his left arm to shield his ear, parrying the ferocious slash from afar. He used clever leverage, letting the momentum carry him forward into Newgate's guard. His right hand shifted into a knife hand, shrouded in pitch-black energy, thrusting straight for Newgate's abdomen. But Newgate, whose blade had been knocked aside, showed no sign of panic. He leaned back, putting distance between them, and before Lewis's knife hand could strike, he raised his left knee, now shimmering with a band of translucent energy, blocking the incoming attack just in time. The power of the tremors surged relentlessly along Lewis's arm, eating away at his organs, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet even so, giving up never once crossed Lewis's mind. His eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding determination. Newgate was faring no better. The pain in his knees felt as if the bones would shatter under the pressure, cold sweat trickling down his brow, despite himself. Then, a glint flickered through Newgate's eyes. Gritting his teeth against the agony in his knees, he summoned his strength and, with an explosive motion, kicked Lewis away. As Lewis was sent flying through the air, Newgate wasted no time. He slammed his Bicento, Cloud Cutter, down into the ground, settled into a horse stance. His hands curled into claws, feet planted wide apart. As if gripping something invisible, he wrenched the very air in front of him. In that instant, the world turned upside down. The shattered Spring Queen Island tilted dramatically, nearly 90 degrees on its axis. The sea below fractured into jagged, uneven segments. Flying backwards, Lewis immediately felt tremor after tremor, closing in on him from every direction, squeezing at his body, unavoidable no matter how he tried to dodge. The omnipresent tremors caused even the space around the nodes to ripple and shake, but Lewis seized a narrow window. Using his hockey, he locked onto a single point, reached out, and managed a grab hold, stabilizing himself just enough to halt his fall. Just then, Newgate's arms whipped through the air. Rifts, visible cracks in the very atmosphere, spread unchecked, a network of fractures racing straight for Lewis's position across 100 meters of space. In this perilous moment, the pain that racked his body and the profound sense of imminent danger worked together to clear Lewis's mind with a sharp clarity. To Lewis, time seemed to slow, every detail dragging into sharp focus. Watching the oncoming rifts inch ever closer, he closed his eyes. His heartbeat calmed, and the power within him settled in tandem. It was the hush before an erupting volcano, the breathless calm that comes on the eve of a storm. Guided by instinct, Lewis raised an arm, spread his fingers wide toward the emptiness ahead, then clenched his hand into a fist. And so, at that moment, he flung open a new door. Silent black sun, a sigh rippled through the air, and in that instant, time and space snapped back into place. Lewis alone stood unaffected, but Newgate too sensed something amiss. At the sound of that sigh, his hockey blared an urgent warning, causing his pupils to contract in shock. Blackness, utterly devouring, absolute black, suddenly emerged, swallowing everything in its path. It stained the air itself, like ink spilled across a white page. All was returned to silence and void, even the earth-shaking power of Newgate's tremors falling silent, absorbed into the emptiness. Without a sound, without a trace, all dissipated, gone without the faintest ripple. Witnessing this, for the first time, a grave seriousness settled in Newgate's gaze. A power beyond the limits of all limits, the force to reduce all things to nothingness, now revealed its true face. Terrifying, horrifying. These words surfaced involuntarily in Newgate's mind. Even for someone who had lived through the era of rocks, he had never witnessed a force so bizarre and terrifying. Behind the pristine, white cloak of justice was a void of pure, absolute silence, like a black hole. Seeing Lewis standing amidst it, Newgate couldn't help but mutter to himself. Who would have thought? The kid actually broke through. But immediately, a faint smile crept onto Newgate's face. Despite Lewis cutting a handsome figure, his expression was ghastly pale. His hair was drenched, sweat streamed down his temples. His breath came in rough, uneven gasps, and his energy seemed dangerously unstable. To be honest, the fight so far had been a dazzling exchange of blows. Each move answered in turn. But Lewis was already spent. He had pushed himself to the very edge, while Newgate, perhaps, had yet to fight with true seriousness. And now, although Lewis had managed to achieve a breakthrough in the heat of battle, awakening the power of the fragment fruit, invoking such a powerful move all at once had exhausted his stamina in an instant. That explained why he now looked completely worn out, drained from overexertion. Even though this obliterating black sun could annihilate everything in its path, there was no such thing as an invincible technique. Its greatest weakness was its immense drain on stamina, and its inability to last. "Are you spent?" Newgate asked softly, more out of curiosity than with any intent to seize the opportunity to attack. Lewis didn't respond. Then, suddenly, the din-din mushy he carried started ringing abruptly. There was no need to answer. 3 rings passed, then it fell silent again. Yet a sly, satisfied smile appeared on Lewis's handsome face as he declared, "Rearguard mission accomplished." The moment the words left his lips, before Newgate could interject, Lewis brought his hands together in front of his chest and shouted in a low voice, "Tomb of the Void. This move, surely it's a bit too weak to use against me?" Newgate's tone was dripping with sarcasm as he spoke, but the moment he did, he sensed something was wrong. Nothing was amiss in his own surroundings. At the same time, Lewis, having finished the ritual, swayed unsteadily, barely able to mask his exhaustion. But he still managed a strained smile. "Of course not at you. How could I be so foolish as to waste the Tomb of the Void on you?" Suddenly, a chorus of alarmed cries rang out from the distance, drawing Newgate's attention. The Naginata, Mura Kamajuri, in his hand began to gather quake energy, flickering between brilliance and shadow. "But whether your sons can withstand it, that I have no way of knowing." As Lewis spoke, his depleted stamina seemed to climb ever so slightly, and a mocking grin danced across his lips as he continued. "Even if you manage to break the Tomb of the Void, the foundations of this island have already been destroyed. It won't be long before it sinks beneath the sea. Newgate, will you choose to save your sons, or stay here with me and be buried together in the depths?" Watching his sons struggling desperately, then looking at Lewis, who was steadily pulling away from him, Whitebeard was silent for a long while before bursting into hearty laughter. "Gururara, I really underestimated you, Lewis. Next time we meet, don't expect me to be so easygoing, you cunning brat." Hearing Newgate's response, Lewis finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Those words were always defiant. Deep down he feared that if Whitebeard lost his cool, he might try to drag them both down together. But now, it was clear, Newgate's weakness truly lay in his unruly sons. Just as in the original story, 20 years later at Marineford, when he chose to protect his children, now, too, he decided to shield his most precious treasures. With that, Newgate let things end there. He no longer fixed his gaze on Lewis. Driving his Bicento downward, he unleashed a powerful tremor that suppressed the Tomb of the Void, allowing his sons to break free. A subtle smile crept onto his face as he murmured, "Fierce and brave, yet sly as a fox. No wonder that rascal Sengoku took a liking to you. The sea has always favored the bold, and has always buried the bold, but more than anything, the sea admires little devils like you. From the very beginning, that fearsome bravado, like one prepared to risk it all, might well have been a calculated act, just to buy himself some time. Dad, the island's collapsing. We need to withdraw." Jaws hurried over to Whitebeard's side, his voice full of tension. Marco, accompanying him, chimed in trying to comfort him. "Dad, I'm fine. That Vladimir, let's just let him go this time. That Vladimir is nothing, just a crazed fool." Newgate waved it off with a dismissive gesture, unconcerned. But soon, looking toward the direction Lewis had fled, Newgate suddenly shouted, "But that cunning brat Lewis thinks he can trick me and walk away calmly? What a wild fantasy!" With those words, he flung his Bicento high into the air, stepped back, twisted his waist, and with a single arm lifted, drew his fist to his shoulder, preparing for a mighty strike. Before Marco and the others could react, Newgate's fist was already crackling with the force of the quake he wielded. After a brief pause, his crescent-shaped white mustache gave a little twitch. In the very next moment, that punch, charged for so long, hurled straight into the void. Instantly, the fragments of the island around them were shoved outward by surging waves. In almost no time, a massive tsunami formed, radiating outward from where he stood, rolling across the sea in all directions. Taste the full fury of my wrath, you little brat, Lewis. Whitebeard caught the descending Murakami in his hand, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Then, turning to Marco and the others, he called out to confirm. Our ship's all right, isn't it? Don't worry, Pops, everything's fine. Good, let's go. Everyone, back to the Moby Dick. Time to leave this place. With a commanding wave of his massive hand, Whitebeard led his crew toward where the Moby Dick was anchored. Meanwhile, back on the warship that had just caught up to Vice Admiral Jonathan, Lewis had landed on the deck and was now staring in disbelief at the gigantic tsunami bearing down on them like the end of the world itself. He muttered, half in shock. This old man, this is a bit much, isn't it? At this point, dear readers, how about showing a little support? Cast your votes, invest, or send a reward. Every little bit helps. My golden voice needs fuel. Rolls on the floor, acting cute and pleading. Looks like you really have managed to anger the old man this time. Vice Admiral Jonathan quipped from the deck, eyeing the monstrous wave ready to swallow the battleship whole at any moment. Compared to Sakazuki's stony silence, Lewis just clicked his tongue in awe. They say he's the world's strongest man, capable of destroying the world. I see now that's not an exaggeration. But aren't you all worried? With a tsunami this size, our ship's nothing more than an ant. One wrong move, and we're dead. Jonathan simply waved a hand with a broad grin. You stirred up his wrath, so naturally it's your job to deal with it. Lewis could only sigh, hand raised in mock surrender. Yeah, all right. This is what I get for being an admiral candidate, I suppose. But the exhaustion etched across his face wasn't just for show. Everyone could tell, and curiosity flickered in their eyes. How was Lewis planning to deal with that colossal wave? As all eyes fixed upon him, Lewis reached both hands out, as if gripping the very air, took a deep breath, and, straining with effort, pulled outward to each side. Immediately, on the tsunami towering like a wall, a thin, dark fissure appeared out of nowhere, and as Lewis continued to pull, the fissure widened, carving itself open wider and wider, just enough to let a battleship pass through. A low, focused shout from Lewis. Then, in response, the fissure devoured the roiling seawater, opening a rift in the giant wave that gave the fleet a path to escape. No words were necessary. Vice Admiral Jonathan understood at once and promptly ordered the other battleships to follow behind in single file, breaking out of the tsunami together. And at that very moment, Lewis glanced toward the other side of the massive wave and caught sight of a pirate ship, immense as a white whale, riding the crest of the tsunami, braving the storm and sailing farther and farther away. Sakazuki, standing to the side, watched this scene unfold with a touch of emotion in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lewis had reached a new level in his mastery of his abilities. What's on your mind, Sakazuki? Seeing the normally blunt Red Dog, looking like he wanted to say something but was holding back, Lewis found the whole thing a bit odd. Since when did this old comrade become so hesitant? Lewis, your power, has it awakened? Sakazuki asked softly. Lewis glanced at his own hands, feeling the rushing strength within him. He nodded with a smile, confirming Sakazuki's guess. At that, a flash of realization appeared in Sakazuki's eyes. It was true that Lewis's power, martial skills, and swordsmanship hadn't shown much progress lately. It was only his core ability that had evolved, but this single breakthrough had transformed his entire strength. If before he and Sakazuki had just barely set foot into the ranks of the top elites. Now, with his awakened power, Lewis had cemented his place at the summit and was already taking his next step toward even greater heights. Once he fully planted that next step, he might be able to stand on equal footing with legends like Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp, the world's most renowned masters. Although Sakazuki felt a bit wistful, the sight only fueled his own fighting spirit. This was exactly how things ought to be. Otherwise, how could Lewis possibly live up to his title as admiral candidate? And how would Sakazuki have the face to claim an admiral's seat for himself? After all, an admiral was more than just a leader within the Navy. The title itself represented the world government's peak fighting force. If you lacked true strength, stepping up would only be asking for humiliation. If you can reach this, so can I, Sakazuki. In fact, I'll surpass you. Yet Lewis was unaware of these inner vows Sakazuki was making. Instead, he voiced his own thoughts, the world's strongest at his peak. In these times, is there anyone who can truly match Whitebeard? That's precisely why the world calls him the strongest man alive, isn't it? Vice Admiral Jonathan's words made Lewis nod unconsciously. Staring at the vanished Moby Dick, he fell silent, lost in thought. Leading the remnants of the fleet, they headed for the nearest stronghold, the G8 base, to regroup and recover. 2 days later, in the office of the base commander, Admiral Sengoku now sat at his desk, his face thunderous as he held a document. Sitting on the sofas were Advisor Tsuru, along with Lewis, Sakazuki, and Jonathan. But Sengoku's expression was grim, his fury barely contained as he gripped the papers. 23,321 lives. Taking a sip of tea to suppress his anger, Sengoku declared in a deep, heavy voice. In the Queen of Spring Island incident, the Navy lost 23,321 men. 28 warships were sunk. Queen of Spring Island, once a crucial naval transport hub, was utterly destroyed. The massive tsunami wreaked havoc on the surrounding Water 7, Gourmet Island, and Long Ring Island. Nearly 40,000 civilians were killed or injured as an indirect result. The economic losses are simply incalculable. Don't you all feel even the slightest shame? With these final words, Admiral Sengoku could no longer contain his suppressed rage. He erupted, his voice thundering over the assembly below. Lewis and the others all hung their heads, taking the scolding in silence. There was nothing they could do. Serving in the Navy couldn't always be about glorious victories. When it was time to take the blame, it had to be borne. This incident, after all, marked a crushing defeat for the Navy. Some would even call it a rout, with far-reaching consequences that sparked a cascade of chain reactions. Sometimes, the tides of change upon the sea truly arrive when least expected. The battle between Vladimir and Crocodile, in itself, was nothing out of the ordinary. But given Vladimir's infamous madness, his threat was judged too great. That's why Admiral Sengoku insisted on mobilizing the Buster Call fleet, to ensure this maniac would be eliminated right then and there. Up until the moment Lewis and his team landed on the island, everything seemed under control. But then, out of nowhere, an insignificant-seeming person appeared, Pineapple Head Marco. And in that instant, everything changed. Sure enough, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate himself, soon appeared, unleashing the full, terrifying force and influence befitting a legendary pirate. He wasn't even targeting the Navy outright. Yet the sheer aftermath of his clash with Lewis alone was catastrophic. In the wider view of the world, one might coldly argue that these disasters hardly matter. But as Admiral Sengoku had just thundered, the Navy's failure to protect its territories and citizens, allowing disaster to wash over far and wide, could only leave these surviving officers racked with shame. Could they really face the people who had given their lives? Justify themselves to the innocent who died so miserably? After his tirade, Admiral Sengoku pressed a trembling hand over his eyes, his anger melting into weary self-reproach. He spoke in a voice thick with regret. No, it's I who should feel ashamed. You are simply carrying out orders. I am the one primarily responsible for this utter defeat. In truth, each of you deserves merit, not blame. No sooner had he spoken than Lewis and the others hurried to claim the fault. Admiral, it was our mistake. Enough. Not another word. Sengoku smashed his palm hard onto the table, fixing them with a fierce glare. A mistake is a mistake. The loss of more than 20,000 Marines, the suffering of 40,000 civilians. These burdens belong to Sengoku alone. Chastened in his silence, Lewis and his companions could only bow their heads once more. But as he looked up in that moment, Lewis glimpsed a trace of moisture gathering in the corners of Sengoku's eyes. Clearly, this weighed on his heart with an unbearable pain. To be honest, Lewis hadn't felt much emotion at first. Even on the day they outran the tsunami, he still had the composure to marvel at Newgate's strength along with Vice Admiral Jonathan. But now, looking at Admiral Sengoku's furious face, it was as if Lewis understood something. Yet it was elusive, hard to put into words. And at that very moment, Admiral Sengoku gazed at Lewis and Sakazuki and spoke. Lewis, Sakazuki, today's events must be forever seared into your memories. Not for a single moment can you be allowed to forget. I want both of you to realize the true significance behind all of this. Hearing these words, both Lewis and Sakazuki were taken aback. Then, their expressions shifted, as if they each had reached a sudden understanding. Whatever Sakazuki was thinking, Lewis couldn't tell. But he himself was beginning to understand that what he had been striving for all along was not merely the grandeur of commanding vast armies and boasting battalions numbering in the millions. Embedded within was also the heavy burden of carrying countless lives on his own shoulders. Just like Admiral Sengoku, glorious after years of military triumphs, yet, with a single misstep, bringing about the loss of over 20,000 Marines. Though deeply moved, neither Lewis nor Sakazuki broke the silence. And then, Chief of Staff Tsuru spoke up to take responsibility upon herself. This deployment failure falls mostly on me. As the head of intelligence, I failed to notice something as critical as the Whitebeard pirates leaving the New World. It's a grave dereliction of duty on my part. Admiral Sengoku offered no comforting words, not even a hint of leniency, despite his close ties with Tsuru. He simply declared, straightforwardly, "Tsuru, your mistake cannot be excused. Your pay will be cut to Lieutenant Admiral's rank for 2 years, your honorary title of Grand Chief of Staff revoked, and intelligence is to investigate all those involved. Find the source of the error. In 2 weeks, there will be a tribunal at Eni's lobby. You and your staff will stand trial together, with Fleet Admiral Kong himself presiding." Lewis opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet in the end he chose silence. It wasn't just the gravity of the situation. More importantly, to plead on Tsuru's behalf at this moment would be to insult her composure, as if she were incapable of bearing her own responsibility. "Yes, sir," Tsuru replied softly. After uttering her answer, she seemed to relax a little, the weight of blame lifting fractionally from her heart. But even so, she appeared much older than before. Admiral Sengoku made no mention of how he himself should be punished, nor did he pursue further blame against Lewis or the others. Truthfully, they had all acted as best as could be hoped. As for Admiral Sengoku, his punishment would come, not from anyone here, but from the higher authorities in Mary Geos. He just didn't voice it now. Afterward, the group discussed the fate of Vladimir, the post-battle reconstruction of Spring Queen Island, and other related matters, before finally dispersing. In the end, Lewis was left alone. Not long after, once he had finished sorting through the paperwork, the distinguished Admiral Sengoku set the files aside, glanced at Lewis, and asked, "After facing off against that bastard Newgate, what are your thoughts?" "For now, I'd say he's probably unbeatable." Lewis scratched his head and gave his honest assessment. Cradling his teacup, Sengoku rose from his chair and walked over to the window. He gazed out at the sea through the glass. He neither confirmed nor denied Lewis's judgment. "We've just received word. Fishman Island has submitted to the Whitebeard pirates. As one of the key junctions connecting the 2 halves of the Grand Line, you do understand the implications, don't you?" This sudden shift in conversation caught Lewis off guard for a moment. As the sole route used by most pirates to enter the New World, Fishman Island will now supply the Whitebeard pirates with a steady influx of fresh recruits. That means Newgate's power will grow ever stronger. His answer was measured and to the point, but Sengoku understood all this already, so he pressed further. "So, do you have any better ideas?" "No, I don't." At his response, Sengoku was silent for a moment, then waved his hand to let Lewis go. "Well, at least it's better than having Kaido or Charlotte Linlin take over," Sengoku consoled himself inwardly. Navy headquarters, Marineford. In the residential quarters, at the bar known as the Justice Club. Old Poe polished a glass and lined it neatly on a shelf. He lit a cigarette for himself, and, looking around at the somber, almost weary crowd, sighed as he let out a stream of smoke. A devastating defeat for the Navy had led to heavy losses, and of course, it had taken a toll on Marineford's mood. Business had been bleak these past few days. Poe wasn't too concerned about profits. After all, he hardly needed the money. What truly saddened him was the realization that many familiar faces might never set foot in his bar again. How long has it been since the Navy tasted such a bitter defeat? His muttered words drifted softly, sending Poe into a quiet reverie. If he thought about it, the Navy was never entirely invincible. There had been the occasional setback, but never with catastrophic casualties, always within the expected range. But this time, this was a rout the likes of which the last 10 years had never seen. Especially in recent years, with so many notorious pirates falling under the Navy's heel, things had been looking up. Now, this sudden and crushing defeat weighed heavily on morale. Just then, the bar door swung open and a Marine Rear Admiral peeked in. After spotting his friends, he broke into a smile and walked inside. Poe heard the door and looked up, a gentle smile appearing on his own face as well. "Oh, isn't that Isho? I heard from others that you've been working under Lewis at G6, haven't you? What brings you back today?" Isho smiled as he listened to Boss Puh and offered an explanation. "A couple of days ago, Vice Admiral Lewis returned to G6 and gave me a bit of leave. But, truth be told, it's rare for me to come back." "Lewis went back to G6? How is he? Is he all right?" Hearing Boss Puh's concerned inquiry, Isho waved his hand reassuringly. "He's fine. Not injured, just not in the best of spirits." "Ah, well, you really can't blame him for what happened." It was clear that Boss Puh had his own sources. He seemed to know a thing or two about the Spring Queen Island incident. His tone softened as he offered some words of comfort. Isho nodded in agreement. After a bit of casual conversation with Boss Puh, he asked for an empty glass and walked toward a table tucked away in the corner. At this table sat Enigmo Doberman Burning Mountain, Momonga, and Strawberry. Isho, come take a seat, Strawberry called out with a friendly smile, pulling out a chair for him. Isho didn't stand on ceremony. After settling into his seat with the empty cup, Momonga kindly filled it with wine for him. On the surface, they looked like a harmonious group sitting together at the table. Still, this was more about personal friendships. When it came to factions, things were quite different. The Hawks, the Doves, and the Neutrals were all represented here. As for Isho, by virtue of his close ties to Lewis, he naturally belonged to the neutral camp. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. Enigmo, Burning Mountain, you've both been promoted to Vice Admiral. That's really something to be proud of, Isho said with a cheerful grin. Enigmo, known as Sakazuki's staunchest supporter, always strived to emulate his leader's stern demeanor. His face remained rigid, but at Isho's words, he managed a stiff, almost forced smile and offered his thanks. Burning Mountain, meanwhile, downed his drink in one go, a cloud of worry darkening his features. With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand. Don't bring it up. For all I know, I could be dismissed in a few days. Surprised, Isho glanced at Momonga beside him, puzzled. What do you mean? This most recent disaster. Anyone with eyes can see the Intelligence Division is mainly to blame. Don't forget, Burning Mountain works there. This time, he and Advisor Tsuru, well, not just Advisor Tsuru anymore, Vice Admiral Tsuru, whatever, I'll just keep calling her Advisor Tsuru. It's been so many years, it's a habit. Anyway, the two of them will have to go to Ini's lobby in 3 days to stand trial, Momonga replied, shaking his head in resignation. It was clear he felt helpless about his friend's situation. Isho fell silent for a moment, took a sip of his wine, and said, well, I guess congratulations really aren't in order then, but you only joined the Intelligence Division not that long ago, right? Huashishin slowly took out a cigar, lit it, clenched it between his teeth, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. With a sigh, he said, this has nothing to do with how long anyone's been a member. It's a grave failure across every level of the Intelligence Department. In fact, here, his tone dropped a little as he addressed the group. In fact, you could say our whole Intelligence Department was negligent in its duties. Even if I'm not personally involved, there's no way I'll escape trouble over this. Not a single person in the department will walk away unscathed. If you're lucky, you'll just get a harsh reprimand. If your luck runs out, after the hearings, you might be facing the execution squad. Just think about it. Even Staff Officer Tsuru's been stripped of her rank. Don't need to spell out how serious this is. The others fell silent as they listened to Huashishin's words, unable to disagree with a single point he made. I just wonder if Staff Officer Tsuru might. That's impossible. The Chief Staff Officer is definitely going to have a tough time, but to say she'll face execution, that's going too far. Honestly, I think once this storm blows over, after the punishments are handed out, the Chief Staff Officer will almost certainly be reinstated. Lewis says it's inevitable. Whether it's Mary Geos or our own Navy headquarters, everyone knows Staff Officer Tsuru bears most of the responsibility, yet they're also well aware of just how capable she is. It wouldn't make sense to erase all her past contributions to the Navy because of a single failure, would it? What's more, right now, there's no one else in naval intelligence who can match her expertise. So after the period of reflection and discipline, it's only natural she'll return to her post. Isho wrapped things up neatly. It was his firm belief that, in time, Staff Officer Tsuru would return to her former position. By the way, how's Vice Admiral Lewis holding up? Enigmo suddenly asked. He's fine. Nothing to worry about, Isho replied. With an upheaval like this, it's a real blessing Vice Admiral Lewis and Lord Sakazuki weren't dragged into it. Hearing the note of relief in Enigmo's voice, Strawberry nodded and offered further explanation. There's really no reason to be overly tense. The buster call was issued by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki and Lewis were merely executors. Lewis even covered the rear himself, squaring off against Whitebeard in the process. There's nothing to criticize there, so talk of getting implicated just doesn't apply. Hearing this, Momonga nodded in strong agreement. Exactly. Both the Fleet Admiral and the Chief Staff Officer have said nothing against Sakazuki or Lewis, nor held them accountable. If no one at the top is blaming them, why are we sitting here sighing? At that, everyone around the table exchanged glances, then broke into laughter, clinking glasses and downing their drinks, letting their worries sink deep inside. After a few more casual remarks, Doberman seemed to remember something and turned to ask Huashishin. Speaking of which, how did the Whitebeard pirates manage to slip out of the New World without anyone noticing? Has your Intelligence Division caught wind of anything? Fires of the Burning Mountain set his wine cup down, his expression briefly hesitant. But soon, he explained to everyone. The reasons are complicated. On one hand, it's true, some bastards in our Intelligence Division were negligent, and those people ought to be executed. On the other hand, there's been a series of upheavals in the intelligence world of the New World, causing chaos on a considerable scale. Frankly, Our department couldn't adapt fast enough. Lastly, it's always been difficult to gather intel on the Whitebeard pirates themselves, as you all know. Unlike other pirate crews, they don't have a fixed base, always roaming the seas, hardly ever setting foot on shore unless something major demands it. There may be other reasons as well. In short, with so many complications tossed in, the fact that this mess happened is probably just an unfortunate coincidence. What happened to the intelligence world? Squirrel asked curiously. I know a bit about that, Fujitora said, draining his glass. As he refilled his cup from the bottle, he continued. There's a new reshuffling within the intelligence circles of the New World. It's all-out mayhem. A real free-for-all right now. Not just the Navy's intelligence department, but Don Quixote's family, the up-and-coming Pleasure Street organization, the Big Mom Pirates intelligence forces, various Cypher-Pol agent cells, and a whole slew of other big and small agencies are warring and carving out new turf. It's become common for them to sabotage each other outright. As they listened to Fujitora's explanation, everyone glanced at fires of the burning mountain. He could only nod helplessly and sigh in confirmation. It wasn't just the Navy. These days, every major force at sea has intelligence operations thrown into chaos. While these future pillars of the Navy enjoyed their drinks and banter, far above them, up in the top floor of Headquarters Fortress, Admiral Sengoku's office, Lewis sat on the sofa, a teacup nestled in his hands, exchanging an idle conversation with Sengoku. By the way, after all that's happened, is there still no word on Vice Admiral Garp returning? At the mention, Sengoku's face turned sour. He thundered, irritation clear in his voice. That old fool? Frankly, I'd rather he didn't come back. If he does, I swear I'll teach him a lesson. Never mind Dragunov for now. The real trouble is that, thanks to this South Blue operation, he stirred up a scandal at precisely the worst possible moment. Huh? What happened with Vice Admiral Garp? A scandal? Garp? Lewis perked up instantly, curiosity piqued, and hastened to ask. It had been more than 2 years since he last saw Garp. Their only contact nowadays was the occasional call over Den Den Mushi. Their last encounter had been on Bartilia Island, back in the South Blue. Recently, I heard that his mission is finally over and he's preparing to return to headquarters. I suppose things on his end have finally settled down. Tisish, word is he can't keep his hands to himself. Grand Admiral Sengoku muttered, revealing the so-called scandal with a frown. There are rumors that, back on Batarira Island, he set his eyes on a young woman. And in the past 2 years, he's almost lived at her place every single day. And then, Lewis asked, struggling to hold back a laugh. And then? Well, about a year ago, that woman ended up pregnant. Sengoku was clearly displeased as he spoke, his tone sharp. Garp had stayed at her house for 2 years, and then the woman became pregnant a year ago. No matter how you look at it, it's hard to believe this has nothing to do with Garp. But Sengoku didn't suspect anything relating to Roger. After all, that man's ashes had long scattered to the winds. There is absolutely no way for a tale of resurrection or some ghostly matchmaking to take root. And even that could be overlooked. Garp is on his own now. As for Dragon, well, that guy, who knows where he's run off to? If Garp found a new family, that wouldn't be so unusual. But the real problem is that woman died during childbirth, and somehow, rumors started swirling. They say Garp, for the sake of his reputation, secretly had her killed, and the baby, who should have been his own son, was instead taken in as his adopted grandson. As Sengoku spoke, his irritation reached a boiling point. He slapped the table hard, clearly riled up and in a foul mood. Lewis hadn't expected the story to be so tangled. Seeing his superior in such a state, Lewis couldn't help but ask, Admiral, you don't actually believe any of this, do you? Sengoku shot him a fierce glare, then took a long, bracing sip of tea before explaining the real reason for his anger. Do I look like I believe something like that? Now, I could believe Garp might have gotten involved with that woman. He's not exactly known for self-restraint. But this idea that he would hurt her to protect his so-called good name, or that he would take his own child and pretend it's his grandchild, that I would never, ever buy, not in a million years. That idiot may be unreliable about a lot of things, but he's not so vile. What infuriates me is not the rumor itself, but the way it insults him, and insults the honor of the Navy. You're right. Vice Admiral Garp may be a troublemaker, but at the very least, he does have principles. Those stories, I can't believe them, either. Lewis agreed, his expression earnest. After all, deep down, he knew the real circumstances behind everything. He just felt sorry for Garp. Roger had truly ruined him. Most of Garp's reputation was now almost entirely wrecked by this mess. And there's no way to explain the truth, either. Enough. Sooner or later, these rumors will die down, Sengoku said, waving his hand as he mastered his anger. By the way, Admiral, about Vladimir. In a moment, just take this fellow and escort him straight into Impel Down. Yes, sir. All for the sake of justice. After exchanging a few words, Admiral Sengoku permitted Lewis to escort Vladimir, bringing the true culprit to Impel Down to be imprisoned. At the same time, deep within the secretive Level 6 of Impel Down, Shiki was staring pensively at the shackles around his ankles, lost in thought. On the docks outside Impel Down, Lewis and Warden McHime shared a warm hug, their camaraderie clear for all to see. After all, these days, whenever Lewis came to fetch a prisoner from Impel Down, the payment was made on a per-head basis. McHime, the warden, could be said to be embezzling with official approval, making a tidy sum each month. Now, he was already planning to buy a private island and build a grand estate once he retired. "It's been a while since you visited, Vice Admiral Lewis," McHime greeted, his face aglow with a cheerful smile. "Just busy as always. I hope Isho hasn't caused you any trouble. If he's fallen short anywhere, just let me know and I'll deal with him as soon as I'm back." Lewis replied with a friendly laugh. Most of the affairs at Impel Down he had already delegated to Isho. Aside from occasionally passing through, it was true that he hadn't been around much lately. McHime shook his head, assuring him that working with Rear Admiral Isho had been an absolute pleasure, with nothing to complain about. "This time, the man you're bringing in, it's that lunatic, isn't it?" After some small talk, Warden McHime raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "That's right. If not for that lunatic, the Navy wouldn't have suffered its worst defeat in the past decade." Tracing the chain of events, Lewis wasn't wrong. If Vladimir hadn't captured Marco, Whitebeard wouldn't have come after him. McHime nodded in understanding and said, "You can rest easy, Vice Admiral Lewis. Impel Down may be lacking in certain areas, but when it comes to keeping prisoners under lock and key, we are unmatched. For 8 centuries, this mighty fortress has stood, and not once has an incident stirred within the grand prison of Impel Down." With that, he patted his chest, brimming with confidence. "Well then, Lewis was just about to respond, when suddenly, the blaring wail of the prison's alarm system echoed throughout the docks. Instantly, chaos erupted among the gathered crowd. McHime looked dumbfounded. He had just been beating his chest in reassurance. And now, barely a minute later, there was already trouble? What happened to the pride of a warden? His expression shifted in an instant. Spinning around, he barked an order to Magellan behind him. "Go. Deal with the troublemakers at once." "Yes, Warden," Magellan replied without hesitation, nodding resolutely. With several guards in tow, he turned and strode into Impel Down to restore order. After that, McHime was at a loss about what to do. He could only maintain an awkward smile and offer yet another assurance to Lewis that he would never allow those prisoners the slightest chance to escape from here. Lewis didn't embarrass Director McHime. He smiled and nodded in agreement. But deep down, an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. When he stopped to think about it, could it be that old Lion himself was planning an escape? The timing did seem to fit. Still, Lewis couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it really was Shiki trying to break out, it would simply mean Lewis had truly rotten luck, just happening to be on duty when the trouble started. If Shiki dared make a move, Lewis was determined to crush him and send him right back in. Seeing that Lewis remained silent, McHime thought he must be annoyed. After all, Lewis was without doubt a strong candidate to become his superior in the future. Eager to make amends, Director McHime hurriedly tried to explain. "Please don't worry. Honestly, incidents like this crop up every year. But our defenses here at Impel Down are extremely tight. We conduct anti-escape drills every month, and all departments coordinate flawlessly. Besides, Magellan is immensely powerful, and here in Impel Down, he has a huge home field advantage. Usually things settle down in about 10 minutes. Since you happen to be visiting today, this could be a good chance for you to see our system in action." Lewis, well aware of the director's worries, still played along. Of course. I have every confidence in Impel Down's iron defenses. After all, it stood tall for 8 centuries. Then, as if he couldn't care less about the ringing alarms, Lewis changed the subject and chatted casually with McHime. "I'm wondering, have you had any dealings with Amazon Lily?" "I know a fair bit about them," McHime replied, after a quick thought. "They're almost co-owners of the Calm Belt, and though they're not far from us, we've always kept a peaceful distance from each other." "And what's the situation in that country?" asked Lewis. McHime didn't dwell on why his prospective superior was suddenly interested in Amazon Lily. It wasn't really within his concern. So, he made no secret of it and shared all he knew with Lewis. Through McHime's words, Lewis got a general sense of this nation. Simply put, Amazon Lily is impressively strong, but life in the Calm Belt means resources are scarce. They're cut off from stable contact with other nations, let alone trade. Because of these unique circumstances and their fierce culture, the nation gradually turned into a pirate society, surviving through raids. And since their power is far beyond the norm, throughout the first half of the Grand Line, they're virtually unrivaled. With nothing but their fierce legacy, they could carve a path from Amazon Lily to the corners of the 4 seas. As for the Kuja pirates, they're the famed pirate crew, handed down through generations as the pride of Amazon Lily. When it comes to heritage, few pirate crews can compare. Take the Whitebeard Pirates, for instance. Their history doesn't stretch back too far. But as for the Kuja Pirates, you could trace their lineage back for centuries. They truly stand as the venerable elders of the pirating world. Director McKime, do you think Amazon Lily could ever be brought under the Marines' command? Lewis asked offhandedly. McKime was caught off guard, hesitating for a moment before replying. That's highly unlikely, isn't it? After all, this country has been pirates for hundreds of years. To suddenly become Marines. At this, he glanced nervously over his shoulder, worry clouding his face. How could so much time have passed, and still there was no news? Lewis simply smiled, letting the subject drop, but in his heart he quietly began to weigh the possibility of annexing them. They waited a while longer at the harbor. As the alarm level crept ever higher, beads of cold sweat started streaming down McKime's forehead. Damn it, please don't let anything major happen. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a secret sigh of relief. Thank goodness Vice Admiral Lewis was here. With strength like his, he could handle whatever might come their way, considering even Whitebeard. Just as Director McKime was silently reassuring himself, a panicked warden dashed over, interrupting his thoughts with a tremor in his voice. Director, it's been confirmed. The escapee this time is Golden Lion Shiki, the flying pirate from Level 6, Infinite Hell. What? McKime cried out in disbelief, hastily demanding, how did that bastard get out? He severed both his legs. The warden stammered, barely able to get the words out. What about Magellan? Where is he? What's the situation now? McKime fired off more questions. The vice director tried to cut off Shiki on the 3rd level, but Shiki's powers are just too elusive. He slipped right past. He's already reached the 2nd level now. Chief Hannibal is leading the resistance. Hannibal? No way. He'll never be able to hold Shiki back. Quick, go tell Magellan to make for the 1st floor at once. Do not let Shiki make it out, no matter what. If he does, the reputation and honor of Impel Down will be ruined for all of us. As he barked out the order, McKime's expression grew grim, sending someone to relay the message to Magellan without a moment's delay. Yet fate rarely listens to our prayers. Just then, the main gate of Impel Down was blown clear off its hinges, sending both massive doors and 2 whole squads of guards flying. And among the battered, bloody bodies was Hannibal himself, eyes rolled back, looking about as unfortunate as a man could be. The air of freedom. So this is Impel Down, the so-called legendary hell. Turns out it's nothing special after all. Long before he appeared, his boisterous voice echoed through the air. That wild, arrogant laughter was instantly recognizable to Lewis. He couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curling up as he turned to watch the figure slowly emerge from the haze. He wore the standard black and white prison garb, his whole body suspended 20 or 30 centimeters above the ground, floating effortlessly. His right sleeve hung empty. Only his left hand gripped a withered wooden sword. Blood poured endlessly from both ankles, forming gruesome trails beneath him and highlighting the ferocity in his smile. A mass of dry, lackluster golden hair fell behind his head, and a burning cigar was clenched between his teeth as his mouth twisted into a grin. Shiki, you will never escape from here. Magellan, trailing poisonous vapors, came rushing in from behind with desperation in his voice. Shiki didn't bother to turn. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a thunderous, triumphant laugh. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. In that moment, bursting through the gates of hell, Shiki's whole being seemed to relax. He truly believed that if he could break free of this cage, leaving would be child's play. But before the last echoes of his laughter died away, he caught sight, out of the corner of his eye, of a figure waiting at the harbor, that singular presence bringing his wild smile to an abrupt halt. Lewis stood there, a dazzling smile lighting up his face as he waved, his tone brimming with delight. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's? Aren't you bold? But truly, it's been a long time, Shiki. Lewis. Shiki's eyes flared with rage as he roared out the name. As it happens, I almost forgot you still have the Witheredwood in hand. Lucky for me, I needed a replacement today, Lewis said lightly, drawing the broken Sakura 10 from its scabbard at his waist with a hint of gratitude in his voice. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lewis stamped his foot, vanishing a heartbeat and lunging straight for Shiki. Face hardening, Shiki raised the withered wood in his left hand, sending a flying slash toward Lewis. Even broken, Sakura 10 was a deadly blade. With a single swing, Lewis shattered the incoming slash, then pressed the fractured sword hard against the withered wood. Immense strength surged from his arm, forcing Shiki to support the sword with just one trembling arm. Shiki flushed deeply as he gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Yet after just this single exchange, Lewis's eyes flickered with a glint of regret. With their faces close, gazes locked in fierce combat, he whispered to Shiki. "You've grown old and weak, Shiki." Shiki, straining with every fiber against Lewis's might, heard those words, and a savage, mortified glare flashed in his eyes. "Eregant brat." He flung the words out, and in the blink of an eye, used his powers to put distance between them. Loosening his grip, he spun the withered wood in a flourish, the blade flickering like a phantom as it darted sideways, aimed straight at Lewis. It was just like that day in Marineford, almost the exact same move. And just as before, Lewis stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating, merely shrouding his waist and abdomen in haki. The next second, the famous sword withered wood, still as razor-sharp as ever, struck fiercely at Lewis's midsection. But it was as if an invisible wall stopped it outside his flesh. The blade simply could not draw blood. "I was wrong," Lewis said, meeting Shiki's eyes without a flicker of fear, paying the sword at his waist no mind at all. "You're not old at all. In fact, you're just past your 50s, in the prime of your life. How could I say you were old?" He admitted his error with calm candor. Yet, even as he spoke, a note of regret came into his voice. "But you're broken, Shiki. This attack, 2 years ago, it could have gravely wounded me. 2 years later, it doesn't even pierce my haki. These 2 years have been cruel to you, but I've become a different man altogether." Lewis hadn't used his devil fruit power, just a half-polished swordsman slash, layered with haki. Yet even so, he sent the stunned Shiki flying with a single blow. Shiki's feet left bloody trails as he braced himself against the force with withered wood, but he couldn't withstand the strike. His body was hurled back a dozen meters, nearly forced once again through the gates of Impel Down. Only then did he let go of all force from his body. His eyes shadowed as he looked at Lewis's tall, lean figure. Clenching his hands, he seemed to try calling fourth armament haki again. But as soon as it flickered to life, it ebbed away like a retreating tide, never reaching the blade. At the same time, pain flickered in Shiki's gaze. From beneath the ship's rudder jammed into his skull, a faint trickle of blood oozed. 2 years ago, at Marineford, though he'd lost his ability to use Conqueror's haki, his mastery of observation and armament haki was still fluid. He could wield them with ease. But in these 2 years, caged in the darkness of Impel Down, it had taken half a year of recovery just to coax his wounds into a grudging peace. And what kind of place was Impel Down, really? Did anyone truly believe he could recover there? With poor food, wretched water, and a body that wasted a little more with each passing day, even the pain flaring up from the rudder in his head became pure torture, leaving him in utter despair. Now, broken legs, ruined health, and even the power of his haki all but gone. There was little left for Shiki to wield. All he had was his left hand gripping withered wood and the fluttering power of his devil fruit. Yet even so, facing Lewis blocking the gate, no matter how hard he tried, Shiki could not even break through the man's basic haki defense. He might not be called a hero, but Shiki was worthy of the name Man of Valor. Yet even the boldest heroes must one day face their twilight. Seeing Shiki still and silent, Lewis lifted his hand, signaling the others to fall back. Magellan hesitated for a moment, but when his superior gave a reassuring nod, he, too, quietly stepped aside. Is one truly finished if their resolve remains unbroken? Shiki suddenly spoke, gazing at Lewis. In that fleeting moment, he seemed once more to be the golden lion who once ruled the seas with a lion's roar. "You golden lion, how lofty and proud your spirit is, that much I understand. Even now, your unwavering determination lets you look down on the world with boundless pride. But for me, that very resolve means you are already finished. Shiki, no matter how much pride fills your heart, today, you shall not take a single step out of this tomb called Impel Down." Lewis raised his hand, pointing the broken Sakura 10 at Shiki. After a brief pause, he continued, "The age when you vied with Roger has come to an end. This is the new era. And you are a remnant of a bygone age. This new era, there is no ship left that can bear the weight of your ambition, Shiki." At those words, Shiki was stunned. A flicker of confusion passed over his face as he murmured softly, "Just 2 years, and I've already been left behind." 2 years is more than enough, Lewis said, not with mockery, but with an earnest finality. Shiki burst out in wild, reckless laughter. Then, like Lewis, he lifted the withered sword in his hand and called out, "No ship in this new era can carry me. Maybe so, Lewis, but at least I've breathed the long-lost air of freedom once more. These legs of mine, I lost them for a reason. If that's the cost to face you again, then so be it. It's a price worth paying. Old era, new era, whatever you want to call it. There's no need to try breaking my resolve with words." Before Lewis could answer, Shiki declared with a mighty spirit. Enough talk. A cripple for a broken sword. What a fitting match for today. Come, Luis. Use that shattered sword of yours. Cut down the last of my resolve. Very well. Truly, you are a man to be reckoned with. Sins as great as yours. Yet your spirit remains unyielding, your heroism undiminished. Today let me, Luis, sever your indomitable resolve. As the words left his lips, Luis lifted the broken Sakura 10 and held it horizontally before his chest. One hand gripped the hilt, the other caressed the jagged edge of the broken blade. Where his palm passed, sovereign haki flowed like drifting clouds, gathering at the break to form a blade of pure will, intangible, free from any devil fruit's power. The strike bore nothing but his own haki. Shiki, ruthless and decisive to the end, now balanced boldly on his severed legs, suppressing all trace of his devil fruit's floating power. Slowly, he raised the famed sword, Witheredwood. Bloodshot veins spread through his eyes, while the ship's rudder embedded in his skull shuddered ever so slightly, and crimson blood oozed from his brow. Suddenly, a surge of armament haki burst from Witheredwood, swirling around the blade and transforming it into a jet-black sword. Lion's roar, ocean cry. As a low, resonant shout faded, Luis and Shiki moved at the same time. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Everyone watching from the harbor could clearly see the distance between them steadily closing. The twin blades that had once been sisters collided once more. A clash of armament haki surged forth, sweeping up everything around them, sending debris flying in every direction. An invisible force of will erupted from both men simultaneously, as if by secret pact, matching each other's intensity. The collision of conquerors haki. Shiki's aura was like that of an old, fierce beast driven to its last desperate stand, fearless in the face of death. His long golden hair had become eerily crimson, stained by the blood trickling from his scalp, giving him the appearance of a vengeful specter. Luis's presence, in contrast, resembled a lion bathed in the morning sun, unstoppable, majestic, and utterly composed. Deep within his dark blue eyes shone perfect calm, while in his grip the broken blade, Sakura 10, sliced right through the force of Shiki's armament haki. The overwhelming surge of conquerors haki from them both caused many prison guards on the docks to collapse into unconsciousness. The once tranquil sea now roared with crashing waves, bearing witness to this climactic showdown between two legendary warriors. Yet, just as everyone watching braced for a further escalation, suddenly, amid the chaos, a wailing cry echoed through the air. No one could say just where the mournful sound came from, but to the naked eye, it was clear. Luis's spirit instantly surged past that of Shiki, the caged lion. A heartbeat later, a gleam of blood arced through the air. Shiki's famed blade, Witheredwood, was severed in half by Sakura 10, the broken sword in Luis's hand. A deep, bone-revealing wound split across Shiki's chest, yet he made no outcry of pain. He stared straight at Luis, his gaze flickering between clarity and darkness. There was a metallic note as Witheredwood clattered to the ground beside its broken blade. At the same moment, the clash of their spirits ended with the sword's fall. With the menacing presences vanishing, the two now only stood face to face, as if in ordinary conversation. The previous ferocity dissipated in mere breaths. Shiki looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, and a wry smile curled unconsciously onto his lips. We fought 3 times now. The first time we met, you ambushed me and left me without my right hand, and took Sakura 10. The second time at Marineford, we fought side by side, both wounded by that old bastard Sengoku. And this third time, I couldn't land a single blow on you, but you've left me with this scar. So what do you think? I made a lot of progress, haven't I? Luis slowly slid Sakura 10 back into its sheath, arching an eyebrow in playful challenge. No, it's more that I've slipped too far. Shiki shook his head, then, glancing sourly at Sakura 10 at Luis's waist, grumbled with lingering resentment. My precious sword. You vandalized it, kid. TCH, that blade's broken clean in 2. Upon hearing this, Luis rolled his eyes, spreading his hands in exasperation as he complained. Do you think I wanted to break Sakura 10? If it weren't for that bastard Newgate, this wouldn't have happened. Newgate, is it? Shiki murmured, a shade of nostalgia passing through his eyes, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Director Mekheim wanted to step forward and say something, but Luis reached out to stop him. Then, lighting a cigarette for himself, he took a slow drag, quietly waiting. In this new era, is there truly no ship left that can carry me? Shiki suddenly asked. There are always military ships, but you'd never settle for that, Luis replied, teasing. Ignoring Luis's joke, Shiki let out a heavy sigh, his eyes closed. My spirit. Before Lewis could respond, Shiki spoke again. Since I've escaped Impel Down, I have no intention of going back. Lewis, though you and I stand on opposite sides, for the sake of old times, give me a clean end. Seeing Shiki close his eyes, welcoming death with pride, Lewis was flooded with emotion. To tell the truth, the thought of killing Shiki made his heart ache. After all, in his eyes, Impel Down was like a prime breeding ground for powerful devil fruit users. He could always come back later, collect the fruits, and strengthen the Navy's fighting force. That was indeed the plan he had in mind. Yet now, looking at Shiki's dignified composure, ready to meet his end, Lewis found he simply couldn't utter any words of refusal. There were no positions to take, no debates of justice or evil. Only a heartfelt respect for a hero who had dominated the seas for decades. So be it. Why tarnish his dignity any further? Sakura-ten was drawn once more from his waist. Gazing at the broken sword in his hand, Lewis spoke softly. This sword, though taken from you, Shiki, has been my companion in battle for 7 years. Though broken, I've never abandoned it. Today, I return it to its rightful owner. Shiki opened his eyes, looking at the broken blade in Lewis's hand, and smiled. Thank you, Lewis. As the last word faded, Lewis no longer hesitated. He pulled Shiki into a rough embrace, and with precise force, thrust Sakura-ten straight into Shiki's chest, piercing his heart. A harsh cough tore from Shiki's lips as blood trickled down, his gaze turning unfocused. Memories from years past flashed before his eyes. His days of conquest across the seas, scenes passing rapidly like a lantern show, as if a lifetime had spanned both a long age and a fleeting heartbeat. In his final moments, what surfaced in Shiki's mind was that epic battle at Edwar. If only that storm hadn't happened, what would this world be like now? Roger, Lewis, Shiki whispered, his breath faltering. Perhaps Roger would never have climbed to the pinnacle. It would have been you, Shiki, the unrivaled king of the world. Lewis replied, letting out a soft, heartfelt laugh. Yes, if it hadn't been for that great storm, Shiki, might have become the new pirate king, roaming the seas with impunity. Is it fate or simply bad luck? That faint, elusive stroke of fortune ended up steering the course of Shiki's life. And more often than not, most people lose out by just that one thread of luck. Unparalleled in the world. Ka-ha-ha. Shiki threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing wildly, before falling suddenly silent. Even in death, he did not collapse. The arrogance and ferocity conveyed by his posture lingered, leaving anyone who saw it shaken to the core. The legend draws to a close, and yet remains legendary. And with that, the age of the mighty rogue, the Golden Lion Shiki, came to an end. At G6 Marine Base, near the coast, there stood a simple grave. There was nothing special about it. Not even a headstone marked its place. But curiously, 2 broken swords stood thrust into the earth above it. One was called Sakura-ten, the other Kakuju. Anyone with a discerning eye would instantly guess that this was the resting place of Shiki, the Golden Lion. Not far from the grave, Louis sat on a rock by the shore, his Navy Justice cloak draped over his shoulders, a cigarette between his lips. In his hand, he held a bottle of sherry, which he sipped from time to time as he sat in silent contemplation, watching the endless blue sea. It had been 7 days since that not-so-small, but not quite major commotion at Impel Down. Shiki's jailbreak plan had nearly reached its final stage. Yet, just as he set foot outside the prison, it was his own hand that put an end to it, his own life lost here. Therefore, this incident, neither great nor insignificant, didn't set off any chain reactions. In fact, the story never even made it into the world news. Very few people actually knew what had happened. After all, those imprisoned on the 6th floor were criminals meant to be eroded away by the tides of history. Barring any surprises, there would likely never be a chance for news of this event to reach the papers. Drinking here again, are we? Without him noticing, Guillaume had appeared behind Louis, smiling as she asked her question. Louis looked surprised but soon chuckled and replied, What do you mean, again? I just found myself here, without realizing it. Despite his words, Guillaume glanced at the sherry in his hand, but chose not to call him out. Taking a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket, she used a lighter adorned with a cute pink bunny to light one, exhaled a cloud of smoke with satisfaction, and sat down beside Louis, leaning gently against his shoulder. She looked at him with curiosity. These past few days, you seem preoccupied. What's going on? Come on, it's just one golden lion, isn't it? You killed him with your own hands, and now you're brooding. Ha ha ha. Brooding me? Not at all. Why would a candidate for admiral like me get sentimental over some pirate scoundrel? Louis laughed heartily, making it clear there was nothing sentimental about it. Gion didn't argue back. Instead, she turned to glance at the grave behind her, quietly musing to herself. But you still put up a grave for him. Good thing there's no tombstone or the like, or else it really would be hard to justify. Lewis kept his gaze fixed on the sea, his voice drifting like a distant echo. I was just thinking, someone like Shiki to die just like that. In the end, what was he lacking? Lacking. Hearing this, Gion turned her head back, opened her mouth as if to say something, but the words caught in her throat and wouldn't come out. What was Shiki lacking? It seemed he lacked nothing. Fame, power, strength, status, he had them all. And not just that, he excelled in every one of those. Yet his end came so swiftly and cleanly. Maybe he was just a bit short on luck, Lewis answered himself, picking up where he left off. A knowing light flashed in Gion's eyes, and she replied softly, yes, that's it. Shiki wasn't missing anything, except that final ounce of luck. He asked me, right before he died, if that storm all those years ago had never happened, what do you think this world would be like? The question Lewis cast out piqued Gion's curiosity. She couldn't help but press for the answer he'd given. I told him, if that storm had never happened, then you, Shiki, might have become unmatched in the world. The unexpected answer caught Gion off guard for a moment. She didn't know what to say. But at that moment, Lewis gave a little laugh and spoke in a gentler tone. Thinking about it now, maybe my words then were meant as a bit of comfort. Or maybe, in that fleeting instant, I did admire that bastard's courage to face death head-on. But if he were to ask me the same today, I'd give him a different answer. What would your answer be? Storm or no storm? Shiki would still have ended up defeated by my own hand. Lewis's declaration, brimming with confidence, made Gion burst out laughing, not with mockery, but with a kind of natural, heartfelt satisfaction. Haha, now that sounds like you, Lewis. This sea, you know, is far too small. Barely enough for me alone to stir things up. So looking at it that way, how could anyone else ever deserve the title unmatched in all the world? Lewis chuckled as he spoke, taking a sip of his sherry. The taste of a hero, aged in the cask of time. After a hearty swig, Lewis exhaled a long breath, pausing before he turned to Gion and said, come to think of it, didn't I achieve a great feat here? Without me, Impel Down's reputation of 800 years would have gone up in smoke. Whether you count it or not, that's debatable. You just happened to be there when things went wrong, and did your duty as expected. Can you really call that a great achievement? Gion analyzed matter-of-factly. Before Lewis could respond, Gion continued. If you didn't already have that admiral candidate position, maybe they'd give you a mark of merit for this. But now, you're just one step away from being admiral. How can headquarters reward your contributions any further? Ha 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 ha. So, after all that fuss, is it just I got promoted too quickly? Lewis burst out laughing, careless as ever, and flicked his cigarette but into the sea without a single thought for the environment. In truth, this was easy enough to understand. At this point in his career, he had one foot through the doorway of the admiral's ranks. From a certain perspective, the relationship between Lewis and Navy headquarters was no longer just a simple hierarchy of superiors and subordinates. Rather, their fates were now intertwined. As one flourishes, all flourish. As one falls, all suffer. They had become members of the same echelon, bound together. Military achievements, and such mattered little to him now. Climbing to the rank of admiral required more than a few medals. It demanded approval from the top and skill in navigating the treacherous waters of politics. Look at Admiral Sengoku. After so many years of tireless service, did he ever get some braggable award? On the contrary, he had to take the fall whenever something went wrong. Not once. The real reason is simple. Sengoku had become the one handing out commendations. And as for Lewis, while his name might not officially carry the same weight yet, in reality, he was not far removed from Sengoku's stature. What they now sought was to strengthen the Navy and expand its interests so that everyone on their level would share in the glory and the benefit. That above all else was their foundation, the thing that truly mattered to them. The stronger the Navy became, the more power they personally held. After that laughter faded, a certain gravity returned to Lewis's gaze. The death of Shiki this time had left a deep impression on him. More than anything, it was Shiki's boldness in his final moments, a magnificent spirit that had shifted something fundamental within Lewis. He began to wonder if he'd been underestimating himself all along. Up to now, he'd only thought about meddling in the business of the 7 warlords of the sea. But when he considered it more closely, was that really such a big deal? 20 years after the events of the original story, as soon as Fujitora stepped onto the stage, he openly declared his intention to abolish the 7 warlords system without the slightest hesitation. Why tiptoe around? And the 7 warlords are only the first step. Isn't the next logical move to take down the so-called 4 emperors? Or perhaps there never even needs to be a 4 emperors era on these seas. As long as the Navy's voice is the only one that truly matters across these seas, wouldn't that be enough? But soon Lewis reined in his runaway thoughts. Perhaps things should be that way someday. But for now, his immediate goal was simply to become an admiral. As Lewis and Guillaume continued their light banter, suddenly, the din mushy at his side started ringing. He picked it up, glanced at the caller, and paused in surprise. "It's Stussy from CPO." Guillaume's face instantly soured at the name. With a sniff, she muttered coldly, "Humph, that vixen." With that, she ignored Lewis entirely, stood up, and left on her own. Lewis couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Guillaume's retreating figure. He let it go, answering the call with a cheerful tone. "Lady Stussy, how can I help you?" Hearing Lewis tease her, Stussy let out a lilting laugh and said, "Oh, I'd never dare give you orders, Lord Lewis. But as it happens, I do have some good news today." "Oh, what good news do you have?" Lewis's eyes brightened, though in his heart, he already had an inkling. "I've officially become the head of Happy Street, the special external branch of CP0. From now on, I suppose you could say I'm quite the big shot myself." Stussy's tone brimmed with excitement. For her, gaining control over Happy Street was quite an accomplishment. Lewis's mind was put at ease. He grinned, beaming as he offered his heartfelt congratulations. "Well, congratulations are certainly in order for you, Queen Stussy." "Queen? Haha, I do find that title rather charming." Clearly, Her Majesty was rather taken with her newfound status. But her giddiness lasted only a moment. Stussy was always one to know her limits. Composing herself, she addressed Lewis. "Still, I'm nowhere near your stature, Vice Admiral. After all, you've even bested legends like Golden Lion Shiki." Lewis raised an eyebrow at that, though he wasn't surprised. Matters like this wouldn't be spread to the outside world, but it was natural for the higher-ups, especially Stussy, to be informed within the government. Before Lewis could dwell further on the topic, Stussy continued, "I've heard your sword was destroyed. So, I thought perhaps you're in need of a weapon that truly matches your skill, Vice Admiral." Back on Queen Spring Island, Sakura 10 had already been ruined. The fact that Stussy only mentioned it now likely meant she'd been looking into famed swords and legendary blades all this time. "Let me thank Her Majesty in advance," Lewis replied with a broad grin, stealing a glance at the graves, each marked by a broken sword. He'd only just returned Sakura 10 to Shiki and was left without a worthy blade. Only for Stussy to bring tidings of renowned swords right on cue. What serendipity! Or rather, Stussy was truly a woman who always knew what was needed. "Haha, no need for thanks. After all, we're close allies, aren't we?" Stussy replied with a gentle laugh. After a short pause, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Vice Admiral, do you perhaps have any aversion to cursed or demon blades?" "I'm listening." Lewis didn't reject her offer outright. In his view, whether a sword's reputation was fair or foul was mostly superstition. A blade wielded by the just is a sword of justice. Wielded by the wicked, it becomes a weapon of evil. A sword is just a tool. What matters most is the heart of its wielder. Legend has it that in the Eastern Sea, there lies an island called Asuka. Whenever the crimson full moon rises, an eerie and demonic sword of great evil will appear. After some investigation, it was discovered that thousands of years ago, there once existed a kingdom on the island known as the Kingdom of Asuka. But the kingdom was destroyed by the curse of this wicked sword, and in the end, only a clan of witches remained, charged with guarding the sword to this day. As Lewis listened to this tale, he found it oddly familiar, though he couldn't recall exactly where this impression came from. He asked, "So what's the name of this sword?" "It's called the Seven-Star Sword." "The Seven-Star Sword?" Lewis slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Of course, didn't this appear in the original story's movie version in his previous life? If he remembered correctly, it had some connection with that hopelessly lost, green-haired swordsman. "So you mean if I'm not afraid of this so-called curse, I could just take the Seven-Star Sword and use it?" Lewis asked, but Stussy didn't answer him directly. Instead, she smiled and said, "If you do the math, in 2 months, the crimson full moon will rise again. If you travel from G6 to the EC, you'll have more than enough time, Lord Lewis." The Seven-Star Sword. Lewis muttered the name of the cursed blade, apparently unconcerned. After giving it some thought, he broke into a smile and said, "If it were 7 days ago, before I brought down Shiki with my own hands, I would never have touched a sword so infamous for bringing chaos into the world. But now, in this vast ocean, with heroes of the world like Whitebeard, I can see everyone as my equal. There's nothing left in my heart to fear. As for some strange, sinister sword, what could it possibly do to me?" Indeed, the characters in the original story who were taken over by the cursed sword now seemed so feeble to Lewis. Just imagine handing that sword to a fleet admiral like Sengoku. he'd probably purify it on the spot with a burst of Buddha's light. I knew it. This sword would definitely spark your curiosity, Lord Lewis, Stussy said with a cheerful laugh. Lewis grinned, admitting she was right. He set the matter of the sword aside for now. After a brief conversation about Osaka Island, he brought up another topic, Fun Street. He and Stussy discussed in detail whether it might be possible to bury the Navy's secret intelligence network within Fun Street. After all, a considerable investment had gone into building it. Stussy herself didn't particularly mind, but she did caution Lewis that there were risks involved. It probably wasn't worth it, not just for outsiders, but for the CP organization and the Navy as well. In the end, Lewis abandoned the idea and decided not to push it any further. The two chatted a bit longer before ending their call and going their separate ways. Rising from the reef and stretching his neck with a satisfying pop, Lewis didn't think too much. After settling a few matters at the base, he sailed his warship out toward the East Blue. Come to think of it, isn't Vice Admiral Garp heading to the East Blue as well? On the deck, Lewis let the sea breeze wash over him, recalling his conversation with Garp 3 days prior. Unfortunately, the topic hadn't been cheerful. Despite Garp's best efforts, Rouge had still passed away. Such a great mother. With a sigh, he pulled out his transponder snail and dialed Garp's number. Hello, Vice Admiral Garp. Are you in the East Blue now? After the warship had sailed some distance over the sea, in a certain area of the East Blue, 2 Navy ships drew closer, one to the left and one to the right. Lewis's vessel bore no extravagant markings, just the G6 crest on its sail. However, the approaching ship had a massive dog's head mounted at the prow. He recognized it at a glance. It was Garp's ship. After all, who else but Garp would ever hang a giant dog head on a Navy vessel? Moments after their ships came alongside each other, Garp leapt directly across the gap, hugging a newborn baby in his arms. Seeing the planks splinter beneath Garp's landing, Lewis winced inwardly. For someone with a kid, do you have to be so reckless? It's just a few steps. Couldn't you at least wait until the ships are fully moored and just walk over? Lewis grumbled as he watched. Still catching his balance on deck, Vice Admiral Garp shot back with a black look. Watch your mouth. What do you mean, someone with a kid? Isn't that one in your arms proof enough? Refusing to be baited further, Garp just snorted. Other people might not know what's going on, but you, of all people, should know the situation. It had been almost 2 years since they last met. While Lewis was busy overseeing construction and development at G6, Garp had spent most of that time stationed in the South Sea. There weren't many people around, so Lewis spoke freely, stepping closer to get a look at the infant nestled in Garp's arms. With a quiet sense of awe, he murmured, Roger's child. To think his wife and son entrusted to you, but only one made it. Garp's face darkened further. This brat really didn't care for tact. But finally, he just shook his head, weary. She couldn't be saved. His voice heavy with regret. Lewis didn't press. He understood. Rouge's death was no one's fault, but the tragic outcome of a mother's greatest effort. Without saying more, Lewis gently poked the cheek of the sleeping baby, then smiled. You know, for all Roger's roughness, this little one is truly adorable. Yeah, he takes after his mother, Garp replied, a rare softness in his eyes. Lewis felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the sense that even in death, Roger's reputation remained overshadowed by scandal. The child's name is Ace, poor Gasti Ace. Lewis feigned ignorance, nodded knowingly, and didn't follow up on the child's matter. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, So, why do I run into you here? Not long ago at headquarters, I heard one of the admirals say you were heading back. Garp let out a long sigh, and there was a hint of resignation in his reply. I completed 2 years of missions in the South Seas. For someone as dedicated as me, isn't taking a vacation only fair? I thought I'd return to my hometown in the East Blue, a place called Windmill Village. And while I'm at it, leave little Ace in a friend's care. You know the rumors flying around headquarters. If I marched in there dragging Ace along, well, let's just say my old reputation would be utterly ruined, and it wouldn't do the Navy's image any favors either. Lewis nodded his understanding. That made sense. The rumors swirling around nowadays didn't paint Garp in a good light. If he truly brought the child along, suspicion would only deepen. It would be a mess for both Garp and Ace. Of course, leaving Ace in Windmill Village and neglecting his upbringing, allowing him to stew in rumor and hearsay, and perhaps set foot on a pirate's path, that wouldn't do anyone any favors either. But, truth be told, none of this concerned Lewis. Roger had entrusted his child to Garp, not him. Out of the blue, Garp turned to Lewis and asked, You haven't been in touch with that unfilial son of mine, Dragon, have you? What makes you say that? Just a gut feeling. Not exactly, Lewis replied. We crossed paths a few times. Tried to recruit me. He did, but I'm a vice admiral candidate. Future's looking bright. In fact, I might just be your superior soon, old man. How can I jump ship now? Lewis put on a look of righteous indignation. Garp didn't seem to mind the old man jab, only muttered irritably, "If you see that brat again, give him a good thrashing for me. Consider it done." Ah, the loving bond between father and son. Then, Lewis glanced at Ace and asked Garp, "So what exactly is your relationship with this little one now?" The moment he finished speaking, Garp broke into a smile. "I plan to make Ace my honorary grandson, raise him to be an outstanding naval officer. There's no way I'll let him follow Roger's path." As he said this, his voice grew a touch more melancholy. "Even though you and I both know a man isn't guilty for his bloodline, the world's hatred for Roger runs deep and wide, and I don't know how long I'll be able to protect this child. After thinking it over, I realize the Navy is his only chance. If he enlists and rises through the ranks, then, even if the truth comes to light one day, the Navy can still shield him." "That's true. The idea is workable," Lewis agreed. "But when the truth comes out, there's bound to be a confrontation with the folks over at Mary Geos. After all, As he spoke, Lewis suddenly paused, his eyes lighting up with realization. Wait a second. If Ace joins the Navy, thanks to Garp's influence, he would inevitably be regarded as one of the juniors taken under the wing of the Old Guard, the generation led by Admiral Sengoku and his peers. Whenever they meet, they call each other Grandpa, Grandma, close-knit, almost familial bond. As the years pass and Ace grows, how could such feelings not deepen? Lewis wasn't the type to scheme maliciously, but still, just suppose one day Mary Geos caught wind of the truth. Wouldn't that become the perfect opportunity to drive a wedge between the Navy and the world government, making the rift even deeper? But Lewis quickly swept these thoughts aside. This was something that would have to be dealt with in time. It couldn't be forced. Garp, simply worried about the boy's future, waved a hand and said, "There may be risks, but honestly, it's the safest path we have, don't you think?" Lewis nodded in agreement, and before Garp could say anything else, broke out with a mischievous grin. "So that's why you harbor such spite for Roger. What nonsense are you spouting now?" Watching Garp's confused and slightly annoyed expression, Lewis fought the urge to laugh, then explained. "Ace is Roger's son, and you insist on being Ace's grandfather. Well done. Roger's long gone, and you're still finding ways to take advantage of him. That's just like you." By the end, Lewis couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Honestly, Garp hadn't thought so far ahead. He was simply looking at it from an age perspective, which made sense. So, naturally, he arranged Ace to be a part of the next generation of his own family. But now, with Lewis's cheeky reminder, the realization hit Garp and he joined in the laughter. "You're right. I hadn't even thought of that until now. That makes me Roger's old man, doesn't it?" Lewis had planned to tease him some more, but seeing Garp's shamelessly cheerful face, all he could do was sigh. "No wonder they call you the Navy's old rascal. It's well-deserved." Garp didn't mind one bit. After enjoying a few moments with Ace in his arms, he turned to Lewis and asked, "By the way, what brings you all the way to the East Blue? How about coming with me to Windmill Village for a look around?" Lewis didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "You know about Shiki's business by now, right?" Garp paused for a second, then nodded. "Yeah, that guy tried to break out of prison and you just happened to run into him. Anyway, Sakura 10 was taken from him, and returning it is only fair. Now, I'm weaponless. I hear there's a cursed sword about to emerge here in the East Blue, so I came to take a look." Lewis gave his answer with a cheerful smile. Garp was completely unfazed. As for whether a Navy admiral used some kind of demon blade or cursed sword, it simply didn't concern him. In fact, no one really cared. So-called ominous swords were only considered ill-fated regarding the weapons themselves. Wielding a demon blade didn't mean you were inherently evil. When it came down to it, it was just a weapon with a few problems, nothing more. "Well, my vacation's still got plenty of days left. Since I've already run into you, why not go along for the ride? After you've gotten your hands on that demon sword, how about coming back and visiting with me for a bit?" Garp pondered for a moment before making the suggestion. Lewis stroked his chin in thought. He honestly couldn't see any reason to refuse, so he agreed to Garp's proposal. "All right, seems you're really bored out of your mind these days." "Of course I am. 2 years. Do you have any idea what these past 2 years have been like for me?" Seeing Garp get worked up, Lewis almost jumped in surprise, worried he might blur out something like, "Roger's dead now. Look what your idol came to. I was always going to take Roger down. Not even the 5 elders could stop me. I'm telling you," or something along those lines. But when he saw that faint sadness on Garp's face, Lewis understood all too well just how much pressure Garp had shouldered during these past 2 years, a burden he couldn't share with anyone. Finally, he'd run into someone who could be called his partner in crime. It was only natural to want to vent a bit. Lewis held his tongue, and Garp, after his moment of lament, didn't continue to dwell on it. Instead, he suddenly burst out laughing, pounding his chest with confidence. "Ha! So, about this demon sword. Were you planning to get it? Not to brag, but nobody knows East Blue better than me. Oh, it's on Asker Island. You're going after the seven-star sword? What? You've heard of that sword? Lewis was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Garp to actually know about it. Are you kidding? Anyone who grew up in East Blue knows the legend of the seven-star sword. Garp rolled his eyes, as if to say this was basic knowledge for anyone from East Blue. After a brief pause, he chuckled. Don't worry. You're a tough kid. A little demon sword isn't going to take you down. Sure, people talk as if it's some crazy supernatural thing, but at the end of the day, it's just a sword. No need to take it so seriously. I never did, honestly. Lewis quipped back, but then, as if remembering something, turned to Garp and said, By the way, did you know your son's got himself a wife? I ran into him in Lowtown, and he even said he's thinking of having a kid. The cheerful look on Garp's face vanished instantly, replaced by a thunderous scowl. Satisfied, Lewis decided not to push it any further. He lit a cigarette, feeling quite pleased with himself as he turned to walk away. Well, with a baby around, smoking's no good, so you have to keep your distance. There's just something especially fun about messing with Garp. This is huge, and he didn't even tell his own father? That ungrateful brat. Garp's furious roar echoed behind him, but his voice was so loud that it woke little Ace, who started wailing, making Garp flustered. The deck was suddenly bustling with commotion, and the air was filled with a sense of cheerful liveliness. East Blue, somewhere in the sea, Osaka Island. Around the island were scattered several smaller isles, encircling it like stars around the moon. But perhaps because the seven-star sword was considered somewhat taboo, these islands were sparsely populated. Ruined, time-worn fortresses blended seamlessly into the surrounding forests, and at a glance, the desolation did not seem out of place. At this moment, standing on the deck of the warship, Lewis could already see the contours of the island rising from the sea. Report, Vice Admiral. The island ahead is Osaka Island. A colonel beside him snapped to attention and saluted. Lewis waved him off without a word, motioning for the colonel to stand down. He absent-mindedly reached into his pocket for his cigarettes, intending to light one, but suddenly reconsidered. Glancing around at the deck, he tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. On the deck, a lively Ace crawled here and there, babbling excitedly, clearly in high spirits. Not far off, perched at the edge of the deck, Garp sat on a small stool, fishing rod in hand, humming an unintelligible tune as he fished. Looking at Garp's relaxed manner, seemingly unconcerned that little Ace might tumble into the sea, Lewis couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Dragon, whose whereabouts were unknown. To think Dragon managed to grow up safely without Garp getting him into fatal trouble. Surely the monkey family's ancestors must have accumulated great virtue. A sea breeze swept by. Lewis walked over to Garp just as the fishing rod twitched. Garp's eyes brightened, and with a swift pull, he hauled a big fish out of the water, grinning from ear to ear. Truly, East Blue is at peace. We come all this way and haven't run into a single pirate. In these days of the pirate era, that's almost unbelievable, Lewis remarked cheerfully as he helped unhook the catch. Since departing from G6 base, he'd encountered countless pirates along the way. Though all had been swiftly dealt with without his direct involvement, it was still a constant bother, like mosquitoes hovering and buzzing incessantly. Yet, ever since they'd entered East Blue from the comm belt, pirates seemed to have vanished without a trace, not a single one in sight. East Blue is, after all, the symbol of peace. It's our Navy's top priority to keep this sea trouble-free, Garp said, stowing away his fishing rod. That's right, a symbol of peace. Lewis glanced at the battle-hardened old man, voicing his thoughts with a touch of emotion. Perhaps it was just that he hadn't been back to East Blue in these past 2 years. But as far as he could remember, ever since joining the Navy, Lewis would return to East Blue from time to time and stir things up. Yet clearly, his strength, akin to a seasoned expert rampaging through a village of beginners, proved highly effective. Even if someone truly formidable managed to emerge, Garp would snuff them out before they could ever take root. Still, I've heard that corruption among the East Blue Navy seems more rampant than ever. As Garp broached the topic, a look of disgust flickered in his eyes. Lewis nodded in agreement, speaking softly. Though headquarters has been working hard to clamp down on embezzlement and corruption, the shifting tide of the era makes it a formidable task. On one hand, pirates are shaking the very foundations of order. On the other, people's reliance on the Navy has only grown with time. So it's not exactly surprising that the branch bases deteriorated so swiftly. After pausing briefly, Lewis sighed. Perhaps the common folk truly live in suffering. For all that the corrupt officials are despicable, without even the bare protection of the branch navies, the people would be left to face a living nightmare. The helplessness in his words resonated with Garp, prompting Garp to sigh as well. What Lewis said was the unvarnished truth. Corruption was an ugly business, no doubt, but at the very least, people could still survive. Just look at the first half of the Grand Line. Look at the New World. There one finds hell on earth in its purest form. So you see, no matter how rotten order becomes, it's still order. It's always better than chaos, because chaos is where true evil takes root, Lewis suddenly said. Garp didn't reply this time. He simply cast his gaze toward the distant island, waving a hand dismissively. Enough. Two old men arguing over these things won't change much. Let's just get our hands on the seven-star sword first. True. Technically, we'll have to wait a few more days for the red full moon before we can claim it, but no harm in exploring the island for now, Lewis agreed, directing his gaze as well toward Asko Island. Though Garp wasn't one for swords, as a native son of the East Blue, he was naturally intrigued by the legend of the seven-star sword. After entrusting Ace to the sailors on the warship, he joined Lewis as they set foot on Asko Island. At the docks, the gathering islanders caught sight of them. Lewis and Garp exchanged a brief glance before descending the gangplank, at which point an elderly woman in ceremonial robes came forward to greet them. Welcome, esteemed officers of the Navy. May I ask what brings you both to Asko Island? Her manner was deeply respectful. She clearly recognized the ranks on their shoulders. Judging by the size of the warship, she was certain these two were the fabled vice admirals from Navy headquarters. She had every reason to show utmost deference. All around, the islanders stared at the newcomers, especially at Lewis. Among them, the maidens watched him, cheeks flushing with shy excitement, their eyes sparkling as if wishing fate would grant them a beautiful and unexpected encounter with him. Lewis, however, paid no attention to the unrest. As the appointed bearer of the sword, he addressed the elder directly and to the point. Greetings, priestess. I am Vice Admiral Lewis of the Navy headquarters. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have come to retrieve the legendary seven-star sword. Before Lewis could finish, the islanders erupted into commotion, anxiety and hope mingling across their faces. Silence. The priestess had to raise her voice to restore order, and only then did the scene quiet down. It was clear that this old woman commanded great respect and authority among the people of the island. Welcome, esteemed Vice Admiral Lewis. Of course, if you wish to take the seven-star sword, it can be arranged, the priestess said with dignity, her tone always respectful. The seven-star sword, regarded as a bringer of misfortune, had cast a shadow over every facet of life on Asko Island. Merchant ships would only rarely come by, one or two at most after a long stretch, all deterred by the eerie legends surrounding the sword. As for pirates, although Asko Island did have a certain notoriety, its barrenness and underdevelopment made them dismiss it outright. Who would bother with such a godforsaken place? Well, who could possibly be found here? As the head and spiritual guide of the islanders, the priestess herself longed to lead her people towards a better life. But so long as the issue of the seven-star sword remained unresolved, the island would be trapped in its current state. Thus, upon hearing Lewis's request, the priestess agreed immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing her ready assent, both Lewis and Garp exchanged a subtle nod, exhaling quietly in relief. They had expected a drawn-out negotiation. This had gone unexpectedly smoothly. What a relief. When the priestess offered to personally guide them, Lewis politely declined. After all, the information Stussy had provided him was detailed enough. From their current vantage on the mountain, they could already spot, halfway up the slope, a massive altar. After withstanding centuries of harsh winds and rain, the altar looked battered and chaotic, yet from afar it still possessed a mysterious and solemn air. As they climbed the mountain, the atmosphere grew increasingly dense and oppressive, surprising both Lewis and Garp. Come on, don't tell me there's actually some kind of curse. Lewis muttered under his breath. But Garp dismissed the idea, glancing around and analyzing calmly. It's probably just the terrain. Too much moisture, too little sunlight with all these trees blocking it. That's what makes the place feel so gloomy. No wonder nobody wants to come to this godforsaken spot, Lewis replied with a chuckle, brushing off his earlier concerns. Trading banter, they pressed on. For men of their caliber, the physical exertion meant little. They soon reached the altar. The altar was nothing short of magnificent. Their trained eyes could tell at a glance. It was carved entire from a single gigantic rock. Ascending the stone steps to the top, they found at the center of the altar stood 3 human-shaped stone statues, each about twice Lewis's height. Each statue held in its hands a deep red, jade-like round object. The 3 stone carvings stood encircling an ancient-looking long sword, its very scabbard emanating an aura that struck on the heart. At first glance, it seemed entirely shrouded in blackness, but a closer look revealed exquisitely carved details. Mountains, rivers, dragons, and tigers entwined in a mighty dance, exuding extraordinary grandeur. The guard of the sword resembled a golden blossom, its design rich with artistic meaning. The hilt's material was a mystery, unadorned save for its immaculate ivory hue, and a deep blue tassel hung from its pommel. Despite enduring the ravages of time, wind, rain, the changing years, the sword showed not a speck of dust, gleaming as though newly forged. This left both men utterly amazed. This must be the legendary seven-star sword, right? Lewis reached out, his fingers almost touching the hilt, when a formidable surge of power erupted from the seven-star sword, rebuffing his hand in an instant. He stared, undeterred, ideas of using his own strength and willpower to break this seal already surfacing in his mind. But Garp, arms crossed and watching from the side, called out with a reminder, "Let it go, Lewis. Wait till the red full moon arrives. If you force it, what if the sword gets damaged?" Lewis wasn't the obstinate sort. With just a few days to wait, he figured it wouldn't hurt. He withdrew his power and took several steps back. So, the two of them returned to the warship to bide their time, quietly. It must be said, in this pirate world, the weather is truly bizarre. Not only did a red full moon loom on the horizon, but sometimes 2 moons would grace the sky at once. The stars and heavens seemed to follow no rules at all. After 2 days aboard the warship, on the 3rd night, the red full moon finally rose as expected. Bathed in this crimson glow, the night took on an eerie, almost seductive quality. Under the bloody moonlight, the wild beasts inhabiting the island grew restless, their agitation swirling through the darkness. It was then that Lewis and Garp made their way back to the altar. "How often does the red full moon appear?" At Lewis's question, Garp replied with his usual nonchalance, "A year, a decade, a century? No one really knows. Everyone's got a different story. I've never seen anything like this before." Lewis looked up at the blood-colored moon overhead. For a moment, he had the urge to shout infinite Tsukuyami at the sky, but he quickly smothered that childish thought. Garp just shrugged. "That's the strange part. Sure, we can see the blood moon plain as day here, but in other seas? The night sky's probably as normal as ever. Why? No one really has an answer." Lewis simply shrugged, not particularly curious. Before long, they found themselves once again at the heart of the altar. The seven-star sword remained planted in its center, appearing unchanged from 2 days before. But now, the crimson jade spheres in the hands of the 3 stone statues around the seven-star sword, once dim and lifeless, began to shine, illuminated by the eerie red moonlight. That red sky draped the seven-star sword in an air of mystery, making it appear even more enigmatic and uncanny. "I wonder if there really is some kind of curse attached to this." With these words, Lewis reached for the sword hilt once more, all the while remaining on guard, wary of any unexpected danger. To his surprise, however, the mysterious force that had sealed off the seven-star sword 2 days earlier had now completely vanished. His palm firmly grasped the ivory-white hilt without the slightest hindrance. Garp, watching all this, was baffled, muttering under his breath, "Is that it? I thought there'd be a lot more drama, or something." Lewis found it odd as well. Sliding his hand to the sheath, he gave a tentative tug at the sword, trying to draw it from the heart of the altar, but nothing happened. There wasn't even a hint of resistance. "Perhaps I'm truly the one destined to wield the seven-star sword?" Lewis boasted, then took a few steps back. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, Lewis seized the hilt with his other hand and, with a swift motion, drew the blade free. A flash of cold steel shimmered red, casting its ominous light upon his face. Yet in that very instant, everything changed. From within the sheath, a torrent of crimson mist erupted, thick with sinister energy, so chilling that an ordinary person would have been terrified at the mere sight. At the same time, as the blade was fully unsheathed, the 7 orbs embedded in the sword seemed to awake, glowing with an eerie green light that pulsed through the intricate runes etched along the blade. Lewis, gripping the sword, was the first to feel the effects. His eyes instantly transformed, becoming wild and malevolent, streaked with blood-red veins, and his deep blue irises began to swirl with an unearthly green glow. This sudden turn startled Garp so much that he instinctively took a step back, casting wary glances at Lewis, bracing himself for the worst, unsure if his companion might suddenly turn on him. But it lasted only a heartbeat. With a surge of inner strength, Lewis steadied himself, and the strange, ominous symptoms quickly faded away. "What a fearsome sword!" he exclaimed in admiration, though until this moment he'd never truly believed in the legends of evil blades. No matter how cursed or demonic, a weapon was a weapon, nothing more. But just then, Lewis realized all too clearly that he had, indeed, been affected by the seven-star sword. For someone with a weaker will, who knows, perhaps they might have become a butcher on the spot, slaughtering anyone in sight. Or maybe, driven mad, they would turn the blade on themselves. Fortunately, Lewis's own resolve was strong enough to withstand it. Can a cursed sword really influence its wielder so completely? Intrigued, Karp's curiosity got the better of him. Before Lewis could respond, he impulsively reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. In the very next second, his eyes took on that same eerie look. Lewis jumped in alarm, quickly smacking away his hand. Just in time, Karp's gaze cleared once more. "What are you doing? I didn't even get to experience it properly." Karp complained, a bit annoyed. "Oh, you're really getting into this, huh? What if you go insane? Am I supposed to kill you on the spot if that happens?" Lewis shot back in exasperation. Karp shook his head and replied, "That won't happen. I felt some influence, but give me a moment and I'll get it under control." Then, looking at Lewis with surprise, he added, "Still, you're something else. You managed to subdue the 7-star sword so quickly." Lewis didn't reply. Instead, he lowered his eyes to the sinister sword in his hand, a sense of clarity dawning in his heart. Much like how a person chooses a blade, a mystical weapon like the 7-star sword also seeks its own master with a sense of will. The power that had just tried to cloud their minds must have been a test, a way for the sword to judge if the wielder was worthy. If it weren't for that cloak of justice draped over your shoulders, anyone seeing you with this sword would think you're up to no good, Karp remarked in amazement. Just as Lewis was about to respond, the situation changed yet again. Suddenly, an intense surge of wind pressure burst from the sword's blade. As it swept through the air, it slashed outward like a blade of wind, striking 3 nearby human-shaped stone statues and cutting them cleanly in half at the waist. The abrupt spectacle left both of them momentarily dumbfounded. A sword that can actually unleash wind pressure, they thought in disbelief. Karp clicked his tongue, joking, "Does this sword have some old grudge against those 3? Lewis could only shrug. Ancient history from thousands of years ago wasn't exactly his field, and truthfully, he wasn't eager to find out. Even someone like me, who's no expert, can tell this is a rare treasure of a blade," Karp said with a touch of regret. "Pity I'm not a swordsman, or I would have fought you for it." Just then, he paused as if recalling something. "Wait a minute. If I'm not mistaken, weren't you always a bit of a hack when it comes to swordsmanship? What do you even want with such a fine sword? What are you talking about? I'm a celebrated swordmaster and have been for years," Lewis boasted shamelessly. Then he patted the sheath at his waist and declared with righteous gravitas, "Besides, the 7-star sword has a mind of its own. Only I can keep it in check. If it fell into the wrong hands, catastrophe would follow. Out of responsibility, I ought to keep it by my side. With time, I'm sure this fierce blade will become a force for good." Listening to Lewis's blatant self-justification, Karp opened his mouth to retort, then thought better of it, and simply shook his head. "Shameless." Lewis responded with a lazy hand gesture and a mocking chuckle. "Right back at you." Now that the sword was in their possession, neither Lewis nor his companion had any interest in lingering. Amid the priestess's repeated words of gratitude, the two boarded their warship and set sail, heading toward Karp's hometown. Rogies, son. In Fusha village, mountain bandit Dayton bit a cigarette, visibly shocked as she stared at Karp, who was cradling Ace in his arms, and Lewis standing nearby. "Dayton, keep your voice down." Karp's whispered reprimand did nothing to deter her. Driven half-mad by Karp's outrageous decision, Dayton seized his collar, exclaiming, "Hey Karp, do you know what you're doing? This is punishable by death. You, a mountain bandit, lecturing me about crime and punishment?" Karp shrugged off her hand, then looked softly at the little boy in his arms. "There's no doubt Roger was a criminal, but he's gone now. Does that mean this child should be condemned just for carrying Roger's blood? What do you say, Dayton?" Listening to Karp, Dayton glanced down at Ace. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Without another word, she strode to the window, flung it open, and flicked her spent cigarette outside. Watching her, Lewis, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but smile. On the way here, Karp had already told Lewis about Dayton. She was his childhood friend, once inseparable with him as they grew up together. Later, Karp joined the Navy, while Dayton continued to drift in Fusha village. Over time, and for many reasons, Dayton had become a mountain bandit. She'd gathered a ragtag group around her, but in reality, none of them had ever committed serious crimes. Quite the contrary. Even though they branded themselves as bandits, staking their claim over Fusha village, their true motive was to protect the place. Within the Goa kingdom, there were a few gangs of true outlaws, but not Dayton's. Despite being called bandits, they were in truth more like the village's security patrol. Most days, they stayed up in the mountains, occasionally helping villagers clear out wild beasts and the like. They rarely came down, only for essentials like buying wine or supplies. A quiet understanding existed between the villagers and Dayton's group, an unspoken peace, harmonious and unbroken. Hearing Karp's stance, Lewis nodded in agreement. Whatever else, Dayton and her group were fundamentally good people. After all the commotion, Dayton finally took Ace in her arms, cautiously and still a little bewildered. By the way, why are you taking in Roger's son? A favor for someone, Garp said, shaking his head. Then, his expression brightened, and he flashed Dayton a beaming smile as he clapped her shoulder. Ah, I'm really glad you're here, Dayton. What do you mean, glad I'm here? I plan to leave Ace with you. You can look after him. What a character. Garp was as shameless as ever. At those words, Dayton was utterly dumbfounded. When she finally came to her senses, she hurriedly protested. Are you out of your mind? This place is a bandit hideout. Why would you want to leave Ace here with me? What if someone finds out? Not only me, but the entire village would be doomed. It'll be fine, don't worry. Everything has already been taken care of. Just raise him like you would any other kid. When I have time, I'll come by to check in on the two of you as well. But faced with Garp's unwavering confidence, Dayton was about to continue her refusal when suddenly, Ace woke up. He reached out, grabbed Dayton by the collar, and flashed a wide, adorable grin. That smile was simply irresistible. In that brief moment, all the arguments Dayton had prepared got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Honestly, if I end up dead, it'll be your fault, you old bastard. In the end, all she could manage was a half-hearted, harmless complaint. Hearing this, Garp burst out laughing, fully aware that Dayton's words meant she had agreed. However, when Dayton glanced toward Lewis, she became a bit uneasy and turned to ask Garp, "And who's this?" "Ah, don't worry about him. Old man here only got dragged into this mess because of that rascal. Back then, he tracked down Roger, cornered us at Batarilla Island, and after striking some kind of deal with Roger the scoundrel, he tricked me into getting involved. In a way, I guess you could call us partners in crime," Garp said, slapping Lewis heartily on the back and putting on a theatrically aggrieved expression. "Batarilla Island." Dayton paused in surprise, then blurted out in shock. "You're Vice Admiral Lewis, the one who caught the Pirate King?" "That's me," Lewis replied with a smile and a nod. "Well, isn't this complicated? Who would have thought the man who caught Roger would end up helping Garp raise Roger's child?" Dayton's sigh of amazement was met with a wave of Lewis's hand, as if to say he'd only played the role of a go-between. Garp clearly wasn't having any of that and jumped in, exclaiming, "Hey, Lewis, don't you dare try to shirk your responsibility." "What responsibility? I warned you before you ever met Roger not to go soft, but you ignored me and took him in anyway. How is any of this my business?" Lewis retorted urgently. But a hardened old fox like Garp was immune to such arguments. "I don't care. It's absolutely your business. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't be such a mess. From now on, Ace is your responsibility too," Garp declared shamelessly. "I have no ties or obligations to Ace whatsoever. You hear me? Then be his uncle. You tricky old dog, trying to take advantage of me. You're his grandfather, so if I'm his uncle, what does that make us?" However, as soon as Lewis finished speaking, Garp asked in surprise, "A member of the younger generation, huh? Even though you've always acted so casual around me, I've always regarded you as a junior, like a nephew." Lewis was utterly taken aback. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but realized that, as much as he didn't want to admit it, Garp was actually right. Despite their easygoing banter, rank was rank after all. Lewis looked up to Teacher Zephyr as an elder, and the same went for Admiral Sengoku and Chief Strategist Sru. Coincidentally, Garp was of the same generation as all of them. Come to think of it, that's actually true, isn't it? Just then, Lewis snapped back to reality and quickly insisted, "Stop trying to twist things. That's not what I meant to argue about. I won't meddle too much in Ace's affairs." "You don't need to," Garp replied, his tone turning earnest. "But, at least for the sake of what happened today, if he ever gets into real trouble in the future, I hope you can lend a hand." Lewis fell silent, studying the seriousness in Garp's expression. He lowered his head, deep in thought, then met Garp's eyes. After a long pause, he let out a sigh. "Why does it have to be me?" At that, Garp finally gave him a grin and answered, "Like it or not, you do have a connection to Ace. What's more?" His voice grew more wistful. Garp glanced at Ace, who was nestled in Dayton's arms, and continued, "Besides, I can already see it. You'll rise to become an admiral, maybe even fleet admiral, sooner or later. As I've said before, for Ace's future, the Navy is the only path. And if one day you do become admiral, or even fleet admiral, it will make all the difference for that kid. At the very least, you won't judge him based on his bloodline, or treat him unfairly just because of it." Lewis also looked at Ace, his thoughts swirling. Suddenly, he spoke up. "So, are you saying you actually want me to become fleet admiral? If not you, then who?" Garp replied instantly. "That stiff Sakasuki? Is he supposed to be the one? What about Kazan?" "Kazan is too gentle to be fleet admiral." "Gentle, is that so?" Lewis let out a long sigh. "Ah, what a mess. All right, I'll do my best." After a brief pause, Lewis added, "To be honest, even though blood alone isn't a crime, Ace is Roger's son. He was born to stand out. I'm sure you know what that means. It means trouble, doesn't it? Garp said bluntly. Exactly. Huge trouble. At that, the two of them shared a laugh, leaving Dayton, who was trying to soothe the baby, utterly confused. When the laughter faded, Lewis added, Still, he's a remarkable kid. No denying that. Of course he is. He's Roger's son, after all. That bastard may have been a menace, but when it comes to talent, maybe Ace did inherit something from him. Garp chuckled. After saying this, he glanced at Ace and spoke with hope in his voice. If one day, Ace could become a pillar of the Navy and rise to be an admiral like you and Kazan, then I could die content. This sudden surge of emotion actually moved Lewis, catching him off guard. It made him wonder, how had this pair of grandfather and grandson managed to forge such a deep bond in just a few short months? Setting those thoughts aside, Lewis shot Garp a glare and said, You dragged me all the way to your hometown just to wring these promises out of me. Well, I've said what I needed to say. You go ahead and enjoy your vacation. I'm heading back to G6. There's still a pile of things waiting for me. Oh, come now. Garp laughed, grabbing Lewis's arm. You're already here. At least stay for a bit as a guest before you go. To be honest, I haven't had a drop of good drink in ages. With that, Garp caught Lewis by the arm, and, after giving Dayton a few hasty instructions, the two of them started down the hill toward the village. Dayton, meanwhile, was left completely bewildered, looking back and forth between the two retreating figures and Ace in her arms. So that's it. What happened to all that talk of a deep, unbreakable bond between grandfather and grandson? Just like that, Ace gets left behind as if he didn't even exist? While Lewis and Garp were enjoying their leisurely time in Windmill Village, far away atop the Red Line in Mariewa, stability was quickly unraveling. Red Line, the holy land of Mariewa. Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku were making their way through the headquarters building of the world government. Both wore stormy, dark expressions, the sort that made it clear this was no ordinary visit. Today, the five elders were waiting to dole out blame. Although Admiral Sengoku had been in charge of the Navy's disastrous defeat, the Navy had always operated as a single unit. When there was trouble, Fleet Admiral Kong would have to shoulder the blame alongside him. Once inside the building, they quickly rode the elevator to the top floor. The five elders' offices sat at the very summit of the world government's central tower. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw, not far away, a man emerging from the five elders' office. He was tall, but almost absurdly thin, as if stretched like bamboo, and he walked with an austere, chilling demeanor. His hair was graying, making him look to be about 60, and his entire presence radiated coldness. The prominent hook in his nose made it immediately obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. He wore a black suit, unusual emerald eyes shining, ghost-like from within. Judging by his scowl, it was obvious he had just been scolded inside the elder's office. The moment Kong and Sengoku saw him, they both stiffened and gave him the cold shoulder, not even bothering with a greeting as they prepared to walk past, one on each side. Just then, the man's voice cut through the air, icy and sharp. You Navy lot truly have no sense of decorum. When you see a superior, you don't even bother to greet him. If you keep whining, I'll take you downstairs myself. And of course by the window, Admiral Kong said harshly, giving the man not a shred of courtesy. Kong, you bastard, are you trying to make me cut your Navy's entire budget for next year? The man shot back angrily, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Nirgay, if you dare to try, then go ahead. I'd love to see you withhold our Navy's budget next year. Admiral Kong stood his ground, utterly unyielding. Nirgay, the former chief of the CP agency and now the supreme commander of the entire military. Because of his origins in the CP agency, ever since he took command as supreme commander, he's made it a point to trouble the Navy whenever he can. To be fair, the man is capable. Otherwise, he'd never have made it to chief of the CP agency, let alone ascend to supreme commander. But his shortcomings are glaring. Perhaps due to his background in secret operations, his methods are extreme, his means unscrupulous, and through his indulgence and tacit approval, the rift between the Navy and the CP agency has only become more severe. Looking at the bigger picture, as Supreme Commander, he is clearly incompetent. He's simply sitting in the wrong seat. Such a sharp tongue. Pity you weren't this fierce before, losers. Nirgay sneered with a mocking tone. The words had barely escaped his mouth when Admiral Sengoku strode sharply forward, grabbed him by the collar in one swift motion, and hoisted him effortlessly, anger radiating from his face. Don't be fooled by Nirgay's tall, lanky frame. Our Buddha Sengoku is far from weak. He's just as robust. Sengoku. At Admiral Kong's soft call, Sengoku released Nirgay's collar and, restraining his temper, spoke in a measured voice. Nirgay, no, Supreme Commander, sir. Next time you speak, I'd appreciate it if you chose your words more carefully. With that, Admiral Kong and Sengoku didn't spare him another glance, turning on their heels to leave. Nirge, left stunned by the encounter, simply could not process what had happened. Was he really just insulted by a mere Navy admiral? He wanted to retaliate somehow, but couldn't settle on a course of action. After all, Sengoku's move, while humiliating for the Supreme Commander, had skated right up to the line without giving Nirge any handle to use against him. What could he do? Run to the five elders and complain that Sengoku grabbed his collar? That would look downright pathetic. Odds were, if he did, the five elders would discipline him before anyone else. As for punishing the Navy, the CP agency and the Navy were already at each other's throats, and if he pushed any harder, he'd likely cross a line that would bring the five elders down on him personally, not just the Navy. Face clouded and shifting through several different emotions, Nirge could only give a cold snort, turn decisively, and step into the elevator, leaving the floor behind. Meanwhile, Admiral Kong shot Sengoku a sidelong glance. "You're running pretty hot today, aren't you?" Up until now, the outward demeanor of the great general from the Warring States period had always been marked by calmness and wisdom, but today, he truly seemed agitated and lost his composure. "It's not just today. Lately, I've been on edge," the general admitted openly in front of his old superior, making no effort to hide his feelings. "That's not like you at all," his superior remarked. "Well, after all, I'm not some machine that can stay calm and rational forever. Maybe that's for the best." At this point in time, showing a little more fire might actually work in the Navy's favor. After sharing a brief silence, the general glanced at the elevator and asked, "Marshal, are we just going to ignore Nirge? He's nothing more than a useless relic." The marshal replied with a dismissive wave. "He's already lost the fundamental principles required of a supreme commander. Right now, the five elders are shielding him, but just watch. If anything changes, he'll be the first to be dealt with. He's nothing but a dried-up husk in a forgotten tomb. I'm honestly curious how much longer he can keep up his arrogance." The general chuckled. "True enough." After pausing for a moment, he then asked, "Brother Kong, so we don't need to bother about those earlier matters anymore?" Hearing this, the marshal stopped in his tracks and let out a soft laugh. "As long as old hands like us are around, isn't it our job as predecessors to catch our juniors if they fall?" With an easy grin, the general replied, "Huh, that's quite the heroic stance, Brother Kong." "Understood. I'll take your meaning to heart." Both of them were well aware of the CP agency's interference in Navy affairs. Still, the CP agency could never cross the line and meddle too deeply in the Navy's internal matters. If it weren't for Lewis stirring up trouble everywhere, Marshal Kong might well have chosen to endure, to swallow the humiliation for the time being. By enduring this unfair treatment, he could instead strengthen the unity within the Navy, using it to further weaken the world government's influence over naval affairs. Then, when the political climate shifted and Nirge fell from power, Kong could seize command of the entire military, unlocking all the shackles that had bound the Navy for years and finally unleashing the pin-up frustration accumulated over such a long period. And when that time came, the world government would no longer dare to interfere openly in Navy affairs. But now, as Admiral and Marshal, Kong and the General carried the responsibility for the Navy's future. Lewis, as a candidate for Admiral, naturally hoped to rise through the ranks swiftly. Stussy, advising from the sidelines, helped not only because she operated outside the Navy system, but also because she hoped Lewis would grow up quickly. At this moment, as superiors and senior figures, Kong and the General preferred to see what Lewis and his peers were capable of, how they would demonstrate their talents. Both were willing to give these young ones the stage to shine. After all, Lewis and his generation were the embodiment of the Navy's future. As for abandoning their plan to endure in silence, if Lewis, Sakazuki, and the others perform well enough and demonstrate the necessary skills and abilities, isn't it a good thing to let them lead the Navy's future development as they see fit? After all, this era ultimately belongs to the young. That's exactly why I need to act impatient and combative. Otherwise, how else can I draw the pressure and attention onto myself to give them more space? Admiral Sengoku chuckled, the hope in his voice clear as day. Soon after, the two of them arrived at the door to the five elders' office. They knocked gently, and when a response came from inside, they pushed the door open and walked in. Stepping into the office of the five elders, Sengoku took in the scene. Each of the elders sat apart, scattered around the room. Before he or Kong could say a word, the blonde elder nodded their way and said, "Have a seat." Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong didn't stand on ceremony. They nodded in acknowledgement and promptly sat themselves down on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of them, a teapot and a jar of tea leaves had already been set out, but neither of them reached for anything. "Have a look at this." The bald elder reached out and handed a document to both Sengoku and Kong. The gesture left the two of them a little surprised. They had assumed they'd come here today for a dressing down, not to look at paperwork. Could this be a summary of their recent defeat? But then, there didn't seem to be a need for that. They both knew all too well what had gone wrong in that battle. Although their minds were running with questions, neither of them showed it. Each took a copy of the document and began reading. After a long pause, Sengoku finally looked up at Kong beside him, while Kong turned his gaze to the 5 elders seated opposite. Since Sea Circle year 1500, the global situation has steadily deteriorated. Even the seas, which once enjoyed relative stability, have dwindled to just East Blue maintaining a facade of peace. And if we start counting from the dawn of the new calendar just a couple of days ago, as of 1503, in these past 3 years, over 40 rookie pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million have emerged across the seas. Even after removing the ones your navy has already eliminated, there are more than 20 left, still making waves across the oceans. The blonde elder spoke softly. Sengoku and Kong kept silent, still uncertain of what the 5 elders were getting at. In the year 1500, the world government had a total of 193 member states. But as of yesterday, that number had plummeted to 162, 31 nations lost from the ranks in just 3 years. Of those, 26 were eradicated, while only 5 were expelled by our own decision. Do you understand the significance of this? The bearded elder suddenly interjected. The number of member states within the world government has never been a constant. The number has generally stayed between 172 and 200. For a variety of reasons, there are occasional slight fluctuations. For instance, some can't pay the heavenly tribute, or they're eliminated by pirates or other chaotic forces. These sorts of things are all rather normal. Yet, despite the ups and downs in the past, the number has never once fallen below 170. But now, at the very beginning of the year 1503, in less than 3 years, the number of affiliated nations has plunged by 31, setting a historic low. It's proof enough of the price the world government has paid to withstand the current onslaught of great pirates. Marshal Kong didn't start speaking, but Admiral Sengoku immediately said in a grave tone, "The pirates are growing powerful. We in the Navy." Before Sengoku could finish, the blonde king raised his hand to halt him, speaking gently. "You must understand, Sengoku, pirates are merely a superficial rash." At that moment, the bald king among the 5 elders, holder of the legendary first-generation Kitetsu, added solemnly, "That's right. The world government has stood atop this world for 8 centuries now. The age of great pirates is nothing but another cycle of chaos and upheaval. Just another storm to be weathered. One day, this so-called age of disorder will come to an end. Through all the rises and falls, the world government has endured countless such storms. This time is no different, and in our view, pirates will never become a true threat. Just from where we stand alone, it's clear there's no way for them to shake the very foundation of our world order. And what defines a pirate's nature? It's chaos. Maybe some pirates can rule for a time, but unless they can slowly transform their inherent chaos into order, they will never undermine the world government's foundation, much less replace it. After all, no matter how corrupt or rotten, the world government still represents order. Internal oppression may be severe, true, but it's far preferable to the reckless slaughter or wholesale destruction pirates bring wherever they go. So, as the 5 elders see it, no matter how much trouble pirates stir up, even if the so-called era belongs to Roger, Whitebeard, or even the likes of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, it makes little difference. Neither time nor sheer scale will ever let them outlast the world government. Of course, that's their view at present. 20 years from now, who can say what the world will look like? There were only 2 factors strong enough for pirates to become our greatest threat. But now, since those have already been eliminated, there's nothing to truly worry about, the bald king concluded. The first point, naturally, is the issue of the true history inscribed in the poneglyphs. At this stage, there's really no need to conceal the truth any longer. The so-called 100-year void in history was, of course, meant as a critique of the injustices committed by the world government. As for what exactly transpired during that time, there's no need to elaborate. You can probably guess much of it yourselves. Now that O'Hara has been obliterated, the poneglyphs are nearly impossible to interpret. In this way, the world government's injustices will be swept away by the currents of history, safely concealed from ambitious schemers who might seize the opportunity to raise the so-called banner of justice. If someone were to seize upon the past injustices of the world government, refute its authority, and challenge its legitimacy on legal grounds, then the moment those ambitious individuals or rebel parties take action, they would no longer be considered mere bandits. They would instantly be transformed into righteous armies. At that point, the conflict would no longer be a simple struggle between order and chaos. Rather, it would become a clash within the ranks of order itself. This would open the door to shaking the foundations of the world government, or even to overthrowing it entirely. The second point concerns the three ancient weapons recorded in the poneglyphs. Legendary forces said to possess the power to destroy the world. In the eyes of the five elders, since no one can now decipher the poneglyphs, naturally, no one can hope to obtain these ancient weapons. Having spoken on these two matters, the golden-haired elder continued, "Therefore, neither your navy's catastrophic defeat nor Whitebeard's rampant arrogance troubles us. The reason we summoned you here today is not to settle scores." Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong exchanged a glance. Only after a pause did Kong venture to ask, "Then, what is it the five elders wish to discuss?" "The Revolutionary Army," intoned the golden-haired elder, his voice grave. Sengoku and Kong both felt a stab of unease, knowing full well that this troublesome revolutionary army was the handiwork of that scoundrel, Dragon. Before they could respond, the bald elder picked up the thread. "So far, they have launched 3 uprisings under the Revolutionary Army's name, which have in truth all been acts of rebellion. Of course, all 3 attempts ended in failure. Nevertheless, our investigations have shown that they are secretly sowing the seeds of revolution across the globe. With the surging tides of piracy and the Revolutionary Army fanning the flames behind the scenes, this is what has led to the mass collapse of member nations. It might be just a spark now, but if left unchecked, it will one day grow into a raging wildfire," the sword-bearing elder pronounced harshly. This essentially established the Revolutionary Army's status as a true threat. In the original storyline, in fact, 1 year later, during the year 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, the world government did formally address the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army at the World Council and began making preparations to counter it. From that year onward, the world government and the Revolutionary Army would be locked in open conflict. The top brass of the world government, including the 5 elders, have always regarded the GM Army as the only hostile force capable of shaking the very foundation of the world government itself. It's the end of the month. How about casting a few votes? Lewis had never seen the 5 elders. In all his years since coming to this world, although he had made a name for himself within the Navy, not once had Lewis set eyes on the 5 elders. His situation was such that he would often hear about them, catching whispers and rumors of their words and deeds, yet he had never met them face to face. Still, whether or not Lewis had seen the 5 elders in person, he never viewed these 5 highest-ranking celestial dragons, the ones openly hailed as the supreme power of the world government, as mere figureheads. For an entity as immense and far-reaching as the world government, how could the ones at the helm possibly be fools? Operating at a level well above petty distractions, they had long since left behind the so-called base pleasures of greed and corruption. Such vices were beneath them, incomparable to the idiotic celestial dragons lounging about in Mariewa, whose only talents seemed to be wasting air. On the contrary, the 5 elders undoubtedly wished with all their hearts for the great ship that is the world government to sail smoothly across these vast seas, to prune away the rot and usher in new vitality. The logic behind this is simple. The 5 of them understood very clearly that all their immense power came entirely from the behemoth that is the world government. If it were ever to collapse, the 5 elders would surely share its fate, an ending no different from that of a fallen king. With ambitions as lofty as theirs, could they ever accept becoming mere monarchs of ruins? They would naturally seek ways to sustain their authority and bolster their influence even further. And to do that, they must ensure the world government grows stronger and better. Anything less would be sheer folly. Yet, how easily can the accumulated rot of centuries be swept away? To cut deep and fast would risk tearing the already decaying world government apart. Especially now, with the tides of the great pirate era battering the world, a single misstep could well sink the entire ship, with all souls lost in the wreck. Governing a vast nation is like cooking a delicate fish. Any change can only be made little by little, with the utmost care. While these 5 are far from useless, indeed, they have their own strengths. Judged from a macro perspective, their decisions still often seem ineffectual. If one were to draw party lines, the 5 elders could be called the royalists, seeking to gradually shift and guide the course of events. In sharp contrast, Dragon and his GM army are reformists. These are people wholly disillusioned with the world government as it stands. They intend to shape a new future through forceful, radical methods, upholding the justice and ideals in their hearts, steering both society and change into an as-yet unwritten tomorrow. But perhaps their so-called revolution is nothing more than another turn of the wheel, a cycle repeating itself? In any case, the positions and motivations of both sides are bound to lead to a tremendous clash, like dragons and tigers locked in a fierce struggle. That is why, at this stage, the five elders view the GM army as the only true threat capable of shaking the very foundation of the world government. As for the Navy, which once claimed dominance over the seas, they now find themselves in an awkward in-between. This power struggle seems almost entirely unrelated to the system and order they've maintained for centuries, and to the scope of their authority. It leaves them stranded on the sidelines, strangers to the core conflict. Any move they might make feels out of place and futile. So for both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marshal Kong, the wisest choice has been to turn a blind eye. Don't interfere, don't inquire, just let things play out. Now, confronted by the five elders' rare candor, first speaking of the blank 100 years of history, then addressing the grave problems at the heart of the world government, and finally raising the matter of the GM army, Sengoku and Kong both find themselves at a loss, unable to fathom the true intention behind it all. What exactly are these elders trying to say? What is the real purpose behind this mysterious conversation? Do they want the Navy to take over the Cypherpole's role and launch an all-out assault on the GM army? Recalling the battered, crestfallen look on Nilgai's face as he left the room, Sengoku muses that such a possibility might not be entirely out of the question. But soon enough, Sengoku and Kong realize their assumptions are mistaken. The reason we've said all this is to make it clear that things have deteriorated into utter chaos, a truly dire state. The golden-haired elder suddenly slams his hand on the table, his fury plain to see. Tell me, at this rate, in 10 years, won't the world government itself be finished? Yet Sengoku and Kong remain silent. After his fit of anger, the golden-haired elder swiftly regains his composure, reverting to his usual, unflappable demeanor. I believe I've made myself perfectly clear. Do either of you have any good suggestions? Sengoku and Kong exchange glances, then both shake their heads. No, they answer. In matters like this, neither has any useful advice to offer. In that case, surely you understand what our top priority must be right now. The elder presses again. Sengoku says nothing. After a moment's contemplation, Kong answers, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Eliminate the GM army. The golden-haired elder shoots Kong a look, sighing heavily. The GM army must be eradicated sooner or later. There's no avoiding that, but it's not the Navy's job anymore. Not at this stage. Kong, let me be frank. The world government now expects only two things from the Navy headquarters. Not the elimination of the GM army, nor putting an end to the era of the great pirates. That sort of thing can't be solved anytime soon. At these words, Kong and Sengoku straighten up, bracing themselves to finally hear what the so-called expectations of the five elders truly are. 2. Expectations. First, there must never be a second pirate king on these seas. The blonde king's voice was cold and merciless. Raftel and such, no one else can be allowed to find it. If anyone even shows a hint of that possibility, they must be eliminated. Just having one Roger has already thrown the era into ruin. Things are bad enough as it is. Should another pirate king arise, the balance of the world would collapse completely, a scenario the five elders could not bear to see. On this point, the two admirals exchanged no argument. No one wanted to see the birth of another pirate king. A marine king, however, that they could accept. Otherwise, where would justice's dignity be? How would the people of the seas be protected? Thus, Fleet Admiral Kong also gave his solemn assurance. Yes, sir. The Navy will spare no effort. Very good. Now, the second point. As I've said, bringing the great pirate era to an end is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. We've seen for ourselves, over these past 3 years, just how difficult and complex this problem truly is. Therefore, I won't press the Navy for miracles, but at the very least, restore balance to the seas as quickly as possible. Bring order to this chaos with all possible speed. Starting this year, if in the next 3 years the number of member nations destroyed exceeds 20, or if, altogether, our total can't return above the red line, I'll be the first to take your head, Kong, as a sacrifice to the heavens. Is that clear? The blonde king again spoke harshly. Kong felt a chill in his chest. Yes, sir. He paused ever so slightly, then spoke. Honorable elders, to restore order to the seas and bring stability to this era of chaos. Well, it requires immense manpower and resources. With pirates running wild, the Navy desperately needs more support. He was hinting, of course, for a much larger military budget. Without more funding, how could the Navy possibly carry out their will? Contrary to expectations, the bald king leaned forward with a cryptic smile and asked, Kong, if beginning next year, the world government increased your military budget by 15% for 3 consecutive years, could the Navy meet our expectations then? Kong was momentarily taken aback, about to agree, but Admiral Sengoku spoke up first. I'm sorry, but I believe that's not possible. Transforming funding into true strength takes time. 3 years. It's barely enough to hold the current situation together. And to be frank, sirs, I think the notion of swiftly restoring order to the seas, as you've just described, is somewhat unrealistic. It had to be said, Sengoku was unflinchingly blunt, laying bare the fact that the 5 elders' demands were out of touch with reality. Yet, despite his directness, the 5 elders did not react with anger. Instead, they seemed to have anticipated this very response. Then, how long do you think it will take? Faced with the bald king's question, the great General Sengoku paused for a moment before replying, with a hint of caution. I'm afraid it will take 10 years, perhaps even longer. The bald king showed no sign of anger. On the contrary, he asked calmly, according to your assessment, in these 10 years, will the world government continue to decline? If the situation does not improve, then a decline is inevitable, General Sengoku answered. So what you're saying, Sengoku, is that our most pressing task is to find a way to quickly stabilize the situation. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble ahead. Am I right? There was something about the bald king's words that instinctively made Sengoku uneasy. Yet, on reflection, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with what he said. Seeing Sengoku nod with a furrowed brow, the bald king didn't press the matter further. So, given the current circumstances, it seems we've found ourselves caught between a rock and a hard place, haven't we? That's right, Sengoku replied, an increasing sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. In that case, take a look at this. This is the new solution our world government has come up with. The bald king smiled briefly, then casually tossed 2 documents before the air marshal and Sengoku. And across the top of those documents, written in bold, unmistakable characters was, Draft Proposal for the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 7 Warlords of the Sea? As Sengoku stared at the title emblazoned on the front page, the uneasy feeling in his chest grew ever more intense, as if he was staring straight at some elaborate conspiracy. Still, he kept his expression steady. After regaining his composure, he picked up the documents and began to read quickly. But the further he read, the more that look of calm melted away from Sengoku's face, replaced by an ever-darkening expression. And he wasn't the only one. Beside him, Air Marshal Kong's hands shook as he held the file, his fury barely contained. The deeper he read, the more shocked he appeared. Were it not for the solemnity of the meeting, he might have erupted right there and then. Absolutely ludicrous. Snapping the file shut, Sengoku could no longer hold back, condemning it outright. He had initially planned to put on a show of vexation for today, but now, his anger was very real. Having gone through the proposal for these so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea, Sengoku could more or less grasp the whole picture. The draft, in the most casual of language, proposed that 7 powerful and notorious pirates from around the world should be selected, given amnesty, granted the legal right to plunder, and separated from the pirate ranks to be established as a new institution under the world government's command. But that wasn't the worst of it. The file went on to state that the administrative status of these so-called 7 warlords would actually be on par with the CP agencies and the Navy headquarters. In other words, to put it plainly, if this plan went through, those 7 great pirates would become equals with Sengoku himself. Who could possibly accept such a thing? The 5 elders' intention was straightforward as well. For the sake of momentary peace and fleeting gain, they were willing to sacrifice the interests of the Navy, the CP agencies, and even all the member nations under the world government on a grand scale. If nothing else, forcing the Navy to acknowledge these so-called lawful pirates was like dragging the principle of justice the Navy had always upheld through the mud, an utter insult to the very concept of justice. And as if that weren't enough, this new organization had, in the blink of an eye, become an equal, a sibling unit to the Navy itself. The campaign to eliminate pirates, after all the efforts, in the end, they were all made part of the same family. As for the CP organizations, things were relatively better for them. Although the rise of this new organization at an equal level did encroach upon their interests to some degree, unlike the Navy headquarters, they weren't tasked with battling pirates head-on, and they didn't wield the same influence or military might as the Navy. Moreover, their authority originated from the world government, from the celestial dragons themselves. So no matter how much resentment they harbored, they could do nothing but grit their teeth and swallow it. And as for the member nations, the phrase legalized plunder alone revealed more than enough. On some days, a princess might be seized to warm a bed. On others, a queen might be spirited away to serve elsewhere. Or come Sunday, your royal palace could be turned into the scene of a wild celebration, and all of it would be perfectly legal. Who would you possibly appeal to for help? The Navy? Even the Navy was powerless to intervene. The damages suffered by the ruling classes of these nations alone were beyond imagination. And as for the common folk toiling at the bottom of society, they were treated as nothing more than livestock, at the mercy of slaughter. One oppressive system, already weighed down by the burdensome heavenly tribute, only to face the threat of the 7 warlords as well. In truth, this is precisely why, later in the original story, the proposal to abolish the Shichibukai was so widely supported by the member nations. On the surface, it was Alabasta and Dressrosa who suffered most directly, but aside from these two, how many others have been harmed outright or behind the scenes? To be unaffected would be the real anomaly. Admiral Sengoku cursed in anger, and it took everything for Fleet Admiral Kong to restrain his own fury and stay silent. Nonetheless, the 5 elders had long anticipated such reactions from the 2 of them, and remained composed, completely unfazed by Sengoku's brusqueness. For 800 years the world government and the Navy have kept order at sea, never once turning to legalize piracy. Does this not bring shame to justice itself? How could the Navy possibly accept such a proposal? Despite his outrage, Sengoku maintained a thread of reason, careful not to go so far as to say, "We will never accept this." The bald king, however, immediately retorted, his voice cutting and unyielding. "Shame? You got it wrong, Sengoku. We are not the ones shaming justice. Isn't it your Navy's incompetence that brought us to this sorry state?" For a moment, Sengoku was left speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. It seemed, on the surface, to be true. If the Navy could truly command the seas, keeping its waters calm and orderly, how could things have escalated into such chaos? But you were the ones who told the Navy to sweep clean the seas, and you were also the ones who stood in the Navy's way, constantly suppressing and hindering us. If it weren't for all those vexing obstacles, how could we in the Navy have let the situation deteriorate to this state? Isn't this just the height of hypocrisy? Yet, for all sorts of reasons, these words could only remain locked in Sengoku's heart. If spoken out loud, they would surely lead to even graver consequences. And so, though he choked on a sense of injustice, he could do nothing but hold back and refrain from retorting. Seeing this, the bald-headed king decided not to push matters further. He softened his tone, granting a measure of concession. Of course, when it comes down to it, it's you, the Navy, whom we can truly trust. Pirates are shameless. They can never be relied upon. Although the 7 warlord system will grant them influence and power, we have no intention of actually trusting those pirates. The Navy, to a certain extent, will remain in control of the 7 warlords' affairs. And if necessary, you may even eliminate them. That's not a valid reason. If it's just for the sake of control, letting such an organization exist is beyond absurd. At this, the golden-haired king also spoke up, making his stance clear. Sengoku, look at the bigger picture. Do you think we actually wish to associate with those despicable pirates? The times have left us no choice. If not for the sake of stabilizing the seas, to give us all more time to adjust and consolidate, would we ever resort to such measures? Truth and falsehood blended, impossible to distinguish, and yet there was a ring of sincerity to it. If things continued down this path, the situation would certainly spiral beyond anyone's control. Judging from the original story, it took a considerable amount of time for the 7 warlords system to come into its own, but it did, to some extent, curb the chaos of the seas. There were many factors at play, both internal and external. What the 5 elders truly wanted was exactly this: some breathing room, a chance to catch their breath. What's done is done. Our hearts are resolved. Summoning you here today was not to pit you against our plans, but rather to let you see if there are any overlooked flaws that still need to be addressed. With a chill in his voice, the sword-bearing elder forced an end to the argument. A flash of anger darted through Sengoku's eyes. He had borne hardship and duty for so many years, swallowing countless grievances and injustices. But this time, Sengoku felt truly exhausted, spent. Just as he was about to finally let his anger erupt, Fleet Admiral Kong gripped his shoulder, forcefully pressing Sengoku down into the sofa. He then looked toward the 5 elders and spoke. "Honored sirs, your intentions are clear to us. Regarding this draft, the Navy will give it serious consideration. Please allow us to take it back for careful deliberation." Kong bowed his head to show his submission, which made the 5 elders secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the bald-headed elder softened his tone as well. "Very good, Kong. It's good that you understand. Everything we do is for the sake of the greater good. When you go back, talk to Sengoku and tell him not to act impulsively. Oh, and about next year's military budget, we'll be increasing it by 15%. You can even look forward to the possibility of being appointed as the Supreme Commander." Carrot and stick, he handled it with remarkable skill. Yet in Kong's eyes, that carrot felt more like an insult, an affront to a man who had devoted his entire life to the Navy in pursuit of justice. Is that all I am in their eyes? So worthless? Still, Kong chose to swallow his resentment. He knew that even if he lashed out in anger, it wouldn't solve anything. In fact, it might only make things worse. Yes, we will carefully consider it. The bald-headed elder nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Sengoku and continued. As for the defeat at Queen of Spring Island this time, the flaw was in the intelligence. I've already reprimanded the CP agencies. They seriously neglected their duty. Although the Navy also bears undeniable responsibility, Sengoku, we won't be pursuing your mistakes any further. Sengoku showed not the slightest hint of joy. His expression remained dark and clouded. After that, the 5 elders had no interest in further small talk and simply waved them away. Admiral Kong nodded in acknowledgement, then tugged Sengoku along as they left the 5 elders' office. It was only after they went down the elevator and exited the main headquarters building that Sengoku's expression softened a little. He turned to Admiral Kong. Kong, I really appreciate what you did back there. Admiral Kong shook his head, signaling that it was nothing. But seeing Sengoku's expression, only slightly less grim, he offered some comfort. We're under their thumb. The whole reason they called us here today was because of that ridiculous 7 warlords of the sea system. But those 5 had made up their minds long ago. No matter how much we argue, it'll only increase the friction between us. It won't change a thing. Are we just going to let this go? Sengoku took a deep breath. My mind's a bit muddled right now, too. But if we keep confronting them like this, and they strip you of your rank out of spite, what would I do? What would the Navy do? Kong's steady words helped quell some of the anger burning in Sengoku's heart. But there was still one question he wished he could throw in the 5 elders' faces. Isn't this just drinking poison to quench your thirst? Does it feel good?